Chapter 1. Transformed into a little zombie? Where is she? Wasn't she supposed to have succumbed to exhaustion from working late? Qingyin stood bewildered in a narrow alley, her eyes blinking in confusion as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The walls on either side were crumbling and dilapidated, the street marred by devastation cars haphazardly parked, some even bearing fragments of bones, while dismembered body parts littered the ground. The asphalt was stained a rusty red with blood, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Is this a murder scene or an apocalypse? Before she could ponder further, a massive figure charged towards her from the corner of the alley. Bang! She collided forcefully with the wall behind her, sliding down to the ground, her vision filled with stars. Yet peculiarly, she felt no pain. Before she could regain her composure, her scalp was violently yanked, leaving her dangling in midair. Only then did she realize that the hulking creature before her was, in fact, a zombie. The zombie's flesh was a grotesque mess, maggots writhing on its face, and its bulging eyeballs trembled precariously in their sockets, as if they could fall out at any moment. The zombie's head drew closer, so near that she could distinctly smell the foul odor emanating from its mouth, her entire being on the brink of being devoured. In a critical moment, the zombie's mouth suddenly halted a mere 5 centimeters from her. Then, a soft mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Beep. Host detected. Binding successful. Welcome to the Zombie King system. Our objective is to dominate the entire apocalypse, compelling all zombies to submit to you, maintaining order in this world. Should you achieve this goal, this system can grant you resurrection in your original world, along with an additional 100 million in your bank account. The information bombarded Qingyin, leaving her dazed until the final proclamation sparked a flicker of hope in her eyes. Now distributing a beginner's gift package. Reward: an indestructible cockroach note. Ineffective against humans, restores human appearance, but fundamentally remains a zombie. Please choose a skill. 1. Speed enhancement, but body becomes frail too. Strength augmentation. Recalling the recent sensation of helplessness, Qingyin decisively chose strength augmentation. I choose strength enhancement. Regardless of whether in her modern life or this apocalypse, brute force always held sway. Announcing the first main quest. Subjugate 10 zombies to your will and sign the contract provided by the system. Time limit: 1 day. Go for it, host. This system believes in you. No sooner had the system's words faded than the zombie before her sprang into action. Qingyin, without hesitation, used all her limbs to effortlessly break free from the creature's grip. The zombie staggered back under the sudden force, and Qingyin regained her footing. A smile crept across her lips. Was this the power of enhancement? Quite impressive. She stretched her wrists and ankles, stepping towards the still-dazed zombie. The creature let out a fierce growl. Why has food transformed into such an eyesore? Qingyin paused, wrinkling her nose in disdain despite its size. The voice was that of a child. A shiver ran down her spine, and shaking her head, she dismissed the zombie's outcry, continuing forward to deliver a kick. She lunged forward, pinning the zombie to the ground. In the next instant, a blue panel appeared before her contract panel, her gaze falling on the final line. Upon successful signing of the contract, she could command the zombie minion to expand her network. A grin spread across Qingyin's face. This was excellent. Having an ally would simplify her task considerably. Host merely needs to press the zombie's finger onto the panel. As soon as the system's voice faded, the zombie's finger materialized on the contract panel. Contract successful. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies to your will and sign the contract provided by the system. 110 time limit. 1 day. Qingyin's lips curled upward as she released the zombie's arm. In the next moment, bang! A bolt of lightning streaked past her, striking the zombie's forehead, creating a gaping wound, and a bloodied orb fell to the ground, rolling to Qingyin's feet. The zombie beside her collapsed with a thud. Qingyin stared in shock, her eyes wide. Her newly acquired minion was gone. Just like that, her significant minion was lost. Before she could react, a frantic female voice pierced her ears. Qingyin, are you all right? In the next instant, her hands were seized by a delicate-looking girl who entered her line of sight, worry etched in the bright eyes of the girl. Qingyin's nostrils flared as a waft of fragrance enveloped her senses. It smelled so good, she wanted to take a bite. Realizing something, Qingyin's dazed eyes instantly regained clarity. Resist, she is human. Qingyin scrutinized the girl before her. Who is this Qingyin she mentioned? And who is this girl? Sensing her confusion, the system transformed its form in her mind, resembling a teacher, stroking an imaginary beard, and began to speak slowly. Qingyin is the name of the host now. The girl in front of you is the original owner's classmate, named Ji Yanli. The original owner was expelled from the team by her, leading to her demise at the hands of zombies. The man at the alley's entrance is Ji Yanli, the original owner's captain and also Ji Yanxi's brother. Following the system's guidance, Qingyin turned her gaze to see a tall man dressed in a white tracksuit standing at the alley's mouth, warily surveying the surroundings. The man was tall and slender, with a pair of deeply expressive peach blossom eyes, accentuated by a teardrop mole at the corner, giving him an enchanting allure. His nose was straight, lips tinted a rosy hue, and his jawline was perfectly sculpted, presenting an image of flawless beauty. The captivating and ethereal aura he exuded harmoniously coexisted, creating an unexpected balance. Her gaze drifted downward, and she noticed faint traces of lightning flickering at his long fingertips. He was the culprit who had just slain her zombie minion. Qingyin narrowed her eyes dangerously, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through her gaze. The system hurriedly urged her. Host, calm down. Ji Yanli would find killing you as trivial as squashing an ant. If it weren't for your appearance being indistinguishable from a normal human, he would have eliminated you already. Do not seek death. Having just witnessed the man's slaughter of her zombie minion, she realized that with his power, seeking confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. If there was one merit she possessed, it was self-awareness. At the alley's entrance, Ji Yanli seemed to sense something, turning his gaze as if the fleeting hint of hostility had been merely his imagination. Qingyin observed Ji Yanxi's eyes, filled with genuine concern and regret, deepening her confusion. If what the system claimed was true, then what were they doing? Were they merely watching to see if she was still alive? I'm sorry, Qingyin. I shouldn't have expelled you from the team for my selfish reasons. I truly realize my mistake, Ji Yanli said earnestly. Before Qingyin could respond, the system gently cautioned. Host, please refrain from speaking, or your identity as a zombie will be exposed. Chapter 2. Host, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Qingyin furrowed her brow, deciding to endure for the sake of a healthy body and a fortune of 100 million. Qingyin, do you not wish to forgive me? Qingyin pulled her hand free from Ji Yanxi's grasp and stepped towards the alley's exit. Since she couldn't eliminate them, she could not afford to linger here. Her mission had a time constraint, and she needed to act swiftly. Seeing this, Ji Yanli immediately followed, her voice chattering incessantly in Qingyin's ears. Qingyin, where are you going? Qingyin, will you forgive me or not? Qingyin, I truly realize my mistake. Don't run around, it's dangerous outside. Wait for them to assemble. The man's voice was smooth, akin to a mountain stream cascading over stones. Qingyin paused, raising her gaze as the grim reality of the apocalypse unfolded before her, leaving her momentarily reflective. Her eyes scanned the street, her brow furrowing tightly, her hands clenched at her sides. There were no zombies nearby. The system, mistaking her for being reckless, earnestly advised. Host, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Before it could finish, Qingyin impatiently interrupted. I know what I'm doing, there's no need for lecturing. I'm contemplating how to extricate myself from them. They remain an unpredictable threat. System, do you have any strategies? These siblings had clearly mistaken her for the original owner, and she could not act rashly. Yet, she pondered why they had expelled the original owner from the team, only to seek her out now. Were they simply bored? Or did they wish for the original owner's demise to be swifter? If she wasn't mistaken, a level 2 psychic zombie was approaching from that direction. As Qingyin's thoughts coalesced, she spotted 3 men and a woman emerging from the narrow alley between 2 towering buildings across the street, the woman shielded by the 3 men. All 4 appeared to be in their 20s, the woman at the center clad in a snug-fitting white tracksuit that accentuated her alluring figure. A pair of willow-like brows slightly furrowed, their watery autumn eyes filled with trepidation, and delicate, pink lips pressed together, this fragile and pitiable visage exuded an irresistible charm. Upon her first glance at Qingyin, a deep-seated loathing surged within her, Yet this sentiment did not belong to her, it was a remnant of the original owner. System, are you certain that the original owner is deceased? She harbored no desire to usurp another's place. The system nodded emphatically. Indeed, before the host arrived, the original owner had already succumbed to a zombie bite. It was I who restored this body to its former completeness. The capabilities of this system are beyond what the host can imagine. Ha ha! With hands on its hips, the system laughed triumphantly. Qingyin cast a languid glance at it, delivering a subtle jab. Yes, I certainly cannot imagine, especially considering you cannot even manage something as simple as helping me leave this place. The system's smile faltered, and it cleared its throat, hastily changing the subject. Well, host, I must inform you that the reason Ji Yanli expelled you from the team is largely due to the instigation of that woman. She is no ordinary character, perfectly embodying the archetype of the White Lotus female antagonist portrayed in your dramas. Moreover, the person she's enamored with is Ji Yanli, which prompts her to constantly target the original owner, who has been, well, spoiled by her parents to the point of having a rather simplistic mind. As the system delved into gossip, it seemed unable to cease. From its convoluted words, Qingyin gleaned that the two women were at odds for love, and the original owner was consistently outmatched and ensnared. As she processed this information, the four individuals across from her had already approached the three. Chu Muyao cast a longing glance at Ji Yanli, feigning surprise as she dashed out of the protective circle and into Qingyin's embrace. Though she felt no pain, the grip at her waist was still palpable. Had it been a tad lighter, she might have believed her even slightly. Furrowing her brow, Qingyin gently pushed Chu Muyao away. Gazing at Chu Muyao's provocative expression, Qingyin curled her lips into a smirk, applying more pressure. Chu Muyao's eyes widened in shock, a cry escaping her lips as she stumbled, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Ji Yanli behind her. Ceasing her struggle, she succumbed to the force and fell. As Chu Muyao felt a sharp pain in her rear, she abruptly widened her eyes, staring at Ji Yanli, who had unknowingly moved beside her. Her eyes filled with tears. She looked at Ji Yanli as though he were a heartless scoundrel. The three men immediately rushed to help Chu Muyao up, each glaring at Qingyin with indignation. Lu Lin, standing on the left with a doll-like face, scolded, "Qingyin, what are you doing? Muyao was so worried about you that she couldn't even eat. She only hugged you out of sheer joy. Why did you push her away?" On the right, a slender man named Wang Xen glared at Qingyin with a sinister gaze, speaking in a mocking tone. "Muyao, some people are inherently selfish and ungrateful. You needn't shed tears over such a person." "Exactly." Chu Muyao quickly regained her composure, gazing at Qingyin with tear-filled eyes, projecting a vulnerable image as though she had been wronged. This demeanor elicited another wave of sympathy from the three men. Biting her lip, Chu Muyao, with a quivering voice, attempted to defend Qingyin. "Please don't say that about Qingyin. She didn't mean it. It was just an accident. I lost my balance." After speaking, she turned her tearful eyes towards Ji Yanli, only to find his back. Frustrated, she shot Qingyin a resentful glare. Her words did not temper the anger of the three men. Instead, they intensified their reproaches. A fierce glint flickered in Qingyin's eyes as her fingertips unconsciously brushed against each other. Were it not for Ji Yanli's presence beside her, she would have slapped them long ago. Before she could act, Ji Yanli, standing behind her, stepped in front, her round, sparkling eyes glaring at the three men as she admonished, "I will not allow you to insult Qingyin. It is clear that Chu Muyao sought to win my brother's favor, and when he did not yield, she lost control and fell. I warn you, should you dare to slander Qingyin again, consider yourselves expelled from the team." Everyone present, save for Ji Yanli, was taken aback, unprepared for Ji Yanli's defense of Qingyin. Typically, she was the one who reveled in bullying Qingyin. It was an unprecedented turn of events to see her stand up for her. In the past, it would have been akin to the sun rising from the west. The man with a somewhat disheveled appearance retorted sarcastically, "You're so eager to defend her, but she may not appreciate it. She might even hold a grudge against you, considering it was you who expelled her from the team." Chapter 3. The strike was too light. "Su Yun, if you're dissatisfied, leave the team right now. Were it not for my brother's protection, you would have long since perished at the hands of zombies. I advise you to be sensible." Su Yun, begrudgingly silent, cautiously observed Ji Yanli's expression. Seeing no inclination to defend Chu Muyao, he directed all his resentment toward Yu Qingyin. Yu Qingyin paid no heed to their banter, instead engaging in mental discourse with the system. System, if I were to slap these four now, would Ji Yanli kill me? In her understanding, words were the weakest and most futile means of confrontation. It would be far more effective to silence them through force, ensuring a peaceful ear thereafter. System is currently scanning. Scan complete. The answer is no. Host, feel free to act. Yu Qingyin raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the system to possess such a function. In that case, she would not hold back. With a cold smirk gracing her lips, Yu Qingyin seized the moment when the four were unprepared, striding forward to deliver a sharp slap to Chu Muyo's face. The force was so great that a clear handprint was left on Chu Muyo's fair cheek, already showing signs of swelling. The suddenness of the event left the others momentarily stunned. Yu Qingyin did not stop there. She dealt each of the remaining three a pair of stinging slaps. Ah, ah, ah. The crisp sound of slaps was accompanied by their three cries of anguish, their faces visibly reddening. Yu Qingyin flicked her sleeve, leaving without a trace of regret, and unexpectedly caught a fleeting look of approval in Ji Yanli's cold gaze. However, when she looked again, his eyes had turned cold once more. Confusion filled her mind. Did Ji Yanli not like these four? If so, why were they still in his team? She soon learned the answer from the system. They were Ji Yanxi's classmates. Initially, Ji Yanxi, the original owner, and Chu Muyao had managed to escape the school thanks to the protection of these three. At first, their relationship had been harmonious, but everything changed with Ji Yanli's arrival. Yu Qingyin shifted her feet, slipping behind Ji Yanli. He had just eliminated her subordinate, and now she would use him to balance the scales. Yu Qingyin, Yu Qingyin, Yu Qingyin. The chorus rang out, sharp and piercing, slicing through the air, the stinging pain on their faces a stark reminder of what had just transpired. The three were about to speak. Ji Yanli exchanged a glance with Ji Yanxi, who immediately linked arms with Yu Qingyin. Chu Miao lowered her gaze, her long lashes concealing the ferocity in her eyes. When she raised her gaze again, tears glistened, and she covered her stinging cheek, looking pitifully at Ji Yanli. Yanli Gitch. Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yanli interrupted coldly. Let's go. With that, Ji Yanli stepped toward a jeep. Yu Qingyin, having her arm taken by Ji Yanxi, was compelled to follow. This fortuitously worked to her advantage. She could seize the chaos to accomplish her mission. The next moment, as she had anticipated, the distant sound of zombies roaring erupted behind them. Roar food. Roar. Hurry up, brothers. Food is limited, first come, first served. Roar. It's all mine, don't even think about snatching it. The excited roars of zombies sent chills down their spines, startling Su Yun and the others. With no time to settle scores, they dashed toward Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli swiftly opened the door of the jeep, having already checked it, and climbed in with practiced ease. With the turn of the key, the engine roared to life. Ji Yanxi reacted quickly, shoving Yu Qingyin into the passenger seat before squeezing into the back. Yu Qingyin sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat exasperated at how swiftly he moved. She didn't want to be confined inside. She desired to escape. She never engaged in futile endeavors. Su Yun and the others, witnessing the horde of zombies closing in behind them, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Seeing Ji Yanli and the others safely in the vehicle, they feared being abandoned. While running, they shouted, "Wait for us. We haven't gotten in yet." The four raced away as if their feet were on fire, the zombie horde's excited roars echoing in their ears. The nearest zombies were merely 5 meters away. They could even smell the foul stench emanating from them. Just as the skeletal hands of the zombies reached for them, they swiftly slammed the car doors shut, sealing the danger outside. Before the four could settle in, with a resounding bang, the jeep was propelled forward, leaving the zombies trailing behind. The four collided awkwardly against the front seats, instantly acquiring a line of crimson imprints on their foreheads. They clambered up, glancing resentfully at Yu Qingyin in the passenger seat. Regrettably, they had underestimated the capabilities of the zombie horde among them. Some had already evolved into speed zombies. In a flash, a speed zombie leapt onto the roof of the vehicle, having detected Yu Qingyin's presence. It let out a confused roar. Huh. How did that ugly creature end up in the car? Huh. Grab the steering wheel, you fool. Ignoring the zombie's raucous taunts, Qingyin's gaze remained fixed on the ever-diminishing horde behind them, a growing sense of urgency brewing within her. Why was this second-tier psychic zombie so slow? If she didn't act quickly, she would lose her chance. Just then, her thoughts were interrupted by Chu Muyo's delicate voice. "Brother Yanli, the zombie has jumped onto the roof. What should we do?" As the speed zombie continued to blabber, it lost its footing and was flung off the car, crashing to the ground, its body splintering into two halves, swallowed by the swarm. Through the rearview mirror, Qingyin observed the dismembered corpse, instinctively touching her unharmed waist. TSK, how tragic. The system promptly appeared to offer solace. As long as the host conceals her identity, surely. Before the system could finish, it was abruptly interrupted by Chu Muyo's soft voice. "Brother Yanli, you're so amazing." Qingyin furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously rubbing together. She had been too gentle just now. Before she could act further, Ji Yanli's impatient voice rang out. "Shut up. You only know how to chatter. Calling brother all day long. Do you think you're a hen laying eggs? Your face looks like a pig's head, yet you still want to seduce my brother. Shameless." Chapter 4. Contract Failure. After Ji Yanli's tirade, she shot Chu Miao a disdainful glare, recalling how her brother had warned her the previous night and how she had scrutinized the woman today, recognizing that she was as duplicitous as her brother had said. Chu Miao was baffled by the scolding, gazing at Ji Yanli with uncertainty, her swollen cheeks and reddened forehead making her affected expression seem utterly ludicrous. "Yanli, what's wrong? Did I upset you? If I've done something wrong, please tell me, and I will definitely change, all right?" With a facade of meekness, Chu Muyo's heart seethed with resentment. This which was perfectly fine yesterday, had she ingested explosives today? She was constantly opposing her. If it weren't for her brother being Ji Yanli, who would bother with her? Ji Yanli, recalling how she had been used by Chu Muyo to target Qingyin, felt her anger boil over, retorting, "I simply find you displeasing. Can't you keep quiet, you loudmouth? Trying to attract more zombies over here?" The three who had initially intended to defend Chu Muyo instantly fell silent. Unable to retort against Ji Yanli's accusations, Chu Muyo could only stew in her frustration. System, has Ji Yanli taken the wrong medicine? The system pondered for a moment before concluding, perhaps she hasn't taken any. With some free time on her hands, Qingyin recalled the scene from when she had just arrived and curiously inquired, "By the way, why did my first zombie underling want to kill me?" To obtain the crystal core in the host's mind. Consuming the core allows for evolution, but this secret is known only to a select few zombies, so the host need not worry. Qingyin wasn't particularly concerned about that, as the skill granted by her newbie package had clearly indicated that she wouldn't be killed by zombies. And can I also do that? No, the host's method of evolution can only occur through task completion. As if anticipating that Qingyin might attempt this method, the system quietly added, "Otherwise, all skills acquired by the host will reset to 0. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qingyin's face. Suddenly, the jeep came to a halt, and Qingyin looked up to see a solid wall blocking their path. Ji Yanli had driven them into a dead end. A subtle smile crept onto Qingyin's lips. Her mission was finally taking shape. "Brother, what do we do now?" Ji Yanli swiftly made a decision, his voice cold. "Get out, break the window, and enter the building." As soon as Ji Yanli finished speaking, Qingyin immediately opened the car door and exited. The deadened alley was narrow to begin with, and now, with the jeep squeezed in, only room for one person remained on either side. The seven had just disembarked when, in an instant, a zombie darted out from the alley's end, charging directly at the robust Su Yun, its speed so swift that it appeared as nothing more than a blur. Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it came. Caught off guard, Su Yun stood frozen, as if paralyzed, watching helplessly as the zombie lunged for his throat. In a critical moment, Qingyin reached out, grabbing the speed zombie's arm and forcefully flinging it against the wall, leaving it bewildered as it stared at her. It let out a roar. "Huh, what are you doing, ugly creature?" Qingyin caught a glimpse of Ji Yanli raising his hand, faint sparks of lightning dancing in his palm, and urgently called out, "System." The system promptly opened the contract interface, and Qingyin seized the speed zombie's hand, pressing it down quickly. With the zombie's fingers just a breath away from the panel, foul blood splattered everywhere, drenching Qingyin. The glaring red exclamation mark burned her eyes. As veins bulged on the back of her hand, the zombie's wrist snapped cleanly in two. Qingyin stared at the screen, displaying contract failure, her teeth gritting in frustration. Damn it, it's him again. Fearing Qingyin might act out in anger, the system hastily soothed her. Host, calm down. Calm down, you're an ant, and he's an elephant. Your life is paramount. Qingyin took a deep breath, barely managing to suppress her fury, her frustration bubbling within her with nowhere to vent. Ji Yanli's frosty voice pierced her thoughts. Get inside. Reluctantly, Qingyin was shoved into the house by Ji Yanli, the fragrant aroma that greeted her causing her to involuntarily relax her brows. She surveyed the interior of the room. It was a bedroom, the door ajar, revealing a chaotic scene within crimson stains marred the white sheets, remnants of viscera still clinging to them. She seemed to have an inkling of where that delightful scent originated. Qingyin's nostrils flared, her eyes brightened. This was the scent of a companion. Her heart surged with joy as she cast a glance at Ji Yanli, who was currently assisting. Stealthily, she shifted her footsteps. Suddenly, a blur shot past her, lunging directly at Ji Yanli. Watch out! Quick as lightning, Qingyin grasped the zombie by its collar, slamming it to the ground just as Ji Yanli's lightning streaked overhead. A smirk tugged at the corners of Qingyin's mouth. She had finally caught her chance. Swiftly, she twisted the zombie's arms behind its back. System. Qingyin hastily pressed the zombie's fingers onto the blue panel, declaring, contract success. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room as the zombie in her grasp fell lifeless once more. Ji Yanli, terrified, crumpled to the ground. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Qingyin stood up and strode over to Ji Yanli, hoisting her up. Ji Yanli, still shaken, patted her chest, glancing down at the disfigured zombie and swallowing hard. Qingyin, thank goodness for you. If it weren't for you, I might have become zombie fodder. Qingyin comfortingly patted her shoulder, shaking her head. Had it not been for the scent on her, she wouldn't have been able to contract that zombie. They had essentially helped each other. Ji Yanli seemed to sense something, casting a glance out the window before coldly instructing, let's go. The four who had just climbed through the window gasped at his command, their bruised faces displaying a resigned acceptance as they followed Ji Yanli's lead. In contrast to the vigilant observations of Ji Yanli and the others, Qingyin appeared as if she were strolling through her own backyard, casually surveying her surroundings. Once she confirmed that there were no other zombies in the house, her gaze returned to Ji Yanli. This man must have sensed the approaching second-tier psychic zombie, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a rush to find a safe place. Ji Yanli seemed quite familiar with the area, deftly leading them through a series of twists and turns until they successfully located the garage of this self-built house. Inside the garage sat a white sedan, atop which lay a corpse emitting a foul stench, its head gnawed clean, revealing stark white bones beneath. Except for Ji Yanli and Qingyin, the others were overwhelmed by the sight, their stomachs churning as they nearly retched. Chapter 5. Seizing the opportunity in his illness with an expression devoid of emotion, Ji Yanli extracted the car keys from the corpse's pocket, carelessly discarding the body aside before entering the vehicle and starting the engine. Qingyin instinctively took her place in the passenger's seat, her gaze fixed ahead, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. Time was of the essence. The level 2 psychic zombie was closing in. Her mission was about to be fulfilled. Indeed, as the car sped out of the garage, a glance revealed an endless horde of zombies at the alley's mouth, sensing the unique scent of humanity. They erupted into excited howls. Yanli decisively turned left, maneuvering swiftly through the narrow passage, and as he rounded the last corner, the main road lay ahead. Just as the vehicle burst forth, a grayish face suddenly slammed against the windshield, causing the car to jolt violently. The 5 individuals seated in the back emitted sharp shrieks. In the next moment, the windshield shattered into a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks, prompting Ji Yanli to slam on the brakes. As Qingyin raised her gaze, she met the gray eyes of the zombie, a seductive whisper echoing in her mind. Kill him! Kill him! Host! Lowering her eyes, she realized Ji Yanli had firmly grasped her wrists. The 5 in the back had already exited the vehicle, forming a protective circle around Ji Yanli and Chu Miao, engaging in a fierce struggle with the level 2 psychic zombie. The glow of their abilities shimmered in their hands. Are you awake? His voice was laced with coldness, akin to an icy blade piercing her skin, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. Qingyin nodded hurriedly, the grip on her wrists loosening as Ji Yanli stepped out of the car. She slapped her forehead, a wave of clarity washing over her muddled thoughts. She unfastened her seatbelt and exited the vehicle. There, the level 2 psychic zombie stood motionless across the street, while Ji Yanli and the others seemed entranced. Unleashing their abilities against thin air, Ji Yanli's electrical powers surged towards the level 2 psychic zombie, halting just 5 centimeters away and dispersing. The system chimed in to explain to Qingyin. This is the psychic zombie's ability to manipulate space. You could say it currently exists on a different plane from you and your teammates, rendering your abilities ineffective against it. However, as it is only level 2, its capabilities are limited. Its primary power lies in controlling other zombies to attack humans and acquire sustenance. The thought of having been controlled sent a wave of dread through Qingyin. Can it still manipulate me now? The voice of the glutinous rice ball in her mind assured her, with this system present, it cannot control the host. Seemingly struck by inspiration, it exclaimed, "Right, host," while it is distracted attacking your teammates. Quickly form a contract with it. This is what you humans refer to as taking advantage of a misfortune. As it spoke, Qingyin advanced towards the level 2 psychic zombie, before she could reach the street. A firm grip seized her wrist. Ji Yanli's cold voice echoed in her ear. "Don't go that way. It's dangerous. Stay behind me." His tone carried a hint of impatience. Qingyin instinctively opened her mouth, fearing she might stammer, only to close it again. Ji Yanli had indeed helped her, allowing her to brush aside the earlier incident. With an unusual patience, she pulled his hand down and inscribed a few words in his palm. "Qingyin, I have a plan. Trust me." She looked up to find doubt clouding Ji Yanli's cold eyes. Suppressing her impulse, she continued to write in his palm. Qingyin, "There's no time. I can protect myself." Ji Yanli understood that this impasse was untenable. The zombie horde was rapidly approaching, and if they did not resolve this troublesome psychic zombie, they might meet their end here. Fixing his gaze on Qingyin, he earnestly instructed, "If you sense something amiss, run towards me." Qingyin nodded and boldly approached the level 2 psychic zombie. It noticed her advance, regarding her with disdain before shifting its attention back to Ji Yanli. Its dismissive demeanor ignited Qingyin's ire, and she lunged forward, pinning the psychic zombie to the ground with a swift motion. As she beheld its bewildered expression, an odd sense of satisfaction welled within her. The psychic zombie turned to meet Qingyin's defiant gaze, baring its teeth. "What are you doing, you ugly creature? Are you out of your mind? Let go of me." Ignoring its colorful exclamations, Qingyin pressed her palm against the back of its head, forcing its face to the ground, and pressed its finger onto the contract panel. Contract successful. In an instant, Ji Yanli's electrical powers accurately struck the psychic zombie's head, a surge of energy coursing through its hair and into Qingyin's fingers, sending a jolt through her body as she sprang back from the zombie. She landed clumsily on the ground, regaining her composure after a moment. "Are you all right?" In a moment of deliberate retaliation, she slapped Ji Yanli's hand with a resounding crack. Before she could revel in her mischief, her hand was suddenly grasped tightly. Ji Yanli yanked her from the ground as if she were a mere chick, even giving her a little bounce. Just as she steadied herself, Ji Yanli dismissed her with 2 words, "Get in the car." He turned away, leaving her with a cold, indifferent back. Qingyin pouted, trailing behind Ji Yanli at a leisurely pace, her gaze flitting about the various alleyways. The horde of zombies had yet to arrive. Why the hurry? Though she was unperturbed, someone else was not. Just then, Ji Yanli, having just freed herself, dashed toward her, seizing her hand and sprinting to the car, opening the door and shoving her inside before shutting it with a fluid motion. Suddenly, a soft, almost imperceptible laugh reached her ears. Qingyin turned her head, finding Ji Yanli maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. As if the laughter had been a figment of her imagination, he cast her a fleeting glance, his voice icy as he reminded her, "Buckle up." Qingyin scoffed, inwardly grumbling, "In this apocalypse, do we still need to fuss over safety?" The system retorted defiantly, "Isn't there a saying among you humans? Not buckling up is akin to wearing shorts in winter. Quite chilly." Qingyin Yu Qingyin, you're an advanced system. Don't emulate everything you see. Mimicking everything will only lead to your downfall. The system, upon hearing this, rubbed its chubby little hands together. Nodding earnestly, Ji Yanli, gazing at the retreating buildings, asked wearily, "Brother, where are we headed now?" Chapter 6. Time is of the essence to Lingyue Villa. Qingyin is waiting for us there. Upon hearing this, Ji Yanli straightened up, her earlier fatigue dissipating, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Qingyin is also here. Yes, that Ji Yanli's driving skills were impeccable, despite the bumpy road. He navigated with ease, leaving the suddenly appearing zombies far behind, while Yu Qingyin watched helplessly as her targets drifted further away, pain clenching her heart, and closed her eyes in resignation. All she could do was reconsider her plans upon reaching Lingyue Villa. When she reopened her eyes, the sky had darkened, a solitary crescent moon hanging forlornly in the expanse. Before her stood a 3-story pink villa, quietly perched atop a hill. This was the most luxurious villa district in City B, with each villa nestled independently amidst the forest, offering a serene environment. This implied a scarcity of zombies. The ones in this vicinity had likely been cleared out by the individuals Ji Yanli referred to as Qingyin. As Yu Qingyin pondered, the seatbelt suddenly loosened, and she turned to meet Ji Yanli's sparkling eyes. "Qingyin, you're awake. I was just thinking of having my brother carry you down to this." Yu Qingyin sprang from the car as if it were tainted, while Ji Yanli looped her arm through hers, teasingly saying, "Qingyin, after spending so much time together, this is the first time I've heard you snore. You have no idea. Your snoring sounds just like..." Yu Qingyin felt her mind go blank. Left only with the words "you snore." She never snored while sleeping. Could it be that she had changed after becoming a zombie? The mere thought of having slept soundly in the car while the others listened to her snoring was mortifying. Though she didn't care about their reactions, what a socially mortifying image. Ji Yanli appeared oblivious to her discomfort, pondering adjectives with a furrowed brow. Before she could respond, Su Yun, who had been walking ahead, suddenly fell behind, approaching Yu Qingyin with his head bowed, his face flushed as he whispered, "Thank you." After speaking, he dashed away as if pursued by zombies. Noticing the faint imprint on his palm, Yu Qingyin suddenly realized, was this his way of thanking her for a big slap? Did he have such a peculiar preference? Should she offer to complete the other side for him? Before Yu Qingyin could voice her thoughts, the system abruptly vanished from her mind, inside the villa's dining room. Ji Yanli and the others were already seated. Ji Yanli, with a serious expression, was perusing a report. Beside him sat an unfamiliar man, possessing refined features and a charming smile, dressed in a red British-style shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing his exquisite collarbone paired with black dress pants. An undeniably flamboyant appearance. On the round table were 4 dishes: spicy stir-fried pork, braised pork, marinated pig's trotters, and spicy stir-fried cabbage. The moment the unfamiliar man spotted Yu Qingyin entering, his eyes brightened, and upon noticing her disheveled hair, he lazily teased, "Miss you, after a month apart, you've become, so bold, unlike yourself." As he spoke, he appraised Yu Qingyin from head to toe, a grin spreading across his face. Just as the system, which had previously vanished, caught wind of the gossip, it re-emerged, eager to elaborate to Yu Qingyin. The individual in question is Lin Yuqing, the original host's closest companion, and the cunning strategist who aids in the pursuit of Ji Yanli. Based on the extensive reading experience of this system, it is highly likely that he harbors feelings for the original host. Host, you must maintain the persona of the original character and not tarnish the image of the goddess in his eyes. Yu Qingyin gazed at the system in her mind that spoke with such grave absurdity, rolling her eyes in exasperation and disregarding Lin Yuqing's teasing remarks. Her gaze swept across the dining table, and to avoid raising suspicion, she chose an empty seat beside Ji Yanli. Just as she settled down, Lin Yuqing leaned in mischievously, whispering softly, "Why is Miss Yu so quiet today? Usually, you're calling for your brother with such enthusiasm. Have you perhaps discovered the true nature of Ji's dog and decided to give up?" His tone rose with a peculiar excitement, while Yu Qingyin shot him a blank stare, her fingers snapping ominously. The threat implicit in her gesture ate tea that moment. Gu Qingyuan and Ji Yanli emerged from the kitchen, Bearing the last 2 dishes, 0.5 dishes, and a soup was quite a luxury in this post-apocalyptic world. Qingyin pulled out a chair and sat beside Ji Yanli. When Qingyin saw Ji Yanli bring out the tomato and egg soup, her gaze fixated on it, her mouth watering at the sight of such tantalizing tomatoes. She cast a furtive glance at the others. Chu Muyao and her 3 companions were devouring their food as if they hadn't eaten in ages, while Ji Yanli and his group maintained an elegant demeanor. Oblivious to her presence, her heart leaped with joy as she stealthily turned the round table, maneuvering the tomato and egg soup to her side. Gazing at the bowl brimming with tomatoes, Qingyin smacked her lips and began to feast. To avoid suspicion, she symbolically picked up a piece from the other bowls. The entire bowl of tomato and egg soup found its way into Qingyin's stomach, leaving her with a satisfied expression. Her feet beneath the table unable to resist a little jig. After the meal, Chu Miao, her face swollen, wished to avoid further embarrassment and, along with her 3 lackeys, went upstairs to rest after washing the dishes. While Ji Yanli, exhausted from a day of evasion, collapsed into slumber. Only Qingyin, Ji Yanli, Qingyin, and Lin Yuqing remained in the living room. While Qingyin sat on the sofa, her gaze lingering on a car at the entrance. Contemplating the possibility of sneaking out at night to search for zombies, the insistent countdown from the irritating system in her mind was causing her a headache, and she found it impossible to silence. With the passage of time, a sense of urgency began to swell within her. She had only 4 hours left. This villa was too far from the city. Driving there would take over 3 hours, and her driving skills were not particularly commendable, compelling her to abandon this plan. Thus, she would have to search the nearby villas instead, prioritizing how to slip away from the watchful eyes of the 3 men. Chapter 7. Time is short as she pondered. Lin Yuqing's refreshing voice pierced through her thoughts. Oh, it's settled then. I'll keep watch for half the night. You 2 will need your rest for tomorrow's drive. My life is in your hands. Keep watch. Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity. She rose from the sofa and sat beside Ji Yanli, taking his hand and inscribing 3 words in his palm. Qingyin, I will keep watch. Ji Yanli frowned slightly, refusing without a second thought. No, Lin Yuqing's teasing gaze flitted between the 2, commenting with a smirk, You 2 are quite the pair, aren't you? Here we are, with Qingyin and I present, and yet you're openly flirting without a care. How scandalous. He tossed a flirtatious glance at Qingyin, who responded with an exaggerated eye roll. She turned to meet Qing's skeptical gaze. Her heart racing. Had he caught on? Qingyin, what's wrong? If you're facing difficulties, speak up. If Yanli cannot assist, we can help you. Qingyin's voice remained as gentle as ever, feigning genuine concern, though she sensed the underlying probing. Qingyin discreetly assessed the distance to the door. Lin Yuqing, picking up on the tension, chimed in, Indeed, Qingyin, you've been quite subdued. It's a bit unsettling, to be honest. The 3 pairs of eyes in the living room fell upon her simultaneously. Qingyin's expression tightened as she subtly shifted her feet, her hand resting just beneath the table, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. The atmosphere became momentarily stagnant. Ji Yanli cleared his throat. Breaking the tension, Qingyin was startled by a zombie yesterday. She screamed too loud and strained her voice. While Qingyin's gaze flicked towards Ji Yanli's finely chiseled profile, wondering if he had guessed anything. Ji Yanli interrupted Lin Yuqing's rambling. It's getting late. You 2 should rest. I'll handle things with Qingyin. All right, but remember to call me if you need anything, Ji Yanli replied. Once the 2 had disappeared up the staircase, Ji Yanli produced paper and a pen from seemingly nowhere and handed them to Qingyin. Now, tell me, what do you truly intend to do? Qingyin lifted her gaze to Ji Yanli, who lounged lazily on the sofa, his dark eyes deep and contemplative. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the upholstery, exuding an unspoken pressure. After a moment's contemplation, she wrote 2 lines on the paper. After being expelled last night, I discovered that I have awakened a strengthened ability, and absorbing the crystal cores from zombies can enhance my powers. I wish to slay a few zombies tonight to verify this. She handed the paper across to him, taking a seat opposite and watching his expression intently for any sign of change. With these few sentences, she had employed a bit of cunning. The first lines serve as a reminder that even if she were to transform into a zombie, it would be due to his sister's actions. The second line was derived from information provided by the system, speculating that if zombies could absorb crystal cores to enhance their abilities, perhaps humans could do the same. Furthermore, Ji Yanli's previous encounters with zombies, where he hadn't extracted any cores, suggested he might be unaware of this information. Ji Yanli raised his gaze, his expression serious as he scrutinized Qingyin, his eyes dark and penetrating, causing her heart to quicken. After a prolonged silence, she finally heard his cool voice. "Are you certain?" Qingyin exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding emphatically, snatching the paper back from him and inscribing another line. "So, may I go out?" Ji Yanli glanced at the paper, frowning as he declined. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. That I will accompany you after the shift changed." Qingyin furrowed her delicate brows. Exasperated by his persistence, that be why the time the shift changed, her window of opportunity would have passed, and she had no desire to be electrocuted. Qingyin, "We must go now. Time waits for no one." Having written that, she stood up and thrust the paper in front of Ji Yanli as a form of protest. Ji Yanli lowered his gaze to the paper, noting the deep indentations left by her frustrated grip. Illustrating her anger, as he glanced at her puffed-up cheeks, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before vanishing as quickly as it appeared, as if it had never happened. "I'll go and inform Qingyin. You wait here for me." His usually cool voice carried a hint of unexpected lightness. With that, he strode away with long, measured steps toward the upstairs. Qingyin rolled her eyes at his retreating figure, muttering under her breath, "Who would wait for you? I'm off to complete my task." Ji Yanli seemed to sense her unspoken thoughts, pausing momentarily before turning around, casting a nonchalant glance at her subtly shifting feet, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, he returned, accompanied by Qingyin. Qingyin observed the two and offered a cautionary reminder. Yanli nodded in acknowledgement, guiding Qingyin out the door. As they departed, she casually snatched up the paper and pen from the coffee table, and the two of them drove away from the villa. They drove directly to the entrance of the villa community, and Qingyin eagerly unfastened her seatbelt. A piercing honk startled her hand mid-motion as she reached for the door. Before she could react further, illuminated by the car's headlights, a zombie with a crooked neck stumbled out from the bushes. Wearing flip-flops, hands clutching its pants, and directed a stream of expletives towards Qingyin. "Hey, you ugly creature, don't you know zombies have urgent matters to attend to? Hurry up," just as Qingyin opened the car door. The zombie's voice abruptly ceased, its body charred and rigid, collapsing to the ground. Qingyin hastily scribbled several lines on the paper, angrily presenting it to Ji Yanli. Qingyin, moving so fast. "Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Let me take the lead. How can I extract the crystal core if you reduce the zombie to this state?" Ji Yanli glanced at the hastily scrawled words, his gaze shifting to Qingyin's wide, furious eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly upward before quickly returning to neutrality, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 8. Countdown to punishment, to her surprise. After her brief excursion, she felt remarkably revitalized. Qingyin observed Ji Yanli's cold demeanor, frowning as she jotted down a few notes on the paper. Before she could raise it, Ji Yanli turned and walked back into the villa behind him. Qingyin grumbled softly and strode past Ji Yanli. The living room was dimly lit, with the eerie, crimson moonlight spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting an unsettling glow. Qingyin's nose twitched as she made her way towards the kitchen. Before she could get close, low, guttural growls emanated from within. "Who's there?" Qingyin seemingly paid no mind, boldly stepping into the kitchen, where she seized a zombie in a maid's outfit from the refrigerator. Before the zombie could react, she yanked its hand and pressed it against the contract panel. Contract successful. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies and sign the contract provided by the system for 10. Task failure countdown. 101-06. The maid zombie. Regaining her senses, let out a fierce roar at Qingyin. "You have no respect for the undead." Hearing the approaching footsteps, Qingyin leaned closer to the maid zombie's ear and growled. "Now, be honest. Where are the other zombies?" "In the left room on the second floor. There's one in the wardrobe. We were just playing hide and seek." Before she could finish her sentence, her neck was separated from her body. Qingyin raised her gaze to the figure standing at the doorway, Ji Yanli, a malicious smile curling at her lips. With a flick of her wrist, The maid zombie's head flew towards Ji Yanli. Taking advantage of Ji Yanli's evasion, Qingyin seized the kitchen knife from the cutting board and handed it to him before striding up to the second floor. She accurately located the room the maid zombie had mentioned and, upon opening the door, caught a glimpse of Ji Yanli at the staircase corner. The kitchen knife in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, reminiscent of a reaper's scythe, and his movements hastened. Just as she stepped into the room, a zombie lunged at her, a low, guttural voice whispering in her ear, "Hello, sweetheart. You smell so good." Qingyin raised her hand to grasp the wandering limb, rolling her eyes in disdain. "You've turned into a zombie, yet you still can't behave." With a decisive grip, a crack echoed as bones shattered. "Oh, sweetheart, you're really spicy today, I like." Before it could finish, its fingers were pressed against the blue light panel. And the contract was successfully signed. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies and sign a contract provided by the system. 510. Task failure countdown. 50. 59. Oh, master. In the next moment, the male zombie's head crashed to the ground. Qingyin, with a twirl of the disheveled hair from the severed head, handed it to Ji Yanli, who had approached the doorway. Ji Yanli rotated the kitchen knife in his grip, cleaving the zombie's head in two. Blood splattering all over Qingyin, drenching her in a foul stench that a glob of brain matter rolled to her feet. Qingyin. She lifted her eyes to see Ji Yanli elegantly wiping the blood from the knife. His expression still cold and detached, as if he were not the one who had just dispatched a zombie. Unable to suppress her inner thoughts, she muttered to herself, "What a pretentious act that." Qingyin turned and tore a somewhat clean rag from the male zombie's body, wrapping the meatball tightly before tossing it to Ji Yanli. Seizing the moment while Ji Yanli dealt with the crystal core, Qingyin swiftly darted into the adjacent room. The blood-red moonlight spilled onto him. Casting an eerie glow, the small boy lifted his head from his arm, grinning widely to reveal pearly white teeth, extending a severed arm towards her with a low growl. "Hey, sister, want some?" Qingyin silently stepped into the room, reflexively locking the door behind her. She approached the small zombie, crouching beside him and extending her hand. The small zombie looked at her with a puzzled expression, but obediently placed his hand in hers. Contract successfully signed. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies and sign the contract provided by the system. 610. Task failure countdown. 45:01. Qingyin pushed open the door, glancing at Ji Yanli's raised hand, and firmly grasped his wrist. Striding away, Ji Yanli cast a glance at the dismembered corpse before the floor-to-ceiling window, flexing his wrist, but Qingyin tightened her grip, hastening their departure. She scoured the entire second floor, but found no zombies. Decisively dragging Ji Yanli up to the third floor, time slipped away, minute by minute. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies and sign the contract provided by the system. 710. Task failure countdown. 30:02. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies and sign the contract provided by the system. 810. Task failure countdown. 20:01. Main quest: subjugate 10 zombies and sign the contract provided by the system. 910. Task failure countdown. 15:06. Qingyin stood in the corridor on the 5th floor, fixated on the glowing blue crystal core in Ji Yanli's hand. The weight pressing on her heart lifted slightly, with only one remaining. Suddenly, a flash of fire whizzed past her, hurtling directly towards Ji Yanli. He swiftly sidestepped, the fire striking the tiles and leaving a charred mark. They turned to face the source of the fire, 2 identical grayish-white zombies standing silently at the staircase corner. In front of them loomed a zombified golden retriever, its gaze fixed menacingly on Ji Yanli. The right zombie held a flickering flame in its palm, disdain etched on its face. The fire-type zombie sneered, "Hey, ugly, hand over your food, or I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball for my brother. That body is for my beloved Wankai." Qingyin smirked coldly. 2 level 2 zombies. No wonder they were so arrogant. While she feared level 2 abilities, she had no apprehension of level 2 zombies, especially with her indestructible cockroach buff. Just as she took a step forward, Ji Yanli's broad shoulder blocked her path. His gaze turned icy, his expression growing serious as he thrust the kitchen knife into her hands. "Find a safe place to hide. I'll handle this." His tone was grave at Qingyin froze, realizing he intended to confront the 2 level 2 zombies alone. He was only at level 2 himself. The fire-type zombie laughed mockingly, Releasing the flame from its grasp, two fireballs collided midair with a thunderous crash, the shockwave forcing Ji Yanli and the fire-type zombie to stagger back 3 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyin sidestepped, the kitchen knife slicing through the air towards the zombie dog. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the zombie dog's front legs were severed in an instant. The knife embedded itself into the tiles. Blood dripping from the blade. Chapter 9. The Curse of the Unlucky. Suddenly, a blur darted before her eyes, a heavy pressure on her neck. Qingyin reacted swiftly, seizing the wrist of the speedy zombie. With a crack as bone shattered, the pressure on her neck eased, and a fireball hurtled towards her. The searing heat caused the fine hairs on her forehead to curl. Qingyin dodged sideways, colliding with the wall with a dull thud. In the next moment, Ji Yanli grasped her wrist, pulling her away from the spot where a legless zombie dog now stood. Qingyin hurled the severed arm at the zombie dog, which, hindered by its missing legs, was unable to evade, resulting in a deep indentation in its skull. The zombie dog groaned in agony. "Hey, ugly, you're asking for it." The fire-type zombie, previously focused on Ji Yanli, now turned furious, unleashing fireballs indiscriminately at Qingyin. In an instant, the entire 5th floor was illuminated blindingly. Qingyin squinted against the overwhelming brightness when a barrier of condensed lightning suddenly appeared before them, blocking the harsh light. The flames repeatedly battered against the barrier, illuminating Ji Yanli's furrowed brow, beads of sweat trickling down his chiseled jawline, his once rosy lips now pale. "Let us go." His voice remained cold, yet lacked its usual strength. Qingyin raised her gaze to Ji Yanli's pallid face. Her lips pressed tightly together, her expression complex, a flicker of realization igniting within her. There was something redeemable about him, a gentle reminder from the system. 1 minute remains until task failure point 59, 58, 57, with a determined stride. She rushed forward, the glaring zombie dog, eyes glowing red, crouched low, fur bristling, sharp teeth gleaming in the firelight. 30, 29, 28. The zombie dog lunged at her, and in a split second Qingyin aimed, planting her foot on its head and swiftly grasping the severed arm. System now, 5, 4, 3. Contract successfully signed. Main quest, subjugate 10 zombies and sign the contract provided by the system. 10-10, task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Speed ability 1, a gourmet energy box for zombies. And 1 chance to unlock the lucky wheel. Before Qingyin could revel in her triumph, she noticed the barrier Ji Yanli had upheld was wavering, on the verge of shattering. Urgently, she commanded the speedy zombie. Kill the fire-type zombie. The previously attacking speedy zombie dashed towards the fire-type zombie at lightning speed. The fire-type zombie stared in disbelief, its grayish-white eyes widening as the flames dissipated from its grasp. Its body hurtling backward, colliding with the stair railing before tumbling down. The speedy zombie in pursuit. Qingyin snapped the neck of the zombie dog and quickly steadied Ji Yanli's faltering body. Ji Yanli glanced at the 2 entangled zombies, leveraging Qingyin's support to indicate the staircase behind them, softly saying, "Let us go down that way." Qingyin nodded, assisting Ji Yanli as they exited. They walked in silence, emerging from the villa and approaching the CAR. Qingyin released 1 hand to open the car door, placing Ji Yanli in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, and shutting the door in 1 fluid motion. Ji Yanli, he placed a hand over his rapidly beating heart, swallowing hard, his eyelashes fluttering. What was happening to him? The sound of the car door opening broke his thoughts. He quickly lowered his hand. Taking a deep breath, "Can you drive?" Qingyin cast him a sidelong glance, snorting coldly. "Who do you think I am?" She started the vehicle, pressing the accelerator. The car remained stationary, and Qingyin blinked in confusion. Ji Yanli silently helped release the handbrake, gripping the armrest tightly. Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at his actions, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. The car successfully set off, crawling at a snail's pace along the road of the villa community. It could certainly speed up a bit. Qingyin shot him a glance, pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward. The vehicle came to a halt at the villa's entrance, Ji Yanli struggling against a churning stomach. Opened the door, his body tense and his complexion somewhat pale, his steps hastening beyond the usual. As he entered the villa, Qingyin glanced at the stoic Ji Yanli. then at the guilt-ridden Qingyin. A rare hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. Ignoring Qingyin, Qingyin strode after Ji Yanli. After a decisive change of clothes and a quick wash, he comfortably reclined on the bed. Opening the system's backpack. Dog system. What on earth is that zombie-specific gourmet energy pack? The system protested, feeling wronged. It's so cute. Qingyin, uninterested in its lengthy discourse, nodded dismissively. Explain what this is, will you? And what's the purpose of that lucky wheel? The system, sensing her impatience, placed its hands on its hips and explained with a hint of pride. The zombie-specific gourmet energy pack is designed solely for zombies. Consuming it can increase their ability points, aiding the host in winning over zombies. Anticipating her next question, the system quickly added, but it only works on zombies that are not the host. Qingyin retorted, what use is this useless item to me? Haven't you heard the saying to forge iron? One must be strong oneself? Forget it. You, a mere novice system, wouldn't know. Her words seemed like a sharp blade piercing the system's heart, causing the plump figure at her mind to wilt instantly. A smirk graced Qingyin's lips, her mood lifting slightly. As she casually clicked on the lucky wheel, a towering wheel suddenly appeared in the room, divided into 10 sections. She furrowed her brow at the wheel. System, why can't I see the words clearly on this lucky wheel? The system perked up at her words, explaining eagerly, this was specially designed by the main system considering the heart tolerance of the bound host. Previously, there was a host with a heart condition, and because it was two, observing the system's rambling, Qingyin promptly pressed the activation button. The wheel spun rapidly, and after half a minute, it gradually came to a halt. Announcing, congratulations, host, you have obtained zombie-specific gourmet energy pack 6. Qingyin exclaimed. Why does my cursed luck seem to follow me wherever I go? Frustrated, she kicked the wheel, and in the next moment, it turned into a myriad of stars. Vanishing into thin air, she flopped back onto the bed. The following day, glaring sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, and Qingyin raised her hand to shield her eyes, groggily sitting up in bed and scratching her head. Chapter 10. An encounter with mutated plants. Host, your adorable system has suddenly appeared. Surprised? Unexpected? Qingyin replied. The system continued unabated, now issuing a new task for the host. Main task, subdue mutated plants, 0-10, deadline, 2 days. Listening to the task, Qingyin couldn't help but scoff. Another time limit? Can you be any more dogged, system? Why not give me just 1 day? Detecting host complaint, now changing, Qingyin hurriedly interrupted the system, saying sweetly, no, I was just joking. Consider it as me just mumbling that a true warrior can bend and stretch, but one must not hastily speak and bring trouble upon oneself. Then this system wishes the host a successful completion of the task. To avoid electric shock punishment, good luck, host. With Qingyin in a bind, the system's voice became cheerier. Qingyin, observing the system in her mind, felt an ironic smile creep onto her face. Indeed, one can truly smile coldly when in extreme exasperation. After tidying her mood, Qingyin quickly washed up and headed downstairs. In the living room, Ji Yanli and the others had already begun breakfast. Chu Muyao, seated beside Ji Yanli, leaned towards him triumphantly when she saw Qingyin descending, her eyes glinting with provocation as she smiled innocently. Good morning, Qingyin. Brother Qingyin made breakfast. We were just waiting for you to join us. Qingyin seemed to ignore her entirely, calmly taking a seat between Ji Yanli and Ji Yanli. Her gaze passed over the red marks concealed beneath Chu Muyao's makeup, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing, contemplating that perhaps she had been too lenient yesterday. Noticing Qingyin's disregard, a flicker of confusion crossed Chu Muyao's mind. Typically by this time, Qingyin would have lunged at her, seeking to attack. Had this wretched girl turned over a new leaf? Undeterred, she leaned closer to Ji Yanli, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qingyin, are you upset with me for not protecting you in the car yesterday? Please, can you sit in the back? Her voice was low, as if bearing a colossal grievance. Wang Xian and Lu Lin opened their mouths, about to speak up for Chu Muyao, but were instantly silenced by Ji Yanli's cold glare, hastily burying their heads in their meals. The only responses to Chu Muyao's plea were the sounds of chopsticks clashing against bowls, her attacks landing like punches against cotton, creating no impact. Watching the unresponsive Qingyin, Chu Muyao felt a surge of dissatisfaction, her mouth opening slightly, as if to say more. Ji Yanli shot her a disdainful look, retorting, "If you keep babbling, I'll sew your mouth shut. Even during meals, you can't keep quiet." Chu Muyao glared back at Ji Yanli, a flash of malice crossing her eyes as she silently seethed, putting on a pitiful expression while casting hopeful glances at Ji Yanli. However, couldn't be bothered to even glance her way, as if she were a source of bad luck, subtly shifting his seat closer to Qingyin. Witnessing this, Chu Muyao felt her breath quicken with irritation, mentally cursing while nearly losing her facade of fragility, shooting a resentful glare at Qingyin before begrudgingly continuing her meal. The dining table fell silent once more. After finishing breakfast, the group made little delay, tidying up slightly before preparing to depart. As they opened the door, a wave of heat rushed in, making it feel as though they were stepping into a furnace. The air shimmered, and beads of sweat quickly formed on their foreheads, sliding down into their collars. Ji Yanli, unable to bear it any longer, wiped the sweat from her brow. How can the temperature change so suddenly? It was freezing at night, and now it feels like we're about to melt. Ji Yanli's expression darkened as he coldly ordered, "Get in the C.A.R. T his command." Everyone swiftly closed the villa door and piled into the vehicle. Unlike the others who were sweating profusely, Qingyin seemed to exist in an entirely different realm, feeling refreshingly cool, not a single drop of sweat to be seen. Quietly lagging a few steps behind, she picked up a glass of water from the table, splashed it on her face, and hurriedly opened the passenger door, meeting Chu Muyao's pitiful gaze. "Qingyin, I feel a bit carsick. Could you please sit in the back? I am begging you, you're the kindest." Before she could finish, Qingyin slammed the car door shut, circling around to open the back door, sitting next to Lin Yuqing. Seeing Qingyin's desolate retreat, Chu Muyao smirked with satisfaction. This morning, this wretched girl was acting quite well, playing the game of feigned indifference, and no matter how many tricks she played, Ji Yanli would ultimately be mine. Why Qingyin paid no mind to Chu Muyao's thoughts. As soon as she got into the car, she closed her eyes to rest. Lin Yuqing, seated in the back, had already fallen into a deep sleep from the previous night's vigil, just as Chu Muyao was about to say something. Ji Yanli cast a glance at the rearview mirror and calmly stated, "Silence." Chu Muyao glanced at Ji Yanli's cold, handsome face, her cheeks flushing, her head lowering shyly as her imagination ran wild, her face tinged with crimson. Qingyin was deep in slumber when suddenly the car jolted, pulling her from her dreams. She looked around, realizing they had unexpectedly arrived at a desolate road flanked by mountains. The trees on either side were thick and robust, reminiscent of a primal forest. Through the windshield, she spotted a gigantic green vine clinging to a bizarrely large pine tree, blocking the road entirely. The vine had burst through the ground, its leaves larger than barrels, and countless tendrils swayed in the air as if they had a mind of their own, eerily extending towards them. Qingyin's eyes widened in shock, staring at the mutated vine. "Dog system, this can't possibly be the mutated plant I need to subdue, right?" The system, conveniently ignoring her initial words, nodded excitedly under her gaze. "Host is truly clever and fortunate, encountering a mutated plant right upon exiting. Wishing the host success." The system blurted everything in one breath before skittishly retreating. Qingyin coldly observed the system's plump figure vanish, her eyes narrowing as she let out a few derisive chuckles. "Ha!" Lin Yuqing, sitting beside her, groggily opened his eyes, and upon taking in the situation, the sleepiness vanished instantly. "What in the world is going on, Boss G? The plants have mutated?" Just as he turned to look, the mutated vine grew wildly, encircling their two vehicles in a matter of moments. Not only that, but the vines also ascended, seemingly intent on creating a cage, and within mere blinks, the blinding sunlight was obscured by half. Lin Yuqing instantly grasped Ji Yanli's intention, quickly rolling down the window. A barrage of flames rained down upon the vines, reducing the obstructing green tendrils to ash in an instant. Chapter 11. Finding a way to leave the group, Qingyin's gaze swept over the scattered ash on the ground, her eyes glimmering with determination. With a sharp intake of breath, she marveled at the formidable prowess of this group. It appeared that the mission to subdue the mutated plants would need to be postponed once more. She had to devise a way to extricate herself from the team. Otherwise, she would be constrained at every turn, hampering her ability to fulfill her objectives, just as they had managed to escape the encirclement of the mutated vines. A sudden flash of green crashed against the car window beside her, shattering it and showering her with shards of glass, leaving her arm marked with droplets of blood. The abrupt turn of events startled everyone, sending a shiver down their spines while Qingyin observed the vines attempting to ensnare her. Her delicate fingers clenched tightly as she braced herself. Crack! Lin Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Miss you, I never anticipated this violent side of you." Just as his words fell, a piercing scream echoed from the vehicle behind them. Was that Ji Yanli? Ji Yanli slammed on the brakes as soon as the vehicle came to a halt. Ji Yanli flung open the door. While Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She thought she might have missed her chance, but fortune favored her. Exiting the vehicle, she saw Ji Yanli in the passenger seat, her fair arm marred by a deep crimson mark, blood seeping through the wound, her expression one of sheer terror. Everyone else disembarked, fully engaged in fending off the onslaught of vines that surged towards them like an army. Ji Yanli conjured a lightning orb, launching it alongside the abilities of others, reducing the approaching vines to mere ashes in an instant. Suddenly, several vines shot up from the ground, each thicker than a barrel. And in a heartbeat, the nearby vehicles were cleaved in two in the blink of an eye. The vines intertwined, forming an inescapable cage, a sea of green obscuring much of the glaring sunlight, with only fragmented rays filtering through the gaps. Qingyin casually snapped the vines attempting to envelop her, squinting her eyes as she gazed deeper into the tangle. She needed to locate the root of the problem before her plans for the contract were dashed again. Just as she was about to make her move, Lin Yuqing shielded her from behind, his nonchalant voice ringing in her ears. "Miss you, don't wander off, stay behind me. I'll protect you. With Boss Ji around. These little vines won't last long. Look at Boss Ji's commanding figure. Handsome, isn't he?" Following Lin Yuqing's lead, Qingyin observed Ji Yanli moving decisively, each hand wielding a lightning orb as he swiftly dispatched the attacking vines, effortlessly dodging those that erupted from the ground, as if in an uninhabited realm. TSK, Boss Ji truly lives up to his title. If only those little admirers at the base could see this captivating scene. There would be quite the uproar. While Lin Yuqing bantered with Qingyin, launching fireballs to incinerate the advancing vines, she shot him an exasperated glance, taking a deep breath to refrain from crushing this bothersome individual. "Ugh, I must escape this insufferable team, Brother Ji, save me." The delicate cry of Chu Miao interrupted their conversation. Wang Xian and the others were too preoccupied to spare her a glance. Ji Yuqing, occupied with tending to Ji Yanli, could not afford to assist her either. This pushed her to step out of her comfort zone, hastily approaching Ji Yanli. The reckless maneuver made Qingyin's lips twitch in annoyance. Ugh, how infuriating. Can't she refrain from causing trouble? If not for her spatial abilities, I would have had Boss Ji expel her from the team long. Lin Yuqing continued his grievances while leading Qingyin toward Chu Muyao. A vine suddenly lunged toward Chu Muyao at an astonishing speed. "Brother Ji, save me." If her previous scream had merely been an attempt to capture Ji Yanli's attention, this one was laced with genuine fear. Ji Yanli glanced back, hurling a lightning orb that struck the vine, reducing it to cinders. Chu Miao, trembling in fear, stared at the ashes on the ground, cold sweat trickling down her brow, before Qingyin and Lin Yuqing could reach her. Chu Miao seemed to make a resolved decision, striding toward Ji Yanli with determination. Ji Yanli frowned at her approach, reluctantly slowing his pace to accommodate her. While Qingyin, watching Chu Miao's actions, felt a spark of inspiration ignite within her. Suddenly, the girl appeared quite agreeable. She decided to reveal her true strength, grasping a vine in each hand, feeling them squirm momentarily before yielding. System, contract, host. That is not permissible. The host must locate the core of the mutated vine to initiate the contract. Qingyin, seizing the moment while Lin Yuqing held onto Chu Miao's arm, she deftly maneuvered around him, hastening toward the core of the mutated vine. Sensing the impending danger, the vine's branches frantically expanded, ensnaring a nearby pine tree in a dense embrace, striking at Qingyin with wild abandon. She nimbly evaded them, the vines crashing to the ground, leaving deep craters in their wake. Yes, she dodged several more vines. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the massive, spherical root, presenting a challenge. Suddenly, a lightning orb zipped past her, striking the root and charring it black. Yet within moments, it began to regenerate at a visible pace. Just then, an enormous shadow loomed above her, as the mutated vines wove a green net, descending upon her. Her eyes sharpened, and she sprinted away from the impending trap. Yet, the green net seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing her relentlessly. Her wrist was suddenly grasped by someone, yanking her away from danger. The green net obliterated by a lightning orb. Yanli's deep voice resonated in her ear. "Stay behind me," as Qingyin gazed at Ji Yanli's imposing figure. An unfamiliar emotion surged within her. Why did he always feel the need to play the hero? Why did he disrupt her meticulously crafted plans? Behind them, Chu Miao, lagging behind, glared at Qingyin, who was sheltered by Ji Yanli, her eyes brimming with jealousy, akin to the vines that grew wildly. Chu Miao cast a glance at Lin Yuqing, who was fiercely resisting the vines, and a reckless idea sparked within her. "Brother Yuqing, go help Brother Ji and Qingyin. Don't mind me, I can manage on my own." Lin Yuqing hurled several fireballs, casting a cool glance at Chu Miao's affected demeanor. "Stay put and don't cause trouble." Chu Miao seethed with resentment at Lin Yuqing's actions. No, she couldn't allow this wretched girl to get close to Brother Ji. Chapter 12. Chu Miao's schemes raising an eyebrow. She flashed a provocative smile, quickening her pace to follow Ji Yanli, closing the distance between them to just a step. Sensing Qingyin's approach, Ji Yanli's brow twitched slightly as he erected a lightning barrier, guiding Qingyin closer to the roots. The formidable vines slammed against the shield, yet it remained as steadfast as ever. While Qingyin's gaze fell upon the barrier, her mind racing with thoughts, it seemed even sturdier than the night before. Concern for Ji Yanli's handsome profile creased her brow, noting his demeanor was relaxed, a stark contrast to the strain of the previous night. Had his abilities upgraded? As this thought crossed her mind, the system chimed in. "Host is correct. Thanks to the method you provided last night, Ji Yanli absorbed the core and successfully upgraded to level 3. Therefore, Host must not reveal your identity." Was she inadvertently shooting herself in the foot? "Thank you for the reminder. It's thanks to you that my abilities have progressed so swiftly." Ji Yanli's cool voice carried a hint of unnoticeable pleasure. Qingyin, as they conversed. Drawing closer to the roots under the protection of the lightning barrier, Qingyin caught sight of Chu Miao approaching her from the corner of her eye, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. The trap was set, deliberately lagging behind. She distanced herself from Ji Yanli's protective range. In her periphery, she noted Chu Miao's feigned panic as she dashed toward her, the vines behind her lunging forward. Qingyin did not miss the fleeting glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Her lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. This fish was proving to be quite useful. Chu Miao pretended to be terrified, calling out, "Qingyin, save me." Qingyin seized the moment, turning to grasp the vine, while Chu Miao ducked behind her. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, a flicker of malice passed through her gaze as she forcefully shoved Qingyin from behind. "Die, you wretched girl!" Unbeknownst to her, Qingyin followed the momentum, lunging toward the root of the vine. She felt no fear of perishing at the hands of the mutated vine, as her beginner's gift contained an invincible skill. This vine could not kill her. If it could not kill her, then it could only submit to her contract. If she had continued as before, breaking through Ji Yanli's protective circle would have been nearly impossible. Chu Miao was the perfect opportunity. Previously, she allowed her original self to bear the blame. Now it was time for Chu Miao to taste what it felt like to carry the weight of blame. Qingyin, Qingyin, Qingyin. The sudden shift in circumstances left everyone aghast. Chu Miao suppressed her rising smile, feigning distress as tears welled in her eyes. A mixture of fear and sorrow etched upon her face. "Qingyin, I was wrong. I should have let you. It's all my fault. Please don't abandon me to the mutated plants. Let me take the blame for Qingyin." Lin Yuqing glared furiously at Chu Miao. But before he could act, someone outpaced him and kicked Chu Miao to the ground. The force was so great that her exposed wrist was scraped, blood oozing from the wound. Ji Yanli glared at Chu Muyao with unrestrained fury, relentlessly pummeling her while cursing. Chu Muyao, how could you be so malicious? In the past, one had a penchant for sowing discord, inverting truths, and framing Qingyin, placing the blame squarely upon her. Though Wang Xin and the others quickly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, intending to restrain Ji Yanli. However, Gu Qingyin stepped in their way, smilingly interjecting, "This does not concern you. Should you insist on meddling, I would not hesitate to leave you here, your fate resting solely on fortune." His voice, as gentle as ever, sent chills down Wang Xin and the other spines, rendering them hesitant to advance further. Chu Miao glanced at Ji Yanli, who was approaching, and, momentarily taken aback, braced herself to meet Yanqi's fist, tearfully exclaiming, "Yanqi, go ahead and hit me, strike me dead, so I may accompany Qingyin." She believed her actions to be sufficiently covert, convinced they would not discover her interference. Even if they did, their supplies were within her space. For the sake of those resources, they could not possibly kill her, but Ji Yanli observed the tightly intertwined roots with a flicker of awareness. He had sensed the subtle movements of Yu Qingyin. To let someone who valued their own life above all else willingly embrace death, he could not fathom that she had no backup plan, and given her identity, even knowing she would not perish, he could not suppress his concern for her. He would not let the instigator escape unscathed. Ji Yanli cast a cold glance at Chu Muyao, waiting until Ji Yanli had had her fill of violence before speaking with a chilling tone. "Enough. The priority is to rescue Qingyin." Upon hearing Ji Yanli speak on her behalf, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chu Muyao's eyes, though she soon reverted to her guilt-ridden demeanor, feigning a dazed expression as she stumbled to her feet. "Brother Ji is right. I must save Qingyin." In a place where they could not see her, the smile on her face could no longer be concealed. Suddenly, the roots that had encased Yu Qingyin began to stir, blooming like petals. Yu Qingyin emerged unscathed, save for the green sap staining her clothes, revealing her recent ordeal. The root, once bulbous, withered instantly, taking the colossal pine tree down to the width of a mere finger. Chu Muyao's smile froze on her face. This wretched girl was still alive. A hint of amusement danced in Ji Yanli's cold eyes, resembling stars falling from the sky, captivating enough to draw one's gaze. Fresh from successfully contracting a mutated plant, Yu Qingyin could hardly contain her smile. Suddenly locking eyes with Ji Yanli, she was momentarily stunned, realizing that his eyes were rather striking. Perhaps he had redeeming qualities after all. Seemingly aware of Yu Qingyin's gaze, Ji Yanli's smile vanished in an instant as he strode towards the withered vines. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in Ji Yanli's embrace. A soft whimper escaped Yu Qingyin's shoulder. "Qingyin, you're all right. Thank goodness. You scared me to death. You mustn't frighten me like that again." The concern woven in her words warmed Yu Qingyin's heart. She raised her hand and gently patted Ji Yanli's back, offering a touch of reassurance. Chu Muyao forced a smile and hurried to Yu Qingyin's side. Just as she reached out to embrace Yu Qingyin, Ji Yanli's cold voice interrupted her actions. "Let us go." Yu Qingyin halted at Ji Yanli's command, her smile freezing on her face as she observed the once withered vines now charred black, bearing remnants of lightning-based powers. If it had previously been Yu Qingyin and the mutated vine conspiring to transform into dead branches to evade notice, now, struck by Ji Yanli's lightning ball, it was indeed utterly destroyed. While Yu Qingyin glared at Ji Yanli's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in fury. She was begrudgingly pulled along by Ji Yanli, due to the vine's destruction of their small car. The 9 of them were forced to squeeze into a single vehicle. Fortunately, it was a spacious van, making the situation somewhat bearable. Ji Yanli took the wheel, while Yu Qingyin was unceremoniously stuffed into the passenger seat by Ji Yanli. She shot a furtive glance at Ji Yanli, rolling her eyes before adjusting her seat and promptly dozing off, seeking solace in the oblivion of sleep. It wasn't that she lacked concern. Rather, with Ji Yanli obstructing her path, attempting to contract the mutated plant seemed increasingly difficult. It was wiser to conserve her energy for a more significant endeavor later that evening. As she drifted off, she found herself truly asleep. If there was one aspect of her transformation into a zombie that Yu Qingyin relished, it was the unparalleled quality of her sleep. She could fall into a deep slumber at the slightest opportunity. When she finally opened her eyes again, they had arrived at the base, a site transformed from an ancient city. At the bottom of the enclosing wall stood a heavy iron gate, with a makeshift tent erected outside. Where two soldiers in military uniforms were busy registering arrivals, a long line formed before them, comprised of individuals of all ages, each appearing grimy and weary, some so emaciated they barely resembled their former selves. Leaning on one another, gazing longingly at the gates of the base, Lin Yuqing stepped out of the car and approached the registration soldiers, exchanging a few words before the iron gate slowly creaked open. This scene incited a stir among those waiting in line, who, seizing the opportunity, attempted to sneak through. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire rang overhead, dispelling any thoughts of blending in among the crowd as they watched the vehicle with longing. Ji Yanli maneuvered the car steadily inside. The vehicle wound its way through the interior, making a turn to reveal a three-story traditional Chinese villa not far ahead, a common sight in the vicinity. As they entered the underground garage, the lights flickered on, and upon disembarking, assistance was immediately offered. Ji Yanli exchanged a few words with a soldier, and Chu Muyao and the others were escorted away. As they walked, the soldier informed them of the base's arrangements. Chu Muyao watched Yu Qingyin follow Ji Yanli with a sense of urgency, her desire to voice her concern stifled. The soldier leading them, perceiving her intentions, coldly remarked, "Miss Chu, if you disagree with the base's arrangements, please feel free to leave." Chu Muyao fell silent, fully aware of the scene outside the base. She was merely a level 1 spatial abilities user, rendering her nearly inconsequential to the base. Leaving would strip her of any means of self-preservation, akin to courting death. With a resentful glare cast at Yu Qingyin, she departed. Noticing Chu Miao's hostility, Yu Qingyin blinked innocently, allowing Ji Yanli to guide her away while Lin Yuqing casually introduced the base to them. In brief, this base was established by Ji Yanli's and Yu Qingyin's parents, and while it housed a significant number of ability users, ordinary people outnumbered them. Each ability user could form their own teams to undertake tasks from the mission hall, earning points to exchange for supplies and food. Ordinary individuals could also earn points by completing basic tasks, such as cleaning, which, after a day's labor, could barely secure their basic needs. However, due to the sheer number of people, task availability was limited, leaving many struggling to make ends meet. This was a desperate situation. The base housed nearly 100,000 individuals, with over 70,000 being ordinary people. The collection of resources was scarce, necessitating a delicate balance. Lin Yuqing took a sip of water, draping an arm over Yu Qingyin's shoulder and smiling broadly. "Miss Yu, let us take you to meet Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin's eyes widened, her drowsiness evaporating as a wave of anxiety rushed over her. Given her current situation, would she be discovered upon meeting them? Rest assured, as long as you keep quiet and interact with your family as normal, you will not expose yourself. Reassured by the system's words, Yu Qingyin felt a measure of her unease dissipate. With trepidation in her heart, she approached an elegantly designed villa. A middle-aged couple stood at the white door, both possessing striking features that belied their age. Despite being in their 50s, they appeared to be in their 30s. Upon meeting their gaze, tears streamed uncontrollably down Yu Qingyin's cheeks, an instinctive reaction of this body. In the next moment, she was enveloped in the warm embrace of the beautiful woman, who exuded a faint fragrance. Taking a few steps back, her father, Yu, approached, wiping the tears from his eyes as he looked at Ji Yanli and the others, speaking with heartfelt gratitude. "Thanks to you, we are able to see Qingyin again. We are truly grateful." His tone brimmed with appreciation, particularly toward Ji Yanli, given that his daughter had previously committed numerous transgressions against them. The fact that they could still rescue her despite that was a testament to their extraordinary character. Unperturbed by Yu's excessive enthusiasm, Ji Yanli maintained a composed smile, his cool voice tinged with respect. "Uncle Yu, you overstate matters. Qingyin is also our sister. It was our duty to help. Moreover, throughout the journey, Qingyin aided us considerably." However, she restrained her voice and cannot speak at the moment. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin cast a puzzled glance at him. When had he become so benevolent? Seemingly noticing her scrutiny, Ji Yanli slightly turned his head, his gaze drifting past you to meet Yu Qingyin's guarded eyes. His lips curled into a subtle smile, his profound eyes concealing an inscrutable depth. That smile made Yu Qingyin's heart race, a wave of foreboding washing over her. Chapter 14. The original host's madness under Yu Qingyin's wary gaze. Ji Yanli lingered for a few moments more, engaging in idle chatter with you before taking his leave. Once home, Yu Qingyin felt the tension in her body ease slightly as she lazily leaned against her mother. Munching on a tomato, the sweet flavor of the tomato barely suppressed her longing for human flesh. Seeing their daughter eat and drink heartily, the weight of worry lifted from both Yu and his wife. Observing her carefree demeanor, her mother could not help but begin to nag. "Qingyin, you might as well give up on that lad from the Ji family. Given the myriad of misdeeds you have committed against him in the past, it is quite unlikely that he would overlook those grievances to come to your not continue to trouble him." "Father," you chimed in, "your mother speaks wisely. While your parents were once able to shield you, and still can to some extent, we will inevitably grow old." You. As he trailed off, Father Yu let out a deep sigh, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes before he continued. "The times have changed." Yu Qingyin took a bite of a tomato, glancing happily at her toes, nodding absent-mindedly. Her curiosity about the original owner's past actions towards Ji Yanli deepened. What extraordinary and earth-shattering deeds had she committed that prompted both Father Yu and Mother Yu to reiterate their warnings? Yu Qingyin accepted the tomato handed to her by her mother and called out in her mind, "System, enlighten me about the love-hate relationship between the original owner and Ji Yanli." Upon hearing the mention of gossip, the system immediately manifested, its eyes wide with excitement. "Host, you are unaware of the full extent of the situation." "Oh no, I mean the original owner." There were declarations of love down below Ji Yanli's dormitory, composed of 999 roses arranged in a heart, helicopter confessions, and even administering drugs to ensure a consummated relationship. All have been attempted. In fact, every scenario imaginable in the novel had been executed by the original owner, resulting in Ji Yanli avoiding her at all costs. When one considers that Ji Yanli has not seen the original owner for an entire year, it speaks volumes of his remarkable composure towards her. The system's words left Yu Qingyin in shock. The tomato in her mouth lost its appeal as her mind involuntarily conjured images of the original owner pursuing Ji Yanli, leaving her speechless. No wonder Ji Yanli's gaze towards her had been so peculiar earlier. The original owner had indeed been quite fierce in her affections. She suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Ji Yanli. He truly had it tough to be. By the way, didn't you mention that Lin Yuqing was the original owner's strategist? Were all these outrageous ideas is doing? Yu Qingyin attempted to find an excuse for the original owner's reckless behavior. One could say that Lin Yuqing, a notorious playboy, imparted all his methods of pursuing girls whenever the original owner sought his counsel. As for the drugs, that was an idea the original owner gleaned from a novel. Qingyin. Mother Yu's voice interrupted Yu Qingyin's conversation with the system. Puzzled, Yu Qingyin raised her gaze, silently inquiring. Mother Yu affectionately caressed Yu Qingyin's cheek, gently admonishing her. "Qingyin, your father and I are heading to the base center now. Stay here obediently, and if you wish for anything, just ask Limad. If you feel tired, retreat to your room. Your room is the master bedroom on the second floor, understood?" Mother Yu's words, imbued with concern, made Yu Qingyin's nose tingle. She nuzzled against Mother Yu affectionately. Mother Yu felt a warmth in her heart, chuckling as she gently pushed Yu Qingyin away before relaying a few instructions to Lima, and then linked her arm with Father Yu's as they departed. While Yu Qingyin ascended the stairs, carrying a plate of tomatoes. The original owner's room was brimming with a princess-like charm, all in shades of pink. On the two nightstands rested photographs of her and Ji Yanli, separated by a metaphorical galaxy. The pink princess bed was adorned with two Ji Yanli figurine pillows that Yu Qingyin couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of her mouth. The original owner's affection for Ji Yanli was undeniably profound. With a sigh, Yu Qingyin shut the door behind her. Suddenly, she felt a wriggling sensation from her body, and a vine emerged from her clothing, climbing up to her wrist, chattering away. "Susu, let me down, I'm afraid of heights. Your teammate is too ruthless. If it weren't for my cleverness, you might never see me again." Also, can I have another bite of that treat you gave me earlier? Yu Qingyin, surprised, gazed at the small vine entwined around her wrist. How did you survive? Weren't you already dead? She spoke while placing the tiny vine on her vanity, casually covering Ji Yanli's photograph from her system backpack. She retrieved a delicate box, extracting a palm-sized treat to place on the table. The small vine perched atop the treat like a toothpick, mumbling an explanation. You wouldn't know if it weren't for my clone. I would surely have perished under that malicious human's thunderball. Why Yu Qingyin pressed her finger against the vine's raised tail. The vine, savoring the treat, suddenly blushed a vibrant pink, gazing at Yu Qingyin in a bashful manner. Does the boss like me for touching my tail? If the boss confesses, will it agree or not? Yu Qingyin, oblivious to the vine's thoughts, innocently asked, Tung-ting, do you know any of your kind? The vine's head turned a shy red. Glancing at Yu Qingyin, though its lack of eyes rendered its expression unreadable, the boss named me Tung-ting. Yes, I know, the vine replied bashfully, its voice tinged with shyness. That why Yu Qingyin, not noticing its change, brightened up, sitting up straight with a smile. Tung-ting, tonight I will take you out. You must bring your companions with you, that if they refuse, you'll have to persuade them until they agree. For everyone you bring back, I'll reward you with a treat. How does that sound? The vine's head returned to its original green hue, its earlier sadness overshadowed by the enticing offer. Susu promises to accomplish the task. I'm going now. The tiny vine swallowed the treat in one gulp and darted out of the room, mentally encouraging itself. Surely, the boss was thinking that once they were together, it couldn't be without little brothers. Hence the request to bring them along. Why Yu Qingyin, unaware of the small vine's musings, was drawn to a small paper box in the corner of the room. She stepped over, curiously lifting the lid, revealing a photo of chiseled abs. The owner of the photograph boasted a tall figure, striking features, and a charming beauty mark at the corner of his eye. Accentuating his appeal, his well-defined collarbone led down to a sculpted chest, 8-pack abs, and a tantalizing villain, clad only in a pair of swim trunks. The owner of this photograph was none other than Ji Yanli. Yu Qingyin's fingers recoiled as if burned, hastily tossing the photo aside. The next image was even more provocative. Why Yu Qingyin felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Chapter 15. Seeking Ji Yanli's assistance, momentarily overwhelmed. Yu Qingyin dared not look further. Hurriedly closing the box, she stepped back, leaning against the sofa, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Shaking her head to dispel the images from her mind, she rose. Grasping 2 tomatoes, and casually stuffed a piece of paper and a pen in her pocket before exiting the room. With her parents absent and Ji Yanli not watching, this was the perfect opportunity for her to leave. Relying on the tiny vine to accomplish the task felt too passive. She needed to devise another plan for escape. The threat of electric punishment was no trivial matter. With only one day left after today, she had to act swiftly. Upon descending the stairs, she found Li Ma tidying up the living room. Noticing Yu Qingyin leaving, Li Ma resumed her work, knowing the young lady's temperament would lead her to seek out young Master Ji. As Yu Qingyin stepped outside, a towering bodyguard stationed at the entrance immediately followed her. Clad in a black suit, he exuded an imposing presence. With each step Yu Qingyin took, he mirrored her, maintaining a distance of 1 meter. Yu Qingyin glanced at him, pulling out her pen and paper, swiftly scribbling down a few words that I can manage on my own. The bodyguard cast a glance at the paper, remaining unmoved. Why Yu Qingyin frowned, thrusting the note towards him. Only then did the bodyguard explain, Miss, Madam has instructed that if you go out, I must accompany you. Should anything happen to you, or should you be bullied, my job is on the line. I hope you can understand. His tone carried a hint of arrogance. This only deepened Yu Qingyin's frown, her frustration mounting that if someone was following her, how could she discreetly leave the base, given her parents' protective nature? It was virtually impossible for her to walk out openly. What other means could there be to escape? Who could her parents trust to allow her to undertake a mission? Ji Yanli's name immediately surfaced in her mind. He was the only one she could think of. After a moment of internal conflict, Yu Qingyin sighed in resignation that if she had to be monitored, so be it. It was still preferable to facing electric punishment for failing her task. With that thought in mind, she halted, quickly writing down a new message. Take me to find Ji Yanli. Upon reading her request, a flicker of disdain flashed in the bodyguard's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. Yet duty compelled him to nod in agreement. Miss, please follow me. With that, he led Yu Qingyin around a dried-up fountain until they arrived at a villa identical to the Yu family residence. They happened upon Lin Yuqing, who had come looking for Ji Yanli. Upon spotting Yu Qingyin striding towards him, he smiled teasingly. Miss Yu, what a coincidence. Are you here to see Boss Ji? Is this what you meant by day apart feeling like 3 autumns? In the living room, Ji Yanli lounged casually on the sofa, his long legs crossed elegantly. Holding a remote control and clicking through channels that on the opposite sofa sat Gu Qingyuan and Ji Yanli. With Gu Qingyuan animatedly speaking, Ji Yanli gazed at Gu Qingyuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Upon sensing Yu Qingyin's approach, all three turned their heads in unison. Ji Yanli effortlessly switched off the television, and Ji Yanli excitedly dashed over, linking her arm with Yu Qingyin's. Qingyin, you're here. Come sit. Are you looking for my brother? After exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Qingyuan swept his gaze over the seated Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin. And in an instant, he comprehended Ji Yanli's intention. With a wry smile, he rose to his feet. I shall escort you there. Excitedly, Ji Yanli linked her arm with Gu Qingyuan's and departed, chattering away. Let us hasten, so my parents do not grow anxious. This left Yu Qingyin utterly perplexed. In a moment, the villa was left with only Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin. Suppressing her discomfort, Yu Qingyin directly produced a piece of paper and penned a few lines. Yu Qingyin, tomorrow I must undertake a mission to gather supplies and, while at it, eliminate a few zombies to enhance my abilities. Would you care to join me? Ji Yanli cast a glance at the note. A faint smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to speak, he inadvertently caught sight of Yu Qingyin's flushed earlobes, which left him momentarily stunned. His gaze swept over her indifferent expression, and his smile deepened. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? If I am not mistaken, you have shown considerable wariness, or perhaps disdain, towards me until now, given her unusual behavior over the past few days. He had an inkling of her true feelings. Why Yu Qingyin, feeling somewhat vexed, scribbled a few more characters. My parents only trust you. Ji Yanli glanced at her frustrated demeanor, and his mood lightened. He adjusted his words. Regrettably, I must decline. I have official duties tomorrow and cannot accompany you. You ought to seek others. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin felt a surge of urgency. If he did not go, her original parents would undoubtedly prevent her from leaving the base. She quickly jotted down another line. Why Yu Qingyin? Could you possibly postpone it? As compensation, I shall share half of any zombie cores I acquire with you. What do you say? Ji Yanli glanced at the tomato on the table. Leaning back on the sofa with half-closed eyes, exuding an emotion that Yu Qingyin found inscrutable. Why must you go out tomorrow? Is it not acceptable to delay by a day? His cool voice was laden with ambiguity. Yu Qingyin keenly sensed the underlying test in Ji Yanli's words. Her hand paused mid-writing, her eyes flickering as she crossed out her previous words. Why Yu Qingyin? It is absolutely not acceptable. The sudden rise in temperature today. The mutation of plants and animals. Our living conditions will only worsen. That if we do not act swiftly to enhance our strength, we shall inevitably perish in this devouring apocalypse. Moreover, the method of absorbing zombie cores to enhance abilities. You ought to inform the base sooner. Why Yu Qingyin's expression was earnest, as though she genuinely believed every word. Ji Yanli straightened his posture slightly. I must forewarn you. Tomorrow's mission is fraught with danger. Are you certain you wish to accompany me, if the time comes? Seeing him relent, Yu Qingyin hastily scribbled another line, holding it before Ji Yanli, fearful that a moment's delay might cause him to retract his agreement. Chapter 16. Persuading Parents. Yu Qingyin, I am not afraid. I possess abilities as well, and can protect myself, causing you no trouble. Ji Yanli recalled Yu Qingyin's behavior over the past days and nodded. Very well. We shall depart at 6 in the morning. Upon hearing this time, Yu Qingyin's expression turned somewhat reluctant. 6 in the morning meant she would have to rise at 5, as she could manage staying up late. But waking up early was a different matter altogether. Yet, for the sake of the mission, Yu Qingyin gritted her teeth and wrote a single word on the paper. All right. Seeing her constipated expression, Ji Yanli couldn't help but smirked. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Yu Qingyin, you should come to my house for dinner tonight and discuss this matter with my parents. Ji Yanli nodded in agreement. Why Yu Qingyin let out a sigh of relief. The process of persuading Ji Yanli had been more perilous than she had anticipated, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Ji Yanli glanced at her. "Would you care to stay and watch television?" Qingyin immediately shook her head. She dared not linger, for he was not someone to be trifled with. Grabbing the tomato from the table, she departed, as if staying even a second longer would invite misfortune. Upon returning home, Qingyin began to catch up on her sleep. In a drowsy stupor, she heard a knock on the door and, recalling her afternoon appointment, jolted awake. She quickly opened the door to find her mother, "You mama," chuckling as she glanced at her unruly hair, raising a hand to tidy. "La mama has already prepared the meal. After dinner, you can continue your rest. All right?" Qingyin nodded absently, linking arms with her mother as they descended the stairs in the dining room. Her father, Papa, was perusing a document. Hearing their footsteps, he looked up and greeted. "Qingyin has awakened. Come eat. Today I made your favorite braised pork and tomato egg drop soup." Qingyin searched the villa fruitlessly, still not having spotted Ji Yanli. Could he have been deceiving me this afternoon? Her mother, who had been following closely, shot her a curious glance and urged her to sit down. "What are you looking for, Qingyin? After dinner, we can help you search, all right?" If Ji Yanli did not arrive, her plans to leave the base would be thwarted. With her plans dashed, even her beloved tomatoes lost their appeal. She hastily wrote a few words and exited the villa. Qingyin, "You all eat first. I will wait by the door for a moment." Just as she reached the entrance, Ji Yanli approached from the direction of the fountain. Her eyes brightened. This was the first time she had eagerly anticipated seeing Ji Yanli. Without a second thought, she grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. Seeing their intertwined wrists, Papa and Mama exchanged glances, both astonished and perplexed. "Has our daughter captured the heart of the young master of the Ji family?" They quickly donned smiles to welcome Ji Yanli. "Yanli, what brings you here?" "Mama, please set an extra pair of chopsticks for him." "Yanli, is my daughter pestering you again?" "Do not mind her. She's just a little girl with a temper." Ji Yanli responded with a polite smile. "No, Uncle Yu, that I have matters to discuss with Qingyin. Papa raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Oh, is that so? My daughter can assist you. Has she threatened you?" "Rest assured, I shall discipline her." Having listened for a while, Qingyin grew impatient as they skirted around the topic. She set down the tomato, hid it beneath the table, and lightly kicked Ji Yanli, signaling him with her eyes. To her dismay, Ji Yanli merely shot her a glance and continued engaging her father in trivial conversation. Qingyin, at her wit's end, wrote down a line. Qingyin, "Mom and Dad, tomorrow I'm going on a mission with Ji Yanli." Pausing, she recalled how the original owner might refer to Ji Yanli and crossed it out, rewriting Qingyin, "Mom and Dad, tomorrow I am going on a mission with Brother Yanli." Papa frowned disapprovingly. "This is utter nonsense. Yanli just rescued you from City C with great difficulty. You should stay home and not cause him any trouble." Mama gently advised. "Qingyin, going on a mission is not like going out to play. It can be dangerous, and even if Yanli possesses formidable abilities, he cannot be everywhere at once. Let us not add to his burdens. Be obedient, that if you find staying at home dull, tomorrow I will accompany you to explore the base." Papa softened his tone in agreement. "Indeed, if you find the base boring, we have cleared the area nearby. Tomorrow, when I am free, I shall take you to the outskirts of the base. You have yet to try the braised pork you love." As he spoke, he pushed the dish closer to Qingyin. This scene was one Qingyin had anticipated. She shot a glance at Ji Yanli, who was watching the spectacle, and lightly tapped his shoe with her toe. With his gentle nudge, Ji Yanli finally felt inclined to speak. "Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, do you recall when I mentioned that absorbing the cores from zombie brains can upgrade abilities?" Papa looked puzzled at his sudden mention of the topic. "Yes, I remember. What of it?" Ji Yanli smiled and continued. "This discovery was shared with me by Qingyin. What I mean to convey is that Qingyin is far more capable than you might imagine. Throughout our journey, she has eliminated quite a number of zombies, and she must be allowed to grow." This statement rendered Papa and Mama speechless. They had often contemplated allowing Qingyin to venture outside, especially given the sudden onset of the virus that had ravaged the world, amplifying humanity's darkness in this apocalypse. They were uncertain when, seeing the moment was ripe, Qingyin lowered her head and wrote another line. Qingyin, truly, Mom and Dad, I also possess abilities." Fearing they would not believe her, She set down her utensils and, like a specter, silently appeared behind Ji Yanli. Before they could comprehend, she vanished and reappeared on the living room sofa in the blink of an eye. The couple stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Finally, they relented, though their admonishments were directed at Ji Yanli, revealing how unreliable they deemed the original owner. Qingyin did not mind, as long as she could leave the base. That was sufficient. Ji Yanli stood at the door, watching her figure disappear into the villa, pondering the perplexity of who was escorting whom. Holding the paper in his hand, he let a faint smile grace his lips, his deep-set eyes glimmering with amusement. When would this person learn to change her habit of discarding those who had served her purpose? Chuckling softly, he carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket before striding away. That evening, Qingyin felt the profound love of her parents, who had gifted her a newly developed pocket space from the base, an area carved out by space-type abilities. Chapter 17. The clingy you mama listening to you mama's incessant chatter. Qingyin casually opened the pocket space to discover it was filled to the brim with instant food, snacks, clothing, sanitary supplies, and water. Everything she could possibly need. Within this narrative, one can perceive the profound love that the couple harbors for their daughter, which softens the once unyielding heart of Qingyin, revealing the genuine happiness of the original owneress life. This evening is destined to be one marked by insomnia, as mama, seemingly fearful of never seeing her daughter again, gazes at Qingyin with a pitiable expression, playfully requesting to be taken in by her. Perhaps reminded of her own mother in reality, Qingyin suppresses her innate desires and falls asleep in mama's embrace. Contemplating it as a form of repayment for making use of the original owner's body. T5 in the morning. The outside world remains shrouded in darkness, the air crisp and cool. Qingyin awakens to the gentle voice of mama and groggily rises from the bed. Wherever she goes, mama follows closely like a devoted shadow, incessantly offering admonitions, were it not for her obligations at the base. She would undoubtedly accompany Qingyin. Poor Qingyin, unable to articulate her thoughts, can only listen in silence, to the point of memorization that it is only when Lin Yuqing approaches in his vehicle that papa and mama cease their chatter. Lin Yuqing rolls down the window, greeting them with a cheerful wave. "Good morning, Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu." "Good morning, Qingyin." His voice brims with vitality, as if they were merely embarking on a leisurely outing. Qingyin waves back to her parents, and under their watchful, concerned gazes, she turns and steps into the car. Once inside, she rolls down the window, and mama hastily wipes away her tears before rushing over, saying, "Yuanli, I entrust Qingyin to you. Rest assured, Aunt Yu," Lin Yuqing replies, exchanging pleasantries with papa and mama before driving away. The vehicle, apart from Ji Yanli, Qingyuan, and Lin Yuqing, also accommodates two unfamiliar individuals, one man and one woman. Alongside Qingyin and her bodyguard, the woman possesses striking features and a vibrant demeanor, her high ponytail accentuating her athletic attire, reminiscent of a military officer. The man, stout and robust, resembles a wrestler, holding a bun that appears diminutive in his large hands, devouring it with gusto. Upon seeing Qingyin's arrival, the woman leans over the seat back, warmly introducing herself. "Hi Qingyin, I'm your teammate Lin Yuqing, Lin Yuqing's sister. I possess healing abilities, and this is Ling Yunyan, a soul-based ability user. I heard from Yanli that you wield speed and strength enhancement abilities. That's impressive." Lin Yuqing's voice is bright and cheerful, instantly lifting the atmosphere. In contrast, Ling Yunyan seems rather aloof, merely nodding in acknowledgement before returning to her BU and Qingyin gives a slight nod and takes a seat in front of Lin Yuqing. Unbothered by Qingyin's silence, Lin Yuqing continues to engage her in conversation, whispering amusing anecdotes about Lin Yuqing's childhood. "Did you know, Qingyin, Lin Yuqing used to wet the bed and would pour water on it?" Lin Yuqing, driving the car, rolls his eyes in annoyance and interrupts. "Enough, sister. Can you not share my embarrassing moments every time you engage with a lady? I have my pride, you know." Lin Yuqing straightens up, rolling her eyes in return. "That if I mention you while talking to beautiful ladies, it is because I hold you in high regard. You should appreciate that I do this for your sake. Without me, would you even have a girlfriend? Don't be ungrateful." As the sibling banter unfolds, the atmosphere lightens considerably. Through the rearview mirror, Yu Qingyin watches her parents' figures diminish in the distance, her feelings becoming somewhat complex. The vehicle swiftly exits the base, where a long queue remains outside. Hearing the sound of horns, she numbly glances up before lowering her gaze once more. Yu Qingyin retrieves a notebook and pen from her belongings, swiftly writing a few words. Where are we headed? Lin Yuqing, taken aback, looks at her. Did Yanli not inform you? After which, she begins explaining that we are heading to the breeding farm in the East District. Since the mutated animals are still few, we intend to try our luck there. Perhaps we can find some that have yet to mutate, allowing us to raise them ourselves. Yu Qingyin nods in understanding, contemplating for a moment before scribbling another line in her notebook. Can we first visit the plant base? Seeds are prone to spoilage, and locating them sooner for preservation in our space would minimize losses. Moreover, the likelihood of encountering mutated plants is greater there. Noticing Lin Yuqing's hesitation, Yu Qingyin understands she lacks the authority to make decisions. Her gaze shifts to Ji Yanli, who is resting with his eyes closed, and she gently taps his shoulder as he blinks in confusion, looking at her. What is it? Yu Qingyin presents her notebook before him. Ji Yanli instinctively furrows his brow. Observing his reaction, she points to her previous note, her intent clear. The atmosphere hangs momentarily in tension. Just as Lin Yuqing is about to defuse the situation, Ji Yanli lets out a resigned sigh. Conceding, all right, let us head to the West District first. Upon hearing this, the others in the vehicle pause in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Upon seeing Ji Yanli's stern countenance, they quickly avert their gazes. Lin Yuqing forces a chuckle and responds, "Oh, okay." He swiftly adjusts the steering wheel to navigate the right fork in the road. Lin Yuqing, situated in the back, glances between the two, her gaze flickering with intrigue. No longer as enthusiastic as before, Yu Qingyin, pleased with the development, closes her eyes, feigning sleep. The vehicle falls into a serene silence. As dawn approaches, the sun begins to rise, and the temperature outside escalates sharply. The greenery beside the road transforms into towering buildings, their walls marred with bloodstains, while the streets bear the remnants of chaos, with abandoned vehicles strewn about and skeletal remains littering the ground. Sporadic zombies wander aimlessly through the streets. Chapter 18. Next time, she should be gentler. Upon hearing the roar of the vehicle, a horde of zombies rushes toward them, excitedly shrieking, "Hey, brothers, food is coming right to us. Charge! Wait, ISNT, there's still one on the car. That can't be your food, right? Who cares? With so many zombies, are we afraid of just one?" Lin Yuqing, observing the mass of zombies, slams on the brakes, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They had learned from Ji Yanli that the crystal cores within the zombies' heads could enhance their abilities, and they were not about to let such an opportunity slip by. Instantly, everyone in the vehicle disembarks, while Ji Yanli effortlessly dispatches the approaching zombies with his thunderballs. Though Gu Qingyuan wields water-based powers, his offensive capabilities are formidable. The water in his hands seems to possess a life of its own. Morphing into various lethal weapons at his command, Yu Qingyin, not one to fall behind, navigates through the horde like a specter, dispatching zombies with bare hands, silencing each with a single blow. The ferocity of her attacks sends the advancing zombies into a panic, causing them to retreat in terror. There's a crazy zombie slayer. Run, we can't win. Retreat. This one is bloodthirsty and violent. It's terrifying. Flee, or we'll lose our lives. The once relentless horde now scatters in utter disarray, with one zombie in formal attire losing a shoe in its haste, while another fails to pull up its trousers in the blink of an eye. The zombies vanish without a trace, leaving Lin Yuqing and his companions perplexed. When did zombies start fearing humans? Ji Yanli observes the fleeing zombies with a grave expression. These zombies have developed their own consciousness. This is not good news for humanity. Yu Qingyin gazes at the discarded shoes and trousers left behind, blinking in surprise. Had she been too savage just now? Perhaps next time, she ought to exercise more gentleness. After all, she had promised Ji Yanli a crystal core. If she failed to deliver, given his petty nature, he might very well try to sabotage her in the future. She casts her gaze down at the blood on her hands, her delicate brows knitting together as she retrieves a tissue from her pocket. Meticulously cleaning herself, discarding the soiled tissue, She wraps the fallen crystal core in it. With her hands now full, she turns to find Lin Yuqing staring at her wide-eyed, filled with trepidation, upon meeting her gaze. Qingyin instinctively flinches and swallows hard. "Qingyin, you were so fierce," Lin Yuqing exclaims, giving her a thumbs up. She anticipated that the seemingly innocent Qingyin could be so ferocious against zombies. Qingyin nods slightly, stepping around Lin Yuqing to approach Ji Yanli, extending the wrapped crystal core toward him. Ji Yanli scans the grotesque, bloodied object in her hand, his brows arching in disbelief. "I asked this for me." Qingyin nods, offering it again. Ji Yanli flinches, stepping back a pace as he retrieves a paper to wrap the meatball. "That I previously promised you that as long as you took me on missions, I would share half the crystal cores with you. Don't misunderstand." After reading her serious expression, Ji Yanli is met with a flicker of confusion in his deep gaze. What does she mean? Misunderstand what? Misunderstand his feelings for her. Her overly conspicuous demeanor makes it hard not to overthink that a barely perceptible smile tugs at the corners of Ji Yanli's lips as the realization dawns on him. "Yanli, what are you two discussing? You seem to be having a splendid time." Lin Yuqing interjects with a smile. "Nothing much, just tidying up. Let us get back in the car," Ji Yanli replies, handing the meatball to Qingyin for cleaning. As Lin Yuqing watches Ji Yanli walk away, a hint of melancholy flickers in her eyes. Qingyin follows suit, but her wrist is suddenly grasped by Lin Yuqing, who half-jokingly remarks. Qingyin felt exasperated, remarking that those men were utterly unreliable. They were solely focused on exterminating zombies, neglecting their comrades. "Given your impressive prowess earlier, I shall henceforth rely on your protection. However, rest assured, I shall not impose upon you without cause. Should you sustain injuries, I can assist in your healing." Qingyin nodded, discreetly withdrawing her hand from Lin Yuqing's grasp as she boarded the vehicle. This time, the driver was replaced by Lin Yunyan. While Ji Yanli, Lin Yuqing, and Qingyin each held two gleaming white crystals, the white crystals visibly dimmed. Here, Ji Yanli's cold voice murmured near her ear, the inflection slightly rising, tinged with an alluring undertone. It felt as though a feather brushed against her heart, stirring a slight itch within. Qingyin recalled the alluring sound of the alarm clock from that morning, reminiscent of the enchanting melody now echoing in her mind. A backdrop of springtime, love, and cherry blossoms. A pang of anxiety struck her. She was unable to evade the inexplicable flutter of her heart. As the tension in her forehead throbbed, she seized the crystal from Ji Yanli's hand, her nails leaving crimson marks on his palm. "Dog system. Enough already. When have I ever felt a flutter for him?" The system retorted defensively. "Isn't this the norm in your human variety shows? When male and female guests interact, they replay sweet melodies repeatedly." Qingyin clenched her fists, the crystal in her grasp shattering with a sharp crack. Taking a deep breath, she warned, "Dog system, stop indulging in such nonsense and refrain from applying it to reality. Do you hear me?" The system haughtily turned away. "No. I'll keep watching, especially since you insist on calling me dog system." Just as Qingyin was about to argue further, Ji Yanli's concerned voice broke through. "What's wrong? Is the crystal absorption not going smoothly?" Fearing further mischief from the system, Qingyin lowered her gaze, scribbling two characters, then raised it before Ji Yanli, leaning back against the seat, preparing to rest her eyes. To her surprise, she actually fell asleep. When she awoke, the vehicle had entered the botanical base. Qingyin blinked in confusion, surveying her surroundings. They had halted at the periphery of a forest, which was naturally a botanical base. Abundant with trees in the aftermath of the apocalypse, vegetation had proliferated wildly, enveloping the experimental base, with vines even obscuring the entrance. The dense foliage created an illusion of having stumbled into a primeval forest. Were it not for their reliance on the map, one might have questioned their path. Qingyin scrutinized the thick vines before them, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Captain Ji, the entrance is blocked. Should we drive in?" "Disembark," came the terse command. Upon exiting the vehicle, a wave of heat engulfed them. Yet fortunately, they were clad in temperature-regulating suits developed by the base. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed to heat exhaustion. Ji Yanli led the way, flanked by Qingyin and Lin Yuqing on either side, protecting Qingyin and Lin Yuqing in the center, with Lin Yunyan and the bodyguard bringing up the rear. Chapter 19. The two drawn near the foliage above cast a shadow, rendering the area dim, while a thin mist hung in the distance, inducing a sense of unease. The outer region was tolerable. But the deeper they ventured, the darker it became, akin to a winter afternoon at 6 o'clock, cool and somber. The surrounding roots intertwined in a chaotic manner, and unlike typical forests, where birds and insects chirped, this forest was unnaturally silent, allowing one to hear their own heartbeat. Qingyin glanced upward, captivated by the vibrant greenery, the roots so robust that several people could barely encircle them. The more she observed, the more exhilarated she became, convinced that there existed mutated plants, and not just one. With this thought, her pace quickened, yet ahead, Ji Yanli proceeded leisurely, leaving her no avenue to urge him on, only able to feel anxious. In an instant, several vines surged toward them, poised to ensnare. The four of them sprang into action simultaneously. Lightning, fire, water, and metal blades flew forth, erecting a wall of earth that shielded them from harm. The thumping of the vines against the ground created deep craters. Lightning rained down upon the roots, causing a violent explosion, flames erupting in all directions. The vines were instantly charred to a crisp, turning to ashes with a mere gust of wind. That Qingyin's expression darkened. She regretted having informed this man that absorbing zombie crystals could enhance one's abilities, as it now left her with no opportunity to demonstrate her own. The experience of having a stone turned against one's self resonated profoundly within her. If this continued, the mutated plants would be eradicated before she could fulfill her mission. She needed to intervene. She tugged at Ji Yanli's sleeve. Sensing her, he focused his palm, unleashing a burst of electricity that scorched the approaching vines. He turned slightly, lowering his voice to inquire, "What is it?" His typically cool tone carried an unintentional softness. Qingyin grasped his other hand, tracing invisible patterns in his palm, her fingertips brushing against his heart. His usually tranquil demeanor was subtly disrupted, as though a pebble had been cast into still waters. Creating ripples of emotion, he steadied himself, striving to decipher her intent. Qingyin conveyed, "There are numerous mutated plants here. I am swift, and these vines cannot pursue me. I shall scout ahead." Once again, the familiar melody echoed in her mind, her brow twitching as she coldly reprimanded, "Dog system, will you ever cease? Do you wish for me to fail my mission?" No sooner had her words left her lips than the music abruptly ceased. A massive red countdown appeared in her mind, ticking ominously as if to accuse her. 14, 29, 39 remaining until mission failure. Please strive to complete your task. Just as the system quieted, Ji Yanli promptly rejected her proposal. "No, it is too perilous for you to act alone." He paused, seemingly concealing something, then added, "I promised Aunt you to protect you." Lin Yucheng, his expression tense, launched a fireball, echoing, "Qingyin, though you're formidable, this place is fraught with danger and uncertainty. We should proceed as a group for safety." Lin Yucheng chimed in, "Indeed, Qingyin, while you are impressive, two fists cannot contend with four hands. Our collective action is the most prudent course." No sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath them shifted unexpectedly. Qingyin moved. Someone was quicker, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her away. A warm body pressed against her back, the scent of sandalwood filling her nostrils. Qingyin glanced up to see Ji Yanli's taut jawline within her line of sight. There was merely a thin layer of fabric separating them. A slight tiptoe would allow her to brush her lips against his chin. She involuntarily swallowed hard, her heart racing uncontrollably, but vines surged from the ground, ready to pierce them had they remained in their original positions. Just as the vine emerged, Ji Yanli unleashed a bolt of electricity that rendered it charred. "Are you all right?" His typically cold voice bore a hint of concern. Qingyin shook her head, indicating she was unharmed. Truthfully, without Ji Yanli, she could have evaded it, but he was simply too swift. Lin Yucheng felt a shiver run down her spine, unable to shake the disbelief of what might have occurred. Yes, she raised her gaze to check on Qingyin. Her eyes landed on the hand gripping her waist, darkening with unease. Lin Yucheng noticed Lin Yucheng's distress, scanning her up and down with concern. "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Qingyin took Ji Yanli's hand from her waist, causing him to feel an inexplicable emptiness within. She traced patterns in his palm once more. As you witnessed, These mutated plants act with great cunning. We must swiftly locate their source. Splitting up will enhance our efficiency. Ji Yanli frowned, questioning why she insisted on acting separately. What secrets was she concealing? After a moment of contemplation, he made a decisive choice that I will team up with you and Yusin to scout ahead. Qingyin, Yucheng, Ling Yunyun, and Lin Yuqing will cover our rear. The others nodded solemnly in agreement with Ji Yanli's decision. Understood. They swiftly reorganized their formation that Yu Qingyin thought to herself. This was not the outcome she desired. Yet, she mused that it was still preferable to the prior situation. At least she had a chance to encounter the source of the vines that Yu Qingyin found herself sandwiched between Ji Yanli and her bodyguard. Yusin, as they advanced, with Ji Yanli clearing the path, their progress was smooth, and Yu Qingyin occasionally reached out to snap the vines. Just as she was about to break one, the familiar rustling noise pierced her ears. "Boss, let go! Let go! It hurts, it hurts!" A flicker of joy crossed Yu Qingyin's eyes. Through their contract, she signaled. "Tung Tung, have your companions arrived?" Tung Tung proudly declared, "Of course. When Tung Tung strikes, you know it's a sure thing." "Boss, I've subdued all 3 of my companions. Impressive, right?" His tone brimmed with pride. "Yes, very impressive. Please summon them to me. I shall establish the contract now, ensuring your companions can remain by your side forever." Reveling in Yu Qingyin's praise, Tung Tung's tendrils writhed with excitement. "All right, boss. Just wait a moment. I'll fetch them right away." As he spoke, the tendrils in his grasp visibly withered, and Yu Qingyin let go. Tung Tung maliciously entwined Ji Yanli's ankle, prompting him to instinctively unleash a lightning bolt. Chapter 20. Contract successful. Time over halfway, Ji Yanli glanced at her in confusion, softly inquiring, "What is the matter?" Yu Qingyin let out a dry laugh, shaking her head. The next moment, Ji Yanli seemed to sense something amiss. A lightning ball struck down upon a woven network of vines, instantly turning the area into a charred expanse, causing the surrounding vines to tremble as if severely wounded. The attacking vines recoiled as if preparing to flee, but Ji Yanli would not allow it to escape, pursuing it immediately. Observing this, Yu Qingyin promptly followed suit, her speed surpassing his. However, in the next instant, someone grasped her wrist. She turned to see that it was none other than Ji Yanli who had seized her. Frowning, she struggled to free her wrist from his grip, which tightened with each moment, and she glared at him in fury. Ji Yanli furrowed his brow and spoke coldly that we do not know what unknown dangers lie ahead. Do not act so recklessly. Remember, we are a team, and I will not permit anyone to be harmed. His tone intensified towards the end. Yu Qingyin turned to meet Ji Yanli's cold gaze, which was brimming with suppressed anger. She paused for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. A team. Having been alone for so long, she had forgotten the feeling of working in unison with others. She furrowed her brow to mask her emotions and slowed her pace, falling a step behind Ji Yanli. After taking a few steps, the 3 of them looked up and could not help but gasp in astonishment. Was this a tree? It seemed almost sentient. Before them stood an enormous tree, its trunk breaking through the canopy and extending infinitely into the sky. Obscured from sight, a faint black mist emanated from its surroundings, dwarfing the mutated vines from the previous day. The mutated tree seemed to sense the impending threat, and branches thicker than a barrel shot forth from the ground, hurtling towards them. The 3 scattered to evade the oncoming branches, which slammed down with tremendous force, leaving deep craters in their wake. With one failed attempt, more branches followed in swift succession, densely clustering as if to ensnare and consume them. Almost simultaneously, several golden blades and lightning nets surged forth, slicing through the branches aimed at them with a resounding bang. Seizing the moment, the 2 launched their attacks at the thick branches, resulting in a thunderous crash as a particularly massive branch shattered, oozing a viscous dark green liquid. The entire tree shook uncontrollably, evidently struck at its weak point. This movement allowed the trio to finally discern what lay beneath the tree, and they collectively gasped in horror. It was a pile of bones. Human bones, a mound towering like a small hill. This tree was a man-eater, UXN exclaimed in shock. And no wonder this tree had grown so rapidly. It had consumed so many people. Lin Yuqing, who was chasing from behind, couldn't help but murmur in awe. It was likely that everyone in the entire plant base had. Lin Yuqing did not continue, as the implication of her words was clear to all present. The impact of this scene was indelibly etched into the hearts of those present. Their spirits weighed down by the revelation. The trees had mutated, the animals had mutated, and the space for human survival had been infinitely compressed. What path lay ahead for humanity? No one dared to ponder further. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. The immediate priority was to deal with the mutated tree before them. Almost in unison, the five released their abilities, striking at the vulnerable roots of the tree. The mutated tree let out a pained roar as the radiant powers dissipated, revealing the roots encased in green slime, which could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a resounding crash. The once verdant leaves and branches wilted visibly, as though drained of their vitality. From the pile of bones rolled a spherical object, emitting a faint green glow, akin to the cores found in the heads of zombies. Though the color differed slightly, Yu Qingyin, belatedly realizing that the mutated tree was gone. Just like that, panicked, for she had not yet formed a contract. All of this was Ji Yanli's fault. He spoke of teamwork. Yet now she had failed to complete her task. The thought of a potential electric shock punishment sent a chill down her spine. Yet, she could not show her feelings. She had to suppress her anger, deeply understanding the notion of sacrificing one thing for another. This was her choice to utilize as retribution. That moment, she felt a tingling sensation in her wrist. Looking down, she noticed a vine-woven bracelet had appeared on her wrist, and a voice emanated from it. "Boss, I brought my companion. Hurry and form a contract." Yu Qingyin gazed at the bracelet, a wave of relief washing over her. Thankfully, she still had Tung. With this thought, she shot a resentful glare at Ji Yanli. Feeling inexplicably guilty, she quickly turned away, pretending to be busy as she fidgeted with this and that. Ji Yanli observed her actions with a barely perceptible smirk. Yu Qingyin took a wider berth, addressing the system. After a long pause, there was no response. Yu Qingyin understood. It must be holding a grudge over her earlier outburst. Sighing, she softened her tone. "All right, system, the best system in the world. I form a contract." As soon as the words left her lips, a blue panel appeared before her. Ding ding ding, contract successful. Main task, subdue 10 mutated plants for 10, time limit. 2 days, 10:29, 39 remaining until task failure. Please strive harder to avoid electric shock punishment. Yu Qingyin. With the demise of the mutated tree, the original appearance of the plant base was revealed, and on the right, a white circular building was overrun with moss, appearing quite dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for several years. In reality, it had only been a month. On the left, a large experimental plot lay barren, its greenery entirely withered, reduced to a wasteland. Ji Yanli approached the entrance, using a tissue to wipe away the green slime from the keypad. Beep, beep, beep. The password was correct. Click! The door swung open, and the next moment, dozens of zombies clad in white protective suits charged out with a deafening roar. "Fresh blood! Brothers, go! Charge! Charge! I'm starving!" Yu Qingyin flexed her wrist, smirking coldly. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from her, the rushing zombies hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qingyin retrieved a baseball bat from her pocket space, stepping forward ahead of the others. With precise swings, she knocked off the heads of the zombies one by one. This brutal display left the others momentarily stunned. Even Ji Yanli, who instinctively touched his own unharmed head, Yuxin, who initially thought Yu Qingyin was merely a spoiled, useless young lady, now looked on and feared. A gunshot rang out suddenly from behind them. "Listen up, those inside, be smart and drop all your supplies, or I'll blow your heads off," a rough male voice called from outside. Followed by 2 more gunshots, Yu Qingyin calmly dispatched the last zombie, swinging the bat with force, splattering brain matter and green slime across the ground. A fleshy orb rolled out, and Yu Qingyin nonchalantly retrieved the tissue from her pocket space. Wrapping the orb and tossing it to Gu Qingyin. Yu Qingyuan's eyes twitched as he caught it with both hands, careful to wash it clean. The others watched the interaction, unable to suppress their amusement. Ji Yanli stifled a smile, raising his hand to signal the others to remain quiet. They fell silent, all eyes directed towards the entrance. Throughout their journey, they had seen no survivors, and the base had not issued any tasks. As far as they knew, besides their base, There were two others in City C, and the bases typically maintained a non-interference policy with one another. Who were these outsiders? They were not afraid of the guns. Their base had established contact with the higher authorities from the outset, receiving supplies, including firearms and ammunition. Due to limited quantities, these could only be collected at the front desk, designated for ability users venturing out for supplies. However, since these ability users had not received professional training, they often missed their targets and struggled with recoil, leading to a gradual decline in those who sought weapons. Clearly, those outside were unwilling members of the base's wild teams. Having heard no further sound from within, the outsiders seemed to lose their patience, scoffing. What are we even waiting for? I bet the people inside have fainted from fear. Let's just go in and search them. Such brazen words ignited fury among the listeners. Yet without Ji Yanli's orders, none dared to act rashly. Time passed quietly, a breeze stirring the air with a rustling sound. The outsiders, growing increasingly impatient, fired another shot, and a group of men stepped through the entrance. The leader was a burly man clad in a black tank top and white shorts, flip-flops on his feet, revealing tattooed arms adorned with a dragon motif. His square jaw bore a scar stretching from the upper left corner of his face to the corner of his eye, his gaze ferocious. With his gun raised high, he swaggered in, exuding an air of arrogance. Following him were at least 15 subordinates, each wielding a firearm, their demeanor equally contemptuous and brazen point. One of the subordinates to the leader's right scrutinized Qingyin and Lin Yuqing with predatory eyes. His gaze too blatant, provoking discomfort. "Hey, boss, look at these two chicks. They're quite a catch, unlike the ones back home," he remarked. As soon as he spoke, another subordinate chimed in. "You're right, boss. This time your taste is on point. After you're done, be sure to share the fun with the brothers." "Yeah, boss, I haven't had a taste of such beautiful girls yet. Just imagine, lying beneath them." Ah, what a feeling, as Qingyin listened intently. Her fingers involuntarily began to rub together. A habitual gesture she exhibited when on the verge of striking someone. The group before her, led by Ji Yanli, seemed utterly incapable, lacking even a single finger's worth of courage. Yet they dared to utter boastful words, oblivious to the source of their misplaced bravado. She took a step forward, but Ji Yanli moved to block her path. Remaining calm, she resolved to ascertain the strength of her adversaries before taking action. The dialogue between the two was not lost on those around them. Taking a deep breath, Qingyin suppressed her rising anger, discreetly flexing her wrists in preparation for an impending confrontation. Behind the leading man stood a sinister figure, whose eyes were fixated on Ji Yanli, appraising him with a predatory grin that reeked of lewdness. As he derided the two women, he extended his contempt to the array of pretty boys accompanying him, remarking that since their boss had no fondness for such delicate features, they might as well be offered up for his amusement. His vile words elicited boisterous laughter from his lackeys, their arrogance betraying a complete disregard for Ji Yanli and his companions. As if they had already triumphed and were now sharing the spoils of their imagined victory, Ji Yanli's group exchanged disapproving glances. Qingyin stepped forward, only to be halted by Ji Yanli's outstretched hand. To the scarred man's eyes, this action appeared as a manifestation of fear. The second-in-command sneered. "Look at that, boss. This little lady is quite the spirit. You ought to show her what it means to experience ecstasy. Who knows, she might just become infatuated with you." This comment was met with another round of raucous laughter. The scarred leader, emboldened, raised his weapon and aimed it at Ji Yanli's legs. In an instant, Qingyin conjured a shimmering golden barrier, halting the bullet in its tracks. As the barrier dissipated, the bullet clattered harmlessly to the ground. The second-in-command chuckled. "Oh, so we have an ability user among us. Brothers, charge." His command was swiftly followed by a barrage of gunfire, all of which were thwarted by the golden wall. Unable to advance an inch, the scarred man regarded Qingyin with newfound respect, exclaiming, "Not bad, kid? Interested in joining our ranks? Stick with me," sang Biao, "and I promise you'll live in luxury." Qingyin offered him not even a glance, his hands glowing with golden light as the firearms across from him began to undergo a subtle transformation. Sang Biao, for the first time, felt the sting of being ignored, his eyes blazing with fury. "So we have a tough nut here. I like it. Brothers, let us show them our strength." As he spoke, fireballs and water spheres soared through the air, filling the room with a dazzling array of colors. Like a dreamscape, two figures darted behind the lines, poised for a surprise attack. Ji Yanli subtly gestured, and Lin Yuqing and the others immediately understood. Their eyes alight with excitement as they summoned larger fireballs that swiftly engulfed their opponent's attacks, melting the water spheres in the process. The sight left Sang Biao and his men frozen in place, gasping in shock as a chill spread from their feet to the crown of their heads. Thankfully, the onslaught of fireballs had been intercepted, scattering just 2 meters from them. Soon after, water blades and earthen walls came crashing down upon them. Chapter 22. Countdown. 8 hours, some were unable to evade the onslaught and became trapped in a deep pit, with faint traces of blood seeping from within. The mingling of water and blood created a surreal pink hue. Their abilities were thoroughly thwarted by the golden barrier. Qingyin smirked coldly as she faced off against the speed users, her figure appearing more elusive than theirs as they charged forward. Bewildered by her sudden disappearance, their eyes widened in astonishment. I could see that moment. Qingyin manifested behind them, unleashing a dual assault that sent 2 speed users soaring through the air in graceful arcs before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood sprang forth. Sang Biao and his men, previously brimming with bravado, now found themselves scrambling to evade the relentless onslaught, some failing to escape and succumbing to injuries. Never had Sang Biao anticipated that this group, having vanquished the mutated tree, would prove to be such formidable opponents. Their earlier confidence stemmed merely from the belief that the abilities of this group had been depleted. Now, they faced a hard reality. The once arrogant gang was now reduced to a panicked flight, desperately evading water blades. Sang Biao narrowly dodged an attack and signaled to his remaining subordinates, who, disregarding their injured companions, fled like frightened animals. As they neared the exit, Ji Yanli suddenly struck, incapacitating the second-in-command and the man to his right with a jolt of electricity, leaving them charred and lifeless. The fleeing men halted abruptly, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Sang Biao, the first to recover, scrambled to his feet, forsaking thoughts of vengeance as he hastily made his escape. Lin Yuqing and the others contemplated pursuing them, but Ji Yanli intervened, insisting they prioritize locating Dr. Hao's seed, not wasting time on these scoundrels. Lin Yuqing regarded the bloodied men crawling toward the exit with disdain, scoffing, "I thought they were formidable, yet they can't even manage a tickle for me. Pathetic thieves, imitating the likes of others." The crawling figures clenched their fists in anger, yet dared not react. Ji Yuqing surveyed the fallen, offering a cold smile that lacked warmth, laced with a hint of cruelty as he placed a hand on Lin Yuqing's shoulder. Striding toward the laboratory, "Enough of these clowns. Let them be. We wouldn't want to sully Dr. Hao's domain. Unless you wish to endure his incessant rambling you remind me. Dr. Hao's nagging is rivaled only by that of Tang Sung." Qingyin, overhearing this exchange, paused mid-stride, her baseball bat partially drawn, before turning to follow them into the laboratory. The space was littered with shattered glass domes, the flora within strewn across the ground, trampled and in ruins, evidently destroyed by the laboratory staff who had succumbed to the zombie transformation. Ji Yanli navigated the debris with purpose, advancing to the innermost chamber, where he retrieved a transparent ID badge from his spatial pocket, inserting it into the door's slot. With a soft beep, the door swung open, revealing Dr. Hao's private laboratory, a space no one could enter without his permission, thus preserving its original state. The walls were lined with large cabinets, each compartment housing vessels filled with thriving plants, bursting with life, vibrant blooms, and lush greenery. All of normal size with no signs of mutation. In the center stood a massive laboratory table, laden with specialized instruments. Lin Yuqing and his companions exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. This meant access to fresh plants, allowing the botanical ability users to cultivate nourishing vegetables and sustain a larger population of survivors. With the lessons learned from the mutated tree in mind, Ji Yanli cautiously approached the plants, verifying their non-aggressive nature before collecting them along with the laboratory equipment into his spatial pocket. Qingyin observed in astonishment. Clad in a white tracksuit, Ji Yanli's tall figure was illuminated by sunlight streaming through the windows. imbuing him with an aura of warmth amidst his cool demeanor. Unlike her, he bore no similar pocket space, leading her to a singular conclusion. He was not only a lightning ability user, but also possessed spatial abilities. Realization dawned upon her. No wonder he was a leader. After clearing the laboratory, the group proceeded to the next chamber, only to be momentarily halted by the sight before them. A man and woman in white lab coats lay slumped against the window, their pallid faces cast in an eerie light, clutching a meticulously crafted box. Horrifyingly, two massive mutated peppers had taken root on their backs, their roots entwined across their skin. It was evident that these individuals had perished as a result of being drained by the mutated peppers. The peppers, still in the early stages of mutation, exhibited weak abilities. As they sensed Qingyin's approach, their leaves trembled in fear, clinging tightly to one another as if seeking strength. Observing this scene stirred complex emotions within Qingyin. She was torn between relief at the discovery of two mutated plants and sorrow for the lives lost in their cultivation. Suddenly, her wrist tightened, and she turned to see Lin Yuqing, tears streaming down her face. Burying her head into Qingyin's shoulder, in silence, Qingyin comforted her by gently patting her back. What were they to do? If they resorted to their abilities, the bodies would inevitably be damaged, something they wished to avoid. Conversely, if they refrained from using their powers, the mutated peppers would pose an even greater threat as they continued to grow. Ji Yanli found himself at an impasse. Sensing their hesitance, Qingyin raised her hand to grasp Ji Yanli's, inscribing a few words in his palm. I have a solution. Ji Yanli regarded her with surprise. Are you certain it won't damage the bodies? Qingyin nodded affirmatively. Ji Yanli stepped aside, softly urging, I'll go with you. Shaking her head, Qingyin moved past him, advancing towards the mutated peppers. As they sensed her nearness, their leaves quivered like a drum, revealing their genuine fear. Why Qingyin approached, instructing her vine. Tung, communicate with them. The vine-woven bracelet on her wrist swayed gently. All right, boss, leave it to Tung. With a swift motion, Qingyin raised her hand, and Tung slithered onto the pepper leaves, murmuring a few words. The mutated peppers ceased trembling, obediently brushing against Qingyin's palm. As Qingyin was about to speak, the system automatically opened the contract panel. Ding, contract successful. Main quest, subdue mutated plants, 610, time limit. 2 days, countdown to task failure. 8:29, 39 remaining. Please continue to strive. Host. We wish you to avoid electric shock punishment. Chapter 23. Heart-wrenching, my friend. In the next moment, the roots of two mutated plants released their grip on the two corpses, wilting at a visibly rapid pace, languidly lying atop the bodies. Qingyin picked up the two mutated peppers, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she waved them at Ji Yanli. The charming girl stood by the window, the soft sunlight softening her typically cold demeanor, transforming her into a radiant presence, her gentle smile revealing two delightful dimples, her fox-like eyes sparkling with pride, a sight so endearing it made one's heart race. Ji Yanli's cold gaze reflected her showy display, a slight lift at the corners of his thin lips. Well done. His usually cool tone was laced with a hint of pleasure upon hearing his praise. Qingyin let out a soft hum, toying with the mutated peppers, which seemed anxious to avoid revealing their act of feigning death, their entire form taut in response to Qingyin's movements. In high spirits, Qingyin noticed Qingyuan's probing gaze. She paid it little mind. After all, they could not see the system's contract panel, and any suspicions they harbored were futile. Lin Yuqing joyfully rushed to her side. Taking the wilted, mutated peppers from her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Qingyin, how did you do this? Are you also a plant-type ability user? That's so cool. Her voice was light and filled with admiration. Qingyin remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Yuqing approached with a grin, wrapping an arm around Qingyin's shoulder. Who would have thought, miss you, that you could surprise me every day? I can't wait to see what other surprises you have in store. Do tell me. Ji Yanli's gaze fell upon Lin Yuqing's hand resting on Qingyin's shoulder, his eyes momentarily clouded, striding over to interrupt Lin Yuqing's ramblings with a cold voice. Yuqing, Yun, Yusin, and Qing, we shall bury these two corpses and allow the deceased to rest in peace. Qingyin, protect Lin Yuqing and stay behind us. Lin Yuqing immediately removed his hand from Yu Qingyin's shoulder, responding promptly. Understood, boss, coming right away. Swiftly, he and Ji Yanli lifted the corpses from the ground, while Lin Yuqing instinctively linked her arm with Yu Qingyin's. Let's go, Qingyin. We should explore elsewhere. Why Yu Qingying nodded, her curious gaze surveying the laboratory, perhaps for the first time in such close proximity to research. Once Ji Yanli and the others had laid the bodies to rest and scoured the base thoroughly, they found a considerable number of seeds, instant food, rice, and uncontaminated vegetables, ensuring nothing was overlooked before departing to the entrance. The bloodied figures had vanished, presumably having gained a semblance of conscience and taken their leave. However, to their surprise, upon stepping outside, they discovered their vehicle had been stolen by that group. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, these people are utterly disgusting, resorting to stealing cars when they can't fight back." Just as Lin Yuqing finished his sentence, a modified Jeep appeared before them. Stunned for a moment, he quickly approached the vehicle, examining it with gleeful excitement. "Wow, boss, you finally decided to take your precious car out for a spin. I thought you were going to let it get moldy." Ji Yanli shot him a cool glance, opening the driver's side door. "Get in." That look made Lin Yuqing feel a bit unnerved, but his excitement about getting into the car soon overshadowed it. Responding eagerly, "All right," without a second thought, he strode over to the passenger seat, but just as his hand reached for the door handle, Ji Yanli's cold voice came from inside the vehicle. "Get out. Qingyin gets car sick. Let her sit in the front." Why Yu Qingyin paused, her hand frozen just before opening the door, a puzzled expression on her face. When did she ever get car sick? She was completely unaware. Silently, she walked around to the front of the car, standing before Lin Yuqing with a slight smile, gently moving his hand from the door handle and opening the door to sit inside. Lin Yuqing gazed at Yu Qingyin's retreating figure with a hint of resentment. "Questioning, miss you. When did you start getting car sick? You never mentioned it before." Ji Yanli's indifferent voice drifted from the car. It started after the apocalypse began. Lin Yuqing rolled his eyes in annoyance, exclaiming, "Boss, if you don't want me sitting in the passenger seat, just say so. Don't come up with such a lame excuse. Besides, with Qingyin in the passenger seat, she won't be able to keep you company." Trailing behind, Lin Yuqing glanced through the car window at Ji Yanli's slightly upturned lips, a pang of heartache striking her, causing her complexion to pale. She forced a smile, trying to maintain her cheerful facade. Had he found someone he liked? Hadn't he once claimed he didn't like Yu Qingyin? Why, couldn't the person he liked be her? For a moment, jealousy towards Yu Qingyin stirred within her, but it was only jealousy. After all, liking someone was beyond her control, just as she could not control her feelings for him. She should have anticipated this day, shouldn't she? Yet, why couldn't that person be her? A bitter taste spread in her mouth when suddenly someone gently patted her shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had just surfaced, inhaling deeply, and when she looked up, she had already regained her previous cheerful demeanor. "I'm fine. Let's get in the car. It's too sunny outside, and if we linger any longer, we might end up as black as coal." Lin Yuqing watched her put on brave face, her heart feeling as though it were being tightly gripped by an unseen hand, making it hard to breathe. Yu Qingyin comfortingly patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder. "Brother, when the time comes, be proactive. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away, and you'll still be playing with rose petals." Yu Qingyin's voice was as gentle as ever, yet it felt like a sharp blade piercing through Lin Yuqing's heart. After he finished speaking, he climbed into the car. Lin Yuqing, who had just approached, heard the last remark and symbolically patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Brother, you're not a child anymore. Stop playing with rose petals." Swish, another blade pierced Lin Yuqing's heart. Walking at the back, Yu Xen heavily patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder, silently delivering another blow. "Stop playing with rose petals." Lin Yuqing's lips twitched, covering her wounded heart, and she silently entered the CARS. The vehicle drove away from the T-junction of the plant base. Several bloodied figures lay sprawled on either side of the road, their bodies marked with numerous knife wounds, blood trickling out and soaking the pavement, only to be swiftly evaporated by the intense heat. Just a short distance from the bloodied figures, several abandoned vehicles blocked the way forward, oil barrels meticulously arranged on the road. Chapter 24. Anticipating the arrival of a savior. Suddenly, a ball of fire flew out, crashing into an oil barrel. In an instant, flames leaped forth like greedy hands, consuming everything flammable in a heartbeat. A deafening explosion echoed repeatedly. Boom! 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 The shockwave from the explosion surged outward like a roaring tide. Flames and debris hurled into the sky, raining down like droplets. Billowing black clouds suddenly appeared. Thick smoke pouring from the abandoned vehicles, stinging their eyes and filling the air with the acrid scent of gasoline, making it hard to suppress the urge to gag. The temperature continued to rise. Qingyin watched the scene with an indifferent expression. The ruthless actions of this traitor were astonishing, using his own subordinates until their very end. Sensing the increasing presence of her comrades, she instantly grasped his intentions. Unfortunately, they would be disappointed. Ji Yanli had evidently deduced who had orchestrated this event. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he turned the vehicle. Lin Yuqing glared at the thick smoke ahead, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Boss, we shouldn't have let those scumbags go just now to come up with such a sinister plan. Once I catch him, I'll make sure he wishes he were dead. His fingers dug into the leather seat. As if that would help vent his fury, Ji Yanli slapped him on the back of the head. Enough, you talk too much. After being in this apocalypse for so long, you shouldn't be so easily startled by this small scene. Or else you'll wear out your voice that you're the only one who talks. Always smiling. Why hasn't your face rotted from it? All right, stop arguing. We need to think about what to do next. Lin Yuqing glanced at the bickering duo. Raising her voice to break their quarrel, Qingyin closed her eyes, sensing the presence of her comrades, and suddenly opened her eyes. Pointing ahead, Ji Yanli immediately adjusted the steering wheel, charging through the smoke, revealing a patch of green before them as the jeep climbed a small hill and rapidly descended, creating a roller coaster-like sensation within the vehicle. Qingyin grasped the handrail, pointing to the left. Following the winding path, they traversed through the woods, crossing over a small hillock. In the distance, a row of red self-built two-story houses came into view, wisps of smoke curling from the chimneys, and several figures moved about outside, creating a vivid scene of everyday life amidst the apocalypse, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Ji Yanli exchanged a glance with Qingyin before flooring the gas pedal, charging straight toward the red houses. The blaring horns startled the occupants inside, and several individuals rushed out, guns in hand, opening fire indiscriminately. Bang, 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 with Ji Yanli's electric shield forged from lightning. The jeep remained unscathed. Qingyin immediately recognized one of the attackers as the speed ability user she had previously encountered. Evidently, they recognized her as well. A flicker of terror crossed one of their faces as they dashed swiftly into the highest self-built house in the center. In the next moment, numerous oil barrels were hurled towards them, igniting in midair with flames. Yanli swiftly turned the vehicle around, navigating through the forest. Qingyin narrowed her eyes, peering through the car window, and soon identified their weakest defense at the dilapidated building at the rear. A sweet yet slightly cruel smile graced her lips as she pinned down a line. We shall split into two teams, one to break through and the other to divert their attention. Ji Yanli's cold gaze narrowed slightly, his demeanor exuding an innate authority. The recent ambush had stirred his anger. Vengeance was not foreign to him. He promptly acquiesced to Qingyin's suggestion and decisively issued commands. Yuqing, you drive to attract their attention. Yusin, your task is to protect the vehicle. Qingyin and I, along with Lin Yunyun, will execute a surprise attack from the rear. The two swiftly exchanged positions, and Lin Yuqing drove away. Reappearing before the group of undead, Ji Yanli retrieved a discreet black vehicle from his space, modified to emit a barely audible sound. The trio quickly boarded, with Qingyin indicating a direction for Ji Yanli to follow. He understood immediately, steering towards it without hesitation. They quietly parked beneath the dilapidated building, and after the three disembarked, Ji Yanli stored the vehicle back in his space. The abandoned structure, uninhabitable, lacked any guards, allowing them to swiftly advance. He commanded loudly, "Increase firepower. Let us feast tonight." As his words echoed, gasoline barrels were flung carelessly, erupting into billowing black mushroom clouds that choked the air with smoke and raised the surrounding temperature. Visibility was obscured, and Sang Biao cackled maliciously as he observed the fleeing vehicles. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures were stealthily approaching from behind a small red villa at an astonishing speed. Ji Yanli, along with Qingyin and Ling Yunyun, maneuvered past a 2-story villa, their eyes fixed on the individuals transporting the oil barrels. Just as they were about to circumvent the warehouse, a chilling female voice interrupted their advance. "No, my child, let me take his place, ah." A coarse male voice followed. "Damn woman, what's the rush? You'll be next. Once the boss deals with those few, you'll all be our dinner. Haha. Mommy, it's so hot. So hot. I don't want to die." The child's whimpers gradually faded. The 3 exchanged glances, rising in unison, and through the glass window, they witnessed a scene that would haunt them forever. At the heart of the warehouse stood a massive cauldron of oil, with 2 scraggly men incessantly feeding it wood, the flames dancing ever higher, crackling ominously. Floating within the cauldron were 3 children, no older than 4 or 5, their skin an unnatural shade of pink. Crying inconsolably, a woman, stripped bare, was pinned beneath a brutish man, while nearby, a row of iron cages held emaciated men, women, and children. The usually indifferent Qingyin clenched her fists in fury at the sight. Ji Yanli, for the first time, acted impulsively. Disregarding their perilous surroundings, he unleashed his abilities in the brief moment the man stood, a lightning ball struck him, reducing him to a charred corpse. This sight terrified the remaining guards inside. Before they could react, they too were turned to ash, just like the first. Ling Yunyun employed her earth-based powers to extinguish the flames. The captives in the cages, witnessing this, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within their eyes. Eagerly scanning their surroundings for a savior. Chapter 25. The battle is imminent. The woman's exposed skin bore bruises and cuts, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she disregarded her own pain. Scrambling towards the cauldron, undeterred by the heat, as she desperately pulled a child from the boiling oil, cradling him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. The trio remained silent, opting not to intervene just yet, continuing their advance while discreetly dispatching the guards. They took refuge behind the warehouse, observing through a window until the last man pushing the oil barrels departed, climbing through the window into the storage room, which spanned approximately 200 square meters. Filled to the brim with barrels, they had no doubt these men had looted several gas stations, sparing them a trip to refuel. The sound of footsteps echoed outside. The 3 quickly concealed themselves behind the barrels. "I don't understand what the boss is thinking," one man in black grumbled while pushing the cart. "It's just a vehicle. A couple of barrels would suffice. Why the excess? My hands are aching." Another man in black sharply reprimanded him. "Stop your nonsense. Just do as the boss says. The quicker we finish, the sooner we're done. I was just making an observation. I heard tonight's feast involves piglets." "Nothing beats a piglet. The older pork is too tough to chew," he retorted. "That sow's flavor isn't too shabby either." Their voices faded into the distance, igniting a fury within Qingyin, her fists clenched tightly. To them, human lives had become mere dinner. She, a zombie, could hardly bear to listen. With a swift motion, Qingyin steadied herself, preventing a fall. In a mere gesture from Ji Yanli, the entire warehouse of barrels vanished without a trace. Qingyin's pupils constricted in disbelief, casting a subtle glance at Ji Yanli's cool, handsome face. How vast was the space to accommodate such a multitude of barrels? Was her own pocket dimension, somehow, derived from his? Suddenly, the hurried footsteps outside interrupted her thoughts. A few strides brought them to Ji Yanli's side, hiding behind the warehouse door. The 2 small-eyed men, upon glimpsing the scene within, froze in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. "There are ghosts! The barrels have been stolen by ghosts." Outside, chaos erupted. Moments later, Sang Biao's frantic voice rang out, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps. "What nonsense! Ghosts in broad daylight." Peering through the door's crack, Qingyin spotted a black shoe pass by, followed by an empty space in the next instant, Ji Yanli's Swiss knife was pressed against Sang Biao's throat. Ji Yanli's gaze was icy, regarding Sang Biao as if he were already deceased, sending a chill down everyone's spine. His voice, cold and piercing, cut through the air. "Letting you roam in our base was a grave mistake. You wish to die, don't you?" His words were soft yet resonated in everyone's ears like a death knell. Yu Qingyin stepped out from behind the door, positioning herself beside Ji Yanli, her eyes cold as she surveyed the open square, where a dozen brutes stood, raising their guns in unison towards them. The thought of the captives, men, women, and children, imprisoned and tormented, rendered her gaze hollow and numb, wondering when they would become the next meal for these beasts. An overwhelming urge to annihilate them surged within her. Even as a zombie who refrained from consuming humans, the two opposing forces, starkly uneven in number, faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension, the battle on the brink of eruption. Sang Biao, with a knife at his throat. Forced to laugh, attempting to break the stalemate, he raised his hands in a placating gesture, smiling obsequiously at Ji Yanli. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought the zombies were coming, which is why we had the barrels prepared. Brother, it's a mere misunderstanding. No need to escalate, right? As he spoke, he attempted to move the knife away from his throat, that Ji Yanli pressed the blade closer, a trickle of blood seeping from the wound, cascading down his neck and soaking into his collar. Sang Biao immediately dropped his hands, pleading, "Please spare me, brother. We won't dare again. Just let us pass this once." His scarred, menacing face trembled with fear, an absurd sight. Ji Yanli remained unyielding, the knife inching closer. "You sought supplies, did you not? I can offer them. Just spare me." This proclamation incited an uproar among the group. Glances exchanged as the man with inverted triangular eyes at the forefront exclaimed loudly, "Brother, you mustn't. If we relinquish all our supplies, we won't survive. How about this, brother, for the sake of the team, you could make a concession." Though his words were framed as a question, his hand was already loading the gun, aiming it at Sang Biao, his eyes glinting with excitement. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's eyes widened in terror, roaring, "Lin San, are you attempting rebellion? Don't listen to him. Remember who led you to safety all this time. Without me, could you have thrived so well?" Though his voice was impassioned, his body remained rigid, fearing a moment of inattention would seal his fate. Yu Qingyin, overhearing, scoffed derisively, realizing Sang Biao was not nearly as vital to them as he believed. A mere supply was enough to cast them aside. Indeed, how much sentiment could these beasts, who regarded humans as food, truly possess? If so, let them turn on each other. The spectacle would be quite entertaining, providing ample time for Lin Yuqing and his team to arrive. She tugged at Ji Yanli's sleeve, who met her teasing gaze with understanding that a faint smile graced his lips. If she wished to play, then let them play. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Yunyun, who nodded and proclaimed loudly, "Our boss has conveyed that if you surrender all your supplies, we will release your leader. Consider carefully. Will you save your leader or retain your supplies?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin arched an eyebrow, her interest piqued further. This individual possesses a heart so malevolent that their exterior emanates an aura that warns. Keep your distance. They exude an air of aloofness, yet it is surprising to witness their adeptness at sowing discord. The tacit understanding shared between these two seems to suggest that this is not their first encounter in such a manner. It appears that Ji Yanli harbors a rather repressed nature. Though her words may seem to offer a choice, in truth, no option exists. Regardless of their selection, Ji Yanli will not spare them, merely wishing to observe the spectacle of their mutual destruction. As these thoughts consumed her, the restrained Sang Biao grew increasingly agitated, for he knew his subordinate's character all too well. None were virtuous, especially in this apocalyptic world where the darker facets of humanity are brought to light. He endeavored to appeal to their emotions in a bid to dissuade them from their treachery. Chapter 26. From beginning to end, she only acted for herself. "I have been your leader for many years. Even before the apocalypse, I ensured that none of you went hungry, providing for your needs and allowing you a comfortable existence. Now, in my time of need, you..." Observing that his comrades remained unmoved, his urgency intensified. Perhaps faced with death, Sang Biao's mind raced, finally grasping Ji Yanli's intent. "Do not fall into their trap. They speak thusly to incite you to kill me, leaving the spoils for themselves." Ji Yanli's hand closed in again, prompting Ling Yunyun to chime in. "Our leader lacks the patience for your indecision. I will count to 3, and you must choose." The opposing group exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus. Lin San feigned gravitas as he shouted, "Boss, I am sorry. My brothers will remember your sacrifice. And oh, sooner had he uttered these words than a volley of gunfire erupted from the 10 or so individuals behind him. The bullets rained down upon them. And upon witnessing this scene, Sang Biao's words turned foul. Hearing the sound, Qingyin promptly covered her ears that I refused to listen. My ears cannot endure such filth. She directed a swift kick at Sang Biao's rear, sending him sprawling and granting her a moment of peace. Once Sang Biao was airborne, he became a living target, his body riddled with bullets, his eyes wide with disbelief as he lay on the ground. Defeated, the stray bullets that he failed to intercept collided with the electric barrier erected by Ji Yanli. Just as they prepared to pull the trigger once more, they discovered that the triggers had jammed. Without warning, a ball of flame descended upon them, and behind them stood Lin Yuqing and his companions. The anguished cries echoed as they writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Qingyin, with a smile, controlled a water sphere to douse the flames, but before they could regain their composure, a surge of powerful electricity coursed through them, leaving them charred and lifeless, smoke rising from their still forms. As Lin Yuqing and the others approached, they opened their mouths to speak when suddenly dozens of individuals emerged from the warehouse. Men, women, and children, leaning on one another as they beheld Sang Biao, lying in a pool of blood, their eyes filled with a thirst for vengeance. Turning their gaze to Ji Yanli and Qingyin, gratitude shone in their expressions. Without a word, over 30 individuals knelt in unison. One gaunt man lifted his head, his voice resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, you have saved us, and we must express our gratitude. May you all tread carefully and journey safely. Many echoed his sentiments, fully aware of their own limitations and refraining from placing unreasonable demands upon their benefactors. With the heartfelt farewells of the crowd ringing in their ears, Qingyin and her companions departed in their vehicle. The atmosphere inside remained unusually tranquil, the twilight casting a beautiful orange-red glow that went unappreciated. As night fell, the danger of the undead loomed, and despite their heightened abilities, they were no match for a horde of zombies. They needed to find refuge before darkness enveloped them at last, just as the sun's final rays vanished. They discovered a solitary villa suitable for shelter. After clearing the area of zombies, they exited the vehicle. Ji Yanli retrieved a generator from his spatial storage. The villa was instantly illuminated. It appeared to have been long neglected, yet was surprisingly clean. Exhausted from the day's events, Lin Yuqing sprawled on the sofa, exclaiming, "What a thrilling day! I'm utterly spent. Wake me when it's time to eat. I'm going to take a nap," just as his eyes fluttered shut. Qingyin yanked him up by the collar. "Boss, Qingyin, you two should rest. The cooking will be handled by me and Yuqing." Hearing this, Qingyin sank into the sofa, having no intention of aiding in the culinary efforts. As her cooking skills were such that only her mother could feign praise, she glanced at the countdown timer in her mind. 05, 30, 33, her chin cradled in her hand, sighing deeply. In such a short span. She needed to contract 4 mutated plants. Where could she possibly find them? Her gaze fell upon the vine bracelet on her wrist, and a spark of realization ignited. Almost forgetting her little brother, she called out, "Tung, quickly see if there are any nearby relatives. Once I finish eating, I'll come and find you." Chapter 27. The relentless Ji Yanli boss. Not to be rude, but even beasts require time to rest and eat. IVE worked tirelessly for you, yet the promised snacks have yet to materialize. Tung's voice grew increasingly plaintive. "I even misled my companions, claiming you had food that boosts energy, and now there's not a shadow to be found. Even beasts aren't treated like this." As Tung's words dripped with indignation, Qingyin could almost envision a tiny figure standing before her, eyes filled with grievance. A rare pang of guilt surged within her, prompting her to awkwardly rub her nose. "This is my fault. Just a moment. It's too crowded here that I'll fetch them from the restroom." With that, she strode purposefully toward the restroom. Once inside, she retrieved 3 energy packs designed specifically for zombies. As Tung and his companion leapt from her bracelet and dove into the food containers, they feasted with abandon, crumbs scattering everywhere, their bodies radiating a gentle green glow. Watching them, Qingyin felt a twinge of envy. After laboring tirelessly to complete her task, her abilities remained at level 1. While these plants could enhance their powers simply by enjoying a meal, it was infuriating. She begrudgingly grasped Tung's tail, observing its futile attempts to break free, and felt somewhat better, ultimately releasing her grip. Eat your fill, but remember to work after you're done. The system, perceiving Qingyin's despondency, chimed in with alarm. Host, do not succumb to such despair. Your level 1 ability is comparable to others' level 1.5. You are quite formidable. Once you complete your tasks, your powers may soar like a rocket. Qingyin rolled her eyes at this, scoffing derisively. Oh, please, spare me the empty promises. The dreams you weave are grander than those spun by the most unscrupulous of bosses in my company. Consuming them would only lead to indigestion. Unfazed by her skepticism, the system adjusted its approach, continuing to weave its narrative. Host, every task completed grants you a chance to spin the lucky wheel. You must believe in your fortuitous nature. There's a saying among humans. A girl who smiles often won't have bad luck. As Qingyin stood and observed the now empty food containers, she rose from the toilet seat. Those who are truly unlucky cannot even muster a smile. Rest assured, I will complete the task. I have no intention of lingering here. I still intend to travel the world with my mother using that 10 billion. After finishing her meal, Qingyin neatly stowed away her lunchbox. Tung, now that we are well fed, it is time to get to work. Let us charge ahead with your little companions. Tung, patting her satisfied belly, responded cheerfully, absolutely. I promise to complete the task. Qingyin raised her hand and tossed 3 small vines out of the bathroom window. Lin Yuqing, spotting Qingyin as she emerged, immediately waved her over. Qingyin, come here, let us choose a room. With enthusiasm, Lin Yuqing began to describe on the 2nd floor there are 3 bedrooms, and on the 3rd floor, 4 bedrooms. Each room has an ensuite bathroom, and the rooms on either side come with balconies. Take a look and see which one you prefer. Qingyin surveyed the bedrooms, ascending the spiral staircase. To the left, she noted a bedroom with a balcony, while to the right was a music room. She decisively pointed to the room on the left side of the 2nd floor. This one has a small balcony, and there is a path leading to the forest. The floor isn't too high, making it convenient for me to climb over at night. Just as she made her selection, Ji Yanli chose a room as well. Then I shall take the one in the middle. If any unexpected situation arises, I can reach you promptly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing's gaze dimmed slightly, and she offered a self-deprecating smile. He must be explaining himself to Qingyin. She thought he had never felt the need to justify his decisions before. Indeed, even the mightiest of individuals can become cautious in the presence of someone they hold dear. Yuqing, I need to talk to you. Still immersed in her melancholic thoughts, Lin Yuqing blinked slowly at the earnest gaze of Ling Yunyun, and sensing something, she softly declined. Let us finalize the room arrangements first, that Yu Cheng and the others will have dinner ready soon. We can talk afterward. Realizing the rejection embedded in her words, Ling Yunyun's eyes darkened, and she answered quietly. This little exchange went unnoticed by Qingyin, whose attention was entirely captured by the freshly served scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She strode over and chose a seat closest to the dish, her gaze fixated on it. Unwilling to divert her eyes even a fraction, as soon as everyone was seated, she eagerly grabbed a piece and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavors of the tomatoes burst forth, flooding her taste buds with joy, and her feet beneath the table began to sway involuntarily in her delight. Indeed, tomatoes are the most delectable food in this world. One piece after another, she devoured more than half a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After the meal, Qingyin immediately stood up, retreated to her room, and swiftly changed into a set of black clothing. Casting a glance at the few still discussing matters in the living room, she smirked slightly and, guided by the moonlight, leaped down from the balcony. She landed gracefully, brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, when suddenly Ji Yanli's voice rang out. So late. Where are you headed? The moonlight softened his stern features, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye took on a hint of pink, adding a touch of gentleness, as if a celestial being had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. Qingyin, too preoccupied to appreciate his allure, shot him an annoyed glance, pondering how he managed to be so persistent. She had clearly seen him in the living room moments ago. How could he have appeared here in the blink of an eye? Did he possess the ability to teleport? Ignoring him, Qingyin focused on the countdown in her mind. Her hands clasped behind her back as she walked along the narrow path. She had memorized the route upon her arrival. Following the path along the right side of the villa led to a forest. Ji Yanli stepped forward a few paces and raised a hand to block her way. Yu Qingyin regarded him with a puzzled expression. When had he become so talkative, she recalled that he used to say nothing beyond a single word. And recently, he had grown increasingly inclined to explain himself. Feeling scrutinized, Ji Yanli averted his gaze. Yu Qingyin pondered for a moment before lowering her eyes to write a line on his outstretched hand. Let us head to the woods to investigate the mutated plants. While mutated plants could not kill her, they were not as easily dealt with as zombies. Primarily, the journey was too long and time-consuming. Having him along would save her a considerable amount of trouble. Chapter 28. Who did it offend? Although there was a possibility that this roadblock might impede the contract time, with just the two of them, she would always find a way to execute the contract when he was not paying attention. Trusting Tung was unreliable. She had to rely on herself. Yanli's gaze deepened, a hint of understanding flickering in his eyes. He vaguely suspected that this might be related to her enhancement of her abilities. A subtle smile crossed his lips, and warmth rippled through his typically indifferent eyes. In the next moment, a flashy red sports car appeared before them. "Get in. I'll take you there," he said, his tone calm and resolute. As the car door opened, Ji Yanli took the driver's seat, lowered the window, and let his gaze pierce through the moonlight, focusing intently on the girl. She was delicate and enchanting in her black attire, resembling a spirit of the night, mysterious and alluring. She narrowed her beautiful fox-like eyes, a hint of curiosity dancing within. He added softly, "The energy absorbed from that green crystal core today is equivalent to that of 2 zombie crystal cores." Ji Yanli started the vehicle, stealing a glance at Yu Qingyin's still indifferent expression, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. The young girl was quite cautious, which was good. It meant she wouldn't be easily swayed by a mere promise of benefit. The moonlight spilled down, casting light upon the conspicuous red car as it navigated swiftly through the trees. This eerie sight would surely terrify anyone with a timid disposition to no. Still nothing. Yu Qingyin's gaze remained locked on the scenery outside the window, fervently hoping to spot any unusual signs within the greenery. But to her dismay, the plants appeared entirely normal. Was the mission destined for failure? The dread of electric punishment loomed over her like a shadow. Today, she had watched Ji Yanli electrify a living person until they turned pitch black. Although the system's electric punishment was not fatal, the very thought of it sent shivers down her spine. With less than 3 hours remaining on the countdown in her mind, her heart began to race with anxiety. What was the primary cause behind the formation of these mutated plants? If she couldn't find a clue soon. Suddenly, there was a sharp break, and her body lurched forward uncontrollably, thankfully restrained by the seatbelt, preventing her from colliding with the windshield. She shot Ji Yanli an irate glare, her eyes brimming with questions. "What are you doing?" Ji Yanli chuckled softly, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor as he raised his hand to point ahead. "That I found the mutated plants." Yu Qingyin quickly turned her head to look. But as far as her eyes could see, the trees remained lush and vibrant, everything appearing normal without any anomalies. She was highly suspicious that he was deceiving her. Before she could voice her concerns, Ji Yanli had already exited the car, his strides resolute. Yu Qingyin had no choice but to push open the car door and hurriedly follow him, glancing down to follow his gaze out on the open ground. A solitary purple chrysanthemum was quietly blossoming, its petals surrounded by a faint purple halo, stretching as if bathing in the moonlight. Sensing someone approaching, the chrysanthemum quickly closed up, assuming a budded posture, and the purple halo dissipated in an instant, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary chrysanthemum. Unable to stifle her amusement at the plant's obvious attempt to conceal itself, Yu Qingyin's eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she laughed. Ji Yanli caught sight of this scene, and a subtle wave of emotion stirred within him. He felt inexplicably envious. Even a mere chrysanthemum could elicit laughter from her, while he could not. Glancing once more at the hard-won mutated chrysanthemum, it suddenly appeared less appealing to him. His expression darkened, and the air around them seemed to chill in response to his displeasure, dropping in temperature. The mutated chrysanthemum, sensing the ominous aura emanating from him, trembled with fear. What did I do to deserve this? It had only just mutated and was absorbing the energy from the moonlight. Although it was being disturbed, it had no intention of provoking anyone, and it was afraid to make a sound. Teen never sought trouble. Yu Qingyin extended her hand, lightly touching the flower's petals, unexpectedly drawing the chrysanthemum closer. The mutated plant affectionately rubbed against her fingertip. Feeling the gentle nature of this small zombie. Contract successful. Main task, subdue mutated plants, 7:10, deadline. 2 days, countdown to task failure. 2 o'clock, 01 remaining. The system wishes the host to persevere and avoid electric punishment. The mutated chrysanthemum felt a sudden mark appear upon it, leaving it momentarily bewildered as it opened its flower. What just happened? A cold, clear voice echoed in its mind, akin to a winter's chill. Do you have any other mutated plants like yourself? The mutated chrysanthemum stammered. You had better be honest, or your fate will be nothing but death. Her voice was calm and unwavering, yet to the ears of the mutated chrysanthemum, it resonated like thunder, akin to a sharp blade poised at its throat. This little zombie was anything but gentle. Although her tone remained calm, to the mutated chrysanthemum, it sounded like the harbinger of death. And without hesitation, it chose to betray its plant companions. Yes, I know where they are. I'll take you there right now. Please don't kill me. I have plenty of meat to eat, and my crystal core has no energy left. Satisfied, Yu Qingyin uprooted the mutated chrysanthemum, clutching it tightly in her hand. As she turned, she noticed Ji Yanli's gaze fixed intently on the mutated plant in her grasp. Quickly, she hid the chrysanthemum behind her, her actions silently proclaiming, "This is mine. You cannot have it." Ji Yanli looked at the deformed chrysanthemum in her hand, and despite his earlier sour mood brought on by a mere flower, he felt it lift slightly. A smile crept upon his lips. "All right, you've handled that. Now, let us seek the next one. With that, he entered the car first, leaving Yu Qingyin to watch his retreating figure with suspicion, her mind swirling with conspiracy theories. Could he have some ulterior motive? To so readily relinquish the mutated chrysanthemum from her grasp is uncharacteristic of his usual conduct. When did he undergo such a transformation? Unable to comprehend, she decided to cease her musings. Ever since her transformation into a zombie, her thought processes had become remarkably straightforward and rather lethargic, devoid of the inclination to ponder convoluted matters or speculate on others' intentions. Chapter 29. The tricky mutated rhododendron with the assistance of the mutated chrysanthemum. Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli swiftly located the next mutated daisy. The contract was successfully established. Main task, subdue mutated plants, 8:10, deadline. 2 days, countdown to task failure. 1:20, 01 remaining. Please, host, continue your efforts. The system wishes you to avoid electric shock penalties. The mutated daisy joyfully joined the ranks of the rebellious army, promptly revealing the location of the allies. The contract was successfully established. Main task, subdue mutated plants, 9:10, deadline, 2 days, countdown to task failure, 0:40, 59 remaining. Please, host, continue your efforts. The system wishes you to avoid electric shock penalties. Yu Qingyin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Only one plant remained, and she held its location in her hands, needing only to proceed and fulfill the contract. The trees outside the car window retreated in a blur as her heartbeat quickened in tandem with the approaching steep cliff. The recently encountered creature had mentioned that on the barren cliff hung a mutated rhododendron, which, having mutated a day earlier than the others, possessed greater power and had naturally ascended to the role of leader among the newly transformed plants. "Leader, have we arrived? Can you release my little leaf now?" Upon hearing this plaintive voice, Yu Qingyin loosened her grip, and the red sedan came to a steady halt beneath the cliff as soon as the vehicle stopped. She eagerly leaped out, gazing upward to behold the solitary mutated rhododendron radiating a crimson aura atop the cliff. This rhododendron was larger than any she had previously encountered, nearly the size of a human face. However, the cliff was bare and smooth, presenting a formidable challenge to ascend. As she meticulously surveyed the path up the mountain, Ji Yanli suddenly took action. A bolt of lightning flashed before her, hurtling directly toward the rhododendron. Sensing the imminent danger, the rhododendron attempted to flee, but the lightning sphere swiftly pursued, obstructing its escape route and forcing it to retreat precariously, nearly tumbling down, but a glimmer of determination flickered in Yu Qingyin's eyes. With Ji Yanli serving as her tool, things were far more convenient. She resolved to momentarily set aside her biases against him. Throughout their journey, an unusual synergy developed between them. Ji Yanli restrained the mutated plants while Yu Qingyin established the contracts. He observed her every move without uttering a word of inquiry. Though Yu Qingyin harbored doubts, she remained silent. After all, with her parents at the base, Ji Yanli posed no threat to her, and she was aware of the positioning capabilities within her spatial pocket. Knowledge that Ji Yanli also possessed. Just as the rhododendron was about to plummet, Yu Qingyin swiftly advanced, only 5 steps away. Suddenly, the rhododendron's leaves detached, transforming into darts that shot towards her at incredible speed. Caught off guard, Yu Qingyin felt a sharp sting as a dart grazed her fingertip and cheek, blood trickling down from the wound. Faced with the onslaught of green projectiles, her gaze hardened, and she evaded with remarkable speed. Moving like a specter, be careful. Ji Yanli watched her silhouette, worry etched across his brow. Although he had the power to eliminate the mutated rhododendron, he refrained, knowing that Yu Qingyin needed to touch it personally to absorb its energy. He had noticed that her abilities improved slightly each time she came into contact with a mutated plant, a detail he keenly observed, since this was merely her means of leveling up. He resolved to protect her safety to the best of his ability while Yu Qingyin beheld the rhododendron before her. Her spirits lifted, a smile gracing her lips, just as her fingers were about to make contact. A dart sliced through her fingertip, blood seeping onto the flower, causing its brilliance to intensify. The mutated rhododendron's aura surged, unleashing darts like a torrential downpour. Yu Qingyin was compelled to retreat, her footing faltering under the relentless assault. Drip, drip, countdown to task failure. 0:02, 59. Penalty warning. The countdown echoed painfully in her mind, slicing through her calmness. Time slipped away like a blade, and the darts intensified around the rhododendron. Any proximity would result in injury, and a single drop of blood would surely amplify its power, rendering even Ji Yanli powerless. Realizing Yu Qingyin's predicament, Ji Yanli summoned lightning to ensnare the darts, scorching them black. Yet the darts regenerated, seemingly inexhaustible. Yu Qingyin gazed at the dwindling time, anxiety igniting within her like a raging fire. She could not afford to worry about whether her blood would fall upon the rhododendron, feeding its strength. With fierce determination, she allowed the darts to carve wounds upon her body, desperately reaching for the rhododendron. Suddenly, the number of darts diminished. Ji Yanli stepped in front of her, shielding her from the onslaught, and was instantly marked with numerous wounds that Yu Qingyin's pupils constricted. Ji Yanli's expression remained as composed and indifferent as ever, as though the injuries were not his own, though the furrowed brow betrayed his true feelings. The countdown reached its final 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the last moment, she grasped the entire flower of the rhododendron, its red light melding in her hand. Contract established. Main task. Contract 10 mutated plants. 10-10. Deadline. 2 days. Task successful. Current rewards. Speed Ability Enhancement 1. Ability Enhancement 1. Zombie-specific gourmet energy boxes 10. Lucky Spin 1. Healing Ointment 10. Language system unlocked. System mall opened. At this moment, Yu Qingyin had no mind for the rewards. She immediately steadied the staggering Ji Yanli. Are you all right? Concern laced her voice. Ji Yanli, momentarily taken aback by Yu Qingyin's inquiry, hesitated. You can speak now? Yu Qingyin frowned, observing the bloodied wounds on his back. A torrent of conflicting emotions surging within her. This man bore such injuries, yet still concerned himself with whether she could speak. Let us head to the car. I'll help you with your wounds, she said softly, leaning gently against Yu Qingyin's shoulder. Ji Yanli lifted his gaze to her exquisite profile, a smile gracing his lips as he softly acknowledged her, allowing her to guide him slowly towards the vehicle. Ji Yanli reclined languidly against the back of the seat, his upper body exposed, the intersecting wounds on his back resembling a ghastly canvas, startling to behold. Fortunately, the injuries were not deep, merely alarming in appearance. She furrowed her brow, holding a bottle of mineral water, her voice low, tinged with concern. Bear with it. It might sting a bee. As she spoke, she carefully poured the water over his back, gently cleansing the blood. Ji Yanli's brow tightened in pain, his lips paling, yet the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile, responding with a soft hum. Qingyin delicately wiped away the blood with tissues and retrieved the healing ointment she had just acquired from her system backpack. Meticulously applying it to Ji Yanli's wounds, a cool sensation spread across his back, while her warm breath brushed against his neck. Tickling him, he did not resist this sensation. Instead, he silently reveled in it. Chapter 30. She is not irresponsible. He could not pinpoint the moment when this girl, whom he had watched grow up, quietly crept into his heart. Yet he was certain it began during the apocalypse. Perhaps when she was cast out of the team by her sister. Upon their reunion, she stood alone in an alley, unflinching before a zombie twice her size. She seemed to have matured, no longer clinging to him as before. In fact, she had developed a slight aversion to him, becoming somewhat petty and delighting in mischief. Love operates in such mysterious ways. It is beyond one's control. In a fleeting moment, his heartbeat would quicken at the mere sight of her. Having fallen for her, he resolved to pursue her earnestly, finding joy even in displaying a bit of cleverness before the woman he cherished. Qingyin's cool voice shattered the silence. "All right, put your clothes back on." Ji Yanli blinked, still lingering in a moment, and responded with a soft hum, deliberately exposing his chiseled chest and defined abs as he turned. Unfortunately, the woman, so oblivious to his charm, was preoccupied with tending to her own wounds. Showing no sign of tenderness, as if his body were not his own, Ji Yanli frowned in discontent. "I'll help you with your wounds," he murmured. Qingyin turned away from his outstretched hand. "I can manage on my own. Hurry and put your clothes on. Your scrawny frame has nothing to flaunt." Though her words suggested indifference, a blush crept over her ears, hidden within her hair. His physique appeared even more sculpted than in the photos. She closed her eyes, attempting to mask the tumultuous emotions churning within her. Ji Yanli, feeling a surge of self-doubt, scrutinized his physique, but he was not vain. His body could easily grace a runway. So how had it become a scrawny frame in her eyes? Perhaps the moonlight was too dim tonight for her to see clearly. He needed to find an opportunity to prove himself. Irritated, he retrieved a change of clothes from his spatial pocket, just as Qingyin finished tidying up. Casting a glance at the somewhat dejected Ji Yanli, clearly affected by her words, clearing her throat awkwardly, she absent-mindedly rubbed her nose. "Let us go. It's late," contemplating the two instances when he accompanied her outdoors. Both times he sustained significant injuries. Although it was not her intention to lead him into harm's way, the wounds he bore were somewhat correlated to her presence. She was not the type to shirk responsibility. After a moment's reflection, she spoke up. "Who is on night watch tonight?" Ji Yanli started the vehicle, his gaze drifting toward the luminous moon hanging in the sky, and softly replied, "At this hour, it will be my turn." Qingyin's tone conveyed a hint of determination as she gently stated, "Then allow me to take your place. You were injured today because of me. I shall keep watch for you, and we will be even." Though she voiced these words, her heart held a different sentiment. He inquired softly, "By the way, is your throat better?" "Yes, it has just recovered. Those zombies do not experience fatigue. The recent skirmish had drained a considerable amount of energy, necessitating rest." "What caused you to lose your voice before?" "I was frightened by the zombies." Then Qingyin abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of impatience glimmering within them. Had it been earlier, she would have retorted directly. But considering his recent assistance, she exhaled, striving for calmness as she spoke. "Are you feeling well now? You usually say little. Why are you so talkative now? Is it possible that the darts have unblocked your meridians?" The car fell into a tranquil silence, and Qingyin closed her eyes once more. "Remember to call me when we arrive. I will take over the night watch." Once she had spoken, she fell silent. And before she knew it, she had drifted into slumber. The vehicle gradually came to a halt outside the villa. Yanli gazed tenderly at the girl beside him, who was soundly asleep, and felt a wave of gentleness wash over him. Reluctant to disturb her sweet dreams, he exited the car quietly and, with the utmost care, lifted Qingyin out as if cradling a precious work of art. Ling Yunyun, who was set to take over the night watch, noticed and wanted to assist, but Ji Yanli skillfully evaded her, in her presence. He reverted to his cool, unapproachable demeanor. I will take her upstairs, he stated solemnly. With that, he bypassed Ling Yunyun and ascended the stairs directly, unlocking the door and gently placing Yu Qingyin onto the bed, meticulously covering her with a blanket. As he observed her slightly chubby face, Ji Yanli couldn't help but chuckle softly, the corners of his lips curling upwards as he whispered, "Good night." His voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible. He turned and quietly closed the door behind him as he descended the stairs. Outside, Ling Yunyun awaited him with a glass of water. "She's fine. You should go rest." His voice carried a touch of fatigue, as if he feared waking Yu Qingyin upstairs. Ling Yunyun perceived his reluctance to speak further and wisely refrained from pressing the issue. Lowering her voice, "Boss, leave the night watch to me. You should rest up for tomorrow's drive." Ji Yanli waved his hand dismissively, remaining seated on the sofa. Ling Yunyun understood that once Ji Yanli made a decision, it was not easily changed, so she refrained from further persuasion and turned to ascend the stairs. In this apocalyptic world, maintaining one's physical condition was paramount, as one must be prepared for unexpected situations. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating Yu Qingyin's face. Had Ji Yanli been the one to carry her upstairs yesterday, why hadn't he awakened her ever since arriving in this world? Her quality of sleep had been excellent. She slept as soundly as a log, impervious to thunder, unless she had had enough rest. This debt of kindness could wait. She would repay it when the opportunity arose. The lingering faint scent of blood caused her to wrinkle her delicate brows. She rolled out of bed, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash away all weariness and discomfort. Emerging refreshed, her spirits lifted. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the mutated rhododendron in the corner, and recalling the battle from the previous night, she approached it, squatting down and pinching the branch between her fingers. Her smile radiant. The vibrant mutated rhododendron suddenly shivered, for humanity had a saying, "The weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken, with malicious intent." Chapter 31. New mission delivered. You're finally awake, my most beautiful and formidable leader. I have missed you dearly in just a day. How could she, now living under someone else's roof, afford to be coy? She had been injured yesterday. For the sake of her own survival, she thought nothing of it, willing to do whatever it took. The sultry voice sent shivers down Yu Qingyin's spine, causing her to drop the mutated rhododendron with a thud. "Boss, you've hurt me." Yu Qingyin rubbed her arms, instinctively distancing herself from the mutated rhododendron. Suddenly, the system's voice shattered the peculiar atmosphere. "Ding! New mission received. Main mission. Please proceed to Zhonghua village and subdue all mutated plants, animals, and zombies within the vicinity. Time limit: 3 days." As Yu Qingyin's retort teetered on the edge of her lips, the system seemed to anticipate her reaction and hurriedly added, "Please refrain from cursing just yet. The rewards for this mission are substantial. Completing it will grant you 1,000 points, and you can also choose an additional ability." Remembering her frustration from yesterday, being limited to close-range attacks, she yearned for a different kind of offensive capability. As she inquired, she deftly stored the mutated rhododendron into her system backpack. "How many points do I currently have?" The system chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, your current points total 0. But completing this mission will earn you 1,000 points. Yu Qingyin scoffed as she organized her belongings. All the effort I exerted on the previous 2 tasks yielded not a single point? I've worked hard for nothing these past few days. Point 1 mustn't speak so harshly. Dear host, you did gain the speed ability, along with numerous energy packs specifically designed for zombies. And the system's voice dwindled as it noticed Yu Qingyin's increasingly frosty demeanor. "You also have 1 chance at a lucky spin. Would you like to try?" "No need. I'll wait until I accumulate 10 chances and spin them all at once." She had little faith that her luck could withstand a 10-fold attempt. While lost in thought, she descended the stairs. The ointment on her facial wounds rendered them nearly invisible today. Downstairs, several individuals had already prepared breakfast, enjoying bread and milk while engaged in conversation. Lin Yuqing, feeling drowsy, caught sight of Yu Qingyin and immediately waved excitedly. "Qingyin, over here." Her voice was laced with delight. "Today, as breakfast includes bread and milk? Oh, and I notice you enjoy tomatoes, so I specifically asked Qingyin for 2. Upon hearing about the tomatoes, Yu Qingyin's eyes sparkled, her pace quickening slightly. She gratefully accepted the tomatoes from Lin Yuqing. "Thank you." Her voice brimmed with evident joy, the intonation of her words rising, revealing her current elation. Lin Yuqing paused in surprise at Yu Qingyin's voice, her eyes widening with excitement. "Qingyin, your voice is back." "Yes, it feels much better this morning." The commotion drew the attention of the others engaged in conversation. Even Gu Qingyan, who had previously harbored suspicions about her identity, was now convinced. After all, he had never encountered a zombie capable of speech. Lin Yuqing promptly chimed in with a tease. "Miss you. You can finally speak. I've missed hearing your chatter these past few days." It was quite unbearable that Yu Qingyin shot him a glance, his demeanor annoyingly provoking. "I see you're feeling a bit restless. Would you like me to help you scratch that itch? I won't charge much. Just 5 crystal cores, a fair price." Lin Yuqing promptly fell silent, muttering under his breath, "You were much cuter when you couldn't talk." Ji Yanli's expression darkened as he rose to his feet. Announcing, "Everyone is here. Let's get in the C.A.R. Yu Qingyin allowed Lin Yuqing to link arms with her, mentally marking her as a good person for providing her with tomatoes. Lin Yuqing and Yu Qingyin sat side by side in the back seat. With Lin Yuqing on the right and Ji Yanli on the left, Ji Yu Qingyuan took the wheel, while Lin Yuqing occupied the passenger seat, behaving like an inquisitive puppy, poking and prodding everything. As Yu Qingyin finished her last tomato, she curiously asked, "Where are we headed now?" Lin Yuqing was about to respond when Ji Yanli interjected. Why Yu Qingyin's pupils constricted? Was this not the location outlined in the system's mission? How fortuitous! She couldn't help but wonder if the system had foreseen their destination. This question was destined to remain unanswered. Lin Yuqing cheerfully supplemented, "Yes, the breeding farm over there is the largest in the city, and the people earn a living from it. However, Qingyin, brace yourself. The odor may not be pleasant." Yu Qingyin nodded in acknowledgement. Having worked part-time at a breeding farm in her past life, she was accustomed to such scents. Additionally, in this apocalyptic world, the air was perpetually tinged with a faint, rotten odor, though the forests were somewhat better. The journey remained relatively smooth, encountering only low-level zombies along the way, which Ji Yanli and the others easily dispatched. They kept vigilant, stopping occasionally to collect any crystal cores they might find, although some were too weak to bother with. After more than 2 hours, Lin Yuqing took over driving, and his excitement became palpable as he hopped behind the wheel. Drifting around corners, nearly making Lin Yuqing nauseous. Yu Qingyin observed Lin Yuqing's pale face, frowning as she shielded her head with her shoulder. "Lin Yuqing, enough with the showboating. If you keep this up, it'll seem like you have a fever. Don't you see that Yuqing is feeling unwell?" Lin Yuqing, upon hearing the words, gazed at her with gratitude. Were it not for the fear of voicing her thoughts, she would certainly have given that insufferable brat a proper lesson. Lin Yuqing finally steadied himself, his expression laden with remorse. Lin Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Yu Qingyin promptly relayed the message. "Sister Yuqing says that 1 beating is not enough. At least 2 are necessary." Leaning against Yu Qingyin's shoulder, Lin Yuqing abruptly raised her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Was that really what she meant? Lin Yuqing protested. "Why 2 beatings?" Yu Qingyin replied calmly, "Because I feel uneasy too." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing's face fell in despair. Was this really necessary? Ji Yanli interjected, his voice even and composed. "Then make it 3 beatings, including me." Lin Yuqing immediately fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Even as they reached their destination, he dared not cause any more trouble. Chapter 32. The unusually normal Longhua village is enveloped by mountains, with houses scattered amidst the woods. Several main roads connect the entire village, where the streets are tidy and exceptionally tranquil. Not a single shadow of a zombie can be seen. The air feels refreshingly clean, as if this is the last sanctuary of the world post-apocalypse. The vehicle glides along the main road, arriving at the entrance of the largest breeding farm. In the distance, a vast expanse of green grassland comes into view, where cattle and sheep gallivant freely, some grazing on the lush grass. A man clad in long sleeves and trousers, wearing sunglasses and a face covering, rides a horse while chasing after the livestock. The animals, hearing the sound of the hoofs, show no reaction, continuing their activities as if nothing unusual were happening. This scene bears an uncanny resemblance to the world before the apocalypse, evoking a sense of stepping into a paradise, as the entrance is barricaded. Several individuals are compelled to disembark from the vehicle. They quickly form a protective circle around the two girls. Lin Yuqing surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow and remarking, "This village is too normal. It's uncharacteristically normal." The remark sounded awkward, yet all understood the implication. Indeed, this place felt remarkably conventional, almost too ordinary for a post-apocalyptic setting. The Yu Qingyin scanned the area, quietly assessing the eerily calm landscape. She could distinctly sense the presence of their companions in the air, a sensation so intense that it nearly suffocated her. An ominous premonition surged within her. This terrifying aura felt even more formidable than the second-tier mental zombie she had encountered previously. Perhaps it was a third tier, or possibly something beyond that. She was acutely aware that the danger here was far beyond what they could easily handle, and even if they managed to cope, it would come at a steep price. Something she wished to avoid. After all, having spent considerable time together, this group had treated her relatively well. She would lend a hand if she could. Furrowing her brow, Yu Qingyin cautioned, "I have a bad feeling. This tranquility is far too abnormal. We shouldn't enter this breeding farm." Upon hearing her words, everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes shifting in unison towards Ji Yanli. Awaiting his decision, Ji Yanli's expression darkened like a stormy sky, his gaze fixated on the nearby breeding farm. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. "We leave." As his words fell, the weight in everyone's hearts seemed to lift instantly. They climbed back into the vehicle with ease and swiftly reversed towards the exit. Watching the scenery retreat behind them, their breaths lightened. However, their elation was premature. Lin Yuqing's gaze froze on a familiar fork in the road, his brow furrowing as he halted. "Boss, haven't we been here before?" he questioned, uncertainty lacing his voice. Lin Yuqing peered through the car window, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Yu Qingyin cast her gaze once more over the recognizable landscape, her unease intensifying. She understood that they were not lost. Rather, they were ensnared in a more perilous situation. "We're not lost," she said gravely. "We have entered an independent space created by a high-tier mental zombie. We have been circling within it. The moment they set foot in this village, they have been targeted by the advanced mental zombie." She recalled the system mentioning that high-tier mental zombies could open independent spaces, and they were currently trapped in such a scenario. Her words struck like a hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hope within the group. Except for Ji Yanli, the others were expressions of bewilderment. Lin Yuqing furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you saying there is a high-tier mental zombie here?" "What makes you think that?" Ji Yanli, she hesitated to call his name. Ji Yanli nodded, gesturing for her to continue. Yu Qingyin cleared her throat and elaborated. "At that time, Ji Yanli and the others were trapped in an independent space created by a mental zombie. And even you couldn't directly harm that mental zombie back then." Ji Yanli nodded, his expression darkening further. He had also considered this possibility, but it represented the worst-case scenario. They could not break through this barrier unless. With Ji Yanli's affirmation, the group's spirits sank. Lin Yuqing voiced the question weighing on everyone's mind. "If that's the case, what should we do?" Ji Yanli observed the serious expressions of the group, then suddenly relaxed his countenance. "Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. We have gathered quite a few zombie crystal cores along our journey. Let us take them out and absorb them one by one." "I will." Before he could finish, Yu Qingyin preempted him. "I'll keep watch while you absorb them. I absorbed some last night." Ji Yanli glanced at her, choosing not to expose her lie, and silently distributed the crystal cores. "It will have to be this way." Lin Yuqing, still uneasy, spoke up. "How about I stay with you?" Before he could finish, Yu Qingyin gave him an assuring glance. "Don't worry, I'll keep watch. If zombies come, I will twist their skulls off. I won't let them harm you." With that declaration, Lin Yuqing wisely fell silent, fearing that uttering another word might provoke Yu Qingyin into twisting his skull herself. As time ticked by, the outside world remained eerily silent. As if mocking the absurdity of their earlier speculations, Yu Qingyin retrieved a watch from her pocket space. Its hand spun wildly, as if possessed. Bored, she stifled a yawn, thinking how patient the mental zombie was, still showing no urgency after all this time. The next moment, A man dressed in long sleeves and trousers stood before the car window, his sunglasses and face covering obscuring his features, exuding an air of dominance over this realm. Qingyin had a premonition that this humanoid monster was indeed the high-tier mental zombie. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, she thought. She opened the car door and stepped out, stopping before the mental zombie with her hands clasped behind her back. The two entities faced each other in silence. Although Qingyin was of a lower tier than the mental zombie, she felt no fear, confident that as long as she could not be killed, she would find a way to eliminate it. Why Qingyin coldly addressed it. Shall we have a conversation? The mental zombie scoffed, as if hearing a ridiculous joke. You think you are worthy? Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if someone were strangling its throat, forcing the words out. The ridicule in its speech was painfully grating. The mental zombie continued, considering you are also a zombie, as long as you obediently hand over the rations behind you. I will allow you to join my zombie army. Its tone was patronizing, as if being part of its zombie legion were an honor of the highest order. Chapter 33. Crisis. Qingyin let out a cold laugh. Utterly unfazed as she retorted, a creature that dares not even show its face should refrain from boasting in front of me. You want the food behind me? You'll have to kill me first. The mental zombie burst into laughter, even going so far as to theatrically clutch its stomach, the derision in its voice piercingly unpleasant. After enough laughter, it removed its sunglasses, revealing its gray-white pupils, disdainfully fixating on Qingyin. You, worthy, I could kill you with a mere flick of my finger. Why Qingyin observed the mental zombie, standing motionless, a cold smile forming in her heart. It thought it could control her. Dream on. Feel free to try, she declared. With that, Qingyin moved swiftly, her fingers clasping around the mental zombie's throat, squeezing until it became slender. In the next instant, the neck in her grasp vanished. Why Qingyin, unfazed, released her hold and dusted off the non-existent dirt on her clothes. Gesturing dismissively towards the direction of the mental zombie's disembodied form. TSK, if you can't win, just run. Even a rabbit can outrun you. From the moment it appeared to mock her, remaining motionless, she had surmised that this mental zombie was merely a projection. The act of removing its sunglasses was simply an attempt to control her, but the system had already provided her a solution to that issue. Thus, upon confirming her suspicions, the first thing she did was seize its throat, allowing it to blather on. Meanwhile, within a small Western-style house adorned with red and white tiles, the mental zombie, recently swathed in a makeshift cocoon, fumed in frustration upon its throne, seething with impotent rage. A zombie that had entered, missing an eye, growled, "Your Majesty, don't be angry. We can just send the brothers in to capture that group of food along with that ugly creature for you to enjoy torturing." The mental zombie cursed vehemently. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that Wang Erman next door has been eyeing our village's pigs, sheep, and cattle? It glared at the one-eyed zombie, exasperated by its lack of understanding. Do you not know your own worth? That group of food is just slightly inferior to me. You bunch of fools. If you keep this up, you'll have your pants stripped off in defeat. How can I compete with Wang Irma in such a manner? Have you been struck in the head by a pig? The eyeless zombie immediately felt aggrieved, its voice tinged with a whimper. Wang, indeed, I have been struck by a pig, and I've even lost an eye. Fortunately, you were timely. The psychic zombie was momentarily taken aback. It had genuinely forgotten. After all, zombies have poor memories. It waved its hand impatiently. Get out! Get out! Just looking at you all annoys me. The eyeless zombie, feeling even more wronged, covered its face and ran out. It collided with an armless zombie in a military coat, letting out a cold snort before fleeing once more. The one-armed zombie entered, bowed, and proposed a dubious idea. Wang, given the circumstances, why don't we share our plan to capture some food with the neighboring Wang Irma village? Before it could finish, the psychic zombie immediately dismissed its suggestion. No way. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Think of another way. It settled back onto its throne. The one-armed zombie patiently continued. Wang, hear me out. My strategy, as humans would call it, is a win-win situation. Let them engage first, and we will follow. That group of food will have exhausted their abilities against Wang Irma and will be unable to deal with us, allowing us to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, the psychic zombie's grayish-white pupils began to spin excitedly, clapping its hands. Excellent idea. This way we can eliminate Wang Irma and acquire food that I could finally be with Zhang Suwa. Soaring together, haha. One-armed zombie. You certainly haven't wasted your time reading these past few days. You will handle this matter. The one-armed zombie let out a low growl in acknowledgement. IT stepped out, its gaze fixated on the modified jeep, inside which several individuals held crystal cores, their energy visibly dissipating. Suddenly, it locked eyes with Qingyin, who was leaning against the car window, and she disdainfully averted her gaze. This one-armed zombie looked too grotesque, and its hurried demeanor suggested it was summoning reinforcements. Indeed, in such a large village, it was impossible for there not to be other zombies, all of whom must be under the control of the psychic zombie. The psychic zombie had just been enraged by her, and it was abnormal for it to remain inactive now. With this thought, Qingyin nudged Ji Yanli. Seeing his expression clear, she spoke sternly. Wake them all up. Prepare for battle. The horde of zombies is approaching. After saying this, she gently roused Lin Yuqing, and after that, she slapped Lin Yuqing awake. Lin Yuqing blinked in confusion. Qingyin's sudden remark jolted him fully awake. Wake up, prepare for battle. The zombie horde is coming. Everyone shook off their stupor. Ji Yuan frowned, looking at Qingyin with curiosity. How can you be so sure the zombie horde is coming? Qingyin replied casually. Intuition, plus experience that we cannot sit idly by. We must be prepared. And no sooner had she spoken than a massive swarm of zombies appeared outside, closing in on their position, densely packed enough to induce claustrophobia. Qingyin's face lit up with excitement. This psychic zombie had indeed not disappointed her. Given this momentum, it seemed the zombies from Zhonghua village were also on their way. A few words exchanged, and the task was progressing. What a bargain! Suddenly, Qingyin thought of something and hurriedly asked System if the zombies killed by Ji Yanli and the others don't count as my task failure. Right? Rest assured, host, if killed by humans, they do not count as part of Zhonghua village. Complete your task without worry. Go forth and slay. With the system's reassuring response, Qingyin's mood lightened considerably, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yuqing, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced back at Ji Yanli, nervously swallowing. Boss, what should we do now? Ji Yanli frowned, his gaze chilling. Issuing orders. Drive straight through. Understood. Lin Yuqing immediately revved the vehicle, flooring the accelerator, the roar of the engine echoing in the psychic zombie's established independent space. In an instant, the vehicle plunged into the horde of zombies, the sound of bones shattering beneath the wheels resonating like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, imbued with a sense of cruel beauty. However, in the next moment, a 2-meter-tall zombie pressed both hands firmly against the hood, blocking their path. Bloodied hands slapped against the car windows, leaving bloody handprints. They were surrounded. If they opened the windows, the zombies' hands would surely reach in. And staying inside the vehicle was no longer a viable option. A lightning ball leaped from the window, crashing into the crowd of zombies, exploding like a landmine, instantly turning the horde on Ji Yanli's side into charred corpses. Chapter 34. Qingyin trapped in the fireball. A large area was cleared. Why Qingyin raised her brow slightly. This person's abilities had indeed improved. TSK, her little brother was about to suffer another loss. She needed to act quickly. With this in mind, she tugged at Ji Yanli's sleeve, her gaze gleaming with determination. Ji Yanli turned to meet Qingyin's eager eyes and, after a moment of thought, adjusted his plan. He coldly stated, I, Qingyin, and Yusin will disembark. Lin Yuqing, you drive to draw the zombies' fire. The others acknowledged, understood. Ji Yanli once again hurled a lightning ball into the horde, seizing the opportunity before they fully encircled them. Swiftly opening the car door and jumping out, Qingyin followed closely behind. As her feet hit the ground, Yusin quickly kept pace. The two living individuals plunged into the swarm of zombies, like lambs among wolves. The snarling zombies roared in excitement, the back of the horde. A zombie wearing an eye patch over one, I let out a roar, its voice not loud, yet it drew the agreement of all the other zombies. Brothers, charge! This food is ours. Don't let it slip through our fingers like Lu Haitao's water basket. A half-bodied zombie, its intestines dragging on the ground, immediately echoed, Yes, General, brothers, charge! Just as that half-zombie's roar faded, a dazzling golden light sliced through its neck, instantly severing its head, which rolled to the ground. Simultaneously, a lightning ball shot towards the 2-meter-tall zombie, but it adeptly dodged, disappearing into the crowd behind it. The lower-level zombies were instantly transformed into charred corpses. Reduced to dust beneath the wheels, the one-eyed zombie let out an enraged growl, reminiscent of a battle horn. "Brothers, form up!" On the other side, Lin Yuqing's driving skills were akin to a dance, the jeep weaving through the horde. The sharp screech of brakes intertwined with the sound of tires grinding against the ground, creating a symphony of death. Within just 5 minutes, countless zombies became souls lost beneath the wheels. Meanwhile, the three stood back to back. Vigilant gazes piercing through the mist of zombies, Ji Yanli's lightning balls were thrown without restraint, each explosion accompanied by flashes of lightning that Yusin's golden orbs dazzled like fireworks, falling into the horde, blossoming into deadly beauty. Qingyin's approach to the battle was in stark contrast to the other two. While she appeared to wield her dagger against the zombies, she was actually seizing their arms with an almost impossible speed just as they approached. Before the zombies could protest, they suddenly found themselves bound by a mysterious connection to Qingyin. In the very next moment after her contract succeeded, Qingyin commanded, "Play dead." The zombies, unable to resist, seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, willingly crashing into her dagger. Before Qingyin, a blue panel flickered continuously, displaying the success of the contract. In an instant, mountains of zombies piled up before her, leaving Yusin utterly astonished, completely overturning his initial impression of Qingyin. But he stole a glance at her indifferent expression, feeling nothing but deep admiration and fear for her, killing zombies without batting an eye. This woman was ruthless. The battle raged on for quite some time, and the number of zombies in the space dwindled, leaving only those with abilities dodging attacks and seeking opportunities to strike. The one-eyed zombie, witnessing its side suffering heavy losses, quickly realized it had been deceived by Lu Haitao from the neighboring village. Fortunately, their losses were not in vain. These food resources had nearly exhausted their energy. While they, within the psychic zombies' established space, would not deplete their energy, just as it had thought, after such a prolonged battle, Ji Yanli and Yusin's abilities were nearly spent, and if they continued to struggle, they would surely be heavily injured. On Lin Yuqing's side, the jeep's fuel gauge pointed to the last sliver of red. They had to disembark and confront those troublesome zombies head dash on. Qingyin noticed the predicament of the two. "Leave the rest to me. Conserve your energy and recover your abilities. Join up with Lin Yuqing." And oh, sooner had she spoken than she darted out like a bolt of lightning, leaving no room for Ji Yanli and Yusin to refute her. A speed-type zombie charged at her, its mouth wide open, roaring, "Hey, ugly let!" The contract succeeded. Before it could finish, its roar suddenly turned sycophantic. "Oh, boss, what are your orders?" The transformation of the roar was so smooth that it nearly caused Qingyin to roll her eyes. And she quickly issued her command, "Go call your boss." The speed zombie, filled with confusion in its grayish-white eyes, asked in bewilderment, "Aren't you my boss? Boss?" Qingyin barely suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. She had forgotten that zombies couldn't think laterally. Why previous boss? As she spoke, she swiftly identified her next target. Prompted by Qingyin, the speed zombie finally turned around, heading straight for the one-eyed zombie. With Qingyin closely trailing behind, contracting the nearby zombies and issuing the order, "Play dead." Qingyin was on the verge of approaching the one-eyed zombie. A fireball hurtled towards her with alarming speed. Startled, her eyes widened, and she instinctively dodged just in time. The fireball grazed her hair, instantly curling her one straight locks with the intense heat. The one-eyed zombie fixed its gaze upon Qingyin, its grayish-white pupils seemingly ablaze with flames. Its movements quickened, creating the illusion of flickering shadows as it left behind a trail of afterimages. Yet, Qingyin's speed was even greater. She weaved through the flames, heedless of her hair curling further from the searing temperatures. However, just as she was about to close the distance, the fireball redirected itself, coalescing rapidly around her as its center, ensnaring her within its fiery embrace. Standing at the heart of the fireball, she was met with blinding light. The surrounding heat escalating, distorting the air as if she were submerged in lava. Her clothes disintegrated into ashes in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Even as a zombie, The one-eyed creature exhibited a flicker of sensitivity to the scorching heat. Outside the fireball, Lin Yuqing and the others bore witness to this harrowing scene. Deep sorrow etched across their faces. Ji Yanli's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting, his heart wrenched in pain. His entire being feeling as if pierced by countless needles, unbearable agony coursing through him. In that moment, the electric powers within him erupted. The pain igniting his senses, he charged towards the one-eyed zombie like a tempest. The thunderball he conjured crackled ominously, instilling fear in the surrounding zombies, who were reduced to charred remains before they could even approach. In the next heartbeat, the thunderball was launched, striking its target directly. Chapter 35. Task Progress. 0 simultaneously. Lin Yuqing and the others unleashed their powers. The one-eyed zombie was enveloped by their energy orbs, unable to escape as the massive fireball solidified, making its final stand. As the brilliance faded, the zombie was torn asunder, its remains crashing to the ground. Just as Qingyin discovered a means of escape from the fireball, she sensed its power waning and hastily retrieved clothing from her spatial storage. In the final second before the fireball dissipated, she adorned herself, avoiding the embarrassment of appearing before everyone in a state of undress. Just as she exhaled in relief, she suddenly fell into a searing embrace. Ji Yanli's strong arms encircled her waist, as if he sought to merge her with his being. You're safe. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. His hoarse voice trembled in her ear. Qingyin blinked in confusion. What was wrong with Ji Yanli? Had she merely spent a moment within the fireball? Why did he appear so distraught? Unaccustomed to such proximity with a male, she attempted to push him away, only to find his strength formidable. Unintentionally, her fingers brushed against Ji Yanli's abdomen, firm and well-toned. She lingered a moment longer, gently poking him, as if claiming this indulgence as interest earned for his embrace, which she would not require him to repay next time. Ji Yanli, initially absorbed in the joy of having her back, bore a slightly cracked expression as he helplessly released her. With a half-joking tone, he inquired, "Is it nice to touch my abs?" Caught off guard, Qingyin's face flushed, and she awkwardly averted her gaze, vanishing like a flash of lightning before Ji Yanli, rejoining Lin Yuqing's group. Ji Yanli couldn't help but chuckle at her hasty retreat, a warmth spreading through his cold gaze. Suddenly, Lin Yuqing's cries pierced the battlefield's stillness. "Help! Help!" The fabric of her shoulder was torn by the sharp claws of a zombie, leaving a mark that was neither deep nor shallow, with blood seeping forth. Qingyin sprang into action, tearing the zombie that had clawed at Lin Yuqing in two, but she quickly shielded Lin Yuqing behind her. The sight of the slender figure before her brought tears to Lin Yuqing's eyes. She wiped them away and raised her baseball bat, striking at the zombie behind her with determination. As time progressed, the number of zombies dwindled, dispatched by the group with swift efficiency. Lin Yuqing finally vanquished the last zombie, inhaling deeply as though expelling all fatigue and tension with that breath. The group, flushed and covered in the blood of the undead, found their once pristine clothing marred and unrecognizable. Weary, they climbed into the vehicle to regain their composure, changing into fresh attire. Just as Qingyin sheathed her dagger, Lin Yuqing suddenly grasped her hand tightly. Her voice faint and urgent. "Qingyin, kill me. Please kill me. I don't want to become a zombie." Confused, Qingyin turned to see Lin Yuqing's pallid face, her pupils flickering between black and red, out of the corner of her eye. She caught sight of the rapidly decaying wound beneath the torn fabric, the blood taking on an abnormal reddish-brown hue. Qingyin's heart raced. She was startled to find a bloodied baseball bat in her hand. "Qingyin, there's no time. Please use this to end my life." Desperation tinged Lin Yuqing's voice. Qingyin, recalling the smile Lin Yuqing had given her that morning while handing over tomatoes, found it unfathomable to take her life. She remembered the ointment rewarded by the system yesterday. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Lin Yuqing felt a surge of heat overwhelming her reason, and sensing Qingyin's hesitation, she steeled her gaze, mustering the last vestiges of her strength to lift the bat and bring it down upon her own head. In the next instant, Qingyin firmly intercepted her action. Lin Yuqing could no longer bear it, collapsing into Qingyin's embrace. The unusual scene drew the attention of the others, who hastily gathered around. upon seeing the wound on Lin Yuqing's shoulder. They grasped the situation, at a loss for what to do. Their eyes turned towards Ji Yanli. "Boss, what should we do now?" Faced with the weariness evident among his companions, Ji Yanli found himself at a loss for words. Under different circumstances, he might have been able to speak up. Why Qingyin spoke calmly. "Don't worry. Being scratched by a zombie doesn't necessarily mean one will turn into one. There's still a chance to survive. Return to normal, or even gain an ability that I believe Lin Yuqing will pull through. I have medicine with me. I'll apply it to her now." Ling Yin immediately chimed in. "I think that's a good idea. Boss, if you're worried, we can assign someone to keep watch. If anything unexpected happens, we can respond quickly. I'm willing to stay with Lin Yuqing. Ji Yanli pondered for a moment, a hint of worry crossing his brow. Yet he ultimately nodded. "For safety's sake, let us tie her up with a rope. Everyone, rest for now. We don't know when the next wave of zombies will arrive." Upon hearing this, the group finally relaxed their taut nerves. Responding in unison, understood. As the apocalypse unfolded, they had shared countless missions with Lin Yuqing, living and dying together, particularly in the past month, in their encounters with zombies. It was inevitable that they had been harmed by their abilities. Yet Lin Yuqing had tirelessly healed them. Though they couldn't assist her, they could not bear to take her life before she transformed into a zombie. Thus, the decision was made that Qingyin's expression remained stoic. Yet her actions were gentle as she lifted Lin Yuqing into the vehicle. Exuding an indescribable tenderness, Ji Yanli took out a fuel canister, meticulously refueling the vehicle while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Inside the vehicle, Qingyin carefully placed Lin Yuqing in a seat, tenderly applying the ointment she had retrieved and gently tying her up with a rope Lin Yuqing had handed her. Ling Yin took the towel from her hands. Speaking softly, "Qingyin, leave relishing to me. You're just trapped in that fireball. You need a rest. Main task. Please proceed to Zhonghua village to capture all mutated zombies, animals, and plants. Time limit: 3 days. Task progress: 0. Qingyin stared at the glaring 0. Her anger flaring up instantly. Chapter 36. Beware, I'll report you. Fuming, she demanded of the system. Why is my task progress still 0? You better give me a reasonable explanation, or else, at a loss for words. Qingyin realized she had no idea what could threaten the system. Her gaze fell on the time limit, and a spark of inspiration struck her. Or else, I want to do this task. Even if I face electric punishment, I refuse. Though uncertain whether her words could indeed pose a threat to the system, her determination remained unwavering. The system, eager to appease her, responded, "Good host, please calm down. I just checked. The zombies that attacked earlier were not from Zhonghua village, but from the neighboring Changzhou village. This wave is indeed from Zhonghua." Upon hearing this, Qingyin opened her eyes wide, spotting a horde of zombies surging towards them. Their excited roars heralding the onset of a new battle. Following the sound, she indeed saw a hollow-eyed zombie at the back of the pack, its cries the loudest. Lin Yuqing lamented, "How many of these zombies are there? It feels endless. We can't kill them all." Complaining, he swiftly absorbed the crystal nucleus in his hand, executing the motion with practiced speed. In no time, the zombie horde closed in, encircling them completely. Ji Yanli maneuvered the vehicle skillfully, pressing through the mass of zombies, but suddenly, for towering, decaying zombies grasped the vehicle tightly. Their immense strength ground the wheels against the ground, creating sparks, yet the vehicle remained unmoved. In an instant, the 4 massive zombies combined their might to lift the vehicle and hurled it away. The Jeep crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail of sparks. Were it not for the vehicle's special modifications, it would likely have been rendered inoperable by now. Ji Yanli shook his slightly dizzy head and turned to ask with concern, "Are you all right?" Lin Yuqing straightened his posture and jokingly replied, "No problem, but if we go around a few more times, I might just see stars in the sky." His words elicited laughter from several people, alleviating the tense atmosphere of the moment. In that case, let's stick to the original plan. Lin Yuqing, you will drive and draw the attention of the zombie horde, while Qingyin, Yusin, and I will go down to slay the zombies. Ji Yanli calmly directed, preparing them to face the new challenge ahead. Hearing this, Qingyin nodded, her gaze anxiously drifting towards the back seat where Lin Yuqing lay, her body flushed a deep crimson. "Ling Yunyun, take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible. Her tone was laced with an undeniable seriousness. After receiving a firm assurance from Ling Yunyun, Yu Qingyin promptly jumped out of the car, quickly joining Ji Yanli in the battle. Following their initial collaboration, the bond among the three grew ever stronger. Before Yu Qingyin, a blue screen flickered incessantly, her sharp eyes fixated on the fallen zombies. A sly smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. All right, my little brothers, it's time to get to work. Bring the zombies in front of me. And remember, act convincingly. Her voice carried a hint of playful irreverence. With that, she deliberately distanced herself from Ji Yanli and Yusin, creating a perfect stage for her little brothers to deliver the zombies. Soon, an eerie scene unfolded within the horde. Those zombies that had seemingly been slain by Yu Qingyin began to rise stealthily. Given the sheer number of zombies, such anomalies went unnoticed by the others. Seizing this serendipitous opportunity, Yu Qingyin began to contract her own legion of undead, delighting in the realization that each of these little brothers possessed remarkable acting skills. And now, Play Dead, a newly arrived group of limping zombies eagerly announced their prowess to Yu Qingyin. Hey, look at me, I'm impressive. This is already the third batch. Impressive. Yu Qingyin generously offered her praise, her voice brimming with approval. Bolstered by her encouragement, the limping zombies' grin nearly reached the heavens. As it hurried along, it boasted to another zombie it encountered, speaking with unabashed pride. How did you know that I was just praised by the boss? What? You too? You know, I was just praised by the boss. Once the news spread among the zombies contracted by Yu Qingyin, an invisible spark ignited their competitive spirit, striving for Yu Qingyin's admiration and encouragement. They exerted themselves with renewed vigor, as if infused with fresh vitality. Ji Yanli and his teammates could clearly sense a marked decline in the combat prowess of the zombies. Before long, the horde had been decimated by more than half, leaving only those endowed with special abilities still resisting. The one-eyed zombie, initially targeted by Yu Qingyin, cursed as it was driven toward her. How can you not tell the difference between the big and little kings? Even I am not spared. Contract successful. Wow, boss, they really are perceptive, they know. Before it could finish, Yu Qingyin coldly commanded, Play Dead. Oh, and how do we exit this space? The one-eyed zombie had barely settled down when Yu Qingyin swiftly slapped it back into submission. Rolling her eyes, she realized she had momentarily forgotten that these zombies possessed rather low intelligence. Lay still, don't make a sound, and think of the answer in your mind. The one-eyed zombie pitifully protested. Boss, I don't have a brain. Yu Qingyin replied. Think in your mind. The one-eyed zombie reluctantly whimpered in acknowledgement, then, without hesitation, threw its former leader under the bus. We also don't know how to get out. We've always been pulled out by the psychic zombies. But boss, you could try attacking the house with red and white tiles. That was our previous stronghold. Just as it finished speaking, Lin Yuqing drove over, crushing the last zombie beneath the wheels. Chapter 37. Deceived Yu Qingyin arrived at the location described by the one-eyed zombie, scrutinizing the red and white tiled small villa. Where lies the breakthrough? Ji Yanli appeared beside her like a phantom, quietly inquiring, What are you looking at? Startled by a sudden voice, Yu Qingyin turned her head, casting an annoyed glance at him. Are you a ghost? You walk without making a sound. Redirecting her gaze to the building, she continued, Did you notice that it seems the zombies all emerge from here? Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. So, could it be that the exit of the independent space created by the psychic zombies is hidden here? Yu Qingyin nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Shall we go in and take a look? All right, let us call Qingyin. Point 3 of us are better than 2. Why Yu Qingyin had no objections and agreed with a nod. Before long, Gu Qingyin joined them, surveying the small villa with a glint of certainty in his eyes. Indeed, you're right. Both groups of zombies were originally discovered here. Then let us go, Yu Qingyin said as she resolutely pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the next instant, she felt a lightness envelop her, and darkness surrounded her, save for a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The scene before her mirrored that of the small villa she had just seen, the sole difference being that it was now night, with the interior brightly lit, faint silhouettes moving within. Just moments ago it was daytime. How had it suddenly become night? Had she exited, or had she entered another layer of unknown space? Filled with confusion, Yu Qingyin decided not to dwell on it any longer. In the blink of an eye, she gracefully leapt to the window, leaning against the wall, peering through the glass to observe the happenings inside. Beneath the throne, 10 zombies stood at attention, brandishing long rifles. The limping zombie gazed up at the psychic zombie, perplexed. "Your Majesty, what's wrong? Oh, by the way, how are the actions of the one-eyed ones progressing? I can no longer sense my space. Strangely, the connection between me and the one-eyed one has been severed, which has never happened before." Upon hearing this, the limping zombie's calm expression twisted into an eerie contortion. "How could this be? Your Majesty, could it be that the lack of food for an extended period has caused hallucinations? Impossible. I just ate this afternoon. But that could be ruled out. What else had it overlooked?" The reason for its panic lay in its absolute control within the space it had created in that space. It was the supreme ruler, and now it found itself blocked from its own domain. This sense of loss of control seemed to have begun when it encountered that hideous creature. The psychic zombie abruptly stood from the throne, blood-red glimmers flashing in its gray-white pupils. Limping, go to the space now and capture that hideous creature. The limping zombie immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." Qingyin stood leisurely outside the door, the crimson moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon her, making her appear like a soul-reaping specter from the underworld. With a slight smirk at the corners of her lips, she reveled in the somber expressions of the zombies. "Were you looking for me?" Her voice carried an icy chill, reminiscent of a millennium of frozen ice. The psychic zombie's eyes widened in fury. "You are merely a lowly first-tier zombie. How dare you speak human words?" This remark prompted Qingyin to roll her eyes in exasperation. It was amusing that the psychic zombie was fixated on this point. After all, when she first encountered it, she had spoken in human language too. How had it not realized this? Its reflexes were rather slowed, while Qingyin adjusted her expression, strolling casually into the room, finding a clean chair to recline upon, crossing her legs with a nonchalant air. "Wherein you looking for me? Speak, what business do you have with me?" Her casual demeanor suggested she was the true master of this place. The limping zombie seethed with frustration. "Hey, hideous creature, what are you doing? That chair is mine." Qingyin, truly speechless, she thought this group of zombies can't focus on what's important to her, right? A fingerless zombie holding a long rifle quietly reminded. "Your Majesty, the limping one, the creature you asked to capture has come to us. Should we seize it and interrogate it thoroughly?" Qingyin gave it an approving thumbs up, finally finding one reliable zombie among the group. The fingerless zombie felt shy and scratched its head. "Oh, don't praise me. I might get embarrassed." Qingyin, she had spoken too soon. Sensing something, Qingyin suddenly stood up, swiftly moving behind the psychic zombie. Sneering, "A sneak attack is no fun," she spoke. She raised her hand to grab the psychic zombie, only to find her hand met with an invisible barrier. The psychic zombie sneered, its raspy voice echoing. "This is called deception. Do you think my palace is one you can enter at will?" Limping, "Handle this person." With that, it descended the staircase, disappearing into the sanguine moonlight. "System, do you have any methods to break through this?" The system proudly lifted its rounded chin. "Host, now that you've been captured, you remember me." Qingyin softened her tone. "I remember, my dear system. You're the most powerful." Before she could finish, the limping zombie was already standing before her, its gray-white pupils filled with mockery. "Oh, how foolish you are, easily deceived by a mere few words. You truly believe that our king is someone to be trifled with?" The dismembered zombie immediately echoed. "Indeed, it's as if you were stepping on our faces." The bald zombie, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Surely not. Is it possible that she thinks herself truly formidable?" Qingyin gazed silently at the dismembered zombie, her profound eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. The dismembered zombie gently caressed its mutilated shoulder and, with a smile, began to speak. Chapter 38. "So, have you decided how you wish to meet your demise? Ever since you exited the space, our king has been aware of your every move. Everything that transpired earlier was merely a performance orchestrated for your benefit, intended to ensnare you here, particularly after you betrayed our king's subordinates. You, too, are blind to the circumstances. The king extended an olive branch to you, yet you arrogantly refused, insisting on mingling with that group of oblivious prey. Truly, you are courting your own demise that a flicker of pity glimmered in its gray-white pupils. As if gazing upon a pitiful creature, and oh sooner had it finished speaking than a chorus of derisive laughter erupted from below. Yu Qingyin listened quietly, her fingers clenched into fists, silently gathering strength. Suddenly she spoke. You seem quite knowledgeable about human dramas. Have you ever heard the saying? The dismembered zombie's gray-white pupils flickered with curiosity. What is it? Yu Qingyin's lips parted slightly, 5 words escaping like shards of ice. Death comes from excessive chatter. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resounded, and the space that confined her shattered. The dismembered zombie was propelled backward by the force, its heels teetering on the edge of the steps, staring in astonishment at Yu Qingyin. Impossible! No one can breach the king's domain, let alone a lowly zombie like you. Its voice brimmed with disbelief. Yu Qingyin, with her hands clasped behind her back, gently rubbed her tingling wrists, the back of her hand stained red. Blood seeping forth, she cast a cold glance at the dismembered zombie. You may not possess the ability, but there are others who can. You are truly like a rodent wearing spectacles, short-sighted. The dismembered zombie's gray face flushed with anger, its fists creaking as they tightened. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly, seize this ugly creature who dares to defy me. I shall tear her mouth apart. At its command, the surrounding zombies lunged toward Yu Qingyin. A flicker of mockery flashed in her eyes as she met them head-on. Contract successful. Contract successful. Contract successful. Instantly, the 10 zombies, once fierce, transformed into obedient little pups, dutifully standing beside her. Oh, boss, you are truly amazing, of course. Who do you think my boss is? Yu Qingyin's icy gaze swept over them, and immediately, the 10 zombies fell silent, behaving as if they were utterly compliant. This scene struck a harsh blow to the dismembered zombie, which gaped at Yu Qingyin in disbelief. What have you done to them? Why have they all turned against me? Did you drug them? Yu Qingyin frowned, digging in her ears, and, as the dismembered zombie continued its loud protest, she swiftly advanced and deliberately slapped its severed arm with force. Contract successful. The dismembered zombie's roar was abruptly cut off to, "Oh, boss, what do you need me to do?" The tone was now laced with flattery, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. The speed of this transformation was quicker than turning a page. Yu Qingyin had no time to waste on idle chatter. She couldn't afford to delay any longer, especially since Ji Yanli and Qingyin were still unaware of the situation. Meanwhile, Ji Yanli and Qingyin stood before a small villa, touching the barrier before them, their brows furrowing deeper with concern. Do not underestimate Qingyin. Even if she escapes, she will surely contend with that psychic zombie. There is no need for excessive worry. Ji Yanli understood this well, yet doing nothing left him feeling uneasy. Suddenly, they watched as a figure clad in black, as if hiding from the world, entered through the door. The two exchanged glances, instinctively creating distance from him. The psychic zombie halted just a meter away from them, sneering coldly. Not bad. You two are quite vigilant. Its raspy voice was as grating as nails on a chalkboard. Ji Yanli and Qingyin eyed the unfamiliar man warily, exchanging a knowing glance. Yu Qingyin chuckled lightly. Your disguise is commendable. The psychic zombie, not bothered by the implication, concealed its irritation behind dark sunglasses, surveying the scattered zombies feigning death with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. After speaking, it barked, "Get up and eat." Yet, the zombies on the ground remained motionless, some even daring to flip over and turn their backs on it, completely ignoring its presence. The psychic zombie's concealed hand tightened into a fist, veins bulging on its forehead. It cursed under its breath. These fools, their essay limit to their cowardice. I could see that moment. Ji Yanli and Qingyin exchanged another glance. Qingyin's water sphere quietly coalesced in his hand. In the next second, the water sphere was launched, crashing heavily against the transparent barrier. The psychic zombie merely lifted an eyelid, smirking derisively, as if mocking Qingyin's futile efforts. In my realm, such useless actions are pointless. Simply submit to becoming my meal, and I might consider granting you a swift death. Ji Yanli and Qingyin exchanged glances, remaining silent. In the next moment, as if sensing something, they rapidly retreated. Just as they did, 2 human-sized transparent spaces erupted from where they had stood, and had they hesitated even for a second, they would have surely been ensnared. However, Before they could regain their footing, the approaching transparent spaces pressed in on them. Their abilities were akin to hitting a wall against a psychic zombie, utterly ineffective. As time passed, the wide road became increasingly littered with hundreds of transparent spaces. Were it not for the corpses of zombies suspended within these spaces, one might scarcely notice their presence. Ji Yanli and Qingyin were forced to retreat repeatedly until they could retreat no further. Cornered near a jeep, the previously concealed Lin Yuqing and his companions finally sensed something amiss. Lin Yuqing stared in shock at the suddenly airborne zombie corpses, his eyes wide. "Boss, what is happening?" No sooner had he spoken than the psychic zombie, undeterred, approached the jeep with an air of invulnerability. Its gaze swept over Ji Yanli's calm and handsome face, a flicker of disdain passing through its eyes. "So, have you decided how you wish to meet your demise?" Though its voice was unpleasant, the tone was filled with arrogance, as if determining the fate of a swarm of ants. Lin Yuqing cast a faint glance its way, speaking languidly. "Boss, who is this? Why does it sound like it's spewing filth?" "Ugh, it stinks." He waved his hand in front of his nose. Chapter 39. "Boss, you are after all a girl?" The psychic zombie, enraged yet laughing, retorted, "Huh. Unaware of your own insignificance, I decided to peel your skin off layer by layer, then fry you in hot oil until golden brown. TSK, the little zombies will be drooling." After speaking, it patiently awaited the spectacle of its prey's suffering and pleading for mercy. Unfortunately for it, Lin Yuqing leaned closer to Ji Yanli, whispering in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "Boss, that's the one that escaped from the mental hospital. It boasts so much, yet I isn't afraid of biting its own tongue." Though he couldn't overpower it, he was determined not to lose in verbal sparring. And no sooner had he spoken than the independent spaces rapidly converged, encasing the jeep within. Bang, bang, bang. The airborne zombies plummeted swiftly, kicking up clouds of dust. In the next moment, the independent space confining Ji Yanli and his companions abruptly shrank, falling into the hands of the psychic zombie. The psychic zombie shook its hand, causing the space to toss Ji Yanli and his companions about. It reveled in their disarray, poking at the transparent space with its finger, sneering, "Let us see how you run your mouth now." Humphed. In high spirits, it prepared to leave the space, but suddenly paused, realizing something. Its expression hardened, abandoning any notion of playfulness as it quickened its pace. Just as it exited the space, darkness enveloped its vision. When it regained its senses, blinking in confusion at its empty hands, it turned angrily. Behind it stood Qingyin, gently placing the space down on the flat ground, checking on the others, seeing that they were unharmed. She stood up, locking eyes with the psychic zombie. "What are you doing here, you ugly creature? Shouldn't you be trapped in the space?" Qingyin let out a cold laugh. "Of course I've come out." "You fool." The psychic zombie was about to replicate its previous tactic, attempting to confine Qingyin within the space. But as the space began to form, Qingyin shattered it with a single punch. The psychic zombie's eyes widened in shock, muttering, "How can this be?" Qingyin shook her hand, sneering, "Is that all you can do? Just a rookie." The psychic zombie, in disbelief, attempted to establish independent spaces again and again, only to have each one shattered by Qingyin. She felt no pain, merely a slight tingling sensation. The distance between the two drew closer, and as Qingyin smashed the final barrier, she tore off the psychic zombie's gloves. Contract successful. The once arrogant psychic zombie instantly transformed into a quail, cautiously eyeing Qingyin. "Oh, boss, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me." Qingyin coldly laughed, delivering a series of punches to the psychic zombie's body. Each blow calculated to bewilder rather than injure. After venting her frustrations, she landed a final punch on the psychic zombie's head, simultaneously issuing her command, "Release them and then play dead." The psychic zombie, finally liberated, joyfully tumbled to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from its head, its act of pretense remarkably convincing. Lin Yuqing took a bold step forward and wrapped his arm around Qingyin's shoulder. "Miss you, I truly appreciate your help this time. You were simply magnificent just now. I was almost ready to pledge my allegiance at your feet." Suddenly, Lin Yuqing winked at Qingyin playfully and half-jokingly suggested, "Miss you, how about giving your humble brother a chance?" Before he could finish, he was swiftly pulled aside by Ji Yanli. Amidst Yu Qingyin's puzzled gaze, Ji coughed lightly, as if to mask something. You worked hard today. And thank you for saving all of us. He paused momentarily, his eyes darting away, his voice low. Also, Yu Qing has always been a bit of a loose cannon. You're well aware of his playboy tendencies. Upon finishing, his ears involuntarily flushed a shade of crimson. Why Yu Qingyin cast a glance at the disgruntled Lin Yuqing and chuckled softly, already understanding. Her voice carried a hint of amusement. She had gleaned from the system that he was indeed a notorious flirt. Gu Qingyan approached with a warm smile, covering Lin Yuqing's mouth to stifle his impending retort. Qingyin, thank you once again. Without you, we wouldn't know what might have happened. His tone was imbued with sincere gratitude. Yu Xin and Ling Yunyun immediately chimed in, their voices equally filled with appreciation. Experiencing such heartfelt gratitude from so many for the first time, a trace of bashfulness flickered across Yu Qingyin's usually indifferent face as she cleared her throat. We are teammates. There's no need for such formalities. Attempting to divert the conversation, she inquired, how is Yu Qing? Has she woken up? Is her condition worsening? With her barrage of questions, she successfully shifted everyone's attention that why Yu Qingyin sighed in relief. That's good. The psychic zombies have been dealt with, so we can visit the breeding grounds. However, it's getting late. We should rest here for the night and head out in the morning. Ji Yanli nodded in agreement. All right, what about you all? Lin Yuqing shrugged. If you're fine, then I'm fine too. Ling Yunyun, her expression somewhat wooden, managed a smile, that I'm also okay. Yu Qing needs rest, so let us find a place to settle down. Yu Qingyin stepped towards the small villa, speaking as she walked. No need to search further. This villa is quite suitable. I've already checked it. It's safe. Ji Yanli nodded. Then this will do. There were no objections. As everyone was weary after a long day and hastily consumed a light meal before preparing to rest, Lin Yuqing took the first watch, while Ling Yunyun would take over the latter half of the night. Naturally, Yu Qingyin had no objections and turned to enter the room she had previously chosen. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds sounded from the window. Furrowing her brows, Yu Qingyin got out of bed, drew back the curtains, and discovered Tungting clinging to the window, its tail entangled with several delicate flowers. The leaves were incessantly tapping against the glass. Upon seeing the light, the entire vine quivered with excitement, nearly dislodging the flowers it was holding. Yu Qingyin quickly opened the window, but the speed caused Tungting to slip down. Fortunately, the leaves got caught in the window frame, preventing a fall. Tungting, struggling to pull itself up with several flowers in tow, couldn't help but complain, boss, as a girl. Could you please be a bit gentler? I almost fell. Chapter 40. Sensing the whiff of gossip, Yu Qingyin grabbed Tungting and placed it on the sofa. Apologizing, her gaze was inevitably drawn to the 4 delicate flowers Tungting had brought along. Tungting, have you abandoned your original partner to take a concubine? Just moments ago, Tungting had been sprawled on the sofa. But now it stood tall, its long vines bristling, one leaf planted on its waist, another pointing accusingly at Yu Qingyin. Without needing to see its expression, it was clear that Tungting was upset, launching into a lengthy tirade. Boss, what are you saying? You make me sound like a heartbreaker. I've been working hard for you, traversing mountains and rivers to reach here, and yet you slander me. My loyalty is unwavering from body to soul. To you alone, Sniffle. Who will I complain to about this injustice? Yu Qingyin frowned upon hearing this, swiftly retrieving an energy bar from her backpack and offering it to Tungting to quiet its complaints. Finally, her ears were at peace. Tungting's leaves drooped instantly, and it began munching on the treat, speaking with its mouth full. This time, I, Tungting, will be magnanimous and forgive you once, but there cannot be a next time. Yu Qingyin nodded eagerly. She had no desire for a repeat of this, as the incessant nagging was reminiscent of a certain monk. Her gaze fell on the 4 delicate flowers, which, sensing her attention, huddled in one corner of the sofa, trembling as if she were a flower-eating demon. Why Yu Qingyin gently stroked their petals. Contract successful. Main quest. Please proceed to Zhonghua village to capture all mutated plants. Animals and zombies. Deadline. 3 days. Task progress. 60. Yu Qingyin raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting these 4 delicate flowers to belong to Zhonghua village. Tungting had indeed made no mistake, It was a valuable ally. Yu Qingyin smiled as she caressed Tungting's tail, which had perked up in joy, causing it to turn a lovely shade of pink. Even Tungting's eating became bashful, internally murmuring, "Boss is quite something, always touching me. It makes me shy. Can't she see that such things can only be done by very close friends?" Yu Qingyin attributed its bashfulness to its delight in the food, not considering any other implications. "You are indeed my great contributor, Tungting. Here, as a reward. Keep up the good work tomorrow." Tungting bashfully nodded, shyly replying, "Got it, boss." Having grown accustomed to its sudden shyness, Yu Qingyin retrieved another food box and placed it in front of the 4 delicate flowers. They shimmered with a faint glow, disregarding their fear, and eagerly dove into the food, while Yu Qingyin clapped her hands, feeling quite pleased, and went to bed. The next day, Yu Qingyin unexpectedly woke up early as she opened the door. She heard the voices of 2 people conversing from the living room below. Due to the transformation into a zombie, her hearing had become exceptionally keen. She could clearly hear Lin Yuqing and Lin Yunyan. Even if they spoke softly as she prepared to descend, Lin Yuqing's words made her pause. "Thank you for your affection, but I'm sorry, I have someone I like, and thank you for taking care of me yesterday. I hope we can still be teammates in the future." Yu Qingyin's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Yunyan likes Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing has someone she likes? Who could it be? Sensing the spicy scent of gossip, she quickly lowered her body and concealed herself behind the railing, stretching out her ears. Even without doing this, she could hear quite well. Engrossed in the gossip, she failed to notice a figure standing silently behind her. In the living room, Lin Yunyan masked her inner bitterness, forcing a smile that "I know you like the boss. You don't need to worry, we will always be teammates. That I hope my feelings haven't cause you any trouble. The one you should truly thank is Qingyin. It's her determination that made things possible. I'm just..." Lin Yuqing exhaled softly, her smile gentle. "Regardless, you took care of me yesterday, so I should be grateful. What would you like for breakfast? I'll make it for you as a thank you." "Sure, I haven't tasted your cooking yet, so let us have spicy stir-fried pork over noodles. Can you make that? If not, I can help. Don't underestimate me. I've won awards for my cooking before." As the 2 figures in the hall gradually disappeared from Yu Qingyin's view, she couldn't help but murmur softly, "I didn't expect this to be a complicated love triangle. He loves her, she loves him, but who does Ji Yanli like?" No sooner had she spoken than Ji Yanli's light laughter rang out behind her. "Do you want to know?" Yu Qingyin jumped at the sudden voice, rolling her eyes in annoyance. "What's with you? Do you have a peculiar habit, or are you just trying to scare people?" Ji Yanli innocently shrugged. "You can't blame me. You were so engrossed in gossip that you didn't hear me call you several times from behind." The hint of embarrassment flashed across Yu Qingyin's face. But she quickly composed herself and retorted defiantly, "That must be because your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you. Don't try to twist the facts. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Having said that, Yu Qingyin hastily quickened her pace to escape this den of iniquity. Yanli watched her retreating figure, sensing a hint of her wanting to flee, and suddenly felt mischievous, calling out after her, "Don't you want to know who I like?" Yu Qingyin's steps faltered for a moment, as if his words had frozen her in place, but she quickly resumed her hurried descent. Just then, Lin Yuqing's door creaked open, and he glanced at Ji Yanli, whose smile seemed a bit too playful. Quietly approaching him, he imitated his stance, peering down the staircase and nudging his shoulder. "Hey boss, who do you like? I really want to know." Lin Yuqing's voice was tinged with curiosity and mockery. Ji Yanli shot him a sidelong glance, snorting softly. "Some questions are better left unasked." With that, he strode away, heading downstairs and leaving Lin Yuqing standing there, bewildered. Shaking his head, he followed suit. Downstairs, Lin Yuqing had just finished preparing the dishes, placing the freshly cooked spicy stir-fried pork atop a bowl of noodles, accompanied by a perfectly golden fried egg, a sight that would whet anyone's appetite. As Yu Qingyin was about to carry a bowl outside, she was called to a halt by Lin Yuqing. "Qingyin, please wait a moment, that I have also prepared some tomato and egg noodles. Let me add some for you to enjoy." As Lin Yuqing spoke, she took the bowl from Yu Qingyin's hands and approached another pot. Yu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with delight as she took small steps to follow Lin Yuqing. Watching as large chunks of tomato were placed in her bowl, the smile on her lips impossible to suppress. After finishing their breakfast, The group set off towards the farm. The barriers leading to the farm had been cleared, and their vehicle traveled smoothly, coming to a steady stop on the lawn. Just as they alighted from the car, the ground suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake were imminent, tightening their chests with unease. Chapter 41. Why must we rely on others? The group quickly hopped back into the vehicle, the engine roaring to life as the wheels rolled forward, heading straight for the breeding center's office. Once they parked securely, they exited the vehicle, shutting the doors behind them to ensure safety. Their attention was immediately captured by the vast herd of cattle, sheep, and pigs nearby, their numbers exceeding 1,000, nearly filling their entire field of vision. The animals were divided into two groups. Those at the front appeared normal, while those at the back exhibited alarming mutations. Their eyes glowing red, their coats black, with strange, thick horns protruding from their heads. They gnashed their teeth, ferociously attacking the normal cattle, sheep, and pigs that fell behind. Lin Yuqing stared in shock, exclaiming, "What on earth? So many mutated animals. Boss, should we continue?" His voice trembled with a mixture of excitement and fear. Qingyin noticed the hesitation in Ji Yanli's eyes and advised, "If we hadn't dealt with the mental zombies beforehand. I wouldn't suggest this, but since we have, capturing these cattle, sheep, and pigs should pose no problem." The Yuxin immediately voices opposition. "But the number of mutated animals is overwhelming. They are faster and more lethal. With only 7 of us, how can we face off against hundreds of them? We can't risk our lives for the base." Ji Yanli gazed at the mutated animals in the distance, a flicker of eagerness in his eyes. "I believe Qingyin's proposal has merit. After all, we have come this far." Ling Yunyun silently raised her hand in agreement. "I can give a shot." Ji Yanli raised his hand, signaling for silence, his gaze fixed on Yuxin. Yuxin averted his eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt, but acknowledged that it was only natural. Ji Yanli spoke decisively. "In that case, Yuxin, you and Lin Yuqing stay in the office. Qingyin, the rest of us will go out to confront the mutated animals. What do you think?" It was only natural to fear death. After all, he was not a part of their previous team, merely Qingyin's bodyguard. Yuxin lowered his head in silence, his lips moving without uttering a word. Eventually nodding in agreement, Ji Yanli strode forward, and Qingyin quickly followed, simultaneously sending a signal to the mental zombie in her mind, utilizing its spatial abilities to swiftly control the mutated animals and lead them away. As they were about to exit the warehouse, Qingyin furrowed her brow. It was impossible. She had already stepped outside, and according to the plan, as Ji Yanli raised his hand, the cattle, sheep, and pigs that were running ahead instantly vanished from sight. This was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The mutated animals, realizing their meal had been halved, became infuriated, their jaws snapping angrily. Having been trapped by the zombie in the spatial realm for a month, they were famished, and now their food was being stolen. This was sheer cruelty. In an instant, their pupils were filled with crimson, their speed increasing, and simultaneously, Ji Yanli quickened his pace. The two forces raced towards each other, and with a wave of his hand, Ji Yanli drew the remaining cattle, sheep, and pigs into the spatial realm. The mutated animals, incensed, charged forward, with the leading black mutated sheep leaping directly at Ji Yanli. Suddenly, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, and the mutated black sheep crashed into it, its horn embedding deeply into the soil. Qingyin watched the mutated animals completely blocked by the wall. Her heart stirred. Just as she was about to act, Ji Yanli seized her wrist. "Let's go," he urged. They had barely taken a few steps when a mutated cow barreled through the wall, charging straight at Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli was gathering his strength, but Qingyin broke free from his grasp, lunging forward to kick the mutated cow away. It crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long scar on the lawn, exposing the yellow soil beneath. With a flash, Qingyin darted towards the mutated cow, landing a powerful punch. The moment of contact was electrifying. Contract successful. At that moment, dozens of mutated cows broke through the earthen wall erected by Ling Yunyun, surging towards Ji Yanli and his companions like a tide of darkness. The next second, they were struck mid-air, turning to charred remains as they fell to the ground, leaving dark imprints on the lawn. As the group retreated, Ling Yunyun raised another wall to block the ferocious onslaught of the mutated animals. Qingyin smiled as she dashed between the two walls, every punch landing with precision. The cattle and sheep were swept away like leaves in a storm, crashing onto the following mutated animals. Yu Qingyin closed in, blue light flickering before her eyes. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Brutally fierce, the mutated animals, once charging forward, now hesitated. Ling Yun noticed the lack of mutated animals surging forward and dismantled the earthen wall, their eyes struck by the scene before them. Yu Qingyin moved with remarkable speed among the mutated creatures, sending them flying with every blow. Lin Yuqing took the opportunity to set ablaze the incoming mutated cows, the scent of roasted meat filling the air. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Miss Yu is ferocious. I wonder who will be able to handle her in the future." Ji Yanli observed the girl running wild in the distance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. That it was quite wonderful. In this apocalyptic world, the ability to protect oneself was invaluable. Why must one always rely on others? Lin Yuqing chuckled in agreement. "You're right, boss." Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Yuqing's mind as he dealt with a flying mutated pig. He posed a hypothetical question. "Boss, if the person you like were like Miss Yu, what would you do?" Ji Yanli shot him a sidelong glance, his hand sending a lightning bolt into a mutated cow, charring it black, the aroma of grilled meat intensifying. "Just tell me. Satisfy my curiosity." Unbeknownst to them, Qingyin had also approached, curious to inquire. "Don't leave me out. I'm quite curious too, boss." "Spill it." Ji Yanli's brow furrowed slightly. His thin lips pressed together as he regarded the two eager eyes filled with curiosity, letting out a silent sigh. "I would probably guard her silently. As long as she needs me, I will be right behind her." Lin Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "The boss makes a fair point. I shall do just that in the future." Ji Yanli playfully slapped the back of his head, effortlessly dispatching a mutated pig that had nearly bitten his foot. Lin Yuqing wailed, "Oh no, boss. Everyone makes mistakes. I promise to improve. No more extra training, please." Meanwhile, Yu Qingyin was blissfully unaware that she had become the focal point of their conversation, lost in the joy of her contract. Her eyes glued to the progress bar as her smile widened uncontrollably. It seemed she would not have to wait until tomorrow. She was on the verge of completing her task ahead of schedule. Roar! Chapter 42. Is it the mating season? Suddenly, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the air, causing Yu Qingyin to pause, her eyes following the sound. The tiger with blood-red eyes and a pitch-black coat charged toward her. And running ahead of it was none other than the mental zombie they had been unable to contact until now. Upon seeing Yu Qingyin, the mental zombie appeared as though it had found a savior, tears welling in its eyes. "Hey boss, you asked me to find mutated animals from Zhonghua village, and here they are. Please come quickly." Yu Qingyin thought, "Was this what I asked you to do? Didn't I tell you to control it with the spatial ability?" Irritated, she interrupted its lamentations. "Enough, leave the tiger to me. You useless thing, don't even think about your food box." The mental zombie, scolded and deprived of its rations, sulked away. Yu Qingyin swiftly stepped forward, retrieving a baseball bat from her spatial realm, and with precision, she jammed it into the tiger's gaping maw just before it could snap at her. The tiger let out a pained howl, its teeth clashing together, causing the bat to splinter into 3 pieces that fell to the ground. The tiger promptly shifted its focus, lunging at Yu Qingyin. Yu Qingyin nimbly maneuvered behind the tiger, delivering a powerful kick to its rear, but the tiger seemed to sense her attack and narrowly evaded it. This miss only served to enrage the tiger further. That moment, a lightning ball and a fireball simultaneously hurtled towards the tiger, but it adeptly dodged the assault. The 3 exchanged glances, silently coordinating their abilities, erecting lightning walls to block the tiger's escape routes on either side, while a wall of fire surged up behind it. Yu Qingyin seized the opportunity to kick out, but the tiger opened its jaws wide just as a fireball came hurtling towards her. Yu Qingyin's eyes widened in alarm as she barely managed to sidestep the attack. The tiger charged at her, its jaws nearly clamping down on her leg, but Ji Yanli intervened with a well-timed kick to its abdomen, sending it flying backward. Simultaneously, Qingyin's water blade sliced through its skin, the tainted blood oozing from the wound. The tiger howled in agony, leaping back to its feet, charging directly at Qingyin, unleashing a torrent of flames in the process. Yu Qingyin's eyes sharpened as he raised his hand, water flowing forth to extinguish the flames instantly. Yu Qingyin swiftly moved, landing a punch squarely in the tiger's abdomen, sending it reeling backward. Contract successful. The blackened blood trickled from the corner of the tiger's mouth as Yu Qingyin symbolically kicked the creature a few times, and the tiger remained perfectly still, as if compliant. Over yonder, Lin Yuqing and Ling Yunyun dealt with the last few mutated creatures. Lin Yuqing squatted down, his hand rising and falling with precision, cleaving the mutated bull's head in twain. The crystalline core, enveloped in brain matter, tumbled forth. Lin Yuqing, exhilarated, waved to Gu Qingyuan. Come quickly. These mutated creatures possess crystalline cores as well. With so many cores, our abilities could ascend several levels. Boss, we have struck gold. Ha ha ha! No sooner had he spoken than the seemingly lifeless mutated creature on the ground stealthily covered its head, yearning to flee at that very moment. Yet, without the boss's command, they dared not move. Yu Qingyin's heart tightened. She hastened to the nearest, genuinely deceased mutated creature, delivering a punch that sent brain matter splattering across the ground. Fortunately, no crystalline core was found, and she secretly exhaled in relief. Retrieving a tissue from her spatial pocket to calmly wipe the stains from her hand, Yu Qingyin replied with an air of indifference. Lin Yuqing, you celebrate prematurely. Not all mutated creatures possess crystalline cores. Let's not squander time here. Lin Yuqing's lips twitched as he instinctively touched his unscathed head, retorting with feigned annoyance. Miss you, could you perhaps refrain from such violence? My delicate heart cannot bear it. Furthermore, with such brutality, you might find it difficult to marry. Under Yu Qingyin's frosty gaze, Lin Yuqing's voice dwindled, and he quietly edged behind Ji Yanli, peeking out with a sheepish grin. Who would want to marry you, man? Reeking of sweat? Being alone and unburdened is simply delightful. Yet her expression darkened as forgotten childhood memories resurfaced in her mind. People often say children are forgetful, but her past remained vividly etched, and one anticipated her birth save for her mother. And all the burdensome chores fell upon her and her mother. They became the outlets for her family's frustrations. It was only when she turned 5 and her younger brother was born that she became a mere specter in her own home. When her brother was 3, their parents divorced, and her mother, in her quest to take her away, chose to leave everything behind, never to see her brother again. That day opened her eyes to the depths of human greed. A man could manipulate his own wife for mere riches. Suddenly, a large hand settled on her shoulder. She turned to meet Lin Yuqing's insufferably smug face. Miss you, do not be so pessimistic. Men can possess admirable qualities too. For example, if I were to marry, I would certainly adhere to the principles of propriety. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin scoffed, and before she could swat Lin Yuqing's hand away, Ji Yanli intervened, removing Lin Yuqing's grip. Lin Yuqing, if you're going to boast, at least prepare a draft. Qingyin is not swayed by your antics. With that, Ji Yanli cast a dispassionate glance at him, causing Lin Yuqing to shiver. Yu Qingyin regarded him with suspicion, as if he understood her all too well. Sensing her confusion, Ji Yanli's lips curled into a faint smile, his icy gaze softening like a glacier melting beneath 1,000 stars, the tear mole at the corner of his eye glimmering with a hint of pink. His already strikingly handsome face bore an added allure. Captivating those who beheld him, he suddenly halted before her, leaning forward and gazing at her intently, as if she were the sole occupant of his world. Do you not wish to know whom I favor? Allow me to tell you. His voice was imbued with an unprecedented gentleness, laced with an enchanting allure. Yu Qingyin found herself momentarily entranced, her heart skipping a beat as she inwardly mused. Is this man feverish? Is springtime upon us, and the mating season at hand? The system's voice cut through her reverie. Host, Ji Yanli is employing his charms. You are on the verge of succumbing. Ah! The excitement in the system's tone nearly shattered Yu Qingyin's eardrums. Yu Qingyin retorted, I am not interested. Yu Qing is still awaiting us. With that, she quickened her pace, perhaps unaware of the faint blush that crept to her ears. Yanli sighed with resignation, his long legs leisurely trailing behind her, silently dismissing the notion of employing his charm. Lin Yuqing lagged a step behind, glaring at Ji Yanli's back, and inquired, perplexed, Gu dog, do you think the boss has been taking the wrong medicine lately? Why does he always undermine me in front of Qingyin? Gu Qingyuan cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yuqing's excessively naive eyes, swatting his hand away with a cold retort, "Because you're foolish." The truth was evident to all. The boss harbored feelings for Qingyin. Yet, this dim-wit continued to seek attention in front of her, leading to the boss's ire directed at him. In the next moment, Lin Yuqing's hair fell victim to his own folly, transforming into a disheveled mess. Ji Yanli, refusing to be outdone, joined the fray, and the two men began to tussle like children. Ling Yunyun silently distanced herself from the two. Unwilling to acknowledge that these two fools were her teammates, Su Qingyin reached the office door. Lin Yuqing suddenly leaped into her arms. Lin Yuqing nestled her head against Yu Qingyin's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against her, her tone imbued with envy and admiration. "Qingyin, your performance just now was truly outstanding. I genuinely admire you. If I could possess even half of your capabilities, perhaps I could stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Rather than cowering in a safe space, feeling like a burden, a glimmer of regret flickered in her eyes. After being bitten by a zombie, she wished she could awaken an offensive ability, so she wouldn't need protection. Would he perhaps glance at her a little more if that were the case? Her gaze fell upon Ji Yanli, who had followed closely behind, and her expression dimmed slightly. She had noticed something in his gaze, something she had never seen before. Yu Qingyin gently patted Lin Yuqing's back. "You are formidable as well. You possess a healing ability that none of us have. In the future, if anyone is injured, we will rely on you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing's earlier disappointment dissipated, replaced by a smile as she released Yu Qingyin. "Qingyin, you are so sweet. Hearing you say that brightens my mood." While Yu Qingyin's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes shimmering with sincerity as she asserted, "This is not flattery. I speak only the truth." Lin Yuqing met her steadfast gaze, momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded earnestly, her tone resolute. "Yes, I understand." That moment, Yusin emerged, an apologetic expression on his face. "Miss, I am sorry. This oversight is on me." The others nodded in acknowledgement. However, it was impossible to leave the group now, and they hoped that Tung Tung would prove reliable. But recalling Tung Tung's tendency to vanish for 2 or 3 days, it seemed unlikely. They would have to consider an alternate route. Perhaps she could attempt to drive. Having made her decision, she sprang into action. "The Ji Yanli, allow me to drive this time. Once I get the hang of it, it will ease your burden when we go on missions." Before Ji Yanli could respond, Lin Yuqing eagerly raised his hand in agreement. "Sure. I've never been driven by Missy before. It should be quite thrilling." Gu Qingyan also laughed, expressing his approval. "Perfect. I've grown tired from driving. I'll take a break today." "Qingyin, you have the wheel." Ji Yanli opened his mouth, but then silently closed it, the memory of his first bout of motion sickness lingering uncomfortably in his mind. Watching her eager face, he sighed softly, an exasperated fondness coloring his expression. "Very well. If you wish to play, then let it be." With Ji Yanli's consent, no one else dared voice objections. That Yu Qingyin was well aware of her driving skills and immediately suggested, "Yuxing, why don't you sit in the front? We wouldn't want to make the only girl sick. The passenger seat should be better, right?" The group piled into the vehicle, and as Yu Qingyin gently caressed the steering wheel, she took a few deep breaths to calm her nerves. Lin Yuxing found it rather amusing and comforted her with a smile. "Qingyin, do not be anxious. We believe in you." Yu Qingyin offered a grateful smile in return, her expression serious as she released the handbrake, shifted gears, turned the key to ignite the engine, and pressed the accelerator. Whoosh! The vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Lin Yuxing silently tightened her seatbelt and pulled up the window's handgrip, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. Miss Yu was indeed living up to her reputation. Her start was far more vigorous than anyone else's. Ji Yanli had taken motion sickness medication before entering the vehicle. Gripping the handrail tightly as he glanced at Lin Yuqing's reddening forehead, momentarily reveling in his misfortune that he had been the quickest to agree, and now he was suffering the consequences. Yu Qingyin quickly eased up on the speed, offering an apologetic tone. "I apologize. This is only my second time driving. Please bear with me." Her words were immediately understood by everyone, who instinctively tightened their grip on the safety handrails, their expressions turning serious, as if bracing themselves for a life-or-death trial. The vehicle jolted once more, and the group's expressions shifted from initial panic to an impassive demeanor. Ultimately, Lin Yuqing could no longer suppress his impatience. Battling against his churning stomach as he proposed, "Miss you, why not let me take the wheel instead? Or perhaps we could choose a different route. Let's stick to the flat roads and avoid the mountain paths." His suggestion drew admiring glances from the others, a wave of anticipation rising within them. Yu Qingyin, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I'll do my best to slow down." Her words dashed their hopes, and they resignedly slumped in their seats, awaiting the next jolt. Due to having taken motion sickness medication earlier, Ji Yanli's complexion appeared remarkably normal now. Gazing at the dense jungle, he could surmise what Yu Qingyin was intending to do. Lin Yuqing opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade her, but Ji Yanli preemptively spoke to reassure everyone, although there was a hint of mockery regarding her driving skills in Ji Yanli's words. At that moment, Yu Qingyin felt no anger. Rather, she experienced a sensation akin to listening to celestial music, her senses momentarily heightened. Chapter 44. Yu Qingyin in crisis within the confines of the vehicle. A single utterance from Ji Yanli held more weight than 10 from her. Her gaze wandered amongst the surrounding greenery as she silently called out to Tung Tung. "Tung Tung, where are you now? Have you found any companions? Boss, I'm 10 times your length away, to your left front. Hurry over. If you don't come soon, these ugly creatures will escape. I'm about to lose my grip on them." Ignoring the peculiar description from Tung Tung, Yu Qingyin responded with excitement. "All right, I'm coming right away." With that, she fervently turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator. As she approached, a small hillock in the woods came into view, surrounded by large, carnivorous flowers that a closer inspection revealed that a vine, as thick as a wrist, tightly entwined them together. Tung Tung spotted Yu Qingyin driving and called out in delight, "Oh, boss, you've finally arrived. If you don't save the adorable Tung Tung soon, I might perish." Feeling the tension in her body, Tung Tung urged, "Hurry, boss. I can barely hold them any longer." "Wow, boss, look at those huge carnivorous flowers. I must say it's my first time seeing one, and they're truly hideous." Ji Yanli remarked knowingly, "Let's disembark and have a chat with these carnivorous flowers." The group cast puzzled glances at Ji Yanli, bewildered by his willingness to seek trouble. Sensing their stares, Ji Yanli calmly explained, "The energy from plant-type crystal nuclei is abundant." Suddenly lowering his voice with a hint of mischief, he added, "Or would you prefer to let Qingyin continue driving?" This statement seemed to dissolve any dissent like smoke in the air, prompting everyone to swiftly unbuckle their seatbelts and jump out of the vehicle in haste. Though Ji Yanli's voice was barely above a whisper, Yu Qingyin heard it clearly, watching the speed at which they fled. Her lips twitched. While she acknowledged her driving skills needed improvement, such disdain was unwarranted. She unfastened her seatbelt and feigned nonchalance as she stepped out. Ji Yanli unexpectedly lagged a step behind her, slightly bending over and whispering in her ear, "I didn't mean it. I just had to say it this way, or they'd suspect something. This won't hinder your ability to absorb the energy from the mutated plants." The warm breath he exhaled brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine as she instinctively recoiled, increasing the distance between them. Absorb the energy from mutated plants? What a clever excuse. Turning her head, she found Ji Yanli's handsome face magnified before her, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering, his skin so delicate that pores were nearly invisible. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, his flawless complexion was enviable. She coughed lightly and shifted her gaze, fearing that if she continued to look, she might lose self-control. She softly murmured, "Thank you," that in light of his well-crafted excuse, she begrudgingly forgave his remarks about her driving. Ji Yanli's gaze flickered over her slightly flushed ears, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his mood lifting a notch, and could see at least she wasn't completely averse to him. That was a positive sign. "Boss Qingyin, hurry over. These carnivorous flowers are so ugly." Lin Yuqing's voice echoed from ahead. The carnivorous flowers seemed to comprehend Lin Yuqing's words, promptly opening their gaping maws to reveal sharp fangs, glistening ominously in the sunlight. Their roots grew at an astonishing speed, lunging toward Lin Yuqing with alarming swiftness. Lin Yuqing conjured a fireball with a flick of his wrist, hurling it at the flower's mouth. Oh, his surprise. The fireball plunged straight into the flower's maw and was swallowed whole. The previously slender roots visibly doubled in size. This spectacle astonished everyone. These carnivorous flowers were impervious to supernatural abilities. Lin Yuqing dropped his casual demeanor, pivoted to evade the flower's gaping jaws, which only paused momentarily before turning to pursue him. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing immediately weaved around the pines. Before long, the carnivorous flower found itself ensnared among the trunks, its roots stretching to their limit, unable to close in on the human who was tantalizingly close. Lin Yuqing clapped his hands in triumph, making a face at the frustrated flower, grinning with delight. "Little thing, you thought you could contend with me?" Qingyin quietly advanced, gently caressing the green roots entangled around the tree trunk. "Contract successful." Qingyin noted Lin Yuqing's smug expression and grinned, issuing a command. The carnivorous flower glanced at the insufferable Lin Yuqing and obediently complied. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuqing, he was about to face unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, 5 other carnivorous flowers, enraged by the mistreatment of their companion, charged toward the remaining group without a care. Armed with Lin Yuqing's experience, Qingyin and the others opted to evade using their abilities, instead choosing to maneuver through the woods. However, the remaining 5 carnivorous flowers were evidently more astute than the first. Quickly unraveling their tactics, Ji Yanli and his companions were taken aback, swiftly raising their hands as barriers of supernatural energy erupted from the ground to shield against the incoming assault. The carnivorous flower pursuing Lin Yuqing took delight in the chase, maintaining a distance akin to that of a soccer ball, relishing the sight of its prey's desperate struggles. Lin Yuqing scoffed, retrieving a baseball bat from her spatial storage and halting her steps. At the moment it lunged again, she swung down with force. With a resounding crash, half of the flower's lower jaw shattered. Scattering like broken stones, it emitted a tortured wail, a shrill and piercing sound. Yet in the next instant, the fallen teeth rapidly regrew, and the flower's body swelled, casting Lin Yuqing into shadow. With a fierce aura, the carnivorous flower dove down, just as Qingyin delivered a powerful kick to its roots. The flower staggered as if struck by a mighty hammer, crashing heavily against a robust pine tree. The tree groaned under the impact, collapsing with a thunderous crash, its leaves rustling wildly as a section of the area was instantly cleared. The flower shook its head, seemingly recovering from the disorientation of the collision, letting out a low growl from its roots, and lunged toward Qingyin with lightning speed, catching everyone off guard. Lin Yuqing shouted in alarm, "Be careful," as she swung her bat toward the flower's roots. However, her attack was akin to scratching an itch, lacking any real deterrent. Chapter 45. The Diamond Barbie in a maid outfit at that moment. A lightning ball descended from above, striking the flower's roots and leaving them charred, with green, smoky liquid oozing from the damage. Yet this did not deter the flower's assault. It pushed through the agony, maintaining its relentless speed. In this life-and-death moment, Qingyin's figure suddenly vanished in a thin air. The carnivorous flower lunged at nothing but while Qingyin reappeared at the flower's roots, her hand just about to make contact when an invisible barrier repelled her touch. Clenching her fist, she delivered a powerful blow. The flower's agonized wails echoed, filled with pain and fury that a crack rapidly spread beneath her fist just as it was about to shatter. The barrier quickly mended itself. Qingyin furrowed her brow, perplexed. How could this be? Her gaze shifted to another carnivorous flower that was pursuing Lin Yuqing, which seemed to sense her scrutiny and hesitated, instinctively retreating before she could ponder further. That massive flower pivoted and charged at her once more. It moved swiftly, but Qingyin was swifter still. Like a bolt of lightning, she darted around the flower, delivering a punch with each step. By the time the flower grasped the situation, she was already at another spot, landing another blow. The once impregnable barrier of the flower began to crumble under Qingyin's guerrilla tactics, with cracks proliferating. Observing the openings that had yet to heal, she summoned all her strength and struck down with force. With a sharp crack, the barrier disintegrated into green light, and Qingyin seized the moment. Her fingers brushing against the flower's roots. Contract successful. The massive carnivorous flower wilted instantaneously, shrinking to a normal size, its head drooping limply to the ground. Drained of vitality, the Qingyin snorted disdainfully. "Little thing, you thought you could outrun me?" She replicated her previous success, weaving among the remaining 4 carnivorous flowers, and alongside Ji Yanli and the others, successfully contracted them all. Lin Yuqing, exhausted, propped himself against a pine tree. Panting, these carnivorous flowers are truly troublesome. Yu Qingyin cast a glance at Lin Yuqing, whose clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to his form, revealing his chiseled abs, which were barely visible, his face nearly obscured by perspiration, lips pale, yet this did not detract from his attractiveness. Instead, it added an air of sickly allure. She couldn't help but admit that their appearances were quite pleasing to her eyes. Suddenly, her view was obscured as Ji Yanli stepped in front of her. She looked up in confusion, and he chuckled softly. "Let's go dig for crystal nuclei." Yu Qingyin nodded, her target set directly on the carnivorous flower that had previously ambushed her. The flower trembled in apprehension as she approached, and Yu Qingyin coldly surveyed the flower, attempting to obstruct her path. "If you wish to survive, remain obedient," she declared, her voice cold as steel. In an instant, the fruit knife in her hand descended like a bolt of lightning. Just as the carnivorous flower had been engaged in a fierce struggle with Yu Qingyin, it bravely stepped forward at a critical moment, attempting to shield its companion with its own body. Yet, the sharp blade showed no mercy, slicing through its surface, and a vibrant green liquid stained the knife as a green crystal core tumbled to the ground, shimmering with an ethereal glow, observing the entwined, carnivorous flowers. Yu Qingyin's brows arched slightly, her gaze revealing a hint of indifference and resolve. "If you all desire to perish together, I shall grant your wish." Naturally selfish and cold-hearted, she had always detested betrayal. While it could choose to assist its companions, such loyalty should never be rooted in treachery against her. Had it not opted for betrayal, perhaps they could have remained unscathed, but once betrayal was chosen, it was equivalent to a death sentence in her eyes. With an air of nonchalance, Yu Qingyin picked up the crystal core from the ground and turned to hand it to Ji Yanli. Her tone unexpectedly gentle. "Here, for you." Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed her mind. "Main quest. Please proceed to Zhonghua village to subdue all mutated plants, zombies, and animals. Time limit: 3 days. Mission accomplished. Now distributing mission rewards. 1,000 points. Choice of 1 superpower: fire, water, wood, metal, earth. Enhancement of 1 superpower: enhancement of speed. Management territory unlocked 1. 50 gourmet energy boxes for zombies. 1 lucky draw wheel." The heaviness in Yu Qingyin's heart dissipated in an instant. As the rewards were rather generous, she strode towards the jeep, when suddenly, a figure darted past her. Upon closer inspection, she found Lin Yuqing seated in the driver's seat, flashing her a charming smile. "Miss you. I just had a sudden urge to drive. If you're prone to motion sickness, the passenger seat is always open for you." Before he could finish, Gu Qingyuan unceremoniously flung open the passenger door, settled in, buckled his seatbelt, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply, his movements fluid and natural. "The passenger seat is indeed splendid. Drive on, driver." Lin Yuqing ground his teeth in frustration. "Gu dog, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Yu Qingyin, uninterested in their bickering, opened the car door and took her seat by the window in the front row, closing her eyes to rest. In truth, she was accessing the superpower selection interface. Among fire, wood, water, metal, and earth, fire boasted the highest attack power and was her preferred choice. However, it was not the optimal option. After much deliberation, she opted for wood, since Ji Yanli believed she could absorb energy from mutated plants. Why not seize the opportunity and add wood to her arsenal? Although wood may seem trivial, when utilized effectively, its attack potential should not be underestimated. Having finalized her superpower choice, Yu Qingyin casually opened the system all. As soon as she did, a pop-up appeared. A brawny male butler in a maid outfit, sporting an exaggerated smile, unexpectedly invaded her vision with an enticing advertisement below. "Are you still troubled by the mismanagement of zombies? Come and try our new intelligent butler. Top-notch service, worry-free after sales. Rush to purchase now." Yu Qingyin thought, "Ugh, this male butler is rather hard on the eyes." She asked, somewhat exasperated, "System, has your research on butler aesthetics become so abstract?" The system, with its pudgy form, shyly replied, "It's merely to capture the host's attention. Rest assured, our intelligent butlers come in various appearances, guaranteed to please you. And right now, there's a 90 discount, just 1,000 points. First come, first served." Yu Qingyin expressionlessly clicked the stew, closed the pop-up, and continued browsing the system mall. The marketplace was a hodgepodge of items. If you could think of it, they had it: robotic vacuums that don't sweep, glowing slippers, glowing hamburgers, an extensive variety. Yet, even these seemingly useless items cost 1,000 points, while those of slightly more utility started at 5,000, with the pricier items reaching into the millions. Chapter 46. The dog system's unreasonable exploitation. So, after all her toil, she was left with a mere starting point. Could this insufferable system be any more exploitative? The system, seemingly oblivious to her discontent, boasted, "How about it? Our system mall has everything. Are your eyes dazzled?" After that, the system resumed its enthusiastic pitch for the unsightly intelligent butler. Isn't this intelligent butler the best value for your points? The limited time offer lasts only 1 day. After this, there will be no more opportunities. Host, so hurry! Is there a reasonable explanation for the prices in this system mall? Yu Qingyin crossed her arms, staring at the system with an unyielding gaze. The system awkwardly chuckled. Host, we are all just workers. As the saying goes, why make it hard for fellow workers? The prices in the system mall are set by the main system. It has nothing to do with US. Why Yu Qingyin scoffed. Ha! I believe that as much as I believe in fairy tales. You're going to great lengths to make me purchase this intelligent butler. Given the system's demeanor, it seemed the prices would not change unless she bought this butler. Why Yu Qingyin would never waste her points on an ugly, useless item just to oppose the system. She understood that money is hard-earned, and points are even harder to come by. She clicked on the intelligent butler's page, reading the description that claimed it could subdue all mutated species and manage them in an orderly fashion. Intrigued, she thought it would be quite beneficial since she had just subdued Zhonghua village. Although it was under the watch of a mental zombie, its theatrics made her uneasy. Purchasing this butler could alleviate her concerns. While pondering, she scrolled through the appearance options, suddenly halting as a butler that resembled Ji Yanli came into view. Why Yu Qingyin stroked her chin, scrutinizing it closely. This design is rather accurate. She lingered for a second before swiping past it. But the subsequent appearances paled in comparison to Ji Yanli's. Although she wasn't particularly superficial, issuing commands to those unsightly figures was not appealing. She swiped back to the intelligent butler that bore Ji Yanli's likeness. This will do. Let Ji Yanli, who always causes me trouble, become my subordinate. With that thought, her spirits lifted. She opened the newly unlocked management territory, only to find that only Zhonghua village was lit up, while the others remained shrouded in shadow. Clearly, she would have to wait until she formed contracts before they could illuminate. Why Yu Qingyin positioned the intelligent butler within the territory, and at that moment, the mental zombies and their underlings, engrossed in their revelry, turned to the suddenly appearing entity that resembled neither human nor corpse. Converging upon the command of the mental zombie, its underlings prepared to expel this inedible presence. However, as they approached, a bolt of lightning descended from above, sparking their hair and causing them to spew black smoke as they fell to the ground in comical disarray. In mere moments, thousands of zombies, mutated animals, and plants were brought to heel by the intelligent butler, silenced in their defiance. Why Yu Qingyin observed the butler's capabilities with satisfaction before falling into a peaceful slumber. She awoke to the sound of chatter, her eyes landing on Ji Yanli's chiseled jawline, accompanied by the familiar scent of sandalwood wafting past her nose. Blinking in confusion, she wondered what had transpired. Why was she in Ji Yanli's embrace upon waking? Upon seeing her awake, her mother's face lit up with joy as she eagerly inquired, "Qingyin, you're awake. How do you feel now? Are you hungry? Shall I cook you some noodles?" Her father, on the other hand, appeared somewhat awkward, softly reproaching, while Yu Qingyin straightened up, feeling embarrassed. The lightness in her arms indicated Ji Yanli's reluctant release as he stood, politely bidding farewell. "Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, since Qingyin is awake, I shall take my leave." Ji Yanli smiled and gracefully declined. Why Yu Qingyin remained silent for a moment before finally asking, "Mom, what did you mean when you said I was holding on to Ji Yanli?" Her mother sighed, a hint of helplessness in her exhale as she explained with a gentle smile. Unconsciously, Yu Qingyin's mind conjured the image, and a tinge of embarrassment crossed her face as she inadvertently asked, "Mom." Suddenly, her mother leaned in closer, glancing at her father, who wore a serious expression and whispered conspiratorially. Qingyin, I noticed that Yanli's attitude towards you seems different. Why not take this opportunity to win him over? Qingyin hurriedly interrupted her mother's matchmaking endeavors. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Our relationship is purely platonic. A fleeting glimpse of panic flickered in her eyes, as she feared her mother would continue. Quickly, she shifted the topic. Mom, I'm starving. Is dinner ready yet? Her stomach obligingly growled, prompting her mother to abandon her gossiping intentions as she pulled her father toward the kitchen. I'll go check on it. If it's not ready, I'll have her dad help out. Watching her parents disappear, Qingyin exhaled softly. Inside the room, Ji Yanli's framed photograph was neatly placed on the dressing table. Qingyin involuntarily recalled the photo of him by the pool, showcasing his abs. Taking a few strides forward, she covered the frame, taking deep breaths to suppress the blush-inducing image. Ding. Main quest. Please head to City C to subdue all mutated animals. Plants and zombies. Time limit. 6 days. Qingyin. Even the workers in the company are not treated this way. At least they have their breaks. This dog system shows no mercy, fearing that she might still be alive. The system seemed to sense Qingyin's anger and hastily attempted to soothe her. Chapter 47. Chu Muyao is causing trouble again. Host, please do not be upset. The system's voice carried a hint of flattery. As if it could exude honey, as the saying goes. The more perilous the place, the richer the opportunities. This task's reward is undoubtedly unprecedentedly generous, and the host will surely be satisfied. Qingyin let out a cold laugh, the corners of her mouth curving into a sardonic arc. That's so unprecedentedly generous. The monetary rewards from previous tasks were truly an eye-opener. The system chuckled awkwardly, its voice tinged with a touch of grievance. Host, how could you say such a thing? The rewards from the past were all fought for with great effort before the main system. Your words wound the system's heart. As it spoke, the system pretended to wipe away tears with its tiny hands. Yet its furtive glances at Qingyin inadvertently revealed its true thoughts. Qingyin, disinterested in its theatrical performance, began to contemplate silently. City C, the very place she currently occupied, was teeming with countless zombies, mutated plants, and aberrant creatures, making the task of subduing them all within 6 days a fantastical notion. However, for her present self, it was not entirely impossible. The first matter to address was to exit the base. The thought of stealthily slipping out of the base arose, but was swiftly dismissed. After all, she had taken over another's body. If she had never visited the base and her parents learned that their daughter was still alive, she could roam freely. Although her parents had confidence in her abilities, allowing her to venture out alone was out of the question. Forming a new team or joining another group would certainly facilitate her departure from the base. But there was no enmity between her and the members of this small team. It would be unnecessary to disrupt their stay at the base for her sake. After much deliberation, only one option seemed viable. Someone who could ease her parents' worries and allow her to leave the base openly. Qingyin sighed deeply. She was now at odds with Ji Yanli. Nevertheless, for the sake of the mission, resigned, Qingyin stood up, seizing the early opportunity to strive for an exit from the base by tomorrow. After a brief tidy-up, she descended the stairs. As her parents had already gone to work at the base's center, no one hindered her passage. Relying on her memory, she found the villa where Ji Yanli resided, and the ability user guarding the entrance led her inside upon recognizing her. Miss you, please take a seat for a moment. Captain Ji and Sir are still in the study. Wang Ma served her a cup of tea and thoughtfully prepared a plate of tomatoes as a snack before busily attending to her own tasks. Qingyin, in high spirits, picked up a tomato and began to eat. Before she could wait for Ji Yanli, she encountered a familiar face. The affected voice of Chu Muyao pierced her ears. Qingyin, I never expected to see you here. You must be here to find Brother Ji. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Chu Muyao glided in gracefully. Upon meeting Qingyin's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in her eyes, quickly concealed by a seemingly harmless smile as she approached and affectionately linked arms with her. Qingyin, I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you. Her tone laced with a hint of coquetry. Qingyin abruptly withdrew her hand, dusting off non-existent dirt, and sat on the opposite sofa, holding her tomato. This blatant disdain almost caused Chu Miao's expression to shift, her eyes scanning the living room for the servants, as she took a deep breath to maintain a semblance of her smile. Chu Miao feigned shyness, saying, "Brother Ji is truly something, calling me over yet making me wait." After speaking, she feigned annoyance and looked towards Yu Qingyin, eagerly awaiting her reaction. With a crunch, Yu Qingyin seemed oblivious, finishing her tomato with satisfaction and picking up another to munch on, her demeanor exuding contentment. This nonchalant attitude drove Chu Miao to the brink of fury, her heart burning with jealousy. Yet she could not reveal it. It was as if she had unleashed a great attack only to see her adversary emerge unscathed, mocking her instead. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyin needed only to do nothing to reap benefits and accompany Brother Ji on missions. The disparity ignited her jealousy like a wildfire. She longed to tear Yu Qingyin apart, wishing her to vanish beneath the jaws of the zombies. For Brother Ji was only hers. She stood and approached Yu Qingyin, an expression of feigned grievance as she seized the tomato from her hands. "Qingyin, did I do something wrong? Why are you ignoring me?" Chu Miao's voice trembled slightly, as if genuinely hurt. Only then did Yu Qingyin regard her properly. Was this woman unwell? Hadn't the last slap been sufficient? Did she crave another? She raised her hand, frowning, meeting Chu Miao's expectant gaze, which was fixated on her lifted hand, as if anticipating its descent upon her cheek. Another young person heavily influenced by melodramatic television. The footsteps were so loud that she thinks she could not hear. Munching on the tomato, Yu Qingyin stood and strode towards the staircase, politely greeting Brother Ji. Uncle J. I doubt why Yu Qingyin cast a surprised glance at Ji Yanli, who, under her gaze, awkwardly averted his eyes. "Yes, it's delicious. Thank you, Uncle Ji." She paused for a moment before adding, "And thank you, Ji Yanli." Upon hearing this, Ji Yanli's gaze softened immediately. Uncle Ji's eyes flitted between the two, a smile forming on his lips. "You came to find Yanli, right? Coincidentally, Yanli has something to discuss with you. Take your time and tea that moment." Chu Miao adjusted her expression, approaching obediently to greet the Brother Ji. "Uncle Ji, hello." Uncle Ji's gaze swept over Chu Miao, revealing a hint of coldness in his expression. He paused briefly before adding, "And Miao." Chapter 48. Visitors from Country M. Uncle Ji's differential treatment stirred a mix of jealousy and resentment within Chu Miao, who slightly lowered her eyelashes to conceal her emotions. The three accompanied Uncle Ji to the door, watching as his figure disappeared from view. Chu Miao, smiling, inquired, "Brother Ji, did you call me here for something?" As she spoke, she subtly leaned closer to Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli cast her a fleeting glance, abruptly widening the distance between them, his voice cold. When his gaze met Yu Qingyin's, it softened slightly. "Qingyin, I need to speak with you. Shall we go to the study?" His tone had softened. Without hesitation, Yu Qingyin followed Ji Yanli, but in the next moment, her hand was firmly grasped by Chu Miao. With an audacious tone, Chu Miao asked, "What are you two going to talk about? Can I listen in?" Her voice carried a hint of playfulness. Before Yu Qingyin could respond, Chu Miao turned to Ji Yanli, pouting, "Brother Ji, I haven't seen Qingyin in so long. Can you let me spend a little more time with her?" Her voice was sweet, as if it could melt even the hardest heart. Had it been another man, he might have been swayed by her tone. Ji Yanli paused in his steps, turning to face Chu Miao. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she smiled triumphantly at Yu Qingyin, but Ji Yanli's next words plunged her into an icy abyss. "If I recall correctly, last time, you intentionally pushed Qingyin towards the mutated vines." His voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. Chu Miao immediately sensed the underlying meaning in his words, panic flooding her eyes as tears welled up. "I didn't Brother Ji, I was just too flustered that time. I would never do it on purpose." Ooh. Her performance was so pitiful that it evoked sympathy, yet no one here was swayed by her theatrics. Ji Yanli had no interest in her display. His gaze softened immediately upon turning to Yu Qingyin. "Qingyin, please come upstairs. I have something to discuss with you, if that is all right." His voice bore a hint of pleading. Yu Qingyin nodded, withdrawing her hand and deftly maneuvering around Chu Miao to stride forward. Left alone at the entrance, Chu Miao stood, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at Yu Qingyin. If looks could kill, Yu Qingyin would have been left in tatters. Why Yu Qingyin entered the study. discreetly surveying her surroundings. The decor was predominantly in cool tones, with bookshelves lining 2 walls filled with an array of books. A desk occupied the center, while a sofa for guests sat to the right, and a potted plant in the corner added a touch of life to the study. Ji Yanli placed a plate of tomatoes before Yu Qingyin and poured her a glass of water before sitting across from her. Yu Qingyin regarded the tomatoes before her brow slightly raised. There was at least something commendable about this person. She nonchalantly picked up a tomato and took a bite, her hidden feet beneath the coffee table swinging in delight. "What do you need to discuss?" Ji Yanli observed her puffed cheeks, pressing his lips together to suppress a smile before adopting a serious demeanor. "The people from Country M are heading to the capital." Yu Qingyin gazed at Ji Yanli in confusion, pondering what the arrival of Country M's people had to do with her. Ji Yanli continued, "They will arrive at the Sea City Yindu base the day after tomorrow. And the higher-ups require our people to assist them. In an instant." Yu Qingyin grasped the implications, her heart stirring. "Are you suggesting that I accompany you?" A faint smile graced Ji Yanli's lips, very astute. "Those accompanying us will include you, me, and Yu Cheng and the others, totaling about a dozen people. Why Yu Qingyi nodded in understanding, her lips curving slightly. It was as if the universe had conspired to deliver her an opportunity without her needing to seek one out. Ji Yanli's expression shifted to one of gravity. "When escorting the people from Country M, we must remain vigilant to their actions. The higher-up suspect that this global virus is linked to a secret experiment involving Country M." A hint of concern seeped through his words. Why Yu Qingyin's heart jolted. Could it be that the impending apocalypse was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity, according to the system's introduction? This virus spread with astonishing speed. Within merely a day, half of the nations across the globe had succumbed. What followed was a wave of extreme weather, earthquakes, and tsunamis, with coastal cities sinking beneath the waves. All nations had already been submerged a fortnight prior to the end times, with most inhabitants devoured by mutated sea beasts. Yu Qingyin suppressed the shock in her eyes and, striving to maintain her composure, inquired, "What is the purpose of M country's visit? Is it to poison us or something else?" Ji Yanli's expression was exceptionally grave. Officially, they claimed to be here to discuss solutions for the virus. While that was the public narrative, what clandestine maneuvers they might be undertaking remained shrouded in mystery, Ji Yanli stated with seriousness. "Thus, my father's intention is for us to promptly go to the Salt City base to meet them, constantly monitoring their movements, effectively acting as their overseers." Yu Qingyin was perplexed. Why not allow the personnel from Salt City base to escort them? Ji Yanli patiently explained, "The Salt City base has just endured a heavy blow from a horde of zombies and has yet to recover. Therefore, this escort mission has fallen upon our base." Yu Qingyin nodded in understanding. "Are you willing to join me?" Ji Yanli asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. This mission was unlike any other, with dangers far exceeding the usual scavenging operations. In response to this crisis, they had gathered half of the base's elite supernatural beings. Certainly, for her, this was an opportune moment to fulfill her mission. If she let it slip by, she would not know when another chance would arise. Yanli visibly relaxed. Had it not been for the lack of manpower, he would have preferred to keep her out of harm's way. Nevertheless, he vowed to protect her during this operation, no matter what. By the way, Qingyin, what did you want to discuss with me?" Yu Qingyin's gaze flickered slightly. "I wanted to ask if you have a mission tomorrow." "If you do, then there's nothing more to discuss." Swiftly finishing the tomato in her hand, she grabbed another, nibbling as she asked, "Where are we escorting M country's personnel to?" "To S City. There will be someone to meet us there." While speaking, Yu Qingyin discreetly stashed another tomato in her pocket, nodding in acknowledgement. "All right then, where is S City?" She continued her actions without pause. "It is the capital city of H province. S City." As they conversed, the entire plate of tomatoes disappeared into Yu Qingyin's pocket. Satisfied, she stood up, smiling like a cat that had just savored a forbidden treat. "All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow morning at 6. Chapter 49. The Duel of Vines and Blooms. Ji Yanli chimed in cheerfully. "Tomorrow morning at 6. I will come pick you up, and we shall meet at the base entrance." Yu Qingyin nodded. "Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Ji Yanli smiled. "Allow me to escort you out." As they descended the stairs, they noticed Chu Muyao still seated on the living room sofa. Upon seeing them, she approached with a radiant smile, as if the previous events had never transpired. "Qingyin, have you finished your conversation?" she asked Yu Qingyin, though her gaze frequently drifted toward Ji Yanli. Yu Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at her, noting the thickness of her skin was far beyond her expectations. No wonder she couldn't recall how painfully she had been slapped last time. Yanli bypassed Chu Muyao, striding into the living room and picking up the unfinished tomatoes from the coffee table. "You enjoy them, so take them all." A fleeting embarrassment crossed Yu Qingyin's face as she felt the bulging space in her pocket, just as she was about to reach for the tomatoes in Ji Yanli's hand. Chu Muyao swiftly snatched one, exclaiming, "Wow, these tomatoes look delicious. I want to try one too." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already brought the tomato to her lips. Yu Qingyin was quick to react. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Chu Muyao's head turned away, a bright red handprint appearing on her fair cheek. The suddenness of the scene startled everyone present, causing them to stop their actions and direct their gazes toward the commotion. Chu Muyao covered her face, tears welling in her eyes, as she gazed at Yu Qingyin with a pitiful expression, her voice choked with emotion. "Qingyin, why did you hit me? I merely wanted to taste such fresh tomatoes after so long." Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, concealing a fleeting look of triumph that had momentarily crossed her face. She could not help but reveal her true colors. She then cast a sorrowful glance at Ji Yanli, her voice tinged with weeping. "Qingyin, I'm sorry that I shouldn't have taken the tomato without your permission. I apologize." The beautiful damsel weeping would undoubtedly evoke pity from any bystanders who would rush to defend her. Yu Qingyin observed Chu Muyao's feigned sorrow with a cold gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips, her tone laced with disdain. "You indeed should not have it. I bestow upon you this slap as a form of settlement." No need to be courteous. Before her words had fully dissipated, Yu Qingyin had already stepped forward, smiling as she raised the tomato in her hand toward Ji Yanli. "I'm leaving now." "Thank you for the tomatoes." Her tone rose slightly, laced with a hint of flirtation that stirred the heart. Yu Qingyin shot a cold glance at Chu Muyao, huffing softly as she clutched her pocket tightly and strode away with purpose. Chu Muyao was thoroughly ignored, and in her frustration, she called out. Ji Yanli seemed oblivious. Turning and ascending the stairs, the nearby servant could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. This laughter ignited a chain reaction, provoking a chorus of chuckles. Chu Muyao's face flushed red with anger. Her teeth gritted as she glared at Yu Qingyin's retreating figure. "Why, Yu Qingyin? The humiliation I endured today, I shall return it 100-fold." Taking several deep breaths, she struggled to restore her composure, but the fiery sting on her face served as a constant reminder of today's disgrace. Remembering the tomatoes Ji Yanli had given to Yu Qingyin, she steeled her resolve and hurried after her. "Qingyin, wait for me." Upon reaching the door, Yu Qingyin halted, her brows slightly furrowing. Was this person masochistic? After receiving a slap, she still dared to approach. Not wishing to engage further, Yu Qingyin quickened her pace, vanishing from Chu Muyao's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Chu Muyao automatically envisioned this Mr. Ji Yanli, a warm wave coursing through her heart. It seemed that although Ji Gu appeared indifferent on the surface, he was genuinely concerned for her in private. She shyly nodded to herself. In the next moment, a flicker of green crept up her wrist, akin to a small creature crawling upon it. Yu Qingyin gently shook her hand, and with a thud, the vine fell to the ground. "You hurt me, Lauda," the vine whimpered. "You nearly crushed me, Tungting," Ying Shenhong angrily retorted. Hearing this, Yu Qingyin sat up in confusion. "Tungting, Ying Shenhong, what are you doing here?" Her gaze fell upon the bizarre withered grass and branches behind them, and her lips twitched. Ying Shenhong crawled out from under Tingting, and upon seeing Yu Qingyin sitting up, she twisted her branches alluringly. "Lauda, a day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns apart. I missed you so much." Her voice was seductive, sending chills down Yu Qingyin's spine, a stark contrast to her earlier tone when scolding Tung. Yu Qingyin rubbed her arms. "Your voice is nearly broken. Please speak normally. And what on earth are those bizarre things behind you?" Feigning shyness, Ying Shenhong waved her non-existent handkerchief. "Oh, Lauda, I wasn't using a high-pitched voice. That's just my normal tone. These are all the beings from City C who have fallen under my pomegranate skirt. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was unexpectedly struck by tongue-ting. Lauda, she-s lying. I subdued them by force. Ying Shenhong could no longer maintain her facade, letting out an enraged scream. Ah, tongue-ting, how dare you hit me? I shall annihilate you today. The two, one vine, one flower, began to tussle. Wai Yu Qingyin cautiously shifted her position to distance herself from the battleground, approaching the odd mutated plants to contract them one by one, collecting them into her system's backpack. As the flowers and leaves mingled on the ground, the air filled with spirited exclamations, resembling a fierce battle. Once the two had exhausted themselves, Yu Qingyin finally separated the entangled pair, soothing them apart. Chapter 50. The discovery of the abs muscle photo. After ensuring each vine and flower received 2 food boxes as rewards, she took care to distribute them fairly, anxious that they might fight again over it. A sense of exhaustion washed over her, akin to that of a weary caregiver. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, Yu Qingyin descended the stairs, where her parents, Yu Dad and Yu Mom, were already seated, smiling as they beckoned her over. As soon as she sat down, her bowl filled to overflowing with tomatoes. Wai Yu Qingyin observed her parents in silence for a moment before sharing the details of her impending outing. They both sighed deeply, saying nothing, quietly serving her more tomatoes. The meal was unusually silent, as they feared she might not have enough to eat. Later that night, Yu Mom once again filled her pocket space with tomatoes. As they lay in bed, Yu Mom wrapped her arms around Yu Qingyin, gently stroking her hair and offering tender reminders. You must prioritize your safety above all else. Don't act impulsively, and no matter how provocative the country people may be, do not engage in direct confrontation with them, for we know not what they conceal. Yu Qingyin nestled closer to her mother, affectionately rubbing against her side. That I understand, Mom. I will be cautious. She knew that while words could be ineffective, action spoke volumes. If she couldn't confront them overtly, she would do so covertly. She had never been one to suffer needless grievances. Furthermore, she is a zombie, already a living dead. What poison could possibly harm her? Amidst the incessant chatter of Mama Yu Qingyin gradually succumbed to slumber as dawn broke outside. Yu Qingyin, bleary-eyed, opened her eyes to glimpse Mama Yu still sound asleep. Stealthily, she slipped out of bed, freshened up, and took a bite of tomato before stepping outside. Outside the villa, Ji Yanli's car was already parked by the entrance. That he pressed down the window and cheerfully called out, "Qingyin, get in," upon entering the vehicle. Yu Qingyin realized they were the only two aboard. "Where are Lin Yuqing and the others?" she inquired. They set off from the other side to pick up Chu Muyao. "We'll meet at the base entrance shortly." Silence enveloped the car as Ji Yanli glanced at her puffed cheeks and smiled, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" Yu Qingyin shot him a puzzled look and replied, "It was fine." Hardly had the words left her lips when a shrill scream echoed in her mind. "Wow, boss, I didn't expect you to have such exquisite photos in your room. Those abs, that chest. Ugh, I'm drooling just looking at them." Instantly, Yu Qingyin recalled the nature of those photos, sitting bolt upright with a faint blush gracing her otherwise cold visage. "Ying, drop it for a second, or else." "Qingyin, what's wrong?" Ji Yanli's concerned voice broke through her thoughts. Turning her head, their eyes met, and an image of his abs surfaced in her mind, coupled with his face. She quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing. Fearing Ji Yanli might notice her unusual demeanor, she shut her eyes, attempting to calm her thoughts. However, the image of those abs became increasingly vivid with her shut eyes. After silently reciting the calming mantra multiple times, the vision of Ji Yanli's abs finally faded. She resolutely vowed to gather all those photos upon returning. Before she realized it, they had arrived at the base entrance, where 4 vehicles awaited. Except for the driver, each car housed 3 individuals. Apart from Lin Yuqing, Gu Qingyin, Ling Yunyun, Lin Yuqing, and Chu Muyao, she recognized none of the others. Among the 11, 3 were female, their expressions curiously solemn. Lin Yuqing shot a flirtatious glance at Yu Qingyin before turning to Ji Yanli, cheerfully stating, "Now that everyone is here, boss, we should set off." His words were interrupted by Chu Miao's delicate voice. May I sit with Qingyin? I'm only familiar with her and Brother Ji." The palm print on her face, previously visible, was now concealed beneath foundation, leaving no trace. Lin Yuqing, recalling Chu Muyao's previous actions towards Yu Qingyin, coldly interjected, "No, boss. I'll take the lead." With that, he drove off, leaving no room for Chu Muyao's rebuttal. The other vehicles quickly followed suit, as their mission was to retrieve individuals from M country, and they intended to keep moving without pause. To save time, the group opted for mountain roads, as the main streets had been ravaged by zombies, presenting numerous obstacles that hindered driving speed. They encountered a few zombies along the way, all swiftly eradicated. Had there been any crystal cores, they would have paused to collect them. Given the vast distance between City C and Salt City Base, one to the east and the other to the west, despite choosing the path with the least obstacles, they would still require at least 2 days to reach Salt City Base. As night fell, when zombies were most active, they needed to find a secure place to rest before total darkness enveloped the land. Their vehicles halted outside a quaint 3-story villa, where they efficiently cleared the surrounding zombies. After tidying up the villa, everyone settled on the sofa, awaiting the allocation of rooms for the night. Due to their large number, the rooms were limited. Apart from the night watch, 2 individuals had to share each room. Ji Yanli declared coldly. Free choice, pairs of 2. First come, first serve. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became lively. Just as Yu Qingyin approached Lin Yuqing, Chu Muyao seized her arm. "Qingyin, can we share a room? I'm only familiar with you here. Please?" Chu Miao's voice was laced with a plea, yet her eyes concealed a scheming glint. Lin Yuqing chimed in with a smile. "Sure, I'd love to share a room with you too." Some in the group, unaware of Chu Miao's true nature, felt a surge of sympathy for her. A girl, dressed smartly, approached them. "Hello, I'm Shangwan Qing. Can I share a room with you?" Seeing this, Chu Muyao quickly donned a grateful expression. "Thank you, Sister Shangwan. You're so kind. I thought Qingyin and I were the best of friends." But she paused, feigning a sniffle, forcing a smile while tears glimmered in her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly. "I just thought nobody would want to share with me after Qingyin rejected me, but Sister Shangwan, you chose me. Thank you so much." Her naturally delicate appearance, combined with this fa of strength, stirred the protective instincts of others. Chapter 51. The mysterious shadow Shangwan Qing seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in Chu Muyao's words and offered her comfort. Qingyin might have already promised someone else. "Don't be upset. Let me show you to the rooms." She gently patted Chu Muyao's shoulder, turning to lead the way. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Muyao rolled her eyes behind her back, inwardly scoffing. So foolish, all that acting for nothing. Lin Yuqing eagerly pulled Yu Qingyin to the room they had initially favored. "Qingyin, this bedroom may be small, but has a lovely little balcony and a private bathroom. So we won't have to squeeze together to bathe." Her tone was gentle, tinged with excitement. Before she could finish, Chu Muyao, having stealthily descended the stairs, clutched Shangwan Qing's arm and breezed over, feigning surprise and delight. "I was just telling Sister Shangwan how wonderful this room is. I can't believe Qingyin and I have such similar tastes. Is this a sign of mental connection?" She fluttered her big, sparkling eyes at Yu Qingyin, though a flicker of provocation danced at her gaze. Why Yu Qingyin rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with Chu Muyao any further. Grabbing Lin Yuqing, she promptly turned to another room they had considered. Tonight was her prime opportunity to complete her mission. She couldn't afford to be sidetracked by this masochist. Just as they were about to leave, Chu Miao's voice echoed behind them, laced with a hint of grievance. "Qingyin, what's wrong? Did I offend you in some way? Why do you dislike me so much? Is it because I..." With a decisive bang, Yu Qingyin coldly shut the door, severing Chu Muyao's voice from her ears. Lin Yuqing, intrigued, asked, "Qingyin, what did you do to earn her ire?" Yu Qingyin glanced around the room, her tone calm. "She likes Ji Yanli and has always viewed me as a rival before we even arrived at the base." Lin Yuqing nodded in understanding, her voice subdued. "I see. Her mother's rise to power was rather unsavory. She thrives on portraying weakness while casting aspersions. Yet, ironically, Chu Tianxiong fell for it. I heard her mother was as white moonlight." Yu Qingyin comprehended, realizing that Chu Muyao grew up in such an environment, but that did not justify her hurtful behavior towards others. "It's getting late. We must rise early tomorrow for the journey ahead. Let us rest now." Lin Yuqing stretched lazily, Sure, you go ahead and wash up first. I've been cramped in car all day, my back is aching. We need to be alert starting tomorrow. Without hesitation, Yu Qingyin quickly took a shower. By the time Lin Yuqing emerged, Yu Qingyin was already asleep in bed. Lin Yuqing quietly turned off the light and lay down, instantly drifting off as the night deepened. Yu Qingyin, listening to the steady rhythm of Lin Yuqing's breathing, suddenly opened her eyes, rolling out of bed. She gently opened the window, akin to a nocturnal cat, silently leaping down and blending into the night. The first floor was brightly lit. Two individuals sat on the sofa, cards scattered across the table, clearly engrossed in their game. Yu Qingyin chuckled softly, vanishing from sight. Standing on the expansive lawn, a gentle breeze caressed her, bringing a hint of chill. The trees behind swayed in the wind, producing a soft, rustling sound. An intelligent butler, resembling Ji Yanli, appeared before her without a sound, followed by a throng of zombies, each wearing a mask of barely concealed excitement. Seemingly eager for the impending task, the intelligent butler bowed elegantly, his voice calm yet tinged with indifference. "Madam, everyone is here." Her gaze shifted from him, and seeing his face reminiscent of Ji Yanli's felt oddly unsettling. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes icy as they surveyed her zombie minions, her voice devoid of warmth. "I assume the butler has briefed you all. We commence operations now." With her command, the zombies erupted into excited roars, seamlessly merging into the night, vanishing without a trace. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingyin, a shadow had stealthily emerged behind her, watching her every movement with rapt attention. This was the first time she felt unencumbered by Ji Yanli's presence, leaving her slightly disoriented. Shaking her head, she focused on her task. Possessing speed-based abilities, she could swiftly reach the city even without a vehicle. Beneath the moonlight, the desolate streets of the city exuded a faint, putrid odor as aimlessly wandering zombies emitted a ghostly glow. Sensing Yu Qingyin's approach, the horde stirred restlessly. "Hurry, notify the boss. The grotesque figure has arrived. Quick, let us intercept it. Brothers, charge forth and seize this traitorous corpse." With severe interrogation, before Yu Qingyin could draw near, a tempest of extraordinary abilities surged forth like a tidal wave, splashing the entire street with vibrant hues. Radiant light, as if tearing the veil of night into the brightness of day. Yu Qingyin scoffed disdainfully, her form shifting. Suddenly, a purple barrier materialized out of thin air, shielding her from the frenzied onslaught of supernatural assaults. She froze in place, turning her head to see Ji Yanli standing behind her, his hand pulsating with violet light. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze. How did he end up here? What has he seen? Could he possibly deduce her true identity? Countless questions swirled in her mind as Yu Qingyin's hands, which hung at her sides, clenched tightly, her vigilant gaze fixated on Ji Yanli. Yu Qingyin scrutinized him closely, and upon confirming that his attire and even hairstyle mirrored that of the intelligent butler, she silently exhaled in relief. "You are not needed here. I can handle this." Yanli's eyes glinted coldly for a fleeting moment, his voice still mechanical. "Protecting my master is my duty." Yu Qingyin chose to ignore him, her figure darting forth like a bolt of lightning, as supernatural attacks whizzed past her, barely grazing the hem of her clothing. The brilliance of the energy spheres illuminated her, as if draping her in a resplendent, multicolored battle robe. She maneuvered nimbly amidst the horde of zombies, a blue panel flashing incessantly before her. Contract successful. Contract successful. Suddenly, Yu Qingyin's advance was halted by a wave of searing heat, compelling her to stop and gaze toward the source of the inferno. There stood a zombie with a face nearly entirely decomposed. Its hand raised high, flames flickering within it, gradually dissipating, the heat in the air receding, and the street returning to its eerie silence. Chapter 52. A life-and-death moment. Its grayish-white eyes bore no warmth. Fixated on Yu Qingyin with a mocking curve at the corners of its lips, pieces of decaying flesh dropping from its mouth with every movement. As it emerged, the surrounding zombies flocked toward it, as if summoned, leaving a trail of putrid flesh in their wake, where maggots could be seen writhing atop the carrion. The zombies not under her contract began to report to the formidable fire-type zombie. "Hey, second boss, this grotesque figure has come." "Hey, second boss, This grotesque figure is too strange. Many of our brothers have fallen for her tricks. Qingyin observed coldly, her gaze locking onto the fire-type zombie, which was encircled by the throng of undead. Conservatively estimating its abilities at level 5, it was evident that the zombies here had advanced rapidly. The newly contracted zombies stood behind her, chattering anxiously, urging her to retreat. "Hey boss, this zombie is our second boss. Its abilities are extraordinary. You are no match for it. Perhaps we should fall back." "Yes, indeed. This second boss favors cunning tactics. Its abilities are twice as powerful as yours, and it can even extract the brains of other corpses." "You are no match for it, boss. Don't worry, boss. We will stall for you in front. With your speed, you will surely escape." Qingyin remained still, patiently awaiting the opponent's move. Yes, oh, what if they were stronger? As long as they could not kill her, they would ultimately belong to her. Suddenly, the fire-type zombie lowered its hand, and the clamor of the surrounding zombies ceased, plunging the street back into silence. With a disdainful tone, it spoke, "You still have the chance to submit. Otherwise, you will end up like it, becoming my sustenance." As it spoke, its finger plunged violently into the nearest zombie's skull, extracting a crystal core and tossing it into its mouth. Chewing with a crunching sound, the zombie, now hollowed out, lay in pieces while the fire-type zombie glowed faintly, visibly enhancing its abilities. The surrounding zombies knelt in fear, terrified that they would be next. The zombies flanking Qingyin shivered but mustered what little courage they had to shield her. "Boss, run!" Qingyin felt a surge of emotion. Despite their trembling voices and quaking legs, they still thought to protect her. How endearing! She deftly maneuvered around the zombies before her, softly instructing the ones beside her to retreat to a safe distance. In the next moment, her horde of zombies withdrew while Qingyin charged forward without hesitation. The fire-type zombie smirked contemptuously, underestimating her. It raised its hand, conjuring a fireball the size of a yoga ball, causing the temperature of the entire street to rise several degrees. The fireball streaked toward Qingyin like a meteor. With agile grace, Qingyin evaded the attack, swiftly closing in on her target and conveniently contracting a nearby zombie. Her army of undead gained fresh reinforcements. The fire-type zombie, noticing her maneuver, waved its hand, causing all zombies to retreat behind it, exposing Qingyin to the onslaught. Countless fireballs rained down upon her like a deluge, yet her form flickered like a specter, each fireball narrowly missing her, inflicting no harm. The mockery in the fire-type zombie's grayish eyes was increasingly evident as it sneered. "A mere clown dares to act up in my presence." With that, it intensified its fiery assault, and suddenly the entire street was engulfed in a wall of flames, leaving no gaps. The sound of shattering glass echoed as trash bins, chairs, and streetlights were instantly reduced to ashes. Qingyin was forced to halt before the wall of flames, the scorching heat causing her hair to curl uncontrollably. In the next second, the wall of fire surged toward her, while Qingyin swiftly retreated, scanning her surroundings for a foothold on the wall. This fire reached 2 meters high, and with her wood-based abilities, she could potentially leap over it. Her gaze landed on an open window high up in the nearest office building. A slight smile gracing her lips, with a flicker of green light at her fingertips, a vine quietly formed, and in the next instant, a wall of vines erupted before her, blocking the fire's advance. The two powers collided, producing a blinding flash of light. Qingyin instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, and as she adjusted to the brightness, she noticed a figure beside her. Turning her head, she saw Ji Yanli standing there, his exquisite features accentuated by the glow of the flames, his expression impassive, his cold gaze devoid of warmth, resembling an untouchable deity. For a moment, Qingyin found herself momentarily entranced. What on earth was this? Ji Yanli's mechanical, emotionless voice broke through her reverie. "Master, I'm here to assist you." Qingyin tore her gaze from him, suppressing the fluttering in her heart that no, you are a hindrance. Upon finishing her words, the vine in her hand shot out, latching onto the open window. With a graceful leap, she firmly positioned herself on the window ledge, surveying the battleground below from a higher vantage point. The vine seemed to meld with her being, and with its aid, she bounded forward, rapidly approaching the high-level fire-type zombie. She found her mark and dove down, utilizing the vine to soften her descent. The fire-type zombie seemed to sense something, looking up just as their gazes met. It smirked coldly, as if mocking her audacity. It casually raised its hand, sending a fireball the size of a yoga ball hurtling toward Qingyin. She narrowly evaded it, but another fireball followed, closely behind. Qingyin raised her hand, swinging the vine, redirecting the fireball toward the horde of zombies behind the fire-type. It plunged into the mass of undead, eliciting a chorus of anguish howls. The fire-type zombie's grayish eyes finally flickered with emotion. Glaring angrily at Qingyin, in the next moment, a fiery shockwave surged toward her, and Qingyin's eyes narrowed. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield herself, her feet leaving long marks on the shattered glass below. The force of the shockwave pushed her back, propelling her away from the height of the office building. The shockwave suddenly relented, leaving her with a sensation of weightlessness, as if the entire world was spinning beneath her feet. Qingyin plummeted, the cold wind howling in her ears. She flung out a vine, just managing to catch the edge of the window, only for a razor-sharp fire blade to sever it mercilessly. Qingyin found herself helplessly descending. Each time she grasped a new anchor point, the relentless flames would sever it, reducing it to ashes. In midair, she strained to adjust her body, utilizing the brief moments when she secured a hold to inch closer to the exterior wall of the office building. Like a bird struggling against a storm, as her body neared the ground, it seemed she would shatter into pieces at any moment. In this life-and-death moment, her hands grasped the window ledge tightly. Chapter 53. The system betrays Qingyin, however. A fire blade followed closely behind, akin to the scythe of death, searing her pristine white arm and leaving a deep black mark before she could make her next move. A wave of heat surged from behind her as she pushed with all her might, sending the vine darting out like a serpent, successfully latching onto the next window ledge. What was once her refuge was mercilessly consumed by flames, forming a massive pit that extended through to the opposite side, the window shattering with a deafening roar. Before Qingyin could pause for even a second, fireballs came crashing down upon her, as if they had no cost. For the first time, Qingyin experienced the sensation of her powers running dry. Her gaze sharpened like an eagle's, honing in on the location of the zombie horde. She poured her last remnants of wood-based abilities into a final, desperate act, plummeting into the midst of the zombie crowd like a shooting star. The horde ignited with fervor, rushing toward her in a frenzy that Qingyin stood as still as water, patiently awaiting the moment when the zombies would fall into her trap. The moment their fingers brushed against her, the blue panel materialized before her. Contract successful. Contract successful. The blue light flickered incessantly before her, and she could distinctly feel that as the number of contracted zombies increased, her wood-based abilities were gradually replenished. With a slight curl of her lips, she realized the truth. The fire-type zombie sensed something, raising its hand, and those zombies that had just been contracted by Qingyin were swept away like leaves in a tempest, sent flying. Simultaneously, the wall of flames was breached, and a purple shockwave, entwined with lightning, plummeted towards the fire-type zombie like a meteor. The fire-type zombie's pale, gray pupils instantly transformed to a vivid crimson, its aura intensifying. With a bang, the purple shockwave hesitated momentarily amidst the brilliance before dissipating into thin air. The fire-type zombie flickered and lunged at Ji Yanli, flames raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. In tandem, it seized nearby zombies that had just been contracted by Qingyin, mercilessly extracting their crystal cores without a second glance. In the face of the formidable fire-type zombie, these lower-tier zombies were utterly incapable of resistance. Qingyin quickened her pace, seizing the opportunity while the fire-type zombie was fully engaged with Ji Yanli. She contracted each of the zombies around her, who offered no semblance of defiance, just as the fire-type zombie was about to close in on Ji Yanli. Qingyin successfully contracted the last zombie. Like a shooting star across the night sky, she appeared behind the fire-type zombie in an instant. It seemed as though the fire-type zombie had developed an eye in the back of its head. As a wall of flames erupted, obstructing Qingyin's advance. Clenching her fist, she struck the wall of flames with great force. It trembled under her powerful blow, reverting to its original form. Blood poured from the back of her hand. trickling down her pale arm and soaking into the ground. She watched helplessly as Ji Yanli's garment ignited into ashes under the relentless assault of the fire-typed zombie. A flicker of concern flashed at her eyes, and she exerted even greater force, causing the wall of flames to sway with increasing intensity. Ji Yanli, being a tier lower than the fire-type zombie, was nearing the depletion of his abilities, his handsome face gradually paling to a ghostly hue. The lightning orb in his hand flickered briefly before vanishing into his palm. His powers had run dry. Shock coursed through Qingyin, a wave of fear spreading within her heart. An astounding surge of energy erupted from her, and the wavering wall of flames was shattered in an instant. The fire-type zombie, taken aback, halted, its descending fist aimed at Ji Yanli. In a flash, Qingyin had propelled herself before it. The fire-type zombie attempted its previous tactic. Yet just as the wall of flames began to coalesce from the ground, Qingyin's fingers had already made contact with it. The contract was successful. The fire-type zombie roared in fury. "You vile creature! You hideous monster!" Under Qingyin's cold gaze, its fierce expression instantly softened into a subservient grin. "Hee hee, boss, I was just joking. You're the most beautiful female zombie in the world. My heart has been stolen by you." However, its face, marred by decaying flesh, rendered the flattery utterly grotesque. Why Qingyin chose to disregard it, striding directly towards Ji Yanli, her expression solemn as she supported him. The turmoil within her settled the moment she made contact with him, dismissing the oddity in her heart as she softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Ji Yanli leaned against her like a marionette bereft of strings, and in a place where Qingyin was unaware. A fleeting smile graced his lips, only to be replaced by that familiar indifferent expression, resembling an intelligent butler. Why Qingyin gazed at the dimming moonlight, letting out a gentle sigh. "TSK, system, your intelligent butler is broken. Is there a warranty?" The system's large eyes fell upon the seemingly fragile Ji Yanli in her embrace, its thoughts racing as it recalled the losses it had endured before the host. It suddenly decided against revealing Ji Yanli's identity. The system feigned seriousness, stroking its non-existent beard. "Rest assured, host, our intelligent butler provides warranty services. Here, take this medicine. The intelligent butler will ensure it is well managed." The system cast a lingering glance at the elixir, sighing internally. It had invested considerable effort for the sake of tricking the host. Qingyin regarded the dark, unassuming medicine in her hand with a hint of suspicion. Yet she paid no heed to her doubts as she forced it into Ji Yanli's mouth. Upon ingesting the elixir, his powers were immediately restored by a significant margin, and his complexion regained its rosy hue. To avoid arousing Qingyin's suspicions, he reluctantly struggled to rise from her embrace. "Thank you, Master." Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief, turning to leave and catch up. As her words faded, she vanished from sight. The once empty lawn was now filled with zombies. Their numbers doubled compared to before. The zombies were tightly bound with ropes. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely be terrified. The intelligent butler stood at the forefront, bowing respectfully as she approached. "Master, please inspect the results of tonight's endeavors." The intelligent butler spoke in a mechanical and indifferent tone. Qingyin raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the intelligent butler to recover so swiftly and arrive before her. She nodded in satisfaction, gliding past the bound zombies, each step accompanied by the sound of successful contracts being made. Contract successful. Contract successful. The task progress bar had astonishingly reached 39, a testament to a night of fruitful efforts. Qingyin yawned, waving her hand. "Disperse. We shall continue tomorrow night." As her words fell, the zombies swayed unsteadily, departing from the lawn. The intelligent butler nodded at her before turning to leave. Qingyin stretched her limbs, her figure flickering as she disappeared into the night. Chapter 54. The fluttering of the heart. Qingyin smiled, a hint of green flickering in her hand. "Where have you been so late?" Ji Yanli's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her, laced with a hint of concern. Qingyin froze for a moment before turning around. Ji Yanli stood clad in loose, striped pajamas, the collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing his exquisite collarbone and hinting at his chest muscles, sparking endless imagination. His tousled hair fell casually across his forehead, and his cold eyes bore the dreamy haze of just waking up. Lacking the daytime sharpness and gaining a touch of adorableness that made one itch to ruffle his hair. The last remnants of doubt within Qingyin evaporated. It seemed that the intelligent butler truly was Ji Yanli. A realization she had not anticipated. She stretched lazily, yawning, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "I couldn't sleep, just taking a stroll." "Why are you still awake?" Ji Yanli smiled lazily, his peach blossom eyes seemingly filled with countless stars. "Drawing one in unknowingly, I worry that someone might sneak out again, considering their history of past transgressions." His tone bore a teasing quality at why Qingyin lowered her eyelashes, averting his gaze, knowing full well who he referred to as someone. Ji Yanli chuckled softly, his smile tinged with fondness. "Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu instructed me to keep a closer watch on you. If you get hurt, I cannot bear their wrath." Why Qingyin fell silent. Conceding, "All right, I promise not to go out at night anymore." She silently added in her heart, "I'll sneak out without you knowing." Ji Yanli seemed to read her thoughts, playfully ruffling her hair before releasing her just before she could grow angry. "All right, it's getting late. Go to bed. Make sure you don't oversleep. You might need someone to wake you up." "I know." Why Qingyin nodded, preparing to turn away when she suddenly felt a weight on her wrist. Her gaze fell upon her hand, which was nearly a bloody mess, with ghastly white bones faintly visible. Having turned into a zombie, she had long since lost her sense of pain, and thus had not noticed the severity of her injuries. Qingyin opened her mouth, intending to brush it off. "How did you get so hurt?" "Let me apply some ointment." Ji Yanli's voice was deep and filled with concern, his brow furrowed as his cold eyes reflected his pain for her. Qingyin gazed at Ji Yanli's retreating figure, her mouth opening and closing, wanted to say something but ultimately silenced, allowing him to lead her onward. Their movements were gentle, unnoticed by the two who were keeping vigil in the living room. The pair walked in silence until they reached Ji Yanli's room. Why Qingyin entered the room, surveying her surroundings. There were no others present, the decor so sparse that it contained only a bed. Ji Yanli, noticing Qingyin's slightly awkward demeanor, suppressed a chuckle and retrieved a sofa from the space, placing it in the empty area. "Please, have a seat." Why Qingyin exhaled in relief as she sat down. Ji Yanli took a seat beside her, placing her hands on her knees as he fetched a bottle of mineral water from the space. He spoke softly, "It might hurt a bit, but bear with it." Qingyin nodded lightly. Throughout the process of applying the ointment, Ji Yanli was extraordinarily gentle, as if she were a precious work of art. She found herself entranced, having not been treated with such care for a long time. In her childhood, due to her parents' divorce, she was often mocked and insulted by classmates, and in her frustration, she would lash out. "All done." Ji Yanli's voice interrupted her thoughts. Why Qingyin chuckled softly, silently ridiculing, "So ugly." Ji Yanli packed up the ointment, smiling as he retrieved a tomato from the space and handed it to her. "Eat this tomato and have sweet dreams." His voice was gentle, laced with a hint of temptation. Back in her room, she silently consumed the tomato, freshened up slightly, and let out a soft sigh, closing her eyes. The next morning, Qingyin awoke to a sensation of itchiness, opening her eyes to find Lin Yuqing standing by her bedside, a soft green glow emanating from her hands. Under the illumination, the wounds on Qingyin's hand were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Lin Yuqing smiled at her, greeting her cheerfully. "Qingyin, good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Qingyin nodded gently, intending to sit up, but Lin Yuqing's soothing voice stopped her. "Qingyin, wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." "All done." Lin Yuqing retracted her brilliance and sincerely praised, "Your hands are truly beautiful, akin to the jade hands described in novels." Lin Yuqing smiled and continued, "I brought you breakfast. Today the boss prepared a tomato specifically for you. Once you finish washing up, we can set off." Qingyin paused momentarily in her actions of washing her face, then set down the towel, thinking to herself that this person truly. Lin Yuqing opened the breakfast container, and oh, by the way, if it weren't for the boss's reminder, I wouldn't have known you were injured. The boss cares about you a lot, you know." With that, she winked at Qingyin. Why Qingyin chuckled softly. "Don't be ridiculous. Ji Yanli cares about everyone." Her words seemed directed at Lin Yuqing, yet also served as a reminder to herself. Lin Yuqing, understanding the cue, shifted the topic. The two descended the stairs together, just as preparations were nearly complete below. Chu Miao rushed over with a smile. And as she reached for Yu Qingyin's hand, Yu Qingyin deftly evaded her grasp. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Chu Miao's face, yet she stubbornly followed Yu Qingyin. Qingyin, you're finally here. I was just about to call for you. If we delay our departure, it would be quite the sin. Her tone was innocent, but the underlying provocation was unmistakable, as expected. Upon hearing her words, the glances from Shangguan Qing and the others towards Yu Qingyin were tinged with something unusual. Yet, due to Yu Qingyin's status, they ultimately refrained from voicing their thoughts. Their impressions of Yu Qingyin dimmed further. Knowing that a mere decorative vase was part of the team already irked them, and now she was only adding to their troubles. Chapter 55. Chu Muyao was greatly frightened. Chu Muyao was pleased with the reactions of those around her, a flicker of triumph gleaming in her eyes. With half an hour remaining until the scheduled departure, with my sister here, there's no need for you to call. Besides, Lin Yuqing disdainfully scrutinized Chu Muyao. You calling? I fear you might lock Yu Qingyin in her room. With that, Lin Yuqing disregarded Chu Muyao entirely and proceeded to a vehicle. Chu Muyao wore a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes as she quietly defended herself. I would never. Why is Lin Gu accusing me like this? Qingyin. This pitiful display drew the attention of Shangguan Qing and others, who hurried to comfort her. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qingyin pulled Lin Yuqing away, uninterested in witnessing Chu Muyao's poor acting, which not only offended her eyes but also intruded upon her sleep. Noticing this, Chu Miao perfunctorily expressed her gratitude to the comforting Shangguan Qing and hastily pursued them. While Yu Qingyin settled beside Ji Yanli, rubbing her weary brow, feeling the exhaustion from the previous night. If you're tired, you could take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive, Ji Yanli said gently. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin closed her eyes and quickly drifted into slumber. Observing this, Ji Yanli gently rested Yu Qingyin's head on his shoulder. Just as Chu Miao caught up, she witnessed this scene, her jealousy barely concealed, and she stiffened, forcing a smile. Qingyin. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yuqing chuckled softly, interrupting her theatrical performance with a loud bang as she shut the car door. Chu Miao stood outside, gritting her teeth in frustration, her palms turning white from her grip. Seeing this, Shangguan Qing cheerfully invited, Miao, we have some space here. Come join us. Chu Miao took a deep breath, donning her previously aggrieved expression anew. All right, thank you, Sister Shangguan. You are so kind. Inside the vehicle, Chu Miao resumed her chatter, portraying herself as the victim while painting Yu Qingyin as malicious and superficial. Instantly, the perception of Yu Qingyin among the others soured further. The sun hung high, and after clearing a wave of zombies, Ji Yanli finally arrived at the Salt City base. The entrance of the Salt City base was smeared with blood, even after being cleaned. The remnants of a fierce battle were evident. The soldiers guarding the entrance halted their vehicle. Lin Yuqing rolled down the window, displaying his ID badge. The iron gates of the base slowly opened, revealing a vehicle to lead them inside. Upon reaching the parking lot, Ji Yanli softly roused Yu Qingyin from her slumber. Confused, Yu Qingyin opened her eyes and followed Lin Yuqing out of the car, while Ji Yanli, accompanied by Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyin, followed the guide to the center of the base. They were led by a man in military attire to a villa. The villa was lavishly decorated, featuring crystal chandeliers, a spiral staircase, and a table adorned with exquisite fruits, glistening enticingly for being soaked in water. In a post-apocalyptic setting, fruits were a luxury, causing everyone to swallow hard at the sight. Chu Miao generously invited, everyone, feel free to eat. If there's not enough, I'll have my father send more. Shangguan Qing quickly chimed in, Miao, you're so wonderful. Thank you, even though it's only been a month since the apocalypse. I feel like I haven't had fruit in ages. I can hardly remember what it tastes like. Liang Yunqing eagerly picked up an apple and took a bite. Wow, it's so sweet. Thanks to you. Miao, we get to enjoy fresh fruit. Chu Miao feigned shyness, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Oh, you all are too kind. When her gaze fell on Yu Qingyin, a scheme formed in her mind, and she enthusiastically invited, Qingyin, there are still plenty of fruits here. Aren't you going to have any? Yu Qingyin, pulling Lin Yuqing to sit down, coldly declined, no, thank you. Liang Yunqing cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qingyin. Speaking sarcastically, meow, don't bother her. She's the young lady of the base, and these fruits are probably old news to her. Why would she care for your meager offerings? Yang Jia, munching on an apple, added, exactly, meow. You are just too considerate. Always thinking of others, but it seems she does not appreciate it. Aside from the 6 gathered around the fruit, the other 5 sat opposite Yu Qingyin, resting with their eyes closed, fully aware of their mission and deeming it unnecessary to expend energy on trivial matters. Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing shared the same mindset, allowing the mockery to wash over them. Why Yu Qingyin's nonchalant demeanor prompted the 5 seated across from her to glance at her, realizing that the eldest daughter of the Yu family was perhaps not as she was rumored to be. Chu Muyao, having suffered several setbacks from Yu Qingyin, was unwilling to relent. Striding boldly to Yu Qingyin's side, she prepared to deliver a retort. Just then, Yu Qingyin yanked her into an embrace, lowering her voice to warn. If you disturb my rest again, I will ensure your demise goes unnoticed, or perhaps you would prefer another slap to balance your ego. Her voice was low and threatening, a dagger discreetly pressed against Chu Muyao's waist. In that instant, Chu Muyao realized that Yu Qingyin meant every word. Fear struck her silent. With so many people here, if you do anything to me, my father won't let you off. They are all witnesses. As she spoke, Chu Muyao grew bolder, her eyes glinting with provocation. Why Yu Qingyin scoffed softly, seemingly mocking her naivety. Is that so? Do you truly believe I lack the capability to eliminate them all? No witnesses. No evidence. You should understand this well. Chu Muyao's eyes widened in shock, a chill creeping up from her feet as she stammered, You wouldn't dare. Why Yu Qingyin chuckled lightly, a frenzied glimmer in her eyes. You may certainly try to find out if I dare. When I lose my sanity, I'm capable of anything. If you irritate me, no one will have it easy. Chu Muyao stared incredulously at the madness lurking in Yu Qingyin's gaze. Frozen in place for a moment, ultimately too fearful to gamble with her own life. Why Yu Qingyin, disinterested, pouted in disappointment, a fleeting glimpse of which only heightened Chu Muyao's trepidation, quickly extricating herself from Yu Qingyin's embrace. She dared not provoke this madwoman further. Chu Muyao hastily bid farewell to everyone, fleeing the villa in a panic. Chapter 56. An unusual zombie tide. Watching Chu Muyao's retreating figure, Lin Yuqing gave Yu Qingyin a thumbs up. Yu Qingyin smiled back, crossing her arms and closing her eyes to rest. The leading middle-aged man, donned in a black suit and sporting a hawkish nose, appeared anything but amicable, if sensing something. The man lifted his gaze to meet Yu Qingyin's through the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, and Yu Qingyin greeted him with a smile and a nod. Disgusted, she drew the curtains, muttering, The people from M country have arrived, and they appear to mean trouble. Lin Yuqing lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, sighing, I hope they behave themselves and don't cause us any trouble. Yu Qingyin smiled, shattering her illusion. That wish may be difficult to fulfill. Are we staying here tonight? Lin Yuqing nodded. Yes, but we will still need to keep watch tonight. Not only to guard against the people from M country, but also because the Salt City base has recently endured an attack from a horde of zombies. And the guards are insufficient. The corners of Yu Qingyin's mouth lifted slightly. Then I shall volunteer to keep watch tonight. I fear I won't be able to sleep after napping so much today. Lin Yuqing chuckled. This matter still needs to be discussed with the boss. I can't make that decision that I understand. Once the people from M country retire for the night, I will discuss it with Ji Yanli. Yu Qingyin waited until the crescent moon hung high before she noticed the sounds outside gradually fading, followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Cautiously, Yu Qingyin peeked her head out from the doorway. Confirming that only Ji Yanli and the others were downstairs, she stepped out. Ji Yanli rubbed his brow upon seeing her descend, chuckling, What brings you here? Haven't eaten yet. Yu Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at the fatigue etched upon his brow, her eyes momentarily flashing with concern as she gracefully took a seat on the sofa opposite him. I've eaten. I wish to keep vigil tonight, having slept far too much during the day. Ji Yanli abruptly opened his eyes, recalling the events of the previous night. All right, I will keep watch with you. Why Yu Qingyin blinked, the two of them silently locked in a standoff, witnessing the determination in Ji Yanli's gaze. She had no choice but to relent. Very well. Lin Yuqing interjected with a smile. What about me? Can I join? Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Qingyuan had already seized him by the nape of his neck. Turning his head, Lin Yuqing met Gu Qingyuan's enigmatic gaze. Be good. If you want to keep watch, I'll accompany you. Let us not waste valuable resources. His voice was so sweet it could make one swoon. Lin Yuqing felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. I say, Gu dog, are you deliberately trying to oppose me? His words were abruptly cut off by a sudden, low, and urgent alarm that reverberated throughout every corner of the base. Yu Qingyin looked at Ji Yanli in confusion. What is happening? Captain Ji, it's bad. A horde of zombies is approaching. We hope you can assist us, a middle-aged man spoke, his expression tinged with urgency. The moment he finished, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Within a mere 10 days, the Yindu base had faced 2 waves of zombies. It was utterly abnormal. Ji Yanli nodded gravely. We cannot shirk our duty. I will immediately gather my team. You go ahead, and we will follow closely. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude and hurriedly exited. Ji Yanli turned to Gu Qingyin. Qing, you gather the team and follow. I will set out with Yu Qing first. And remember to leave 2 people behind. Ji Yanli's gaze swept across the 3rd floor, exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Qingyin, who immediately understood the intention behind Ji Yanli's actions. The 3rd floor was where the Americans were situated. Why Yu Qingyin promptly stood. I will go with you. I can be of assistance. This was an excellent opportunity to complete the task, and she could not let it slip away. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Yanli nodded in agreement. All right, keep up. With that, he and the 2 others hurriedly set off. Standing atop the base's city wall, Yu Qingyin and the others gazed into the distance. Illuminated by the moonlight, where a dark wave of zombies was slowly closing in as the horde drew nearer. The stench of decay in the air became increasingly suffocating, pressing down upon their hearts and making it hard to breathe, more oppressive than the previous night. In the next moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the night sky, as countless bursts of energy cascaded down upon the zombie horde like a meteor shower. Almost simultaneously, the attacks from the enhanced zombies within the horde began. The collision of energy orbs erupted with a deafening explosion, akin to dazzling fireworks blooming in the night sky. Beautiful yet perilous. The cacophony of gunfire, impacts, and explosions intertwined, creating a symphony of death, with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the putrid odor of decay, forming an atmosphere so thick it felt suffocating. Flames soared into the heavens, as if attempting to tear the night sky asunder. The Hindu base had already endured 1 zombie wave, and few enhanced individuals had survived. Soon, their powers were nearing depletion, and they were gradually overwhelmed. The horde had already encroached upon the base's city wall, with each resounding impact of the zombies causing the wall to tremble, as if a massive stone were pressing down upon the hearts of all present. Excitement flickered in Yu Qingyin's eyes. Seizing upon the distraction of the others, she deftly utilized green vines to ensnare the city wall. Diving downward like a falcon, Yanli erected barriers with his powers to protect the armed, enhanced individuals while launching attacks. As lightning orbs descended, a large swath of the zombie horde was reduced to charred remains. Despite their formidable offensive capabilities, the horde seemed inexhaustible, quickly filling the gaps left by their fallen comrades. He noticed Yu Qingyin's actions, but did not intervene. After the events of the previous night, he had a rough idea of her identity, since she could enhance her powers through the zombies. There was no need to stop her. He merely had to keep her identity a secret from the others. Using the strength of the vines, Yu Qingyin descended gradually. Before her stood a zombie with abnormal red pupils, reminiscent of the fire-type zombies that had gone berserk the night before. Its low, hoarse growls were filled with agony, as if controlled by someone rather than being a mere mindless zombie. Yu Qingyin frowned, quickly blending into the horde, which surged toward her like starving wolves. The moment they touched her, a blue panel appeared as expected. Contract successful. Almost simultaneously, the zombies that had just been contracted by Yu Qingyin had their pupils returned to a normal grayish white. One zombie muttered in confusion. How did I end up here? Chapter 57. The obstructing wailing Yu Qingyin had no time to listen to their chatter. After issuing the command to feign death, she maneuvered through the horde with the grace of a fish leaping into the sea. Her figure moved like a wraith, and wherever she passed, a multitude of zombies fell lifeless to the ground. The horror of the zombie horde was palpable, and the already precarious iron gate of the base could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the iron gate collapsed. Oddly shaped zombies surged into the base like a tide, and the enhanced individuals bracing against the gate immediately unleashed their powers, causing a wave of zombies to fall. However, before they could catch their breath, new zombies rushed in to fill the void. After one wave was defeated, another followed, seemingly endless. The enhanced individuals felt their powers nearing exhaustion, despair etched upon their faces. Nevertheless, they had no thought of retreating, determined to expend their last ounce of strength to battle the zombies. For if they faltered, their loved ones remaining in the base would suffer. Just then, a wall of lightning unexpectedly struck the zombies. Instantly, those nearest the gate were reduced to charred remains, momentarily halting the advancing horde. The enhanced individuals bracing against the iron gate looked at the charred bodies just a stone's throw away, their hearts racing in shock, and they collectively turned to gaze in the direction from whence the lightning had come. Ji Yanli's handsome face was illuminated by the flames, resembling a deity descending from the heavens, leaving them in profound in the next moment. Their attention was captivated by the girl at the gate, who moved through the zombie horde clad in a sleek black athletic ensemble. Where she passed, zombies fell in droves. She was like a reaper in the night, leaving not a single blade of grass standing in her wake. They swallowed hard, realizing the sheer power of her abilities ignited a spark of hope within them. Grabbing weapons from the ground, they charged forward with renewed vigor. The hook-nosed man from country gazed at the distant flames, a smug smile gracing his lips. "William is doing splendidly," he remarked. The tall man known as William slightly bowed, standing to the right of the hook-nosed man, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement as they took in the blaze. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. Once this wave of zombies passes, we will take the base without losing a single soldier to that point. We can repeat our tactics to annex nearby bases, and even the entirety of Wagwa." Among the five, the only woman, Ava, swayed her alluring hips as she approached the hook-nosed man, a light chuckle escaping her lips. "These Wagwa people are truly foolish, thinking they can keep us in check with just two individuals. Unaware that we have already released Subject 1. Truly, Lord Waylon is brilliant." Her voice was sultry, igniting an insatiable desire. Waylon erupted into hearty laughter, wrapping an arm around Ava's waist, his greedy gaze roaming over her figure before planting a kiss on her beautiful cheek. Ava giggled. "Lord Waylon, you are quite incorrigible." William and Ava exchanged knowing glances before stepping back with the two others. Soon, the room was filled with sounds that would make one blush. Outside, the moon hung heavy in the sky. The flames grew ever brighter as Qingyin and the base's enhanced individuals mounted a fierce counterattack against the zombie horde, causing 3/5 of them to fall. Qingyin seemed tireless, weaving through the masses of zombies. This battle stretched on, with time becoming irrelevant as the moon gradually sank behind the clouds, its light dimming. The last zombie outside the base fell, leaving only a solitary girl standing amidst the sea of corpses. This scene profoundly shocked those on the city wall of the base. News of her slaughtering zombies at the gate had spread rapidly, reaching every EAR. Qingyin paid no mind to the gazes of others. Her movements as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the entrance to that moment. Everyone finally beheld her appearance, their eyes widening in awe. This girl was not only powerful, but also stunningly beautiful. The group that had accompanied them, including Shangwan Qing, were left speechless, astonished at the disparity. Hadn't Chu Yao claimed that this girl was merely a pretty face? If she was merely a pretty face, what did that make them? Qingyin sensed their scrutiny and felt a touch of discomfort. After greeting Ji Yanli, she strode purposefully toward the villa. Just as she arrived at the villa, Lin Yuqing grabbed her, meticulously inspecting her from top to bottom, only relaxing once she confirmed that Qingyin was unharmed. Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yuqing's anxious demeanor. "You know my strength. I wouldn't die even if the zombies fell." Lin Yuqing lightly tapped her forehead and smiled. "Nothing in this world is absolute. It's always safer to be cautious. Even though you are formidable, there will always be times when you can't account for everything." Qingyin nodded earnestly, smiling as she replied, "I understand. I will be careful from now on." Satisfied, Lin Yuqing nodded, then turned her gaze to Yu Qingyin's back, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Has the zombie horde been dealt with? Where are the boss and the others? Are they injured? Noticing the weariness etched on Yu Qingyin's features, Lin Yuqing gently urged her that while Yu Qingyin nodded, yawning as she ascended the stairs, only to encounter Wei Luan at the corner of the second floor. Yu Qingyin cast a disinterested glance at him, attempting to bypass him, but a hand, covered in long, coarse hair, blocked her path, and why, dear lady, would you care to join me for a drink? Wei Luan's demeanor was rather frivolous. Yu Qingyin furrowed her brows slightly and promptly declined, stating, I have no interest. Wei Luan's smile remained undiminished, questioning whether this was truly the hospitality of Huahua, his words laced with an ominous undertone. Yu Qingyin lifted her gaze, locking onto his azure eyes, and suddenly let out a light laugh. Is this the etiquette of country? Inviting a woman to drink at such an ungodly hour. Disregarding her wishes, today has certainly been enlightening. Wei Luan's expression shifted marginally before returning to calmness. I apologize for my rudeness. Might I inquire if this beautiful young lady would be interested in joining me for breakfast tomorrow morning? Yu Qingyin smirked, her disdain almost spilling over. I have no interest. I wish to rest. Please step aside, sir. Wei Luan appeared oblivious to her displeasure, still blocking the corridor without any intention of leaving, after conversing for so long. I'm yet to learn the name of this enchanting lady. May I be so bold as to ask? His tone was laced with a provocative edge that was utterly distasteful. Chapter 58. The annoying countryman Yu Qingyin inhaled deeply. Her hands clenched tightly behind her back, her brows knitted in frustration. Tiske, this man truly lacks understanding. Were it not for his status, she would have unleashed her wrath by now. Wei Luan observed Yu Qingyin's retreating figure, his smile widening. What a spirited little wildcat you are. I find myself increasingly drawn to you. One day, you shall lie beneath me, begging for mercy. I trust that day will not be long in coming. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingyin, Wei Luan's repugnant thoughts continued to fester. After a brief freshening up, she had just pulled back the covers when Tungting and Ing Shanhong's figures abruptly entered her line of sight. The vine and flower were entangled, exchanging harsh words, and upon feeling a lightness in her body, Yu Qingyin saw the two little ones lift their leaves and petals in confusion. Ing Shanhong's sultry voice pierced the air. Tungting immediately erupted with expletives. Nonsense. I warmed the bed for our leader. Why should a mere flower claim my credit? Seeing the two little ones on the verge of a quarrel, Yu Qingyin hurriedly interjected. Thank you both for your kindness. What brings you here so suddenly? Where are your mutated companions? She threw back the covers, but saw no trace of other plants. As her words fell, the two little ones huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, and suddenly began to weep in unison. Tungting sobbed, her leaves quivering, while her mouth continued to complain. Leader, you have no idea. There are trees outside bullying us. Ing Shanhong chimed in, Yes. That tree not only whipped us with its branches, but also overturned the food box you left for us. We worked so hard to save that, and now it's all gone. Boo-hoo. Exactly. If it weren't for our quick escape, you wouldn't even see us now, the two little ones cried out in a pitiful manner. And Yu Qingyin couldn't help but cover her ears, hastily trying to soothe them. As she spoke, she produced 4 food boxes, 2 for each of them. The little ones finally ceased their lamentations. Tungting munched away. She remarked, Leader, you are truly kind, and if only you would give us more of these food boxes, we could avenge ourselves, he. At the last, Tungting shyly smiled. Ing Shanhong cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qingyin, and upon seeing that she was not angry, spoke in a sultry tone, What Tungtang says is true. Ever since we started eating the food boxes you provided, our abilities have soared several levels. I am now a 5th level mutated Ing Shanhong, far stronger than when I was up on the mountain absorbing moonlight energy. As she trailed off, her voice dwindled, recalling the intense battle she had with Yu Qingyin on a mountain. Feeling a twinge of fear that Yu Qingyin might hold a grudge, why Yu Qingyin reached out to ruffle Ing Shanhong's head, understanding her concerns. Given their differing positions back then, she bore no resentment towards her. From Ing Shanhong's perspective, it was merely an act of self-preservation. This was also why, after subduing the zombies, she chose not to eliminate them, but rather to keep them as her companions that I can provide for you. But do not overindulge at once. You might not be able to digest it and end up causing quite the spectacle. I will not take responsibility. Tungting and Ing Shanhong nodded, quietly savoring their hard-earned treats. Suddenly, Ing Shanhong seemed to remember something and spoke up. Yes, she brought it up. Ting also lifted her vine, excitedly exclaiming, "We heard from the zombies that this zombie outbreak was caused by them. But they are quite pathetic and have no effect on us high-level mutated plants. Ha ha ha." As she concluded, Tungting proudly waved her leaves that Yu Qingyin chuckled as she patted Tungting's flower core. Falling into contemplation, this matter warranted informing Ji Yanli, as they would need to be vigilant. Their journey would undoubtedly not be smooth. However, for her, this was fortuitous news. The path to subduing zombies would appear considerably simpler. Seeing that Yu Qingyin was only petting Ing Shanhong, Tungting abandoned her snack and eagerly extended her tail. "Leader, this discovery was made by Ing Shanhong and me together." Before she could finish, footsteps sounded from outside. Growing closer, in an instant, Yu Qingyin swiftly covered the two little ones with a blanket. The next moment, Lin Yuqing quietly pushed the door open. With the room's lights on, Lin Yuqing paused, unexpectedly lifting her gaze to see Yu Qingyin standing by the bed. Yawning, "Qingyin, I thought you had fallen asleep." And oh rush. Jilato indicated that tomorrow's departure is postponed to 10 o'clock. Everyone is exhausted tonight. Feeling a bit guilty, Yu Qingyin forced a smile and nodded. "All right, I am preparing to sleep now. You should also rest early." With that, Yu Qingyin cautiously pulled back a corner of the blanket and lay down. Gripping Tungting's climbing vine, she gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, the sun blazed outside. Lin Yuqing was already up, and Yu Qingyin hastily tidied herself before opening the door, colliding directly with Weilin. Weilin wore a standard smile, his silver hair impeccably styled, and his blue eyes scrutinized Yu Qingyin with an unsettling intent. "Miss Qingyin, good morning." Having spoken, he attempted to sidestep her, but Weilin blocked the corridor, showing no signs of yielding. Yu Qingyin sighed inwardly, finding him quite bothersome. In the next moment, she executed a familiar maneuver. Leaping down, she landed squarely in front of Lin Yuqing, startling him into an exclamation. "What the heck? Miss you, why are you taking the scenic route? Are you trying to scare someone to death?" Yu Qingyin rolled her eyes in irritation. "Do you think I want to? It's that pesky Teddy blocking the way." As she spoke, she subtly gestured upward with her gaze. He closed the distance between them, stroking his chin while lowering his voice to complain. "Is it spring or something? The animals from M Country are all coming here to get frisky, and they seem overly confident. With their appearance, they can't possibly compare to me. If you don't even find me appealing, how could you possibly fancy them? They ought to take a good look in the mirror." Chapter 59. Do not speak so highly of yourself. Yu Qingyin discreetly distanced herself from Lin Yuqing. Suddenly intrigued. "Are you saying that all 5 people from M Country have an interest in our team?" Lin Yuqing nodded, his tone dripping with exasperation. "Indeed, our leader is being pestered to no end by that woman named Ai Wa. Unfortunately, she is from M Country, so we can't just confront her. Otherwise, we would have acted by now." Yu Qingyin pondered, stroking her chin. "I suspect their intentions extend beyond mere drinking." Lin Yuqing looked at her, as if she were foolish. "Miss you, isn't that obvious? The people from M Country practically have I want to stir up trouble written on their faces." Noticing his gaze, Yu Qingyin slapped him lightly on the back of his head. "Stop looking at me like that. Speak properly, or I'll twist your skull off. I'm not here to bicker. I need to discuss something with Ji Yanli." "Oh, you know where he is." Lin Yuqing rubbed the back of his head, looking slightly aggrieved, before flashing a servile smile and offering to massage her shoulders. "Hey, miss you, right now our leader is too entangled with AI. Want to spare a moment? IT would be the same for me. Let me in on the secret." Yu Qingyin's eyes shimmered as she pushed his hand away. "I can share, but this matter needs to be relayed to Ji Yanli promptly." Leaning in, Yu Qingyin whispered to Lin Yuqing about what Ing Shanhong had discovered the previous night, slightly embellishing it to present it as something she had seen herself. Lin Yuqing's expression turned serious, his brows knitting tightly. Could it be a misinterpretation? Realizing he had taken her seriously, Yu Qingyin followed Lin Yuqing as they quickly found Ji Yanli. In the garden of the villa, Ji Yanli stood in the center, golden sunlight casting a divine glow upon him, while facing a voluptuous woman with golden hair and blue eyes. Sweat trickled down her face. Yet her expression remained seductively alluring. Ji Yanli stood with arms crossed, utterly unmoved. Iwa's demeanor gradually shifted to one of displeasure. Due to the distance and the soundproof glass, they could not discern the content of their conversation. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Our leader is still our leader. Even in this sweltering heat, he has his heat-resistant attire, while Iwa stands under the sun. She must be burning to a crisp. Our leader truly has no sense of cherishing delicate beauty, but I find it quite appealing that Yu Qingyin cast a cool glance at Lin Yuqing, circumvented him, and strode directly out the door. Ava's alluring voice rang out. "Captain Ji, must we converse here? Perhaps we could relocate to a different venue, such as my room." As Ava spoke, she threw a flirtatious wink, her hand unceremoniously reaching towards Ji Yanli. However, Ji Yanli deftly sidestepped her advance. Ava missed her target, her eyes flashing with defiance. No man had ever evaded her charms, and Ji Yanli's unyielding demeanor only stirred her competitive spirit. Oh dear, she feigned to stumble, leaning toward Ji Yanli. Yet his gaze was fixed on the approaching Yu Qingyin, a flicker of light crossing his eyes. Ava mistakenly assumed it was directed at her, a surge of pride swelling within her. She was certain no man could resist her allure. In the next moment, disregarding Ava's near fall, Ji Yanli bypassed her and strode purposefully towards Yu Qingyin. "Qingyin, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Did you sleep well last night?" His concern was palpable. Ava watched in disbelief as the man, who could barely utter 10 words to her, suddenly became loquacious upon encountering the woman named Qingyin, as if he had finally found his voice. This stark contrast ignited a seething resentment within Ava. Were it not for Lord Wellion's orders, she would not have bothered to endure the wooden man's company. Yu Qingyin caught a glimpse of Ava's chagrin and chuckled softly, voluntarily linking her arm with Ji Yanli's, which instantly lifted his spirits. Lowering her voice, she leaned close to Ji Yanli's ear and whispered, "Last night, I encountered a peculiar zombie. It is highly likely." To outsiders, the two appeared intimately engaged, resembling a couple deeply in love. This scene quietly fell into the sight of Lin Yuqing, who had just emerged from the kitchen, her expression betraying a hint of melancholy. "Sister Yuqing, are you feeling quite heartbroken? Qingyin knows you fancy Brother Ji. Yet she disregards your feelings to get close to him." Chu Muyao's voice suddenly chimed in from behind. "What do you wish to imply? Are you attempting to sow discord? Or do you want me to join forces with you against Qingyin?" Chu Muyao's thoughts were laid bare, her face briefly revealing embarrassment, which she no longer attempted to conceal, her autumn-like eyes brimming with ambition. Since Sister Yuqing is aware, why not unite and eliminate? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yuqing lazily rolled her eyes at her. Having spoken, Lin Yuqing ignored Chu Muyao and turned to leave. Chu Muyao's laughter echoed behind her. Lin Yuqing halted, suddenly realizing her earlier attempt to enlighten her was utterly unnecessary. She had truly overestimated her. Confident that she had struck a nerve with Lin Yuqing, Chu Muyao leaned in closer, almost whispering, "It would be better to ally with me now, no matter how strong Qingyin is. Can we not handle her together?" A sharp clap shattered the silence, and Chu Muyao covered her face, staring at Lin Yuqing in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuqing scoffed. "It seems you've taken your left cheek off to place it on your right. Shamelessly flaunting your audacity to you genuinely believe everyone is like you, unable to live without love? Even in the apocalypse, you still dream of romance. Zombies would find you unpalatable and revolting." With that, Lin Yuqing turned her back on Chu Muyao. Striding purposefully towards Yu Qingyin, the kitchen area was devoid of onlookers. No one witnessed this spectacle, leaving Chu Muyao seething with resentment as she glared at Lin Yuqing's retreating figure. If it weren't for her father's prohibition against associating with Brother Ji, she wouldn't have to endure such indignities, exchanging words with a woman who bore the face of a tomboy. Chapter 60. Do you still not understand the boss? Meanwhile, Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Yu Qingyin's speculation, Ji Yanli's initial excitement dissipated, his pupils constricting, his handsome face taut, cold eyes glinting with an icy chill, as if he were a block of ice frozen for millennia. "I will report this to my superiors. The individuals from M country are currently immobilized. Until further notice is received from my superiors, We shall adhere to our original plan. And no sooner had Ji Yanli spoken than Lin Yuqing approached with a smile. Discreetly separating the two, Ji Yanli shot him an irritable glare, while Lin Yuqing feigned ignorance of the situation, offering him a broad smile. Yanli grasped Lin Yuqing by the nape of his neck, leading the way. Enough of your prattle. Hurry and check if everyone is ready to depart. While Qingyin observed Lin Yuqing's comical silhouette, a smile gracing her lips as she followed suit. Upon entering the living room, she collided with Lin Yuqing, who had come in search of her. Lin Yuqing cheerfully extended a breakfast item towards her. Qingyin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This morning, there were fresh tomatoes, and I specifically brought some for you. Qingyin accepted it with a smile, saying, thank you. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of Chu Muyao's departing figure, prompting her question, what was Chu Muyao doing here? She wouldn't be intending to join our group. Would she? Lin Yuqing scoffed. She won't follow us. She's likely just a bit dim-witted, seeking a needle to poke at her brain and drain out the water. Yu Qingyin regarded Lin Yuqing with surprise. It was the first time she had witnessed such animosity from her. Had Chu Muyao truly provoked her? Lin Yuqing linked her arm with Yu Qingyin's. Enough about that unpleasant person. The captain has announced our departure, and will be taking Lin Yuqing's vehicle. The boss's car has individuals from M country. Yu Qingyin readily concurred. Soon, the group boarded the vehicle, departing the base under the watchful gaze of the Salt City base leaders. Remarkably, Yu Qingyin did not doze off during the ride. The others, having witnessed her formidable strength the previous night, refrained from provoking her, sitting quietly in the back while their glances occasionally darted towards her. Yu Qingyin paid them little mind, her eyes fixed out the window, gazing into the distance, her thoughts conversing with Tung Ting and the others. Boss, we have dispatched our subordinates to locate that red pants zombie, as per your instructions. Yu Qingyin nodded. Good. Ensure your safety. By the way, where is that tree you mentioned that bullied you? Near your base, but still quite a distance away. However, according to the route you provided, we should pass by that tree. They replied. Before Yu Qingyin could respond, the vehicle suddenly halted in front of a shopping mall. After a month of post-apocalyptic decay, the mall appeared dilapidated, its glass doors shattered, shards glistening menacingly under the sun. Weilian alighted with Ava, followed closely by three others from M country, while Ji Yanli and Gu Qingyin trailed behind. Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged a glance, leading their team to disembark simultaneously. Ava deliberately lagged a few steps behind, walking alongside Ji Yanli. Her voice sultry. This mall looks quite expansive. It should yield a fair amount of supplies. Captain Ji, have you been here before? Ji Yanli frowned, adopting an expression that signaled stay away, increasing the distance between himself and Ava. Seemingly oblivious, Ava inched closer once more. Observing this, Gu Qingyin smiled gently. Yanli, it seems there's a bug on your right. Come here, and I'll help you brush it off. Tea wouldn't be good if you got bitten. Yanli smoothly shifted to Gu Qingyuan's left side, prompting Ava to attempt to navigate around him. However, Lin Yuqing stepped in with a cheerful smile, positioning himself on Ji Yanli's left. Ava shot them both a resentful glare before begrudgingly joining Weilian's side. Yu Qingyin sensed Weilian's intent to draw closer, and with the swiftness of lightning, she darted into the mall, leaving Weilian to silently watch her retreating figure. The interior of the mall was eerily silent, as if all life had abandoned it. Were it not for the scattered remains and splattered bloodstains, one might not realize the horrors that had transpired here. Yu Qingyin ascended directly to the second-floor supermarket, which resembled a scene of pillage. Rotting vegetable leaves littered the floor, shelves toppled askew, and various packaging strewn about, while the tile floor bore deep and shallow marks, remnants of seasoning or perhaps blood. The cash register lay bare, having been completely ransacked. Shopping carts were haphazardly piled in the aisles, rendering the entire supermarket desolate. Yu Qingyin navigated through the shelves, eventually unearthing a few bags of instant food. She hastily scanned the expiration dates, confirming they were still valid before stowing them in her pocket space. Suddenly, a dramatic voice echoed from downstairs. OMG, this is utterly appalling. It completely shatters my impression of Huagua. His tone dripped with smugness. Standing beside him was the only dark-haired individual from M country, Ferguson, who echoed his sentiments. Indeed, I recall Huagua always claiming to be the cleanest and safest nation. Don't you? Their words dripped with sarcasm, causing the expressions of those present to darken. Walian, sensing the effect of their remarks, interjected with a smile, William, Ferguson, you're being overly dramatic. Huagua was the first country to fall victim to the virus. Maintaining its current state is quite commendable, not like our M country did on the surface. His words seemed to ease the tension, yet they subtly implied Huagua's inferiority to M country. Lin Yuqing, standing behind the group, rolled his eyes in disdain. The more someone lacked substance, the more they felt compelled to boast. It was truly a display of shamelessness. Shangguan Qing and the others itched to confront them. Their fists clenched tightly, nearly warping from strain. Ji Yanli appeared unfazed by the scornful comments, maintaining his composure as he continued to introduce the others. Leading the group upstairs, Lin Yuqing quietly inched closer to Gu Qing, whispering into his ear. The leader possesses remarkable forbearance, maintaining an amiable demeanor while introducing them. Had it been me, I would have delivered a swift slap to their faces. Considering their hasty retreat, Ji Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering whether he had ever contemplated the repercussions of such actions. They undoubtedly have connections to the M Nation's customized defense systems. They are deliberately provoking our ire to provide M Nation with a blatant pretext. Lin Yuqing shot him a look, retorting, am I really that foolish? Such trivial tricks have long been seen through. You know, Ji Qingyin chuckled softly, ruffling his companion's hair, only to receive a swift slap on the back of his hand in return. Speak as you will, but refrain from using your filthy paws on this noble head of mine. Gu Qingyan remained unperturbed, laughing lightly. Oh, you truly not understand the leader. After allowing them to so easily belittle Huagua, do you think he could simply walk away unscathed? Chapter 61. A slip of the hand, Gu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged knowing glances, concealing their amusement as they ascended the staircase with their team on the second floor. Qingyin stood beside the shelves, feigning innocence while gazing at the two who had just fallen in a heap. I apologize. I forgot to warn you that I accidentally spilled some dish soap on the floor, causing you to slip. How embarrassing. Her words brimmed with contrition, yet her eyes sparkled with derision. William and Ferguson, irate, scrambled to their feet, their foreheads adorned with the remnants of rotting vegetable leaves, their garments stained with an unidentified, foul-smelling liquid. Qingyin's apology was sincere enough to deflect any blame, leaving them no recourse but to shake off their anger and turn away. Striving to salvage their dignity, Qingyin's gaze met Ji Yanli's, as if silently communicating their shared understanding of the situation. However, just as William and Ferguson took a step forward, they suddenly found themselves tumbling once more, accompanied by a dull thud and the faint sound of cracking bones. The cries of William and Ferguson echoed once again. Qingyin quickly interjected, I truly apologize. I forgot to mention that there's quite a bit of dish soap on the floor. Please do tread carefully. Her voice dripped with innocence, as if the incident had unfolded precisely as she described. Though aware of her malintent, William and Ferguson could muster no retort, for her apology was unassailable. Any protest would merely render them the aggressors. Veilon scrutinized Qingyin, his interest piqued. Taming such a wildcat would be quite exhilarating. Qingyin, sensing his distasteful gaze, snorted coldly and exchanged a glance with Ji Yanli before vanishing from sight in an instant. Ji Yanli noted the murderous glint in Veilon's eyes, which was quickly replaced by a veneer of calm. Mr. Veilon, this way, please. Qingyin stood before the freezer, peering through the gaps in the shelves to observe the movements of the others, her hand poised with glue at the ready. Ferguson, adorned with a crown of moldy vegetable leaves, exaggeratedly pinched his nose and complained, Tiska, Captain G, your supermarket is positively foul. Although zombies are rampant, it is still crucial to maintain the nation's hygiene. After all, the people must live. William, dabbing at the sticky dish soap with a tissue, chimed in, Indeed, if you continue in this negligent manner, you may find yourselves unable to catch up with our M Nation. Do not repeat past mistakes. There may not be another chance to rise again after this fall. His tone was laced with arrogance. Ava, stifling laughter behind her hand, added with a flirtatious smile, Captain G, don't take it to heart. They simply enjoy speaking this way. As she spoke, Her hand inadvertently brushed against Ji Yanli's arm, but before she could make contact, he subtly withdrew. Ava suppressed her anger, subtly adjusting her neckline to accentuate her curves. Persistently inching closer to Ji Yanli, a flicker of disdain crossed Ji Yanli's eyes as he quickened his pace, widening the distance between them, his gaze inadvertently locking with you Qingyin's that, Mr. Vallon. It seems there are some fresh vegetables and meats in the freezer. I shall take a look. De Vallon's eyes brightened at this. Captain Ji, I'll accompany you, he declared, hastily moving ahead of Ji Yanli toward the freezer. As he opened it and reached for a piece of meat, he felt a sticky sensation beneath his feet, prompting him to frown. He attempted to lift his foot, only to find it seemingly glued in place. Ji Yanli, smiling as he passed by, casually plucked some pork from the open freezer. Chuckling, Mr. Vallon, you are far too courteous as a guest. How could you be asked to assist in opening the freezer? Feigning a smile, Vallon gritted his teeth. Ah, Captain Ji, you are far too kind. Yet his feet remained ensnared. Ji Yanli glanced at Vallon's predicament, feigning ignorance as he inquired. Mr. Vallon, is something the matter with your foot? Do you require assistance? His words were ostensibly inquiring, yet his hands busied themselves within the freezer, surreptitiously gathering all its contents into his space as Vallon glared daggers at him. Vallon cast a glance at the dwindling meat supply, his heart racing, and with a sudden force, he yanked his foot free, revealing a sock with a gaping hole. Disregarding appearances, he hastily secured the last piece of packaged meat into his space. As Qingyin and Lin Yuqing ascended the stairs, they stumbled upon this scene. A soft chuckle escaped Qingyin, mindful of the other's dignity, and refrained from laughing too heartily. She quickly approached the window, surveying the street below, where hordes of zombies lumbered towards them. Every alley was teeming with the undead, all converging in their direction. Yu Qingyin, sensing the gravity of the situation, dashed to Ji Yanli's side, their eyes meeting and understanding. The top floor, prepare for battle, Ji Yanli commanded, and the team members' expressions shifted, their bodies tense with readiness. Vallon's group exchanged glances, recognizing the smugness in each other's eyes. Vallon feigned concern, asking, Captain Ji, what is happening? I feel quite safe here. Perhaps we should continue our shopping? We wouldn't want to miss any supplies. Indeed, there are no zombies here. Why not carry on? Ava began, but Ji Yanli interrupted. If Mr. Vallon insists, then we shall proceed to the third floor. After all, my command is intended to ensure Mr. Vallon's safety. Should Mr. Vallon remain steadfast in his opinion, we are left with no choice. Instantly, Vallon's group grasped the underlying message. They were being discarded. They dared not provoke further, knowing they could control the experiment subjects, but the zombies under their influence were another matter entirely. The team ascended to the top floor in an orderly fashion, but within a brief span, they found themselves encircled by zombies, the situation becoming increasingly precarious, the air thick with tension and unease. The ominous roars from below echoed like a call from hell, and as before, the zombies' eyes glowed a sinister crimson. Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli exchanged glances, and with mutual consent, prepared to leap from the building. But Vallon's grip suddenly seized her wrist. His fingers clamped down like iron pincers, and following that forceful pull, Yu Qingyin met his gaze, where he wore a teasing smile. Miss Qingyin, I entrust my safety to you. You must protect me at all costs. A flicker of disdain crossed Yu Qingyin's eyes, yet her lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 62. Vallon scheming very well, Mr. Vallon, she replied, as a baseball bat materialized in her hand. Vallon's smile faltered at her next words. I forgot to mention, Mr. Vallon, that I excel in close combat. So, she paused deliberately, mischief dancing in her eyes. My strategy involved diving into the horde of zombies. So, Mr. Vallon, do hold on tight. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. As her words fell, she felt his grip loosen, the rigidity of his expression betraying his discomfort. That won't be necessary. I appreciate your concern, Miss Qingyin. Lin Yuqing scoffed softly. With such bravado, do you still dare to covet Qingyin? Dream on. Yu Qingyin turned, disgust evident as she wiped the spot where Vallon had touched her with a wet wipe, before he could react. She was already leaping into the throng of zombies, like a bomb detonating upon impact. As she landed, the zombies fell like dominoes, leaving Vallon and his companions in stunned disbelief. Their eyes met, and without a word, they silently issued commands. This woman's abilities had grown formidable. She must be subdued. If that proved impossible, they could not allow a single woman to disrupt their progress. Qingyin danced through the horde, leaving no zombie unscathed. Before Valon and his group could recover from their astonishment, they were met with a barrage of lightning orbs, followed by fireballs and water spheres, bursting forth like dazzling fireworks in the night sky. Instantly having the zombie numbers, Valon's previously confident demeanor faltered, incredulity washing over him. How could this group from Huagua have advanced so swiftly in their abilities? Had they discovered some secret elixir? Yet, the zombies seemed to sense their presence, their collective powers converging on a rooftop. The expressions of Valon and his companions brightened slightly as Ava slipped behind Ji Yanli. But Lin Yuqing was quicker, seizing the spot for herself. Valon signaled to William, who understood immediately and stealthily approached the nearest Lin Yuqing, a glimmer of power flickering in his hands as he smirked. Yuqing keen eyes caught a seemingly casual shove that drew Lin Yuqing away from William's side. Leaning in, he whispered something quietly to Ji Yanli and naturally noticed William's movement and exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Yunyan. Instantly, Ling Yunyan understood Ji Yanli's intent, and suddenly, square earthen walls rose from the ground, trapping Wei Luan and his companions inside. Ji Yanli did not afford Wei Luan and the others an opportunity to speak, his tone resolute and unyielding. Mr. Wei Luan, please forgive us. We are acting for your safety. Surely you wouldn't wish to be struck by zombies' abilities. Ji Yanli signaled to Ling Yunyan, who promptly grasped the situation and focused on keeping watch over Wei Luan's group. There was no need to worry about them causing trouble. Ji Yanli and the other team members remained concentrated on dealing with the zombies. As time passed, the supernatural abilities of Shangwan Qing and her companions gradually waned, and only a few zombies could be seen on the ground. Qingyin swiftly dispatched them all. She then proceeded to extract the crystal cores from the zombies that Ji Yanli and the others had slain. Lin Yuqing waved his hand vigorously, attempting to catch Qingyin's attention. However, Qingyin did not spare him even a glance. When she approached again, her pocket space was filled to the brim with crystal cores. She tossed all the cores to Ji Yanli with a serious warning. Remember to return my pocket space once you've finished dividing it. Do not touch anything else. This is all my rations, and if any are missing, I will definitely hold you accountable. Ji Yanli. Observing her vigilant demeanor, Ji Yanli smiled indulgently, acknowledging her words. Wei Luan's irritating voice broke through once more. Captain Ji, can we be released now? Qingyin followed the sound and saw a square earthen block before her. Curiously, she lowered her voice and asked, Are they inside? Indeed, they're like a pod of boiled turtles, filled with malice. Yet they wish to harm this young master. The boss decided to have Ling Yunyan confine them. Ji Yanli replied. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Qingyin's eyes as an idea struck her. She leaned in to share her thoughts with Lin Yuqing, who brightened at her suggestion, giving her a thumbs up. "It truly is miss you." Before he could finish his sentence, Qingyuan pulled Ling Yunyan closer with a beaming smile. "What wicked scheme have you concocted? Pray, share it with us." Lin Yuqing shoved Qingyuan away, exclaiming, "Go away! Are you my shadow? Why do you follow me wherever I go?" With that, he winked at Qingyin. Understanding his gesture, Qingyin stretched her wrist and regarded the earthen wall before her, a hint of playful mischief in her gaze. She gently placed her palm against it, causing the wall to crack inch by inch, shattering into pieces that rained down upon the five trapped inside. "Ah!" They screamed in horror as the debris fell. As the dust settled, the five emerged, looking disheveled, with swollen foreheads on display. The other team members struggled to suppress their smiles, though their shoulders betrayed them. Qingyin covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with remorse. "I sincerely apologize. I was simply eager to demolish the wall and did not anticipate the unintended consequences. I hope you won't hold it against me." Her tone was as sincere as it could be, as if everything were genuinely for their sake. "This truly is the hospitality of Huagua. I have witnessed it." Ferguson echoed coldly. "It is said that Huagua is a nation of propriety, but it appears to be merely superficial," Wei Lun remarked, dusting off the dirt from his face with a sardonic smile. "I see that Huagua is not sincerely cooperating. I shall report this to General Oren. His words dripped with threat. After stating this, Wayland clasped his hands behind his back, a smug expression on his face as if he could already envision the Huagua people begging for mercy. If they were to offer him this woman, he might just be able to overlook their current rudeness. However, he was soon disappointed when Qingyin chuckled lightly. Mr. Wayland, your ability to smear others is quite impressive. From the outset, it appears that it was the M country that had no intention of cooperating, considering no partner would unleash zombies upon my Huagua as soon as they arrived. Her words instantly changed the expressions of those opposite her. And Wei Luan struggled to maintain his composure. Miss Qingyin, if you accuse us, you must provide evidence that you have any. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a taut string was about to snap. Yu Qingyin's expression remained as calm as a still pond, unaffected by Ferguson's threats. The team members behind her were indignant and eager to argue, but Ji Yanli preemptively silenced them. How does Mr. Wei Lun know we lack evidence? Ji Yanli's face was serene, his gaze unwavering, as if he truly possessed proof. Wayland, observing Ji Yanli's confident demeanor, felt a surge of unease despite his efforts to conceal it. The flicker of uncertainty in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing interjected with a smile. Perhaps I could first provide evidence of Mr. Williams' attempt to harm me. I happen to carry a recording device at all times. This was forcibly affixed by the base for our safety. What a coincidence! He spoke while theatrically searching his person, seemingly on the verge of producing the so-called camera. The expressions of Wei Luan and the others shifted dramatically, and Wei Luan shot William a fierce glare. Managing to force a smile that, seems we misunderstood. Now that the zombies have been dealt with, let us hurry and deliver our research data on the virus. Our tasks are complete. Ji Yanli descended the steps. Maintaining a calm tone, Mr. Wei Luan is correct. It is paramount that we expedite the delivery of the data. With no prior notification, they realized that further escalation would yield no benefits for them, especially since they had not suffered losses. The group descended, finding a changing room for Wei Luan and his companions to wash up. Lin Yuqing draped an arm over Yu Qingyin's shoulder, grinning as he sought praise. Miss you, how did I perform just now? This group from M country wanted to pin the blame on you. Not on my watch. Yu Qingyin rarely won a compliment and replied, you did well. Lin Yuqing's smile faltered, and he pressed on. Is that all? No substantial reward. Perhaps a kiss? Before he could finish, Ji Yanli seized him by the scruff of his neck. Boss, please. Let go, it hurts. Ji Yanli's voice was cold. You should focus your flirtation on enhancing your abilities. If you did, your powers would not be so lacking. Lin Yuqing wore a look of grievance. Boss, not everyone is as talented as you. One cannot improve their abilities overnight. Yu Qingyin watched the two with amusement and, wishing to rescue Lin Yuqing, reached out to Ji Yanli. My pocket space. Ji Yanli released Lin Yuqing's collar, and he quickly darted behind Yu Qingyin, causing Ji Yanli's forehead to twitch with irritation. This was the first time he found Lin Yuqing so intolerable. He sighed, producing the pocket space and handing it to Yu Qingyin. She inspected the space before Ji Yanli. Her eyes widened in surprise. You enlarged my pocket space? Ji Yanli felt inexplicably pleased by her gaze. I thought your space was too small, so I made it larger. Do you like it? Yu Qingyin nodded. A larger space meant she could store more tomatoes. Lin Yuqing seized the opportunity to boast. You didn't know, did you? Our pocket spaces are all derived from the boss's space. However, his tone soon dulled. But there's a bug. Whatever we store, the boss knows about. Why Yu Qingyin's heart raced. Thankfully, she hadn't placed her zombie-specific energy packs within, or her identity would have been exposed. Ji Yanli seemed to sense Yu Qingyin's trepidation and cast a subtle glance at Lin Yuqing. Rest assured, I do not have a habit of spying. Just as they were chatting, Wei Luan and his companions emerged from their showers. Although they wore fresh clothes, their swollen foreheads and bruises were still visible. The team members turned away, stifling laughter. Ji Yanli cleared his throat. Since Mr. Wei Luan has composed himself, shall we depart? Lin Yuqing pretended not to notice their injuries, linking her arm with Yu Qingyin's as they hurried towards the vehicle. Behind them, Wei Luan's persistent voice lingered. Captain Ji, I wonder if there are any doctors in your team. Our injuries require treatment. Ji Yanli frowned. Yes, I overlooked that. Yuqing, please attend to Mr. Wei Luan. Wei Luan and his companions could not press the issue further and suppress their anger as they followed. Throughout the journey, Wei Luan and his companions remained unusually silent, but their quietness only heightened Yu Qingyin's unease. Lin Yuqing drove, his mouth never ceasing. I have a feeling those guys are brewing something big. They probably want to annoy us that I fear we won't get a peaceful night's sleep tonight. That Yu Qingyin yawned. Since we're here, we might as well settle in. Suddenly, Lin Yuqing spoke up. Qingyin, I have an idea that could ensure they behave tonight. But it requires your involvement. After speaking, she glanced at Yu Qingyin with a hint of apology in her eyes. Lin Yuqing's excitement surged. Sister, what's the idea? Hurry and tell us. At once, Shangguan Qing and the others. Seated in the back, perked up, eager to listen, Yu Qingyin's mind whirred as she began to piece together Lin Yuqing's intent. She slightly furrowed her brow, uncertain about how to begin. Are you suggesting that I drive? Lin Yuqing nodded excitedly, clearly understanding her. Lin Yuqing immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, sister, your jab is truly clever. With Qingyin behind the wheel, even a capybara would need to throw up in protest. Yu Qingyin retorted. That was quite vulgar, Lin Yuqing. Each word seems to have been squeezed out from between your teeth. I advise you to carefully rephrase your language, or I cannot guarantee that your skull will remain intact upon your head. As she spoke, her hand gently caressed Lin Yuqing's head, a soft yet threatening gesture. Lin Yuqing stiffened, chuckling awkwardly, and insincerely complimented, I was just joking. Miss Yu's driving skills are like those of a reincarnated deity of the road. It's my ignorance to have spoken so foolishly. Miss Yu, please show mercy and spare my skull, he pleaded pitifully. Sitting behind them, Shangguan Qing couldn't help but feel intrigued and leaned closer to Lin Yuqing. Whispering, is Qingyin really that terrifying behind the wheel? Lin Yuqing's description seems overly exaggerated. Lin Yuqing patted her shoulder, glancing at Yu Qingyin, and lowered her voice to explain, Rest assured, you wouldn't want to know. Chapter 64. The sudden downpour in the next moment, she met Yu Qingyin's intimidating gaze. Lin Yuqing stiffened, forcing a smile just as their convoy halted in front of a grilled fish restaurant, narrowly avoiding a potential conflict. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but grumble. People from M country just can't help but chatter. Once they start, chaos ensues. What is it this time? Just wait until Qingyin teaches you a lesson. The last remark Lin Yuqing muttered under his breath, not wishing for his skull to part ways with him. Everyone disembarked, cautiously entering the restaurant, where the tables and chairs lay scattered across the floor, and bloodstains marred the ground, as though it had recently endured a gruesome ordeal. William dramatically covered his mouth, exclaiming, OMG, this is beyond terrible. How can we possibly dine here? Ferguson chimed in with a sarcastic tone. William, perhaps your expectations are too high. Did you not witness the state of affairs in the mall earlier? Just make do. If they can serve us cooked food, we should consider ourselves fortunate. Hearing their banter, Lin Yuqing rolled his eyes without reservation. Ji Yanli disregarded their sarcasm, directing the team to tidy up a few tables and chairs for their meal. After a lengthy exchange, they received no attention and fell into a self-aware silence. Wei Luan approached Yu Qingyin with a smile. Miss Qingyin, allow me to assist you. He raised his hand, attempting to touch the hand of Yu Qingyin as she wiped the table, casually placing the dirty cloth before her while turning to upright the heavy wooden table with his bare hands. Just as Yu Qingyin had propped up a chair, a figure approached, accompanied by Ava's sultry voice. Captain Ji, it's quite filthy here. Could you please help me clean it up? Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli exchanged a glance, both recognizing mutual disdain and helplessness. The people from M country were purely here to be obnoxious. Yu Qingyin leaned closer to Ji Yanli, lowering her voice. After dinner, I will drive them. If I don't make them vomit their guts out, I shall not bear the Yu surname. Her gaze held an unprecedented determination. Ji Yanli instinctively shuddered, a flicker of indulgence and resignation flashing in his eyes. Fine, I will accompany you if she sought revenge. He would let her do as she pleased. At worst, he could take a few motion sickness pills. Observing his resolute expression, Yu Qingyin's lips twitched in a smirk. You'll be in the passenger seat. Considering the grim fate Ji Yanli was about to endure and the potential unsavory substances that could appear in his car, Yu Qingyin reluctantly added, I'll give you 2 tomatoes later. Upon hearing this, Ji Yanli chuckled softly, accepting her goodwill. All right. Fortunately, during dinner, Wei Luan and the others refrained from causing trouble. As soon as Qingyin took the wheel, Ji Yanli swiftly claimed the passenger seat. Wei Luan entered the vehicle. Noticing the change in drivers, his eyes lit up. Captain Ji, I just finished eating. I might get motion sickness. Could we switch seats? Ji Yanli fastened his seatbelt and coldly refused. Sorry, Qingyin isn't well acquainted with the routes. I need to guide her to... I have motion sickness pills. Wei Luan's smile faded slightly, a flicker of malice flashing in his small eyes. Thank you. Seeing them settled, Qingyin slammed her foot on the accelerator. The car launching forward like an arrow released from a bow. This time, she need not consider Lin Yuqing and the others. She could fully showcase her driving prowess. Behind her, Lin Yuqing watched in horror as Qingyin's vehicle took off with such speed. His mouth twitching while Qingyin maneuvered the Jeep, executing sharp turns, skids, and swerves that looked spectacular from the outside. However, inside the vehicle, Wei Luan and the others were as pale as ghosts, their expressions contorted, stomachs churning. On the brink of retching, their hands clutched the armrests tightly, and they had sealed the windows, fastening their seatbelts repeatedly, terrified of being flung out and reduced to a bloody pulp. Qingyin drove with exhilaration. Her typically indifferent face now adorned with genuine joy, while Ji Yanli in the passenger seat remained unfazed, leaning to observe her, his eyes filled with tender affection that could drown anyone as the sun dipped low. The horizon was painted with vibrant orange and red hues, akin to a masterpiece crafted by nature itself. As the sun gradually set, the sky seemed to spill forth a palette of colors, light blue, deep purple, and golden yellow intermingling, creating a breathtaking sight. If only there weren't the distant screams of zombies, what a beautiful scene it would be. The sky slowly succumbed to darkness, and a sudden drizzle began to patter against the car windows, bringing a breath of fresh air. The rain intensified, thunder roared, and lightning rent the night sky, as if attempting to tear through the darkness. Yanli gazed at the dampened earth, his heart weighed down. It was the first rain since the apocalypse. In this world, an abrupt change in weather did not herald new hope, but rather new crises. The downpour grew fiercer, the wipers working at maximum speed, yet failing to dispel the foggy curtain of water ahead. Visibility remained obscured until they spotted a quaint villa by the roadside, appearing as an island amidst the storm. Qingyin, stop! Let's take shelter here for the night. Qingyin slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the slick road. Wei Luan in the back seat was jostled forward, his expression contorted in discomfort. Ji Yanli extended an umbrella, handing it to Wei Luan, who dazedly accepted it, flinging open the car door and dashing out. Qingyin, I'll go first. Ji Yanli's voice was steady and commanding. He held the umbrella over Qingyin, shielding her from the torrential downpour, as if the raindrops themselves feared her presence, avoiding her entirely. Upon reaching the villa, Wei Luan and the others huddled under the eaves, retching violently as if they were about to expel their very insides. The rain fell heavily, washing away their previous efforts. Qingyin approached. She noticed Lin Yuqing and the other team members giving her thumbs up, their faces filled with admiration. Qingyin snorted dismissively, then set about clearing the nearby zombies with her team, perhaps due to the rain. The surroundings were unusually quiet, devoid of any sign of the undead. When dinner was prepared, Wei Luan and the others were still recovering, hastily eating a few bites before retreating upstairs to rest. The entire process eerily silent. Lin Yuqing lowered his voice. It's still Miss Yu who shines. One person is worth two, and those arrogant M-country folks have been tamed. The gazes directed at Qingyin from Shangwanqing, and the others brimmed with admiration. They had previously thought Lin Yuqing was exaggerating, but now they realized it was no exaggeration, perhaps even understated. Qingyin looked at everyone, her heart feeling a mix of emotions, and despite the praise, she found it hard to feel genuinely happy. Chapter 65. Why so sudden? Ji Yanli shot a cool glance at Lin Yuqing, who immediately fell silent, becoming as quiet as a chicken, pushing around the empty bowl before him. All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work today. Make sure to rest well tonight. The night watch will follow the original arrangement. His tone left no room for debate. Yes, Captain Ji. The group stifled their laughter and responded in unison. After dinner, Qingyin stood by the window, gazing at the relentless rain outside, a wave of unease stirring within her. This downpour showed no signs of abating, and she had a strong intuition that it would not cease for at least a week. The difficulty of her mission had increased. This time, she would have to complete in the rain. She sighed silently. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and Ji Yanli's gentle voice broke the silence, like a spring breeze caressing the lake's surface. Don't take Lin Yuqing's words to heart. It's common for beginners to feel this way at first. With more experience, your driving will naturally improve. Qingyin turned to him, studying his delicate profile, and chuckled lightly. If you praise me, how could I not take it to heart? I shall remember it well. Her tone carried a hint of fierce determination. Ji Yanli chuckled in bemusement. With her vengeful nature, Lin Yuqing could only hope for the best. Ji Yanli changed the subject. I just wonder how long this rain will last. I hope it stops by tomorrow. As he gazed out at the pouring rain, deep-seated concern flickered in his eyes. Qingyin recalled her promise from earlier that day, rummaging through her pocket space to retrieve 2 tomatoes, casting a reluctant glance at them before offering them to Ji Yanli. Here, this is for you. You've worked hard on this journey. Ji Yanli looked at the tomatoes Qingyin had discreetly presented, a smile breaking on his face as his long fingers gently brushed against the fruit. I'm not fond of tomatoes. Perhaps you could compensate me in another way. Qingyin sighed in relief, asking, what compensation do you desire? As long as it is within my capabilities, Ji Yanli offered a gentle smile. His gaze serious as he regarded her, his fox-like eyes brimming with tenderness, as if they could meld a person within their depths. Rest assured, you will be able to fulfill it. Once we resolve matters concerning the people from M country, you shall find out that Qingyin was taken aback as their eyes met. A jolt of electricity coursing through her heart, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and nervous. The flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she quickly shifted her gaze away, the faint blush on her ears betraying her inner turmoil. The heated gaze beside her remained unwavering, not retreating with her glance. Qingyin swallowed hard, striving to steady her voice. Understood that I will agree to any reasonable requests. With that, Qingyin seemed to flee in haste, racing upstairs. However, in a place unseen by them, zombies stealthily crept into the house, as if fearing the torrential downpour. The weather seemed to conspire against them. The following morning, Qingyin awoke groggily from her dreams. The rain continued to fall mercilessly, as if the heavens had been torn asunder, with the deluge pouring down like tears from the sky, ruthlessly washing the earth below. Raindrops pounded upon the tiles like a relentless drumbeat, producing a crisp and forceful patter. Qingyin sat by the window, her face a portrait of melancholy. Her gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, revealing the mission prompt for her current task. Main task: please proceed to City C and subdue all mutated animals, plants, and zombies. Time limit: 6 days. Task progress: 60. Countdown: 3 days. Had it not been for this sudden downpour, she would not have felt such anxiety. The rain's abrupt onset would undoubtedly impede her speed, obstruct her vision, and the mutated creatures might seek shelter from the rain, complicating her search and consuming precious time. System, do you have any solutions? The system cleared its throat. This falls under natural environmental factors. This system is unable to assist. The host must adapt. A gentle reminder. This rain is expected to last for a month, so please prepare yourself mentally. Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at the plump figure in her mind, letting out a soft sigh. I have overestimated you. The system bristled under her scrutiny, hands on its hips, its small mouth opening and closing. What is with that look, host? The system faltered, crossing its arms defiantly. You will not provoke this system into lowering the task's difficulty. It concluded with a haughty lift of its chin. Refusing to look at you, Qingyin. Oh, how clever you seem to have become. Where did you go to enhance your intellect? Qingyin rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. It was not entirely without merit. It seemed she must brave the rain and set out tonight. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Yuqing entered, her expression unusually solemn. Qingyin, the boss wants us to prepare for departure. Qingyin rose and walked to her bed to retrieve her pillowcase. Why such sudden urgency? Lin Yuqing replied. The boss said the rain won't cease anytime soon. He fears that delaying further could lead to more severe issues. Flooded roads are merely minor inconveniences if we encounter landslides or mudslides. We could find ourselves completely trapped here. Who knows what the people from M country might do then? Qingyin nodded. Ji Yanli's concerns were not unfounded. Lin Yuqing continued folding the pillowcase. We received word from above. We must expedite the transfer of the M country's personnel, but why Qingyin, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Why is that? Lin Yuqing shrugged. The boss didn't elaborate, but perhaps he wishes to control the M country individuals as soon as possible to minimize their impact on other cities. Additionally, they mentioned that the boss should prioritize locating and neutralizing the experimental subjects from M country. As they conversed, they finished packing their belongings into their portable space. Upon opening the door, they encountered a visibly agitated William and Ferguson. Upon seeing Qingyin, a flicker of fear flashed across their faces, as if struck by a sudden realization, and they huffed coldly before turning to descend the stairs. Their heavy footsteps seemed to vent their pent-up frustration. Lin Yuqing stifled a laugh. It seems your driving skills left quite an impression on them yesterday. Why Qingyin forced a smile. Though she had avenged herself, she felt little joy within. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wei Luan approached with a cup of coffee, a frivolous grin on his face. Good morning, Miss Qingyin. Did you sleep well last night? Qingyin cast a disinterested glance at the coffee in his hand. Her lips twitching. Given the events of yesterday, his persistence in drinking coffee was commendable. Chapter 66. The contract and the venomous serpent Wei Luan's smile faltered momentarily. Miss Qingyin, I just remembered. I have some things I need to attend to. I'll go check out why Qingyin rolled her eyes and, along with Lin Yuqing, donned their raincoats and climbed into the vehicle. The rain poured heavily, and even the M country's individuals, who were prone to causing trouble, seemed hindered by the weather, providing them with a bit of respite. As the vehicle traveled along the highway, a dark shadow suddenly loomed ahead. Yanli slammed on the brakes, the vehicle halting just a meter from the collapsed roadway, with stones kicked up falling into the deep pit. Turn around. Ji Yanli's voice crackled coldly through the intercom. Lin Yuqing put away the intercom and waited for the vehicles behind to execute the turn. Puzzled, he asked, why the sudden change of course, boss? What happened up ahead? Qingyin's gaze swept over the shadow ahead. The road was impassable due to the collapse. How could they reach City S now? There were indeed several routes to City S, but they were circuitous and predominantly mountainous. With the rain pouring down, conditions would worsen, consuming more time. This route had seemed the most reliable, yet they did not anticipate the road's sudden collapse. As the vehicle ascended the slope, they were abruptly blocked by a mound of yellow mud, with one side of the mountain crumbling and trees obstructing the road. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, charring the trees and visibly absorbing the yellow mud. They encountered landslides and road collapses along the way. That moment, Qingyin realized just how insignificant humanity was in the face of natural disasters. Fortunately, they traversed the journey without peril, reaching their next stop, a villa atop the mountain, before nightfall. They would arrive in City S by morning, and their task of escorting the M country's personnel would soon come to an end. Perhaps due to the torrential rain, strange howls echoed from the villa's garage and within the house. Ha! It's your turn. Will you choose truth or dare? Ha, dare! Catch a piece of food within half an hour. In this downpour, where am I supposed to? The grotesquely transformed zombie crawled out of the villa. Unexpectedly meeting Ji Yanli's indifferent gaze, IT emitted an excited screech. The heavens have not forsaken me. I drew this dare, and now food has come knocking. In the next instant, its voice was abruptly silenced, as it and its zombie companions were instantaneously reduced to charred remains. Qingyin regarded the rigid blackened corpses with a flicker of sympathy. They had laughed joyously just moments ago, only to meet such a tragic end. The team swiftly entered the villa, clearing out all the zombies within, preparing a few rooms, and hastily consuming their dinner. After a day of exertion, everyone was utterly fatigued, collapsing onto their beds, except for those on night watch. Qingyin donned a raincoat and quietly climbed out through the window. Large raindrops pelted her, and within mere seconds, her shoes were thoroughly soaked, growing heavy. Each step left a footprint behind, her presence vanishing into the darkness. With a clear objective, she headed towards the location provided by Tung Tung. As she approached, a chill coursed from her feet to her heart. That a flower with long fangs swooped down, startling Qingyin, who instinctively dodged in the next moment, before she could regain her balance. vines ensnared her. Lifting her into the air, branches tearing through her raincoat and leaving a red mark on her skin, Qingyin allowed herself to be carried away by the vines, her fingers subtly exerting pressure to prevent them from tightening further. This was rather convenient, sparing her the effort of locating its source. In the next instant, a haphazardly assembled mutated plant came into view, causing her to frown. The mutated plant's robust branches bore carnivorous flowers, entwined with spiraling vines, while its leaves resembled four-pointed shurikens. In an instant, the leaves whizzed past her head. Qingyin ducked, narrowly escaping, and with a forceful tug, the vines binding her shattered, allowing her to land safely on the ground. Shurikens rained down upon her, moving so swiftly that it seemed they could slice through the raindrops. Qingyin swiftly wove the vines in her hand into a protective cage, shielding herself within. The moment the vines were severed, they quickly healed as she endured the fierce assault. Qingyin gradually advanced. However, as she drew closer, the shuriken leaves interwove into an impenetrable net, launching from within. That a standoff ensued between the zombie and the plant. Suddenly, Tung's voice resonated in her mind. "Boss, we are here to assist you. We have located the next companion." As Tung's words faded, Qingyin distinctly felt the intensity of the onslaught diminish. Seizing the opportunity, she propelled herself upwards with the vines, standing atop a branch, resembling a monkey ensnared by vines, skillfully navigating through the barrage of shurikens, swiftly closing in on the mutated plant. She beheld the nearby trunk. A long knife materialized in her hand. The mutated plant seemed to sense danger. A vine fiercely lashed out towards Qingyin, only to snap in two the next moment. Quick-witted and agile, she flashed a cold glint as she severed the trunk with a swift strike, instantly diminishing the mutated plant's offensive capability. The vines encircling Qingyin gradually dispersed, allowing her to swiftly approach the roots of the mutated plant. With her bare hands, she uprooted a trunk as thick as a water bucket, revealing the original form of the mutated plant. It was a phantom mushroom. The diminutive phantom mushroom curled up defensively. Beneath it lay a heap of eerie white bones. Without hesitation, Qingyin pressed her finger down. Contract successful. Main task, please proceed to City C. Subjugate all mutated animals, plants, and zombies. Time limit, 6 days. Task progress, 63. Countdown, 3 days. Qingyin wiped the rainwater from her face, staring incredulously at the taskbar. Subjugating a single phantom mushroom had advanced the taskbar by 3. Did this taskbar progress according to difficulty rather than quantity? Before she could ponder further, a rustling sound emanated from the grass to her right, suggesting something was wriggling. Qingyin instantly became alert. Her gaze sharp as it swept across the underbrush. In the darkness, the rain blurred her vision, yet she could vaguely discern something scaly glinting ominously. Scales. The first thought that struck Qingyin was of a snake. Just the thought of a slick snake sent a shiver down her spine. The creature in the grass seemed to confirm her suspicions. Swiftly emerging from the foliage, a snake as thick as an arm slithered into view. Its head raised, the crimson forked tongue flicking in and out, its cold eyes fixed intently on Qingyin, gradually turning blood red. Chapter 67. A love-hate relationship between a vine and a flower. She swiftly darted aside, like a shadow in the night, instantly creating distance between herself and the venomous snake. As her feet touched the ground, a series of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed from the woods behind her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of pairs of eyes glowing with a ghostly green light in the darkness. A wolf pack, with a venomous snake glaring menacingly in front and a wolf pack closing in from behind. Danger lurked everywhere. Yet, rather than fear, excitement flickered in Qingyin's eyes. Venturing out tonight had proven to be an excellent decision. She could advance her task, progress further. In an instant, the venomous snake lunged again. Its forked tongue darted through the air, searching for a target. Qingyin zeroed in, swinging her baseball bat with force. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending the snake hurtling backward to crash against a tree. The next moment, she surged forward, agile and quick, firmly stomping down on the snake's head just before the wolf pack closed in. Contract successful. As she released her foot, the snake lunged viciously, sinking its fangs into the neck of the leading black wolf, which let out a horrific wail before collapsing, whimpering in agony. The wolves behind it pressed forward, undeterred. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked past, striking a tree to her right, causing it to crash down with a thunderous roar. Illuminating the pitch-black night, the wolf pack was fully revealed before Qingyin, no fewer than 10, their eyes glinting with excitement. Harnessing the power of the vines, she deftly maneuvered behind the wolf pack. The last wolf in line, sensing her presence, pivoted and lunged at her with its gaping MAW. Qingyin swiftly swung her baseball bat. Thud! The wolf was sent flying, only to be immediately swarmed by the rest of the pack. The vines, seemingly possessing a will of their own, enveloped Qingyin, leaving only her hands visible as she struck down upon the oncoming wolves. Thud! Thud! The wolves' sharp fangs clamped onto the vines, and in the next moment, Qingyin felt a searing heat behind her. The vines quickly turned to charred remains, and just as the wolf's fangs threatened to pierce her raincoat and reach her skin, another bolt of lightning flashed, and the black wolf howled in pain, quickly transforming into a charred corpse. Qingyin instinctively glanced at the stout tree to her right. Quickly refocusing, she darted to the back of the black wolf she had knocked unconscious. Lightly touching it. Contract successful. Contract successful. As the blue panel flickered, only 3 of the 10 black wolves remained. A howl echoed through the stormy night, resonating from all directions. Soon, the remaining black wolves on the mountain were summoned and hastened towards her. Qingyin stood in the rain, swiftly contracting the last 3 black wolves, silently awaiting the approaching pack. The rain washed away the grime and blood from her, and she gazed expectantly toward the rustling bushes. Before long, the bushes around Qingyin began to thrash wildly, rainwater splattering down one by one. Black wolves burst forth from all directions, swiftly encircling Qingyin. Their eyes glimmered with malevolence as they fixed their gaze upon her, particularly at the sight of the unconscious black wolf, their eyes tainted with bloodlust, embodying a fierce determination of either you or me. A slight smirk played on Qingyin's lips as she deftly maneuvered out of the encirclement. The next moment, a black wolf collided with her, and, as she sidestepped, she seized its tail. Contract successful. At that very instant, flames burst forth, breaching the barrier of rain, poised to engulf Qingyin. However, in the next moment, she vanished once more. She reappeared silently behind the black wolf, standing under the tree. The blue panel flickering again. In the next second, the black wolf seemed to be connected by an unseen force, causing the entire pack to stack up like skewered candied fruit. Simultaneously, a frantic voice echoed in Qingyin's mind. "Boss, hurry! Yin and I can't hold out much longer." Qingyin wasted no time. Within moments, she had contracted all the black wolves. "Phew, boss, follow us quickly. That old tree root is about to run away, and we barely managed to find it." Qingyin cast a glance at the figure behind the tree. No longer hesitating, she gave chase. Soon, she found the very old tree root that Tungting had mentioned. It truly was just an old tree root, severed by a chainsaw, leaving behind a smooth stump. Under the relentless rain, a hint of vitality shimmered, faintly glowing within. "Boss, this is the old tree root. Don't underestimate it. It may seem harmless, but it's a cunning old shade that lures you closer." Before you arrived, it devoured a wild boar clean. Hearing Tungting's remarks, Qingyin's lips twitched. "I'll be careful." The vines, resembling agile water serpents, swiftly approached the old tree root. The next moment, a bizarre scene filled her vision. The old tree root suddenly split open, ensnaring the vines tightly, causing them to wither at a visible rate. "Boss, did you see that? This old shade is truly deceitful." Qingyin almost fell for it just now. Whap! A cry of pain escaped Tungting as its vine head tilted. "As soon as I leave, you start bad-mouthing me in front of the boss. Do you think I'm soft?" Yin Yan's voice erupted from behind it. Tungting, feeling wronged, nestled into Qingyin's embrace. "Boss, look at it. It's always bullying me. Woe is me. Tungting has such a hard life. You must stand up for me." Yin Yan, witnessing Tungting's pitiful demeanor, was taken aback, its entire bloom ruffled, 2 branches placed on its hips. "Wow, you're actually feeling wronged? Clearly, it's you who bullies this weak girl. Boss, don't believe it. I don't know where it learned that from. A dead green tea. Tung-Ting whimpered, looking as innocent as a 3-year-old child. Boo-hoo, boss, look, it's still cursing. Yin retorted angrily. Dead green tea. Qingyin felt her head throbbing from the incessant bickering of the two little ones, rubbing her temples and wiping the rainwater from her face, the moment she spoke. The vine and flower fell silent. Tung-Ting ceased its cries, and Yin refrained from hurling insults, both beginning to earnestly examine the old tree root. Why Qingyin? She reasonably suspected these two little ones were merely acting to deceive her out of her food box. Though she had no evidence. Why Qingyin raised her hand, wiping the rainwater from her face once more. She should have brought a pair of glasses, for the rain was blurring her vision. As she stepped closer, she felt the soil beneath her feet shifting, as if something was about to break through the surface. Why Qingyin swiftly dodged, a root lunging at her with rapidity, and without hesitation, she seized it. The next moment, her skin began to rapidly decay, blood gushing forth and mingling with the rainwater on the ground. Chapter 68. Why does her tone sound so sour? Qingyin quickly released her grip. Yet the root seemed to cling to her hand, relentlessly siphoning her strength. She swung her hand, a long knife slicing through the root, which fell away, losing its support and slipping from her grasp. After being washed by the rain, her hand was left a bloody mess, exposing the stark whiteness of her bones beneath. Before she could catch her breath, dozens of gray roots, as if possessing awareness, surged towards her with alarming speed. Why Qingyin rotated her wrist, the long knife tracing arcs through the air, rain splattering as it struck the ground, creating shallow pits. Every approaching root was severed in half. As Qingyin neared the old tree root, its attacks intensified, and just a step away, roots descended from above. An onslaught of roots surged from behind her. In an instant, they surrounded her. If these roots ensnared her, she would become nothing more than a skeleton in mere moments. Vivid green flashed in her hand, and the vines instantly encircled her, warding off the roots' encroachment. Yet, the roots clung tightly to the vines. She could distinctly feel her wood-based abilities rapidly depleting. If she persisted, her powers would undoubtedly be entirely consumed. She had to seek an alternative escape route. In the next moment, the shimmering leaves darted through the air like lethal darts. Severing the roots of the tree, with a fierce cry, "Boss, allow me to assist you," the green leaves adorning her body erupted into the atmosphere. Thud, thud, thud. The roots, sprawled upon the vines, fell like bait released from a broken line, crashing to the ground and leaving behind numerous deep craters. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, singeing the roots behind her into charred darkness. The lightning seemed relentless, burrowing into the earth following the root's path. A chilling and elderly wail reverberated through the air. The roots, which absorbed her wood-based abilities, recoiled like a receding tide. She retracted the vines, revealing the old roots, now blackened and faintly glowing with electrical sparks, as if gravely wounded and barely clinging to life. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyin stepped forward and gently caressed them. The contract was successful. Qingyin exhaled a breath of relief and eagerly opened the task panel. Main quest. Please proceed to City C. Subdue all mutated animals, plants, and zombies. Deadline. 6 days task progress. 88. Countdown. 2 days. Boss, it hurts, an aged voice echoed in her mind. She shivered unexpectedly. TSK, these mutated plants must have learned from someone. All pinching like this. Why Qingyin rolled her eyes. I'll make you regret it. Clad in a black casual outfit, he appeared both languid and enigmatic, the rain clinging to him, accentuating his sculpted abs and adding an alluring charm. He resembled a captivating sprite concealed within the forest. Ji Yanli exhibited no embarrassment at being discovered following someone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, radiating a restless yet enchanting aura. Qingyin gazed at him, silently sighing. Ji Yanli stood upright, interrupting her impending words, his peach blossom eyes filled with utmost seriousness. Why Qingyin, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Then why?" Ji Yanli's earnest gaze fixed upon her. "Why did I not turn against you? But instead assist you, because you are you, because I like you." This last sentiment remained unspoken. Suddenly, Ji Yanli relaxed, exuding a languid aura, and added with a smile, "Moreover, you have been of considerable help to the team along the way. Without you, our progress would not have been so smooth. That I am not one to repay kindness with malice." That Yu Qingyin scrutinized him closely, not letting slip any change in his expression, as if attempting to see through him. "Aren't you afraid I might turn against the team? After all, I am a zombie." Ji Yanli met her gaze with a smile. "You won't?" His words were filled with unwavering confidence. Yu Qingyin felt puzzled, questioning what aspect of her behavior had instilled such trust in him. She pondered this and voiced her thoughts. "How can you be so certain that I won't suddenly?" Ji Yanli's smile was lazy, yet brimming with self-assurance. "Others might, but you won't. You possess your own consciousness and judgment. You would never allow yourself to act in such a manner." Yu Qingyin pouted slightly. "You seem to understand me better than I do myself." Ji Yanli straightened up, stifling yawn, his peach blossom eyes innocently gazing at her. "It's not about why," Yu Qingyin observed, detecting an air of vulnerability in his cool gaze. Ji Yanli paused, his expression turning serious. "I advise against such actions. Firstly, your parents would not approve. Secondly, your identity as a zombie is easily detectable. Once discovered, the authorities will pursue you relentlessly, for you are far too unique." Yu Qingyin fell silent. Acknowledging this as her deepest concern, Ji Yanli spoke with sound reasoning. Without utilizing this identity as a cover, mingling among zombies would make her too conspicuous. She found it repugnant to blend in with the other zombies, a feat she could not accomplish if she did not disguise herself. It was merely a matter of time before she was exposed. Did she possess the capability to confront a fully armed national military force? She felt uncertain. Ji Yanli remained patiently at her side, not rushing her, allowing her the space to come to her own conclusions. That if she still wished to leave the base, he would not hinder her. At worst, he would provide her with another reason. The two stood in the rain, silently confronting one another without uttering a word, at least until her abilities reached a certain level. Remaining at the base was the wisest choice. Ji Yanli quietly sighed in relief, following closely behind her, discreetly holding up an umbrella. "We must hurry. Otherwise, dawn will break, and you won't be able to sleep for long. Can you manage with that, Waylon?" Yu Qingyin cast him a curious glance, teasingly remarking, "You might handle it, but what about that AI Wa? Always clinging to you, calling you Captain Ji. Are you sure you won't be tempted?" Ji Yanli's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly in good spirits. "Why does your tone sound a bit sour?" Chapter 69. "What I wish to do to you is precisely what you envision in your mind." Yu Qingyin snorted lightly. "Jesting, you're the one sounding sour. I am merely showing normal concern between teammates. Besides, you are the only human aware of my identity. If you inadvertently reveal my secret, I would have to exert some effort to deal with you. So it's better for me to treat you well now. I will not disclose your identity," he replied, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. Yu Qingyin's gaze flickered. Who could predict the nature of the human heart? Ji Yanli fell silent, no longer debating. Indeed, anyone can speak empty words. Only tangible actions can assure others. Ji Yanli chuckled lightly, teasing, "In that case, how do you wish to treat me well? Perhaps by gifting me all the tomatoes from your pocket space." Yu Qingyin immediately covered her pocket space, shooting him a fierce glare. "I knew you were after my pocket space. Think of something else." Ji Yanli, unperturbed by her glare, pondered. "Something else? Let me think." He feigned deep consideration before inadvertently exclaiming, "I think Lin Yuqing's suggestion from yesterday was quite good. Some tangible benefits from actual actions." Yu Qingyin's eyes flickered with confusion. What did Lin Yuqing say yesterday? Ji Yanli's face flushed, his gaze inadvertently landing on Yu Qingyin's crimson lips. Causing his face to redden further, he cleared his throat, covering his mouth, mumbling, "A kiss." Upon uttering this, a flash of regret crossed Ji Yanli's eyes. Indeed, he had been influenced by Lin Yuqing to utter such shameless words. He hoped Yu Qingyin would not perceive him as a lecherous and as this thought crossed his mind. Ji Yanli felt an involuntary tension. Yu Qingyin's head buzzed, her ears hidden beneath her long hair. Subtly flushing, her gaze wandered erratically. Sometimes having keen hearing was not a blessing. She feigned nonchalance. "What did you say?" Ji Yanli quietly sighed in relief, grateful she and T heard. Yet for some reason, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He secretly wished for her to hear, to know her answer. Did she feel differently about him? His large hand gently rested on Yu Qingyin's head, ruffling her hair. We were just joking. We're almost there. Ji Yanli hastily attempted to cover up his nervousness, failing to notice the puddle beneath his feet. He stepped into it, twisting his ankle and losing control of his body as he toppled toward Yu Qingyin. A sharp pain shot through his foot. Why Yu Qingyin instinctively caught him. What's wrong? Ji Yanli inhaled sharply, the pain in his foot heightening his senses. I think I twisted my ankle. Why Yu Qingyin glanced at the bright light ahead, contemplating for a moment before softly stating, "You hold the umbrella." Just as she finished speaking, she bent down and effortlessly lifted Ji Yanli into her arms. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck, his face instantly flushing crimson, spreading to his neck, resembling a perfectly ripe shrimp. Why Yu Qingyin maintained a level gaze, slightly hesitant to look at Ji Yanli in her arms. Don't get the wrong idea. I am just repaying you for helping me earlier. Her voice floated down from above, a guilty explanation that only spurred Ji Yanli's imagination. He replied with a low Understood. Ji Yanli's voice was deep. Are you tired? I can walk on my own. Why Yu Qingyin inexplicably detected a hint of unusual shyness in his tone. Huh, shyness. Did I mishear? She stole a glance at Ji Yanli, whose face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Yu Qingyin's lips curled into a smile. It seemed she hadn't misheard. Who would have thought that such a seemingly aloof person could still possess the innocence of a young boy? Unable to resist the playful impulse, she jostled him in her arms. You're so light. I could carry you with one hand. While speaking, she intentionally loosened her grip on his arms. Startled, Ji Yanli tightened his hold. It was already embarrassing for a grown man to be princess carried by a woman, let alone with one hand. This was somewhat damaging to his pride. Yet if it were Yu Qingyin, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. He struggled internally to dismiss the awkwardness. Ji Yanli coughed lightly, attempting to defend himself. I'm 1.86 meters tall and weigh 140 pounds. Is that really light? Yu Qingyin chuckled. 140 pounds isn't heavy. I can lift you with one hand. Saying this, she seemed to boast, shifting the weight in her arms. Ji Yanli felt a wave of existential dread. Was he being teased? He gave up resisting. After a moment of silence, Ji Yanli gazed at the nearby villa and sighed. Once we reach the villa door, you can set me down. I'll walk myself. Why Yu Qingyin, putting aside her playful intentions, readily agreed. Sure, but with your ankle twisted so badly. You disturb the night watch. How will you explain that? As she stepped outside to relieve herself, she inadvertently twisted her ankle. The teasing words exchanged caused Ji Yanli's heart to race uncontrollably. He pondered momentarily. Aren't you right beside me? Why choose to ruin your own image when an easy excuse is at hand? As for what they thought, he could not say. After all, he could not control their thoughts. After speaking, he winked at her, his expression utterly innocent. Why Yu Qingyin, clenching her fists, feigned regret and remarked, It doesn't concern me much, but your carefully cultivated aloof and serious image as Captain Ji might just be shattered, and your authority within the team. Alas, the two bantered back and forth, neither yielding, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the back door of the villa. Why Yu Qingyin did not set Ji Yanli down. Instead, she flicked her vine, using its strength to gracefully leap onto the second-floor balcony. Standing on the balcony, she had no intention of releasing Ji Yanli, and she looked down to inquire, Is anyone in your room? At her words, Ji Yanli chuckled softly, his smile laced with a hint of irreverence. Your question is rather ambiguous. If there's no one, what is it you wish to do with me? Yu Qingyin, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze, their eyes meeting, and she smiled teasingly, her tone laced with an elusive provocation. What I wish to do is precisely what you are imagining. Ji Yanli's body stiffened for a moment before he let out a low, melodious laugh, akin to the gentle sound of piano keys in the wind. I concede. There is no one in my room. It is indeed that room. With the assistance of the vine's strength, Yu Qingyin soared upwards, silently slipping through the window like a shadow. The room was shrouded in darkness, the kind where one could not see their own hand. She effortlessly placed Ji Yanli on the sofa, and as the lights flickered on, everything became bright and clear. His gaze fell upon the horrifying injury on Yu Qingyin's hand, a sight that stung his eyes, and under the cover of the rain-soaked night, he had failed to notice his own pain. Chapter 70. An ambiguous atmosphere, he gently grasped Yu Qingyin's hand and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" His tone was filled with self-reproach, that why Yu Qingyin nonchalantly withdrew her hand, casting a cursory glance at her injury. "I am a zombie. I feel no pain. You should be more concerned about your sprained leg. If you show up limping before your teammates tomorrow, your illustrious image will be forever tarnished." Having opened up, Yu Qingyin spoke freely, and while conversing, she retrieved an ice pack from her space that Ji Yanli frowned, producing medicine from his own space, gently taking Yu Qingyin's hand. "Even if it doesn't hurt, we must apply the medicine. If it scars later, you will regret it." His words carried a hint of reproach, yet his tone was filled with genuine concern. Why Yu Qingyin, upon hearing this, teasingly replied, "Now that I've become a zombie, why should I care? At least compared to other zombies, I still look like a celestial beauty, don't you think?" Ji Yanli remained silent, stubbornly tending to her injured hand with utmost care. Why Yu Qingyin lowered her gaze at him, concealing the tempest of emotions within her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. "Fine, let him be." After a while, she noticed the unsightly bow on her hand and remarked, "Your skills have not improved at all. It still looks this ugly." Why Yu Qingyin pressed the ice pack against Ji Yanli's injured ankle. "Oh no, I certainly won't allow myself to be injured again." Ji Yanli instinctively recoiled from the cold, and Yu Qingyin's gaze fell upon his well-groomed toes, which were neatly trimmed and could easily serve as a model's. She laughed teasingly. "I never expected such a big man to take such good care of his feet. Even I, as a zombie, find myself envious." A flush crept onto Ji Yanli's handsome face as his toes twitched uncomfortably. Why Yu Qingyin evaded his reaching hand, saying, "It's all right. Strictly speaking, my injury tonight is partly my responsibility. I detest owing favors." Her words. A flicker of loneliness shadowed Ji Yanli's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. "In that case, I must relish the feeling of being attended to by Miss Yu." As he spoke, he lazily leaned back against the sofa, his eyes half closed as he gazed at Yu Qingyin, his gaze brimming with lingering tenderness. Within the room, their banter flowed, a playful exchange laced with an undercurrent of ambiguity. Yu Qingyin clapped her hands, standing up, and looked at Ji Yanli's still swollen ankle, teasing, "Well, I must take my leave now. You should pray that your foot feels better tonight, lest you appear limping before everyone tomorrow and become the subject of ridicule from the country folks." The room was engulfed in darkness, save for the gentle, shallow breaths of Lin Yuqing. Why Yu Qingyin entered the bathroom quietly. Fortunately, the villa had excellent soundproofing, and the sounds of her shower did not disturb Lin Yuqing's slumber. Lying in bed, Yu Qingyin's mind echoed with Tung Ting's aggrieved complaints. "Boss, you've strayed, abandoning your principles, flirting with another man, and neglecting me." The only response was profound silence, and Yu Qingyin had fallen asleep the moment her eyes closed. The next day, rain pattered against the window, the sky overcast as if ready to unleash a torrent. Why Yu Qingyin opened her eyes, somewhat dazed, her gaze landing on the unsightly bow on her hand. And she couldn't help but smile as she rolled out of bed. Lin Yuqing had already left, unbeknownst to her, after washing up and stowing the bedding away as she stepped out of her room. She was confronted by Wei Lun, who blocked her path in the hallway, his smile as frivolous as ever, as if everything was under his control. "Miss Qingyin, might I inquire if you are interested in a discussion?" His tone was imbued with an inexplicable confidence. "Not interested. Please step aside." "Mr. Wei Lun." Wei Lun appeared not to have heard her refusal, remaining steadfast in his position, unmoving as a mountain, just as Yu Qingyin planned to use her vine to descend the stairs. It felt as though it had encountered an invisible barrier. Alarmed, she swiftly realized it was Wei Lun's doing and turned to face him. Wei Lun was adjusting the buttons on his cuffs, his pretentious demeanor reminiscent of the male protagonists in the domineering novels she had read in her past life. Just before they made their move, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, she muttered, "Strong brother." Sensing her gaze, he lifted his head, his eyes glinting with amusement, as if regarding his possession. "Miss Qingyin, may we talk now?" Yu Qingyin composed her expression, her eyes cold as she fixed her gaze on Wei Lun. "What do you wish to discuss?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than they found themselves abruptly transported to a private booth in a safe. Wei Lun sat on the sofa, gesturing with a smile. "Miss Qingyin, please take a seat." His tone was laced with arrogance. Why you Qingyin masked her astonishment, staring intently at Wei Lun, her mind racing with questions about his abilities. Wei Lun watched her reaction with satisfaction. Sipping from the coffee on the table, there is no need for surprise. Miss Qingyin, we haven't actually left the villa. This is my space, controlled by me. He emphasized the words controlled by me. Instantly, Yu Qingyin understood his implication. This was both a negotiation and a veiled threat. If she refused his terms, he could use this space he had created to eliminate her. A cold smile crept onto her lips as she thought. If he wishes to kill me, let us see if he has the capability. She settled onto the sofa, lazily leaning back, her red lips curving into a smirk, exuding disdain. Mr. Wei Lun, what would you like to discuss? A triumphant smile spread across Wei Lun's face. Miss Qingyin is quite perceptive. Should you choose to join my team, your benefits would far exceed what you receive in Huagua. At his words, Yu Qingyin laughed, as if she had heard the grandest joke. Her smile dripped with sarcasm. Mr. Wei Lun, are you suggesting I betray my country and become a pawn for country? Wei Lun set down his coffee. Chuckling lightly, Miss Qingyin, that remark is rather harsh. You would merely be making a correct choice. Why Yu Qingyin's smile faded, and she coldly retorted, dream on. Wei Lun's smile froze on his face, a glint of coldness flashing in his blue eyes. A bloodthirsty menace lurking within. Miss Qingyin, are you sure you want to refuse my offer? That is not a wise choice. Given your beauty, I can graciously offer you another chance, but you must seize this opportunity. Chapter 71. You have been sought after. Wei Lun's gaze was sharp as a blade, betraying no pretense of veiled threat. It was clear that should Yu Qingyin refuse him, her blood would spill in an instant. Yu Qingyin let out a cold laugh, reminiscent of a biting winter wind. Then I must thank you for your generosity, Mr. Wei Lun, but I fear I shall disappoint you. My choice will never waver. As a citizen of Huagua, the love for her country was ingrained in her very bones. Those who incited treason deserved death. Even as a zombie, she would remain a zombie of Huagua. Wei Lun could no longer maintain his smile. Rising in anger, he coldly declared, since you, Miss Qingyin, refuse my kindness, there is no need to go outside. I will tell your captain that you went out on your own to seek resources in an attempt to please me. Yu Qingyin lazily stood up, a smile gracing her lips, filled with disdain. You will likely be disappointed, Mr. Wei Lun. Your little space cannot control me. Perhaps you should worry more about yourself. Who knows, you might just meet your end in my hands one day. With that, she seized Wei Lun by the throat. He looked down at her hand on his neck, a mocking smile tugging at his lips, as if he were gazing at a corpse. This is my domain. If you wish to harm me, it seems Miss Qingyin has yet to awaken fully. With that, Wei Lun let out a cold laugh and vanished from the space in the blink of an eye. The scene around her shifted rapidly, placing her in the very center of the Colosseum. The cacophony of ferocious beasts echoed in her ears. Threatening to rupture her eardrums, Wei Lun's voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena. Miss Qingyin, relish the grand gift I have prepared for you. This is the consequence of defying me. Upon finishing her declaration, Wei Lun cast a chilling glance at the empty doorway before placing her hands behind her back and turning to descend the stairs. Yu Qingyin's figure appeared silently behind Wei Lun, akin to a specter, her voice cutting through the air unexpectedly. Mr. Wei Lun's space is rather mundane, lacking any challenge. I haven't even warmed up yet, and here I am. Her tone dripped with mockery. Wei Lun, astonished, turned to behold Yu Qingyin standing unscathed at the doorway, her eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Panic laced his exclamation. Yu Qingyin, with an icy push, sent Wei Lun crashing into the wall, producing a dull thud that contorted his features in pain. Casting a disdainful glance at the rigid Wei Lun, Yu Qingyin scoffed lightly. How could it not be possible? Practice makes perfect. Don't assume everyone is as inept as you. Ignoring Wei Lun further, she turned to descend the stairs. Just then, she encountered Ji Yanli, ascending the stairs. Her gaze fell upon his injured ankle, eliciting a soft laugh. Oh, impressive. Team leader Ji recovers faster than anyone else. Unlike you, with such a severe hand injury, yet after merely one night. It's as if nothing ever happened. Yu Qingyin shot a glance back at the disheartened Wei Lun, hastening a few steps to whisper in Ji Yanli's ear. Wei Lun attempted to bribe me, but I turned him down. Before Ji Yanli could respond, Lin Yuqing appeared behind them, grinning as he squeezed between the two. What scandalous secrets are you two whispering about behind my back? I'm eager to hear. Ji Yanli shot him an irritated look, finding Lin Yuqing increasingly bothersome. Qingyin shrugged nonchalantly. Wei Lin tried to bribe me, but I refused. Now he is questioning his life choices. As she spoke, her eyes flicked toward Wei Lin, who still bore the look of someone thoroughly defeated, his pupils unfocused, mumbling to himself. Lin Yuqing clicked his tongue in disdain. With what he offered, it wouldn't even cover a day's worth of meals for me. Qingyin looked at him, surprised so he sought you out as well. Lin Yuqing nodded, then shook his head. Not Wei Lin, but William. He wanted to apologize for the ambush last time and tried to coerce me into joining them. If I refused, he threatened not to let me leave. With his pathetic abilities, he thinks he can trap me. Truly a toad dreaming of riding a phoenix. Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle. You have quite the way with words. This. Lin Yuqing proudly lifted his chin. Of course, I haven't wasted years watching comedy videos for nothing. And sooner had he spoken than Qingyin unexpectedly appeared behind the three, his expression warm and gentle as he surveyed them. Are you three having a meeting here? Lin Yuqing, calming his startled heart, rolled his eyes at Qingyin. Are you a ghost? You tread so silently. Qingyin quickly grasped the situation. They had all been sought after by people from Qingyin, and his genial smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Ferguson, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you two. Do these people from Qingyin think this is a game? One after another. It's like a frog chasing after a toad. Ugly and absurd. Just as he finished, Lin Yuqing descended the stairs, her expression as if tainted by something filthy, absent-mindedly brushing off non-existent dust from her clothes. The four exchanged glances, instantly comprehending. She too had been approached. Sensing the gazes upon her, Lin Yuqing froze, then raised her eyes to meet theirs, a flush creeping onto her earnest face. Ahem, boss. Everyone is here. Feeling the attention, her expression turned panicked as she pulled out a tissue to wipe her face. Lin Yuqing couldn't contain a laugh. Finding her reaction utterly amusing, he playfully threw an arm around her shoulders, half-jokingly saying, I didn't expect Ava to overlook the boss and target you, the honest one. How does it feel to be cherished? Lin Yuqing's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Lin Yuqing, stop talking nonsense. I didn't... Lin Yuqing patted her shoulder lightly, his tone relaxed. All right, we know you didn't hit those people from Qingyin, truly leave no one untouched. To be fair, their only redeeming quality is their taste, targeting us. Upon hearing Lin Yuqing's words, Lin Yuqing's somewhat dull mind finally processed the information. Boss, you all have also been approached by people from Qingyin. Chapter 72. Seizing the opportunity to slip out of the base, Lin Yuqing released his hold on Lin Yuqing's shoulders and cheerfully walked over to Qingyin. Miss you, are you hungry? I have fresh tomatoes in my pocket space. Let us go down and eat together. Qingyin raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. After the group finished their breakfast, Wei Lin and his companions had managed to compose themselves upon seeing Qingyin and the others. They feigned normalcy, greeting them with cheerful smiles. Exchanging glances, Qingyin and her companions decided to humor their act. Wei Lin, feigning concern as he gazed at the torrential rain outside, spoke up, Team Leader Ji, the rain is quite heavy. The mountain roads are slippery. It would be wise to wait until it stops before we proceed. His words appear to be motivated by genuine concern for everyone's safety. William immediately chimed in. Indeed, Team Leader Ji, you wouldn't disregard the team's safety and recklessly venture out in this downpour, would you? Ferguson quickly joined in. William, how could you say that? Team Leader Ji is certainly not one to ignore the safety of his teammates. Team Leader, I am sure you will consider everyone's well-being, correct? The three of them played off each other's words, suggesting that if Team Leader Ji chose to proceed in the rain, he would be acting recklessly. Qingyin and her companions exchanged knowing glances, realizing the scheming nature of the three. Qingyin promptly stated, I am willing to follow Team Leader Ji's arrangements if he chooses to proceed despite the rain. I trust he has his reasons. Shang Wanqing quickly expressed her agreement. We trust Team Leader Ji. Afterward, she discreetly rolled her eyes in the direction of Wei Lin and his associates in the next moment. The other team members unanimously voiced their support for team leader Ji. Faced with the provocation from the four nationals, the small team exhibited an unprecedented unity. Wei Lin and his companions were left seething. Their plans thwarted, and they begrudgingly resigned to follow along, knowing their schemes would have to wait. With Ling Yunyun and team leader Ji leading the way, they swiftly reached the S City base before nightfall. The S City base, repurposed from a film studio, boasted a myriad of thematic styles that dazzled the eyes. The leader of the S City base welcomed the group warmly, settling Wei Lin and his companions. Team leader Ji, Lin Yuqing, and a few others proceeded to the center of the base. Qingyin, Lin Yuqing, and their teammates followed the staff into an ancient yet charming courtyard. After a long day of travel, the team members hastily ate a light dinner before retreating to their chosen rooms for rest. Just as Qingyin and Lin Yuqing entered their chamber, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Turning toward the sound, they found Shangguan Qing standing at the doorway, her expression grave. "May I come in?" Exchanging glances, Qingyin and Lin Yuqing nodded. Of course. Shangguan Qing sat on the sofa, observing the two for a moment before gathering her resolve and taking a deep breath. "I'll be straightforward. This morning, Winston approached me, wanting me to act as their informant, that I declined." After her confession, she anxiously watched Qingyin and Lin Yuqing, her hands nervously intertwined on her lap. "Will you believe me?" Of course, no one would betray their country in such times. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qing sighed in relief, her tension easing. "Based on my suspicions, given the treachery of those from Country M, they likely approached others as well. It would be wise for team leader Ji to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure no one is truly a traitor." Shangguan Qing chuckled at her own words. "Those from Country M certainly have an eye for talent, knowing to approach the stronger among us." The trio exchanged laughter for a brief moment before Shangguan Qing's demeanor shifted to seriousness. During the lunch break, individuals from Country M also approached other members of our team. "We should all be vigilant." Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Qingyin and Lin Yuqing escorted Shangguan Qing to the door. Qingyin glanced at the task countdown. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yuqing, whose face bore the marks of exhaustion. She spoke softly. "I will wait here. You should go to sleep first. I've had enough rest in the car." Lin Yuqing, upon hearing this, did not stand on ceremony. After freshening up, she lay down on the bed and murmured, Qingyin nodded. "You can turn off the light and sleep. That I will wait outside." Lin Yuqing watched Qingyin's departing figure, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Unaware of Lin Yuqing's subtle reaction, Qingyin gently closed the door and walked straight out of the courtyard. The base was ablaze with lights, and pedestrians donned in traditional Han attire strolled beneath oil paper umbrellas. Laughing and chatting in small groups, wielding glow sticks and sporting cat ears, these individuals were all headed towards the West Street. The number of patrolling ability users on the street had doubled since the afternoon, creating an atmosphere of heightened vigilance. To her surprise, the apocalypse still allowed for a concert by her brother, and she felt an overwhelming joy. Most importantly, there was no need to stay up late fighting for tickets. Thankfully, she had arrived in S City before the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would have missed it. Qingyin moved against the flow of the crowd, listening to their discussions, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. The fact that a concert was taking place implied a potential loosening of the base's perimeter defenses, thereby increasing her chances of slipping out unnoticed. With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace. She circled the outskirts of the base, eventually positioning herself at the western corner of the wall, the spot where patrols were least frequent, with nearly half an hour passing before a patrol team would come by. Just as they were about to change shifts, seizing the moment, she summoned forth a burst of greenery, effortlessly leaping up the 3-meter-high wall. With agile grace, she flipped over and landed soundly on the ground, her silhouette swiftly vanishing into the rain-drenched night like a nocturnal sprite. However, unbeknownst to her, a man holding a black umbrella stood 5 meters behind her, sheltered beneath an eave, observing her entire escape from a base. The black umbrella obscured the upper half of the man's face, revealing only his mouth, which curled into a knowing smile. "Good luck, Qingyin," he murmured, his voice deep and laced with malice. Following the directions given by Qingyin, Qingyin advanced quickly. From a distance, she spotted Qingyin standing atop a barren hill, alluringly swaying a flower the size of her palm, followed closely by a rhododendron that bore a striking resemblance to it. Upon noticing Qingyin, Ying dashed towards her excitedly. "Boss, hurry! I've lured over a kindred spirit. You must contract it quickly." Qingyin chuckled softly, rapidly closing the distance, her fingers brushing against the rhododendron attracted by Ying. Before it could comprehend the situation, the contract was successfully established. Stunned, it stood there, unable to process what had just occurred. "Who is it? Where is it? Wasn't it chasing after my wife?" Ying, hearing this, excitedly shook its leaves, splashing droplets of water, and quickly consoled the rhododendron that had been deceived. Suddenly, Qingyin sensed a familiar, yet somewhat foreign aura wafting into her nostrils, and she instinctively turned, alert. There, behind her, stood a delicately featured female, zombie clad in superhero attire. To call her a zombie seemed inaccurate. Half human, half corpse would be more fitting. She bore a striking resemblance to Qingyin, appearing no different from a normal human, yet devoid of a heartbeat or pulse. Possessing her own consciousness, the female zombie's grayish-white pupils were filled with indifference, resembling a puppet controlled by unseen strings. That Qingyin raised an eyebrow, remaining motionless as her gaze swept over the female zombie. Realization dawning upon her. This must be the product of M-Country's experiments. Given her appearance, it was likely that live humans had been used as subjects. The female zombie, noticing Qingyin's lack of movement, lunged at her with blinding speed. The force behind her punch was so powerful that Qingyin could hear the whoosh of the air. With a swift motion, she evaded the strike. However, the female zombie rapidly closed the gap, their speeds matching each other. Amidst the torrential rain, the two figures collided and quickly separated. The female zombie, seemingly unfazed, barreled straight into a large net. Before it could be ensnared, the next moment, the vines were violently torn apart. Qingyin met the female zombie's cold, indifferent gaze, her own eyes sharp and unyielding. A long knife materialized in her hand, pressing against the female zombie's neck. The female zombie swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blade. And in the next instant, the rainwater around Qingyin began to coalesce, encasing her in a watery cocoon. That Qingyin furrowed her brow, her fist clenched tightly as she struck the barrier formed by the gathered water. Crack! Water cascaded down from the shattering opening like a waterfall. In that instant, as Qingyin burst from encirclement, the female zombie's dagger pressed against her throat. Qingyin quickly retreated, and the female zombie closed in without losing momentum. In the next moment, a vine erupted from the female zombie's abdomen. Yet, she appeared oblivious, her gaze fixed on Qingyin, the dagger inching closer, attempting to carve a wound. The vine in her abdomen swelled. And finally, the female zombie abandoned her pursuit, hastily retreating. But the very next moment, Qingyin seized the opportunity, commanding the vine to expand infinitely, reaching a width that could not be increased further, as if an invisible force was resisting her. For every inch the vine expanded, it was countered by a swift compression. Suddenly, a rain of leaves descended upon the female zombie, who quickly erected a water curtain for defense. The leaf rain was relentless, and the female zombie's body was soon riddled with wounds. Yet, in an instant, the injuries healed at a visible rate, as though no harm had been done. Qingyin's brow furrowed deeper as she and Ying coordinated their efforts, rapidly closing in on the female zombie, her fingers slipping through the water curtain to make contact with the zombie's skin. To her astonishment, the expected blue panel did not materialize. The system's plump face bore a rare expression of seriousness. Host, due to the fact that this zombie has been artificially modified, you can only establish a contract by touching its head. A chill ran down Qingyin's spine. Utilizing the support of the vine, she gracefully leapt over the female zombie, who was momentarily distracted by the dual assault from Ying and the newly contracted rhododendron. Seizing the chance, her fingers brushed against the top of the female zombie's head. Contract successfully established. The female zombie froze in place, a cool female voice resonating in her mind. "Thank you, Master." Qingyin took a moment to compose herself before asking in a low tone, "Do you have any companions?" She found it hard to believe that M-Country had brought only one experimental subject. She needed to ascertain the truth to prepare Ji Yanli and the others. The female zombie's expression turned grave. There were 10 of us in total, which means there are more than just 10 experimental subjects created by M Country. The people of M Country truly were inhumane. Yu Qingyin spoke firmly. Can you sense the locations of the other experimental subjects? I cannot, but I know that Wei Luan possesses an object that can connect us, and through it, he can control us. What exactly it is? I am sorry, Master. I do not know. Why Yu Qingyin nodded, the furrows in her brow deepening. If only the female zombie had known. At least that would confirm that the subjects Wei Luan brought had low abilities. After taking a few steps, a shadow stealthily appeared before her, blocking her path. The female zombie's cold voice cautioned, Master, this individual is the strongest among our batch of zombies, possessing powers in 5 elemental abilities. Combined, we are no match for him. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin chuckled lightly. If we are no match, what of other mutated species? The female zombie gazed at her in surprise, unable to comprehend her words. In the next moment, various animal roars erupted from behind, clarifying her confusion. She looked at Yu Qingyin with wide eyes, astonished. This female zombie was something else entirely. How could she summon so many mutated animals? She stared in disbelief at the mutated plants and animals surging past her, her jaw nearly dropping in shock. In the blink of an eye, the barren hill was teeming with mutated creatures and plants, encircling the male zombie, leaving no escape. She watched as the surrounded male zombie was engulfed in flames, the brilliance of the abilities illuminating the entire hill. Even from a distance, she could feel the immense force emanating from that spot. Suddenly, she felt a wave of relief, grateful that she was not facing such formidable opponents earlier. Thank you for your mercy, Master, she expressed sincerely. Why Yu Qingyin regarded her curiously. She hadn't shown mercy at all. The only reason she hadn't unleashed the multitude of mutated species upon her was that her appearance had been too sudden, and the creatures had been too slow to catch up. In less than a minute, the formidable male zombie, as described by the female zombie, was bound and tossed before Yu Qingyin as if he were mere refuse. The male zombie looked utterly bewildered, still trying to grasp what had transpired, how these mutated creatures had emerged, and why they had attacked him. Amidst his confusion, Yu Qingyin gently touched the top of his head, causing him to shudder. He respectfully exclaimed, Master. Yu Qingyin's gaze swept over the eagerly expectant mutated beings, and she spoke in a calm tone. As a result of her praise, the mutated creatures erupted in a chorus of excited roars. Like a receding tide, instantly vanishing from the hill as though the throng had been merely a figment of their imagination. The male zombie finally comprehended that the reason the previous group of mutated beings had attacked him was due to the Master's command. And he gazed at Yu Qingyin with admiration. Master, you are incredible. Please allow me to pay my respects. Saying this, he earnestly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply towards Yu Qingyin, just as Yu Qingyin was about to speak. The male zombie had already risen and began to speak incessantly. Master, you must be the legendary summoner capable of invoking spells. How fortunate I am to meet such a powerful summoner on my very first acknowledgement. The male zombie continued to express his admiration for Yu Qingyin with great enthusiasm. Leaning closer to the female zombie, Yu Qingyin whispered, Is this truly the strongest among you? Did something go awry during the experiments? With a skeptical glance at the male zombie, Yu Qingyin's doubts were evident. The female zombie, upon hearing this, silently distanced herself from the seemingly dim-witted male zombie. Reluctantly, she admitted, under Yu Qingyin's scrutiny, that he was indeed the most capable among their batch of experimental subjects. Yu Qingyin, still skeptical, queried, Is the strength of your experimental subjects determined by their propensity to chatter? The female zombie simply glared at the male zombie and resolutely shook her head, that why Yu Qingyin felt an inexplicable chill at her gaze. Since you're the strongest among your experimental group, do you know how Wei Luan controls you? The male zombie's expression instantly brightened. Master, compared to you, I am but a mere novice, yet I am overjoyed to be praised as the strongest among this batch of experimental subjects. Yu Qingyin's temples throbbed. After all that chatter, he still hadn't grasped the essence of her inquiry. With her expression turning icy, she declared, I shall give you one last chance, or I will toss you into the mutated creatures as a snack. Her voice was as frigid as the Arctic winds, sending shivers down the spine. The male zombie trembled, finally stammering, "I do not know how Wei Luan controls us, but as the leader of this experimental group, I am aware of the locations of the other subjects. Yu Qingyin sighed in relief, finally gleaning some useful information. Tell me the locations of the other experimental subjects that, if you continue to ramble, I shall feed you to the mutated creatures." The male zombie opened his mouth, but then closed it, managing to refrain from further nonsense. The other experimental subjects are currently near the coastal cities of Hua country, creating a zombie tide. We found you based on the instructions given by Wei Lun. Yu Qingyin was taken aback. If they were following Wei Luan's orders, it meant he was monitoring her. This was not merely a temptation, but a potential assassination. "Where is Wei Luan?" "I am sorry, master, but we do not know. If Wei Luan were nearby, we would be able to sense him, but he is currently too far away. Yu Qingyin understood, meaning Wei Luan was still at the base. But how did he know she had left? Rubbing her temples, she coldly inquired, "Did Wei Luan issue a pursuit order against me and send several experimental subjects after me?" Yu Qingyin waved her hand, instructing in a low voice, "All right, relay to Wei Luan that you have resolved the matter and continue searching for the other experimental subjects. If you cannot defeat them, lead the others to this hill. The mutated creatures will assist you." The male and female zombies immediately bowed their heads in agreement. Yu Qingyin turned and descended the hill, making her way back to the base. She was surprised to find the mission progress bar had risen to 95. She had contracted 2 artificially modified mutated zombies and Shan Hong, and the progress had accelerated so dramatically. As if sensing Yu Qingyin's confusion, the system appeared, clad in scholarly robes, to explain, because these 2 experimental subjects had already arrived in Hua country at the time the task was issued. They automatically became part of the mutated zombies in City C. Yu Qingyin nodded, and, seizing the opportunity while the ability users on the city wall were changing shifts, swiftly scaled the wall to enter the base. The concert continued in the distance, and she could faintly hear a captivating male voice. Ji Yanli carefully examined her, only relaxing once he confirmed she bore no injuries. Yu Qingyin, unfocused on Ji Yanli's gaze, directly asked, "Is there anyone in your room?" Chapter 75. Discontent realizing the gravity of the situation from her serious expression, Ji Yanli nodded slightly, silently leading Yu Qingyin into his room. The interior was elegantly adorned, featuring a finely carved pear wood hammock at its center, which starkly contrasted with the modern LCD television. "I encountered Wei Luan's experimental subjects tonight." Yu Qingyin's voice was calm, yet it struck like thunder. Ji Yanli froze momentarily. Yu Qingyin noticed Ji Yanli seemed poised to say something, prompting her to continue. "I am unscathed from them. I learned that there are 10 in total who landed in Hua country alongside them." She succinctly relayed everything she had gathered to Ji Yanli. With each word, Ji Yanli's expression grew increasingly grave. "Are you implying there is a traitor among us?" Yu Qingyin took a sip of water, her demeanor relaxing slightly. "I cannot dismiss that possibility." Ji Yanli pondered for a moment before nodding. "I will handle this matter. As for the situation in M country, I will report it to my superiors." Observing the worry etched on Yu Qingyin's brow from a night of travel, Ji Yanli felt a pang of concern rise within him. He gently raised his hand but suppressed the urge. Speaking softly, "You must be tired. Get some rest." His voice was tender to the point of being almost surreal. Yu Qingyin, oblivious to the subtle shift in his tone, nodded, lightly massaging her temples as she stood to leave. Just as she stepped outside, she heard Ji Yanli's curious voice, "Why do you not suspect me? What if I am the one who informed Wei Luan of your whereabouts?" Yu Qingyin paused, turning to face Ji Yanli. Her eyes filled with conviction. "I trust my judgment of people. I'm leaving." She had no doubts about him. She knew he would not conspire with those from M country to harm her. With that, Yu Qingyin waved her hand and headed towards her own room. Ji Yanli watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips, appearing somewhat foolish yet priceless. He couldn't help but wonder if this meant she considered him trustworthy, suggesting that he held a unique place in her heart. This thought. The smile on Ji Yanli's face widened uncontrollably, and he chuckled softly. The next morning, the rain continued to fall outside, albeit with diminished intensity. Yu Qingyin opened her eyes, startled by the silhouette at the edge of her bed. once she recognized the figure sitting across from her. She exhaled in relief and sat up. Lin Yuqing, why are you sitting by my bed so early in the morning, staring at me? Lin Yuqing bit her lip, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, but I wanted to ask you something last night. Yu Qingyin yawned, her fox-like eyes glistening with moisture as she lazily regarded the hesitant Lin Yuqing. Just ask whatever you want. Keeping it bottled up is not good for you. Lin Yuqing took a deep breath, seemingly resolved, and spoke with a serious expression. Qingyin, are you together with the boss? Yu Qingyin's hand, which was stifling yawn, froze momentarily, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at Lin Yuqing in confusion. Instinctively denying, how could I be with Ji Yanli? When did I give you that impression? Lin Yuqing appeared equally perplexed, stammering an explanation. I see you often going in and out with the boss. Whispering sweet nothings. ISNT, that's something lovers do. She got out of bed and walked into the bathroom, with Lin Yuqing following her, continuing her analysis. And have you not noticed how the boss treats you differently? He has never been so attentive to any other girl, waking you up in the morning, accompanying you out at night, and most importantly, Yu Qingyin paused, brushing her teeth, meeting Lin Yuqing's serious gaze. Her heart inexplicably racing. Most importantly, what? Lin Yuqing solemnly replied, most importantly, you are the only one allowed to approach the boss freely. To enter his room, in the past, the boss maintained a safe distance from other girls. Yu Qingyin dried her face with a towel, her lips slightly parted as if to say something. Lin Yuqing continued, don't tell me the boss is treating you specially because of your parents. I won't believe that. Lin Yuqing paused for a moment, taking a deep breath, her serious expression fixed on Yu Qingyin. So, how do you feel about the boss? Yu Qingyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Her eyes downcast, long lashes casting shadows over her complex emotions. For the first time, she earnestly examined her feelings for Ji Yanli. Perhaps, a faint liking had indeed blossomed within her, but she was acutely aware that she was not destined for this world and should not harbor such emotional entanglements. It would be for the best of both. Why Yu Qingyin forced herself to respond. I did not like him, but a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Yuqing's face. But Yu Qingyin gently smiled, her expression lightening. Why do you look so disappointed? I am not with Ji Yanli. Shouldn't you be happy? This remark successfully diverted Lin Yuqing's attention. The conspiracy from M country. Speaking of which, I remember that the boss was unusually talkative this morning. Could it be that someone in our team is restless and has betrayed us? As the two conversed, they had nearly finished tidying up when they fortuitously encountered Ji Yanli, who was approaching from the direction of the base. Ji Yanli's expression was tense, his cold gaze tinged with an imperceptible hint of hostility. Upon making eye contact with Yu Qingyin, a flicker of guilt crossed his features. Instantly, Yu Qingyin understood the implication. Was it truly one of our team members who had done this? She nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief breakfast, they set off from the S-City base under the watchful gaze of the leaders. Chapter 76. The Lolita Zombie Without the Troublesome Nuisances from M Country. The atmosphere in the vehicle lightened considerably, and Lin Yuqing resumed his incessant chatter. Upon arriving at the bustling commercial street of C-City, their attention was captured by a doll-faced girl clad in Lolita attire, standing in the center. Surrounded by a group of oddly postured zombies. Were it not for her unnaturally gray-white eyes, one might easily mistake her for an ordinary human. The rain poured heavily, and the towering buildings on either side glistened as the streets were cleansed of grime by the downpour. Abandoned vehicles and dilapidated storefronts starkly contrasted with the extravagantly dressed, doll-faced female zombie. Why Yu Qingyin glanced through the car window at the zombie horde, her gaze drifting between two conspicuous female and male zombies at the rear. The male zombie, upon noticing her, eagerly attempted to wave, only to be firmly restrained by the female zombie beside him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yu Qingyin's lips. This girl was indeed an experimental subject from M Country. Though it remained a mystery which number she was, had he not looked so foolish, Yu Qingyin might have doubted whether he was actually mocking her. Why Yu Qingyin explained in a low voice. Last night, I encountered an experimental subject from M Country who was dressed in a superhero costume and exhibited a state similar to that of the Lolita girl before us. Just as they were speaking, the zombies behind the Lolita girl began to stir, emitting excited growls. Suddenly, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, instantly separating them from the Lolita girl. Almost immediately, The Lolita girl stood atop the earthen wall, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. Countless energy orbs rained down from the sky, resembling meteors plummeting to the earth. A barrier crafted from earth and lightning effectively sealed off all powers. In the meantime, a cold voice echoed in Qingyin's mind. Master, the Lolita girl is the only one among us who has awakened the dark-type abilities. She is a master of shadow manipulation. So do exercise caution. Qingyin felt perplexed by this information. Dark-type abilities? Within her mind, the system appeared in a scholar's robe, feigning profundity as it held a teapot, and took a sip, only to spit out the leaves with a long sigh. Dark-type abilities, as the name suggests, pertain to the manipulation of all things dark. Qingyin retorted, well, load of nonsense. Get to the point. The system pouted in grievance. Well, the point is precisely what I am about to convey. Host, why the haste? Dark-type abilities allow one to control all forms of darkness. For instance, the puppets in your ancient texts share a similar function with psychic abilities. Under Qingyin's indifferent gaze, the system finally abandoned its pretense of mystique. This is merely what you humans have named dark-type abilities. In truth, they do not exist as a separate entity. She can manipulate objects from a distance, using everything lifeless around you to attack. And those who possess such abilities are also incredibly swift, comparable to the speed of the host. Can she control our vehicle as well? Qingyin inquired. And no sooner had she spoken than Lin Yuqing's exclamations confirmed her suspicion. What the heck? What kind of monster is this Lolita? Why can she control our car? I didn't even step on the gas. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. And despite Lin Yuqing's attempts to steer, it was as futile as trying to change the course of a river. Everyone, jump out, came Ji Yanli's voice through the intercom. In the next moment, all four vehicles seemed to be halted by an unseen force. Stalling momentarily, seizing the opportunity, they shattered the windows and rolled out, landing awkwardly on the ground, their clothes soaked and disheveled. Simultaneously, the vehicles controlled by the Lolita zombie vanished into thin air. What the hell? This zombie is insane. Unable to resist, Qingyin turned to the source of the commotion, only to find Liang Yunqing standing exposed in the rain, without even a shred of underwear. Suddenly, her line of sight was obscured as Ji Yanli stood protectively in front of her. Don't look, it's filthy, he remarked with a cool tone. Lin Yuqing, dumbfounded, stammered with relief. Thank goodness it's not me. Qingyin turned to see Lin Yuqing clutching his clothes, fearful that they might meet the same fate as Liang Yunqing's. Fortunately, the other team members remained fully clothed. Curiosity piqued, Qingyin wondered why only Liang Yunqing had been stripped bare. Ji Yanli offered a quiet explanation, because he was not wearing the base's custom attire. His tone laced with a hint of disdain and barely concealed mockery. Qingyin recalled the system's earlier words. Did that suggest that the base's custom clothing contained some form of vitality? Before they could delve deeper into this thought, a diminutive figure appeared atop a commercial building, gently waving its hand. The rainwater around them seemed to come alive, swirling together into an encircling mass, enveloping them in a suffocating sensation as they floated in mid-air, gasping for breath amidst the choking water. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Qingyin dissipated the water barrier as if it had never existed. The feeling of suffocation eased, and they collapsed to the ground, inhaling fresh air desperately. Suddenly, countless glass mirrors assembled overhead, casting a shadow over them and trapping them in a vast maze, their reflections blurring the line between reality and illusion. Lin Yuqing, releasing his grasp on his clothes, narcissistically admired his reflection in the mirror. Who would have thought that after getting drenched, I would look this handsome? This broken beauty must be referring to me. Just as he finished speaking, a solid slap landed on the back of his head. Enough with the self-adoration. Find a way to escape the maze. Qingyin's gentle voice chimed beside him. Hearing this, Qingyin mused, why follow conventional thinking? We can simply break through. With that, she delivered a powerful punch to the glass mirror, shattering it, only to reveal another layer of glass beneath. The system's voice suddenly chimed in with a warm reminder. Main task, please proceed to Sea City and subjugate all mutated animals, plants, and zombies. Time limit, 6 days, task progress, 95, countdown, 12 o'clock, 01. Host, Please complete the task promptly, or you will face electric shock punishment. Yu Qingyin's gaze sharpened. The vines in her hand shot forth like arrows, swiftly shattering dozens of glass mirrors. As shards rained down around her. The downpour intensified, accompanied by a barrage of energy, orbs descending like meteors. However, they were quickly obliterated by the lightning barrier, amplifying the electric energy in the water. Chapter 77. The Lolita zombie's swift betrayal in a flash. Yu Qingyin obliterated all the glass mirrors that stood in her way, revealing the original earthen wall behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck down, sending countless fragments of earth cascading like a meteor shower. As she moved, flecks of soil clung to her clothing. The Lolita zombie, clutching a doll, stood before her, tilting its head as if attempting to discern her identity. Suddenly, it smiled, a chilling grin that sent shivers down Yu Qingyin's spine. Without a glance, she shattered the wooden board that had unexpectedly appeared behind her. Just as Yu Qingyin was about to advance, the Lolita zombie vanished from her sight, only to reappear where she had just stood, brandishing a long knife taller than itself. Had she been a moment slower, she would have been cleaved asunder by the Lolita zombie. A cold smile crept onto Yu Qingyin's lips. Before the Lolita zombie could make its move, she turned and disappeared into the throng of zombies. The blue panel flickered incessantly before her. In less than a quarter of an hour, the zombie horde summoned by the Lolita had become her assets, and as she emerged from their ranks, a smile of triumph spread across her face. Thanks to the Lolita zombie, she had managed to elevate the task progress bar to 97. It was now merely the obstinate Lolita zombie that remained. The Lolita zombie's gray-white pupils finally exhibited a flicker of emotion, filled with shock and anger as it regarded Yu Qingyin. All the lifeless objects in the mall began to levitate, hurtling toward Yu Qingyin like shooting stars. In an instant, the vines behind her surged forth, forming a barrier that kept all the lifeless objects at bay, not allowing it a chance to retaliate. Yu Qingyin parted her lips, issuing commands to the surrounding zombies. Instantly, the zombies that had been attacking her redirected their assault toward the Lolita zombie. With a swift movement, the Lolita zombie vanished from sight. While Yu Qingyin smirked, her confidence unyielding. But the next moment, just as the Lolita zombie had covered a mere 5 meters, it found itself ensnared by a vine, cocooned like a pupa before Yu Qingyin. All struggles rendered futile. While Yu Qingyin crouched down, her fingers lightly brushing the top of the Lolita zombie's head. In the next moment, a soft and melodious female voice echoed in her mind. Master, another experimental subject is behind you, on the rooftop of the mall, intending to launch a sneak attack. Surprised, Yu Qingyin raised an eyebrow, not expecting the Lolita zombie to betray its companion so swiftly. The rapidity of its transformation was astonishing. With the aid of the vine's strength, Yu Qingyin leapt gracefully, akin to a sprite flitting through the urban landscape. In merely a few seconds, she alighted steadily on the rooftop of a shopping mall. Having traversed several streets, the male zombie, clad in a suit, gaped in astonishment, his grayish-white pupils wide with disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure, conjuring a golden wall that extended infinitely in an attempt to shove Yu Qingyin off. Yet, with a swift motion, she evaded and landed effortlessly behind the male zombie, her movements fluid and elegant. She glanced at the progress bar in her mind, her brow furrowed tightly. Why was the progress still at 97? Were these two zombies not from City C? Congratulations, host. You are correct. The system's voice chimed playfully, but alas, no surprises await you. A warm reminder followed. Host has 1140, 30 remaining, after issuing commands to the recently contracted zombies. Yu Qingyin executed a few more jumps and landed firmly on the ground. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled as he regarded Yu Qingyin, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, grinning broadly. As expected of Miss Yu. Effortlessly dispatching the experimental subjects from Country M. You truly are like a cheat code for our team. I find myself increasingly fond of you. What should I do? Miss Yu, you must take responsibility for my entire life. He teased with a playful tone. Upon finishing, Lin Yuqing blinked his innocent eyes at Yu Qingyin, resembling a puppy wagging its tail, seeking affection, while Yu Qingyin coldly pushed his face away. Warning, if you dare to touch me again, I might just twist your skull off. Her words. Lin Yuqing immediately withdrew his hands, retreating 8 paces from Yu Qingyin, his expression one of feigned indignation. You heartless woman! You ensnared my heart yet refused to take responsibility. Ji Yanli cast a cold glance at the dramatically overacting Lin Yuqing, admonishing, enough of your nonsense. Get in the car and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold and worry your sister. Just as Qingyin was about to enter the vehicle, she suddenly sensed a gaze filled with intense malice fixated upon her. She swiftly turned, yet found nothing but emptiness, as if it had merely been an illusion. A night descended, and everyone settled down. Qingyin quietly slipped out through a window, vanishing into the darkness. Unbeknownst to her, someone lurking in the shadows observed her every move, quietly relaying her actions. Navigating through the forest, Qingyin monitored the progress bar alongside a glaring countdown of 3 hours. Her mind racing. Following the summoning of these experimental subjects from Country M, the zombies from City C should have all been summoned as well. Her target must be hidden within the mountainous terrain. The recent rains had caused landslides, rendering the paths muddy and treacherous. The vine, having mysteriously gained weight over the past few days, was unresponsive to calls, while Ying was currently preoccupied with her newly befriended companions. Leaving Qingyin without her reliable support, as she pondered, a rustling sound erupted behind her, while Qingyin immediately became alert, spinning around to find a black snake silently appearing, flicking its tongue. Boss, both Tungting and Ying have their own matters to attend to, so allow me to accompany you today. The male voice chimed in, melodious and ingratiating. It had heard tales of a food box on the boss, which could enhance abilities, a treasure that had previously been monopolized by Tungting and Ying. Now that they were occupied, it had seized the opportunity, not regretting its arduous journey. However, it was not the only one with this intention. Other contracted mutated plants and animals shared similar thoughts. As soon as it finished speaking, creatures surged from all directions, chattering excitedly. Rubbing her temples, which throbbed from the noise, Qingyin commanded the mutated animals and plants to disperse, sending them scouring the mountainside. Within merely half an hour, they returned with several snakes and a tiger, which Qingyin easily contracted. The taskbar filled to completion. Ding! Chapter 78. Completely resolved this trouble. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Please proceed to City C and subdue all mutated animals, plants, and zombies within a time limit of 6 days. Rewards are being issued. The rewards flooded in. Speed ability X1, enhanced ability X1, with ability X1, zombie-specific gourmet energy boxes X1000, lucky spin wheel X1, task points X3000, unlocking City C's map, and 1 contract machine. The reward notification overwhelmed Qingyin, her gaze fixating on the final reward. Curiously, she inquired, "What is a contract machine?" The system excitedly began to explain, "This machine is exceptionally useful. It is a reward specifically requested from the main system for the host. The host can entrust this machine to a trusted subordinate, who will gain the same contracting abilities as the host. Any zombies or mutated plants and animals contracted will automatically belong to your subordinate." The system finished its explanation in one breath, blinking eagerly at Qingyin, its eyes sparkling with a desire for praise. While Qingyin chuckled softly, "That sounds splendid. Thank you, system." The system pretended to wipe away a few tears. "It's so rare to hear the host's gratitude. My efforts over these past days have not been in vain." The black snake raised its head expectantly. "Boss, I'm working hard too. Is there any reward for me?" Qingyin smiled lightly, distributing the 100 energy boxes to the eagerly watching mutated animals and plants. Upon receiving the energy boxes, the creatures erupted into jubilant cheers, sensing the energy contained within, even before opening them. Tungting, who had been indifferent until now, crawled out from a bush, dragging a person behind it. The man's face was obscured with mud from being dragged, rendering his features unrecognizable, though it was vaguely discernible that he was male. "Boss, look what I found." Tungting's voice abruptly shifted to furious roars, causing Qingyin's eardrums to ache. "Boss, not only are you flirting with other men behind my back, but you've also given my snacks to them. I've tirelessly helped you, and my leaves have withered in the process, yet you betray me for other dogs. Woe is me. What a miserable fate." Indeed, there was a saying among humans that accurately captured this sentiment. Once something is obtained, it is no longer cherished. Tungting's voice was filled with grievance and accusation. eliciting sympathy from listeners that Yu Qingyin, unfairly labeled a heartbreaker, rubbed her aching ears and looked at the trembling Tungting, hastily soothing, "Don't worry. I've saved all your snacks. Whenever you wish to eat, I'll have them ready for you. All right?" Tungting huffed, turning its vine away, ignoring Yu Qingyin's attempts at appeasement. The surrounding mutated creatures and the man dragged by Tungting, now unconscious, transformed into silent spectators, quietly observing that Yu Qingyin massaged her throbbing temples, patiently reiterating, "This time, the food boxes will be sufficient. All right?" She focused solely on placating Tungting, oblivious to the specifics of Tungting's grievances. Only then did Tungting turn its vine back to face Yu Qingyin, tearfully proclaiming, "Then, boss, you must promise not to flirt with any other stinky men." Yu Qingyin was filled with confusion. When had she ever flirted with other men? Not recalling any such actions, she quickly assented as she noticed Tungting's anger flaring again. Instantly, Tungting became animated, proudly recounting its heroic deeds. "Just now, I was about to come and question you when I spotted this man sneaking around, peering at you with wandering eyes, so I dragged him over for you." As it spoke, Tungting raised its vine in a gesture of triumph. Observing this, Yu Qingyin promptly praised, "Tungting, you're truly amazing. Let me see who this man is." She silently plotted to bring Yingying along to assist, preventing Tungting from overthinking. Just as Yu Qingyin's words fell, a perceptive black wolf kicked the fainted man over, revealing his face to the rain, which washed away the dirt, slowly unveiling his true features. Yu Qingyin squinted, recognizing the man lying on the ground. She crouched down, ruthlessly brushing away a large patch of mud from his face. Liang Yunqing, the memory of Ji Yanli's earlier words flashed in her mind, recalling that the person trailing her was part of the squad. Indeed, Liang Yunqing had been under Ji Yanli's watch, and since someone had caught a cold during the day, Ji Yanli had taken over the night watch. Explaining how he had managed to follow her here, she mocked, "To be a dog of Country M is quite commendable. Even when sick, you still come to supervise me." Liang Yunqing weakly retorted, "I'm not a dog of Country M. I merely make use of their experimental subjects. I have no enmity with you. Why would you want to kill me?" Liang Yunqing fell silent, refusing to answer. The mushroom, eager to assist, piped up, "Boss, let me handle this." I have a way to pry open his mouth. With that, it wriggled its small body, releasing a cloud of green smoke. "Oh, my wife, I miss you," a majestic black wolf lamented. "Wife, I promise I won't sneak grass anymore." A mutated black goat bleated. Meanwhile, on the other side, a black snake entwined with another black snake in an affectionate embrace. Listening to the various secrets of the mutated creatures, Yu Qingyin felt her emotions swirl. She dismissed the other noises and focused intently on Liang Yunqing's narrative. The individuals from the M Nation truly exhibit a remarkable level of ignorance, utterly oblivious to the fact that I am manipulating them. Once I eliminate Yu Qingyin and fulfill the task assigned to me by Miss Chu, I shall ascend to a high-ranking position within the Yindu base. At that point, I will no longer have to endure the daily struggle for survival against the zombies, scraping together meager supplies that barely suffice to satisfy my hunger. Yu Qingyin astutely seized upon the keywords in his discourse, Yindu base and Miss Chu, allowing her to deduce the identity of this individual with relative ease. Standing tall, a cold smile graced her lips. It appears that Chu Muyao's specter lingers still. It is high time to find an opportunity to eradicate this nuisance once and for all. Casting a glance at the gluttonous illusory mushroom, which was fixated on Liang Yunqing, she spoke with an air of indifference. "Illusory mushroom, I leave this person to you. If you wish to consume him, then by all means, since he desires her demise. She shall oblige him by allowing him to perish before her very eyes." Chapter 79. My storytelling skills are quite impressive, aren't they? No sooner had she finished speaking than the illusory mushroom, brimming with excitement, opened its gaping maw and, in one swift motion, devoured Liang Yunqing's head. He did not even have time to utter a scream before his life was extinguished, his blood mingling with the orange-red soil, washed away by the rain, leaving no trace behind. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Ji Yanli, who was seated on the sofa in the living room. A thought crossed her mind. She should report the death of a person to him. If he, As this thought lingered, Yu Qingyin's eyes turned. I see why it would be prudent to sever this bond while emotions were still shallow. But Ji Yanli, observing Yu Qingyin's entrance through the door, showed no surprise. He smiled and patted the sofa beside him. Take a seat. Your abilities have certainly advanced considerably. It seems I must hasten my efforts lest you surpass me and I lose my qualification. He paused, rephrasing his words. Lose my qualification to be your captain. Why? Yu Qingyin cast a languid glance at him. Even if my abilities surpass yours, I still acknowledge you as my captain. I encounter a matter worth discussing with you, she stated, her tone laced with frost as she subtly adjusted her posture, becoming vigilant. Yanli noticed the slightest shift in her demeanor, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. He raised an eyebrow in feigned curiosity. Have you encountered another experimental subject from the M Nation? Yu Qingyin propped her elbow on the sofa, adopting a relaxed posture, yet her eyes never strayed from Ji Yanli. Ever ready, Liang Yunshun had perished, consumed by the mutated illusory mushroom. The scene was far too gruesome. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Ji Yanli's reaction, only to find disappointment as his expression remained placid, devoid of any sign of disturbance, as if he were merely listening to a mundane account. Leaning languidly against the sofa, his long legs crossed, he regarded Yu Qingyin with a smile that held no hint of concern. This response took Yu Qingyin by surprise. She gazed at Ji Yanli, her eyes reflecting earnestness, unwilling to miss any subtle change in his expression. What if I were to say that it was I who killed Liang Yunshun? And what of it? He replied smoothly. He sought your life first. You were merely acting in self-defense. Ji Yanli sighed, gently elucidating. In this apocalyptic month, I have witnessed countless teams turn upon one another in the struggle for resources, even betraying their closest kin. He paused, his gaze chilling as he continued. Sometimes, what is more terrifying than the zombies is the human heart, for one cannot predict when a teammate will plunge a knife into your back in their quest for survival. Sitting upright, Ji Yanli fixed his gaze intently upon Yu Qingyin. Survive. One must learn to be indifferent, to cast aside any vestige of compassion. This is the singular rule for enduring in this cannibalistic world. Yu Qingyin stared at Ji Yanli, momentarily taken aback. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Realizing Ji Yanli's identity, a smile crept upon her lips. It dawned on her that someone capable of establishing a foothold in this wasteland could hardly be characterized as benevolent. Noting her dazed expression, Ji Yanli leaned slightly closer, subtly closing the distance between them. His large hand found its way to Yu Qingyin's head, gently ruffling her hair, his brow softening with kindness, with a gentle smile. Ji Yanli remarked, You must be weary. It would be wise to rest early, as we must be on the road again, come morning. Why? Yu Qingyin regarded Ji Yanli with a hint of skepticism. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had been deliberately orchestrating moments of intimacy between them. Gazing at his sincere visage, and recalling that he was already aware of her zombie identity, her doubts dissipated somewhat. It might just be her imagination. Stretching her limbs, she stood. Understood. I'm leaving now. Yes, she ascended the staircase. Ji Yanli's cheerful voice called out from behind her. Why? Yu Qingyin paused on the stairs, rifling through her thoughts, but coming up empty. Observing her bewildered demeanor, Ji Yanli sighed silently, then reminded her, Last time, you drove the car to prank the M Nation for compensation. With this reminder, Yu Qingyin's expression brightened as realization struck. Right, as long as it falls within my capabilities, I shall grant your requests. Yawning, she made her way upstairs. The following dawn, the sky appeared to have ruptured, with relentless rain pouring from the breach. After a quick wash, as Yu Qingyin descended the stairs, she overheard Shangwan Qing's outraged voice. Liang Yunshun was boasting before me, claiming he would never be swayed by the M Nation's people, yet he has already become their lapdog. Yang Jia immediately chimed in. Isn't that the truth? How can one ever truly know a person? I was so foolish as to feel pity for him, always looking out for him, and ultimately, it was a misplaced investment. Indeed, last night, he even secretly relayed information to the M Nation he had best perish out there. If I see him again, I shall strike him. Listening to the chorus of opinions, Yu Qingyin's gaze flickered. The only ones privy to this matter were herself and Ji Yanli. Without needing to contemplate, she understood that Ji Yanli was the one who had disseminated this information. In search of Ji Yanli, She found him seated at the dining table. Upon noticing her, he smiled and waved a tomato at her. Suddenly, Lin Yuqing burst in her line of sight, draping an arm around her shoulders and leaning in to whisper, "Miss you. My storytelling skills are quite impressive. Aren't they? Last night, I added a few embellishments to the version provided by the boss, and the reaction has been rather positive. Wouldn't you say?" Lin Yuqing cast Yu Qingyin a flirtatious glance, his face radiating a desire for praise that Yu Qingyin smiled faintly, swatting away Lin Yuqing's hand, then seriously patted his shoulder, her tone teasing. "Not bad. Today, I shall show mercy and spare your skull." With that, she strode towards the tomato in Ji Yanli's hand. Undeterred, Lin Yuqing jogged to catch up with a grin, persistently inquiring, "Is there no other reward?" Rising from his seat, Ji Yanli placed the tomato into Yu Qingyin's hand while simultaneously yanking Lin Yuqing by the collar. Striding towards the vehicle, leaving behind a trail of protests from Lin Yuqing. Chapter 80. The Gossiping You Mother. Hey, boss, let go of me. I still have things to discuss with Qingyin. Yu Qingyin bit into the tomato, chuckling at the comical sight of Lin Yuqing, who appeared as if life had him by the scruff of his neck. Suddenly, a tomato appeared before her. Surprised, she looked at Lin Yuqing, who handed her the tomato, and whispered, "Which one do you choose, the boss or my brother?" Yu Qingyin paused mid-bite, her eyes flashing that "I choose neither. Can't I simply be a teammate?" Lin Yuqing nodded earnestly. "That is indeed possible, but those two may not share the same sentiment. You might find yourself in a quandary later on." As she spoke, she patted Yu Qingyin's shoulder with a serious air, chuckling lightly before striding towards the jeep. Yu Qingyin watched the three retreating figures. Deep in thought, perhaps she needed to seek another team, for the benefit of all involved. Had Lin Yuqing known that Yu Qingyin contemplated leaving the group because of her words, she might have regretted it deeply. When fortune smiles, there always seems to be someone eager to stir up trouble. The one bringing trouble to Yu Qingyin was none other than the system that resided in her mind. Ding! The system's notification rang out. New task received. Main quest. Please proceed to H province to subdue all mutated plants, animals, and zombies. Time limit. 10 days. Please endeavor to complete the task to avoid incurring lightning penalties. Once the system had delivered the task, it had already anticipated Yu Qingyin's reaction and had swiftly retreated. Yu Qingyin glared at the vanishing figure in her mind, snorting in disdain. "You may have fled swiftly." Her gaze shifted to the map of H province within her mind as she fell into contemplation. Just then, the vehicle entered the Sea City base. When she opened her eyes again, she found Yu Mother seated beside her. Her gaze filled with affection, as if she could never gaze enough. "Qingyin, my darling, you've lost weight. You mustn't only eat tomatoes this time. You need to consume a variety of meats and vegetables to maintain a balanced diet. Do you understand?" Yu Qingyin nestled into Yu Mother's embrace, playfully nuzzling against her. "I understand, Mom." After their meal, feeling idle, Yu Qingyin casually opened the task interface. Glancing at the progress bar, she was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. This intelligent butler is quite capable. In just one moment, the progress bar had leaped to 10. Upon hearing this, the system reappeared, proudly lifting its chin. Of course, this system is top-notch. 1 is equal to 2. Yu Qingyin gazed at the system's tail, which seemed on the verge of soaring into the heavens, momentarily rendered speechless as she rolled her eyes. This system truly had a knack for claiming credit for itself. Ignoring the system's self-aggrandizement, Yu Qingyin opened the system's marketplace page. Instantly, her attention was captivated by the first item. The contract machine, priced at 100,000 points. Yu Qingyin let out a soft click of her tongue. Swiping through the offerings. Anti-theft system. 100,000 points, ability resistance suit. 10,000 points, the utterly useless vacuum robot. 1,000 points. With each scroll, her desire to voice her grievances grew increasingly uncontainable. This system marketplace was truly exploitative. Anything remotely useful started at a minimum of 10,000 points. The system, momentarily halting its incessant self-praise, quickly retorted, "Host, your words are misguided. These lower-priced items are not without merit. You simply have yet to uncover their potential." Yu Qingyin silently closed the system marketplace and raised her gaze to the system with a bemused expression. "For instance, The system fell silent for a moment, its metaphorical neck craning as it struggled to respond. Well, while they may lack popularity, they can certainly be exasperating. If the host suddenly finds herself lacking motivation, simply purchasing them would instantly empower her to confront her adversaries. Upon finishing, the system proudly lifted its head, as if it had accomplished something monumental. Yu Qingyin. This system truly had a talent for nonsensical rambling. Just as she opened her mouth to interject, the system preempted her. Yu Qingyin disdainfully clicked her tongue. Before she could finish her retort, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Qingyin, my dear, may I come in? The sweet, syrupy voice of her mother, "You mama," rang out. Yu Qingyin rose to open the door. Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? Is there something you need from me? Yu mama leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching Yu Qingyin with a smile that held a hint of mischief. The smile made Yu Qingyin instinctively shrink her neck, taking a step back. Mom, what do you need? If it's nothing urgent, I think I'll head to bed. As she spoke, Yu Qingyin attempted to shut the door, but her mother held it open with surprising strength. Yu Qingyin, taken aback, diverted her gaze from her mother's delicate hand on the door to her face, realizing for the first time that this seemingly fragile woman possessed such strength. Mom, what are you doing? Yu mama giggled shyly, covering her mouth as if she might wave a handkerchief if she had one. I just lost control of my strength for a moment. It won't happen again. Seemingly remembering the matter at hand, Yu mama's eyes widened like saucers, her lovely face suddenly looming closer to Yu Qingyin's, brimming with curiosity. It's not you I'm looking for, but Yanli. So, tell me, where do you two stand? When will I get to be a mother-in-law? Should I find a time to talk to Aunt Ji about this? Yu Qingyin felt her mouth twitch at her mother's vivid imagination, struggling to cope with it as she hurriedly interrupted. Mom, there's really nothing between me and Ji Yanli. He must have come to me for something important. I can't keep him waiting, right? Saying this, Yu Qingyin swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind her and hastily heading towards the stairs, while her mother's teasing voice trailed behind her. Unwilling to keep him waiting, and yet you claim there's nothing between you. In an instant, Yu Qingyin quickened her pace, pushing her mother's voice from her mind until it was no longer audible. Chapter 81. Ji Yanli's confession. Yu Qingyin finally paused at the staircase's edge, exhaling deeply. Hearing familiar footsteps approaching, she looked up to see Ji Yanli's figure come into view. He was clad in casual attire, his shirt casually unbuttoned at the collar, revealing his enticing collarbone. The slightly open neckline evoking an air of relaxed allure. Observing Yu Qingyin's somewhat flustered demeanor, Ji Yanli let out a soft chuckle, imbued with an inexplicable charm. He teased. What's the matter? Is there a ghost chasing you? Internally, Yu Qingyin scoffed, thinking it was far worse than a ghost. Give her mother a moment, and she could transition from marriage to grandchildren in a heartbeat, stealing her nerves. She caught a glimpse of her mother leaning over the railing, her face alight with excitement, prompting an involuntary shiver that made Yu Qingyin hastily avert her gaze. Ahem, let us discuss this outside. She cleared her throat and stepped toward the door first. Ji Yanli followed her gaze, greeting her mother with a smile before striding after Yu Qingyin. Standing at the door, Yu Qingyin directly inquired, What do you need from me? Ji Yanli opened an umbrella, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Just follow me. I'll tell you when we arrived. Yu Qingyin cast him a curious glance. Silently retrieving her own umbrella and standing beside him, Yanli stole a sidelong glance at her, his eyes flickering momentarily as he sighed softly. Let us go. Following Ji Yanli, they traversed winding alleyways until they arrived at an elegantly antiquated restaurant. The interior was bathed in soft, golden light, with soothing classical music permeating the air, creating a warm and intimate ambience. Aside from the musicians, the restaurant was devoid of patrons that a sense of tension gripped Yu Qingyin as a vague suspicion formed in her mind. She tucked her umbrella away and silently trailed Ji Yanli into the restaurant. Taking a seat at the center on the table, her favorite tomatoes were artfully arranged in various exquisite forms. Igniting her appetite, the soft spotlight illuminated them, making it feel as though the world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Yanli gazed at her tenderly, his voice gentle and laced with allure. Try this. See if you like it. His words floated through the air like a feather, stirring ripples in her heart. Why you Qingyin? Taken aback by Ji Yanli's exceptional handsomeness that evening, fell silent, her previous suspicions gaining a semblance of confirmation. Setting down her chopsticks, she bluntly stated, "Are you planning to confess your feelings to me?" Ji Yanli's hand faltered, caught off guard by her directness. A faint blush crept across his handsome features as he cleared his throat, placing his chopsticks down, and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I like you a lot. I'm aware of your circumstances, but that doesn't change my feelings for you." He paused, his gaze filled with unmasked affection, reflecting her image as though she were his entire world. With utmost seriousness, he asked, "So, will you be my girlfriend?" Yu Qingyin sighed silently, meeting Ji Yanli's sincere gaze and forcing herself to hold his gaze with resolve. "First, I appreciate your feelings, but I cannot accept. I truly admire the person you are. You can always remain my captain." Yu Qingyin halted, realizing her words sounded akin to those of a heartbreaker, as if she were stringing him along. She froze momentarily, shifting her approach. That's not what I meant. I'm not trying to keep you hanging. What I mean is," Ji Yanli concealed the disappointment in his eyes, forcing a smile that did little to mask his desolation. "I understand what you mean. Don't worry. Even if you refuse, we can still be friends." Though rejected, he would not relent. They often said failure was the mother of success. Perhaps one day an opportunity would arise. He only hoped this wouldn't affect their relationship. Ji Yanli opened his mouth, about to say something to lighten the mood, when Lin Yuqing's loud voice abruptly filled the entire restaurant. "Good dog. I knew the boss was sneaking off to enjoy a meal with Qingyin without us, but you wouldn't believe me." Following Lin Yuqing were the exasperated Gu Qingyuan and the visibly furious Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli. Yu Qingyin let out a breath, feeling ill-equipped to handle the situation. For the first time, she found Lin Yuqing's appearance to be somewhat timely. Lin Yuqing plopped down beside Yu Qingyin, only to be immediately pulled away by Ji Yanli, who interjected to separate them. She turned to greet Gu Qingyuan with a bright smile. "Qingyuan Gij, come quickly. My brother ordered a lot of delicious food." Since Lin Yuqing had already disrupted her brother's moment, she decided to join in, ensuring Lin Yuqing didn't have it easy either. Ji Qingyuan smiled warmly as he joined, sitting opposite a dejected Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing began to complain, "Gu dog, can't you control your sister? She is so violent. She is causing considerable distress to my tender heart. You owe me compensation." Ji Yanli disdainfully sized up Lin Yuqing, retorting, "What? Where? I don't see anything to—" "Oh, right here. Your heart is indeed smaller than a needle's eye." Lin Yuqing's face flushed red with anger. "Ji dog, you need to rein her in." Gu Qingyuan shrugged. Exasperated, "I'm just glad she is not managing me." "You're on your own." Ji Yanli, upon hearing this, disdainfully scrutinized Lin Yuqing, coolly mocking, "Can't win an argument, so you resort to whining. What a little snitch." She then playfully stuck her tongue out at Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in indignation, turning his attention to Ji Yanli with a pitiful expression. "Boss, you need to control your sister. She is becoming utterly unruly." Ji Yanli chuckled softly. Ji Yanli immediately transformed into a model of obedience. "Understood, brother." She then shot a venomous glare at the smug Lin Yuqing. Begrudgingly apologizing, "I'm sorry, Yu Gij, it was wrong of me to mock your small-mindedness and call you a little snitch." Lin Yuqing shot her a glance, letting out a cold snort, a mutual sentiment indeed. Ji Yanli, observing the brewing conflict between the two, interjected sternly, "Enough, what do you wish to eat?" "Speak to them." Ji Yanli immediately raised her hand, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "I want hot pot. It's been ages since I last had it." The previously awkward atmosphere dissipated in an instant, transformed by their playful banter. Chapter 82. Chumuyao takes the initiative. They continued to eat until the early hours of the morning, each feeling pleasantly tipsy as they helped one another stumble out of the restaurant. Due to the effects of alcohol, Yu Qingyin's steps became unsteady, and she struggled to maintain control of the umbrella in her grasp. Ji Yanli, noticing her plight, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her gently into his embrace. Yu Qingyin looked up, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, her fox-like eyes glazed with a captivating allure, resembling a beguiling little sprite. Ji Yanli, captivated by her, felt his throat involuntarily constrict. He averted his gaze with difficulty, taking a deep breath to suppress the desires stirring within him. He could not bring himself to take advantage of her vulnerability. Ahead, Qingyin carried the now-asleep Ji Yanli on his back, while simultaneously attempting to steady the raucous Lin Yuqing, who was wailing, "Let go of this young master. I shall perform a straight-line walk for you." Ji Yanli nodded, carefully retrieving a jeep from his space, and gently placed Qingyin inside, fastening her seatbelt before exhaling in relief. After leaving a vehicle for Qingyin, he drove away. Ji Qingyin sighed deeply, tossing Lin Yuqing into the car and carefully placing Ji Yanli in her seat, securing her seatbelt before attending to Lin Yuqing. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuqing ceased his wailing, grasping Qingyin's arm and, fueled by the alcohol, unleashed his pent-up grievances. "Why? I like Qingyin too. Why do you always favor the boss? You are always biased towards him. I am merely an afterthought." Qingyin was taken aback. Unprepared for Lin Yuqing's outburst, he reined in his usual gentle demeanor, sighing as he softened his tone. "Qingyin is not like the girls you dated before. This is not a simple transaction of money. A mere exchange." Lin Yuqing interrupted coldly, his face flushed as if he were a child wronged, demanding an explanation from an adult. "That I know. But how can you be certain that this time I am not sincere? In the end, you all favor the boss." Qingyin regarded Lin Yuqing calmly, allowing a moment of silence to pass before responding. "What if Qingyin were a zombie? Would you still like her?" "There is no such what if. Qingyin is not a zombie. Don't think you can deceive me with that excuse. I won't believe you." Having said that, Lin Yuqing closed his eyes and fell silent, tears silently streaming down his lashes. Revealing his vulnerability for the first time in front of his friends, Ji Qingyin sighed, ceasing his attempts to persuade him. Perhaps the boss had also sensed it. Qingyin occasionally exhibited traits that were far from human. Had they not undertaken numerous missions together, he might not have noticed, but if the boss endorsed her, then Qingyin was trustworthy. Moreover, throughout their journey, Qingyin had assisted them immensely, even if she were a zombie. She remained his teammate. He drove away in silence. Meanwhile, Ji Yanli parked the car in front of the Yu family villa. Yu father and Yu mother stood in their pajamas at the entrance, craning their necks and glancing around. Upon seeing his vehicle, their eyes brightened, and they hurried over. Ji Yanli stepped out, his expression filled with apology. "I'm sorry, uncle and aunt, for causing you concern," Ji Yanli quickly added. "Qingyin is asleep in the car." Yu mother interrupted with a smile. "It's fine. Don't wake her. Let her rest. She must be exhausted from following you around these days. Just carry her inside." Ji Yanli complied, carefully lifting Qingyin from the car, the strong scent of alcohol causing Yu father to furrow his brow. A young girl, drinking so much outside, without any caution at all, truly. Yu mother promptly nudged Yu father, retorting, "Enough of that. Your daughter was merely unwinding with friends. Besides, this friend is none other than Yanli. What could possibly happen?" It was not that they were overly trusting. Rather, they recalled how their daughter had once acted on someone else's suggestion, procuring drugs to administer to someone, but that person had bravely endured and rushed to the hospital for an antidote. Furthermore, Ji Yanli had been someone they had watched grow up, and they trusted his character. If it were some other reckless lad, he wouldn't even dare approach their daughter. Ji Yanli escorted Qingyin upstairs, gazing at her sweet sleeping face. His eyes lingered on her rosy lips. And ultimately, he could not resist leaning down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. He rose slightly, feeling nervous as his palms grew sweaty, unsure where to place his hands, stealing a furtive glance at Qingyin to ensure she showed no signs of waking. He exhaled quietly in relief. Reflecting on the tender sensation he had just experienced, Ji Yanli gently brushed his lips, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his face. He carefully closed the door and descended the stairs. Yu mother regarded Ji Yanli with a warm smile. "Yanli, it's quite late tonight. Would you like to stay?" Feeling slightly flustered from his earlier actions, Ji Yanli quickly declined. "No, I have matters to attend to and wouldn't want to impose." "Uncle and aunt, please rest. I will take my leave." With that, under the watchful eyes of Yu father and Yu mother, he practically fled the scene. "I see our daughter has successfully captured Yanli's heart. We just await the day he surprises us. Why Yu father snorted dismissively, retorting, "If he wishes to marry my daughter, he better pass my test first." In the next moment, Yu father received a playful slap to the back of his head, as Yu mother chased him around the room, his protests echoing in their wake. The following morning, Qingyin, supporting her slightly dizzy forehead, sat up in bed and pulled open the floor-to-ceiling window. Fresh air mingled with light rain drifted into the room, accompanied by the sounds of commotion from outside the villa. Amidst the clamor, she unexpectedly caught a familiar voice. Her gaze pierced through the rain, landing upon Chu Miao, who stood amidst the crowd, clad in her signature fresh white dress, enhancing her ethereal beauty, evoking a sense of longing. Chapter 83. The mission hall, a subtle, barely perceptible cold smile graced Yu Qingyin's lips. She had initially pondered how to find a way to approach Chu Miao, but now it seemed she had come knocking at her door. Sensing Yu Qingyin's gaze, Chu Miao looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight as she waved enthusiastically, as if greeting a long-lost friend. "Qingyin, I'm over here. I tried everything to get in, but Aunt Li wouldn't let me come and play with you." Her tone was filled with a sense of grievance that tugged at the heartstrings, evoking an instinctive urge to comfort her at tea times. Yu Qingyin found herself admiring Chu Miao's audacity. They had clearly torn apart their friendship, yet she acted as though nothing had occurred, showing up at her door as if she were a saint. Did she believe that her actions could be easily forgiven? Yu Qingyin glanced at Aunt Li, who was dutifully blocking Chu Miao, and complimented her. Aunt Li smiled in response, turning to once again obstruct Chu Miao's path. Chu Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling up as they threatened to spill over, her expression one of someone deeply wounded by Yu Qingyin's rejection, evoking pity. "Qingyin, how could you say such things to me? I always thought we were good friends. Was it all a misunderstanding?" Wiping away her tears, she forced a smile, attempting to appear strong despite the heartbreak, evoking sympathy from those who witnessed her plight. "Qingyin, I want to come to you again without dignity. I hope you can." In that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from behind a fountain, holding an umbrella, casting a cold glance at Yu Qingyin before scoffing. Chu Miao shot Yu Qingyin a provocative smile, instantly returning to her heartbroken demeanor, shaking her head as she anxiously defended Yu Qingyin. "Dad, don't say that. Qingyin wasn't like this before. She was very kind." Her voice caught slightly with emotion. Chu Tianxiong snorted dismissively. "Miao, you are too kind-hearted. It's easy to be taken advantage of by those lacking in conscience. Not everyone deserves your sincerity." Yu Qingyin, finding the whole scene amusing, settled onto a stool by the bedside, nibbling on a tomato while smiling at the father-daughter duo engaged in their act. Watching his daughter's relaxed demeanor, Yu father quickly grasped that she was not being bullied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Listening to the banter between Chu Tianxiong and his daughter, Yu father's irritation flared, his expression tightening as he feigned a smile and approached. "What is going on here? Didn't Timu Yao come to find Qingyin to play? Why not go inside? Qingyin should have welcomed you." Chu Tianxiong interrupted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "We wouldn't want to intrude upon your prestigious home, lest we be thrown out." Yu father secretly rolled his eyes, mentally scoffing at the implication, as if he were eager for them to enter. He was more concerned about them dirtying his property. While Yu father silently grumbled, he maintained his facade of a polite smile. "Tianxiong, what are you saying? Before the apocalypse, we were at least good brothers, weren't we? Now that your Yindu base has been flooded, UVE moved to our Sea City base, IT would be remiss of us not to extend a warm welcome." The unspoken reminder urged them to reconsider whose territory this truly is. Indeed, as soon as he uttered these words, Chu Tianxiong's anger intensified, his expression darkening for a fleeting moment as he shot a fierce glare at Father Yu. When a tiger falls into the plains, it is bullied by dogs. "You Ingcheng, wait for me. This is how you treat guests in Sea City. I see your veiled jabs clearly now to Mu Yao, since they do not welcome us. Let's depart. It is better than presenting our warm faces to their cold backs and giving them face." With that, he dragged Chu Mu Yao away in a huff. The forced smile on Father Yu's face instantly vanished, and he coldly snorted at their departing figures. "They still dare to bully my daughter? They should consider their own worth before acting so brazenly." After finishing the tomato in her hand, Yu Qingyin cheerfully spoke. "Dad, what brings you here?" Observing her relaxed demeanor, Father Yu furrowed his brows and couldn't help but lecture her. "As a young lady, can't you pay attention to your image? You sit without grace. And it's not your mother saying this. She worries about you being bullied, but doesn't she realize who your father is? Who could possibly bully you? Yu Mama gracefully approached, holding an umbrella, shooting Father Yu an exasperated glance. Qingyin, my darling, don't listen to your father's nonsense. As soon as he heard news from the security at home, he couldn't sit still in the blink of an eye. He vanished. Even Uncle Ji was mocking him that you're not a child anymore. You should be more composed. Father Yu, caught off guard and embarrassed by the public exposure, turned crimson and hastily concocted an excuse to disappear from the sight of the mother-daughter duo. That old Ji dares to mock me. Just wait until I knock his dentures out. Your father is all bark and no bite. Just ignore him, Yu Mama said. Darling, your parents won't be able to accompany you for a while. With the heavy rain these past few days, the people from Yindu base have moved over, and the central tasks at the base have intensified that if you find yourself bored, you can look for Yanli to play with. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Her long eyelashes concealed her complex emotions. Perhaps it was for the best. They would never be together. Rather than becoming ensnared, it was wiser to proactively avoid entanglements and minimize interactions to prevent sinking deeper. As for Chumu Yao, she could deal with her after completing her mission. That could be accomplished over the next half-month. With her parents preoccupied, she could utilize the tasks from the mission center to leave the base and fulfill her system tasks. Thus, Yu Qingyin swiftly took action, tidied herself up, changed into a neat outfit, and drove straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was simply and practically laid out. Behind the central reception desk, diligent staff members were busy handling various matters. To the right stood a locked shelf displaying an array of weapons, from iron rods to swords and guns, everything one could wish for. To the left, a square information panel was adorned with a large screen displaying a map of Huagua, where over a dozen red circles prominently marked mission locations. Above the work desk hung another large screen, scrolling through the list of today's missions. Red indicated ongoing tasks, while green denoted available ones. Each mission had a few S's following it to denote difficulty levels. Tasks rated 1 to 3 S's had mostly been taken, while those rated 4 S's had also been claimed, and higher difficulty tasks had already attracted attention. Upon counting, there were still over 10 tasks that remained unclaimed. The hall was surrounded by many people, yet no one dared to enter. They huddled together, discussing team formations. That Yu Qingyin entered the hall alone and approached the information panel. Selecting H province, Changzhou village, with a danger level of 5 S's due to the presence of level 6 mutated palm trees. The task was to retrieve all food and machinery from the Changzhou village food processing plant. Yu Qingyin promptly opened the system task page, noting that her system task progress bar had quietly advanced to 30. Changzhou village had yet to be reached by the intelligent steward. She confidently walked toward the reception desk. I wish to accept a mission. Miss, we require that tasks be accepted in a team format. May I ask where your team is? Yu Qingyin's eyes flickered slightly as she calmly fabricated a lie. My team is waiting outside. May I know where to fill out the information? The girl with a doll-like face handed Yu Qingyin a tablet. Miss, please fill in your team information first, then swipe right to select a mission. If you need weapons, after filling out the form, our staff will deliver the required weapons to you. Yu Qingyin glanced at the tablet, where the team member information page indicated a minimum of 5 members must be listed. Searching her mind, she realized she only knew a few people, like Ji Yanli. After a moment's hesitation, she silently filled in their names. Selecting the previously noted task, she handed it to the doll-faced girl. The girl paused upon seeing the mission level, her expression shifting to understanding as she glanced at the team members, her smile growing more enthusiastic. She produced a phone and a car key, handing them to Yu Qingyin. This contains detailed information about the mission, including the route and a simple map of the mission location for your reference. Upon completing the task, return the phone to receive your supplies. Yu Qingyin graciously thanked her, took the car, and left the base without a second thought. Unbeknownst to her, after she accepted the mission, the watches worn by Ji Yanli and the others simultaneously chimed, indicating the successful acceptance of the task. Confused by the sudden mission, the group quickly gathered, and upon realizing Yu Qingyin was missing, they understood the reason behind it. After discussing among themselves, they notified their families and decided to set off in pursuit. With a flash, they sped toward Changzhou village, navigating the rugged mountain paths. Before nightfall, Yu Qingyin, clad in a raincoat, stood at the entrance of Changzhou village. There was a stone tablet at the village entrance. inscribed with the three characters Changzhou Village. Without this tablet, she might have mistakenly believed she had wandered into a primeval forest. The wide path was blanketed in leaves, with vines thicker than arms intertwining overhead, stretching as far as the eye could see. Were it not for the apocalypse, Qingyin would have marveled at nature's craftsmanship. She maneuvered through the gaps in the vines and ventured inside, where intertwining roots were so thick that two people could scarcely embrace them. Above, the leaves blocked out the rain, creating a dark expanse. In the distance, water mist lingered, inexplicably causing unease. Although her vision was somewhat obstructed, she could still see within a limited range. The forest was eerily silent, the only sound being the raindrops pattering against the leaves. Suddenly, the vines seemed to awaken, launching an assault from all directions, attempting to strangle Qingyin. However, a surge of green energy flashed in her hand, and the attacking vines exploded in an instant, splattering green sap like a torrential rain of emerald. This was a newfound skill acquired after upgrading her wood-based abilities. In addition to releasing vine attacks, she could cause the vines to rapidly expand and explode. Though her abilities were not particularly high, they were more than sufficient to deal with these low-level mutated plants. Behind Qingyin, a cascade of green rain continued to fall, looking splendid and seemingly celebrating her prowess. Suddenly, she halted, sensing danger as the mutated palm tree before her commanded the vines to weave into an impenetrable net, obstructing her path. While Qingyin's gaze fixed on the vines, which emitted wisps of black mist, adding an aura of eeriness to the dark forest. With her brow furrowed, she brandished her long knife, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, slicing through the dense green barrier. With a swift motion, the green net shattered, releasing black sap that spilled forth, reminiscent of malicious power manifesting in her eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. Ignoring it, she pressed onward. Within mere feet, another green net appeared like a specter, blocking her way. While Qingyin wielded her long knife again, the blade flashing, and the green net fell apart once more. In this dark environment, she lost all sense of time, unable to recall how many green nets she had severed, as if trapped in an endless cycle that drained her stamina and spirit. Eventually, she stopped, her brow tightly knitted as her gaze fell upon a small green hairband on the ground, her earlier marker. If she didn't break the cycle, she would likely end up like those who had taken this mission before her, forever lost in this place, eventually becoming sustenance for the mutated palm tree and merging into the forest. Qingyin had never been one to play passively. She turned around. If moving forward was futile, then she would change direction. Targeting the vines on her right, she swiftly swung her long knife, and in an instant, the surrounding vines shattered, with droplets of rainwater cascading onto her cheeks. Soon, the sensation vanished, as if the earlier wetness had been a mere figment of her imagination. The smirk played on Qingyin's lips as green light swept through her palm. Instantly, the vines before her erupted like fireworks. They revealed the scattered starry lights from outside, and the vines healed at a visible pace. That moment, Qingyin, utilizing her wood-based abilities, soared into the air, standing atop the vines and gazing down upon the entirety of Changzhou Village. From afar, Changzhou Village appeared lush and vibrant, seemingly endless, with a few red buildings dotting the landscape. Only the stretch of lake on the right lacked any hint of verdure, standing out starkly against the landscape. The surface of the water, save for the ripples caused by the rain, exhibited no discernible variations. Its utter ordinariness rendered it peculiarly abnormal that a sense of foreboding washed over Qingyin. Beneath the lake's surface, a threat loomed far greater than the mutated palm trees. Mutated species lurking within the water. For reasons unknown, her mind conjured images of crayfish and hairy crabs. Had they mutated? Would they perhaps have grown larger, their flesh more succulent and resilient? Garlic butter crayfish, braised crayfish, 13-spice beer. Qingyin couldn't help but let out a soft slurp, nostalgia for the culinary delights of the pre-apocalyptic world washing over her. Suddenly, she felt the ground beneath her feet give way, a sensation of weightlessness striking her. Reacting swiftly, Qingyin leaped, narrowly escaping a plummet into the abyss. However, as soon as she landed, the ground vanished once more. She sprang to another spot, but just as she was about to touch down, The vines disappeared again. Alarmed, she plunged her long knife deep into the vines, using the momentum to propel herself and evade yet another peril. The vines became increasingly cunning in their attacks, yet Qingyin anticipated their moves, landing securely each time and rebounding again into the as the lake's surface loomed ever closer. Qingyin sensed something amiss. The vines appeared intent on luring her into the depths of the water. A cold smile crept onto her lips. If they sought to use her as a pawn, they were sorely mistaken. With her long knife once again embedded in the vines, she deftly redirected her course, leaping to the next solid ground. Her gaze swept across the dense inner recesses of Changzhou village, where towering trees blocked out the sun, and the underbrush grew taller than usual. Even in the pre-apocalyptic era, one could easily become lost in such a primordial forest, unable to escape for days on in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The dangers within would be even more pronounced. Utilizing the last vestiges of the vines, Qingyin gracefully descended into the depths of the ancient forest. Almost instantaneously upon landing, the surrounding trees began to shift imperceptibly. Attempting to obscure her vision, Qingyin remained steadfast, choosing to stand still, arms crossed, observing her surroundings with quiet diligence. The trees that had been moving abruptly froze, caught in a state of indecision, their inner turmoil palpable. This little zombie was proving to be quite the challenge. Engaging directly, it had seen the image of this little zombie and heard tales of its peculiar agility and abilities. To touch its essence was to become its thrall. Thus, the trees had gone to great lengths to ensnare this little zombie, hoping to direct it toward other mutated creatures. Little did they know, this little zombie played by its own rules, much to the tree's chagrin. A stalemate ensued, each party unwilling to make the first move. Ultimately, Qingyin's patience wore thin. She swung her long knife, and the trees, which were once sturdy, crumbled into a cascade of black water, leaving her with no foothold. Bullying her had backfired. The mutated palm trees, filled with indignation yet unable to voice their anger, retreated, hiding from the insufferable little zombie. The mutated palm trees, cowering, could do little as Qingyin pressed forward, her long knife never faltering. The trees, desperate, conjured more of their kind to obstruct her path, seeking to buy themselves more time to flee. Yet for Qingyin, felling trees was as effortless as chopping vegetables. In the blink of an eye, black water pooled around her feet, rendering the ground treacherous. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the diminutive palm sapling, endeavoring to remain inconspicuous. A smile crept upon her lips. She hadn't expected this sixth-level mutated palm tree to be so small. Instantly, she zeroed in on her target, feigning a strike in another direction to lower the sapling's guard. Suddenly, she altered her course, racing toward the palm sapling, landing gracefully before it. The sapling, caught off guard by the appearance of her shoes, now stained with black ichor, froze in place. The sapling lifted its gaze, meeting the smiling eyes of Qingyin, and let out a terrified shriek. "Susu, don't come any closer! Little zombie! It's going to kill the tree." Sharp leaves shot forth as Qingyin swung her long knife, effortlessly slicing through the foliage that fell to the ground, swallowed by the black ichor. Gently, she brushed her fingers over the sapling's head, silencing its piercing cries. The sapling, trembling, quivered its leaves, its voice softening. "Susu, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for ages." Qingyin shrugged off her discomfort. TSK. Learning flattery at such a young age. She retrieved a food container from her pocket and tossed it atop the sapling's head. With a resounding thud, the sapling felt the immense energy within, causing its leaves to explode, almost striking Qingyin in the process. "Susu, you're so good." They all lied. The sapling's voice abruptly cut off. It recalled the lessons from an elder. Never betray other trees, for a traitorous tree would not be accepted by its kin. Seeing the sapling's timid demeanor, Qingyin felt no desire to press further, as it would feel akin to bullying a child. You know the way to the food processing plant." The sapling sighed in relief, chewing on the food container, its words slurred. "Susu, just go west. There's a big house. When I was born, I was always kept awake by the sounds from inside." Qingyin's mind instinctively corrected its pronunciation as she turned to leave. Suddenly, the sapling halted. Urgency etched on its features. Susu, another human is coming. What should we do? Qingyin paused, assessing the situation. Based on your own judgment, eliminate them if you can. If not, let them pass. Just as her words fell, she witnessed the very vines that had ensnared her vanish without a trace. Why Qingyin? She face-bombed, wondering if it had to be so swift. Couldn't they at least struggle a bit? Chapter 86. The proud Lin Yuqing the sapling looked at Qingyin, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, for it had merely followed her orders. Qingyin spotted a familiar jeep racing toward her. Her eyes flickered, and she swiftly kicked the sapling aside. The sapling clutched its food container tightly as it was displaced, pretending not to see the approaching vehicle. In a flash, it vanished, darting in the direction the sapling had indicated. Before long, she stood before a dilapidated factory overrun with ivy, its exterior forlorn, a sign reading Changzhou Village Food Processing Plant hung at the entrance. The lettering faded and rusted, as if long forgotten. Qingyin skirted around to the side, heading straight for the warehouse. The sound of snoring drifted from within. The warehouse had poor sound insulation, allowing her to discern the noise. Why Qingyin raised an eyebrow in surprise. She hadn't anticipated survivors here. She navigated around the snoring warehouse, heading toward the other two warehouses. With a swift kick, she shattered the iron door, the sound echoing as the password lock crumbled. Dust swirled in the air, awakening the survivors huddled in the adjacent space, who curled up tightly as if seeking comfort in their own embrace. That moment, the zombies trailing Qingyin surged into the warehouse like a tidal wave. Frowning, she issued a cold command. Come out. Leave this place. Inside the factory, an unpleasant odor assailed her senses, mingling with a faint metallic tang. Covering her nose, she stepped inside. Boxes piled high filled the factory, and through the gaps, she spotted a mother and daughter cowering in the far corner. They were covered in grime, the mother shielding her daughter protectively, both regarding the entrance with wary eyes. Scattered around them lay packaging materials, while the mother's arms bore numerous scars that had healed, yet remained distressingly visible. The middle-aged woman gazed at the beautiful girl entering, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly breaking into quiet sobs. She fell to her knees, choked with emotion. Please, save my daughter. Did I know all the passwords to the warehouse? If you take her to the base, I'll tell you everything. The woman understood that in this apocalypse, those without value had no right to ask for help. She had just witnessed the girl's ability to control zombies, recognizing her immense power to ensure her daughter's safety at the base. As for herself, she discreetly hid her hands behind her back. In that moment of kneeling, the little girl, no more than 5 or 6, looked up at her mother with confusion, instinctively following her lead and kneeling down. Qingyin's lips moved silently as she approached the middle-aged woman, offering her a long knife from her spatial pocket, along with several bottles of water. Overcome with gratitude, the woman repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, reddening her forehead. Thank you. Thank you. Here are all the warehouse passwords. She produced a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, extending it to Qingyin. Qingyin accepted the note. Is there anything you wish to say to your daughter? Now is the time. As she spoke, she waved her hand, drawing in a significant portion of the boxes into her spatial pocket. Thanks to modifications made by Ji Yanli, even with half a warehouse's worth of boxes, the space remained ample. After completing all her tasks, Qingyin found a clean spot and closed her eyes to rejuvenate. Although she possessed the capability to rescue both mother and daughter, they represented a burden to her. Accompanying them would hinder her ability to execute her mission effectively, as she would constantly have to monitor their safety, an unnecessary complication she preferred to avoid. In the next moment, Lin Yuqing's voice echoed through the desolate warehouse. Miss you. You certainly made it difficult for us to find you. You took on the task alone and left us behind. I had originally planned to rest at home for a few more days. Now, do tell, how do you intend to compensate us? Qingyin lazily opened her eyes and glanced at the 5 individuals approaching her. That I can handle this mission by myself. If it weren't for the task center's insistence on forming teams, I wouldn't have allowed you to share the resources with me. Lin Yuqing hurriedly stepped forward, placing a hand on Qingyin's shoulder, his smile devoid of warmth. You are indeed correct. Miss you, with your unparalleled capabilities. It was foolish of us to think otherwise. Why Qingyin closed her eyes once more, acknowledging his words. Lin Yuqing, amused by her indifferent demeanor, laughed. All right. We were worried about you, rushing here overnight to ensure you weren't mistreated. And here you are, acting all high and mighty. Just as Qingyin was about to respond, a grimy little girl timidly shuffled towards her. I'm ready. Lin Yuqing, quick to react, exclaimed in disbelief. In just one day, you managed to produce such a large child? Qingyin was rendered speechless by his lack of intellect, often wishing she could dissect his brain to see if his thoughts were tangled. She glanced at the little girl and said softly, Let us go. Ignore him. His mind is quite muddled. As they passed by Ji Yanli, he grabbed her wrist. His low voice was tinged with concern. Is it because of me? Qingyin gazed at the slender fingers encircling her wrist, sighed silently, and replied with a gentle smile, Don't overthink it. I simply feel that your presence slows my progress. Look, without you, I can complete the task in a day. By the way, this little one is now your responsibility. Ji Yanli smirked, his tone warm, yet teasing. We've automatically formed a team. You can't shake us off. We will only slow you down. Qingyin. Lin Yunyun glanced around, feeling compelled to say something, and clumsily stated, You can't get rid of us. We are sticking with you. Her serious demeanor suggested she was addressing a matter of great importance. Qingyin. Lin Yuqing stepped forward with a smile, taking Qingyin's hand. Oh, Qingyin, don't mind them. Well, you can handle things on your own. Having an extra teammate provides more security, doesn't it? Besides, it would be inconvenient for you to look after this little girl alone. We can help you, allowing you to focus on fighting. Lin Yuqing's playful tone was accompanied by a wink. Qingyin. She lowered her gaze, concealing her complex emotions, and sighed silently. In any case, Ji Yanli already knew her true identity, so she didn't worry about them obstructing her plans. Nevertheless, next time, she would surely act alone. All right, I've cleared the nearby zombies from the warehouse and obtained the code. You may proceed to gather the supplies. Lin Yuqing, still irked, turned away from Qingyin, his pride evident as he retorted. Oh, so we just do as you say. What do you think we are? Upon hearing Qingyin's words, Ji Yanli, Gu Qingyuan, and Lin Yunyun immediately sprang into action, each offering a comforting pat on Lin Yuqing's shoulder as they passed by. They each took charge of a warehouse, beginning to input the code provided by Qingyin. Lin Yuqing momentarily stiffened, the anger in his heart dissipating by half, but still unable to resist his stubbornness. He said, Miss you, if you were to plead with me. Qingyin, observing his feigned bravado, calmly threatened, You will open the fourth warehouse. The code is 010629. If you don't, I'll twist your skull off. Lin Yuqing immediately complied. All right, I'll go right away. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Serves you right. You really thought Qingyin would coddle you like your ex-girlfriend? Huh? Lin Yuqing shot her a resentful glance, his tousled hair falling over his forehead, resembling a pitiful puppy. Qingyin found it hard to suppress a smile, her tone softening. All right, be good. Once you've emptied the warehouse, I swear I'll spare your skull for the next week. Lin Yuqing perked up, gleefully glancing at Lin Yuqing, who was laughing even harder, silently mocking him for being so pathetic. Ji Yanli, witnessing Qingyin's playful banter with Lin Yuqing, felt a pang of jealousy and looked at her with a hint of melancholy. His gaze was too intense for Qingyin to ignore, prompting her to offer a perfunctory reassurance. For the next week, your skull will be safe. This only deepened Ji Yanli's forlorn look. Lin Yuqing could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Qingyin, you're truly a talent. I adore you. Qingyin shrugged. Isn't this what you all wanted? I'm merely accommodating your wishes. Lin Yuqing, stifling her laughter, gave her a thumbs up. You're absolutely right. Afterward, she took the little girl's hand, gently tending to her injuries. Squatting down, she spoke softly. Come, let me help you change your clothes. Yours are dirty. We'll find you something clean. The little girl obediently nodded, following Lin Yuqing. Upon entering another open warehouse, they discovered a middle-aged woman lying lifeless in a pool of blood in the corner. The moment the little girl saw her mother's corpse, tears streamed down her face as she rushed over, biting her lip so hard it bled, yet stifling her sobs. Mommy said I must stay quiet and not trouble my sister. Lin Yuqing, unable to bear the gruesome sight, turned away momentarily to compose herself. She approached the little girl gently, placing a hand on her shoulder to offer comfort. "It's all right. If you wish to cry, go ahead, we are here for you." Hearing the comfort, the little girl's facade of strength crumbled, and she collapsed in a Lin Yuqing's embrace, her eyes vacant as she murmured, "Sister, I no longer have a mommy. I no longer have a mommy. I don't have a mommy either, but we mustn't." T cried, "We need to be strong and live on, to honor their sacrifices. They're watching over us from above, and one to worry about us." The little girl clutched Lin Yuqing's collar tightly, seeking solace, her tear-filled eyes searching for reassurance. "Really? Will mommy watch over me from the sky?" Seeing the hope in Xiao Rongrong's eyes made Lin Yuqing's heart ache. She nodded gently, "Yes. So Xiao Rongrong must strive to live on. Understand?" Wiping her tears, the little girl solemnly nodded. "I'll do my best to live on and not worry mommy." After treating her injuries, Lin Yuqing provided the girl with a bucket of water and a change of clothes before stepping outside. She looked at Qingyin, letting out a soft sigh. "The little girl's mother has passed away. How do you plan to handle her?" Qingyin's gaze swept past the warehouse entrance, her voice calm and detached. "According to her mother's wishes, I will take her to the base. The rest will depend on her own fate." Lin Yuqing's eyes filled with concern as she looked through the doorway. "But she's so young. If we send her to the base and leave her to fend for herself, she won't survive." Why Qingyin closed her eyes, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "So, are you planning to keep her by your side? You could protect her temporarily, but you cannot shield her forever. She must grow up." Why Qingyin recalled the little girl's timid eyes. Realizing she was indeed quite young, at her age, she had only dared to wield a kitchen knife to prepare meals for her mother, let alone face zombies. As you wish, as long as you can manage." After a pause, Qingyin added quietly, "If you need any assistance, I can help." Having said that, she turned her gaze away from Lin Yuqing and closed her eyes once more. Chapter 88. I'm just acting in self-defense. Lin Yuqing watched Qingyin with a silent smile, knowing her apparent coldness masked a tender heart. The cries and pleas from the adjacent warehouse shattered the tranquility, prompting Qingyin to frown. "Aren't you all supernatural beings? Why can't you take us with you?" A woman's voice was filled with despair. "We'll give you all the food in these warehouses if you take us away." Another woman's voice pleaded, while an angry man shouted, "You supernatural beings should protect us ordinary people." Immediately, others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, you have taken our food. If our safety cannot be guaranteed, I shall venture out to attract the zombies. We shall perish together." Qingyin murmured softly, "I will go take a look. You take care of that little girl." With that, she stepped inside, where she beheld a dozen men and women lined up, roaring aggressively at Ji Yanli, their brazen demeanor instantly igniting her ire. Such audacity. Even in the apocalypse, they still cling to moral coercion. She hastened to Ji Yanli's side, her voice cold as she admonished, "You may go out and meet your demise. I shall not stop you." The men and women in the warehouse were rendered speechless by Qingyin's resolute attitude. A burly man, regaining his composure, retorted defiantly, "You are the ones with abilities. You ought to protect us powerless ones, especially since you have taken so much of our food." The more he spoke, the more he felt justified, straightening his back and letting his gaze lewdly roam over Qingyin, provoking a wave of revulsion. Ji Yanli's eyes turned icy as he stepped forward to obstruct the man's gaze, causing the stout man to involuntarily retreat a step under the palpable menace emanating from Ji Yanli. Observing Ji Yanli's slender form, he sneered inwardly. With so many of them, were they truly afraid of these two weak abilities? With that thought, the burly man puffed out his chest, his muscles straining against his black t-shirt. Attempting to intimidate the pair, Yu Qingyin let out a cold laugh, her gaze sweeping over the men and women attempting to corner them. "Very well. We shall leave all this food to you. Ji Yanli, let us go." In that instant, she cast a knowing glance at Ji Yanli, who understood her intent and turned to shield her from behind. The burly man, misinterpreting Qingyin's concession as fear, grew even bolder, his expression turning grotesque as he seized a nearby hoe and hurled it at her. "Did you think I would let you leave, you filthy whore? Don't push your luck." Qingyin smirked coldly. Just as she prepared to deal with the man, Ji Yanli moved faster, incapacitating him with a jolt of electricity. The once lively man collapsed to the ground, lifeless, a cloud of black dust swirling around him. The previously arrogant men and women were now struck mute with fear, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the stunning duo, dreading that they might be the next targets, and no longer daring to stir trouble. They anxiously regarded Qingyin and Ji Yanli, bewildered by the sheer power of their abilities. Were abilities not merely a display of strength? A frail, elderly woman at the back of the crowd spoke tremulously. How can you indiscriminately kill the innocent? You shall face retribution. Qingyin found the woman's fear amusing, raising an eyebrow. Which of your eyes witnessed me indiscriminately killing the innocent? It was he who sought to end my life. I merely acted in self-defense. Look, the axe he threw is still embedded in the ground. Qingyin inspected her nails and continued coldly. If you cooperate, I may leave you this entire warehouse of food. But if you resist and continue to cause trouble, that man's fate shall be yours. You understand? Upon finishing, her gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. Those who met her eyes promptly lowered their heads. Trembling uncontrollably, that a moment of silence lingered in the air before a timid man in the corner spoke ominously. What is there to fear? Staying here is a dead end. With so many of us, we might as well make a desperate charge, lure all the zombies in, and perish together. The frail man's words fell like a bomb among the crowd, igniting a flurry of reactions. Those who had trembled just moments ago now raised their heads, faces filled with indignation. Yes, whether we die sooner or later, we might as well fight back. Brothers, let us go. Kill these scoundrels. Like a stone causing ripples, the men and women in the warehouse seized their weapons and hurled them recklessly at Qingyin and Ji Yanli. Qingyin smirked coldly, positioning herself before Ji Yanli as tendrils of vines swiftly wove into a massive green net. Ji Yanli observed the slender figure shielding him, a flicker of joy dancing across his face. Though he understood her actions were for self-preservation, it did not diminish the fantasy that she was protecting him from harm. If two scenarios existed, why not indulge in the one he preferred? His delight stood in stark contrast to the chaos unfolding beyond the vines, where screams echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones being cleaved. My hand is broken. Ah, my leg. It hurts terribly. As Qingyin retracted her vine net, the once menacing group lay sprawled in pools of blood, limbs severed, axes and knives deeply embedded in their bodies, some gasping for breath, others already silent. Only the frail man who had instigated the chaos stood unharmed in the corner, his eyes wild with madness, a triumphant expression on his face as he reveled in vengeance. Qingyin ignored him, gathering half of the boxes before turning to leave, but the frail man halted her. Take everything, for I shall not survive. His voice was hoarse, as if uttering those words had drained him of all strength. He coughed violently, unsteadily collapsing to the ground. The frail man gazed out the window, seemingly searching for something, his eyes filled with relief as he murmured, "To witness these villains perish before my death is no small consolation. Mother and father, you may rest in peace." He raised his hand as if grasping at something, then peacefully closed his eyes. Qingyin did not wish to know the intricacies of their plight, merely gesturing for Ji Yanli to collect the remaining supplies. Obediently, Ji Yanli complied. Upon exiting the warehouse, Lin Yuqing, holding the hand of the little girl, approached them with a smile, having finished gathering supplies. Now, shall we rest or head straight to the lakeside? Chapter 89. What utter nonsense! They automatically overlooked the grim scene inside the warehouse. Discussing their next course of action, it was not that they were cold-hearted. They had witnessed too much in this apocalypse for such scenes to faze them. Qingyin surveyed the exhaustion etched on Ji Yanli and the others' faces before speaking softly. I am weary. Let us rest and continue tomorrow morning. Lin Yuqing sighed in relief, stretching lazily as he grinned. Ah, Qingyin truly cares for us. Knowing we're tired, Qingyin, did you know that your stature in my heart has grown? I am utterly smitten with you. With that, Lin Yuqing approached Qingyin with outstretched arms, seeking a hug. Qingyin rolled her eyes, deftly evading his embrace, and stepping out first. Ji Yanli cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yuqing, his eyes inscrutable as he watched Qingyin depart. Perhaps he could alter his strategy. They boarded the vehicle, finding a nearby self-built house, dispatching the zombies within, tidying up briefly, and leaving one person to keep watch while the others rested. The following day, a fine rain fell from the sky, adding a touch of melancholy to the desolate world. When Qingyin awoke, the little girl and Lin Yuqing were nowhere to be seen. She rubbed her temples and, after washing up, descended the stairs in the common area. Ji Yanli and the others were already seated together, enjoying a simple breakfast. Upon noticing her arrival, Lin Yuqing immediately set down his bread and waved enthusiastically. "Qingyin, you're awake. Come have breakfast." Ji Yanli shot Lin Yuqing a glance before inhaling deeply, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Qingyin, I saved your favorite tomatoes for you." His voice was softer than ever. After speaking, Ji Yanli exchanged a silent glance with Lin Yuqing, an unspoken tension settling in the air. Lin Yuqing beamed, producing a tomato from his pocket space. "Qingyin, I have tomatoes too, sweeter than the boss's. You must try." Qingyin's gaze flitted between the two before she bypassed their outstretched hands, retrieving a tomato from her own pocket space and finding a vacant spot to sit. Ji Yanli observed Qingyin beside him, subtly shifting closer, silently challenging Lin Yuqing with a glance. Lin Yuqing, receiving the challenge, clenched his teeth in frustration, biting into the tomato with such force that he nearly soured his teeth. He felt a surge of relief that Qingyin had chosen neither of them. The quiet Qingyin seated beside him gently patted his shoulder, offering quiet consolation. "If it were me, I would choose the boss too. But do not lose heart. Perhaps one day, Qingyin will be blind and fall for you." Lin Yuqing shot him a furious glare. "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating, can you? All you do is talk nonsense." Qingyin, unfazed by the reprimand, retained his gentle smile. "Tiske, you truly are a person who cannot bear to hear the truth." With that, Qingyin feigned a sigh, his teasing demeanor inciting Lin Yuqing's ire as he clenched his fists. Grinding his teeth, "Shut your foul mouth. What utter nonsense." Qingyin glanced over, hesitating momentarily before ultimately prioritizing sustenance. She accepted the offered tomato, in a voice audible only to the two of them. She remarked, "Thank you, but when did you become so childish competing with Lin Yuqing?" Ji Yanli's lips curled into a smile, a twinkle of mirth spreading in his eyes, like stars falling into his gaze, utterly captivating. It seems that he has made a wise move, garnering the attention of Qingyin. Sitting opposite the three, the little girl Rong nibbled at her bread, glancing left and right. Quietly leaning towards Lin Yuqing, she whispered, "Sister, are those two handsome older brothers pursuing Sister Qingyin?" Lin Yuqing was taken aback, surprised that such a young child had already learned the art of gossip, and chuckled softly. "Indeed, but Sister Qingyin hasn't agreed to anything yet. Hurry and eat, as we shall be departing shortly." Upon hearing this, Rong hastened her pace, her cheeks puffing up as she stuffed more bread in her mouth, determined not to delay her older siblings. Lin Yuqing found her eagerness both amusing and exasperating, setting a cup of water before her to help her pace herself. "And no need to rush so. You might choke." Following her advice, Rong slowed down just a tad. Finishing the bread in her hands, gulping down a generous cup of water, she then gently tugged at Lin Yuqing's sleeve, her expression serious as she remarked, "Sister, from my observations, Sister Qingyin seems to favor the cold-faced brother on the right a bit more." Amused by the astuteness of the little girl, Lin Yuqing noted her keen observational skills. Their conversation reached Qingyin's ears, causing her to pause mid-bite of her tomato, lowering her lashes and subtly increasing the distance between herself and Ji Yanli. This scene caught Lin Yuqing's attention, and he couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Qingyin. After finishing breakfast and packing their belongings, they boarded the vehicle, setting a clear course towards the lakeside. The vehicle soon came to a halt, but suddenly skidded, nearly sliding into the lake. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing swiftly erected an earthen wall to prevent the mishap. The group exchanged glances before promptly exiting the vehicle. The slippery ground sending chills through their spines as large, dark loaches writhed beneath their feet, a sight that made their skin crawl. Lin Yuqing lost her balance and nearly fell, but Qingyin instinctively caught her, exerting a bit of force, causing dark blood to spurt out, splattering Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing's trousers. Feeling a bit bashful, Qingyin lightly wiped her nose with her finger. "Apologies," She then kicked the loach beneath her into the rice field. But the next moment, dozens of loaches as thick as arms emerged from the water, devouring the deceased ones. The gruesome spectacle caused Rongrong to cover her mouth tightly, her big, watery eyes wide with fear, terrified of making a sound. Noticing her distress, Qingyin gently lifted Rongrong from the vehicle, pressing her head against her chest. In a cold tone, she instructed, "If you can't bear to see it, then don't look." Hearing this, Rongrong's eyes dimmed, but she stubbornly lifted her small head, resolutely stating, "No, Rongrong wants to see that if I look enough, I won't be scared anymore." I won't screamed at Qingyin, upon hearing her determination, seized her objections. With her long blade dancing like a nimble spirit, she began to slice through the loaches beneath her feet, tossing them into the rice field. Chapter 90. Are you not going to conceal your conversation from the shrimp? However, in the next moment, the tranquil lake surface suddenly erupted into a whirlpool, its rotation accelerating. Ji Yanli swiftly retracted the jeep into a spatial realm, launching a lightning sphere that struck the center of the whirlpool. Upon contact with the water's surface, a sizzling electric sound erupted, followed by several explosive booms that sent countless droplets flying. Ji Yanli promptly unfurled a large umbrella, shielding them from the spray. Lin Yuqing's voice of complaint rang out. "Boss, could you at least give a warning before launching an attack? If I hadn't worn a raincoat, I'd be drenched by now. Could you show a little consideration for our feelings?" Ji Yanli nonchalantly folded the umbrella, casting a glance at Lin Yuqing, who was soaked from head to toe, and casually offered an apology. "That was my oversight. It won't happen again." Lin Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Qingyin's attention was captivated by the enormous crabs and crayfish surfacing on the lake, their sizes surpassing even that of king crabs, and the fish were a full twice the size of those typically consumed. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of crab and crayfish meat. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but swallow, wishing they could indulge in such delicacies. Ling Yunyan chimed in, "Indeed, it's quite nostalgic. How delightful it would be to feast on such size." Qingyin was about to express that she had never tasted crabs of such proportions, when suddenly the lake's surface began to churn even more violently. Waves crashing one after another, in the blink of an eye. The large crabs and fish floating on the water were sucked into a whirlpool, wisps of black smoke rising from its center. The group exchanged startled glances as Qingyin raised his hand, observing the water level visibly recede. The spiny claws emerged, accompanied by bubbles, gradually revealing the full form of the creature, which was even larger than the crabs that had previously floated above. The crab shell was an abnormal pitch black, glistening ominously. Following closely behind was a similarly sized crayfish, its shell equally bizarrely dark and shimmering. The crayfish's mouth was still writhing, revealing a fishtail. There was no need for guessing. The shrimp and fish that had perished from the lightning had all been consumed by these two monstrous creatures. These two alone occupied nearly half of the lake. The sight left Qingyin and the others wide-eyed and speechless, their mouths agape as they struggled to find words. Lin Yuqing blurted out an expletive, "Damn, that crab's leg is bigger than my entire body. One leg would fill me up." Whether it was Lin Yuqing's remark that incited the crab's ire, it opened its mouth, spewing forth countless bubbles. These were no ordinary bubbles. A single touch would cause them to explode, hard enough that even a knife could not pierce them. The bubbles flew at astonishing speed, surrounding them in an instant. Qingyin swung her long blade, creating fine fissures in the bubbles, but they did not shatter. With a forceful punch, the bubbles finally burst, splashing into a puddle on the ground. Ji Yanli's lightning flickered, shattering the bubbles in rapid succession, the remnants flowing back into the lake. In the next moment, the entire surface of the lake was once again filled, transforming into a new barrage of bubbles aimed at them. Lin Yuqing, flames rising from his hands, couldn't help but mutter, "Is this crab limited to just this tactic?" Qingyin narrowed her eyes, her pupils constricting as she discerned what the dark forms truly were. This crab can truly spawn. It's releasing so many small crabs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing squinted, observing closely, his eyes widening in shock. "Damn, they really are baby crabs." Before long, the black crabs transformed into a vibrant orange-yellow, the tantalizing aroma of roasted crab wafting through the air, causing Lin Yuqing's stomach to rumble involuntarily. Boss, this electric crab smells quite delectable. I'm tempted to eat it, Lin Yuqing admitted, swallowing reflexively. Ling Yunyan rarely agreed, chiming in. Who could argue with that? Yu Qingyin's gaze fell upon the menacing crab. And with a flick of her wrist, vines shot out, binding the crab's formidable pincers. In an instant, the crab's claws exploded, white crab meat scattering like confetti. Dazzling to behold, a pained wail escaped the crab's mouth. And the bubbles it produced multiplied. With a deft motion, Yu Qingyin bound the crab's 4 legs with vines in mere moments. The crab instinctively struggled, but the vines tightened their grip, while the crayfish attempted to snap the vines with its claws. In a flash, the crab's legs and the crayfish's pincers burst apart, and a rain of white meat fell from the sky. Lin Yuqing, eyeing the white delicacies, had a sudden thought that slipped from his lips. Hearing the dialogue, the crab and crayfish redoubled their efforts, hurling more bubbles at Yu Qingyin and her companions, as if protesting. Hey, are you forgetting us? Do you think we don't exist? We aren't dead yet. And you're already plotting how to consume our flesh. Is there no humanity left? A slight smirk graced Yu Qingyin's lips, a hint of mischief in her smile as she echoed Ji Yanli's sentiment. Then leave the rest to me. I shall begin by severing their legs, ensuring they cannot escape and must remain here. As the words left her lips, the crab and crayfish shuddered, their eyes widening in fury, simultaneously shouting, "You wicked woman!" After their exclamation, they quietly retreated their claws. Lin Yuqing clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "That was brilliant, Qingyin! You're truly clever, Ji dog. Make sure to conceal them from prying eyes, and don't let them perish." Yu Qingyin disregarded the furious protests of the crab and crayfish, sending forth the vines to break all their legs. She became entangled in the vines and, using their strength, leaped onto the back of the legless crab. As the crab struggled, she propelled herself onto the crayfish. Contract successfully established, Yu Qingyin delivered a swift punch to both the crab and crayfish, elegantly pivoting and landing firmly on the ground. Lin Yuqing immediately surrounded her. "Give her a thumbs up. Marveling, Miss Yu. You are simply magnificent. My heart is utterly captured by you. Why?" Yu Qingyin shot him a disdainful glance. "Get lost. You're disgusting." Lin Yuqing's expression shifted to one of feigned sorrow. Turning to Yu Qingyin with a pitiful gaze, "Qingyin, you're too heartless. You've wounded my heart deeply. I need you." Chapter 91. "You're about to spoil me." And in the next moment, Ji Yanli interrupted his monologue, grabbing him by the collar and striding towards the vehicle, muttering under his breath that tea is done. The clothing is all soaked, yet it does not affect your fever. If you catch a cold later, you will have to bear the consequences. Lin Yuqing, being held by Ji Yanli, dared not voice his anger, for who could contend with the boss? Any attempt to struggle would only invite the boss's wrath. Which was no trifling matter. Ji Yuqing had filled the pot with water, submerging the crabs and crayfish, before he turned to join Yu Qingyin and the others in the vehicle. Upon entering the car, he observed Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing wearing unusually grave expressions. Lin Yuqing placed Zairongrong in the seat and casually inquired, "What is wrong? Boss, is there a new mission from the center?" Ji Yanli's handsome face was etched with seriousness. "Yes, the center has informed us that the Lin family has arrived near City C, and we need to go meet them." Lin Yuqing was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. "Grandfather? Weren't they in Kyoto?" Ji Yanli rubbed his temples in frustration. My father didn't elaborate. He just provided a location and instructed us to set off immediately. "Qingyin, you drive." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin's eyes sparkled. The opportunity to leave the team was right before her. She cleared her throat. The others turned to look at her in unison, their gazes akin to that of a scorned lover, as if she were a woman abandoning her husband, which left Yu Qingyin feeling quite embarrassed. She bashfully rubbed her nose with her finger, feeling inexplicably guilty, and offered a low explanation. After speaking, she cleared her throat and discreetly observed the reactions of those around her. Lin Yuqing's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Yu Qingyin, seemingly searching for any flaw in her fair countenance. The expressions of the others mirrored Lin Yuqing's, all trying to ascertain Yu Qingyin's resolve. Why Yu Qingyin remained silent. Yanli coughed lightly, covering his mouth. It's not that I disagree, Qingyin, but your driving skills, Zairongrong, might not handle it well. After speaking, he covertly observed Yu Qingyin's expression. An air of awkwardness surfaced on her usually indifferent face. This time, I will drive slowly. Zairongrong will be perfectly fine. The gaze of several individuals inevitably fell upon Zairongrong. She looked around with her big eyes, sincerely declaring, I trust Sister Qingyin. I never get cars sick. The others thought the same before experiencing Yu Qingyin's driving firsthand. Lin Yuqing coughed lightly, breaking the momentary silence. Ah, the innocence of youth. They have yet to experience the harshness of society, allowing them to speak such naive words. His statement garnered the first consensus from Ji Yanli and the others. And in the next moment, they regarded Lin Yuqing with sympathetic eyes. Yu Qingyin snapped her fingers, swiftly grasping Lin Yuqing's short hair, her smile devoid of warmth. Yuqing, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Her voice was unusually gentle, yet to Lin Yuqing's ears, it sounded like a chilling melody, sending shivers down his spine. He quickly pressed down her mischievous hand and forced a smile. Hee, I was just joking. Your driving skills are divine. No one could rival you. Lin Yuqing discreetly glanced at Zairongrong, who was watching them. Yu Qingyin leaned closer to Lin Yuqing, whispering a warning. This time, I'll let you off for Zairongrong's sake. But next time, be more cautious. With that, she released his hair. Ji Yanli observed their playful exchange, feeling a pang of envy. Shouldn't he emulate Lin Yuqing? Would that earn him more of Qingyin's attention? Noticing Ji Yanli's gaze, Yu Qingyin perceived his thoughts for the first time and shot him a glare. If you try to imitate Lin Yuqing, I guarantee you won't be recognizable to your own mother. Stay away from him. He'll lead you astray. The bitterness in Ji Yanli's heart was instantly soothed, and a faint smile graced his lips as he nodded obediently, resembling a puppy being petted. Inside the vehicle, Gu Qingyun and Lin Yuqing shared a laugh at Lin Yuqing's plight. The boss and Lin Yuqing have their moments too. Yu Qingyin nodded, accepting all the supplies handed to her. Ji Yanli chimed in with a smile. Qingyin, you take this jeep. We'll drive another vehicle. He silently added in his heart. This jeep has been modified for collision resistance and stability. Yu Qingyin did not refuse his kindness, nodding in acceptance, considering there was a young girl in the car, and it would be better for Zairongrong's well-being. Though Lin Yuqing had spoken the truth, was he the right person to voice it? As they were about to disembark, Lin Yuqing reminded Yu Qingyin to remember his earlier words. She nodded dismissively and gave him a gentle shove out of the car. Immediately, Yu Qingyin felt a sense of relief as the noise around her diminished. While maintaining her composure, she stole glances at Zairongrong's expression, and upon seeing no signs of distress, she quickened her pace. Upon entering the base, the doors opened smoothly, and Yu Qingyin drove the jeep into the underground garage, leading the unperturbed Zairongrong towards the mission hall. The mission hall was brightly lit, resembling a lighthouse amidst the darkness of the base, guiding people forward. As Yu Qingyin entered, she noticed 4 or 5 individuals gathered, discussing something. The moment she stepped in, they instinctively ceased their chatter, casting sidelong glances at her, filled with disdain or contempt. Yu Qingyin chose to ignore their gazes and walk straight towards the doll-faced girl who had previously assisted her. Handing over the mission phone, Chapter 92, a bunch of mindless worms. The doll-faced girl received it, her expression still warm. Congratulations, Miss Qingyin, on completing the 5S grade difficulty mission. You may place 2/3 of the materials you obtained into this pocket space. The girl emphasized the words 5S grade difficulty, as if warning or reminding her. Although Yu Qingyin did not fully grasp her intent, she accepted the pocket space and began emptying the materials into it. To her surprise, the 2/3 of the materials filled the pocket space to capacity. Yu Qingyin frowned slightly, looking at the stuffed pocket space. Is it full? Are there any other pocket spaces available? The doll-faced girl appeared momentarily stunned before quickly recovering, her trembling hands retrieving another pocket space from the front desk drawer to hand to Yu Qingyin. This scene left everyone present momentarily speechless, questioning their own ears. If one pocket space could not accommodate everything, how much was there? One pocket space was sufficient to supply the entire base for a day. As Yu Qingyin focused on transferring the materials, a group of people entered the mission hall. Among them a familiar face, Chu Muyao, dressed in a little white dress, entered the room with the team, her striking appearance instantly capturing everyone's attention. Upon spotting Qingyin, her eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again. Qingyin, Chu Miao called out softly, her face betraying an unmistakable sense of melancholy. This pitiful demeanor stirred empathy among onlookers, recalling the recent rumors, which led them to feel sympathy for Chu Muyao while casting disapproving glances at Qingyin. A tall boy beside Chu Muyao could not suppress a disdainful snort, defending her. And no matter how powerful your abilities are, if your character is flawed, you'll inevitably be despised. He shot a glare at Qingyin after speaking. Another slender boy on Chu Muyao's team chimed in sarcastically. Exactly, Muyao. You need to move on and not dwell in the past. Some people are just ungrateful and unworthy of your affection. Chu Muyao glanced at Qingyin, quietly defending her. Qingyin isn't like you say. She is a good person. The more she spoke, the deeper the misunderstanding grew, and the crowd's gazes turned increasingly hostile towards Qingyin, remaining unfazed by their discussions. Qingyin calmly poured the last bit of materials into the pocket space, turned to fix her gaze directly on Chu Miao, who appeared like a delicate, wounded white flower, fragile and vulnerable. Chu Miao pretended to be intimidated by Qingyin's gaze, hiding behind a boy with a small mole near his mouth. The boy blushed, filled with confidence by his goddess's trust, straightening up and coolly confronting Qingyin. I don't think you can do as you please just because you're the daughter of the deputy base leader. There are so many of us here. You won't bully Chu Muyao again. The boy with the mole spoke with conviction. Why Qingyin looked at Chu Muyao, who was hiding behind the boy, and coldly asked, "Is that what she told you?" No sooner had she spoken than someone retorted, "How dare you do something and not take responsibility for it?" Chu Muyao kept silent to protect your image. "But we all know exactly what you've done." A cold glint flickered in Qingyin's fox-like eyes as she scanned the tall figure, who felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Yet he stubbornly held his ground, unwilling to show weakness before the goddess. Why Qingyin scoffed derisively, her eyes filled with disdain. "What? Did you all witness me bullying Chu Muyao, or are you relying on your imagination? You believe whatever she says. You're all a bunch of mindless worms. How lamentable it is for the base to have individuals like you." After finishing, Qingyin disregarded their reactions, taking Zairongrong's hand and preparing to leave. In the next moment, she found her path blocked by Chu Muyao, whose almond eyes brimmed with tears, yet she stubbornly gazed at Qingyin, embodying the essence of a pure, wounded flower. "Qingyin, well, I could let that slide since we are friends and I won't hold it against you." Everyone, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The stinging pain sparked a flicker of hatred in Chu Muyao's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a sense of triumph. This Qingyin was still as foolish as ever. The crowd soon snapped back to reality, blocking Qingyin's path. "What do you mean? Just because you're the daughter of the vice-base leader it does not give you the right to bully others." A boy with a mole vehemently accused Qingyin. Amused, Qingyin gazed at the boy with the mole. "You all are quite comical. Since I entered, I have not uttered a single word to you. It is you who have been incessantly provoking me. I merely responded in kind. What's wrong with that? Or should I simply endure the insults and compromise my dignity? Do you not think your reasoning needs some correction?" Her words were sharp and direct, leaving the onlookers momentarily speechless. The boy with the mole, his face flushed from frustration, finally stammered, "But hitting someone is wrong. Look at me." Qingyin's delicate face flashed with impatience as she coldly interrupted him. "And who are you to her?" Her mother does not seem to be bothered. Yet here you are, overly concerned. To witness you eagerly playing the sycophant is quite the education, if you have no business. Kindly step aside. The boy with the mole, stung by her retort, turned a myriad of colors, eventually managing to sputter. "You hitting people is simply wrong." Qingyin regarded the obstinate boy with a disdainful scoff. "Young man, you ought to engage your brain more often. Don't let it rust. Otherwise, you may find yourself being manipulated by others while you remain blissfully ignorant." Why Qingyin cast a pointed glance at Chu Muya, who had bewitched the boy with the mole, rendering him oblivious to her insinuation as he stubbornly blocked her way. Qingyin attempted to circumvent him. A searing light suddenly erupted from behind. Her eyes turned frigid. This Chu Mia certainly had a knack for stirring trouble. The fireball behind Yu Qingyin was swiftly ensnared by creeping vines, which consumed it entirely. The vines did not cease their actions, instead ensnaring the attacker, lifting him high, and then abruptly releasing him. The tall boy emitted a piercing scream as he crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his head lolling to the side as he lost consciousness. Chapter 93. Someone seeking trouble. Yu Qingyin's icy gaze swept over the crowd, her voice cutting through the air like a winter's chill. In this apocalyptic world, you still fail to use your intellect. Fixated only on trivial matters of romance. I advise you to redirect your focus towards gathering resources, rather than leaping at every word like a dog at a bone. It is a misfortune to share space with you. After finishing her statement, Yu Qingyin paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd, scooping up little Rongrong and striding away from the mission center. Only after their figures vanished from view did life return to the mission center. The doll-faced girl who had welcomed Yu Qingyin gazed in admiration at her departing figure, her round eyes sparkling with adoration. So cool. Indeed, a spouse knows no gender. As she walked, Yu Qingyin felt a fervent gaze upon her. Turning her head, she met Rongrong's adoring eyes. Under Yu Qingyin's watchful gaze, Rongrong spoke softly yet resolutely. Qingyin's sister, you are so cool. You are my idol. When I grow up, I want to be as formidable as you and defeat all the bad people who bully my sister. Yu Qingyin's mood lightened inexplicably at Rongrong's words. With a gentle laugh, she playfully flicked Rongrong's forehead. The little girl nodded obediently. All right, I will listen to Qingyin's sister. With a smile, Yu Qingyin strode purposefully towards the villa. To her surprise, both her father and mother were home. Upon seeing the child in Yu Qingyin's arms, her mother was momentarily taken aback. Under the watchful gaze of Yu Qingyin's parents, little Rongrong appeared somewhat shy, half hidden behind Yu Qingyin as she timidly greeted them. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Her voice was soft and sweet that why Yu Qingyin's parents felt their hearts instantly melt. Little Rongrong, with her adorable demeanor, added, Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. You are both so beautiful. I have never seen anyone more lovely than you. Why Yu Qingyin's mother, charmed by the compliment, chuckled and gently pinched Rongrong's chubby little face. Rongrong is so cute. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, Auntie will take you to eat something delicious. Qingyin, my little darling, you should join us too. This time, it's Mom's special dish. I guarantee you won't be able to stop eating. Just as Yu Qingyin was about to agree, she caught a glimpse of her father's pained expression as he silently implored her not to eat, shaking his head. Understanding immediately, Yu Qingyin quickly called out to her mother, Mom, I'll eat later. I need to take a shower first. I've had a long day, and I need to wash off the sweat. Her mother, unsuspecting, nodded in agreement. All right, wash up quickly. If you take too long, you might miss out on the dishes your dear mom cooked. Yu Qingyin nodded and, urged on by her father's insistence, hurried upstairs. Upon entering her room, she found Tungting and Yingying rolling on the floor, grappling with each other as they tussled over their weaknesses. Yu Qingyin quickly intervened, separating the two and handing them each a food box to pacify them. After sipping some water, she lazily settled in front of her vanity, legs crossed, gazing intently at the two indignant little ones. Now, what is the cause of your quarrel this time? Tungting, hands on her hips, accused. Yingying spends all her time with that ghostly creature and hasn't even completed the task the boss assigned us. Yingying immediately retorted, I call that balancing love and work. Upon hearing this, Tungting exploded in indignation. That's not true. You are just love-struck. With that, the two resumed their pushing and shoving. Yu Qingyin, feeling a headache coming on, dispatched them to find the intelligent housekeeper before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Her mother's gentle voice floated up from downstairs. Qingyin, my darling, come down quickly. If you take too long, the food will get cold. And it won't taste good. Yu Qingyin hurriedly changed into a fresh outfit and descended the stairs. Her mother immediately pulled her to sit down, eagerly pushing a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of her. The dish looked appetizing, easing Yu Qingyin's initial apprehension. However, seeing her father's and little Rongrong's sympathetic gazes made it difficult for her to lift her chopsticks. Noticing her hesitation, her mother urged, Qingyin, my little treasure, please try it. I specially made this scrambled eggs with tomatoes just for you. Clearing her throat to steady herself, Yu Qingyin picked up some tomatoes and put them in her mouth. As soon as the tomatoes touched her tongue, she froze in place. The flavor was indescribable, reminiscent of bitter melon drenched in copious vinegar. While she could understand the sourness of the tomatoes, what was with the bitterness? Struggling to swallow the tomatoes, she managed to force a strained smile under her mother's expectant gaze. Delicious. Very delicious. Mom, your cooking is wonderful. The compliment left her feeling somewhat guilty. Her father watched, feeling both pained and amused, encouraged by the praise. Her mother became excited. If you find it delicious, eat more, she said, pushing the plate of tomatoes closer to Yu Qingyin. The smile Yu Qingyin had been maintaining instantly fell, just as she was about to concoct an excuse. A sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. Hearing the noise was like music to Yu Qingyin's ears. She immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Mom, why is it so noisy outside? I'm going to check it out." Ignoring her mother's protests, she dashed out like a gust of wind that a blade of water shot toward her. But Yu Qingyin reacted swiftly, using vines to deftly neutralize the attack. Only then did she see who it was. Standing at the entrance were Chu Tianxiong and the dramatically obstructive Chu Muya, a distinct red mar from a slap, clearly visible on Chu Muya's fair face. Behind them trailed a crowd. Some adoring Chu Muya, others simply curious that Yu's yard was now packed with onlookers holding umbrellas, murmuring amongst themselves, creating a rather grand scene. Upon spotting Yu Qingyin, Chu Tianxiong erupted in fury. "Last time, you publicly humiliated Muya, and I let it slide for the sake of your parents. This time, however, you've gone too far. How dare you strike Muya in public? Is this how the vice-based leader raises you? Do you not respect your elders?" His voice was filled with rage and accusation. Chapter 94. Yu Qingyin's counterattack. As Chu Tianxiong observed Yu Qingyin's father emerge, a calculating glint flickered in his eyes. He raised his voice further. "You Yingcheng, you better give me an explanation today, or I will not let this matter rest with your family. Not if you do not allow me peace. Do not expect to enjoy any yourself." Chu Tianxiong excelled at portraying a father driven by love for his daughter. Why Yu Qingyin's father, hearing this, struggled to maintain a smile. "Tianxiong, surely there's been some misunderstanding. I know my daughter well. She would never do something like that." Chu Tianxiong's fury ignited, a fleeting look of triumph crossing his face. "Are you implying that my Muya is slandering her?" "Humph. Everyone in the mission hall witnessed it. If it was a misunderstanding, they will clarify it." With that, he signaled to a boy behind him. The boy with the mole stepped forward from the crowd, glaring angrily at Yu Qingyin's father, passionately testifying for Chu Tianxiong. "Vice-based director Yu, it was Miss Yu Qingyin who slapped Mu Yao in the face. We all witnessed it. Poor Mu Yao, with her kind heart, merely intended to offer some advice, only to receive that slap in return. The swelling on her face is yet to subside, with someone leading the charge." Those who were swayed by Chu Mu Yao immediately chimed in to testify for Chu Tianxiong. "Indeed, we all observed it. Mu Yao's face is the physical evidence, and we can all serve as witnesses. Vice-based director Yu, you should cease to shelter your daughter. You cannot protect her simply because she is your daughter. Otherwise, won't she feel entitled to strike anyone at the base in the future? Does that mean our rights will be disregarded? If we are beaten, can we not voice our grievances? We implore Vice-based director Yu to handle this matter impartially." Chu Mu Yao slightly lowered her eyelids. Concealing the smugness in her eyes, she feigned weakness, shrinking back and cleverly revealing her swollen face, eliciting even more sympathy from the crowd. As expected, the outcry grew louder, and the atmosphere of coercion intensified. Yu Qingyin crossed her arms, coldly observing these individuals who had failed to heed her words, remaining as unprogressive as ever. Just as she awaited the clamor to subside, little Rong emerged, holding Yu Mama's hand. Her face filled with urgency as she raised her voice to defend Yu Qingyin. "That's not true. When my sister Qingyin and I just went in, they were already slandering her from the sidelines." Sister Qingyin was merely responding, and Sister Mu Yao came up wanting to scold her, demanding an apology, deliberately trying to provoke Sister Qingyin. Yu Mama pretended to cover her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. She cried, delicate as a pear blossom in the rain, her voice light and airy, yet struck like a heavy hammer upon everyone's hearts, resonating like thunder. Why you Papa regarded the crowd with a cold gaze, letting out a sneer. Once you Papa and you Mama spoke, the previously boisterous individuals fell silent in an instant. A boy with a mole on his face flushed angrily, attempting to argue. Why you Qingyin let out a cold laugh, interrupting his words. The boy, upon hearing her, straightened his posture, ready to speak, only to be met by Yu Qingyin's continued remarks. Upon hearing Yu Qingyin slander Ji Yanli, Chu Mu Yao shed her previous feigned fragility, her eyes reddening as she retorted in a delicate tone, "It's impossible. Brother Ji is so capable. Qingyin, you cannot casually defame him just because you want to withhold supplies from everyone. That if Brother Ji hears this." As she spoke, a line of tears traced down Chu Mu Yao's face, the portrayal of a strong-willed little flower executed to perfection. Why Yu Qingyin coldly regarded her performance, ready to interject, but was preempted by Yumama. "Mu Yao, were you in the team at that time? How do you know better than Qingyin? The person involved?" Chu Tianxiong, seeing this, positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Mu Yao, disdain evident in his eyes as he retorted. "Zhou Yunin, you should have some limits when defending your daughter, who is unaware that Ji Yanli's abilities have reached level 6. Does he still require your daughter as help? Surely, that is a jest." Yu Qingyin let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on the brazen demeanor of the Chu father and daughter. Her voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. "Uncle Chu, you are mistaken. When we were at Zhonghua Village, Team Ji's abilities were not as high as they are now. Uncle Chu, do not confuse the present with the past, where you will only invite ridicule." Seemingly recalling something, a flicker of regret crossed Yu Qingyin's face as she curled her lips into a smile tinged with malice. Chu Mu Yao was taken aback, sensing danger, and instinctively wished to intervene. But doing so would only weaken her own stance. Why Yu Qingyin's voice drifted through the air. "Oh, by the way, there is something you may not know. Your daughter nearly caused my death at the jaws of a mutated vine. Team Ji were witnesses that why allowing her to prance in front of me for so long is already a testament to my generosity." As Yu Qingyin finished speaking, her gaze locked on a Chu Mu Yao, her indifference akin to that of a venomous serpent, sending a chill down everyone's spines. Chu Mu Yao, under her scrutiny, instinctively recoiled. The boy with the mole, his neck stiffening, attempted to defend Chu Mu Yao. "Mu Yao is so kind-hearted. She would never do such a thing. That I see you are deliberately tarnishing her reputation." Yu Qingyin, observing the brainwashed boy, interrupted coldly. "Deliberately tarnishing her reputation. Should you not inquire of the person behind you who is currently shouting?" After she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Chu Mu Yao with an expression that was both mocking and scrutinizing. Chu Mu Yao felt her confidence waver, her mind racing if she did not admit it now. And Ji Yanli and others later exposed her, it would only worsen her standing in Brother Ji's eyes. Perhaps, Chapter 95, "Are you afraid I might run away?" With that thought, tears glimmered in Chu Mu Yao's eyes as her body swayed precariously, as if a gust of wind could topple her. With reddened eyes and a pale face, she attempted to defend herself. "I didn't. I truly didn't. Qingyin, you must believe me. I was just too panicked at the time." Her defense inadvertently confirmed the validity of Yu Qingyin's words, rendering those who had intended to argue on Chu Mu Yao's behalf utterly speechless. Why Yu Qingyin, arms crossed, observed Chu Mu Yao's performance with a cold and mocking tone. "Your panic does not excuse your pushing someone into the jaws of a mutated plant." Why you Papa, hearing of this incident for the first time, clenched his fists in anger, veins protruding on the backs of his hands. His face devoid of any mirth, replaced instead by a chilling fury, he thundered, "Chu Tianxiong, you had better provide me with an explanation." Taken aback by the sudden accusation, Chu Tianxiong glanced at Chu Mu Yao's flustered state, and with clarity, he feigned outrage, delivering a slap across Chu Mu Yao's face. "Wretched girl, you dare to lie and deceive me," he roared, simultaneously casting a knowing glance at Chu Mu Yao. Chu Mu Yao, clutching her face, immediately understood her father's intention. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Yu Qingyin. "Qingyin, I know I have wronged you in this matter. I should not have panicked so much. Neglecting your safety, I am truly sorry. I do not dare to ask for your forgiveness, but I only hope for an opportunity to make amends." Observing Chu Mu Yao's submissive demeanor ignited discontent among her admirers, who muttered under their breath, Isn't this just nothing? Why cling to this matter? Who hasn't made mistakes? I don't believe you haven't set Mu Yao up before. Why Yu Qingyin's gaze turned icy, her sharp eyes locking onto the one who complained. Watching intently, the individual, under the weight of her frigid stare, felt a shiver run down their spine, unable to resist retreating into the crowd. It seems you are quite pleased to have such a shaky individual in your team. I wish you the best with your team, filled with such people. As long as you remain unharmed, you'll surely forgive them generously. The individual was left speechless by Yu Qingyin's sharp retort. Her gaze was like ice, sweeping over the crowd. As long as the whip did not come down upon them, they would only offer sarcastic remarks. Her resolute attitude made those who initially sought to speak up hesitate, fearing repercussions, and they gradually dispersed. In the end, only Chu Tianxiong and Chu Mu Yao remained. Chu Tianxiong forced a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Brother Ingsheng, rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution tomorrow. Yu Papa snorted coldly, his anger still simmering. A satisfactory resolution. Unless she is dead, I will never be satisfied. Chu Tianxiong's smile faltered. He had but one daughter, and should she be harmed, he would feel a pang of heartache, especially considering his wife. As he contemplated this, Chu Tianxiong abandoned his previous arrogance, adopting a more conciliatory demeanor. Brother Ingsheng, I have only this one daughter. Surely, you see that there is no need for. Yu Papa cast a cold glance at the kneeling, pale-faced Chu Mu Yao, a contemptuous huff escaping his lips. If she dares to flaunt herself in front of my daughter again, I will show her mercy if I do not strike her down. A glint of malice flashed in Chu Tianxiong's eyes, yet he nodded submissively. Rest assured, I will certainly keep that rebellious daughter in check and ensure she does not appear before your niece again. As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong pretended to kick Chu Mu Yao to the ground, scolding her in a low voice. Rebellious daughter, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow. Chu Mu Yao cast a reluctant glance at Yu Qingyin before departing in a hasty and begrudging manner. The two had arrived with fierce determination, but left in utter disarray. Why Yu Qingyin observed Chu Mu Yao's retreating figure. Lost in thought, she had originally planned to take action after completing her task. But it seemed that the time had come to act sooner to prevent Chu Mu Yao from stirring up any more dirty affairs that could hinder her progress. As for the pretext. A glint of coldness flickered in Yu Qingyin's eyes. It would be perfect to have her accidentally devoured by zombies while completing her task. After all, she currently had control over all the zombies in City C. Vines and shadows eagerly accepted their tasks. Previously, their leader had seldom allowed them to feast on humans, so they had to sneak bites while their leader was preoccupied. Now, they finally had a legitimate opportunity. And how could they not be thrilled? Early the next morning, Yu Qingyin descended the stairs while yawning, and upon seeing the group in the living room, she was instantly wide awake. Lin Yuqing, spotting her, greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Qingyin. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Yuqing teased, Bingo. You guessed it right. You truly are getting smarter by the day. Yu Qingyin rolled her eyes in irritation, striding over to the sofa and lazily settling into her seat. You all are so obvious. Even a pig could guess it. I already said I wouldn't run off without you. There's so little trust among teammates. Lin Yuqing looked at Yu Qingyin seriously and shook his head. No. Yu Qingyin turned towards the others, while Ji Yanli averted her gaze. Lin Yuqing, who had been engrossed in her earlier observation, now focused intently on the cup she held from the coffee table. As for Gu Qingyin, he was pulling Lin Yinyin up, and they stood to practice their abilities. Why Yu Qingyin? Lin Yuqing adjusted Yu Qingyin's posture, speaking earnestly. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Qingyin, your past experiences are far too numerous to recount, even in a day and night. Hearing this, Yu Qingyin began to stretch her neck and fingers, while Lin Yuqing's voice gradually faded. Noticing Yu Qingyin's inclination to stand, Lin Yuqing sprang away as if propelled by spring, putting great distance between them. Ji Yanli, with a smile, shifted the topic. Our purpose for coming here is not solely for this matter. There is another important task at hand. Old Lin has tasked us with gathering a rare herb from Nanshan, which is crucial for the research on the antidote to the zombie virus. Lin Yuqing immediately approached with a smug smile. Boasting, Qingyin, you may not know, but the old Lin mentioned by the boss is my grandfather. He has an abundance of fascinating herbs that are essential for pranks. especially. Before Lin Yuqing could finish, Ji Yanli raised his hand to push away Lin Yuqing's intrusive face. In Chapter 96, the flexible Qingyin, he magically produced several bottles from his pocket. Qingyin, these are specially procured from old Lin, complete with usage instructions for your perusal. Lin Yuqing struggled to squeeze out a few words amidst Ji Yanli's hold. Whoa, boss, you're cheating. Qingyin observed the two like elementary school children squabbling, taking the items from Ji Yanli's hands. Itchy powder. Just a pinch will cause unbearable itching all over for 2 hours before it subsides. Ugly powder. Just a dab will make one's face swell, disappearing after a day. These were all prank powders. Although they wouldn't inflict real harm, they were sure to cause considerable embarrassment that Qingyin discreetly tucked the powders in her pocket space. Seeing the commotion settle, Lin Yuqing stood up, pulled Lin Yuqing aside, and effortlessly sat next to Qingyin. So, Qingyin, would you like to join us? Since we are unfamiliar with this herb, my grandfather has sent 2 capable individuals to accompany us. Rest assured. Their abilities are quite impressive and will not hinder you, Ji Yuqing. Noticing they finally delved into serious matters, abandoned his practice with Ling Yunyun and smiled as he joined them, but we have already spoken with Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu. Upon learning that we would be together, they immediately agreed and urged us to ensure you don't act alone, but if they suspect you might do so, they would tie you up. Qingyin. Truly, her wonderful parents. Recalling how her parents reacted to Chun Liao's attempts to frame her last night, they had indeed been overly cautious, forbidding her from approaching anyone unfamiliar and even assigning Li Ma to watch over her. Before Qingyin could respond, Qingyin added with a chuckle, "This isn't our suggestion. It's Aunt Yu's." He feigned innocence, which only made Qingyin's hands itch with the urge to retaliate. "You all decided this without consulting me. Do I have any right to refuse?" Qingyin closed her eyes, stifling the impulse to roll them. Being around them made her want to roll her eyes more frequently. Yanli noticed the displeasure etched on Qingyin's brow and spoke gently. "Of course you do. Once we leave the base, you can go wherever you please, as long as you reunite with us in 5 days." Lin Yuqing, not wanting to be outdone by Ji Yanli's understanding, quickly expressed his agreement. "Of course. Just now, Gu Dog was merely joking with you." With that, Lin Yuqing disregarded Qingyuan's murderous glare. Ji Yuqing, observing the foolishness of the two, barely restrained an eye roll. It took considerable effort to keep Qingyin in the group. And yet they trivialized it all for a laugh. Ling Yunyin comfortingly patted his shoulder, while Qingyin, bemused, regarded the trio. It was a slap followed by a sweet date. Their collaboration was quite harmonious. Feeling the expectant gazes directed at her, Qingyin felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. Given the situation last night, without this group, her parents might not have allowed her to leave the house. That thought was comforting. Rubbing her aching temples, she declared, "All right, let's set off now and not waste any more time." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing immediately cheered. "Let's go. I'll notify Qi Yang and the others right away." "Boss, you take Qingyin and the others ahead. We'll catch up shortly." With that, Lin Yuqing eagerly pulled Lin Yuqing out the door, hastily driving away. Their urgency suggested they feared Qingyin might change her mind. Ji Yanli, watching Lin Yuqing's retreating figure, felt elated. The nuisance was gone, and it was quite refreshing. "Qingyin, let's move. Nanshan is a bit far, and with the recent rains, it will take us over a day to get there." Qingyin nodded and followed Ji Yanli into the vehicle. Ji Yuqing and Ling Yunyun took the back seat, with Qingyin initiating a conversation to ease the silence. The altitude in Nanshan is high, and it will be quite cold, especially with the recent rain. We plan to stop by the mall to pick up some down jackets as the apocalypse approached. It was just before the end of spring, and there should still be some down jackets available in the stores. Ji Yanli explained while driving. Ling Yunyin chimed in, "Yes, we don't know how long this extreme cold will last. The base has already begun urgently reconstructing the defense system and is hastily producing winter clothing to prepare for the potentially severe low temperatures." Qingyin's expression grew somber as she murmured, "Extreme cold weather. Is that defense system in the mall effective?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, the system chimed in. "Indeed, this defense system can repel most dangers and comes with a temperature control feature, and essential for survival during the apocalypse. It only requires 500,000 points." Thinking of her parents at the base, Qingyin reflected on how their concerns stemmed from her occupying the original owner's body. Nonetheless, she genuinely felt their care. And since she had taken over, she ought to do something for these parents who worried for their daughter. With only 3,000 points to her name, she tentatively asked the system, "How many tasks must I complete to afford this defense system?" "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden task. Please ensure that all present achieve a heart rate exceeding 120 within 3 hours. Completing this task will grant you an additional point. Note: pay special attention to Ji Yanli's heart rate." The system's tone brimmed with excitement. Qingyin raised an eyebrow at the overly eager system. Why? Qingyin. She had reasonable doubts that this was a task set for the system's own selfish desires. Unable to help herself, she retorted, "System, can't your hidden tasks have some connection to the main tasks?" "I'm just joking. How many surprises are you hiding from me?" The system turned its head away in a haughty manner. There are plenty of surprises that the host is yet unaware of. In Chapter 97, Qingyin's cheesy love talk output, Qingyin regarded the system with a dull gaze. It seemed to be intentionally luring her to spend points. "Qingyin?" Ji Yanli's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze caressing a lake's surface. She could easily imagine a way to quicken someone's heart rate. Driving. The adrenaline rush from driving would be effortless. The atmosphere in the vehicle suddenly froze, with Qingyin nearly losing a smile. "Qingyin, the boss lost a bet with me yesterday. Our wager was that today the boss would drive us for the day." "Right, Qingyin," Qingyin said, nudging Ling Yingyun playfully. Ling Yingyun immediately caught on. "Yes, the boss did boast about it yesterday." "Qingyin, why don't you drive next time?" "Right, boss." Successfully passing the ball to Ji Yanli, he nodded with difficulty under Qingyin's scrutinizing gaze. Understanding their anxious expressions, Qingyin sighed softly. It seemed her previous driving experience had left an indelible impression on them. The system, witnessing Qingyin's predicament, offered a dubious suggestion. "Host, there are ways to elevate heart rates other than driving. You could also try cheesy love talk on Ji Yanli. Should the host need inspiration, this system is more than willing to assist." The system flirtatiously winked, its tone teasing. Why Qingyin? With 258 remaining. A glimmer of cunning sparked in Qingyin's eyes. Perhaps this cheesy love talk could be directed at someone else. Her gaze settled on Qingyin in the back seat, recalling how he had threatened her earlier that morning. Qingyin suddenly locked eyes with Qingyin, his warm smile stiffening, a chill spreading from his toes to the crown of his head, as if he were the prey under the watchful gaze of a hunter. Qingyin glanced at the cheesy lines the system provided, cleared her throat, and endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Ji Qingyin, I have been searching for a shop recently. Do you happen to know of any?" Qingyin cleared her throat lightly, overcoming her inner awkwardness, and made an effort to calm her tone as she spoke. "Your call." The car fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the ticking of the turn signal. The heart rates were as follows: Ji Yanli at 115, Qingyin at 110, and Ling Yingyun at 110. To host, keep up the good work. "We're almost there." Qingyin nervously swallowed, a chill sweat beginning to form on his back. Qingyin exhaled a breath of relief, as if she had surmounted a significant hurdle, and her demeanor became composed. Just as Qingyin, feeling anxious, was about to speak, he heard Qingyin inquire again. "Qingyin, are you fast at running?" Qingyin fell momentarily silent, uncertain whether to respond, when Ji Yanli coolly interjected, "Fast." That Qingyin's mind raced. "Then you must not be faster than me." Upon hearing this, Qingyin nearly breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Qingyin continue. "That means I should be able to catch up to you." The system recorded Ji Yanli's heart rate at 120, Qingyin's at 120, and Ling Yingyun's at 120. "Congratulations, host, for completing a task and earning 700 points. Keep it up." At this, Qingyin felt a surge of motivation, continuing to recite the cheesy lines provided by the system. Ji Qingyin, do you know which wine is the most intoxicating? It is the everlasting bond with you. The system detected Ji Yanli's heart rate at 123, Qingyin's at 130, and Ling Yingyun's at 125. Congratulations, host, for completing another task and earning 700 points, bringing your total to 1,400 points. Please continue your efforts. Ji Qingyin, do you know what my flaw is? The system recorded Ji Yanli's heart rate at 130, Qingyin's at 135, and Ling Yingyun's at 130. Congratulations, host, for completing yet another task and earning 700 points, totaling 2,100 points. Please keep up the momentum. Just as Yu Qingyin was about to speak, Gu Qingyuan, with a sorrowful expression, interrupted. Qingyin, the boss is quite interested in your cheesy lines. Perhaps you should... A glint of mischief flashed in Yu Qingyin's eyes. Remembering how he had threatened her at home, she had no intention of letting him off that easily. She blinked her fox-like eyes innocently and said, "But I just want to tell you." "What should I do?" Gu Qingyin clasped his hands in a silent plea, beseeching, "Oh dear, please spare me, and choose someone else to torment. That if you continue, the boss will surely flay me alive." Unmoved, Yu Qingyin persisted with her cheesy lines. "Gu Qingyin, are you nearsighted?" "I am not nearsighted." Yu Qingyin nodded. "Then you must be blind, otherwise how could you not see that I like you?" Seizing the moment, Yu Qingyin playfully rested her hand on the armrest. "If you get a scratch, and I get a scratch, then we'll be a couple." The system registered Ji Yanli's heart rate at 140, Gu Qingyuan's at 140, and Ling Yunyun's at 135. Congratulations, host, for completing 2 tasks. Earning 1,400 points, bringing your total to 3,500 points. "Keep it up." Gu Qingyuan glanced at his friend, who was trying to suppress laughter, nearly causing internal injury, adhering to the principle of sharing both joy and misfortune. He pointed at Ling Yunyun, saying, "Qingyin, Ling Yunyun is very interested in your cheesy lines and wants to learn them to use on Yu Qing." Ling Yunyun's smile instantly froze, and she hurriedly waved her hands, anxiously trying to explain, but Gu Qingyin quickly silenced her. Chapter 98, Unfathomable Hostility. One moment, Ling Yunyun was giggling, the next she was not. Hearing this, Yu Qingyin smiled slyly and agreed. "All right then, I shall direct my lines at both of you." "Gu Qingyin, Ling Yunyun, I read a book yesterday. Can you guess which one?" Gu Qingyuan, using Ling Yunyun as a shield, felt his panic subside and cheerfully reminded her, "I don't know. Meeting you, I am willing to gamble and lose." The system chimed in. "Congratulations on completing a task, earning a total of 4,200 points. For 3 hours, Gu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun remained in the car, with Yu Qingyin hardly getting a moment to breathe. Upon finally coming to a halt, the two embraced each other excitedly, tears glistening in their eyes, as they silently discussed where to bury their secrets upon reaching their destination. That why Yu Qingyin noted her points stagnating at 300,000 with some regret. "If only there were a bit more time, I would reach 400,000 points in no time." Ji Yanli observed Gu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun, who were embracing and weeping, and, feeling his earlier irritation dissipate, inquired with genuine concern, "Why are you both sweating so much?" Faced with Ji Yanli's sudden concern, Gu Qingyuan felt alarm bells ringing in his head and let out a dry chuckle. "Ha, it's not the heat. The temperature is just too high." Ji Yanli smiled as he turned on the air conditioning. "My mistake. I'll turn on the AC now." Yu Qingyuan chuckled again, though this smile was more painful than a cry. "Is this the prelude to being put on ice?" Ji Yanli deliberately slowed down the pace, just as Lin Yuqing caught up with them. The group consisted of only 8 people, making it unnecessary to split into 2 cars. As Lin Yuqing hopped into the vehicle, he spotted Gu Qingyuan's resentful expression and smirked, throwing an arm around Gu Qingyuan's shoulders. "Oh, how unusual. Gu dog, why do you look like you're on the verge of tears? Did the boss bully you, or was it Qingyin?" Hearing this, Gu Qingyuan shot Lin Yuqing a disdainful glance. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. No one will mistake you for a mute." Lin Yuqing, taken aback by Gu Qingyuan's explosive reaction, widened his eyes in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen Gu dog like this. He instinctively moved away, easing toward Yu Qingyin's chair. Curious as he asked, "What happened to Gu dog? Who provoked him?" Huh. She had never seen this person before. What enmity could exist? Was it possible she had taken a liking to Lin Yuqing, this silly dog? As her gaze fell upon Lin Yuqing's clear eyes, she shrugged it off, concluding it was unlikely due to him. Lin Yuqing, contemplating, suddenly asked, "Qingyin, do you know which drink makes one the most intoxicated?" Lin Yuqing smiled bashfully. "Oh, Qingyin, you're being so direct. I wasn't even prepared yet." In the next moment, Yu Qingyin gently placed her hand on his head. Lin Yuqing immediately adopted a serious expression, trying to appease her. "I was just joking. Why so serious?" As Lin Yuqing spoke, he leaned back until he was certain Yu Qingyin could no longer reach him before letting out a breath of relief. Thanks to Yu Qingyin leading the way, they encountered no disasters, not a single zombie in sight. As dusk approached, Gu Qingyin parked the car in front of Villa, stepping out with a heavy heart. The villa was empty and pristine, as if it had been meticulously cleaned, exuding an unusual cleanliness. The group inspected the premises, while Qingyin leisurely followed behind, nodding in satisfaction. These zombies were surprisingly capable, having cleaned up so quickly. Once Ji Yanli confirmed there were no safety hazards, everyone relaxed at the dining table. Lin Yuqing began to introduce Qingyin to the beverages. This is Shun Biluo, my grandfather's prize student. We are relying on her to identify the herbs we seek. Shun Biluo was tall and attractive, with striking features that bore an exotic flair, appearing quite approachable. However, her gaze toward Qingyin carried a hint of hostility. Shun Biluo lifted her drink, gazing intently at Qingyin, and smiled, though the smile seemed superficial. Hello, I am Shun Biluo. I've heard Yuqing mention you. I've been told your abilities are quite remarkable that I look forward to witnessing them sometime. Qingyin met her gaze with a faint smile, though it failed to reach her eyes. Hello, I am Qingyin. Nice to meet you. The atmosphere grew inexplicably tense, prompting Lin Yuqing to swiftly redirect their focus. He pointed to a nearby young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appearing to be about 25, and introduced, "This is also my grandfather's prize student, Lu Yunxiang, and my senior. Senior Lu is here to help my grandfather find other herbs and materials." That Lu Yunxiang adjusted his glasses, wearing a friendly smile. "Hello, I am Lu Yunxiang, Yuqing Senior. That I hope to receive your guidance in the coming days." Qingyin nodded with a smile. "Hello, I am Qingyin. I look forward to working together." Lin Yuqing, wearing an easy smile, tried to ease the tension. "All right, now that everyone knows each other, let's eat. We've been driving all afternoon, and I am utterly exhausted. Qingyin, here's your favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Gu Dog's culinary skills are unparalleled, but he pushed the scrambled eggs toward Qingyin, who softly thanked him. Shun Biluo cast a glance at the eager Lin Yuqing, her eyes flashing momentarily before she spoke warmly. "Yuqing, you truly are something else. Even if you love this dish, you can't eat just that. Come, Qingyin, try this braised pork. It's also exceptional." As she spoke, Shun Biluo pushed the braised pork toward Qingyin, simultaneously nudging the scrambled eggs aside. Qingyin cast a peculiar glance at her. In order to avoid raising any suspicions regarding her identity, she symbolically picked up a piece of braised pork and began to eat. Shun Biluo, noticing this, shot an admonitory look at Lin Yuqing. "Look, Qingyin also enjoys braised pork, doesn't she? In this post-apocalyptic world, it is even more crucial to maintain a balanced diet to ensure good health and timely energy replenishment." "Isn't that right, Qingyin?" After finishing her statement, Shun Biluo smiled sweetly at Qingyin, though the smile seemed somewhat disingenuous. Qingyin glanced at her and softly replied, The atmosphere thickened with an undercurrent of tension. Lin Yuqing interjected with a smile. I haven't had braised pork in ages. I think I'll indulge a bit today." As Chapter 99 unfolds, the intelligent butler faces danger. Lin Yuqing nudged the braised pork closer to herself and simultaneously brought the scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of Qingyin. Shun Biluo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, since you reside in the Sea City base, you must rarely have the pleasure of eating meat. I brought a bounty of meat from the Kyoto base this time, including plenty of beef and seafood, ensuring you can feast to your heart's content." Her words dripped with a sense of superiority that was hard to ignore. Lin Yuqing offered an awkward smile, graciously thanking her. "Thank you very much, Senior Biluo." Shun Biluo flashed a confident smile, turning her gaze towards Qingyin. "Don't be shy, Qingyin. You must eat more. It is not good for a girl to be too thin." Suppressing her irritation, Qingyin nodded slightly, responding while picking up a piece of tomato and putting it in her mouth. Shun Biluo, seemingly oblivious to Qingyin's discomfort, continued to enthusiastically recommend other dishes. "Don't just eat the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. You should try some." Ji Yanli interrupted with a laugh. "Senior Biluo, Qingyin can be somewhat picky. She only likes scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and she has gotten used to it at home. Forcing her to eat something else would be a bit unreasonable." Qingyin chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, you're starting to resemble those stubborn elders I've seen online." A fleeting look of displeasure crossed Shun Biluo's face, quickly masked by her adept composure. It's just that I care for Qingyin. Seeing her so thin makes me want to look after her a bit more. Perhaps I've overstepped. Her voice carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. As if she had been wronged, that Yu Qingyin cast a calm glance her way and replied evenly, "It's fine. Just knowing is enough." Shin Biluo's disappointment nearly betrayed her, but she took a deep breath to quell her rising anger, her eyes glinting with competitive spirit. This girl truly had a knack for winning people over. She would have to confront her. Subsequently, Shin Biluo ceased her pursuit of Yu Qingyin and redirected her attention to Lin Yuqing, leaving him visibly flustered, casting desperate glances at Gu Qingyin, who remained oblivious as the door closed. A voice filled with excitement echoed in her mind, "Boss, the green tea girl you're looking for has appeared today. I am following her now. There is also an old acquaintance of yours in her team. I believe the green tea girl is called Shangguan Qing." That a second voice interjected, "Boss, why not just eliminate all her team members directly?" Shangguan Qing. This girl left a relatively good impression on Yu Qingyin, prompting her to gently decline the suggestion. "Hold off on any rash actions for now. Let us wait until Chu Muyao is alone before we strike, or create some trouble to draw her out." Tung Ting hesitated. "Boss, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that this green tea girl is too cunning and quick-witted. Today, my partner and I tried several times to separate her, but she always manages to drag someone else into the mix that I really can't find an opportunity." Yu Qingyin was not surprised by this revelation. It was indeed something Chu Muyao would do. Gazing out at the falling rain, she contemplated for a moment, recalling Tung Ting's stealthy prowess, before speaking softly. "Tonight presents a favorable opportunity. We should act while she is asleep. Haven't you two often sneaked into my room before? This time, do the same and bring her out without engaging. Inying, make some noise to attract the attention of the night watchman, and take care of Chu Muyao in front of them." This approach would not waste the abilities of the base S supernatural beings in searching for her, thus avoiding unnecessary losses while achieving two objectives at once. Tung Ting eagerly agreed, promising to complete the boss's orders, her excitement unmistakable. "Yes, boss is mighty. We will ensure the mission is accomplished." Both Tung Ting and Inying responded in unison. In the villa's kitchen, Gu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun, washing the dishes, froze at the sudden entrance of Ji Yanli. Their movements stiff and mechanical, Ji Yanli picked up a bottle of soda, leaning against the doorframe with a sly smile. "What are you two so anxious about? Do you think I'll eat you? I just came to see if you needed any help." The two exchanged surprised glances, both taken aback by their unexpected synchronicity. Ji Yanli chuckled at their startled expressions. "Come on, I wouldn't actually eat you that I have to head to Nanshan tomorrow. So get some rest." Yu Qinglin hesitantly spoke up. "Boss, you really won't do anything to us, will you?" Ji Yanli took a sip of soda, finding the question amusing. "Why would I? Qingyin wants to have some fun, and you're here to accompany her. What's the big deal? Don't overthink it." After saying this, Ji Yanli patted Gu Qingyuan on the shoulder, causing him to wince from the sudden pain. Ignoring his discomfort, Ji Yanli turned to leave. Yu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun watched his retreating figure, and after a moment, Gu Qingyuan stretched his shoulder, relieved that he remained unscathed. Ling Yunyun, oblivious to the previous interactions, voiced her confusion that "I can't shake the feeling that the boss is plotting something big, preparing a surprise attack on us." Gu Qingyuan subtly glanced at the unaware Ling Yunyun, pretending to agree with her analysis. "I think so too, but who cares whether we stick our necks out or hide? It's all the same. The most important thing is to take it easy and enjoy the present." Ling Yunyun nodded absently, returning to her dishwashing duties. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyin remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm below, when suddenly an alarm blared in her mind. "Warning, warning, the host's intelligent butler is about to face a destructive strike. Please proceed immediately to rescue the intelligent butler." The red alert flashed repeatedly in Yu Qingyin's mind as she turned off the shower, hastily drying herself off. "Send me the location of the intelligent butler." Received. Searching for location confirmed. Commencing teleportation now. Just as Yu Qingyin finished putting on her tactical gear, a blinding light enveloped her, and she found herself not drenched by rain, but rather by icy snowflakes. In Chapter 100, the spirit state of the beautiful capybara, she discovered herself standing atop a snow-covered mountain, surrounded by a vast white expanse. Enormous snowflakes cascaded around her, quickly accumulating a thin layer on her body. While the snow beneath her feet reached her knees, the biting wind cutting like a knife. Her long hair danced wildly in the gale. Warning: the intelligence system is located directly south of the host. Please proceed immediately. Upon hearing this, Qingyin turned to look and spotted a massive creature standing amidst the white backdrop, cloaked in snow. Its outline barely discernible. Its sharp claws clutched exactly what she sought. The large white creature seemed to sense her arrival, lifting its head to gaze in her direction, sending a flurry of snowflakes cascading from its form. As Qingyin finally discerned the creature's true nature, she realized it was a bear, and through the faint visibility of its black fur, she recognized it as a black grizzly bear. The moment the bear's gaze met hers, a gleam of excitement akin to that of a predator locking onto its prey ignited in its eyes. The it slightly parted its jaws, drool spilling from the corners of its mouth, freezing into crystalline drops the moment they touched the snow. Before Qingyin could react, the black grizzly bear, clutching the intelligent butler, charged towards her like a bolt of black lightning, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Qingyin swiftly darted away, leaving behind a series of varied footprints, which the bear used to track her. The black grizzly roared thunderously, its voice echoing across the mountain, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Qingyin, who felt as if a fierce wind was bearing down on her, impeding her movements. At that moment, a massive maw appeared before her, its sharp teeth glistening with a chilling sheen against the snowflakes. The bear's gaping mouth was so close she could smell the foul stench emanating from it. Qingyin's eyes narrowed, and the vines in her hand seemed to possess a will of their own, twisting and turning in an attempt to ensnare the black grizzly bear. However, the bear stepped back, swiping a claw that shredded the vines into pieces, scattering them like green sparks into the air. The claws showed no sign of relenting, barreling towards Qingyin, accompanied by a piercing cold wind. Just then, Qingyin's body transformed into a streak of green lightning, instantly reappearing behind the black grizzly bear, causing it to swipe at nothing but in her hand. Qingyin conjured a long green whip that danced like a living creature across the snowy expanse, searching for the vulnerabilities of the brown bear. Each lash of the whip was accompanied by an overwhelming force. The black-brown bear, despite its seemingly clumsy physique, exhibited remarkable agility, evading Qingyin's strikes with ease. Both the corpse and the bear halted their offensive maneuvers, their gazes locked onto one another with fierce intensity. That Qingyin's eyes fell upon the intelligent butler ensnared within the bear's claws, who subtly nodded in her direction. Receiving the signal, Qingyin transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the black-brown bear, momentarily slowed by the butler's diversion. In that fleeting instant, her hand made contact with the bear's massive thigh. The contract was successful, brushing off the snowflakes clinging to her. Qingyin issued a cold command: release the butler. Reluctantly, the black-brown bear complied, setting the intelligent butler down. The butler, somewhat abashed, stood before her, expressing gratitude for her timely rescue, acknowledging his oversight and requesting her reprimand. Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at the butler's face, marked by guilt, her gaze flickering with an indescribable emotion. She averted her eyes, assuring him, "This is not your fault. Please check for any remaining unbound mutated plants, animals, or zombies in the vicinity." As she spoke, she absent-mindedly ruffled the head of the black-brown bear that had approached her like a loyal dog. Its coarse black fur was unpleasant to the touch, prompting her to push its head away with disdain. The bear, appearing quite aggrieved, squatted down, drawing circles in the snow with its claws, resembling a pouting child before the apocalypse. This mount had housed a small zoo, and most of the smaller animals had already been contracted as for the larger creatures. They were scattered in all directions. Qingyin glanced at the black-brown bear, suppressing a smile. With a flick of her fingers, she tossed a food box its way. The bear eagerly pawed at it, joyfully devouring both the box and its contents, nuzzling against Qingyin's leg with such force that she nearly toppled over. After listening to the butler's report, Qingyin spoke in a measured tone. "Where is the nearest location?" Nodding in acknowledgement, she found herself standing at the position the butler had indicated in the blink of an eye. Harnessing the power of the vines, she swung before a capybara. The creature merely lifted its eyelids before closing them again, lying motionless, as if indifferent to life or death. Yu Qingyin studied the plump body of the capybara, a smile tugging at her lips. Indeed, it was as laid back as the internet described. Just as her fingers approached it, the capybara opened its mouth in a symbolic gesture, as if to bite her finger. And in the next moment, contract successful. As the system's voice echoed, the capybara surrendered completely. Just as Yu Qingyin descended from the tree, an unexpected rumbling sound emanating from behind her. She admired the capybara's nonchalance. The intelligent butler arrived, and Yu Qingyin gently brushed off the snow from her attire. Next location, she instructed the southwest, 10 kilometers away, resides a panda, ferocious as the black brown bear. Other large animals are also present, but they are somewhat distant. Caution is advised. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never seen a panda in her previous life due to her hectic schedule, yet here she was, on the verge of encountering one and even touching it. Understood, if I encounter other mutated animals, I shall contract them as well. This journey will not be in vain. With that thought, she suppressed her exhilaration and vanished from the butler's sight. Upon arriving at the designated location, she discovered a small panda cub almost camouflaged against the snow, diligently gnawing on a remarkably tough bamboo stalk, its cuteness melting her heart despite the viral affliction it bore. Sensing danger, the panda cub abandoned its bamboo, swiftly climbing a branch and scanning its surroundings with vigilance. Upon locking eyes with Yu Qingyin, it bared its teeth and emitted a low warning growl. Yu Qingyin summoned the power of the vines, propelling herself closer, only to have her vines severed by the cub's sharp claws. She plummeted downward, but in a moment of peril, she sent out another vine, which latched onto a nearby sturdy branch. However, she had yet to regain her footing that a rustling sound from the foliage caught her attention. With keen eyes, she leaped from the tree, only to find a venomous snake poised at her previous spot, its forked tongue flickering menacingly. Alert and aware, Yu Qingyin noted the snow-covered mound surrounding her, securely wrapped in vines, and used the momentum to swing onto a branch behind her. Through the snow, she discerned that those mounds were, in fact, the lairs of a mutated 5-step snake, its triangular head and prominent fangs a clear indication of its lethal nature. The snow beneath her feet had been tainted black by its venom, a sight utterly jarring. Suddenly, a lion's roar erupted from behind her. The majestic creature, adorned with a thick golden mane and muscular limbs, posed a formidable threat. Yu Qingyin found herself besieged, enemies closing in from all sides. As that singular roar seemed to awaken every creature in the vicinity, the sounds of beasts echoed from every direction. Yu Qingyin's expression darkened. She needed to bind the creatures before more mutated animals arrived. With that resolve, she transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards the lion. The lion, roaring fiercely, raised its paw, effortlessly tearing through the vines that surrounded Yu Qingyin. Yet in the next instant, the vines regenerated, shielding her from the lion's onslaught. She swiftly maneuvered behind the lion, which turned to pounce on her, only to miss as she dodged once more that moment. The 5-step snake emerged from beneath her feet, and Yu Qingyin stomped down on its head through the vines. Contract successful. The 5-step snake immediately redirected its aggression towards the lion. Forced to retreat, the lion inadvertently fell into Yu Qingyin's trap as she leaped into the air, landing squarely atop its back. Contract successful. With a gentle touch, she activated the blue interface, sealing the contract. Just then, the animals drawn by the lion's roar surged from all directions. Yu Qingyin squinted, a flicker of exhilaration igniting within her. This was perfect. She needn't exert effort to locate them. On the snowy peaks, a swarm of black dots converged towards her position, where the lion and 2 venomous snakes stood, their crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. The panda cub perched on a branch, its fur bristling in a state of high alert. Yu Qingyin's gaze fell upon the cub. She swiftly engaged it, successfully binding it within moments. She stowed the panda cub into her system backpack, ensuring its safety amid the impending chaos. In that brief span, countless animals encircled Yu Qingyin, forming a massive barrier, their predatory gazes fixated upon her as though she were their possession. Instantaneously, a flurry of icy blades rained down upon her. Yu Qingyin conjured a protective circle of vines, repelling the onslaught of ice. From an outsider's perspective, she appeared as a porcupine, the ice glistening beautifully against the flames as the barrage of ice ceased. The animals stood still, observing their soon-to-be prey with anticipation. However, the ice blade surrounding Qingyin suddenly shattered, dissolving into water that merged with the snow, revealing a layer of verdant life beneath that. Qingyin emerged unscathed before the mutated animals, inciting their fury. Just as they prepared to charge, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, freezing the mutated creatures in their tracks. Fear etched upon their fur-covered faces, following the source of the tremor. Qingyin beheld the black brown bear she had just contracted, charging forth with reckless abandon, scattering mutated animals in its path. The creatures surrounding her bowed low, trembling in deference. A rugged voice echoed in Qingyin's mind. "Boss, I'm here to help," imbued with a touch of endearment. Without needing to guess, she recognized the voice. As the black-brown bear skidded to a halt beside her, Qingyin deftly sidestepped to avoid being knocked over. She brushed off the snowflakes that the bear had kicked up. Once the bear regained its stance, it let out a commanding growl, prompting the previously hostile mutated animals to obediently form a line. The bear raised its chin in pride, eagerly awaiting Qingyin's touch. Seeing this, she obliged, gently caressing the bear's head. The bear joyfully circled her, causing her to sway unsteadily. A vein throbbed at her temple as she firmly commanded, "Stop!" The once mighty black-brown bear immediately transformed into a docile creature, lying at Qingyin's feet, its eyes glistening with a pitiful longing as it stole glances at her, while Qingyin gently patted the large head of the black bear. Transforming into a merciless contract machine, the intelligent steward discreetly commenced the contract from the back of the line, and once the horde of mutated animals had been successfully bound, Qingyin rubbed her somewhat sore arms. She retrieved several food boxes from the system's backpack and handed them to the intelligent steward, instructing him to distribute the provisions among the group of mutated creatures. Tung sat enthralled before the large television screen, savoring the gruesome scenes of Chu Muyao's demise, with the image frozen on the moment when Tung devoured her whole. Ying, sensing Qingyin's approach, excitedly beckoned, "Boss, come quickly. We followed your orders and dealt with that green tea girl. What do you think of her tragic end?" A hint of pride laced Ying's voice. Chapter 102. A beautiful yet hollow vase. Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at the blood-soaked screen, then diverted her gaze, tossing 2 food boxes towards the 2 small creatures. "You have done splendidly. This is your reward." Tung and Ying hastily caught the boxes, their focus shifting from their macabre masterpiece to eagerly indulging in their meal. Mumbling their gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Please remember to inform us of any tasks in the future. We promise to execute them flawlessly." Qingyin affectionately ruffled their heads before turning to head for the bath. After a refreshing shower, she released the successfully contracted panda cub from the system, which nuzzled affectionately against her hand. In response, Qingyin gently stroked the cub's head, eliciting a soft, bleating sound that melted her heart. Cradling the panda cub in her arms, she affectionately asked, "Shall I name you Ji Xiang?" The cub snuggled closer, its innocent voice echoing in her mind. "Thank you, Mama." In that instant, Qingyin felt as though her heart had been completely overwhelmed by cuteness. Who could possibly resist such charm? She continued to caress its head several more times before reluctantly drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Qingyin was awakened by a cool, feminine voice resonating in her mind. "Master, trouble looms. Weilun has made new moves. He has discovered that you plan to head to Nanshan and has dispatched other experimental subjects. These subjects are newly developed by country, and we are still unaware of their capabilities. They're likely to be stronger than U.S. Qingyin jolted awake, unexpectedly meeting the panda cub's large, innocent eyes, which eased her mood somewhat. She affectionately ruffled the cub's head, threw off the covers, and placed Ji Xiang into the system's backpack. "Be more specific," the cool voice continued. "Based on my analysis, that batch of experimental subjects arrived in Huawei yesterday. According to what I have heard from Wei Luan, their objective is not solely to eliminate you, but also to hinder your search for a particular herb. I am unsure of the specific herb, but Qingyin is already monitoring them." After completing her morning routine, Qingyin exited her room. "Master, That batch of experimental subjects has arrived at Nanshan and is lying in ambush in the mountain hollow. I am currently with them. Once you arrive, I will report their precise location for a decisive strike." Qingyun's voice brimmed with excitement that Qingyin acknowledged with a soft aware of the importance of the situation. "You have done well. Once we deal with this batch of experimental subjects, I will reward you with food boxes." "Thank you, Master." Qingyin seemed to recall something and reminded her in a serious tone. "Master must exercise caution. This batch consists of 6 subjects with formidable strength and various abilities." Downstairs, Lin Yuqing noticed her arrival and shot her a flirtatious glance, striding over with a grin. "Miss you. How are you? Did you sleep well last night?" Yu Qingyin coldly brushed his arm away. "I slept quite well." Just then, Shin Biluo emerged from the kitchen, her eyes narrowing with a hint of coldness that she quickly masked. "Qingyin, you finally woke up? In this apocalyptic world, it's best not to sleep too deeply at night. If you happen to encounter a horde of zombies, you might lose your life." Her tone was sincere, seemingly filled with genuine concern for Yu Qingyin. Lin Yuqing interjected with a laugh. "Sister Biluo, you worry too much that we have guards on duty at night. Even if danger arises, we'll detect it promptly and evacuate in time." "Such scenarios are unlikely to occur." Shin Biluo shot him a reproachful glare. "You can never be too careful, but it's better to be safe than sorry. We should always remain vigilant. Don't you agree, Qingyin?" Her gaze held a barely noticeable condescension as she turned to Yu Qingyin. Yu Qingyin met Shin Biluo's gaze with an expression of indifference, her voice carrying a subtle chill that "I believe you should be more concerned about yourself and refrain from meddling in others' affairs." Shin Biluo's eyes turned icy as she appraised Yu Qingyin, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. "That I'm merely suggesting that you consider the team to end this apocalypse. Looks are the least useful asset. Don't let vanity hinder you when it matters most." After speaking, she turned her attention to Lin Yuqing. "Yuqing, what do you think?" Before Lin Yuqing could respond, Ji Yanli, who had been lingering behind them, interjected coldly. "Sister Biluo, you're jesting. With Qingyin's abilities, we need not worry about her being a liability." Lin Yuqing shot a begrudging glance at Ji Yanli, hastily adding, "She appears unassuming, yet she is indeed impressive. Once we reach Nanshan, my safety will be entrusted to you." Qingyin feigned shock and delight, gazing at Yu Qingyin. "Is that true? I didn't realize Qingyin was so formidable." Shin Biluo mischievously winked at Yu Qingyin. "I'll rely on you." Yu Qingyin let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sister Biluo, I am merely a beautiful vase, incapable of protecting you. Perhaps you should seek someone more competent." After finishing her words, Yu Qingyin exchanged a glance with Ji Yanli and strode away. Before ascending the stairs, she distinctly heard Shin Biluo's slightly dejected voice directed at Lin Yuqing. "I was just joking. Is Qingyin upset? Should I apologize later? It's all my fault for being so blunt and upsetting her." Why Yu Qingyin scoffed inwardly. Being blunt? That could hardly be an excuse. She entered the study, with Ji Yanli following closely behind. Shutting the door behind them, Ji Yanli settled across from Yu Qingyin, scrutinizing her expression. "What's wrong, Qingyin? You're not angry, are you?" Yu Qingyin offered a faint smile, playing with a small piano figurine on the table. "Why would I be angry? Someone complimented my beauty, which I find quite delightful. I called you here to discuss something important." Yanli exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning back with his legs crossed. His gaze filled with affection as he wore a perfectly measured smile. From Yu Qingyin's perspective, the angle was undeniably appealing. Chapter 103 sees the day Yu Qingyin's gaze inadvertently swept across Ji Yanli's handsome face, and she couldn't help but compare it to the cold demeanor of the intelligent steward from the previous night. Ji Yanli possessed a certain charm that was undeniably more human. She cleared her throat, dispelling her wandering thoughts. "Last night, I overheard the experimental subjects discussing Wei Luan's new assignments." "Wei Luan?" Ji Yanli searched his memory, finally matching a face to the name. "What scheme is he concocting now?" His tone dripped with coldness. "The subjects mentioned that Country has dispatched a new batch of experimental subjects to Huagua, currently lying in wait at Nanshan. I suspect their intentions extend beyond mere elimination. I fear we have a traitor within our ranks." Yu Qingyin set the piano figurine down and picked up a small guitar ornament, continuing, "Our mission to Nanshan is a covert operation, known only to a select few. Ji Yanli nodded, his expression turning grave. You raise a valid point. I'll inform my father and initiate an investigation. Why Yu Qingyin inclined her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Ji Yanli. You have any suspects? Could there be someone within our team? Ji Yanli subtly shifted his posture, exuding a relaxed yet languid aura as he undid a button on his shirt, leaning forward slightly. It's unlikely within our team. Shen Biluo and Lu Yunxiang are trusted by Lin Lao. Although they may be critical, they wouldn't betray the nation. Most importantly, Ji Yanli's gaze darkened as it lingered on Yu Qingyin, his voice dropping in weight. They have had no contact with Wei Lun. Wei Lun arrived in Sea City after they departed from Beijing, and they haven't crossed paths with him or his group. Why Yu Qingyin nodded in understanding, her attention inadvertently drifting to Ji Yanli's chest. She straightened her posture, her gaze tracing the outline of his shirt collar, revealing glimpses of toned abs that made her swallow involuntarily. Those abs must feel exquisite to the touch. Ahem, focus, you all decide what to do. Yet, her gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the collar. Noticing her distraction, Ji Yanli smirked, his smile tinged with mischief. Yu Qingyuan's methods seemed effective. Perhaps he would choose to overlook him for the time being. Suddenly, he realized something, his expression darkening. Could Gu Qingyuan be using this tactic to entice his sister? However, his thoughts were swiftly interrupted by the intense gaze of Yu Qingyin. He subtly adjusted his posture, allowing her to see him more clearly. Under the deliberate guidance of Ji Yanli, Yu Qingyin's eyes became fixed. Indeed, the reality of well-defined abs could not be compared to the impact of mere photographs. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew unusually silent, a subtle tension permeating the space between them. Suddenly, the playful banter of Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyuan broke the tranquility that I told you. The boss isn't in the study, Gu Qingyuan exclaimed, helplessly blocking Lin Yuqing's advance, eager to buy time for their leader. Lin Yuqing scoffed in disdain. Gu dog, do you think I'm blind? I just saw the boss and Qingyin enter the study. Do you still want to go Nanshan? Gu Qingyuan smiled with refined elegance. This is the first time I've seen you so eager to complete a task. There's still plenty of time. Usually, before he could finish, the study door swung open, and Ji Yanli's gaze immediately met Lin Yuqing's provocative stare, as well as Gu Qingyuan's resigned look. Ji Yanli cast a displeased glance at Lin Yuqing and asked, Qingyuan, is breakfast ready? Gu Qingyuan nodded. It's prepared. Hearing this, Yu Qingyin stepped out, inquiring, are there tomatoes for breakfast today? Lin Yuqing interjected with a grin, of course. Even if Gu dog didn't prepare them, I have some ready for you at any time. Yu Qingyin beamed. Thank you. Just saying thank you feels insincere. How about a kiss? Lin Yuqing teased. Leaning in with an expectant expression, Ji Yanli's gaze darkened slightly. He raised an arm and placed it on Lin Yuqing's shoulder, applying subtle pressure that made Lin Yuqing wince. Ji Yuqingyin and Yu Qingyin exchanged glances, each reading a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes, just as Yu Qingyin was about to leave. Gu Qingyuan half-jokingly asked, if both the boss and Yuqing were to pursue you simultaneously and you had to choose one, who would you pick? I would choose neither. Isn't being alone better? Gu Qingyuan's eyes flickered as he kept pace with Yu Qingyin, teasingly saying, aren't you afraid they might end up fighting over you? Yu Qingyin shot him a glance. So what? That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. Unrelenting, Gu Qingyuan pressed on. But if you absolutely had to choose one? Yu Qingyin halted, letting out a sigh. Knowing he would continue questioning if she didn't provide a reason, she turned to him, her gaze resolute. I won't choose. With her arms crossed, she regarded him coolly, countering, if you knew that regardless of your choice, it would lead to a poor outcome, why not eliminate that option before it even begins? Gu Qingyuan's gaze swept over the two at the foot of the stairs, fixating on her. How can you be so certain there won't be a good outcome? Because our identities are different. I am destined to leave that it is better that we part ways now, while feelings are still shallow, for the sake of everyone involved. Her words hinted at more than just her relationship with Ji Yanli. They encompassed her ties with the entire team. Yu Qingyuan, being perceptive, surely understood her implication. She frowned slightly, locking eyes with Gu Qingyuan's clear gaze. Everyone has to die. You can't choose to end your life just because it will eventually come to an end. If that's the case, why not choose to enjoy the present? One cannot be overly cautious, as it may lead to losing everything. One should seize the moment, for who can predict the future? Yu Qingyin's expression faltered momentarily. As she averted her gaze from Gu Qingyuan, her lips pressed together in silence. Observing this, Qingyin realized that Qingyin had absorbed his words. He released her hand, and a gentle smile graced his features. "Let's have breakfast. I have the tomatoes you like, freshly picked." Chapter 104. Her expression radiated a sense of superiority. Upon hearing this, Qingyin extricated herself from her thoughts, smiling softly. "I will give your words due consideration. But as for the tomatoes, I will reserve judgment until I have tasted them." After saying this, she turned to leave. Ji Qingyin smiled lightly. "Of course, I assure you will be satisfied." Qingyin descended the stairs. She collided with the two, letting out a light huff as she disregarded their eager gazes and made her way directly to the dining table. Lin Yuqing, spotting her arrival, waved cheerfully. "Qingyin, come quickly. The tomatoes have just been placed on the table." Just as Qingyin sat down, Lin Yuqing leaned in and whispered, "These tomatoes were just picked from Qingyuan's space. They are incredibly fresh." Why Qingyin paused, intrigued. "Picked from his space? Does that mean Qingyuan can grow crops in space?" She took a bite of the tomato, cautiously asking, "Picked, you say?" Curious, Qingyin inquired, "Is Ji Yanli's space also like this?" Lin Yuqing took a bite of her bread and shook her head. "I wouldn't know. The boss hasn't mentioned it, and we didn't dare to ask if struck by a thought." Lin Yuqing leaned closer to Qingyin and whispered, "Qingyin, if you're curious, you should ask the boss. That he will definitely tell you." With that, she winked at Qingyin flirtatiously. A faint blush crept onto Qingyin's cheeks as she shot Lin Yuqing an annoyed look. "Hurry and eat. We need to leave soon," Shun Biluo observed Qingyin, who was playfully bantering with Lin Yuqing, and snorted coldly in her heart, hoping that once they reached Nanshan, Qingyin would no longer be so cheerful. The group quickly packed up, ready to depart. Raindrops pattered against the car windows, hinting an intensifying downpour. The vehicle passed through the city center, halting in front of a relatively intact shopping mall. The group swiftly scoured the mall, uncovering numerous cotton coats in the clothing storage area, all of which Ji Yanli collected into the warehouse, leaving the mall thoroughly stripped. Qingyin followed closely behind as they boarded the vehicle. As they drew nearer to Nanshan, Qingyin's mind echoed with Qingyun's voice. "Master, they have sensed your approach and have already ambushed the four corners of the mountain road, preparing for a surprise attack. Be cautious, master." Just as Qingyun finished speaking, their vehicle came to a stop at the mountain's base. Nanshan had been a 5A scenic spot before the apocalypse, renowned for its beauty. With the onset of the apocalypse, the trees had grown wildly, and under the rain's cleansing, the greenery flourished, resembling a primordial forest, all teeming with life, presenting a spectacular sight. The air carried a mixed aroma, combining the fragrance of soil with a lingering stench that a month prior to the apocalypse, Nanshan was at the height of its tourist season. Thus a throng of zombies congregated at the mountain's foot, densely packed to the point of inducing claustrophobia. Hearing the roar of the vehicle, the zombies stumbled toward them before they could get close. Flashes of lightning erupted, instantly turning more than half of the horde into charred remains, the scent of roasted flesh wafting through the in the next moment. A wall of flames surged toward the remaining zombies, intensifying the aroma of barbecue. Lin Yuqing raised an eyebrow at Qingyin. "Qingyin, what do you think? Am I not impressive?" "Quickly say that you are captivated by my charm." Before he could finish, Shun Biluo cheerfully interrupted him. "All right, no need to be so vain. In Qingyin's eyes, there's only team leader Ji. However, your move just now was indeed remarkable. I was quite taken with it." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lin Yuqing's face as he chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you for the compliment, Senior Biluo. Qingyin cast a fleeting glance at Shun Biluo, choosing to remain silent as she stepped out of the vehicle. Noticing this, Shun Biluo hurriedly followed suit, muttering softly, "Qingyin, why do you always act alone? You have no sense of team spirit. I should stick close to you, lest something goes awry." Though she spoke as if quietly complaining, her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. To her disappointment, Ji Yanli and the others did not frown in reproach. Instead, they hurried to disembark, eager to keep pace with Qingyin, as if fearing to be left behind. Watching Qingyin surrounded by the others, a flicker of malice crossed Shun Biluo's eyes. She feigned concern, positioning herself on Qingyin's right and murmuring, "Qingyin, These men are unreliable. Let me protect you to that moment. A zombie emerged from the public restroom on their right, dragging its intestines behind. The zombie, holding its pants up with both hands, upon seeing the group, turned and dashed toward the men's restroom, seemingly embarrassed. How mortifying! Shinbiluo exclaimed, purposely stepping in front of Qingyin. With a swift motion, she conjured a vine that shot forth from her hand, wrapping tightly around the zombie's neck. With a firm tug, the zombie's head was severed, the body crumpling to the ground. Its head crashing down and splattering brain matter everywhere, but the white crystal core, enveloped in brain matter, revealed itself, glistening in the rain's wash. Shinbiluo proudly lifted her chin, her peripheral vision darting toward Lin Yuqing and the others. As if seeking their admiration, she used the vine to retrieve the crystal core from the ground and handed it to Qingyin. Qingyin, take this core. It will enhance your abilities, seemingly recalling something. Shinbiluo feigned annoyance. I forgot to ask Qingyin, do you know how to absorb crystal cores? Do you need me to teach you? Her expression exuded a sense of superiority, as if she were an upper class bestowing pity upon a lesser being. Senior Biluo, you need not worry about that. Qingyin has already mastered it. In fact, it was Qingyin who taught us how to absorb crystal cores. As her gaze fell upon Shinbiluo, it was no longer imbued with the same friendliness it had possessed at the outset. Now laced with a hint of perplexity, she had discerned that this senior, Shinbiluo, had been persistently seeking fault with Qingyin, which struck her as rather odd, considering Qingyin had never even encountered her. Why then, did Shinbiluo cling to her like a burr? A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Shinbiluo's face as she forced a strained smile that appeared as though her worries were unfounded. Qingyin should hasten to absorb what she could, for every bit of strength gained would be beneficial, especially when they ascended the mountain, as it would afford her some means of self-preservation. The Ji Yanli's voice was as cold as ice, interrupting Shinbiluo's words. Shinbiluo's expression grew increasingly awkward, her eyes flashing with a hint of malice as she silently attributed this grievance to Qingyin. Qingyin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her fox-like eyes tinged with impatience. Chapter 105. A lack of insight. No need for alarm. Qingyin listened attentively as Qingyin diligently reported the specific locations and movements of the 6 experimental subjects. A map materialized in her mind, revealing that those marked positions were not far from her. She cast a fleeting glance at Shinbiluo, who seemed incessantly intent on finding fault. Qingyin had no inclination to squander her time in a futile war of words with her and shifted her gaze toward Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli, I will venture ahead to scout the way. You may follow shortly. Her tone was calm and resolute. Yanli nodded in agreement. But before Shinbiluo could interject, Qingyin's figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Shinbiluo was momentarily taken aback. How could she move so swiftly? Was it true what Qingyin had claimed? Was she truly a speed-type ability user? Impossible. She must have implored her parents to equip her with some speed-enhancing device, merely to enable their useless daughter to infiltrate their ranks. With this thought, Shinbiluo gazed at Qingyin's retreating silhouette, her disdain deepening. She had always looked down upon such parasitic individuals. However, she feigned concern as she addressed Ji Yanli. Captain Ji, is it truly wise to allow Qingyin to act alone? Ji Yanli's eyes darkened slightly, his voice cutting through her words like a blade. There is no cause for concern. Qingyin possesses formidable abilities and will be fine. More importantly, her mood should not be affected by your penchant for instigation. Had it not been for Elder Lin's presence, he would have voiced this sentiment much sooner. Barely a quarter of an hour later, Qingyin had reached the first designated location provided by Qingyin. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Locking onto a brown tree ahead, a vivid splash of red flickered among the leaves, which were dense enough to obscure her presence. It would be difficult to spot her without careful scrutiny. That a subtle smile danced on Qingyin's lips as she stealthily approached the woman clad in a form-fitting, high-slit red gown, which perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Complemented by black shorts, her cascading waves of hair fell straight down her back, presenting a silhouette that was both sensual and enigmatic. The red-dressed zombie sensed an intruder, flames erupting from beneath Qingyin's feet. In a flash, Qingyin vanished from the zombie's line of sight. The red-dressed zombie's fiery lips curled into a seductive smile, her eyes brimming with intense interest as she softly addressed the remaining experimental subjects. I shall go greet her. You all remain vigilant. With that, she gracefully pursued Qingyin, that a mere fifth-level zombie dared to play tricks before her. She was eager to engage. After all, such a rare toy was not to be overlooked. Realizing that the red-dressed zombie was tailing her, Qingyin's smile widened, for her little black bears could hardly contain their excitement. Why Qingyin halted in a mountain hollow, turning to face the languidly descending red-dressed zombie. The latter's interest intensified as her gaze roamed over Qingyin. Why have you ceased your flight? Have you surrendered in your resistance? How utterly dull. Her voice was sultry, intoxicating, with a mocking glint in her eyes. Qingyin crossed her arms, challenging her. Are you so certain you can kill me? The red-dressed zombie's lips parted slightly, her sultry laughter oozing with arrogance and disdain as she regarded Qingyin with palpable contempt. Of course, I am of a higher level than you. Or do you believe the mutated creatures around here will aid you in securing victory? Qingyin neither affirmed nor denied the red-dressed zombie's assumptions. She was unfazed by the fact that the zombie could sense the presence of her little black bears, and no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter. Qingyin snapped her fingers, and in an instant, a multitude of mutated creatures surged forth from all directions, charging at the red-dressed zombie. With a hint of mockery in her calm gaze, the red-dressed zombie's fingers flicked and flames erupted around her, spreading like a volcanic eruption. The scorching heat vaporized the rain that had just begun to fall before it could touch the ground. The red-dressed zombie stood unfazed amidst the flames, watching as the mutated animals bore down upon her, her lips twisting into a derisive smirk. Overestimating yourselves. Even mutated, you are still mere beasts, foolish and slow. Qingyin's eyes hardened as she commanded in her mind. Unleash your abilities. In an instant, countless ice blades materialized, dousing the flames. Yet, just as the fire was extinguished, it flared back to life. The red-dressed zombie, arms crossed elegantly, taunted, spare yourself the effort. If you concede now, I may grant you a swift death, leaving your animal companions with intact corpses. Her voice was enchanting, akin to a playful tease, yet her words were as frigid as ice. Beware the hubris of your boasts. Qingyin retorted, in the blink of an eye, as the ice blades extinguished the flames. She seized the opportunity, hurtling toward the red-dressed zombie with swiftness. The zombie lazily raised a hand, her gaze laced with scorn, as an earthen wall sprang up to obstruct Qingyin's advance, with a cold smile. Qingyin struck the wall with a mighty blow, causing it to crumble, stones raining down like meteors from behind the debris. The two zombies exchanged glances, and the red-dressed zombie finally shed her nonchalance, her eyes now tinged with seriousness. Well, you do possess some strength. It seems I underestimated you. With a flick of her wrist, she brushed off the dirt from her attire, her lips curving into a sardonic arc. Yawning lazily, she declared, enough of this. Your time has come. Her voice was frigid, as though pronouncing Qingyin's death sentence. Lightning descended in a torrential barrage around Qingyin, yet her expression remained unchanged as she navigated through the storm with composure. The bolt struck her, charring her clothing and frizzing her hair, but she remained undeterred, advancing toward the red-dressed zombie. After all, she possessed an indomitable spirit, impervious to mere electrical strikes. The red-dressed zombie's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld Qingyin, her confidence eroding into disbelief. How is this possible? You, a mere fifth-level zombie, cannot possibly withstand my lightning storm. Qingyin cast a glance at her singed fingers, calmly blowing on them until they reverted to their pristine state. Then turning her gaze toward the astonished red-dressed zombie, that a lack of insight is no reason for alarm, she remarked, laced with disdain. The red-dressed zombie, unwilling to relent, intensified her energy output, yet Qingyin continued to approach her nonchalantly, an earthen wall rising once more to impede her path. However, it was swiftly obliterated, and in a flash, Qingyin surged toward the red-dressed zombie with the speed of lightning. Chapter 106. The truth of Lin Yuqing's words. The red-dressed zombie's expression grew grave as she hastily retreated, unaware that Qingyin was even faster. Yu Qingyin smiled as she drew near, her lips parting to utter 6 words. Now it is my turn. With a decisive strike, she smashed through the earthen barrier before her. And vines sprang forth, ensnaring the exposed red-dressed zombie. The zombie struggled. Yu Qingyin harnessed the vine strength to leap into the In the instant the red-dressed zombie broke free from her bindings. Yu Qingyin dove down, her fingers brushing the top of the zombie's head. Ding, contract successful. The red-dressed zombie's head drooped limply. Her voice filled with humiliation as she uttered, "Master." Yu Qingyin rubbed her aching wrist and commanded, "Bring your companions here." The red-dressed zombie, sensing the shift in power, raised her chin with feigned pride, a coy smile gracing her lips. "Master, your companions have already fallen into the traps set by the other experimental subjects. Are you sure you do not wish to save them now?" Yu Qingyin cast a cold glance at the provocation in her eyes, her voice devoid of warmth. "Since they are of no use, you may remain here on your knees." Yu Qingyin's words fell. The red-dressed zombie felt her knees buckle uncontrollably, shock evident in her gaze as she looked up at Yu Qingyin in disbelief. Yu Qingyin had already turned away, severing the signals the red-dressed zombie attempted to transmit. "Think carefully before you act. If you wish for death, I can grant it for you." Her voice was frigid, akin to the biting winds of winter. And no sooner had her words echoed than the red-dressed zombie felt a surge of energy swelling within her, as if she were on the verge of exploding, causing her features to contort in agony. It was then that genuine fear gripped her, her body trembling in terror as she painfully bowed to the ground, her voice tinged with desperation. "I'm sorry. Master, I will never dare again. Please spare me this once." As the tumult within her subsided, the red-dressed zombie lay prostrate on the ground, utterly drained. The mutated creature she had previously scorned passed by, offering her a disdainful snort as they proudly lifted their heads. The black-brown bear scoffed, "What utter foolishness, bound by a contract here, master. Yet you still entertain thoughts of rebellion." The lion, striding with an air of elegance, cast a disdainful glance at the red-skirted female zombie on the ground and spat out words that, in human vernacular, suggested she had lost her mind, unable to distinguish between the king and the pawn. As Yu Qingyin arrived, Ji Yanli had already erected a defensive barrier of lightning. Above them, various supernatural forces collided against a shield, emitting blinding flashes of light. Surrounding them, 5 experimental subjects perched among the branches of towering trees, their eyes gleaming with mockery as if they were witnessing an exceptionally riveting performance. Upon sensing Yu Qingyin's arrival, the male experimental subject on the far right began to whistle and taunted. "Oh, another one seeking death has arrived. Quite the beauty, I must say, just the kind my second brother fancies. A cool and ethereal beauty that I won't steal your thunder, brothers." The zombie known as the second brother chuckled lightly, his gaze settling on Yu Qingyin. "Old third, you know me well that I'll leave these few to you. I'm off to entertain that lovely lady." The second brother, clad in sportswear, darted towards Yu Qingyin, while Yu Qingyin remained unperturbed, her cold eyes fixed on the approaching sportswear zombie. She had heard their conversation clearly. Should they wish to kill her, it was a matter of whether they possessed the capability. The sportswear zombie halted before her, his gaze brazenly appraising her from head to toe, sending chills down one's spine. "Why, dear lady, would you care to join us? If you do, I can assure you, you shall not meet your demise." His tone was flippant, enough to induce nausea, while Yu Qingyin's eyes turned colder still, and in a flash, she lunged at the sportswear zombie like a bolt of lightning. He dodged while incessantly chattering. "I didn't expect you to have such a fiery temper. I like it. The more you resist, the more I relish it. It's far more enjoyable to have you beneath me." His crude remarks were enough to make anyone feel queasy. Why Yu Qingyin's gaze grew ever colder as she quickened her movements, each strike imbued with potent force. The sportswear zombie twisted his wrist, flames instantly encircling Yu Qingyin, trapping her within. But he spoke triumphantly. "My dear lady, you have lost that." Why Yu Qingyin, standing within the flames, let out a cold laugh. "Is that so?" No sooner had she spoken than she strode straight out of the fiery circle. The sportswear zombie, taken aback, revealed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "As expected of the woman I have my eye on. You have some skill. A reward. I shall allow you a single strike. What do you say? His tone dripped with condescension. Why Yu Qingyin's heart scoffed, but her facade remained agreeable. Very well, then you may remain still. The sportswear zombie chuckled lightly. By all means, come at me. As his words fell, the vines in Yu Qingyin's hand shot forth, swiftly binding the sportswear zombie head to toe, utilizing the power of the vines. She leaped into the air and, before he could break free, planted her foot squarely on his head. Contract successful. In the next instant, the vines exploded, blood and flesh splattering, and Yu Qingyin deftly caught the crystal core that flew out. It was a red crystal core, and merely holding it allowed her to feel the energy contained within it. This scene left the previously arrogant experimental subjects wide-eyed with disbelief. How is this possible? You are merely a level 5. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Yanli and his companions, who had seemed under their control, unleashed their lightning abilities like fireworks, mingling with the rain as they struck the experimental subjects, shocking them into a trembling state with their hair standing on end. Before they could utter another word, a ball of fire shot forth, igniting the tree branch and climbing up his pant leg. Lin Yuqing smirked. I was just allowing you to bask in your arrogance, and you truly took it to heart. Give you an inch, and you take a mile? Yet, in the next moment, the flames were extinguished. The experimental subjects exchanged glances and leaped down from the trees, unleashing their diverse abilities, clashing violently, creating bursts of light akin to ephemeral fireworks that Yu Qingyin swiftly approached her companions, grabbing Lin Yuqing's hand. The vine struck out, knocking down the incoming fireballs and positioning Lin Yuqing safely behind her. A warmth spread through Lin Yuqing's heart as she coordinated her movements with Yu Qingyin, dodging while wielding a modified baseball bat that flew rapidly. Shen Biluo observed Yu Qingyin's cold expression, unable to mask the shock in her eyes. For a moment, she felt a stir of emotions, realizing that what Lin Yuqing and the others had said was indeed true. It was not mere exaggeration. Chapter 107. Life still in danger, but just then, a glint of cold light sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, hurtling toward Shen Biluo. Her heart tightened, and an icy sensation enveloped her, as if she were frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Suddenly, a flash of green darted past her, swiftly deflecting the lethal ice blade. Yu Qingyin's voice was frigid, akin to the winter wind, fighting and losing focus. Do you wish to hasten your own demise? Shen Biluo followed the source of the voice, her heart a tangled web of gratitude and guilt, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't comprehend Yu Qingyin. Despite having targeted her throughout their journey, why would she save her now? Yu Qingyin, noticing Shen Biluo's dazed expression, revealed her impatience. The vine shot forth from her hand, swatting away another fireball as she coldly admonished, if you wish to live, concentrate. No one will save you indefinitely. With Yu Qingyin's involvement and the recent defeat of one zombie, the delicate balance had been shattered, and the experimental subjects clearly sensed their waning strength. They began to rapidly channel their abilities into the crystal cores in their brains, their bodies visibly swelling. Not good. They're going to self-destruct? Run. Lu Yunxiang's warning sliced through the tense atmosphere that Ji Yanli instinctively dashed towards Yu Qingyin, enveloping her in his embrace while conjuring a barrier of lightning behind him to protect his team members. Ling Yunyun's earthen wall barrier had yet to take shape when a series of explosions erupted, shattering the lightning barrier under the force of the blasts, waves of energy crashing relentlessly. Yu Qingyin was tightly held in Ji Yanli's arms. Her ears rang as the world around her fell into a deafening silence. Even ensconced in his embrace, she felt as though her very organs had shifted in an instant, blood trickling down from the corner of her mouth. As the system detected her life-threatening crisis, an automatic repair mode activated. The system's alert resounded in her mind. Her body involuntarily leaned backward, and in the next moment, she felt a wave of dizziness, landing on something soft beneath her. Realizing she was atop Ji Yanli, as the aftershock subsided, Yu Qingyin quickly extricated herself from Ji Yanli's embrace, her eyes widening at his pallid complexion, the faintness of his breath, and the weakening sound of his heartbeat. Her mind went blank for an instant, staring at Ji Yanli's ashen visage, her trembling hand reaching towards his nose. The warmth of his breath brushed against her fingertips. alleviating some of her anxiety. Beyond the pit, Lin Yuqing, Gu Qingyin, Ling Yunyun, Lin Yuqing, Shun Biluo, and Lu Yunxiang lay sprawled on the ground, their faces similarly pale, breaths faint, as if they could slip away at any moment. This was the first time since arriving in this world that Yu Qingyin felt such panic. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, merging with the rain, leaving her unable to discern whether it was rainwater or her own sorrow. Her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. System, please check on them. How are they? Her voice trembled with barely concealed sobs. Oh, not panic, host. The system is currently monitoring. Please hold on. The system, unusually serious, responded. Rest assured, your team members, while their life force is faint, are not in immediate danger. However, without prompt medical attention, they may face life-threatening risks. The system shop contains life-saving pills, but the cost. Yu Qingyin urgently interrupted the system, and no matter the cost, use my points immediately. If it's insufficient, I'll owe you. Points are being redeemed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bottle of life-saving pills. Current balance, -10,000 points. Please receive the fast-acting life-saving pills. The system's voice brought her a glimmer of hope. Why Yu Qingyin caught the fast-acting life-saving pills, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to twist open the cap. After administering one to Ji Yanli, she unsteadily rose and rushed to the others. After feeding Lin Yuqing, Gu Qingyuan, and Ling Yunyun the pills and confirming their breaths had stabilized, her gaze swept over the remaining two. Her eyes flickered. There were still plenty of life-saving pills left. Perhaps it was just her sharp tongue that had caused a rift. And more importantly, Ji Yanli and the others would still need her assistance in gathering herbs. Yu Qingyin stood up and poured 2 pills into her palm. Feeding them to the last two, she scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on a spacious patch of grass from her spatial pocket. She retrieved 2 pre-assembled tents, placing them down and securing them, laying soft mats inside. She turned to lift Lin Yuqing into her arms, carefully placing her within one tent. Repeating the process, she carried Ji Yanli and gently laid him in the other tent, then proceeded to place Lin Yuqing and the others inside. Finally, she hoisted Shun Biluo and Lu Yunxiang into the tent as well. Observing the drenched individuals lying on the ground, Yu Qingyin hesitated briefly, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. She was merely concerned they might catch a cold. It was not for any ulterior motives. Taking a deep breath, she squatted beside Ji Yanli, turning her head away as her slender fingers trembled slightly. Reaching for the collar of his shirt, one button after another was unfastened, and as the collar widened, his sculpted chest and abdominal muscles were fully exposed to the it was her first time witnessing such a flawless physique in reality. Back in her rural hometown, those burly men would strut about bare-chested in the summer, their bellies protruding as if they were several months pregnant, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. After cautiously glancing at Ji Yanli to ensure he remained asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively traced her fingers over his abdominal muscles. They were surprisingly firm. How delightful it felt, just as she had imagined. Straightening her posture, she stole another glance at Ji Yanli to confirm his slumber before her movements grew bolder. Her palm resting on his solid abdomen, Ji Yanli, lying on the ground, sensed the mischievous hand roaming over his abs and abruptly opened his eyes. Upon meeting Yu Qingyin's gaze, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and he closed his eyes once more. Inside the tent, several men lay sprawled in various positions, but only Ji Yanli had his shirt unbuttoned, with Yu Qingyin crouched beside him, her fingers playfully gliding over his torso. Igniting a blush and quickening heartbeats, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. Her soft fingertips danced across his abs like a feather brushing against his heart, sending shivers coursing through him, stirring an undeniable warmth within. Realizing the implications, his face flushed, and he cleared his throat. The sound startled Yu Qingyin, causing her fingers to falter and accidentally graze a sensitive area. Feeling a rush of warmth, she withdrew her hand as if electrified. Leaping to her feet with reddened cheeks, she coughed lightly, striving to maintain her composure. Since you're awake, you should change your clothes yourself to avoid catching a cold. If Lin Yuqing and the others are still asleep after you finish, perhaps you could help them change as well. Throughout her speech, she dared not meet Ji Yanli's eyes, hastily exiting the tent as if pursued by a demon. Upon returning to the tent, she found Lin Yuqing and Shun Biluo still asleep, prompting her to change into fresh clothes herself. System, do you have any methods to earn points? The system, feigning profundity, stroked its non-existent beard, replying, if the host pleads with me, this system might consider helping. As soon as the words left its lips, Yu Qingyin promptly exclaimed, please. Pausing, she noticed the system's smug demeanor and softened her tone. I beg you, system. You are the best system in the world. Surely you have a solution? This flattery pleased the system immensely. And with a grand gesture, it declared, of course, I have a way. Just wait. I will consult the main system right now. Watching the diminutive figure fade from her mind, a smile graced Yu Qingyin's lips. She was indeed grateful for the system's assistance. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Qingyin? Lin Yuqing's weak voice interrupted her thoughts. Why Yu Qingyin immediately looked down, finding Lin Yuqing propped up on her elbows. Her gaze filled with concern as she surveyed Yu Qingyin. Are you all right? Relieved, Lin Yuqing lay back down. It's wonderful that everyone is fine. As the ancients often said, surviving great peril brings future fortune. Having passed this ordeal, we are bound to have good luck ahead. Why Yu Qingyin responded with a soft acknowledgement, glancing at the feigning sleep Shin Biluo before standing out of course. I shall check on Lin Yuqing and the others to see if they have awakened. Lin Yuqing stood and followed Yu Qingyin. Qingyin, I'll accompany you. Inside the boys' tent, Lin Yuqing, feeling his intact body, exclaimed in excitement, I can't believe I'm still alive. I thought for sure I was done for. Truly, I am blessed with a robust fate. Lu Yunxiang, stretching his limbs, chuckled in agreement. Indeed, I thought we were doomed that I had encountered a zombie explosion in Kyoto before, and though I was far away, I needed a week to recuperate. Surviving this close call is nothing short of a miracle. Ji Yanli rose, surveying the group with a smile. We owe our survival to Qingyin. Without her, our fortune would not be as favorable. Lu Yunxiang, puzzled, inquired, Qingyin, why do you say that? Recalling Yu Qingyin's swift departure, he nodded, filled with gratitude for her. Initially, he had underestimated her, believing her to be the burden Shin Biluo had described. Yu Qingyuan sat up with a smile, choosing not to expose Ji Yanli's intentions. Yes, we are fortunate to have Qingyin with us. Henceforth, my life is hers to command. It was undeniable that they had been saved by Qingyin, even if she had been sheltered by the leader at the time. As Yu Qingyin approached the tent, she overheard these words and chuckled, glancing at Gu Qingyuan. What would I want with your life? If you insist on repaying me for saving you, then you can cover my meals from now on. Gu Qingyuan responded with a grin. All right, I'll draft a written agreement. Why Yu Qingyin's radiant smile widened in response. Let's formalize it. I fear you might backtrack. Yu Qingyuan laughed. Fine, I'll write it up right now. As Gu Qingyuan observed Yu Qingyin's joyful expression, he found himself lost in thought. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but he sensed a newfound closeness between them after this incident, a feeling that had previously eluded him. Lin Yuqing, noticing this, stepped forward with a grin. Qingyin, I possess no particular skills, but as the ancients said, a life saved cannot be repaid except by offering oneself. He leaned closer, winking at her. What do you think? In the next moment, Ji Yanli seized him by the scruff of his neck, interjecting with a teasing tone. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Qingyin saved you. Lin Yuqing immediately retorted. How am I repaying kindness with enmity? After I offer myself, all the resources I acquire will be turned over. Yu Qingyin interjected with a laugh. Enough with the talk of debts. Are you planning to rest a while before setting off? Or shall we depart immediately? As her question lingered in the air, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a hidden task. Within 3 hours, incite emotional fluctuations greater than 10 in all present humans. With special focus on Ji Yanli, his emotional fluctuations will yield quadruple points compared to others. Yu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she spoke before anyone else could. Yu Qingyin smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the tactic of intimidation proved to be quite effective. Lin Yuqing's voice carried a hint of lightness as she laughed, breaking the silence. Biluo, don't be afraid. Qingyin is just like that. However, do prepare yourself mentally, for we need to tidy up and get ready to set off. Shun Bailu reluctantly tugged at the corners of her mouth, responding with a faint, okay. As Qingyin helped pack, she leaned closer to Lin Yuqing and whispered, "Are you afraid of snakes?" Lin Yuqing momentarily halted her actions, looking at her in puzzlement. Of course. I am. Snakes are so slippery. Just thinking about them is terrifying, recalling the potential scenarios that might unfold. Qingyin cautioned, "You should be ready as well. I've heard that there are quite a few snakes on Nanshan, especially venomous ones." The three quickly finished packing and exited the tent. Qingyin raised her hand, storing the tent away in her spatial pocket. Hiss, boss. I'm here. Who are we scaring? I'm all set. As an ability user, Shun Bailu was particularly sensitive to sound. Following the noise, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah, a snake! Shun Bailu, like a tempest unleashed, launched a furious assault on the black snake. Ding! Captured Shun Bailu's emotional fluctuation exceeding 10, earning 100 points, cumulatively reaching 250 points. Congratulations to the host. Please continue your efforts. The black snake nimbly evaded Shun Bailu's attack, promptly following the boss's command, charging toward her in a huff. Startled, Shun Bailu's powers went awry, and from the pit where the black snake had just emerged, 2 or 3 wrist-thick 5-step snakes slithered out, moving with alarming speed. In fright, Shun Bailu jumped around, while Lin Yuqing was held tightly by Qingyin, blissfully unaware of the chaos, listening to the system's announcements in her mind. Qingyin grinned. In just 1 minute, Shun Bailu had contributed 700 points. Quite impressive. In that moment, Qingyin's gaze toward Shun Bailu softened considerably. Hearing the screams from the boys' tent, Ji Yanli and his companions rushed out. Qingyin commanded in her mind. Leaved out a few snakes lingered reluctantly as they slithered away. Just as Ji Yanli and the others stepped out, they witnessed several snakes darting away swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye under Qingyin's pursuit. Shun Bailu appeared utterly exhausted, swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Yunxiang stepped forward to support her. With a weak smile, Shun Bailu muttered a faint, "Thank you." Yanli caught sight of the smile playing on Qingyin's lips and quickly grasped who was behind the mischief. A smirk forming on his thin lips, laced with amusement. "All right, let us go. We shouldn't waste any more time." Lin Yuqing, still shaken, withdrew from Qingyin's embrace and asked tremulously, "Qingyin, have those snakes gone?" Sing, Shun Bailu. Equally frightened, Lin Yuqing swallowed hard and nodded gently. On the rugged mountain path, the team members experienced a symphony of wildlife, with various animal calls echoing from all directions. Ji Yanli and the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, while Qingyin ambled along, appearing as a carefree tourist. Occasionally, animals would dart out from unexpected corners, only to vanish from sight again, moving so swiftly that they could barely be tracked. After enduring this series of frights, everyone became somewhat numb, reaching a point of near indifference. Chapter 110. Rising Emotions. Only Qingyin remained in high spirits, her smile unwavering. In her mind, the system's voice incessantly chimed, delivering a stream of good news. Ding! Captured emotional fluctuations from Shun Bailu, Lin Yuqing, Lu Yunxiang, Ling Yunyin, etc., exceeding 10, earning 250 points, cumulatively reaching 300,000 points. Congratulations to the host. Please continue your efforts. Qingyin glanced at the countdown timer in her mind, noting an hour remaining, then looked at the calm Ji Yanli, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. She stealthily approached him, her pinky gently entwining with his. Ding! Captured Ji Yanli's emotional fluctuation exceeding 10, earning 200 points, cumulatively reaching 300,200 points. Congratulations to the host. Please continue your efforts to. In the next instant, Ji Yanli clasped her entire hand in his, gripping it tightly, as if fearful she might escape. Ding! 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 Captured Ji Yanli's emotional fluctuation exceeding 10, earning 600 points, cumulatively reaching 300,800 points. Due to the recent continuous rainfall, the air had grown notably chillier. Yet, she felt the warmth radiating from his grasp, even beads of sweat forming. Qingyin's lips curled in a playful smile, her fingers gliding through his, their hands interlocking. Ding! 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 Captured Ji Yanli's emotional fluctuation exceeding 10, earning 1,200 points, cumulatively reaching 302,000 points. Ji Yanli suddenly tightened his grip, the rate at which his Adam's apple bob increasing. His eyes, sparkling with surprise, filled with a flurry of emotions, unable to contain the smile that tugged at his lips. Listening to the continuous system notifications, Qingyin felt elated. After the recent incident with the experimental subject's self-detonation, she realized Qingyin was right. One should seize the moment. Instead of fretting over whether they might part ways in the future, it was far better to relish the sweetness of love now. Leaving the future to unfold naturally, to avoid regret later. Standing beside Qingyin, Lin Yuqing was the first to notice the change in her demeanor. Casually glancing at the two, she wore a knowing smile. Although she once harbored feelings for Ji Yanli, she had learned to let go, realizing that matters of the heart could not be forced, which ultimately lightened her spirit. She sighed as her gaze fell on her oblivious brother. Lin Yuqing, thinking that she would just have to introduce him to more suitable girls later. With his carefree nature, he would likely move on quickly as the 3-hour countdown concluded. Qingyin attempted to withdraw her hand from Ji Yanli's grasp, only to find it tightened further. She pinched his arm in response. Reluctantly, Ji Yanli loosened his hold, casting her a resentful glance. Qingyin resolutely averted her gaze, linking arms with Lin Yuqing as they stepped around a large boulder, blocking their path. As night descended, the temperature continued to drop. The group halted on a relatively open patch of grass, a place that had once served as a camping spot before the apocalypse. Ji Yanli spoke solemnly. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. For tonight, we rest here. The upward inflection in his voice hinted at his current good mood. The others paid little mind to his words, watching as Ji Yanli retrieved a 4-person tent from his spatial pocket, setting it on the ground. Lin Yuqing exhaled deeply, fatigue evident in his voice. Phew, it's been a while since I climbed a mountain. After such a long trek, I'm quite worn out, especially with all this rain. My precious shoes are caked in mud. As he complained. Lin Yuqing ambled closer to Qingyin, grinning as he draped an arm over his shoulder. Gu, it's your turn to show off your skills. Qingyin shot him a glance, irritation clear in his expression. If you want to eat, make it yourself. What I prepared is for Qingyin, not for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing naturally leaned toward Qingyin. Qingyin, whether I go hungry tonight rests with you. Surely, you wouldn't let such a pitiful soul starve, would you? His words held a playful tone, and he blinked innocently at her. Qingyin chuckled softly, feigning ignorance of his underlying meaning. I'm sorry, but Qingyin has taken charge of dinner tonight, so I can't help you. Lin Yuqing cast her a sorrowful glance before cheerfully trailing after Qingyin. Ji Yanli and the others began setting up tents, scattering powder to deter rodents, insects, snakes, and ants nearby. Once everything was prepared, Qingyin and Lin Yuqing finished cooking the meal. After dinner, all but Ji Yanli, who stood guard, and Qingyin, who was still browsing the system store, succumbed to slumber. Qingyin glanced at her points balance with a hint of concern. For 100,000, still 100,000 short of purchasing the defense system. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the main quest's red countdown. 4 days, 3, 20, 59. Her eyes brightened. Thanks to her intelligent assistant, her task progress had reached 89. It was time to conclude the main quest. Hidden tasks were triggered too randomly, proving unreliable. She resolved to complete as many main quests as possible before the impending cold wave hit, allowing her to accumulate points more swiftly. Butler, which areas remain uncontracted? Qingyin nodded in understanding, opening the map. That Z City and Yunqing were somewhat distant from her current location, and at her pace, it would take nearly half an hour. Time waits for no one. She promptly changed into a convenient sports outfit, donned a raincoat, and gently unzipped the tent, stealing a glance at Ji Yanli's tent. Stepping out quietly, she zipped the tent closed, just as she was about to leave. Ji Yanli's voice suddenly rang out behind her. Qingyin, where do you think you're going? Qingyin paused, turning around to shoot him an exasperated glare. Are you a ghost? You walk without a sound. This is the second time you called me a ghost. Ji Yanli paused for a moment, recalling the strategy Qingyin had provided him. His gaze lingered tenderly on Qingyin, his body slightly leaning forward, subtly reducing the distance between them. Her reflection shimmered in his eyes, the emotions concealed within threatening to drown him. beckoning him to lose himself in that captivating abyss. Yu Qingyin felt her heart skip a beat under his gaze, her throat tightening as she nervously swallowed. Chapter 111. Awaiting verification, a low, magnetic voice resonated in her ears, akin to the gentle caress of midnight waves upon the shore, imbued with an irresistible allure. I do not belong to the ghosts. I belong to you. The final notes trembled, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the night breeze, laden with enticing implications of a jolt coursed through Yu Qingyin, akin to an electric shock. Her heart racing with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Whether I belong to you is yet to be verified. Captain J, you intend to have me prove it? Her voice was sultry, exhaling like orchids, igniting a tantalizing itch within him. She suddenly stepped closer, the space between them narrowing to the width of a palm. In that moment, Ji Yanli lost all composure, only the sound of her whispers gracing his ears. His gaze involuntarily dropped to her delicate lips, his throat unconsciously bobbing, his eyes clouded with longing. With a mere tilt of his head, he could capture the lips he had yearned for night and day. Ji Yanli's body betrayed him with a slight movement. Yu Qingyin retreated a step, observing Ji Yanli's dazed expression, a playful smile gracing her features. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. With that, she turned to depart, only to have her wrist grasped by Ji Yanli. I will accompany you. The words escaped him almost instinctively. For the first time, Captain Ji found himself criticized for being too slow. The disappointment evident on his handsome face. Yu Qingyin chuckled softly, adding, besides, you still have the night watch to keep. You cannot neglect your teammate's safety for my sake. That is not a decision befitting a captain. Every encounter with her rendered him almost uncontrollable, yearning to forsake everything and follow in her footsteps, feeling somewhat remiss in his role as squad leader. Yu Qingyin's heart softened, and she reached out to tousle his soft hair. Speaking gently, it's all right, don't worry. That time, I wasn't tea. Before she could finish, a warm male voice interrupted. Perhaps it's best for the leader to accompany you. The leader can be trusted, while we cannot. Though your powers are formidable, it is still preferable for two to look after each other. Both turned towards the source of the voice, finding Gu Qingyin standing with arms crossed, a smile illuminating his face. Upon noticing their gaze, Gu Qingyin chuckled. What are you staring at? There's nothing on my face. Now let us not dawdle. If we don't leave soon, dawn will break, and it will soon be my turn for the night watch. Yu Qingyin nodded, leaning in to whisper softly in Ji Yanli's ear as she passed him. If you catch up, I will grant you that request from the other night. With that, she vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingyin, noticing Ji Yanli still rooted in place, urged gently, Leader, if you hesitate any longer, Yu Cheng will awaken, and you will miss your chance. Ji Yanli gazed in the direction where Yu Qingyin had disappeared, murmuring, actually, Qingyin was right. As the team, Gu Qingyin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was not the time to hesitate. You're still the captain. Don't you want to pursue Qingyin? I'm here. I want to let anything happen to them. My space ISNT, just for show. As he spoke, Gu Qingyin nudged Ji Yanli forward, and no longer hesitating. Ji Yanli swiftly followed after Yu Qingyin. Yu Qingyin halted her steps on the grassy expanse of a remote park in Z City, her gaze directed towards the brightly lit city center, momentarily lost in thought. Despite the distance, she could hear the thunderous music echoing through the IT was the most popular song from the short videos before the apocalypse. Shadows flitted through the clean, tidy streets, nestled among towering buildings, as though the world had never endured the trials of the end times. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Yanli had arrived, standing quietly beside her, following her gaze with a raised brow. I didn't expect them to be dancing at this hour. They certainly have a zest for life. Yu Qingyin arched an eyebrow at his words. Oh, you know this place? Ji Yanli nodded, his eyes dark and profound as a cold pool, obscuring his thoughts. I've heard of it. It's a small base. Unlike ours, they aren't under strict surveillance. Their electricity comes from the zombies, dangling fresh meat in front of them to entice their movements. Relying on zombies? How intriguing, Yu Qingyin remarked, a glimmer of interest flashing in her eyes. According to the intelligence provided by her smart assistant, there were indeed a significant number of zombies in this area. Ji Yanli glanced at her, and added with a smile, "Whether they possess real strength or merely feign it remains to be seen." Qingyin instantly grasped the implication behind his words. "Are you suggesting they're colluding with the zombies? However, not all zombies possess consciousness like I do, nor can they suppress their craving for human flesh." A faint smile tugged at Ji Yanli's lips, forming an almost imperceptible curve. Before the apocalypse, Z City was a prime tourist destination, teeming with crowds. Even when we ventured to Zhonghua Village, we encountered conscious zombies. His voice trailed off as his gaze swept towards two dark figures approaching from afar, softly warning, "Someone has sensed our presence. Do you plan to confront them, or you?" Qingyin's eyes locked onto the approaching silhouettes, her lips curling into a smile. "Since we've been discovered, let us go meet them. Perhaps we will stumble upon unexpected gains. If they truly collude with the zombies, I might glean information about their whereabouts." Barely had her words left her lips when two burly men clad in ill-fitting military attire stood before them. Upon spotting Ji Yanli, the impatience that had colored their faces vanished, replaced by brightened expressions. The taller man, beaming with a smile, addressed him, "Captain Ji, out here searching for supplies at this late hour." His gaze was fixated on Ji Yanli, a glimmer of greed shining in his eyes. If they could recruit this man, his boss would undoubtedly reward him with a raise, perhaps even a treat if he was in a good mood. Chapter 112. Of course, it's time to break out. Ji Yanli's eyes darkened, a hint of scrutiny evident as he assessed the two men. The man with the triangular eyes eagerly seized the opportunity, his tone laced with barely concealed excitement. "That's wonderful. We have extra rooms. Captain Ji, why not join us? Rest assured, we're quite secure here." Ji Yanli's gaze shifted to Qingyin, quietly taking her hand and softly asking, "Qingyin, what do you think?" "How delightful, Brother Yanli, after traveling for so long. My legs are sore. Let us hurry and go with them." Her tone was laced with a playful charm, causing Ji Yanli's heart to flutter as he struggled to suppress a smile. Upon hearing her words, the two men finally noticed Qingyin beside Ji Yanli, their eyes widening in astonishment. Captain Ji is truly fortunate. However, in these end times, to have a burden by his side. He may not be as remarkable as the rumors suggest. Please, after you. Hand in hand, Qingyin and Ji Yanli followed the men towards the illuminated area, their eyes subtly surveying the surroundings. The glimmer of calculation flickered in the tall man's gaze as he said, "Captain Ji, your room is on the other side. I'll take you there now. It's late. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to our captain. He has long admired your reputation and has been eager to meet you. How does that sound?" His gaze swept over the group of men and women. A hint of pity concealed within. Ji Yanli cast him a cold glance, responding with a dispassionate tone, "Of course, if we're staying here for the night. It is only proper to pay a visit to our host." The triangular-eyed man brightened at his words, quickly agreeing, "Excellent. Xiao Zhang, take Captain Ji to rest. I'll go report to the captain." They followed Xiao Zhang through winding paths away from the bustling crowd. Arriving at a secluded hotel, Xiao Zhang unlocked the glass door with a key, revealing a clean corridor, everything as it should be. They ascended to the 20th floor via the elevator, and upon entering the suite, they found it immaculate. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold the entire Z City below, the room meticulously arranged. Qingyin glanced back at Xiao Zhang, feigning delight. "Brother Yanli, this place is wonderful. It's much larger than where I stayed before. Can we live here from now on?" Ji Yanli playfully flicked her nose, his eyes filled with affection. "We're only borrowing it for now. Dear, I'll find you an even better place later." "Captain Ji, this is the room our captain arranged for you. Are you satisfied?" Ji Yanli replied nonchalantly, "Satisfied. Please convey my thanks to your captain." Xiao Zhang nodded profusely. "Of course, it's late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll take my leave. After the door closed, Qingyin distinctly heard the sound of chains being drawn and the lock clicking shut. Releasing Ji Yanli's hand, she strode towards the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze drawn to the dazzling light show outside. The men and women there continued to dance, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Ji Yanli's lips curled slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, fingers unconsciously rubbing together. Xiao Zhang is left. "Where do you wish to exit?" Qingyin traced the specially modified tempered glass, chuckling softly. "Certainly, the only way out is through the broken window. All the windows here are sealed." You catch the glass while I try to be as quiet as possible, Ji Yanli lightly chuckled and replied, as you wish. Just then, Qingyin placed her fist against the floor-to-ceiling window and the specially reinforced glass, impervious even to a hammer, shattered effortlessly under her strike. Thanks to the thunderous barrier conjured by Ji Yanli, not a sound escaped to the outside world. As the window disintegrated, rainwater poured into the room, splattering onto the pristine white carpet. Xiao Zhang had just exited the elevator. Closing the door behind him as he secured the glass door with a chain, he lifted his gaze to the illuminated window, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This room had been meticulously modified by the captain, specifically designed to confront formidable abilities, the son of the Sea City base commander. Will soon become their plaything. How exhilarating. He turned to leave, eager to inform the captain and prevent Xiao Li from claiming all the credit. With this thought, he quickened his pace, blending into the night. The streets were thick with the scent of blood, shrieks echoing through the air. Men and women, once dancing freely, were now scurrying in all directions, pursued by zombies. Yet, every exit seemed barred by an invisible glass wall, sealing their fate to be devoured by the undead. The excited gnashing of teeth from the zombies intertwined with the harrowing cries of the people, a gruesome scene that turned one's stomach. This batch of food is far more enticing than the last. Indeed. Thankfully we followed the second boss. Otherwise we'd be as starved as those under the first boss. Sacrificing a few low-level zombies for such a bounty is quite a bargain. Hey, little beauty, don't run. I'll be right there to feast on you. Qingyin and Ji Yanli slipped through the window into the room closest to the street, with flashes of light occasionally illuminating their faces. Qingyin took out a piece of paper to jot down what she had overheard for Ji Yanli. You guessed it right. The ability users here are collaborating with the zombies, capturing those without abilities or with low-level powers to offer to the undead, who in return grant them certain conveniences. Once Ji Yanli finished reading, Qingyin continued to write, "Time is limited tonight. Let us first seek another horde of zombies." That Ji Yanli nodded in agreement, just as Qingyin was about to pull Ji Yanli away. The slaughter in the middle of the street reached its conclusion. All humans had been exterminated, and the bloodstains on the pavement were washed away by the rain, as if cleansing the sins of the night. Chapter 113. The cultured scoundrel Qingyin's gaze was sharp as a sword, following the sound to glimpse a man clad entirely in black scarves atop the shopping mall. He seemed to sense her presence. Turning his head with eyes as cold as I see in unison, Qingyin and Ji Yanli crouched down. She whispered, "Follow the horde of zombies." Ji Yanli nodded, their figures gliding like silent leopards as they stealthily pursued the undead throng. They maintained a cautious distance, ensuring Ji Yanli's human scent did not attract the zombies' attention. Following the zombies' pace, they left the city's clamor and entered the tranquility of a park, taking refuge behind a large tree. They exchanged glances before turning around, only to find the man in black scarves had appeared behind them like a specter. The scarf covering his face had vanished, revealing a grayish visage with defined features and crimson pupils that betrayed an unsettling detachment from humanity. Unlike the grotesque, decaying zombies, he bore no foul stench. His clothes billowed in the wind, as if mocking human frailty. The signature zombie's scarlet eyes fixated on Qingyin, tilting its head in perplexity. "Why are you with this human?" Its voice was raspy and grating. However, the zombie's form dissipated as if in disgust. In an instant, Qingyin spun around, vines darting forth like serpents, assailing the signature zombie simultaneously with Ji Yanli's thunderous sphere. The zombie vanished again, leaving only the sound of vines and thunder colliding with a piercing crack. Why Qingyin ignored it, her gaze keen as she scrutinized her surroundings. The rain had ceased at some point. It dawned on her why this zombie could disappear at will. Upon its emergence, they were no longer in their original location. The signature zombie stood upright, a sinister smile curling at its lips. "Now that you've discovered my secret, let it remain with you forever." Its tone was triumphant. With that, it vanished from sight, standing beyond the barriers, watching the besieged pair with a bloodthirsty grin. No zombie or human could escape the space it had created. By devouring this human and zombie, its power would surge, and it would no longer be a match for its elder brother. Within the confines of the space, as it vanished, Countless arrows and bullets sliced through the air, targeting Qingyin and Ji Yanli at the center. In the next moment, the horde of zombies materialized within the space, attacking them like machines, an overwhelming sight that sent shivers down their spines. Ji Yanli's lightning barrier stood as an unyielding fortress, blocking all assaults. The bullets and arrows, seemingly guided by an unseen force, veered away from the zombies, striking the electric shield instead, only to drop immediately upon contact. The attacking zombies, upon colliding with the barrier, were charred black, collapsing to the ground. As they fell, new zombies rushed to fill their places. The barrier erupted like fireworks, dazzling and blinding. Ji Yanli marveled at the display, his lips curving into a smirk. Did this psychic zombie underestimate them so gravely? This flamboyant assault would not be enough to eliminate them. Qingyin stood at the spot where the signature zombie had vanished, casting a sharp glare at Ji Yanli. When did you become so complacent? In response, Ji Yanli regarded her with a playful smile, his lips curling slightly. Qingyin, don't you find these specks of light resemble blooming fireworks? Quite beautiful, aren't they? When did you become so unreliable? Is this really the time for fireworks? Have you lost your mind? The source of the arrows and bullets must be at the edge of the space, and knowing that would provide a means to break free. Despite being reprimanded, Ji Yanli bore no ill will. The smile on his face had not faded since he caught up with Qingyin. He refocused his attention, meticulously observing the surroundings. Suddenly, both human and zombie fixed their gazes on the same spot. Qingyin and Ji Yanli exchanged a knowing glance. No words were needed. Their eyes communicated their intentions. In perfect synchrony, they bolted toward a southeastern corner until Ji Yanli's barrier encountered an invisible obstruction. Qingyin smirked. This must be the place. She swung her fist down hard, and with a crack, fissures appeared before them, revealing pea-sized white orbs of light. As the orbs faded, rain cascaded from the sky, pattering delightfully against the lightning barrier. Simultaneously, their gazes fell upon a man and a zombie, standing not far away, engaged in conversation. The man held a black umbrella, donned gold-rimmed glasses, and wore a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of cultured debauchery. Seeing the pair emerge from the space so swiftly, the expressions of the man and the zombie froze. Their faces filled with shock. Qingyin had no intention of offering them any time to react. With a flash of green energy in her hand, the vine slithered across the lawn like a nimble wooden serpent, rapidly advancing toward them. The zombie stared in disbelief, its crimson eyes wide, muttering, "Impossible. No zombie or human has ever broken my spatial constraints. How could a mere level 5 zombie achieve this in such a short time?" Before it could finish its sentence, it found itself ensnared by a vine, hoisted into the air, and slammed down heavily before Qingyin. She crouched down, her fingers gently caressing the head of the signature zombie. The contract is successful. Meanwhile, Ji Yanli silently positioned himself behind the cultured scoundrel attempting to flee. The man sensed Ji Yanli's approach, his escape faltering as he stood upright, a gentle smile gracing his lips, albeit one that did not reach his eyes, exuding an eerie chill. Chapter 114. The obsequious second boss, Captain Ji. Long time no see. Qingyun's voice dripped with mockery. Ji Yanli's gaze turned as icy as a blade. Scrutinizing Qingyun, noting the resemblance to Lin Yuqing in his features, his voice cold as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Captain Ji, you truly forgetful noble. But that is hardly surprising, considering our limited interactions. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Qingyun, the eldest brother of Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuqing." The eyes concealed behind his glasses flickered with barely perceptible hatred. Had it not been for this man, Qingyun would have rightfully claimed the Lin family's inheritance. Rather than languishing in this small Z city like a rat in a sewer, Qingyin moved faster than words. Her vine struck out like a swift serpent toward Qingyun. His eyes narrowed, and with an almost impossible twist of his body, he evaded the attack, but the vines, as if imbued with life, relentlessly pursued him. While dodging, Qingyun sprinted toward the city center, the towering skyscrapers looming closer as he glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the human and the zombie. A glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. "Farewell, My nemesis, he swiftly sidestepped, evading the vine that Qingyin had hurled towards him. Suddenly, a thunderous bang shattered the night sky as a fireball soared overhead, hurtling directly towards Qingyin and Ji Yanli. Qingyin wrapped her arms around Yanli's lean waist, deftly dodging the impending danger, her eyes glinting with resolute determination as she pursued Lin Qingyuan. In an instant, the park lawn where they had originally stood collapsed, creating a gaping chasm that seemed bottomless. A warm sensation coursed through Ji Yanli's waist, causing his lips to involuntarily curve into a smile as he obediently allowed Qingyin to embrace him. Matching her pace, the fireballs cascaded from the bustling city like a meteor shower, illuminating the entire park as brightly as day. Qingyin quickened her steps, skillfully evading the onslaught of fireballs while shielding Ji Yanli in front of Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun was compelled to halt his advance, suppressing the astonishment that flickered in his eyes, his expression twisting into a menacing grimace. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "Die!" as a fireball, akin to the scythe of death, hurtled towards Qingyin. With a flick of her vine, she deflected the fireball, sending it crashing into the park's chasm. Releasing her grip on Ji Yanli, she swiftly launched an attack towards Lin Qingyun. The intensity of Qingyin's assault was overwhelming. As soon as Lin Qingyun gathered his powers, she effortlessly neutralized them, rendering his efforts futile. Casting a glance at Ji Yanli, who stood behind observing the spectacle, he roared, "When did Team Ji become a soft man, hiding behind a woman in search of protection?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yanli's smile broadened, his chin lifting in a proud manner. "That I'm quite content to have a girlfriend to protect me. Unlike you." The boastful tone in his voice nearly made Lin Qingyun spit blood in frustration. What is there to brag about being a soft man? Ji Yanli's smile grew even more radiant. Having a formidable girlfriend is a blessing. There's no need for me to lift a finger. Lin Qingyun could hardly tolerate Ji Yanli's smug demeanor and dropped a bombshell. "I never expected Team Ji, with such a righteous appearance, to collude with zombies." Before Lin Qingyun could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him directly and leaving him charred and crumpled on the ground, reduced to a pile of ash, nourishing the wild grass. Knowing too much can lead to demise. I hope you remember this simple truth. Ji Yanli's gaze was as deep as a cold pool, filled with an endless chill. Just as Ji Yanli's words fell, he received a sharp kick to his backside. "You revealed yourself. Don't you know I wanted to extract more information from him?" Qingyin's voice was laced with fury. As her foot prepared to descend once more, Ji Yanli immediately pleaded for mercy. "Qingyin, be gentle. I'm merely concerned he might blabber and expose your identity." His tone was filled with acquiescence. She understood Ji Yanli's intentions. Recognizing that she merely wanted to vent her frustrations, Ji Yanli exhaled in relief, striding leisurely to keep pace with her. The zombie remained in the pit, appearing significantly dazed. "How is this possible? It can't be." It mumbled, unable to comprehend how even its former leader could breach the space it had created in such a short time. Qingyin paid no mind to its reaction, grasping its collar and delivering a hefty blow. The zombie finally grasped its predicament and, in a servile manner, called out, "Boss!" Before Qingyin could inquire, it eagerly spoke up. "Not only can I summon my little brothers, but I can also bring my older brother here." At the boss's command, Qingyin nodded in satisfaction. "Make it quick. I'm pressed for time." "All right." As soon as it finished speaking, the zombie that had just fled whooshed back down, accompanied by another zombie clutching a toilet as it crashed to the ground. In an instant, the sounds of zombie wails echoed throughout. "Hey, boss, what are you doing? I just got cleaned up." "Hey, boss, I was still pondering. Why did you summon me?" "Hey, boss, is there food again?" Qingyin stood unfazed before Ji Yanli. Despite her height of over 1.6 meters, she still appeared a head shorter than him, her petite frame unable to conceal Ji Yanli. The second-in-command zombie cleared its throat. "Show some respect to my sister-in-law." "Follow my orders." Ji Yanli, being referred to as sister-in-law. The second-in-command zombie disregarded his reaction, dutifully beginning to train its little brothers, raising its left hand with a serious demeanor. "Follow my signal. Form a line." Although the zombies were puzzled, they obediently lined up, their eyes unwilling to stray from Ji Yanli for even a moment. Once all the zombies were in formation, the second-in-command zombie spoke with utmost seriousness. "At ease. Attention, look forward. The second-in-command zombie turned, glancing at Yu Qingyin with a flattering gaze. Boss, the squad is trained. Chapter 115. A successful confession. The multitude of zombies stared incredulously as their second-in-command referred to an ugly creature as boss. They were about to voice their thoughts when a sharp glare from their second-in-command silenced them. In that moment, they profoundly questioned whether their second-in-command's vision had been obstructed by gunk to favor such an unattractive being, but they dared not voice their thoughts. Why Yu Qingyin nodded in satisfaction, tossing a fitting treat to it. The second-in-command's eyes lit up, eagerly opening the food box and indulging heartily. If I had known you had this, I wouldn't have disrespected the boss by creating a space. With the second-in-command around, the other zombies could only endure their disgust, allowing this unattractive creature to come closer. The zombies, who had initially shown disdain, quickly shifted their attitudes to one of flattery after being touched by Yu Qingyin. In unison, they cried, "Boss!" The former leader, who had hurried over in a panic after being robbed, froze in disbelief at this sound, his countenance filled with incredulity. He had merely taken a nap. How had his little brothers come to recognize another zombie as their boss? The former leader, hands clasped behind his back, approached with a grim expression, glaring at Yu Qingyin. "Who are you? Why are my little brothers calling you boss?" As the former leader observed Yu Qingyin drawing closer, his voice faltered and he instinctively retreated, crossing his arms and gazing at her with fear. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't think you can get close to me." Before he could finish, Yu Qingyin's finger had already brushed against the top of his head. She let out a gentle sigh, looking at the former leader with a radiant smile. "Now you understand why your little brothers call me boss." The contracted former leader flattered, "Greetings, boss." His voice was as exaggerated as it could be, almost causing the other zombies to retch. Why Yu Qingyin rubbed her arms in disdain, turning away and folding her arms, observing Ji Yanli with a composed demeanor. "Oh, you still wish to stay with me?" Her voice was calm, yet concealed a hint of unexpressed anxiety and unease. This was the true reason she had invited Ji Yanli to follow her. She intended to reveal her ability to command zombies. Understanding the implications of this revelation, Ji Yanli would undoubtedly grasp the significance, as this represented her sharing all her secrets with him, aside from the system, of course, regardless of who you are or what you become. "I will always like you. So, would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" His tone was imbued with sincerity and earnestness. Even if Qingyin were to become a zombie queen in the future, he believed that with her intellect, she would not harm humanity. If she did, then they would deserve it. For a moment, it felt as if the world consisted solely of the two of them. Their gazes locked in a deep connection, reflecting each other's forms, with nothing else allowed to intrude. The air was thick with the sweet scent of budding romance, enveloping them in an intimate atmosphere. "Hey, boss, don't be deceived by this cunning human. Humans are the masters of deceit." To prevent Ji Yanli from understanding, it had switched to zombie speak to warn him, with the former leader leading the charge. The other zombie subordinates quickly echoed in agreement. "Yeah, boss, we can't be fooled by these vile humans. Be careful, or you might end up with nothing left." The tone suggested they had experienced such deceit firsthand. "Yeah, boss, these humans seek to exterminate us zombies. We must not succumb to their tyranny." Why Yu Qingyin cast a calm glance back, exuding an invisible pressure that rendered a few of the initiating zombies silent as quail. She turned her gaze back to Ji Yanli, her eyes now filled with scrutiny. "Are you certain?" "Not afraid. You still have a chance to reconsider, if you don't regret it now. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone," she gently reminded him. As if testing something, Ji Yanli's eyes radiated an unprecedented resolve, certainty, and affirmation. "My heart has never wavered. So, would you be my girlfriend?" His insistence was unwavering. His heart was, as he proclaimed, certain and resolute. He understood that Qingyin merely lacked a sense of security, and since she lacked it, he needed to help her rebuild that sense of security. Why Yu Qingyin quietly exhaled, her smile blossoming like a flower. "All right." With that, she dashed off towards the direction of Nanshan, leaving Ji Yanli to chuckle helplessly as he hurried to catch up with her. The former leader and the second-in-command exchanged glances, witnessing the scene of one person and one zombie eloping. The former leader lamented, "Oh, boss, how could you have secretly fallen for love? Now you've caught the bug." After speaking, The former leader solemnly patted the second-in-command's shoulder, saying, "Sigh, we'll have to guard Z City for the boss from now on." The second-in-command was inexplicably moved by the tragic aura emanating from it, solemnly nodding in agreement that "I will, my elder brother." In the next moment, he was violently flung out by the original leader. "Don't just talk. Take care of that human who knows the secret about the leader being a zombie." The second-in-command stumbled, harboring reasonable suspicion that his elder brother was deliberately seeking revenge for luring him here. Nonetheless, the human privy to the leader's secret certainly had no right to exist in this world, that he flexed his neck and suddenly stood behind the man hiding in the dark room. Sensing danger, the man slowly turned around in fear. Upon locking eyes with the second-in-command's crimson pupils, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, shaking his head vigorously. "Don't kill me. I know nothing." The man's pleas abruptly ceased as his head was severed from his body, blood splattering. In the next moment, the lifeless shell was ruthlessly discarded into the horde of zombies, where it was swiftly devoured. The events unfolding here were all reported to Qingyin by the original leader. After listening, Qingyin nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Next time you pass by, I'll bring you some food." Chapter 116. Searching for blood spirit grass, Qingyin acknowledged with a sound. Severing the connection, she lay on her bed and opened the task panel. Main task. Please proceed to Province H to subdue all mutated plants, animals, and zombies. Time limit. 10 days. Task progress. 95. Countdown. 3 days 2020. Qingyin mused softly. "Only Yun City remains. I shall have to wait until tomorrow." The next morning, the long-awaited sound of birdsong filled the air. Qingyin stretched and exited her tent, where Gu Qingyuan, Lin Yuqing, and Shun Biluo had already risen, setting up a frame and preparing breakfast. Upon seeing her, they greeted her with smiles. Ji Qingyin cheerfully called out, "Good morning, Qingyin. Breakfast will be ready soon. I've prepared tomatoes for you. Just like you like them." In the leader's tent. Qingyin nodded, lifting the curtain to enter the tent. Inside were Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing appeared somewhat listless, resembling a disheartened puppy that had suffered a blow. Ji Yanli, sitting beside him, wore a smug smile, patting Lin Yuqing's shoulder as a token of consolation. Lin Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, turning away in a huff, but upon catching sight of Qingyin entering, he immediately sprang to his feet and strode toward her. "Qingyin, is it true what the leader said? Have you really agreed to be with him?" he asked eagerly. Qingyin shot a discreet glare at Ji Yanli, whose exuberance was rather conspicuous. She had only just consented, and he was already eager for the entire world to know that Ji Yanli, undeterred by her approach, beamed even brighter. Observing the interaction between the two, Lin Yuqing, now understanding the situation, lowered his head, unable to conceal his disappointment, exuding a despondent aura. "I understand." Suddenly inspired, Lin Yuqing perked up, placing his hand on Qingyin's shoulder. "Qingyin, though I may not become her boyfriend, I can be your brother. Didn't you always want an older brother? From now on, I shall be your brother." Before Qingyin could respond, he continued, "Your new boyfriend will have to pass my test." Before he could finish, Qingyin swiftly slapped the back of his head, pushing his hand away and striding towards Ji Yanli, arching an eyebrow at him. "I don't need a brother. Rather, I could use a younger brother. Would you care to try?" Her tone was teasing. Lin Yuqing, feeling aggrieved, gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Fine, a younger brother it is. Even so, your new boyfriend will still have to pass my scrutiny." He shot a fierce glare at Ji Yanli, as if wishing to bore a hole through him with his eyes. Qingyin smiled. "All right, then you two can step outside and have a spar." Lin Yuqing cast a glance at the eager Ji Yanli and instantly deflated. Pleading for mercy and plopping down beside Qingyin ate the breakfast table. Thanks to Ji Yanli's earlier announcements, everyone was now aware of the budding relationship between Qingyin and Ji Yanli. Without reservation, Ji Yanli began showcasing their affection, occasionally feeding her tomatoes or dabbing his mouth with a napkin. Ji Qingyuan and the others exchanged exasperated glances, and it was only under Qingyin's cold stare that he finally ceased his antics. As they enjoyed breakfast, Ji Yanli packed up the tent and set off in search of medicinal herbs. Due to their proximity to the habitat where the herbs thrived, the group slowed their pace. Remaining vigilant, Shun Biluo walked alongside, explaining the characteristics of the herbs. blood spirit grass thrives in the shade, shunning sunlight, and usually grows in damp caves. A mature plant stand about half a meter tall, entirely crimson, with fruit resembling that of the mandrake flower. Emerging from yet another cave, Shinbiluo's disappointment was palpable. They still hadn't found any. Lu Yunxiang comfortingly patted her shoulder. The blood spirit grass has high environmental requirements, making it challenging to locate. According to Lin Lao's reconnaissance, it surely grows on South Mountain. We will find it. Shinbiluo forced a smile and nodded, falling back in step with the group. I am fine. Let us keep searching. Yu Qingyin meticulously visualized the appearance of the blood spirit grass in her mind, inquiring of the little black bear, "Have you seen it?" The little black bear hesitated for a moment before recalling. "Boss, I remember now. I've seen that kind of plant with a black snake. It resides in a dark cave at the mountain's peak." The little black bear enthusiastically recounted tales of the black snake, claiming it fancied itself the guardian of the spirit grass due to its obsession with human cultivation novels. Yu Qingyin couldn't help but imagine the ludicrous image of a black snake engrossed in such literature. Shaking off the absurd thought, she asked curiously, "Can you understand human writing?" "Not really. That black snake used to hide in human dwellings before the apocalypse, watching television, and learn from it that I must say, humans are incredibly imaginative. It's clear they have too much time on their hands to concoct such bizarre tales. That said, where exactly is this black snake?" The little black bear's attention shifted, expressing indignation. "That black snake is where you fought with the boss last time. It's ferocious that I merely insulted it once, and it retaliated by cursing my parents. How despicable." As the little black bear grew increasingly agitated, Yu Qingyin decisively severed the connection. She glanced up at Ji Yanli, who, adorned in a long black coat amidst the falling snowflakes, appeared as though he had stepped out of a comic book, his tall frame cutting a striking figure as he cleared the snow before her. She smiled and quickened her pace, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear, "I believe I may have discovered the location of the blood spirit grass." And sooner had she spoken than Ji Yanli halted, their bodies unceremoniously separated by Lin Yuqing, who had squeezed in due to their puffy winter coats, creating distance between them. Ignoring Ji Yanli's murderous glare, Lin Yuqing earnestly advised, "Showing affection in public can attract misfortune. I'm only looking out for you." However, his smugness was evident. Seeing this, Gu Qingyuan stepped forward, placing himself between Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing, his tone light-hearted as he teased, "I think Yuqing has a point. Boss, don't be angry. We're all just considering your well-being." His tone was annoyingly playful, causing Ji Yanli to clench his fists. Chapter 117. Lin Yuqing's sharp-tongued veins bulged on Ji Yanli's forehead as he gritted his teeth, a hint of barely concealed rage seeping into his voice. "Then I must sincerely thank you for your kindness. How about this? I'll treat you to stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat." His smile was gentle, as if a spring breeze had brushed past. Even his icy gaze seemed to hold a flicker of warmth. Yet, this demeanor sent chills down Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyuan's spines. They understood Ji Yanli all too well. The more he smiled, the graver their fate would be. Adhering to the principle of better you than me, Gu Qingyin quickly piped up. Before he could finish, he shot Lin Yuqing a look that screamed good luck and bolted away faster than a rabbit, leaving Lin Yuqing standing dumbfounded in the face of Ji Yanli's wrath. Meeting Ji Yanli's piercing gaze, Lin Yuqing forced out a couple of awkward chuckles, cursing Gu Qingyuan in his mind while uttering words he himself found contemptible. "I think it's great for you two to show affection. I've been feeling a bit bitter lately, so some sweetness would be nice." Yu Qingyin couldn't help but laugh at his desperate attempt for survival. He could spin the wildest tales. Turning to Lin Yuqing, she noticed his resentful expression, causing her smile to wane slightly. Ji Yanli was also unable to maintain his composure, suppressing a chuckle, his lips pressed into a thin line. "What are you still doing here?" Lin Yuqing realized he had passed this trial, releasing a heavy sigh as if a great weight had been lifted. "Boss, I won't disturb our time together any longer. I'll take my leave." As he turned, the smile vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a fierce glare as he charged at Gu Qingyuan, and the two soon found themselves embroiled in a scuffle. Snowflakes danced and splattered, the dense flurries even reaching Lin Yuqing, who found herself struck by two snowballs. The fierce tussle between the two combatants was so intense that Lin Yuqing abandoned any thoughts of revenge and hastily retreated from his troublesome place. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyin led Ji Yanli towards the spot where they had previously subdued the black bear. Ji Yanli's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he obediently followed Qingyin's pace. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyuan battled fiercely, with Lin Yuqing's mouth never ceasing its chatter. "Ji, you dog, are you a rabbit or something? Why are you running so fast? You come up with the terrible ideas. And I bear the brunt of the fire. A dog may not necessarily be human, but you are certainly a real dog. Dare to run again, and I swear I'll whip you into a spinning top." Gu Qingyin narrowly dodged Lin Yuqing's swinging blade. Catching a glimpse of Qingyin and Ji Yanli's receding figures, he swiftly seized Lin Yuqing's wrists, exhaling deeply. "Calm down. The boss and Qingyin have left us to go on a date." Before Gu Qingyuan could finish his sentence, Lin Yuqing had already stashed his knife away, forcefully pushing Gu Qingyuan aside with such strength that he stumbled and fell into the snow, without a moment's hesitation. He dashed after Qingyin. Ji Qingyuan lay in the snow, rubbing his nose, then stood up and brushed off the snowflakes. Feeling a bit guilty, he hurried to catch up with Lin Yuqing, realizing he had been rather unkind. He needed to stay close to prevent this fool from getting beaten by the boss. Seeing the two reconcile, Lin Yuqing quickly pulled Shenbiluo along to follow in their wake, guided by her memories of the little black bear. Qingyin ascended the mountain. The snow at the summit was even thicker than before, reaching past their knees with each step. As they walked side by side, Qingyin felt her hand enveloped in a warm palm. Following the gentle pressure, her hand was led into Ji Yanli's coat pocket, where the warmth was quite comforting. Surprised, Qingyin glanced at Ji Yanli's handsome profile, her gaze falling on the tips of his ears, which were tinged with a faint blush. Whether from the cold or shyness, she preferred to believe it was the latter. To smile curve her lips as she declared, "I'm not cold." Yes, she spoke. She gently struggled to withdraw her hand from Ji Yanli's grasp, but he tightened his hold, his long fingers slipping through hers as they intertwined. He cleared his throat softly, avoiding Qingyin's gaze, and murmured, "I'm cold." His voice was barely a whisper, nearly lost in the wind. The hint of amusement danced across Qingyin's delicate features, and she ceased her struggle, instead reciprocating Ji Yanli's grip. Replying, "Well, let me warm you up." Suddenly, Lin Yuqing's sarcastic voice rang out from behind them. "Hey, Gu Qingyin, my hands are cold." Ji Yanli inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike back. Shenbiluo interrupted the brewing tension with an excited exclamation. "Look, that's blood spirit grass." She pointed in a direction, her enthusiasm palpable. The group turned to see a red plant proudly standing in a cave partially covered by snow, its fruits heavy enough to bend the branches. Glinting alluringly in the light of the snow, Shenbiluo, undeterred by the snow reaching her knees, sprinted towards the cave. However, before they could approach, a snake as thick as a wrist slithered out from the dark cave. Coiling tightly around the blood spirit grass, flicking its tongue as a warning to the intruders, swallowing hard, Shenbiluo was about to take a step forward when a delicate hand grasped her wrist. "Qingyin, what's wrong?" Shenbiluo asked, puzzled that Qingyin's gaze remained fixed on the menacing black snake as she calmly replied, "Don't go in. Killing the black snake is simple, but given its level of protection over the blood spirit grass, it might swallow a whole before you even reach it." This was also the reason she had sent her subordinates to deal with the snake. "Let me think," Qingyin said, her eyes locked on the snake. Formulating a plan, she was uncertain whether her food box would be effective against the snake, fearing it might instead attract other mutated creatures. However, she decided to give it a try and signaled Ji Yanli. Understanding her intent, Ji Yanli focused his mental energy, enveloping the entire mountaintop, while Qingyin retrieved the food box from her space, drawing the snake's attention, though it remained tightly coiled around the blood spirit grass. Chapter 118. The sudden tornado. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing chuckled and curiously asked, "Qingyin, what's in that food box? The black snake seems very interested in it. Why don't you open it?" After issuing commands to her eager subordinates, Qingyin opened the food box. Instantly, the snake loosened its grip slightly, its head emerging from the cave while its tail stubbornly clung to the blood spirit grass. It was quite the greedy serpent. Yu Qingyin chuckled as she closed the food box again, noticing an anxious glint in the snake's eyes. Qingyin, let me try the food box. I want to play too, Lin Yuqing exclaimed, taking the box from her and playfully opening and closing it. The black snake hissed in irritation, and the surrounding snowflakes transformed into icy blades, encircling them in a dense flurry, leaving them with no escape. Ji Yanli raised his hand, conjuring a barrier of lightning to protect them. Gu Qingyin teased, Yuqing, when will you learn to control your hands? Look, now you've angered the black snake. Lin Yuqing snapped the food box shut, shooting a glare at Gu Qingyin, retorting, you talk too much. If you can't say anything useful, just stay quiet. The group faced a dilemma as they observed the black snake at the cave's entrance. They could eliminate the snake, but if it destroyed the blood spirit grass in the process, it would be a loss. Why Yu Qingyin reached out to the little black bear to mind. Little black bear, where else have you seen blood spirit grass? Nowhere, came the reply. Yanli gestured for everyone to step back, his voice low and commanding. Let us retreat for now. Qingyin, choose a spot to place the food box on the ground. We'll wait for an opportunity. Though his voice was quiet, everyone understood him clearly. Lin Yuqing surveyed the surroundings, the snowy mountain peak, trees laden with thick snow, realizing there was no hiding place. Where do we hide? In the snow? This was the only hiding spot she could think of, and the thought of burying herself in the cold snow sent a chill down her spine. Yuqing, take Yuqing and the others away first. Qingyuan and Qingyin, you two stay here. Ji Yanli's words carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing, and Ling Yunyun exchanged knowing glances, realizing they were meant to take refuge in Qingyuan's space. They nodded in agreement. Shin Biluo immediately voiced her opposition. No, I want to stay. You don't know how to extract the blood spirit grass without ruining its medicinal properties. Let me stay with you. Don't worry, I'm excellent at hiding and 1T expose our location. Lu Yunxiang quickly chimed in. Yes, let Biluo stay with you. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuqing exchanged a tacit understanding, working in unison. Lin Yuqing linked her arm with Shun Biluo's, smiling as she said, Don't worry. Senior Biluo, the boss knows what he is doing. We're just taking care of the snake. The blood spirit grass is something only you can dig up. Lin Yuqing wrapped his arm around Lu Yunxiang's shoulders, cheerfully adding, Exactly, don't fret about it. The boss has everything under control. Shin Biluo cast a reluctant glance back before being pulled away by Lin Yuqing. Once the four left, Gu Qingyuan turned to Yu Qingyin, who appeared somewhat bewildered, a warm smile laced with satisfaction on his face. Qingyin, put down the food box and give me your hand. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward her, but why Yu Qingyin selected a spot. Placing the food box on the ground, just as she reached to grab it, she noticed Ji Yanli swat Gu Qingyuan's hand away. Qingyin, just hold on to Qingyuan's wrist. Ji Yu Qingyuan, bemused by Ji Yanli's possessiveness, chuckled lightly. Why Yu Qingyin followed suit, grasping Gu Qingyuan's wrist, and in an instant, they found themselves standing on dark soil, surrounded by a variety of vegetables, with a few fruit trees laden with ripe produce in the distance. A faint scent of fertilizer lingered in the air, prompting Yu Qingyin to frown slightly at the unpleasant odor. Sorry, I've been swamped with tasks lately, and Haven T had time to tend to this. Gu Qingyin admitted sheepishly. Boss, Qingyin, please bear with it. Why Yu Qingyin casually plucked a tomato from nearby. No worries. This tomato can serve as compensation for ruining my shoes. Ji Yu Qingyuan chuckled in response. Of course. Feel free to eat anything here. There are freshly picked watermelons over there. Would you like to try some? The thought of delicious watermelon made Yu Qingyin nod eagerly. Sure. Just as Gu Qingyuan moved to retrieve it, Ji Yanli suddenly interjected. Wait, the black snake is coming out. Following his gaze, Yu Qingyin saw the thick black snake leisurely slithering across the pristine snow, its head bobbing forward while its tail remained in the cave. Fortunately, they had placed the food box at a distance, or this tactic would have been futile. The three held their breaths, intently watching the snake's movements. As its tail emerged from the cave, Yu Qingyin shouted, Now attack! A bolt of violet lightning struck the black serpent with great force, while simultaneously, a barrier crackling with purple electricity enveloped the entire cave, preventing the icy blade expelled by the dying serpent from breaching its confines. The three individuals breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ji Yanli retrieved his walkie-talkie to inform Lin Yuqing, and then, accompanied by Qingyin and Ji Yanli, they exited the space. As they emerged, a gust of frigid wind rushed towards them, swiftly coalescing into a massive vortex akin to a tornado. The whirlwind approached with astonishing speed, prompting Qingyin to instinctively grab each of her companions, swiftly guiding them away from its path. The cacophony of wind, punctuated by the sound of snapping trees, reverberated throughout the mountain peak. Before the trio could regain their footing, another tornado bore down upon them, this time accompanied by the piercing cry of an eagle. Qingyin evaded the onslaught once more, darting to safety with Ji Yanli and Gu Qingyuan, only to look up and behold several golden eagles soaring overhead. Qingyin, please inform Lin Yuqing not to ascend just yet. We shall deal with these golden eagles first, she instructed. Qingyuan glanced at Ji Yanli, who nodded in agreement, and with the protection of Qingyin and Ji Yanli, they successfully navigated down the mountain. Meanwhile, the violet lightning flickered in the sky as the agile golden eagles deftly evaded Ji Yanli's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyin picked up a food box from the ground and, simultaneously, retrieved another from the space, binding them with vines to elevate their position. Indeed, the aerial acrobatics of the golden eagles grew increasingly frantic, and as the tornadoes came in waves, the smallest among them noticeably descended to a lower altitude. Ji Yanli, recognizing the situation, swiftly locked onto a target. His gaze met Qingyin's, and without the need for words, an unspoken understanding took shape between them. Gracefully, they evaded successive attacks, quietly closing in on their target. The lightning gathered in Ji Yanli's hands resembled a sword, aimed directly at the nearest golden eagle, creating a perfect encirclement through coordinated strikes. Under the onslaught of the lightning, the small golden eagle flailed helplessly, resembling a headless fly as it emitted a pitiful wail. Qingyin seized this fleeting moment. Her vines, akin to a serpent, shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the small golden eagle. With a shriek, it plummeted from the sky. The sight of their fallen companion enraged the remaining golden eagles, intensifying their attacks. The mountain peak was soon engulfed in a tempest, snowflakes swirling chaotically, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The corpse of the black serpent was swept into the air, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Qingyin retracted her vines as the ensnared golden eagle fled towards her. She raised her hand gently. Contract secured. The vines loosened, and the contracted young golden eagle soared back into the air, proudly perching upon the back of one of the larger golden eagles. A youthful voice resonated in Qingyin's mind. Big sister. Hurry. I've controlled my dad. Now contract him. Qingyin, the controlled small golden eagle's father, upon hearing this, wished to seize the rebellious offspring and deliver a thorough reprimand. Truly a fine son. How could he cause such distress to his father? Qingyin, however, did not grant him this opportunity. She acted swiftly to contract the father eagle, and the raging winds abruptly subsided. The voice of the young golden eagle rang out once more. Big sister. I've also controlled my second uncle. Hurry and contract him. Big sister, I've even got my grandfather under control. Contract him too. With the young golden eagle's assistance, Qingyin successfully contracted the entire family of golden eagles, restoring tranquility to the mountain peak. She tidied her disheveled hair and regarded the obedient young golden eagle nestled beside her. A smile graced her lips. From the space, she produced 5 food boxes, distributing them among the golden eagle family. The family of eagles took the boxes in their beaks and vanished from sight. Ji Yanli watched the departing figures of the golden eagles and remarked with genuine admiration. Qingyin, your abilities are truly remarkable. Eliminating one threat allows you to eradicate all surrounding dangers. Qingyin did not refute his observation, but rather lifted her chin with a touch of pride. Not only that, but I can utilize them in the future. If we encounter any troublesome foes, I can have my little brothers handle them. Yanli understood her implication, his gaze meeting Qingyin's lively eyes. Unable to contain his amusement, he gently ruffled her hair. Qingyin frowned, swatting away Ji Yanli's disruptive hand. Your hands are filthy. You've dirted my hair. Do you not realize that washing it is quite the hassle? Ji Yanli responded with a low agreement, reluctantly producing the walkie-talkie to issue commands, casting a forlorn glance at Qingyin as their plans for a solitary moment together were dashed once more. After notifying the others, he naturally took Qingyin's hand, saying, "Let us head to the cave entrance and await them." Scouting the way, Qingyin chuckled at Ji Yanli, playfully scratching his palm. Ji Yanli's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, subtly tightening his grip on her hand. Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyin approached swiftly. By the time Qingyin and Ji Yanli reached the cave entrance, the others had already ascended the mountain. Observing the devastation wrought by the tornado, Lin Yuqing exclaimed in shock, "Wow, boss, you were truly impressive. What happened to those golden eagles?" Ji Yanli cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuqing and the others, responding nonchalantly, "Handled. Shin Biluo, you may now excavate the blood spirit grass." Shin Biluo glanced at the blood spirit grass within the cave, excitement illuminating her features as she nodded eagerly and hurried over. Retrieving her pre-prepared tools to carefully extract it, Ji Qingyuan sidled up to Ji Yanli and quietly inquired, "Boss, should we snag a blood spirit fruit to store my space for emergencies?" Ji Yanli nodded in approval. "Certainly." Once Shin Biluo finished digging up the blood spirit grass, the group tidied up briefly before descending the mountain. As they reached the bottom, dusk had already fallen and a light rain continued to fall. They boarded a vehicle and sought refuge in a nearby villa. As Gu Qingyuan parked the car and opened the door, a wave of cold air rushed in, causing Lin Yuqing, who had just opened the door, to slam it shut again. After a moment, he reopened it, rubbing his arms in an attempt to warm himself, while grumbling, "I thought it would be warmer once we descended. I didn't expect it to still be so cold. Is the cold wave arriving early?" Ji Yanli quickened his pace towards the villa, the rainwater striking him with a biting chill. His expression turned stern, and deep in his eyes lay a flicker of concern. The premature arrival of a cold wave could spell disaster beyond their anticipation. Ji Qingyuan's gentle smile faded, his expression growing somber as he nodded in understanding. He gazed into the night rain. A profound worry etched in his features. The last sudden heat wave had claimed many lives. Had it not been for the timely development of protective gear by the base's researchers, the toll would have been far greater. Even with their contingency plans, the survivors lost to the heat wave numbered in the thousands. Now, with this impending cold wave, how many lives would falter under its grip? When would this apocalypse finally reach its conclusion? Lin Yuqing, still clad in her down jacket, rubbed her hands together and picked up the air conditioner remote, turning it on. Instantly, warmth enveloped them, and they felt revitalized. "I just brewed some ginger tea. Have some to warm yourselves," she said softly. Shin Biluo handed the first cup of ginger tea to Lin Yuqing, who accepted it with both hands. The warmth radiated through his fingertips and into his core as he habitually expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Biluo, for the ginger tea. It warms me all over." A blush crept across Shin Biluo's cheeks as she cleared her throat, attempting to mask her embarrassment. "There's more in the kitchen. You can help yourselves." Her voice grew slightly louder, as if to cover something up. Ji Qingyuan's gaze shifted between the two, a playful smile tugging at his lips as he patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder. Leaning closer, he spoke in a teasing whisper. "I'll go fetch the ginger tea," his tone laden with innuendo. Lin Yuqing grabbed Gu Qingyuan's arm with determination, gritting his teeth as he said, "Let us go. I'll accompany you, just to keep an eye on you while you cook." To prevent any poison from sneaking into the food, they bantered. The sounds of clattering echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by their playful exchanges. Qingyin accepted the ginger tea from Shin Biluo. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. She realized her points were still short by 100,000. If the cold wave truly arrived early, tonight she must venture to Yun City to contract all the mutated species there and complete her mission. Immediately, she contacted the former leader, instructing him to take his subordinates ahead to scout Yin City. As night fell, silence enveloped the world. Everyone succumbed to slumber while Qingyin donned her raincoat and quietly slipped out through a window. Sensing footsteps trailing behind her, she sighed in exasperation and turned to face the figure lurking beneath the eaves. "Could you stop being like a shadow, following me? I'll be fine." Her voice brimmed with resignation. Ji Yanli stepped from the shadows, sheepishly touching his nose. That I'm used to it. I can't help it. Warmth surged within Qingyin as she sighed softly, her tone laced with a hint of command. Ji Yanli, perceiving the concern in her words, felt a joy akin to fireworks bursting within him, obediently replying without addressing her comment. Understood. Tomorrow, I'll have Qingyin drive. I'll sleep in the car. Meeting Ji Yanli's resolute gaze. Qingyin sighed again, half in jest, half in threat. Never mind, just this once, no second chances, do you understand? If you continue like this, I shall discreetly leave the group, and you will never find me. The silhouettes of the two figures gradually receded into the night. Hastening towards the direction of Yun City, Qingyin inquired with curiosity. Are you familiar with Yun City? Just a little, came the reply. Yun City was originally a small county town, which gained immense popularity through short videos before the apocalypse, attracting a large influx of tourists. There may be quite a few zombies, potentially even evolved higher-tier ones. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qingyin recalled the voice of the former leader, delivering urgent news. Boss, we have captured half of Yun City. Just waiting for you to come and subdue the rest. The voice of the former leader abruptly ceased, replaced by the terrified cries of the second-in-command. That it's bad, boss. There's a 7th-tier fire-type zombie and a wind-type high-tier zombie hiding here. The winds are too fierce. We can hardly move. Boss, help. A glint of coldness flashed in Qingyin's eyes. It seemed a peaceful night's rest was not in the cards. Without hesitation, she quickened her pace. Upon arrival, Yun City was in chaos, with howling winds making it nearly impossible to navigate, towering buildings swaying precariously. Benches, streetlights, and trash cans danced through the AI art. As Qingyin drew near, she heard a cacophony of voices. I make you eat barbecue. I make you eat barbecue. I want to let you die. I make you feel the heat. I make you feel the heat. I want to let you perish. Each furious shout was filled with resentment, enough to overwhelm even the most formidable of beings. That Qingyin pulled Ji Yanli to take refuge in the shadow of a tall building. The wind whipped around them, her long hair striking her face uncomfortably, prompting her to tie it into a bun to alleviate the discomfort. Just as she secured her bun, the second-in-command stumbled towards her, nearly knocked off balance by the wind. With quick reflexes, Qingyin grasped him and pulled him behind the building, where he patted his chest in relief. Thank you for saving me, boss. I am a loss for how to repay you. Except, Ji Yanli's gaze turned icy, emanating an unsettling aura that made the already chilly night feel even colder. The second-in-command, defiant, raised his chin and scoffed. The boss is a zombie. You are human. You are destined never to walk together. Save your breath. Seeing this, Qingyin intervened, positioning herself between the two. If you two continue to quarrel, I shall throw you both out to spare me your bothersome presence. Her words. The second-in-command promptly stood at attention. Ji Yanli looped his arm through Qingyin's, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Qingyin, your little brother poked me in the ribs. I am saddened. You must comfort me. His plaintive tone, combined with his cool, handsome visage, evoked a sense of pity. The second-in-command, feeling frustrated, glared at Ji Yanli and muttered under his breath. You charming fox, all you do is enchant the boss. Utterly useless. Ji Yanli slyly threw the second-in-command a triumphant glance, inciting further ire that almost made him leap. Yet upon noticing Qingyin's attention, Ji Yanli swiftly donned a look of wounded innocence, rendering Qingyin both amused and exasperated. The second-in-command cursed, damn green tea. At that moment, the former leader struggled through the tempest, approaching Qingyin. Boss, I found their hiding place in a barbecue restaurant. They are roasting. He paused, casting a glance at Ji Yanli before continuing. Human flesh. Qingyin, perplexed, responded, Human flesh? Where do they obtain it? The former leader sheepishly scratched his head, explaining awkwardly from Z City. Yesterday, following your orders, I herded people this way, since this is the only place without a base. His voice dwindled as he carefully gauged Qingyin's reaction. Fearful of inciting her wrath, she maintained a stoic expression, calmly stating, Take us there. You create a space. The second-in-command immediately complied, conjuring an independent space before them. Qingyin, accompanied by Ji Yanli, stepped into the realm, where the howling winds ceased instantly. Under the former leader's guidance, They subdued a portion of the zombies in Yun City, then headed straight for the barbecue restaurant. At the entrance, a massive barbecue rack loomed, a thick iron rod suspended above, binding a tall man who was weeping and wailing. His body continuously turned as flames licked at him from below. In the dim light, a figure spun a metal rod in his hands, his visage seemingly ordinary, yet the slight bulge of a beer belly could not be concealed. The glow of the flames accentuated his features, rendering him particularly menacing, as if he were whispering something. Yu Qingyin's gaze pierced through the swirling smoke, locking onto the crimson figure of the man, momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Xiao Zhang softly acknowledged her. Just then, the last remnants of clothing on Xiao Zhang were consumed by the flames. In the next moment, a large hand obstructed Yu Qingyin's view. She turned to find the former leader looking at her with surprise. "Boss, do you know him? Should we save him?" Yu Qingyin shook her head. "No need to dare. You create a space for cover. I will go first." Ji Yanli interjected, urgency lacing his voice. "That I'll accompany you." The former leader shot an irritated glare at Ji Yanli, deeming him an unwelcome distraction. "That you'd best be quiet. The boss is a zombie. If you approach that zombie, there won't be a violent reaction, but if you get too close," he scrutinized Ji Yanli, scoffing, "you'll end up skewered and hanging there, and then the boss will have to waste energy rescuing you." His disdain for this human who tempted the boss was palpable, despite Ji Yanli's abilities being superior. Ji Yanli's gaze darkened as he feigned a hurt expression, purposefully tugging on Yu Qingyin's hand. "Qingyin, your little brother is bullying me." With his handsome features and glistening eyes, he appeared both charming and vulnerable, silently pleading for sympathy. Yu Qingyin sighed internally, playing along with Ji Yanli's act, and stood on her tiptoes to comfort him, gently ruffling his hair. "Be good. They have a point, and besides, I can handle this alone." "Even if I can't, aren't you here?" Her last remark struck him like a thunderclap, setting his heart racing and nearly shattering his facade of calm. The former leader, relieved that Yu Qingyin had not succumbed to the green tea's charms, exchanged a knowing glance with the second-in-command, who promptly created a space, urging, "Boss, you can go now." Yu Qingyin nodded, her figure flickering as she silently appeared behind the middle-aged zombie, acknowledging the intense heat from the flames. Xiao Zhang, now desperate, cried out, "Miss you, please save me. I don't want to die." His voice rang loud, desperate for the middle-aged zombie's attention. The middle-aged zombie accelerated the rotation of the iron rod, chuckling as he sprinkled cumin over Xiao Zhang, filling the air with an enticing aroma. "Little human, you've called for help from the wrong person. This young lady is our kind. Scream all you like. No one will save you." With that, the middle-aged zombie turned to Yu Qingyin, mistaking her for a starving girl drawn in by the aroma of his cooking, his pale eyes reflecting a hint of pity. "Little girl, do not be afraid. Find a seat. This barbecue will be ready soon. I am not boasting. There's no one within 100 miles who can rival my skills." He sighed, lamenting her frail appearance, and resolved to give her extra meat, thinking that even if she turned into a zombie, she should not neglect her body. Yu Qingyin, fully prepared for combat, found herself momentarily stunned by the zombie's unexpected compassion. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang, suspended over the flames, had completely lost his composure, staring at Yu Qingyin in shock. "Uncle, you've made a mistake. This is a human. Why don't you roast?" Before he could finish, the middle-aged zombie intensified the flames, scorching heat engulfing Xiao Zhang, eliciting cries of agony. The middle-aged zombie nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Food should know its place. Why all the chatter?" Yu Qingyin adjusted her expression, ignoring Xiao Zhang's pleas, and smiled as she stealthily signaled to the second-in-command. Understanding her intent, he swiftly dissolved the space. Yu Qingyin, calm and composed, approached the middle-aged zombie, carefully gauging the distance between the two. Just as her fingers grazed the zombie's form, it sprang back like a coiled spring, leaping several meters away, even discarding the rod it had been wielding. Xiao Zhang, deprived of support, plummeted directly into the flames. His piercing scream echoed throughout Yun City. The flames consumed his final cries, instantly saturating the air with a pungent scent of charred flesh. The middle-aged zombie, arms crossed over his chest, gazed at Yu Qingyin with a look of sheer terror, resembling a bullied young maiden from a respectable family. Why, dear girl, please exercise some restraint. I am aware of my irresistible charm. The moment you lay eyes on me, you seem utterly entranced. However, I must inform you that I have a fierce tigress at home, so we must not tread carelessly if you desire barbecued meat. You are most welcome. Yet, should you harbor any improper intentions towards me, I kindly ask you to leave. The words elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of the mouths of both the zombies and the humans present. Qingyin suppressed her own quivering lips, composed her expression, and began to explain, "Sir, you have misunderstood. I merely noticed the hair on your person and wish to assist you in removing it, to prevent your wife from mistakenly believing you have been consorting with dogs and subjecting you to an unwarranted beating." The middle-aged zombie's eyes widened in realization, and an endearing smile spread across his face as he chuckled. With that, he turned and called towards the depths of the barbecue shop, "Son, come out and attend to the guests. All you do is laze about, truly, a few days without discipline, and you forget your manners." A voice responded from within, followed by the gradual emergence of a figure. Chapter 122. An interesting family of three. It was a youth of around 20. Donning black-rimmed glasses, dressed in a white shirt paired with black suit trousers, and holding a book in his hands. His expression bore a hint of resignation, as though he had just been interrupted from an engrossing read. As the young man appeared, the raging winds outside began to subside. He emanated an air of scholarly refinement. Despite his ashen complexion, his handsome features could not be concealed. If Ji Yanli was akin to a cold and aloof celestial being, then this young man before her was a spirited youth brimming with the warmth of life that, in comparison, Ji Yanli's demeanor undoubtedly drew more attention. Qingyin silently concluded. Suddenly, the system blared a sharp sound in Qingyin's mind. Host, this is absolutely my type. I can do it. System, calm down. You're not the same as that zombie. Abandon such thoughts, she admonished. The system huffed in discontent, hands on hips, pouting in protest. Can I indulge in a little fantasy? Host, you are too cruel. I won't talk to you anymore. This behavior reminded Qingyin of a character from a drama in her past life. She couldn't help but note how similar the system was to that character. Just then, the young man stepped closer, placing his book on the nearby table, adjusting his glasses, and offering a gentle smile. Dear guest, please hold on a moment. Your meal will be served shortly. His voice was soft, imbued with a soothing quality. His eyes, hidden behind the black frames, discreetly assessed Qingyin, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. The Qingyin expressed her gratitude politely. Thank you. Planning to alter her strategy, she decided that winning over these two zombies through wit would be more prudent than force. With that thought, she stepped into the barbecue shop. The establishment was immaculately clean, as if the shadows of the apocalypse had never touched this place. Habitually, she chose a seat by the window and casually picked up the menu to peruse. The young man, still holding his book, took a seat across from her. As his gaze fell upon the menu in her hands, a flicker of nostalgia danced in his eyes, and he spoke with a bitter smile. This menu is from before the apocalypse. It is now obsolete. That I am grateful that, despite our transformation into zombies, my family and I have retained our rationality. Much like yourself, as he spoke, the young man reached out to take the menu from her hands, their fingertips brushing inadvertently. Contract successfully established. A smile crept upon Qingyin's lips. Realizing this was indeed a delightful surprise. The young man, evidently sensing something unusual in his mind, paused momentarily, looking up at her in astonishment. Qingyin chuckled softly, reminding him in her mind, "Cooperate with me, or your life may be in peril." Her voice was gentle, yet laced with an undeniable threat. The young man chuckled, readily accepting this sudden shift, and continued, "My father's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. You shall not be disappointed when you try them to him." This transformation into her companion was not unwelcome. He had grown weary of being confined to the barbecue shop, and perhaps accompanying her would lead him to more intriguing experiences. Qingyin responded with a smile. "With your encouragement, I am truly looking forward to tasting your father's cooking." Just then, the middle-aged zombie's voice interrupted their conversation. "Lin Yin, hurry and assist with serving the dishes. When will you ever learn to stop being so distracted by beautiful girls? You should take a page from your father's book." Lin Yin's expression flickered with momentary exasperation as he offered Qingyin an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. My father has a penchant for exaggeration. What he says should not be taken to heart. It is only when I see someone I admire that I become distracted. Qingyin understood the underlying meaning in his words. And her smile faded slightly as she replied softly, "Your father is calling for you." Qingyin chuckled nonchalantly, maintaining his warm demeanor as he stood up. "Please wait here for a moment. You will soon be able to savor my father's culinary delights. And I assure you, you will not be disappointed like tea that moment." A charming woman descended the stairs, stretching lazily and stifling yawn. "Xiaoyun, is dinner ready?" Her gaze fell upon Qingyin, and she paused momentarily before dashing toward her. Eyes fixated with unabashed curiosity. "Oh, where did such a lovely girl come from?" Qingyin instinctively recoiled, feeling uncomfortable under the woman's gaze, despite the grayish-white hue of her pupils, which somehow conveyed a glimmer of light. Lin Yingyun helplessly pulled his mother aside, offering Qingyin an apologetic smile. "That I am truly sorry. My mother cannot help but be drawn to beautiful girls." Lin Yingyun's mother, a zombie, shrugged off her son's hand and shot him a disapproving glare before sitting down in front of Qingyin with an inviting demeanor. "My dear girl, how old are you today? Do you have a boyfriend? If not, would you like me to introduce you to someone? I can assure you in this Yun city, there is no handsome young man I am unaware of. There is bound to be one that will satisfy your taste." The middle-aged zombie approached with a platter of golden brown pork ribs, grinning widely. "Why, dear girl, do not mind my wife. She simply loves to play matchmaker. After all this time, you're the first girl to visit us. Qingyin composed herself, shaking her head with a smile. "That I regret to disappoint you, but I already have a boyfriend." Lin Yingyun's mother displayed a fleeting expression of disappointment, shooting a glare at Lin Yingyun. "Look at this young girl. She has already found herself a boyfriend at such a young age, while you only bury yourself in books." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Lin Yingyun's mother's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and she grasped Qingyin's hand. Ding! Contract successfully established. Lin Yingyun's mother froze momentarily, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Xiaoyun, did you hear that sound?" The middle-aged zombie displayed a hint of bewilderment. "I did not hear anything, dear. Are you imagining things?" Qingyin's lips curled into a sly smile, her voice softly soothing Lin Yingyun's mother while cleverly revealing her intentions. Lin Yingyun's mother nodded eagerly, thumping her chest in assurance. "Leave it to me. Son, go and catch your father." With that, she turned to the middle-aged zombie, her expression mischievous, causing him to clutch his chest in alarm as he stared fearfully at the two. "What are you planning?" Chapter 123. The face of old Zhang before he could finish his query. Lin Yingyun's mother swiftly seized his hand and pressed it in front of Qingyin. "Dear girl, I have brought my husband for you. Quickly, contract him." Qingyin was taken aback by Lin Yingyun's mother's abrupt and blunt approach. Momentarily caught between laughter and tears, she gently pressed down on the middle-aged zombie's resigned hand, her eyes glinting with playful mockery, successfully subduing all three zombies. Qingyin rose gracefully, brushing herself off, and smiled warmly at the trio, her smile reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze. "I must continue my exploration elsewhere to see if there are any other zombies around. I shall not intrude on your family meal any longer." Lin Yingyun's mother laughed heartily. "That's not a problem. We have plenty at old Zhang's place. Come, dear girl, I shall take you there." Her voice brimmed with confidence. Qingyin nodded lightly, calling out towards the direction where Ji Yanli and the others were hiding. "Yanli, you may come out now." As soon as her words fell, the original leader and the second-in-command emerged from the shadows, while Ji Yanli lingered at the back, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance, akin to a wronged child. Ji Yanli's appearance was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the atmosphere. Lin Yingyun's family fixed their gaze upon Ji Yanli, swallowing nervously. Lin Yingyun's mother could not suppress her curiosity, her voice tinged with longing. "Dear girl, can I eat this human?" "No, this person is my boyfriend. You cannot eat him." Upon hearing these words, Ji Yanli decided to drop the pretense, allowing his fingers to intertwine with Qingyin's, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. Under the guidance of Lin Yingyun's mother, who had become a zombie, Qingyin and her companions weaved through the narrow alleyways. After several turns, they arrived before a quaint three-story building, which boasted a small courtyard, exuding an air of uniqueness. Even before approaching, Qingyin was already assailed by an array of unpleasant odors emanating from within the small villa, a sensation that left her quite unsettled. Observing her discomfort, the zombie mother of Qingyin thoughtfully produced several masks from her pocket and handed them to Qingyin. "Little girl, wear this mask. It will help mitigate the smell," she advised. The middle-aged zombie, striding ahead, called out boisterously, "Old Zhang, we have guests. Come out quickly." No sooner had he spoken than the iron gate of the courtyard creaked open, revealing a middle-aged female zombie. She wore a headscarf, her visage rugged, clad in a blue cotton jacket, with an expression that radiated warmth and kindness. Upon seeing the throng of zombies outside, Old Zhang's smile widened further when his gaze landed on Ji Yanli. "You lot really are something. Not only did you come, but you also brought food along," he remarked. As he approached Ji Yanli, he was halted by Qingyin's mother. "Old Zhang, this isn't food. This is the little girl's boyfriend. Come, let me introduce you," she said, pulling Old Zhang towards Qingyin while playfully winking at her. Qingyin smiled faintly, nodding in understanding. Qingyin's mother enthusiastically introduced the two zombies. "This little girl hails from afar. She's been famished for days, and we wanted to treat her, but she insisted on trying your culinary skills instead." Old Zhang's attention was entirely captivated by Qingyin, oblivious to the peculiarities of Qingyin's mother, and he jovially scrutinized her. "This girl not only possesses beauty, but also has exquisite taste. Come, step inside. You've traveled such a distance. I certainly won't let you leave empty-handed." As he spoke, he reached out to embrace Qingyin, who instinctively turned slightly away from his outstretched hand. "Contract successful." Old Zhang froze momentarily, casting a puzzled glance towards Qingyin's mother. "Xiao Yunma. Did you hear any noise?" Qingyin's mother chuckled heartily, dispelling Old Zhang's confusion. He stood there, dazed for a long while, before finally accepting the reality. His grayish-white pupils lingered on Qingyin for a moment. Then he sighed deeply, as if resolved to a certain decision, and solemnly declared, "Very well, I happen to have two at home. You can contract them as well." With that, Old Zhang led Qingyin and her group to the backyard, traversing through the living room and kitchen, and opened the door to the rear yard. Before them lay a small pig pen, impeccably tidy, with 3 or 4 pigs bustling about, colliding with one another. The odor from the pig pen was rather strong, intensifying as they ventured deeper inside. Old Zhang halted at the last pig stall, clearing a path, revealing 2 disheveled zombies huddled together against the cement wall, their exposed skin marred and torn as if lashed by a whip. Upon seeing Old Zhang approach, the 2 zombies trembled uncontrollably. "Please don't come near. I swear I won't do it again. Please spare us," one of them pleaded, their voices hoarse and trembling, as if parched for a long time. Their fearful words tugging at Qingyin's heart. Old Zhang's demeanor shifted from gentle to cold, his eyes brimming with disdain. Qingyin keenly noticed Old Zhang's body quivering ever so slightly, as if he were suppressing something profound. She refrained from intervening, merely observing, for these were matters of another household, and it was not her place to hastily judge. Taking a deep breath, with a stern expression, Old Zhang approached the 2 trembling zombies in the corner. With no compassion, he seized one in each hand, hoisting them up from the ground. The frail bodies could scarcely withstand the force, their decaying flesh slipping away. Old Zhang, appearing indifferent, tossed the 2 zombies before Qingyin. They collapsed on the ground, their bodies quaking like leaves in the wind. "Little girl, these are all I have," Old Zhang stated, while Qingyin lowered her gaze. Noting that there was not a single clean spot on the 2 zombies, a stark contrast to the pristine pig pen, she frowned slightly, deftly stepping over them as if reluctant to touch a speck of dust. As the sounds of 2 contracts resonated, Qingyin smiled and said, "All right, we shall proceed to the next location. Aunt Zhang, we'll take our leave now." Old Zhang, taken aback by Qingyin's intention not to take the 2 zombies with her, nodded repeatedly, escorting the group to the door. Chapter 124. Is the arrival of the apocalypse good or bad? Upon exiting, Qingyin's mother, the zombie, rarely displayed a hint of melancholy. She sighed deeply and began to recount the grievances of this family to Qingyin. "Qingyin, don't be deceived by the miserable state of these 2 father and son. You have no idea that before the apocalypse, they tormented old Zhang mercilessly. Had the apocalypse not arrived, old Zhang might have been driven to his demise by them. He even contemplated divorce. Casting a glance towards old Zhang, Lin Yinyan's mother's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, and she sighed once more 80 times. I wonder whether the arrival of the apocalypse is a blessing or a curse. Her tone was laden with emotion, as though she were questioning not only others but also herself. The 6 zombies and 1 human fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. One reaps what one sows. And thus the vicissitudes of life unfolded. Inyan broke the silence with a smile. We all know where the zombies in Yun City reside. The apocalypse has arrived, yet it hasn't quelled their cravings. Come, I'll take you there. With Lin Yinyan's family leading the way, Qingyin's journey of contract proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After securing the final household agreement and receiving the offerings from each family, Qingyin and Ji Yanli set off on their return journey. Boss, what have you been up to with Qingyin this late? Engaging in some sneaky business. The voice dripped with a hint of mockery. Both Ji Yanli and Qingyin exchanged awkward glances, feeling as if they had been caught in an indiscretion. Ji Yanli, recovering first, stepped forward and playfully slapped Lin Yuqing on the head, casting him a reproachful glance. Lin Yuqing's expression quickly morphed into one of pitiful pleading as he gazed at Ji Yanli, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. Boss, I was wrong. I promise I won't be so cheeky again. Please let me off this time. Seeing Ji Yanli remain unaffected, Lin Yuqing redirected his focus, gritting his teeth, and after an internal struggle, called out to Qingyin, sister-in-law. His tone was somewhat muddled, yet sufficient to please her. Ji Yanli suppressed a smile. Gently patting Lin Yuqing's shoulder, my sister-in-law, and I went out specifically to fetch you a late-night snack, featuring your favorite roasted pork ribs. He emphasized the term sister-in-law, as if he feared others might not recognize their relationship. This little ruse elicited a chuckle from both Qingyin and Gu Qingyin. As Qingyin observed Yanli's tall figure leaning against the wall, she realized that ever since she agreed to be with him, he had become increasingly childish, shattering his previously aloof demeanor. Unbeknownst to Ji Yanli, his image had utterly crumbled in Qingyin's eyes. He draped his arm around Lin Yuqing's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Let us go. Time for a late-night feast. It's freshly made, and the boss's skills are unmatched." Upon entering the restaurant, Ji Yanli retrieved roasted pork ribs, roasted lamb legs, roasted bread, and roasted eggplant from the space. Lin Yuqing's gaze fixated on the barbecued meat, his earlier grievances forgotten. "Wow, it smells amazing. Boss, you've worked hard. We misunderstood you. This roasted pork rib is so tender," Lin Yuqing exclaimed, his mouth watering. Ji Yanli chuckled at Lin Yuqing's enthusiasm, knowing that was all that mattered. After enjoying their barbecue, they saved some for Lin Yuqing and Lin Yinyan. Ji Yanli and Qingyin retired to their room to sleep, while Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyin remained on night watch. As soon as Qingyin closed the door to her room, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Please proceed to H Province to capture all mutated plants, animals, and zombies. Time limit, 10 days. Now issuing quest rewards. Speed ability level 1, strengthened ability level 1, wood element ability level 1, lucky spin wheel X1, zombie specific gourmet energy box X10, 000, quest points reward, 100, 000, unlocking southeastern 4 provinces map, contract machine X1. The rewards window filled with notifications, but Qingyin's attention was drawn to the last reward. The image of her younger brother flashed in her mind, eventually settling on a frail silhouette. This machine would be for him. With that thought, Qingyin summoned the map of Yun City. The system voice continued, "Host, you can now purchase a defense system from the system shop. Congratulations, a gentle reminder. Zombies are also afraid of extremely low temperatures. How does the host intend to accommodate your younger brother?" Qingyin furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the system in her mind. The system, feeling somewhat apprehensive under her scrutiny, chuckled awkwardly. "Host, why are you staring at me like that?" Qingyin averted her gaze, selecting a barbecue restaurant, tossing the contract machine to Lin Yinyan, and leaving a remark as she removed her raincoat, still dripping, hanging it on a nearby rack, and lazily reclined on the sofa. "I ts nothing. I'm merely verifying the truthfulness of your statements. System. As she spoke, Yu Qingyin accessed the system shop, scrolling through the pages to place an order for the defense system. Upon hearing this, the system puffed up in indignation, hands on its hips, its chubby fingers trembling as it pointed at Yu Qingyin, displaying an exaggerated semblance of being greatly offended. Host, how could you ever doubt the most dedicated and benevolent system in the entire universe? This system has consistently fulfilled its duty to guide you. Yu Qingyin listened quietly to the system's lamentations, propping her head on her hand, her crimson lips curling into a sly smile as she interjected playfully. System, what benefits have I reaped from spending points on you all this time? The system's voice abruptly halted, suddenly realizing its predicament. With hands on its hips and cheeks puffed out, it glared at Yu Qingyin, exclaiming, Host, you are manipulating this system. The deepest path I have traversed in this life is the one laid by your schemes. Yu Qingyin stretched languidly, rising from the sofa and heading toward the bathroom. So, was what you just said about zombies fearing low temperatures true or false? She seized upon the critical keyword in its statement. If it had an effect, it implied they were not doomed to perish. Yu Qingyin quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the defensive system nestled in her backpack, and inquired, after purchasing the defensive system, how do I install it in the base? The host may apply to go to the base center. And at that time, this system will take action. Chapter 125. The heartwarming panda cub understood. She stepped lightly out of the bathroom, the fresh scent of her presence gently rippling through the air. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Her words fell. A colossal spinning wheel materialized in the room, its prizes as indistinct as they had been the first time, concealing a multitude of possibilities. Perhaps it was merely Yu Qingyin's illusion, but it appeared that the prizes on the wheel had increased. Could it be that Lady Luck was finally smiling upon her? A flicker of anticipation surged within her as her slender fingers gently nudged the wheel, which began to spin slowly, gradually picking up speed before ultimately coming to a halt amid a dizzying whirl, at which point the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won one defensive system. Yu Qingyin. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her face. It seemed her unfortunate luck remained unchanged, and she should not have harbored expectations. Unwilling to yield to fate, Yu Qingyin fixed her gaze upon the lucky wheel, this time exerting greater force as she spun it. The wheel whirled madly, as if determined to cast off all misfortune. When it finally slowed to a stop, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 10,000 energy boxes specifically designed for zombies. Yu Qingyin. She truly wanted to thank it, but she could hardly believe that it would not yield anything useful for her. She exhaled onto her hands, her eyes burning with determination as she stared at the lucky wheel, her gaze shimmering with resolve. The wheel spun again, her heart racing in tandem, and ultimately, the pointer halted at an unforeseen position. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won one sweeping robot that cannot sweep. The system's voice faded. A pumpkin-shaped robot appeared in the room, its mechanical eyes staring blankly, exuding an aura of ineptitude. IT mechanically lifted its head to meet Yu Qingyin's gaze. As if mocking her ill-fated luck. Yu Qingyin. She tentatively issued a command. Sweep the floor. The pumpkin-shaped sweeping robot began to move sluggishly, leaving behind a trail of something resembling pumpkin juice in its wake, marring the once pristine floor with a long streak of filth. Yu Qingyin pressed her forehead, where veins throbbed in frustration, inhaling deeply as she halted, her voice tinged with fatigue and barely suppressed anger. Yu Qingyin had given up hope. She stared expressionlessly at the lucky wheel, no longer harboring expectations as she casually spun it again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired spatial abilities. A spark of hope rekindled in Yu Qingyin's eyes. Finally, something of value had arrived. With a mere thought, a cubic meter of space unfolded before her, though it was still smaller than the pocket space her mother had given her. Yu Qingyin closed the space, taking a deep breath to console herself. Having something was better than nothing. After all, this spatial ability could be upgraded, and when the time came, it would undoubtedly prove useful. The system, seemingly oblivious to Yu Qingyin's disappointment, added a rather cutting remark, a gentle reminder. The abilities drawn from the Lucky Wheel require the host to purchase upgrade equipment from the system mall or draw again from the Lucky Wheel to be enhanced. Yu Qingyin's hands, hanging at her sides, clenched into fists, and the suppressed fury within her erupted at that moment, causing her to exclaim in frustration, "Damn it, you useless system, you!" as Yu Qingyin cursed under her breath. She kicked the Lucky Wheel over, and just as it was about to crash down, it transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing before her eyes. Taking several deep breaths, she struggled to tame her anger. Glaring fiercely at the system.at that moment, the panda cub nestled in her backpack, sensing her emotional upheaval, tumbled out and clung to her calf, nuzzling against her leg while bleating softly. Yu Qingyin looked down at the panda cub, and all her anger dissipated in an instant. She softly asked, "Ji Xiang, why did you come out? Are you hungry?" The panda cub clambered up Yu Qingyin, its round, glimmering eyes filled with concern as it bleated. "Bleat, bleat. Mommy is unhappy. I want to cheer Mommy up." Yu Qingyin felt her heart melt at the adorableness of the panda cub, her heart warmed by its affection. She reached out and embraced the cub tightly, nuzzling its fluffy head. "Ji Xiang, you're truly wonderful. With you around, I will never be unhappy. Bleat as long as Mommy is happy. I will be happy that it's cold today. I will warm Mommy's bed." How could there be such a considerate panda cub? Yu Qingyin felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly moved to tears, and she nodded with a smile. "All right, Ji Xiang, you warm my bed. I am so lucky." Ji Xiang squirmed out of Yu Qingyin's embrace, waddling with its short legs, its little bottom swaying as it climbed onto the bed, lifting the covers to roll inside and poking its little head out, patting the side with its tiny paws. "Bleat, Mommy, it's time to sleep." Unable to contain her laughter, Yu Qingyin strode over and nestled into the warm covers beside it, drifting off into a peaceful slumber. The glaring sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the rhythmic patter of rain. Yu Qingyin groggily opened her eyes, meeting the sparkling gaze of the panda cub. "Bleat, Mommy, good morning." Yu Qingyin nodded earnestly. The system's mechanical voice intruded at the most inopportune moment. "Ding! Main mission. Please subdue all zombies, plants, and animals in the southeastern region within 20 days. Yu Qingyin scoffed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Indeed, people often laughed in the face of exasperation. "Well done, system," she said, her tone laced with a hint of teeth-gritting sarcasm. The system crossed its arms, turning its head away in a haughty manner, snorting, "Humph. I am merely supervising the host to prevent her from becoming too engrossed in some fluffy little creature and getting lost in a world of tenderness." Its voice carried a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. Yu Qingyin stretched lazily, looking at the system in her mind, and chuckled, her tone softening. "With a system as dedicated as you, even if I wish to indulge in a world of softness, I couldn't possibly do so." Upon hearing this, the system's little mouth twitched slightly, caught between a laugh and a forced restraint. After their playful exchange, Yu Qingyin cheerfully descended the stairs, where the sounds of Gu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing bickering wafted from the kitchen. Accompanied by Shan Biluo's attempts at mediation, Ji Yanli approached with a smile, naturally taking her hand and asking with concern, "Did you sleep well last night?" Ji Yanli recalled Gu Qingyuan's tutoring session from the previous night. His ears flushing a shade of red, he pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering, unable to meet hers directly. Chapter 126. The flirtation between Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin without you by my side. I couldn't sleep soundly. Yu Qingyin's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickening as she gazed intently at Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli's reaction was even more bashful than hers. He seemed almost scorched by her words, his face turning as red as a boiled shrimp, too shy to maintain eye contact. Observing Ji Yanli's innocent demeanor, Yu Qingyin felt a mischievous urge to tease him. She gently lifted his chin with her finger, her eyes sparkling with affection, leaving Ji Yanli's heart racing as he awkwardly averted his gaze. Yu Qingyin let out a soft laugh, her voice ringing like clear spring water cascading over stones. Enchantingly melodious, Ji Yanli found it difficult to withstand her charm. Just as he reached for her hand to leave, Yu Qingyin held him back. She rose on her tiptoes, whispering in his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. "If that's the case, would it be all right if I slept with you tonight?" Her warm breath brushed against his ear, intensifying the crimson hue of his cheeks to a deep crimson that Ji Yanli struggled to breathe, his throat tightening in response. Gathering his composure, he strove to quell his emotions. He couldn't allow himself to falter. He turned his head, meeting her captivating fox-like eyes, his thin lips curving into a warm smile. His cool gaze softening as if a shooting star had fallen within, shimmering brilliantly. Is that possible? His voice, cool yet laced with a hint of alluring rasp, sent shivers down her spine that Qingyin froze. Swallowing hard, her heart racing uncontrollably, her lips parting as words threatened to spill forth. Just then, Lin Yuqing appeared out of nowhere beside them, teasingly interjecting, "Tiske, it's still broad daylight, boss to Qingyin. Can you both be a bit more mindful of your surroundings? There are more people in this house than just the two of you." Upon Lin Yuqing's utterance, both Qingyin and Ji Yanli instinctively recoiled as if electrified. Fortunately, apart from Lin Yuqing and Gu Qingyuan, who was leisurely ambling towards them, no one else seemed to notice. Ji Yanli coughed delicately into his hand, resuming his icy demeanor that he maintained in front of others. "What brings you here? Is breakfast ready?" Lin Yuqing rolled his eyes in exasperation, crossing his arms that tea is already prepared. "Everyone is in the dining room, just waiting for the two of you." To Ji Qingyuan cast a glance at Ji Yanli's unfriendly expression, and cheerfully added, "Today, I've devised a novel way to enjoy tomatoes. Qingyin, once you've finished eating, please provide me with your critique, so I can refine it based on your suggestions." Qingyin nodded, gently tugging at Ji Yanli's sleeve, smiling as she agreed. All right. She felt an inexplicable anticipation for the tomatoes Gu Qingyuan mentioned. His new creation was a tomato and beef burger, which indeed tasted significantly better than merely consuming tomatoes alone. After everyone had finished their meal and tidied up, the moment they opened the door, a gust of chilling air assaulted them. The frigid wind infiltrated their very bones, causing everyone to shiver. Even Qingyin, who had already become a zombie, could not help but tremble. Isn't this temperature dropping too rapidly? We're not even in the midst of the peak season, yet it feels like a discount of 10 off 20. Lin Yuqing complained while tightening his down jacket. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yuqing rubbed his reddened hands, grumbling, "This cursed weather. Just a brief moment outside, and my hands have turned crimson. Tea must be below zero by now." Gu Qingyuan pulled out his phone to check the temperature, noting it was currently at 1 degree Celsius, still above freezing. This is typical for the south. The air is quite humid, and considering it has been raining for the past fortnight, such cold is rather normal, he remarked, his tone heavy. Lin Yuqing lamented dramatically. "Seriously? It's this cold and still 1 degree. How frigid must it be below zero?" Lin Yuqing chuckled at Lin Yuqing's plight, linking arms with Qingyin. There's a saying that goes around online. The cold in the north is a physical attack, while the cold in the south is a magical one. This year, I've finally experienced it firsthand. Shin Biluo chimed in with a smile. "So, which do you think is colder, the south or the north?" Lin Yuqing laughed softly. "That is quite the dilemma. Every winter, this question ignites an endless debate online. And to this day, no conclusion has been reached." Lin Yuqing, without hesitation, declared, "I believe the south is colder, for I am currently in the south, shivering uncontrollably. Qingyin silently nodded, as a native of the south who had never been to the north. She firmly chose the southern cold. The chill in the south is of a nature that no matter how thickly you dress, the cold wind can always sneak in through the tiniest crevices, delivering an unexpected assault. Lu Yunxiang interjected with a grin. "Then I shall take the side of the northern cold. In the winter, outdoor temperatures can plummet to minus 20 or 30 degrees. That biting wind is not something everyone can withstand." As the group continued their lively debate, the jeep had unknowingly come to a halt in the heart of Z City. The scene in the city center was desolate, with rubble and refuse strewn about, abandoned vehicles lying haphazardly, and the walls of towering buildings bearing the faded stains of blood, silently narrating the tragedies that had unfolded here. Yanli unfastened his seatbelt, his voice resolute and commanding. "Pair up and act independently. Take whatever you can Qingyin broke the silence first. "Then I'll team up with Yuqing." Lin Yuqing beamed like the warm sun of spring. "Sure, I'll stick with Qingyin." Upon hearing this, Ji Yanli turned to Qingyin, his gaze dimming slightly, his brows furrowing with a hint of pity, which stirred a twinge of guilt within her. Observing this, Lin Yuqing interjected to block Ji Yanli's view, adopting a light-hearted tone. How about I team up with you, boss? The group quickly formed their pairs. Gu Qingyuan with Ling Yunyun and Xin Biluo with Lu Yunxiang It was their first time operating in pairs. And every face bore a glimmer of excitement, eager to spring into action at Ji Yanli's command. His cold gaze swept over the group as he solemnly cautioned, "Remember, safety comes first. Our objective is to gather supplies, not to take risks that if you encounter danger, retreat immediately." Everyone nodded in unison as Qingyin and Lin Yuqing opened the car doors. They chose to head towards the southeastern commercial center, their steps light and swift, akin to two cats weaving through the urban jungle. Upon reaching the commercial center, they made a beeline for a once glorious mall, yet the sight before them plunged their hearts into despair. The mall's shutter had been violently hacked open, remnants dangling forlornly, swaying in the wind and producing a mournful sound that Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged a wary glance, their eyes reflecting heightened vigilance as they cautiously ventured into this former shopping paradise. The ground was littered with shards of glass, resembling shattered stars, while the remains of over a dozen zombies lay strewn across the floor, their innards scattered, with maggots writhing on the decaying flesh. Emitting a nauseating stench, Lin Yuqing swiftly retrieved two jasmine-scented masks from her space, handing one to Yu Qingyin. After donning them, the foul odor lessened slightly, yet the air still lingered with the scent of death. The previous group had evidently sought food and water, as the clothing section on the first floor remained untouched. The two sifted through the garments, selecting those unmarred by stains, and carefully stowed them away. As they rummaged through each store, avoiding the soiled areas, they reached the last shop, a Hanfu store. Its glass windows were still pristine, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding decay. Inside, the Hanfu garments hung neatly in the display area, untouched by dust, as if time had paused in this place. Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing felt a spark of joy and cautiously pushed the door open with a wave of their hands. The hanging clothes vanished, all absorbed into their space. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the warehouse, prompting a shared look of alarm between Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing, cautiously approaching the source of the noise. Yu Qingyin gripped the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. Inside the disordered warehouse, a woman clad in Hanfu reclined elegantly on a sofa, her delicate hairstyle slightly disheveled, adding an air of chaotic beauty to her demeanor. However, the pallor of her face, despite her meticulously applied makeup, betrayed an exhaustion akin to a drained ability. Before her lay the lifeless bodies of two men, completely naked, with exquisitely crafted golden hairpins protruding from their chests, evidence of their untimely demise. Upon noticing the two newcomers, the woman's expression remained unfazed, as if nothing could capture her attention. Struggling to maintain her composure, she delicately brushed her hair aside with elongated fingers, calmly stating, "Young ladies, I don't have what you seek. Perhaps you should explore elsewhere. You might find something worthwhile." Lin Yuqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke up apologetically. "The Hanfu outside has been absorbed into our space. We wish to return it to you." The woman's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile as she dismissively waved her hand. "No need. If you require it, take a tea." Yu Qingyin responded with a simple, "Thank you," as she prepared to leave with Lin Yuqing. However, Lin Yuqing hesitated, pausing before saying, "Perhaps we should leave some for you." A cold wave is approaching. A flicker of emotion crossed the woman's calm gaze at the mention of the cold wave. "A timely arrival indeed," she remarked, a hint of coldness creeping into her smile as her eyes found the two lingering at the doorway. She shook her head. "It's all right. There are plenty of clothes in the warehouse." Having said all she needed, Lin Yuqing turned to leave with Yu Qingyin, but the woman suddenly spoke again. "Do not go to the third floor." The two halted, Lin Yuqing asking in confusion, "Why?" Yet the woman had already reclined back on the sofa. Shutting her eyes to rest, Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged glances, realizing further inquiries were futile. They exited the Hanfu store and made their way to the second floor of the mall. The second floor was still filled with clothing stores, and they swept through, clearing it out, heading straight for the third floor. The entire third floor was lined with various restaurants. Grilled fish, hot pot, and Hunan cuisine were all present. each establishment appearing unnaturally pristine, as if meticulously cleaned. Su Qingyin and Lin Yuqing cautiously stepped into one restaurant. It felt as though they had triggered some sort of switch. The roars of zombies erupted, accompanied by the sounds of scratching and banging as nails scraped against the door. Yu Qingyin frowned in concern. She had already contracted all the zombies in Z City. How could there still be zombies here? System query in progress. Please wait a moment. Lin Yuqing retrieved a modified baseball bat from her space, and the two stood back to back, scanning their surroundings warily. Just then, the system voice chimed in again. Host, these zombies were infected just yesterday. Someone deliberately brought a zombie here. Yu Qingyin's pupils constricted. Deliberately? Indeed, So this is what it feels like to be a zombie. How intriguing. Oh, and the food this time is a mature woman. What luck? Oh, the zombie next to her looks so fierce. I'm in love. The beautiful sister smells so good. I really like her. As Yu Qingyin listened to the utterances of the zombies, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. These undead creatures still possessed the naive foolishness of those newly entering society. A flash of green flickered in Yu Qingyin's hand, causing the staggering zombie that had been shambling towards them to abruptly halt, incessantly calling out. Wow, the zombie sister is so cool. I want to cheer for you. Oh, so this is what supernatural powers are like. It looks so magical. What would it feel like to be struck? How about you give it a try? Lin Yuqing observed the zombies, a hint of confusion crossing her gaze. Qingyin, why aren't these zombies attacking us? Are they frightened by your powers? Yes, the beautiful sister is right. Right. They're indeed afraid. However, in the next moment, one zombie, undeterred by fear, charged directly towards Yu Qingyin's whip. In an instant, it was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, its body shattered. The newly transformed zombies were left dumbfounded, retreating in panic. How terrifying. This zombie sister is so frightening. Oh, zombie princess, I withdraw. This withdrawal shall last a lifetime. Yet, in the following second, as if compelled by some malevolent force, the zombies' eyes turned crimson, hissing and baring their teeth. They surged towards Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing like a tide. Lin Yuqing swung her baseball bat, and with each strike, a zombie's head was smashed to pieces. Each of her blows was precise, a perfect blend of strength and speed, rendering every attack lethal and efficient. A flicker of determination crossed Yu Qingyin's eyes as she abandoned her initial plan. The vines in her hand danced as if alive, each lash accompanied by sound that split the air, sending the zombies crashing against the ceiling before they thudded heavily to the ground. Producing a dull thud, in just a few minutes, the entire floor of zombies was eradicated by the two of them. They stood amidst the chaos, about to breathe a sigh of relief when hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. The two exchanged wary glances, and soon a woman clad in traditional Han attire rushed up, panting heavily. Her gaze froze in shock upon seeing the corpses strewn about. Have you eliminated all the zombies here? Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yuqing casually stowed her bat and nodded. Yes, do you need something? Nothing. The woman shook her head, suddenly appearing resolute, a determined light flickering in her eyes. Will you take me with you? In exchange, I can lead you to supplies. I am the only one who knows this place, and it is rich in resources. Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged a glance, with Yu Qingyin scrutinizing the woman with a piercing gaze, as if trying to discern her true intentions. Why should we trust you? Yu Qingyin's voice was calm and direct. The woman, undeterred by their skepticism, maintained her composure, her voice steady and powerful, because I escaped from there. Although it is a wretched place, the resources hoarded there are beyond your imagination. The fierce hatred flickered in her eyes, akin to an inescapable black mist. One misstep could lead to being consumed by it. The woman gently closed her eyes, her gaze returning to clarity as she fixed her eyes on Yu Qingyin. Speaking softly, I believe you still have companions, right? From your appearance, it seems you are part of a team that has emerged from a base. Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing exchanged knowing glances, and Yu Qingyin slowly spoke. In exchange, we need to know the strength of that place you mentioned. Her words tacitly acknowledged the woman's assumptions. The woman did not respond directly. Of course, if your teammates possess strength akin to yours, they should have no fear of them. Yu Qingyin specified a location, giving orders to the vines, the former leader. and Ling Yinyan to scout ahead. Taking the woman to find Ji Yanli and the other teammates that on their way, they learned the woman's name was Zhou Ling, who had inadvertently ended up there. Originally, her group was engaged in illicit dealings on the border. When the apocalypse struck, they were forced to relocate inland due to flooding. Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing chose a different path, aiming for the residential area, a place Ji Yanli had recently visited with Qingyin, rife with peril. To be cautious. This area may not be safe. Ji Yanli's voice was cold, reminding Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing nodded, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. But his eyes were filled with vigilance. Don't worry, boss. You know my strength all too well. It's just that I'm all bundled up like a dumpling, which detract from my handsome image. Yes, he spoke. Lin Yuqing disdainfully tugged at his long black down jacket. With Lin Yuqing's jest, Ji Yanli's tense nerves eased slightly, and he found Lin Yuqing's disdainful expression somewhat amusing. Only you would still concern yourself with your image at a time like this. Lin Yuqing, hearing this, draped an arm over Ji Yanli's shoulder and mischievously winked. Boss, you criticize me for caring about my appearance. Why don't we talk about you? You even used hairspray today. Who among us is more meticulous than you? Ji Yanli's facade was pierced, and a hint of discomfort flashed across his face as he shot Lin Yuqing a cold glance. Ji Yanli looked at the shattered glass door, his heart sinking. It seems we arrived late. Should we continue searching, boss? Ji Yanli's gaze was deep, lost in thought. Yes, we're primarily searching for warm supplies. The two stepped over the shattered glass and forcefully broke through the first door. Inside, chaos reigned. Quilts had been slashed open, their white cotton stuffing stained red with blood. As they ventured further, a television lay smashed in half, and in the bedroom, the body of a woman lay unclothed. With a knife wound to her abdomen, blood still oozing from the wound, it was evident she had been dead for some time. Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing exchanged glances, silently retreating from the room. Boss, the person shouldn't be far. Should we continue searching? Ji Yanli shook his head. Let us change locations. We can't waste time. It wasn't that they feared encountering others. Rather, if they did, and the other party were particularly vicious, they would need to expend effort to resolve it, which would be a significant waste of time. Lin Yuqing naturally had no objections to Ji Yanli's decision and placed his arm over Ji Yanli's shoulder. Just as they exited the residential building, a shadow darted past them. Crashing into the spot where they had just stood, it was a male corpse. The man was drenched in blood, his abdomen ripped open. Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing exchanged shocked glances. What enmity existed between the people upstairs and this man that would lead to such brutality? Ji Yanli's ears perked up, and he cautiously glanced behind him, spotting a zombie that had somehow appeared in the hallway, its gray-white eyes fixed intently on them, its mouth twisted into an eerie grin that stretched to its ears. Lin Yuqing followed his gaze, exclaiming, "Wow, this zombie looks truly unique. I've never seen one like this in all my time." Almost simultaneously, a massive fireball hurtled towards them, scorching the white walls black in its wake. Lin Yuqing raised his arm slightly, and the fireball seemed to respond to some mysterious force, obediently shrinking and landing in his palm, flickering like a tame sprite. The zombie momentarily froze, then charged at them with astonishing speed, its sharp claws aimed directly at their midsection. Ji Yanli's expression hardened, and with a swift motion, bolts of lightning rained down, leaving no chance for the zombie to escape. In an instant, the creature was reduced to a charred corpse. Lin Yuqing, dissatisfied, kicked the blackened body, muttering, "Is this truly the monster that killed that man?" Enough with these thoughts. Since the crisis in this building has been resolved, let us continue our search. They opened the doors on the first floor one by one, each revealing a scene of horror. Men brutally disemboweled, women pierced through the abdomen by blades. Upon reaching the third floor and searching the last room there, Lin Yuqing waved his hands repeatedly. Leaning against the window at the end of the corridor, the air thick with the stench of blood. "Boss, I can't take it anymore. This makes me nauseous. What kind of madness is this zombie engaged in? It has killed so many people, yet only disembowels them. It's utterly bizarre." Lin Yuqing's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Ji Yanli stood beside him, his gaze as cold as winter ice. But when his eyes fell upon the slowly approaching Qingyin, that frigid demeanor melted into warmth, and he waved gently to indicate his position. Lin Yuqing finally noticed Qingyin's voice and excitedly waved. "Qingyin, we're on the third floor. Just take the elevator up. But please don't visit each room. Boss, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. So, you mean the zombies are following human orders? Could their leader be involved in such dealings? As he spoke, Lin Yuqing recalled the rumors from before the apocalypse, his eyes widening in shock that Ji Yanli neither confirmed nor denied, acknowledging that such a situation was indeed possible. And the worst-case scenario would be if they had colluded with Wei Lun. Lin Yuqing grimaced. Why is Wei Lun everywhere? He truly is an unshakable specter. As the two conversed, Yu Qingyin and Lin Yuqing arrived on the third floor with Zhou Ling. Lin Yuqing approached with a smile, playfully slapping Lin Yuqing on the back. Yuqing, what are you two discussing? Lin Yuqing rubbed his sore back and half-jokingly complained, Sister, at least be a bit ladylike. Lin Yuqing retorted dismissively, ladylike. A lady cannot fill one's stomach. In the apocalypse, it is the strength of one's fist that truly matters. Come, allow me to introduce you to a beautiful woman. With that, Lin Yuqing smiled and walked over to Zhou Ling, this enchanting lady. Zhou Ling is someone we encountered at the mall. She mentioned that she knows of a place abundant in supplies, albeit exceedingly perilous. Lin Yuqing recounted the basic situation that Zhou Ling had just shared with them, concluding with her request. As a condition for sharing this information, she hopes we will take her to our base. To Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing exchanged a meaningful glance, and recalling their earlier speculations. Everything fell into place. Zhou Ling's gaze settled on Ji Yanli. Ever since her arrival here, she found herself captivated by him. The man exuded an imposing aura, creating an impression of keeping others at bay. And merely standing there, he emanated an implicit pressure. She was certain he was the captain of this squad. With a professionally feigned smile, she greeted them. Hello, my name is Zhou Ling. Ji Yanli merely nodded slightly, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Zhou Ling before he averted his eyes. As he watched Yu Qingyin emerge from the room, he stepped forward, gently taking her hand, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Are you tired? Are you injured? Ji Yanli's voice was tender and filled with concern at why Yu Qingyin smiled back at him, her tone laced with jest. Not tired, no injuries. Are you still unaware of my capabilities? As she spoke, Yu Qingyin grasped Ji Yanli's hand, drawing them closer, and in a voice only they could hear, added, I have sent my subordinates to scout. We should receive news once they locate Shin Biluo and the others. Ji Yanli's eyes were filled with warmth as he released Yu Qingyin's hand, gently massaging her, his voice laced with affection. You have worked hard. This gentle demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier behavior in front of Zhou Ling. Lin Yuqing observed this scene, his lips twitching involuntarily, turning to Zhou Ling with a smile and nodding. Welcome. I happen to know the location of the place you mentioned. Before the apocalypse, I had intended to travel there. But, he paused before continuing, yet now, it appears to be an opportunity. Your Hanfu looks splendid. Do you have a men's version? Zhou Ling responded with a smile. Yes, I do. Once it is safe, I shall fetch it for you. However, it is rather inconvenient to battle zombies in Hanfu. I wonder if there is a place here to change clothes. Zhou Ling nodded and casually entered a room. She gently closed the door, her expression calm as she stepped over the corpse lying in a pool of blood on the floor. From her spatial equipment, she retrieved a clean outfit. Just as she finished changing, the communicator hidden beneath her Hanfu on the bed emitted a shrill buzzing sound, followed by a deep, threatening voice cutting through the static. Do not even think about escaping my control. Obediently bring the person over. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether your brother will live or die. The menace in the voice sent a chill down Zhou Ling's spine. Outside, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuqing watched her enter the room. Lin Yuqing's smile faded as he pulled Lin Yuqing closer to Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin, deliberately lowering his voice to speak seriously. What do we know about this woman? Can we trust her? Not much, but it wouldn't hurt to follow her lead. A cold front is approaching, and we need supplies, Yu Qingyin replied calmly. Lin Yuqing found her nonchalant attitude amusing yet exasperating. Miss Yu, you truly are quite carefree. This is the apocalypse, and everyone must remain vigilant. Why Yu Qingyin shot him a sideways glance. I am aware, and I have my own plans. Once she changes, we shall seek out Qingyin. In the midst of their discussion, Zhou Ling emerged from the room, her demeanor unchanged, as if the horrific scene within had barely registered in her mind. Lin Yuqing's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Sensing she was a formidable character, had Zhou Ling been privy to his thoughts, She might have offered a bittersweet smile. She had witnessed too much and had long grown numb. The five of them set off in the direction where Gu Qingyuan and the others had departed. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun were scouring a large supermarket for any usable supplies as Yu Qingyuan surveyed the rows of empty shelves, his brow furrowing slightly. It seems this place has been thoroughly ransacked. Though they had anticipated this outcome, disappointment still crept in. Ling Yunyun headed straight for the supermarket's warehouse, where chaos reigned. Several zombie corpses lay strewn about. Clearly, this area had not escaped the disaster. The two quickly abandoned the food section on the first floor and made their way to the second floor, which housed daily necessities, only to find it in a similar state of disarray, with tissues scattered everywhere and broken buckets littering the ground. As Qingyin was about to step in, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze, as if a venomous serpent had fixed its stare upon him. Alert, he turned towards the central shelf, where faint, gasping sounds emanated. Ling Yunyun also sensed the anomaly. They exchanged a glance, and without needing words, they instinctively chose to split up and encircle the source. The hidden creature seemed to sense their intentions, abruptly toppling the nearby shelves, which crashed down like a line of dominoes, creating a deafening roar. A towering, 2-meter-tall monster appeared before them, its form appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. This creature had disheveled hair obscuring its face, yet the two prominent horns atop its head stood out starkly. Its tattered clothing barely clung to its body, shielding only the most vital areas, while its exposed skin was robust, exuding a primal strength. It let out a deep growl, reminiscent of a zombie's moan, yet tinged with a beast's roar. As it howled, a fierce wind surged, lifting the tissues and debris from the ground, swirling chaotically in the air, posing a danger of injury to the unwary. Yu Qingyin and Ling Yunyun quickly drew closer, forming a makeshift barrier to Yu Qingyin keenly sensed the approaching peril. He grasped Ling Yunyun's hand and swiftly dodged. Just as a massive entity took their place, Yu Qingyin wielded a water blade, slicing through the flying tissues and various fragments, aiming directly at the colossal creature. However, the monster nimbly evaded the attack, only to be met with an even fiercer barrage of water blades and earth spikes, which intertwined like a fine net. The creature found itself unable to escape, suffering multiple lacerations as black blood oozed from its wounds, soaking into the tissues below. Its agonized whimpers echoed throughout the supermarket, the sound nearly capable of lifting the roof off. The earth spikes embedded in the creature's body suddenly shot out, disintegrating into dust that fell to the ground. Yu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun pressed their advantage, launching an even more relentless assault on the creature. The fabric of their clothing whipped violently in the wind, and they struggled to maintain their footing. The water blades and earth spikes battled against the tempest, making progress nearly impossible to end this clash. Both sides were locked in a test of wills. Any lapse in focus could result in defeat, and the standoff continued for what felt like an eternity. Yu Qingyin and Ling Yunyun exchanged a glance. And suddenly, the windows behind the monster shattered, and several water blades and earth spikes launched in from outside. Surrounded on two fronts, the creature was once again transformed into a pincushion. Yu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun offered no opportunity for counterattack, intensifying their assault as countless water blades sliced through its neck, revealing bone beneath the wounds. The creature thrashed wildly, the wind growing fiercer, pushing Gu Qingyin and Ling Yunyun back, yet their movements remained unimpeded. Another water blade and earth spike struck the creature's vulnerable neck, and its head fell, rolling across the ground before finally coming to rest against a shelf, the wind abruptly ceasing. The papers and debris suspended in the air lost their support and plummeted down. Goodness, you two have certainly engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Yuqing's voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Wow, this creature looks utterly terrifying, neither human nor ghost. I wonder how it came to be. Gu Qingyuan chuckled at his antics. What brings you here? Where's the boss? In response, Lin Yuqing gestured towards the staircase. There, the boss and Qingyin are coming. Yu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyun turn in unison, calling out, Boss! As Gu Qingyuan's gaze fell upon Zhou Ling walking alongside Lin Yuqing, he smiled and inquired, and who might this be? Lin Yuqing briefly introduced her, and in the gaze of the group, Zhou Ling appeared somewhat uneasy, her eyes fixating on the fallen creature, her pupils constricting suddenly. her hands clenching involuntarily. Yulin, her voice quivered slightly, capturing everyone's attention to oh you know it. All eyes turned to her. Zhou took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. Yes, I know it. This person is also from that place. And he is my best friend. Her eyelashes fluttered downwards, concealing the intense hatred in her eyes. They even dared to target Yulin. Yulin was their most effective weapon. What of her brother, since they wished for her to bring people over? Let them prove their capability to swallow such a substantial piece of meat. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within Zhou Ling. A bitter smile might have graced her lips had she been aware of the group's overwhelming power. She had begun to anticipate the clash between the two forces, envisioning a spectacular spectacle. Lin Yuqing keenly sensed the subtle shift in Zhou Ling's emotions and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Do not grieve. For him, this may indeed be a form of liberation. Zhou Ling offered a slight nod. Lin Yuqing's words rang true. Death represented a form of liberation for them. What truly instilled terror was the thought of remaining trapped in that sunless laboratory, where survival was an unattainable dream and death an elusive escape. Lin Yuqing draped an arm around Gu Qingyuan's shoulders, attempting to shatter the oppressive atmosphere with a light-hearted remark. Ji dog, how much have you scavenged? Surely, it can't be less than what we've gathered. Gu Qingyuan shot him a sidelong glance. You think you've scavenged more? This place has already been ransacked. There's no need to waste time searching again. Let us go find senior sister Shenbiluo and the others. Ji Yanli nodded slightly, and Qingyin took the lead, clasping Ji Yanli's hand as they descended the stairs with a lightness in their step. Qingyin's gaze inadvertently swept over the group behind them, gently tugging on Ji Yanli's hand, prompting him to turn. She relayed the intel from their little brother to Ji Yanli, who raised an eyebrow inquiringly. What are the odds of success? Chapter 131. Shenbiluo's anomaly. Before Ji Yanli could finish speaking, Lin Yuqing interjected, draping himself over the shoulders of both individuals and playfully separating them, his eyes dancing with mischief. Boss, Qingyin, what whispers are you sharing? I wonder if it would be too much trouble for me to listen in. Ji Yanli brusquely pushed Lin Yuqing's face away, his tone as frosty as winter's chill. If it's a whisper, naturally, it's not for your ears. Mind your own business. Meanwhile, Shenbiluo and Lu Yunxiang cautiously entered the hospital. The place was eerily deserted, silent enough to hear the raindrops splattering against the ground. As though it had been abandoned for ages, they headed directly toward the pharmacy area, where several corpses in white coats lay strewn across the floor, exuding a putrid stench. The shelves were disheveled, with medicine bottles toppled and scattered everywhere. Lu Yunxiang's eyes darted across the shelves, searching for any potentially useful medications. These antibiotics should be beneficial, he murmured, swiftly stowing the bottles into his backpack. Shenbiluo, on the other side, meticulously checked the expiration dates of the medications, her movements precise and earnest, ensuring every item was safe for use. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the deafening crash of breaking glass as a zombie burst through the window. In the next instant, its neck was severed by the jagged shards, leaving its body wedged helplessly in the window frame. Shenbiluo swiftly collected a shelf of medications into her storage space, her tone calm. Well, that was something. However, as they exited the pharmacy area, they discovered that the once empty hospital courtyard had been inexplicably inundated with a sea of zombies, leaving barely an inch of space. From their elevated vantage point, they observed the entire hospital enveloped by the relentless horde, these zombies distinctly different from those they had previously encountered. Their eyes glowed a menacing red. Unlike the mindless creatures they had faced before, these zombies exhibited a level of cunning, skillfully navigating obstacles as they approached their building with a clear intent, as if driven by some unseen command. The air was thick with low, guttural growls emanating from below, followed by the chaotic sound of shuffling footsteps. Shenbiluo leaned against the window, arms crossed, her expression remaining unflustered as she spoke coolly. When the zombies break through, hold on to me tightly, and we'll leap out the window. Lu Yunxiang nodded in agreement, ready to follow her plan. Observing the relentless tide of zombies below, he suddenly spoke up. Previously, I heard Lin Lao mention that some were conducting experiments on living people. I didn't believe it at the time, yet here we are. Shenbiluo let out a scoff, her voice dripping with disdain. Before the apocalypse, there were already monsters conducting secret experiments on the living. Now, with no constraints, these individuals have no qualms about their actions. I have encountered such people far too often. Liu Yunxiang, taken aback, looked at Shin Biluo with newfound curiosity. You've seen this before. A chill flickered in Shin Biluo's eyes. Seen it? I was nearly one of their subjects that a series of violent bangs echoed from outside the door, as if something heavy was being thrown against it. Shin Biluo smirked, noting the speed of their approach. Moments later, the obstruction at the door began to tremble and topple, causing the examination room's door to sway precariously. Shin Biluo seized the opportunity to open the window, vines coiling around the windowsill as she and Liu Yunxiang climbed through. Liu Yunxiang, not idle, unleashed his powers to eliminate the zombies still attempting to enter. They landed safely on the ground. When Qingyin, Ji Yanli, and the others arrived, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. Before they could react, countless zombies surged forth from the inpatient department's glass doors like a relentless tide. The group unleashed their abilities. Flames, water blades, and earth spikes erupted in a dazzling display. Brothers, charge. Remember to leave some alive. Brothers, bind them. Don't be greedy. Half an hour later, the hospital courtyard was a grotesque sight, piled high with the bodies of zombies, nearly carpeting the ground. Lin Yuqing rubbed his sore arms, exclaiming, "These zombies are far too abnormal. It's as if they've been artificially enhanced." Zhou Ling let out a long breath, exhausted to the point of near collapse, and plopped down on the ground, disregarding the dirt beneath her. What you said isn't entirely accurate. Perhaps only one or two have been modified. The zombies infected by these modified ones will become just like them. The expressions of Ji Yanli and the others grew increasingly grave, as if an invisible shroud of dread had enveloped them. Zhou Ling continued, "Rather than calling it modification, it's more accurate to say that the virus they carry is not the same. This virus was newly developed through human experimentation." Upon hearing this, Shin Biluo fixed Zhou Ling with a piercing gaze, a flicker of scrutiny in her eyes. "How do you know so much?" Her voice carried an undeniable seriousness. Zhou Ling met her gaze unflinchingly. "Because I escaped from that laboratory just a few days ago and ran into Yuqing and Qingyin today." Her words were a mixture of truth and deception. Lin Yuqing chimed in cheerfully. "Yes, I met Zhou Ling at the mall with Qingyin." Suddenly, a thought struck Shin Biluo, and she feigned nonchalance as she asked, "Since you escaped from there, do you know someone named Xin Yulin?" At the mention of the familiar name, Zhou Ling's pupils dilated slightly, though she quickly masked her reaction that "I know someone named Yulin, but I'm unsure if he carries the surname Shen. I can't ask him anymore." Shin Biluo's voice involuntarily rose in volume. "Why not? He just died," she replied, her voice trembling slightly as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She lifted her gaze, striving to hold back her emotions. Shin Biluo staggered back a step, shaken by her words. A tumult of feelings, anger, heartbreak, colliding within her, causing her eyes to redden abruptly. Liu Yunxiang, observing Shin Biluo's reaction, recalled her earlier words, and a new suspicion began to form in his mind. Chapter 132. The Breaking Point of the Vine's Boss. "You have no idea how disgusting these humans are," Tung Ting remarked, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and revulsion. "Boss, how should we destroy these bottles and jars?" "Oh, boss, I can purify them," Tung Ting exclaimed, her tone revealing a hint of excitement. Yu Qingyin raised an eyebrow, considering this unexpected turn of events, but remembering the potential dangers, she inquired with concern. "Ying, after you absorb them, do you feel any discomfort?" Suddenly, Tung Ting's voice turned fearful. "Boss, I've been discovered." Yet beneath her words lay an unmistakable thrill. "You fool, discover my foot. We're mutated plants. They have no idea what we are." "Boss, I don't want to work with Tung Ting anymore. I fear being associated with it will lower my intelligence." Ying lamented, her voice brimming with disdain and grievance. Tung Ting immediately retorted, indignant. Yu Qingyin swiftly severed the connection with Tung Ting and Ying, anticipating a barrage of foul language that she wished to avoid hearing. After gauging the time, she reopened the communication. Tung Ting and Ying spoke in unison, "But I've cleaned out this basement. Boss, hurry and come." Ying pushed against Tung Ting, insisting, "No, it was me. If it weren't for my quick thinking. You'd have been captured by those idiots with your intellect barely enough to withstand a breeze." As the two little ones prepared to bicker once more, Qingyin quickly intervened. You both are amazing. After this is over, I'll treat you to some food boxes. All right? Upon hearing about the food boxes, the two immediately ceased their quarrel, adopting a cooperative demeanor. Qingyin couldn't help but smirk at the sight, suspecting they had orchestrated the argument just to dupe her into offering food. Just then, Shin Biluo's emotions began to settle, and she regarded Zhou Ling with a less than friendly gaze. Ji Yanli retrieved a jeep from his storage space. Taking on the role of driver, Qingyin naturally took the passenger's seat. Whether it was the anticipation of an impending battle or the presence of Zhou Ling, the atmosphere in the vehicle was unexpectedly subdued. Even the usually boisterous Lin Yuqing had opted for silence, choosing instead to rest his eyes. The vehicle glided smoothly up a hillside, where verdant trees flourished, nourished by the recent rains, creating a picturesque scene that was almost surreal, making it hard to associate this beauty with the ominous depths of a hidden laboratory. Upon disembarking, the group began to survey their surroundings. Zhou Ling alighted from the vehicle, her gaze sweeping across the desolate hillside. A flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. It shouldn't be like this. There should be guards in the vicinity. Lin Yuqing, harboring his own doubts, spoke up. Zhou Ling, are you certain this is the place? It doesn't quite seem right. Zhou Ling nodded resolutely, affirming, this is indeed the location. With that, she strode purposefully to one side of the slope, parting two towering bushes, revealing the entrance to the laboratory. The iron gate, washed clean by rain, gleamed under the light, yet a password lock upon it bore signs of tampering. With a colossal hole cut into the right side, they witnessed a slender vine, much like a finger, slither out through the breach, casting a glance their way before vanishing into the dense forest. However, Qingyin's mind was anything but tranquil. Boss, you lied to me. How could you still be with that terrifying human? Holding hands no less. In the next instant, Ying's mocking voice rang out again. Don't act all scandalized. If the boss isn't with that handsome human, then she is with you. A mere skinny vine. You're not even the same species, for goodness sake. Ting retorted defiantly. Who said that? The boss likes me, or why else would she touch my backside? Ying scoffed. Are you sure the boss can distinguish where your backside is? Stop being so narcissistic. Ying's words struck Ting's heart like a dagger. Qingyin fell silent, her gaze drifting to her slender fingers, silently reminding herself to avoid unnecessary contact with those mutated plants in the future to prevent misunderstandings. Ji Yanli noticed her unusual demeanor, gently shaking her hand, his eyes filled with concern. What's wrong? Qingyin shook her head lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. It's nothing. Let us go. My little brother has already cleared the area inside. There's no danger. Ji Yanli paused at her words, then chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Your little brother is quite impressive. Qingyin lifted her chin slightly, turning away with a hint of pride. Of course, before the two could continue their conversation, Lin Yuqing playfully interjected between them, grinning. Boss, Qingyin, shall we go inside for a moment? Lin Yuqing and Qingyuan exchanged glances at Lin Yuqing's antics, shaking their heads in resignation while covering their eyes with their hands. Seemingly unable to bear witnessing what was about to unfold, Yanli casually draped an arm over Lin Yuqing's shoulder, applying gentle pressure while maintaining a warm smile. Let us go. We should take a look. Lin Yuqing let out a grunt, inhaling sharply, forcing a smile as he retaliated by resting his arm on Ji Yanli's shoulder, gritting his teeth in agreement. All right. With that, they both vied for dominance. Helping each other through the towering breach, the others shook their heads in amusement, filing in behind them. The scale of the laboratory exceeded their expectations. Upon entry, they found themselves in a space reminiscent of a living room, with dim yellow bulbs swaying overhead, casting flickering light that evoked an eerie atmosphere. To the right stood another iron door, similarly marred by a large hole. Peering inside, they beheld a vast dungeon, where various serpents lay lifeless on the ground. Thoroughly deceased, the dungeon contained several towering pillars entwined with iron chains, clearly intended for punishment. At the far end lay an assortment of torture instruments, stained with blood, rendering their original colors unrecognizable. As they passed through the living room, they entered a laboratory where several cages stood ajar, and at the center was an iron table, also bound with chains. Beneath the table lay a few stark white bones, unmistakably the work of Tungting and her kin. Chapter 133. An abundance of food beside the iron table stood a cart laden with experimental tools, its precision instruments seemingly recounting tales of past rigor and order. However, the shattered glass on the right wall silently unveiled the chaotic reality. What once stood as a row of orderly glass containers was now reduced to mere fragments. The experimental gases they contained had long been absorbed by Tungting and her companions. Lin Yuqing approached the wooden rack, picking up a shard of sharp glass, his brow furrowed in confusion and astonishment. Someone has been here before us? Who could it be? So capable. Qingyin stepped alongside him, resting a hand on his shoulder and teasing. Didn't you see the enormous hole at the entrance? Clearly, someone arrived ahead of us. It seems we've made a fruitless trip. Only Ji Yanli and Qingyin shared a knowing glance, exchanging a look laden with unspoken implications. After all, this was all thanks to her little brother. Qingyin spoke playfully. Perhaps the food hidden here is well concealed. Those who came before us may not have discovered it. Lin Yuqing immediately countered without a second thought. How could that be? Lin Yuqing chimed in with a smile. Supporting their viewpoint, Boss and Qingyin are right. Since we're here, we might as well explore. Who knows, we could be the lucky ones. Ji Yuqingyuan's gaze flitted between Ji Yanli and Qingyin, a hint of speculation brewing in his mind. What transpired here? Did the boss and Qingyin know something? Or had Qingyin already communicated with her zombified allies? Sensing Qingyin's scrutiny, Qingyin felt a jolt of unease, hastily diverting her gaze. Listening to the discussions, Zhou Ling's attention briefly lingered on the shattered glassware, her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing as their conjectures seemed to ring true. If there were still living beings within the laboratory, these precious vessels would not have suffered such devastation. After all, they valued these items more than their own lives. Realizing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Zhou Ling's eyes, though the malicious nature of this group made her fear for her brother. The image of her brother's youthful face flashed in her mind, filling Zhou Ling's eyes with sorrow, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to suppress her emotions. Zhou Ling forced a smile, interrupting the group's discourse. Rather than speculate here, why don't we check the granary? At her words, the discussions among Ji Yanli and the others fell abruptly silent. Lin Yuqing feigned a carefree smile, nodding. That's an excellent suggestion. Let us go in for a look, which might also dissuade the boss and the others. Yet, concealed within the folds of his sleeves, his powers quietly gathered. While the group maintained an outward calm, their inner vigilance heightened in unison. In the next moment, a thunderous rumble echoed as the earthen wall behind the cages slowly receded, revealing a locked iron door adorned with a password lock. Qingyin and Ji Yanli's expressions darkened. With Tungting and Yinging around, they likely wouldn't be able to uncover the hidden door within. Their exuberance had been premature. Ji Yanli exchanged a glance with Lin Yuqing, and the group instantly fell into a state of alertness, bracing for anything. Zhou Ling stepped boldly out of the cage, pressing the password lock. Beep. Password correct. The mechanical voice rang out. The iron door creaked open, releasing a wave of cold air enveloped in a veil of white mist, akin to stepping into an ice cavern. Zhou Ling turned, beckoning to the others. Hurry over. This place stores nothing but fresh meat. Come and gather it. As she spoke, she stepped into the icy chamber. Ji Yanli, alert, erected an invisible barrier around the group, allowing them to cautiously proceed. Entering, just as Zhou Ling had indicated, they found an array of meats, beef, pork. Zhou Ling approached the innermost freezer, cautioning, don't take anything from these two freezers. They contain human flesh. Her words caused the expressions of the group to shift dramatically, and she added with a wry smile, those people didn't store human flesh before, but with the apocalypse upon us and food scarce, they began to clean, dissect, and preserve those deemed without experimental value. Zhou Ling paused, gazing at the neatly arranged white meat within the freezer, murmuring softly, perhaps there's even a piece that belonged to my brother. Her voice was barely audible, nearly swallowed by the chill of the ice cavern. Yet it was heard clearly by Qingyin, whose gaze toward Zhou Ling now carried a tinge of sympathy. Nevertheless, her wariness remained intact. After all, this woman had appeared out of nowhere, possessing knowledge of so many secrets, standing unharmed among them. She was undoubtedly not a simple character, perhaps even one of the core personnel. Ji Yanli collected all the meats into the empty spatial pockets before following Zhou Ling through the freezer, where yet another iron door awaited, just as adorned with a password lock. Without hesitation, Zhou Ling pressed the password. Beep. Password correct. As the iron door opened slowly, it revealed a preservation space with moderate temperatures, filled with a wealth of fresh fruits and vegetables. Further inside lay another iron door, which Zhou Ling effortlessly opened once more. Inside were various grains, flours, and seasonings. Ji Yanli and Lin Yuqing stood in awe. Their mouths agape. This mountain had likely been excavated by the personnel from this experimental base, ample enough to accommodate a city's worth of people. Yet aside from the few skeletal remains they had seen upon entry, they had found no other corpses. How bizarre! As they ventured deeper, apart from Zhou Ling, Ji Yanli and the others remained on high alert, their gazes sharp as hawks, scrutinizing every subtle movement around them. Their powers aglow and unwavering at long last. Zhou Ling halted before a heavy iron door, turning to face the group with a hint of distress in her expression. That I regret to inform you that I am unaware of the code to this iron door. This is the very heart of their research base, known only to them. Might any of you assist me in unlocking it? Her words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of alarm through the assembled crowd. A palpable tension gripped them. They sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Perhaps even the entirety of the laboratory's personnel lay hidden within. Chapter 134. Encountering Chu Tianxiong, Qingyin grasped Ji Yanli tightly, halting his advance. She shook her head, lowering her voice resolutely. Allow me to go. I am a zombie, and their viruses hold no power over me. You, however, must protect everyone else. Her tone was unwavering and composed. With swift determination, Qingyin placed her hand gently on the iron door. In the next instant, the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Beyond it lay several bodies clad in white lab coats and gas masks, sprawled grotesquely on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Their coats were stained crimson, and they bore gruesome gashes, reminiscent of their prior treatment of experimental subjects. This sight left the onlookers momentarily stunned. The anticipated scenario had not materialized. At that moment, Lin Yunyun's gentle voice echoed in Qingyin's mind. Boss, I've cleared this laboratory entirely. Are you satisfied? Lin Yunyun smiled and expressed gratitude. Curiosity piqued, Qingyin inquired, how did you ascertain the code to this place? Lin Yunyun chuckled. We apprehended these beasts and compelled them to divulge it. Why Qingyin nodded in understanding. Proud of her capable subordinate, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Yanli and stepped boldly into the laboratory. Just then, a small shadow darted from the corner, rushing towards Zhou Ling. Woo, sister, I'm scared. Those zombies, I'm so frightened. Zhou Wu's voice trembled with tears, his tiny hand clutching Zhou Ling's garment as if it were his sole refuge. Zhou Ling stood frozen, listening to her brother's cries, her tears cascading down like pearls strung loose. Zhou Wu, she uttered, her voice quavering with uncertainty and infinite tenderness. Zhou Wu lifted his tear-streaked face, confusion and dependence etched in his eyes. Sister, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? He stared at her blankly, nodding slowly. It's me, sister. What's the matter? Please don't frighten me. The group, understanding the gravity of the moment, discreetly stepped aside, granting the siblings their space while they began to explore the laboratory. Lin Yuqing probed curiously. This laboratory is so vast. I wonder how they managed to construct it. Ji Yanli's voice cut through the air, cold and clear. This is an air raid shelter. The revelation struck the group like a bolt, and they understood instantly. All the food had been collected by Ji Yanli into his storage space. Observing Zhou Ling regain her composure as she clasped her brother's hand, a sense of long-lost ease graced her features. The brother she believed dead stood before her, and nothing could bring her greater joy. Let us depart. Ji Yanli's voice shattered the silence that Qingyin and the others concurred, sensing an unspoken heaviness in the air. Likely a remnant of the beast that had occupied this space. They longed to escape swiftly as they exited the laboratory. Delicate snowflakes drifted through the air. Zhou Wu nestled against Zhou Ling, extending his small hand to catch the falling snowflakes, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "Sister, the snowflakes are just like the illustrations in books. So beautiful." His voice rang with innocent delight. Yet, Zhou Ling felt tears welling up in her eyes. She had been brought here 3 years ago, laboriously striving to find a way to escape. On this very day a year ago, she had nearly succeeded, but the beast had captured her only brother. She had no choice but to sell her life once more. Thankfully, this year, she had managed to flee this hellish pit with her brother. Both poised for a new beginning, Ji Yanli procured a jeep, and Lin Yuqing volunteered to drive. Throughout the journey, aside from Zhou Wu's initial remarks, silence enveloped the vehicle as everyone sank into their thoughts. The calmness of the road left Zhou Ling incredulous. Not a single zombie appeared, and the ease of their passage felt surreal. The convoy drove directly into the base, where Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu gazed in awe at the expansive, well-lit facility bustling with cleanly dressed individuals, free from the dread of being dragged into a dark abyss. This reality felt like a long-lost dream as they followed Ji Yanli down from the vehicle. Under Ji Yanli's guidance, they traversed the underground parking lot and followed a man in black security attire to their new abode. In a fleeting moment, only Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin remained at the entrance of the villa. Ji Yanli reluctantly released Yu Qingyin's hand, stating, "I must first report to my father. I temporarily need to—" He paused, hesitant to voice the final words. Why Yu Qingyin, recalling her defense system, observed Ji Yanli's downcast demeanor, and with a hint of amusement, suggested, "How about I accompany you to find Uncle Ji? I also have matters to attend to at the base center to find my mother." Ji Yanli readily agreed, eagerly taking Yu Qingyin's hand. "Let us go. You have yet to visit the base center, correct? I shall show you around." His tone lightened considerably as he began to explain. The base center was transformed from the previous Traveler S Center, presenting a simple yet elegant exterior. Upon reaching the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered an unwelcome figure, Chu Tianxiong, the father of Chu Miao. Upon seeing Yu Qingyin, he huffed disdainfully, deliberately approaching her as though intending to jostle her. Yet, as he drew near, preparing to shove, Yu Qingyin deftly sidestepped, causing him to stumble awkwardly, almost falling, revealing the force behind his actions. Why Yu Qingyin scoffed, firmly grasping Ji Yanli's hand as she strode into the base center, leaving Chu Tianxiong in her wake. Chapter 135. The First Kiss. Fuming, Chu Tianxiong cursed under his breath, his gaze fixated on Yu Qingyin's retreating figure, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. How could it be that while his daughter lay in oblivion, she was free to flaunt her triumph before him? He vowed she would pay dearly for her audacity. Contemplating his schemes, he considered adding another layer. He would not only seize the Sea City base, but ensure the Yu family suffered a fate devoid of burial. Inside the base center, Yu Qingyin, guided by Ji Yanli, entered a spacious office furnished with comfortable sofas and a small bedroom designated for rest. Ji Yanli reluctantly released her hand, softly saying, "Qingyin, please sit here for a moment while I find my father." Why Yu Qingyin shook her head in refusal. "No need. Please take me to find my parents. They must be worried, sick, and eager to see me." A flicker of guilt crossed Ji Yanli's eyes. "I apologize for not considering this. Uncle Yu may be preoccupied at the moment. Aunt Yu is currently in the agricultural zone of the base. I can escort you there." Why Yu Qingyin nodded. "All right, let us proceed." She followed Ji Yanli into the elevator, descending to the basement level, which revealed a vast expanse of farmland. Some areas already sprouted tender shoots, while others flourished under cultivation, and certain sections remained untouched black soil. As the elevator doors opened, the rich scent of earth wafted in, mingling with an indescribable aroma. Not delving into the source of the scent, Yu Qingyin advanced quietly toward a woman clad in casual attire. "Mom." Behind her, Ji Yanli couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar exclamation, realizing it was a trait passed down in her family. Yu Qingyin beamed as she linked arms with her mother, playfully exclaiming, "I just wanted to surprise you, Mom." Yu Mama frowned slightly, gently pushing her hand away. "My hands are dirty. Let go if you think this is a surprise. It's more of a shock. Don't you know your mother's heart can't handle such surprises?" After her mother spoke, she turned to Ji Yanli, greeting him warmly. Yanli, you're here, too. To Ji Yanli, catching Yu Qingyin's eye, felt a pang of disappointment, casting a reluctant glance back at her before mustering a smile. Aunt Yu, Qingyin, I shall take my leave now. Amused, Yu Qingyin observed Ji Yanli, releasing her hold on her mother. Mom, I'll walk him out. This man truly could not conceal a single thing. Why you mama? Observing their interaction, remarked suggestively. Go on, make sure to express your gratitude. Why Yu Qingyin nodded, smiling as she approached Ji Yanli. Let us go. I'll accompany you to the entrance. The moment Ji Yanli sensed Yu Mama, his gaze dissipate, his earlier disappointment vanished, and he cheerfully caught up with her. Yet, mindful of Yu Mama's presence, he restrained his impulse to hold her hand, matching her pace closely. Why Yu Qingyin caught a glimpse of his restraint, finding it both amusing and heartwarming. He genuinely valued her words. The watchful gaze faded. She took the initiative to grasp Ji Yanli's hand, observing the smile that graced his lips. Aren't you being a bit childish? She teased playfully. Ji Yanli awkwardly touched his nose, recalling Gu Qingyuan's words about being straightforward. The words he intended to say took a turn, but I want to spend more time with you. Why Yu Qingyin did not expect his directness, stopping in her tracks, her lips curling into a smile as she turned to face him. I see. Then come to my house for dinner tonight. After saying this, a flicker of annoyance passed through Yu Qingyin's eyes. Reflecting on their earlier performance in front of her mother, she realized that, given her mother's imagination, she would surely be able to guess something. There was nothing to hide, so it was best to let things unfold naturally. Ji Yanli's heart skipped a beat. Did her words imply that she wanted him to meet her parents? The hand he held Yu Qingyin's began to perspire slightly. All right, is there anything I need to prepare? Sensing Ji Yanli's nervousness, Yu Qingyin grinned mischievously. You know what my parents like. Do you need me to tell you? The implications in her words were clear to Ji Yanli, causing his heart to race. Ji Yanli swallowed hard. I understand. Just as Yu Qingyin finished speaking, she felt a tightening grip on her wrist, and her body uncontrollably leaned towards Ji Yanli. A familiar scent of sandalwood filled her nostrils, accompanied by his deep voice. Qingyin, what should I do if I can't live without you? Yu Qingyin thought of her mission, a shadow of sadness crossing her gaze. In this apocalyptic world, and given their identities, they would inevitably part ways one day. Just as Qingyuan had said, one must cherish the present and not leave regrets for the future. Do you understand? As her words fell, she distinctly felt the hand around her waist tighten, as if afraid of her leaving. Why Yu Qingyin sighed softly and patted Ji Yanli's shoulder. All right, don't think so much. Cherish the moment and leave no regrets. With that, she gently pushed Ji Yanli away, raising her gaze to meet his lips, which were so close that they appeared enticingly red, as if inviting to be picked. As if sensing her hesitation, the system's voice echoed softly. Host, do not hesitate. Just kiss him. Rest assured, it won't harm Ji Yanli's body. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyin's heart stirred, and she rose on her toes, their lips meeting. Ji Yanli froze in place, the tear mole at the corner of his eye turning a shade of pink with his emotions. Just as Yu Qingyin was about to pull away, he pressed his hand against the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Both were experiencing this for the first time, instinctively kissing their beloved. The kiss was tender and lingering. After what felt like an eternity, they finally separated. Why Yu Qingyin's lips were slightly parted. Breathing heavily, their kiss leaving a glistening sheen that made them appear vividly alluring, tempting anyone to ravage them. Feeling the heat of a burning gaze from above, Yu Qingyin's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as she shyly smiled. Aren't you afraid of catching something from this? Chapter 136. Unexplained malice at her words, Yu Qingyin lightly tapped Ji Yanli's forehead. You love-struck fool. You can't think like this anymore. What about your parents? What about your sister? In the past, he was merely seen as a qualified heir in their eyes, and now he was just a useful tool for the base. Sensing the sadness in his tone, Yu Qingyin drew him back into an embrace. Stop overthinking. Just speak to your family as you do with me. Sometimes being straightforward with loved ones has the same effect. Bottling everything up only creates distance over time, which harms both parties. Seeing his still gloomy expression, Yu Qingyin continued gently. Have you ever watched a TV show or read a novel? Ji Yanli's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. No, my father never allowed me to engage with such things. Yu Qingyin's heart ached at this revelation, and she patiently explained I in dramas and novels. Misunderstandings between the main characters often arise because they fail to communicate, allowing misunderstandings to snowball until they miss their chance to be together. While this may only be fiction, isn't it often the case in real life as well? Qingyin gently wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing intently into his eyes that Ji Yanli felt his heart race violently. As if it might leap from his chest, he nodded slowly. Why Qingyin chuckled lightly, releasing him. She knew that this was not something that could be resolved with mere words. It required a process of adjustment. All right, I have to go now. Silly boy. So, tell me, how far have you two progressed? When can I expect a grandchild? Mentioning grandchildren, Yu's mother's voice unintentionally rose in pitch, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Why Qingyin shot her a reproachful glance. Mom, you're thinking too far ahead. That we should at least wait until life returns to normal before considering having children, right? Otherwise, they would suffer alongside us. Yu's mother nodded seriously, acknowledging the truth in her words. Then, with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, she looked at Qingyin. So, does this mean you've admitted to capturing that young man from the Ji family? Qingyin walked over to her mother and sat down beside her. Do you think that the performance Ji Yanli just put on could fool your keen eyes? Rather than hiding it and letting you guess, it's better to just tell you directly. Yu's mother laughed, wrapping her arms around Qingyin. Hee, my little Qingyin understands me. When I first got together with your father, I also thought about hiding it from my parents, wanting to experience a clandestine romance. Who knew your father was someone who couldn't keep secrets? Qingyin watched her mother recount her romantic past with eyes full of affection, revealing just how happy she had been. Curiously, Qingyin asked, Mom, do you have any exes? At this, Yu's mother perked up even more. Of course, in my younger days, I fluttered through the flower garden without a care. If it weren't for your father, I might still be out there, and my legend would linger in the martial world. Why Qingyin raised an eyebrow in surprise, laughing uncontrollably. Mom, does Dad know about all your romantic escapades? Yu's mother shrugged nonchalantly at oh, what if he knows? He can't do anything about it. She said this with a sense of pride. Remembering how her father was often at the mercy of her mother, Qingyin nodded in agreement. Indeed. So how did you end up with my dad? Qingyin pressed on, curious. Yu's mother winked playfully at her. You have no idea. Your father was quite the shy one in his youth. That was just my type, and I found it utterly amusing to tease him until he blushed. Listening to her mother share their romantic anecdotes, Qingyin couldn't help but laugh heartily. The mother-daughter duo laughed together, and after wiping away tears of laughter, Qingyin said, Mom, I can't even look my dad in the eye anymore. Remembering her defense mechanism, Qingyin's laughter stopped, and she leaned in to whisper an explanation to her mother. Yu's mother glanced at her and sighed. All right, I'll take you over there now. You could try it out. If it doesn't work, that's fine too. Qingyin nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mom. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me for this. Let's go find your father. With that, Yu's mother stood up with a smile. Qingyin followed suit. Linking arms with her mother as they strode toward the exclusive elevator, they headed straight to the third floor, the heart of the base, where there were laboratories dedicated to researching the zombie virus, as well as all the network centers. Upon their arrival, Yu's father emerged from the conference room, accompanied by several individuals in work attire. His eyes lit up upon seeing the two. The four men behind Yu's father greeted Yu's mother cheerfully. Hello, sister-in-law. The system's voice suddenly rang in Qingyin's mind. The man on the far right behind your father has a full score for malice towards you. Host. After the system's reminder, Qingyin instinctively glanced over. It was a gentleman exuding an air of elegance, his face adorned with a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth. Upon noticing her gaze, he nodded with a smile. He spoke, Yingqing, I didn't expect your daughter to have grown so much. She is truly beautiful, surpassing you in every way. Hearing this, although Yu's father was teasing, his face was filled with pride. This little girl is always so unruly, driving me and her mother crazy. Come, Qingyin, meet your Uncle Li. Qingyin wore a polite smile as she greeted him. Hello, Uncle Li. Uncle Li responded with a warm smile. Hello, Qingyin. Yingqing, you're truly living in luxury. It's better for a girl to be lively. Being too serious is not good. The system scoffed. Host, haven't you heard the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? One must not only look at appearances, especially with such prominent figures. They're the masters of disguise. Chapter 137. Li Qingyu's malice. Yu Qingyin nodded lightly, her smile concealing a barely perceptible sharpness. She had long been accustomed to the hidden dangers lurking behind smiles. Yet this time, she felt curious about the hostility emanating from this man she was meeting for the first time. Uncle Li's smile remained warm and friendly. Since sister-in-law and Qingyin are here, we won't disturb your family any longer. We'll take our leave. Yu's father wore a polite smile, exuding an air of composure as he escorted them to the door. Turning back to face the mother-daughter duo, a hint of confusion flickered in Yu's father's eyes. There's something you two need to discuss here. Madam, Yu shot him a glance filled with irritation, questioning, is it impossible for you to be approached unless there's a matter at hand? Let us proceed to the office. This is not the appropriate setting for a conversation. Despite being reprimanded, Father Yu nodded obediently, his demeanor tinged with a hint of indulgence as he acknowledged her words. The office of Father Yu was located at the end of the 3rd floor, nestled in the quietest corner of the building. Upon opening the door, one would find a space that was both simple and stylishly arranged, featuring a desk, a modest sofa, and a coffee table, with a small bedroom for rest tucked away in the back. This little bedroom contained merely a bed and a wardrobe, predominantly decorated in shades of gray, exuding an air of sophistication and simplicity. Madam Yu seated herself directly on the sofa, pulling along Yu Qingyin, while Father Yu took a seat at the coffee table across from them. Madam Yu then recounted Yu Qingyin's intentions, prompting Father Yu to instinctively furrow his brows. This endeavor reliable. The moment those words left his lips, he received a swift reprimand from Madam Yu. Whether it's reliable or not can be determined by our dear Qingyin's trial. After all the files on your computer are backed up, so there is no real loss to worry about. Rubbing the back of his head, which now throbbed slightly, Father Yu forced a smile, conceding, you are right, my dear. I shall open the computer now and allow Qingyin to take the lead. Observing this scene, Yu Qingyin couldn't help but recall the aloof persona of Father Yu that Madam Yu had described, which stood in stark contrast to the devoted husband before her, rendering it almost unbearable to witness. Feeling puzzled by Yu Qingyin's gaze, Father Yu touched his face and inquired, Qingyin, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Madam Yu and Yu Qingyin exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with unspoken understanding, leaving Father Yu perplexed. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Madam Yu interrupted him. Under Madam Yu's urging, Father Yu switched on the computer, making space for curiosity to bubble forth. Why is Ji Yanli coming over for dinner? He asked. There haven't been any significant tasks at the center lately. Why Yu Qingyin, seated on the chair, began to consult her system in her mind. Is this computer suitable? What should I do? The response came in the form of a mechanical voice from the system. Beep. Defense system installation complete. Yu Qingyin was taken aback by the swiftness of the system's operations. After a token gesture of interaction, she stood up only to hear Madam Yu's gentle voice urging her to leave. Why, dear Qingyin, please step outside for a moment. Your father and I have matters to discuss. Observing the seriousness etched on their faces, Yu Qingyin exited with understanding. Guided by her memory, she navigated her way out of the office building, only to encounter Uncle Li at the entrance. Uncle Li appeared to be a refined and gentle middle-aged man, showing no outward signs of malice towards her. Why Yu Qingyin furrowed her brows in skepticism. Scrutinizing Uncle Li closely, he remained as composed and courteous as ever, seemingly sincere in his intentions. Yet, the system had warned her that this individual bore 100% hostility towards her, which raised suspicions of ulterior motives. Having done nothing to provoke him, she pondered why he seemed so eager to target her. Why Yu Qingyin smoothly remarked, I apologize, Uncle Li, but my boyfriend has asked me to wait for him downstairs, so I will not be accompanying you. Uncle Li, fearing that his insistence might arouse unnecessary suspicion, promptly acquiesced that in that case, I shall refrain from being a third wheel. You young folks go on your date. Goodbye, Uncle Li. After bidding farewell to Uncle Li, she fortuitously spotted Ji Yanli descending from the upper floors, his eyes lighting up upon seeing her as he rushed over with a smile. Qingyin, were you waiting here just for me? His voice was unable to conceal the joy he felt. Why Yu Qingyin regarded him, her response taking a slight turn. Yes, I was indeed waiting for you. She then took the initiative to grasp Ji Yanli's hand, seamlessly transitioning into the next question. Do you know someone named Li Qingyu? Yes, why do you ask? Oh, I just encountered him and became a bit curious. Could you tell me more about him? As they strolled hand in hand. They made their way out of the base center towards the adjacent parking lot. Li Qingyu is an employee groomed by your father. He worked with your father even before the apocalypse. And you must have met his not. Yu Qingyin's brows knitted together slightly, a glimmer of confusion crossing her gaze. Why do you say that? Ji Yanli patiently clarified. Do you remember the night when Chu Muyao and Chu Tianxiong came to our door? Yu Qingyin's mind quickly flashed back to that evening, and she nodded, recalling the events. Wait, are you saying his son is an admirer of Chu Muyao? Exactly. He was the one who stood up for Chu Muyao, the one with a mole on his face. You should remember him. Yu Qingyin nodded, recalling how she had exchanged a few sharp words with that boy, who seemed to have held a grudge against her. But is it really necessary to hold a grudge against me? Shouldn't he be resentful towards Chu Muyao or Chu Tianxiong instead? Upon reaching the jeep, Ji Yanli kindly opened the passenger door for Yu Qingyin. Gently ruffling her hair, what prompted your sudden interest in Li Qingyu? Did he do something to you? Chapter 138. Retriggering the hidden quest, Yu Qingyin shook her head as she settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Not at all. Just now, he invited me to ride in his car with an overly enthusiastic attitude, which struck me as odd. I figured if he was an employee nurtured by my father, it would explain things. She had no intention of hiding anything from Ji Yanli. It was merely difficult to articulate the underlying malice she felt. Ji Yanli nodded as he walked around the front of the car, opening his door and taking his seat. Let us not dwell on unrelated matters. Shall we visit the supermarket instead and pick out some items that your parents would like? Yu Qingyin acquiesced. Sure, but is there a supermarket at our base? There is, though the variety is not as rich as before the apocalypse. As the two stood at the entrance of the villa, Madame Yu greeted them with a beaming smile, while Father Yu wore a stern expression, as if someone owed him a considerable sum. With a scrutinizing gaze, Father Yu appraised Ji Yanli, causing him to grip the gift bag tightly, feeling even more nervous than during his first visit to the Yu household. Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, he greeted, his voice betraying a slight tremor. Madame Yu subtly nudged Father Yu, who finally relaxed a fraction, though his expression remained serious. Yanli has arrived. Please sit down. I heard you're joining us for dinner tonight. Your Aunt Yu has prepared your favorite dishes to see if they suit your palate. Although Father Yu's words were courteous, the tone carried an unmistakable edge. Ji Yanli maintained his smile. Thank you. Aunt Yu, these are just some modest gifts I brought along. I hope Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu will accept them. Madame Yu beamed as she accepted the gifts. Your presence is gift enough. There is no need to bring anything else. It's such a waste of crystal cores. Upon noticing the skincare products within, her smile broadened, and her satisfaction with Ji Yanli grew. Father Yu scoffed softly. His voice stern, stop standing around like a fool. Let us eat before the food gets cold. Noticing this, Madame Yu gently pinched his arm, calling out to Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli. Qingyin, Yanli, you two come in quickly. With that, she led the way into the villa, pulling Father Yu along with her. Yu Qingyin observed Ji Yanli's anxious demeanor and teased. Didn't Yu use to visit my home often? Why are you so nervous this time? Ji Yanli, fidgeting, replied, this time feels different. Yu Qingyin reassured him. Just treat it like any other time. Try to relax. As they entered the villa, Ji Yanli awkwardly made his way into the dining room, taking a seat across from Father Yu under his stern gaze. Madame Yu, unable to suppress her amusement, discreetly kicked Father Yu under the table, which softened his expression. Throughout the meal, Madame Yu and Yu Qingyin enjoyed themselves thoroughly, while Ji Yanli felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, drenched in cold sweat. After the meal, under Father Yu's watchful eye, he reluctantly parted ways with Yu Qingyin. Father Yu huffed in discontent, muttering, how can it be the same? He's practically courting my daughter. Why should I be polite to him? Madame Yu, observing Father Yu's demeanor, turned to Yu Qingyin with gentle words. Qingyin, sweetheart, why don't you head upstairs first? Your father and I have a few things to discuss. Yu Qingyin nodded, ignoring the desperate look Father Yu cast her way, and unceremoniously ascended the stairs. Main quest. Please subjugate all zombies, plants, and animals in the southeastern region within 20 days. Current progress. 30.2 individuals certainly expedite the process, don't they, system? Is it possible for me to deliver a care package of zombie delicacies from afar? The system replied coolly, of course not. However, a cold front is about to arrive. And your little subordinates may not last long. Are you certain you want to lend them a hand? Qingyin furrowed her brows. Didn't you previously mention that the impact would be minimal? The system swiftly denied. I did not. I never said that. You're mistaken. I have never uttered such words. Qingyin chuckled in frustration. Well, I still possess a defense system. So how can I transfer it to my little subordinates? At the mention of this, the system perked up, seemingly invigorated. The host merely needs to procure a computer, and then, centered in a province, summon all her subordinates, while simultaneously attracting zombies and other creatures from the neighboring province. The system's voice was laced with a hint of seduction, as if promoting a rare treasure. Qingyin crossed her arms, coldly observing the system's awkward little form in her mind, and spoke with a frosty tone. System, be direct. How much do you wish to sell me this computer? The system seemed taken aback by Qingyin's straightforwardness, feigning shyness as it wiggled its little body and produced a small handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, giving it a gentle wave. Oh dear, host, must you be so blunt? It's quite embarrassing for me. This computer is not worth much, merely 10,000 points. Qingyin glanced at her points balance, which was a glaring 0, and let out a cold laugh, her voice tinged with mockery. You've truly outdone yourself. System, do you have any hidden tasks? Ding, hidden task initiated. Please proceed to City Z to eliminate 10 experimental subjects. Time limit, 10 hours. Qingyin. Without hesitation, she rose. System, find a decoy to placate my parents. I am heading out now. Do not claim you cannot manage it, or else you shall never see me spend that 10,000 points. Her voice was calm, yet laced with a subtle threat. Reluctantly, the system acquiesced. Qingyin smirked in satisfaction, changed her attire to a raincoat, and slipped out of the window, descending the building. The installation of this defense system had rendered her departure from the base undetected. She left the base unobstructed, heading straight for City Z. Appeared unchanged from when she had last departed. It was desolate, shrouded in an air of death that sent a chill to the heart. Standing in the heart of City Z, she was almost immediately met with the sight of a cat-like female experimental subject perched on a utility pole, gazing down at her with a playful glint in her grayish-white eyes. We were just lamenting our inability to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter, she purred, her voice laced with allure and mockery. Chapter 139. Under siege, as her voice faded. Several experimental subjects silently emerged from the shadows of the mall, streetlights, and skyscrapers, their predatory gazes fixed upon Qingyin, their eyes glinting with teasing malice and bloodlust. A lithe woman languidly perched on a streetlight, her voice dripping with disdain, as if she were evaluating something trivial. Her enchanting eyes scrutinized Qingyin from head to toe. A man atop the mall's roof scoffed, his tone laced with contempt. It's not like the previous worthless trash was of any use. For this mere level 6 zombie, I waste my time that could be spent courting women. The man atop the skyscraper coldly surveyed the feeble Qingyin, interrupting the mockery with a frigid remark. Qingyin stood with her arms crossed, her gaze calm, yet piercing as she scanned the surrounding experimental subjects. Her expression was placid, yet there was an imperceptible glimmer of sharpness in her eyes. A cat-like female experimental subject rolled her eyes disdainfully, her tone laced with sarcasm. You lot only know how to run your mouths. Such a beautiful zombie should be appreciated rather than ridiculed. No. As her words concluded, a male experimental subject leaped down from a mall with the grace of a cheetah, landing before Qingyin and scrutinizing her from above, his grayish-white pupils betraying unabashed amusement and scorn. Lin Shui, your taste has finally improved. This girl is indeed quite lovely, and a wonder Lord Wei Luan would rather destroy her than let her go. Tonight, I intend to enjoy her thoroughly, and no one shall contest me. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qingyin's lips, her voice carrying a hint of provocation. Let's see if you possess the capability to do so. The male experimental subject appeared to find her retort the most amusing joke in the world, his eyes brimming with derision. Oh, the little lady has some spirit. I fancy that. However, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. Ding, contract successful. This scene left the other experimental subjects dumbfounded. They could not comprehend how this female zombie had merely brushed against the male experimental subject. And he had collapsed as if struck down, appearing utterly dazed. It was known that this male experimental subject was the most arrogant among them. How had she accomplished such a feat? They immediately retracted their contempt, rising from their seats to observe Qingyin with vigilance. Who will be next? Her provocative words ignited a powder keg of fury among the experimental subjects. And no sooner had she spoken than they surged into action. Wind howling, fireballs and water blades raining down upon her like meteors, while green vines slithered toward her like serpents intent on devouring all that in an instant. The onslaught converged upon Qingyin, flames erupting. Her figure flickering amidst the chaos of the explosion, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. With such meager strength, you dare provoke us? Truly overestimating yourself. Their tone dripped with derision, as if they could already envision Qingyin being obliterated into ashes. Understood. Let's go. The cat-like female experimental subject, bored, nonchalantly blew on her freshly done nails, responding while turning to leave it. Qingyin's icy voice pierced through the air abruptly. I am not dead yet. How will you explain this to your Lord Wayland? Impossible. Just then, two figures emerged behind Qingyin, one being the former leader and the other the second-in-command. The second-in-command, hands on her hips, glared indignantly at the experimental subjects. How is it impossible? You all have some nerve. 10 of you ganging up on a single weak female zombie. I am embarrassed for you. The former leader chimed in. Indeed, if I were to stoop so low, I would be speechless before my 80-year-old mother and my 3-year-old child. Forever wearing a mask in public. The second-in-command continued her tirade. Only a group with faces thicker than castle walls could endure such shame. I would have bashed my head against a wall and gone to see Qingyin. The experimental subjects flushed with anger, their eyes glistening red, yet they remained mute, as if silenced by an unseen force. Qingyin chuckled lightly. All right, I must attend to business. And no sooner had Qingyin's words left her lips than a horde of zombified mothers, led by Ling Yinyun's mother, surged forward, seizing several experimental subjects and pinning them before Qingyin. Aunt Yun beamed. Little girl, leave the fighting to us. In our heyday, we were known for taking down scoundrels and ruffians. The bane of all lowlifes. Old Zhang, the zombie, chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, Aunt Yun's glorious exploits could fill a day and a night. Qingyin found herself both amused and exasperated. Understood. Thank you, Aunt Yun and Uncle Zhang. And everyone, the once arrogant experimental subjects, now humiliated, found themselves subdued before Qingyin. Mouse agape, unable to utter a single word. This was, of course, the handiwork of the second-in-command. Within her domain, she was the absolute ruler, with no one able to escape her grasp, save for the former leader and Qingyin, along with Ji Yanli, the lone human among them. Qingyin approached the experimental subjects, observing their flushed faces with a raised eyebrow, her fingers lightly brushing their heads. Ding, ding, ding. Contract successful. Ding triggered hidden task. Please proceed to City Z to eliminate 10 experimental subjects. Time limit, 10 hours. Task completed. Rewards distributed. 100,000 points. Enhancement of abilities 1. Speed ability 1. Wood ability 1. Exclusive zombie food boxes X100,000. Qingyin stared incredulously at the series of pop-ups flooding her mind, unable to believe the system's generosity this time that hadn't hidden tasks previously only yielded points. The system, noticing her gaze, crossed its arms defiantly, lifting its chin. Humph, this was specially requested by this system. Who told you to always call me the stingy system? Now, do you still have anything to say? Qingyin chuckled. Coaxing, no more complaints. You're the most generous system there's. As she spoke, she retrieved the exclusive zombie food boxes she had just acquired, and Aunt Yun's group immediately fixed their gleaming eyes upon the boxes in her hands. Yet no one dared to move, eagerly awaiting her command. She promptly handed the boxes to the former leader. You shall be responsible for distributing these. Ensure fairness in a few days, when the cold wave hits. You shall remain safely in City Z. It will shield you from the harsh weather. As Qingyin spoke, she took out the computer and installed the defense system, instantly feeling the biting, cold wind dissipate. and the temperature around her began to rise. Aunt Yun inhaled deeply. Wow, how marvelous. Little girl, is this the defense system installed? Old Zhang teased. Aren't you worried that your husband might object? Aunt Yun placed her hands on her hips. He dares. If he doesn't comply, I'll divorce him and find someone younger. After all, I'm ageless now. Even as a zombie, I need no skincare, and that is quite splendid. That Yu Qingyin smiled as she watched Aunt Yun and the others animatedly discuss the benefits of being a zombie before turning back to the former leader with a few parting words. Preparing to leave, in the next moment, she felt Aunt Yun grasp her hand. Aunt Yun raised an eyebrow, her smile radiating warmth as she gazed at her. The sight sent a shiver down Yu Qingyin's spine, prompting her to swallow hard before she spoke. As soon as the words left her lips, Aunt Yun's grip tightened. Oh, dear girl, I merely wish to inquire if you wouldn't mind having an additional boyfriend. One human and one zombie. Wouldn't that be delightful? 3 dark lines slipped down Yu Qingyin's mind, realizing Aunt Yun's unwavering determination to play matchmaker. I shall not consider it. I have other matters to attend to and cannot indulge in your chatter any longer. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the 2 leading figures nearby. The second in command immediately understood, forcibly wedging himself between the 2 zombies, grinning as he said, Aunt Yun, I still do not have a girlfriend. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to someone? Little did he know, this statement would lead to considerable trouble in his future. Previously, Ji Province was a haven for workers, and naturally, zombies were abundant. That Yu Qingyin made her way to the provincial capital, the bustling center of City Ji. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, the swaying figures of zombies were ubiquitous. In the heart of it all, a dance stage had been erected, pulsating with deafening music, reminiscent of a grand rave. The zombies, oblivious to the impending danger, danced wildly. Yu Qingyin, like a sprite in the night, effortlessly blended into the throng. The blue panel before her flickered incessantly, and the zombies, initially lost in their revelry, suddenly felt an inexplicable connection in their minds. They paused momentarily, but soon resumed their mindless dancing. With ease, Yu Qingyin forged contracts with the dancing zombies, targeting those male and female zombies who were energetically spinning records and grooving on stage. Positioned at the edge of the stage, she carefully observed the landing spots of the female zombies. Ding! Contract successful. The newly contracted female zombie faltered in her steps, bewildered by the sudden sound of a contract. Contract? But I am not a spirit beast. How could I be contracted? In her moment of confusion, the male zombie dancing beside her lost his footing, tumbling into her, and the 2 zombies found themselves entwined. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qingyin aimed for the exposed ankle of the male zombie. Ding! Contract successful. The unexpected turn of events sparked a cheer from the onlooking zombies below. Hooray! The spirit dove couple is together. Hooray! I can't believe I stumbled upon a real pairing. Dying now would be worth it. Oh wait, you were already dead. Amidst the jubilant cries, the female zombie shyly regarded the male zombie, who posed dramatically, relishing the cheers of the crowd. Taking advantage of their distraction, Yu Qingyin moved like a ghost across the stage. Leaving behind ephemeral afterimages, she effortlessly established contracts with all the zombies in the plaza, seamlessly blending into the night and concealing her achievements. As she turned into an alleyway, she caught sight of a group of women cornering a tall man in the narrow passage. The tall man, brimming with indignation, glared at the women. Do you not think you can toy with me? I will never submit to you. One girl, looking quite doll-like, scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. Not submit? Do you wish to become a zombie? Even if you do, you won't escape our grasp. Spare yourself the futile struggle. The taller girl beside her chimed in. Exactly, in the dead of night, dressed in that old man's shirt and exposing your strong arms. You passed by us just to entice us, didn't you? Her words dripped with teasing. You pretend to be a virtuous man while playing CEO. Yu Qingyin decisively intervened, forging contracts with 4 or 5 zombies. In high spirits, she hummed a tune and continued on her way. Taking advantage of the zombies' unguarded state, she quietly slipped past them, contracting them before they could react. Perhaps the heavens deemed her progress too smooth. For a handsome zombie, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, suddenly appeared before her, looking no different from a human. Leaning against a window, the handsome zombie watched her with keen interest, his voice deep and magnetic. How can you contract other zombies? Yu Qingyin's alertness heightened as she scrutinized him. The ominous aura he exuded was beyond her reach. Yet, she felt no fear, for he could not kill her. What business is it of yours? The handsome zombie chuckled softly, amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, it is of no concern to me. However, since you are on my turf, contracting my underlings becomes my affair. Yu Qingyin regarded him with an air of calm detachment. So, how do you propose to resolve this? Ji province fell within her mission scope, and she was determined to succeed. The handsome zombie maintained his languid demeanor, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Yu Qingyin. I want you to pledge yourself to me as my lady, and in return, all the zombies in Ji province will heed your command. How does that sound? Not at all appealing. Let us settle this with a duel. If you lose, you will obediently become my subordinate. Her voice was cold, akin to the biting winds of winter, devoid of warmth. The handsome zombie's lips curled into a roguish smile, his gaze whimsically drifting over Yu Qingyin. A gentle female zombie is preferable. Being too headstrong could lead to a rather unfortunate demise. His tone was languid. As he spoke, he straightened, casting her a flirtatious glance and striking a pose he deemed irresistibly charming. However, given your striking beauty, I am willing to grant you another chance if you agree. My home is yours, including myself. His words brimmed with innuendo that Yu Qingyin's expression turned frostier, her figure darting toward the handsome zombie like a wraith. He nimbly sidestepped her attack, continuing his playful taunts. Pretty female zombie, do not be so tempestuous that a gentler approach will win over the male zombies. His tone remained light, yet his movements were remarkably agile. Ignoring his provocations, Yu Qingyin accelerated, like a flash of lightning slicing through the night sky. The handsome zombie evaded her strikes with ease, still teasing her. Were you any other zombie, you would already be a lifeless corpse. But your beauty makes it difficult for me to harm you. Why not just yield to me? Rest assured, I will treat you well. His words were laced with temptation, but Yu Qingyin's pale eyes held a scrutinizing glint. What do you desire? I can offer you anything that if you find my subordinates lacking, I can fetch more for you. Yu Qingyin halted her advance. His movements were too enigmatic. After exerting considerable effort, she had yet to graze his hem. Rather than squander time here, she decided to move on to her next target. Just as she turned, the handsome zombie materialized a meter away from her, like a phantom. What is it, beautiful female zombie? Are you upset because you couldn't catch me? How about a kiss, and I'll let you catch me? His voice was laced with mockery. Observing her with keen interest, the handsome zombie lounged against a lamppost. A playful smile illuminating his gray-white eyes as he scrutinized Yu Qingyin. This request is not unreasonable. If you capture me, you will gain a formidable ally. I assure you, no zombie here can rival me. Yu Qingyin rolled her eyes, her expression impassive as she moved around him, only to find herself suddenly immobilized, as if her feet were encased in lead. The handsome zombie crossed his arms, leaning in closely, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Beautiful female zombie, a kiss in exchange for a powerful ally, a worthwhile trade. And I am not unappealing, so consider it. Yu Qingyin frowned. Back off, your breath is suffocating me. Her voice carried a hint of irritation. The handsome zombie straightened in disbelief. Impossible. I brush my teeth daily. How could I have bad breath? At that moment, Yu Qingyin broke free from his hold, her fingers gliding past him as if brushing against an invisible barrier. Not hearing the familiar sound of a successful contract, she was not surprised. This zombie was formidable and would undoubtedly take precautions. Looking up, she observed beams of light breaking through the dark clouds. Time was of the essence. With your current strength, you should feel the temperature dropping. Soon, it will surpass what your body can endure. That is why, upon sensing my anomaly, you chose not to strike directly, but rather to entice me. Am I correct? Yu Qingyin spoke with utmost certainty, recalling the system's mention of her defensive mechanism, which possessed self-protective functions. The system had assigned an additional protocol to the defenses of the original leaders, preventing uncontracted zombies from approaching her. With the handsome zombie's reactions reinforcing her suspicions, she felt increasingly confident. The handsome zombie paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that amidst this virus-infected horde, there exists such a clever zombie? So, what are your conditions? He straightened, his gaze fixated on Yu Qingyin, attempting to glean something from her dark pupils, but found only disappointment. That why you Qingyin chuckled softly. My condition is that you, like those other zombies, become my subordinate. Rest assured, I will not impose upon you. You may do as you please, as long as you refrain from preying on humans. The dashing zombie chuckled lightly upon hearing those words, his figure appearing even more enigmatic under the dim glow of the streetlight. He leaned back against the utility pole, seemingly relishing this psychological duel. Easily. Your definition seems somewhat ambiguous. What if one were to be careless? Or, perchance, these oblivious humans choose to provoke? A hint of amusement laced his voice. Isn't there a saying among humans, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them? My boundary lies right here. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, he mused, nodding in agreement. Opposite him, Yu Qingyin found a clean chair and settled down. What I just mentioned, how do you feel about it? Are you willing to be incorporated into my ranks, or do you prefer to linger here? The dashing zombie contemplated for a moment, then flashed a charming smile, imbued with a touch of nonchalance. All right then, let us proceed as you suggest. Had you mentioned earlier, I would have readily agreed. Here as to a fruitful collaboration. With that, he stood upright and approached Yu Qingyin step by step, halting before her and extending his hand. The moment their hands clasped, Yu Qingyin distinctly felt a barrier enveloping her, causing her expression to shift slightly. Yet she soon chuckled lightly, since you are not sincerely inclined to cooperate. There is no need to continue our discussion. I am in no rush. With her other hand, she discreetly retrieved some itching powder from her spatial pocket. Observing Yu Qingyin's unflinching demeanor, the dashing zombie's expression faltered, disbelief flashing through his grayish-white pupils. How could a corpse be utterly unaffected by his medicine? What on earth is this female zombie? Seizing the opportunity, while he was momentarily stunned, Yu Qingyin wriggled her hand free from his grasp, simultaneously releasing the itching powder. In the blink of an eye, she vanished before the dashing zombie. Chapter 142. System, Be Human. The dashing zombie felt an incessant itch enveloping his body, chuckling in amusement as he gazed in the direction where Yu Qingyin had disappeared. Showing no inclination to pursue her, we shall meet again. She is indeed an intriguing female zombie. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Qingyin was utterly vexed, having encountered such a formidable opponent, derailing the plans of the contract zombie. Stretching languidly, she headed to the bathroom, washed up, and collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber. When she next opened her eyes, the daylight was bright outside. She stretched again, changed her clothes, freshened up, and went downstairs, only to find her parents unexpectedly at home, cozily nestled in the corner of the sofa, engrossed in a romantic drama. Hearing her footsteps, her mother cheerfully rose from her father's embrace. My little Qingyin is awake. What would you like for breakfast? Mama will make it for you. By the way, that defense system you installed yesterday is truly effective. The ability users out on missions today reported that it's snowing outside, leaving them shivering, yet our base remains as warm as ever. As her mother spoke, she walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Listening to her mother's chatter, Yu Qingyin grasped her mother's hand, halting her from adding salt. Mom, I prefer a milder flavor lately. Please refrain from adding those 3 spoons of salt. Her mother, puzzled, replied, I just scooped out sugar, didn't I? Who said I was adding salt? I was going to put in some MSG. Thankfully, under her supervision, the bowl of tomato and egg noodles turned out quite tasty. After finishing her meal, just as Yu Qingyin was about to lie down, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Complete 2 S-rank tasks at the C-City base. Time limit: 2 days. Failure will result in a deduction of 10,000 points and an electric shock punishment with heightened sensitivity. Yu Qingyin, system, be human. Will you? The system, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, This system is a system. I have no intention of being human. Its tone dripped with schadenfreude, observing Yu Qingyin on the verge of an explosive reaction. The system quickly shifted the blame to the main system. Oh dear. This hidden task, isn't my doing. It's the main system that insisted you complete it's not my fault at all. Host, you must trust this system. I wouldn't set such a trap for you. Yu Qingyin took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and replied with a smile, You are quite capable of such things. It's your specialty. Her tone bore a hint of gritted teeth. The system, unnerved by her smile, promptly fled. Why you Qingyin huffed? You're quick on your feet. After wiping her mouth, she approached her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm off to take on a mission. Upon hearing this, her parents sprang up from the sofa, alarmed. What's with this sudden decision? It's freezing outside, quite dangerous. Yu Qingyin, with righteous fervor, declared precisely because of that, I must go out to take on the mission. Although our base has ample food supplies, no one can predict when this cold wave will end. What if she paused momentarily before continuing? Thus, I must take advantage of the current mildness of the cold wave to gather more supplies. Her mother gazed at her skeptically. Qingyin, my darling, have you been watching too many dramatic shows? Why the sudden sense of righteousness? We aren't against it. Her father chimed in. Indeed, Yu Cheng and the others came by this morning. They said they have taken on a mission, and you are now bound as teammates with them. They are waiting for you to wake up. Why Yu Qingyin felt a wave of irritation wash over her. So you all just her mother, with a shy smile, responded, Oh, it's just the usual routine, while little darling is off to complete a mission. And as a mother, I must attempt to retain you a bit. That's how it's done in dramas. Otherwise, do you think your father and I are still here for no reason? Yu Qingyin, a touch of maternal love, but not excessive, her mother urged. All right, Qingyin, stop being silent. The base has developed cold-resistant clothing. It's on the sofa. Hurry up and put it on. Yanli and the others will be here to pick you up shortly to INA days. Yu Qingyin was ushered into the changing room on the first floor, donned the clothing, and as she stepped out of the villa, a jeep awaited her at the entrance. Qingyin, hurry into the car. We've been waiting for you. Lin Yuqing greeted her enthusiastically as she emerged. The moment Yu Qingyin got into the vehicle, she was greeted with a bear hug from Lin Yuqing. Qingyin, we've beaten you to it this time. You can't go off on your own anymore. Yu Qingyin rubbed her nose, realizing her previous solo venture had left them with some trauma. The others in the car, Ling Yunyan and Gu Qingyuan, greeted her with smiles. Qingyin, good morning. Lin Yuqing interjected with a grin. What good morning? It's nearly lunchtime. Qingyin, you truly can sleep. Little lazy pig, he added in a bubble-like voice. The others in the vehicle shuddered. And Lin Yuqing smacked Lin Yuqing on the back of the head. Are you out of your mind? Where did you learn that bubble voice? Stop disgusting us. Lin Yuqing, rubbing his head in grievance, replied, Sis, I learned it from your phone. Didn't you watch this kind of thing with Xiaorong yesterday? Lin Yuqing's face flushed as she quickly covered Lin Yuqing's mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, I can tell Xiaorong you've been sneaking her cookies. You'll be in for it then. Yu Qingyin chuckled at the playful banter between the siblings when a warm pair of hands suddenly enveloped her from behind. Qingyin Ji Yanli's deep voice resonated in her ear. Why Yu Qingyin turned to meet Ji Yanli's gaze, filled with tender affection, and lightly responded, Where are we headed this time? Nodding, Yu Qingyin inquired, What level of task does this belong to? Lin Yuqing, just freed from Lin Yuqing's grasp, eagerly answered, Of course, it's an S-rank task. Our team never takes on tasks below S-rank. Our strength speaks for itself. As words fell, he received a smack on the back of his head from Lin Yuqing. Oh please, you're so full of yourself. Due to the early arrival of the cold wave, the task hall has adjusted all task levels to S-rank. It's both an encouragement and a reward. Yu Qingyin's heart leaped with joy. This meant her chances of completing the hidden task had increased. Curiously, she probed, Is Jianing far from here? Chapter 143. Arrival at Jianing Clothing Wholesale Market. Ji Yanli's words struck Yu Qingyin like a bolt from the blue. It needs to be done by tomorrow morning, she realized, fearing she would not have enough time to complete 2 tasks. Persistently, she pressed, Can 2 tasks be accepted simultaneously? Looking at her empty mind, she couldn't help but curse. Dog system. It seemed that her previous ease had led the system to deliberately seek trouble. The jeep struggled through the snow, covering merely 50 kilometers in an hour, akin to a tortoise-esque pace compared to their previous travels. By the time they reached Jianing, the sky had completely darkened, and snow continued to fall incessantly. The tire tracks they had just made were swiftly concealed beneath the fresh snow, leaving no trace. The shopping mall was architecturally designed in a curved manner, radiating outward from a central plaza. Ji Qingyuan parked the car in the plaza, the headlights illuminating the snow, reflecting a blinding light. Looking up, amidst the snowflakes, exquisite garments hung in the windows, seemingly awaiting their rightful owners as they exited the vehicle. A biting chill swept over them, causing shivers to ripple through their bodies, their noses quickly reddening. The cold wind rustled their clothing, making it hard to speak without trembling. "BRR, it's freezing." As Lin Yuqing spoke, white vapors escaped her lips. The moment Qingyin stepped out of the car, she found herself linked by Lin Yuqing's arm. Lin Yuqing rubbed his face. His mouth, however, could not remain idle. While his body had ceased to feel cold, his face still chilled him. He felt as though he could no longer express any emotions. "Boss, perhaps you could have the base research of facial mask?" His words, laced with several tremors, came off as somewhat ridiculous. Accompanied by Lin Yuqing's complaints, the group had already approached the interior of the shopping mall. Upon closing the door, they were shielded from the biting cold wind, and the atmosphere warmed slightly. The mall was eerily silent, devoid of light, enveloped in darkness, as if a colossal abyssal creature had opened its gaping maw, awaiting its prey. "Why is it so dark here?" Qingyin felt the grip on her wrist tighten, prompting her to gently pat Lin Yuqing's hand in reassurance. "Let's split up. It will expedite our search," she suggested, her voice tinged with urgency. For every moment was of the essence. Ji Yanli nodded in agreement. "The danger here is uncertain. Let us form 3 groups. We will maintain communication through the walkie-talkies. I, Qingyin, and Lin Yuqing will cover the 4th to 6th floors, while you, Qingyuan, Yuqing, and Yingyun will handle the 1st to 3rd floors." While Qingyin retrieved a flashlight, and a beam of light instantaneously illuminated the entire floor. Lin Yuqing excitedly exclaimed, "Is this like the kind of flashlight that makes chickens crow when turned on?" Qingyin distributed flashlights to the 3 of them, while keeping one for herself as they ascended the now-defunct staircase to the 3rd floor. Passing by a clothing store, they swiftly gathered all the garments into their spatial storage with a wave of their hands, and they did not spare the milk tea shop, collecting everything inside as well. Each shop was visited for less than a minute, with items and machines swiftly tucked away into their space. The journey was eerily quiet, devoid of any trace of zombies. Lin Yuqing felt a growing sense of unease. And before they realized it, they had reached the 5th floor. Unable to contain herself, Lin Yuqing finally spoke. "Qingyin, boss, don't you think something feels off here? Even with the cold wave, it's implausible that not a single zombie can be found. Everything feels too normal, almost unnaturally so, reminiscent of our time in Zhonghua village. Is it possible there is a psychic zombie lurking here as well?" While Qingyin consoled Lin Yuqing, her hands continued to gather supplies. "You raise a valid point, but since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. If it doesn't show itself, we cannot locate it. It would be prudent to collect everything while it remains inactive." Ji Yanli chimed in with a soothing tone. "Qingyin's reasoning is sound." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing ceased her protests, gripping Qingyin's arm as she surveyed their surroundings. They continued their endeavor, unwittingly collecting all products and equipment from the 5th floor into their spatial storage. They ascended the staircase to the 6th floor, and as they reached the top, an invisible pressure enveloped them. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Yuqing's face as she felt as if a massive stone was weighing her down, making it difficult to maintain her footing. Were it not for Qingyin's support, she feared she would collapse to the ground. "The zombies on this floor seem quite formidable," Qingyin remarked, assisting Lin Yuqing while bitterly reflecting on the situation. "It feels as if they are deliberately opposing me. Will we even be able to complete this mission?" Indeed, it was uncertain where they might be hiding. Ji Yanli echoed her sentiment, while Qingyin continued to support Lin Yuqing while diligently collecting supplies. And Ji Yanli was equally industrious, swiftly clearing 2 stores of their contents. Just as they were about to enter another milk tea shop, the door seemed to be sealed by an unseen force. Resisting all their attempts to push it open, the 3 exchanged glances and decisively moved to another store. "Since we can't open it, let's head back down," Qingyin said, her tone imbued with a sense of resignation, yet resolute. "There's no need to provoke whatever creature resides within for such a small gain. We would only waste time." Lin Yuqing wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded in agreement. Turning to Ji Yanli. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yanli concurred. "All right, we'll head down then." As the 3 reached a consensus and prepared to turn, they suddenly felt an invisible barrier separating them from the staircase. Chapter 144. Xiao Yinin. "I offer myself to you," Qingyin sighed silently, realizing that they could not leave without confronting the creature inside. Yanli, you and Yuqing stay here. I will scout ahead. Ji Yanli immediately rejected the idea, stating, we go together. Why Qingyin glanced at Lin Yuqing's resolute expression and sighed. Fine then. With a crack, the glass door splintered, fissures spreading across its surface without falling, as if held in place by some unseen force. Qingyin ruthlessly kicked it again. The glass shattered into fragments, yet still refused to fall. Ji Yanli summoned electricity, instantly turning the glass to ash, which clung to the door. The three exchanged glances. This was their first encounter with such an ability. They ventured into another shop, only to encounter the same phenomenon. Qingyin extended her hand, miraculously passing through the gray veil, prompting Lin Yuqing and Ji Yanli to do the same, only to find their hands met with an invisible wall. It seems I must go in alone, she concluded, observing the concern on Lin Yuqing and Ji Yanli's faces. Oh, not worry. I will not take unnecessary risks. If the situation becomes dire, I will return promptly. Yanli, ensure Yuqing is safe. Without waiting for their protests, Qingyin stepped through the gray layer, finding herself enveloped in darkness. Several flickering flames hovered in the air, emitting an eerie blue glow akin to will-o'-the-wisps. In that moment, Qingyin's flashlight seemed to malfunction, the button jammed and unresponsive. She tensed, alertly scanning her surroundings. This did not resemble a milk tea shop at all, but rather another dimension entirely. After exploring briefly, she realized the space seemed boundless. Qingyin halted her exploration, gazing into the air as she spoke coldly. What is it that you desire? Perhaps I have just what you seek. Is that so? Beautiful zombie. Oh no, they call you Qingyin, so how about I call you Xiaoyin? The voice held a nonchalant tone. This voice struck a chord with Qingyin, feeling vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it before. Sensing her confusion, a handsome zombie emerged from a mist, the ghostly blue light accentuating his handsome features with a hint of mischief. Have you recognized me now? Xiaoyin, his voice trembled lightly, imbued with an alluring quality. Qingyin's gaze sharpened, her hands clasped behind her back. So, what is it that you truly want? The handsome zombie disregarded her question, instead fixated on the direction behind her. So, you didn't agree to my offer yesterday because the human outside was unwilling to commit. He isn't even as handsome as I am. Xiaoyin, are you certain you don't want to consider a new partner? He leaned closer, his gray-white pupils gleaming with an irresistible allure, drawing one in. Just as Qingyin was about to respond, the handsome zombie abruptly added, I brushed my teeth yesterday and today. My little brother confirmed it. There's no odor. Qingyin's lips twitched. It seemed this corpse was quite concerned about his image. And so, what exactly do you want? The handsome zombie, unfazed by her words, stood upright, a hint of boredom creeping into his demeanor. Xiaoyin, my conditions are quite simple. You offer yourself to me, and I shall spare your teammates. As he spoke, a sofa appeared behind him, and he casually took a seat, crossing his long legs in a relaxed manner. Xiaoyin, you may not realize, but I followed you all the way here. Finally, we meet alone. I am tall, athletic with an 8-pack and a V-line that girls adore. Feel free to touch. Give it a thought. He winked at Qingyin. In response, she conjured a sofa from her space and sat down across from him. No consideration here. Rather, you should contemplate my terms. After all, you cannot kill me. Even if you take down my teammates, what then? You would still freeze to death in this cold wave. At that point, I would come to turn you into a sieve. Avenging my teammates. Upon hearing this, the handsome zombie's pupils widened momentarily before reverting to his previous flippant demeanor, a charming smile gracing his lips. Xiaoyin, you truly are vicious, but I like it. Yet, do your two teammates truly not matter to you? He raised a hand slightly, and a scream materialized before Qingyin, displaying the voices of Lin Yuqing and Ji Yanli. Lin Yuqing's face was pale, her brows furrowed, and cold sweat poured down her face as if she were enduring immense suffering. Qingyin narrowed her fox-like eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing through her. She suppressed the rising anger, forcing a smile that was both gentle and chilling. Whether they matter or not is irrelevant. You, however, are undoubtedly doomed. Her voice was as calm as still water. The handsome zombie stared intently at Qingyin, and after a moment, he straightened his posture, shedding his previous carefree demeanor, his gaze cold and piercing. exuding a formidable aura. So you refuse? Yu Qingyin straightened her back, meeting his icy stare. I in that place. Unless it is my little brother, no one, human or zombie, can enter. As soon as Yu Qingyin finished speaking, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy cavern, the air around her seeming to solidify in an instant. Her long eyelashes crystallized with glimmering ice, and a layer of frost began to creep up from her feet to her head. The cold was excruciating, as if her very blood was on the verge of freezing. Let us remain here eternally, for with the companionship of Xiao Yinin, even death seems less daunting. The handsome zombie's voice carried a hint of mockery. The frigid touch sent shivers across her skin, raising goosebumps. While Yu Qingyin struggled against the icy restraints, her strength surging forth like the thawing waters of spring breaking through the ice, she stepped back, deftly avoiding his grasp. The tendrils in her hand moved as if alive, darting forth with agility, yet the handsome zombie ensnared them effortlessly, as if toying with a harmless butterfly. The barbs on the tendril merely tickled him. Xiao Yinin, must you be so violent towards me? My heart has been thoroughly wounded by you, he teased with a trace of irreverence. His figure flitted through Yu Qingyin's attacks like a phantom. Her strikes were fierce and unrelenting, yet he eluded her grasp with ease, a playful tone in his voice. Xiao Yinin, I am sincere. You might consider my proposition, and I assure you, I am far more entertaining than the wooden beings outside. His provocation pricked at Yu Qingyin's nerves like a thorn. Undeterred, she continued her assault, calling upon the system in her mind. System, is there a way for me to contract this zombie before me? Upon hearing this, the system sprang into action. Host, you have posed the right question. In the system shop, there exists a pair of gloves that renders all abilities ineffective, available for only 100,000 points. The excitement in its voice nearly pierced Yu Qingyin's eardrums. With a cold demeanor, she replied, put it on credit. I shall purchase it. The system's tone shifted to one of cheerfulness. All right, this system will place the order immediately. Ding, order successful. The item has been delivered. Please sign for it. Host. Yu Qingyin gazed at the transparent gloves in her system's inventory, then at the languid, handsome zombie before her, letting out a cold snort internally as she discreetly donned the gloves. As the handsome zombie approached, she feigned vulnerability, allowing him to embrace her, her hand climbing up his arm. Ding, contract successful. The handsome zombie paused, surprise flickering in his eyes, his rage erupting like a volcano. Xiao Yinin, you deceived me. How could you possibly breach my ability barrier? Why not? Spare me that ignorant expression. All right, remove your illusion. Head to Z City, and you need not endure hunger or cold. Be good. Wai Yu Qingyin smiled sweetly, lightly patting the handsome zombie's face, delivering a playful pinch as she observed the mark left on his cheek with satisfaction, then dusted off her hands, leaving no trace behind. Stepping out of the milk tea shop, she exhaled deeply, watching Lin Yuqing's complexion gradually regain its color, her own tension dissipating. Lin Yuqing straightened and wrapped her arms tightly around Yu Qingyin, exclaiming, Qingyin, I knew with your strength, no zombie would stand a chance against you. Yu Qingyin lifted her chin slightly, her tone laced with pride. Of course, Ji Yanli's gaze followed the beam of the flashlight, landing on the handsome zombie behind Yu Qingyin, a chill washing over him as his eyes fixed upon the hands that touched her. Those hands have no reason to exist anymore. Had it not been for ensuring Qingyin could successfully subdue the zombie, he would not have endured thus far. Noticing Ji Yanli's intense scrutiny, Yu Qingyin rose on her toes and whispered, Do not overthink. He did not touch me. If he had, I wouldn't have taken so long that if you kill him, I would have no capable allies left. Just as Ji Yanli was about to respond, Lin Yuqing interrupted with a couple of light coughs. I'm not trying to interrupt you too, but we still have a mission to complete. You both should pay attention. There are others present. She teased, her tone playful. Ji Yanli cleared his throat awkwardly, a faint blush creeping onto his ears, while Yu Qingyin remained composed, moving to link arms with Lin Yuqing. We mustn't forget anyone, especially you. Someone feeling a bit jealous? I'll soothe you. Just be a tad accommodating. Ji Yanli's ears turned a deeper shade of red, awkwardly trailing behind the two, oblivious to the handsome zombie lurking behind them. Lin Yuqing naively assumed that the handsome zombie was no longer a threat. With the handsome zombie no longer a concern, They efficiently gathered all items from the sixth floor into their spatial bags. Just as they prepared to descend, a cacophony of growls erupted from the first floor, prompting them to lean over and peek. A throng of zombies emerged from the thick blanket of snow, making their way to the ground floor, previously deterred by the presence of the handsome zombie. These creatures, now sensing the sweet scent of humans, rushed towards them eagerly. I thought the boss had devoured all the humans. Who knew he left a few for us? Oh, the boss is magnificent. I shall remain loyal to him. Why is there an ugly creature up there, and two more morsels beside it? Is that a warning? Forget her. We'll feast on these three below. There's enough for everyone. The fastest zombies surged up to the third floor, catching the delightful aroma emanating from Qingyin and the others. But before they could attack, a jet of water sent them crashing down. They tumbled heavily to the first floor, shattering upon impact, one of their forms rolling to the ground, tripping the approaching zombies. Has the world truly changed? Are we to contend with such ferocious food? How terrifying. Are we still going to eat? Let us charge together. In human terms, this is called barefooted people fear no shoes. Don't push me. I'm not up yet. Qingyin observed as a horde of zombies crowded the staircase, a dozen of them squeezed at the entrance, their bodies flattened and still struggling to ascend, even though another staircase lay empty beside them. The sight of such foolishness left Qingyin speechless. She was reluctant to acknowledge that this mindless horde was her kin. Just then, Gu Qingyin, Lin Yuqing, and Ling Yunyun approached the staircase, step by step, drawing nearer to the throng of zombies. The zombies, catching their scent, became increasingly frenzied, writhing as they attempted to break through the blockade. Don T. Push. I'm about to bite into a morsel. Qingyin glanced at the distance to the two elevators, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, inwardly retorting. This so-called about to is rather far-fetched. Ugly creature, what are you staring at? Be careful, or I'll come up and gouge your eyes out. Searching among the sea of unflattering heads for the audacious challenger, Qingyin was cut short when Lin Yuqing casually unleashed a fireball. The fireball streaked across the sky like a shooting star, instantly igniting all the zombies, filling the air with an oddly delightful aroma of roasted meat, a stark contrast to the surrounding tension. Oh no, my backside is on fire. My new clothes, they're ruined. My nose has turned to ash. I'm disfigured. The wails of the zombies echoed, ultimately succumbing to the flames, reduced to ashes, leaving behind crystalline cores that resembled abandoned jewels. Rolling down the staircase, emitting a faint glow. Chapter 146. Lin Yuqing's fear of ghosts. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but scoff. These zombies are utterly foolish, all crammed at one staircase, thinking they can come up and eat us. It is simply ridiculous. For the first time, Qingyin wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Yuqing's critique. Lin Yuqing gestured upward. Boss, Qingyin sis, stop watching the show and come down. We've collected everything. You two shouldn't be slower than us. As Ji Yanli spoke, he took Qingyin's hand and headed towards the staircase. Lin Yuqing huffed. My powers can't possibly regress. The Ji Yuqing water sphere enveloped the remnants of the fallen zombies, washing away the decayed flesh and storing it in their spatial bags. The group swiftly moved to the next shopping mall. Outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, the moon perched atop the treetops, a few stars twinkling, as if illuminating the path for those striving below. Inside the mall, it was pitch black. A biting cold wind seeped through the dilapidated windows, causing the group to shiver. Lin Yuqing jested. Boss, don't you think this feels like a horror movie from our childhood? Usually at this point, the door behind us would close on its OWNAS if to validate his words. The rolling shutter door behind them let out a sudden bang and closed without warning. Lin Yuqing jumped, gripping Gu Qingyin's hand tightly. Boss, could it be that I spoke too soon? Have we truly entered a haunted house? His eyes darted around nervously as he swallowed hard. The banners hanging in the mall swayed in the wind, stained with blood, appearing particularly sinister under the dim moonlight. Lin Yuqing, witnessing this scene, also clutched Qingyin's arm tightly. Why Qingyin felt the weight on her arms increase, turning to see Ji Yanli observing their surroundings with a look of fear. His acting rather unconvincing that why Qingyin refrained from exposing him, smiling gently to reassure the two. In this world, there cannot possibly be ghosts. Otherwise, how could those wicked individuals continue to live so freely? One must admit, Yu Qingyin's words did ease Lin Yuqing and her companion's tension considerably. Ji Yuqing concurred. Qingyin is right. If there were truly ghosts, our world would be in chaos, with supernatural occurrences happening daily. Yuqing, despite the terrifying appearance of zombies. I have yet to see you display any feared. As Gu Qingyuan spoke, he shook his wrist, which Lin Yuqing had grasped, his eyes filled with mockery. Lin Yuqing immediately released Gu Qingyuan's hand, defiantly retorting. Who says I'm afraid? Yu Qingyin concluded. All right, let us not waste any more time, that we should proceed with the earlier group divisions and act separately. Yu Qingyuan and Ling Yunyu nodded in agreement, each taking an arm of Lin Yuqing to lead him away. Yu Qingyin shook her head with a smile, dragging along a small charm as she ascended to the third floor. Just as Yu Qingyin, Ji Yanli, and Lin Yuqing reached the fourth floor, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from below. The three exchanged glances. Lin Yuqing, momentarily forgetting her fear, hurriedly followed Yu Qingyin down to the second floor. They discovered Lin Yuqing, with Gu Qingyuan's assistance, barely managing to stand upright, clearly shaken. What has happened to Lin Yuqing? Gu Qingyuan shook his head helplessly, explaining, in a bid to prove his bravery, Yuqing has been narrating all the potential horrors from ghost films that he believes that whatever he describes will manifest here. Floating heads and the like. Lin Yuqing clutched Yu Qingyin's arm, frightened and burying her face in her embrace. Could it be that Lin Yuqing is telling the truth? Yu Qingyin gently patted Lin Yuqing's hand in reassurance. While Ji Yanli, who had been feigning fear, abandoned the pretense that it cannot possibly be true. Perhaps there is merely a zombie here, trying to create a ruckus. It's highly likely that this zombie possesses the ability to become invisible, which explains why we cannot see it. Her tone was calm, imbued with a soothing power. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing recalled his earlier cowardice, knowing Gu Qingyin had witnessed it, and felt a flush of anger rising to his face. As his words fell, countless pieces of corpses suddenly flew in from all directions, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. One piece nearly struck Lin Yuqing, but he incinerated it in flames. Yu Qingyin's gaze sharpened. Locking onto the entrance of the milk tea shop, if she had not misjudged, the corpses had originated from that direction. Yanli glanced in the opposite direction of Yu Qingyin. There is more than one zombie here. Qingyin, you stay here to guard them. I will join Qingyin in capturing the zombie. Understood. As Gu Qingyin responded, he discreetly glanced towards the southeast direction, where another zombie was concealed. Yu Qingyin donned a glove she had just acquired, moving swiftly and decisively towards the milk tea shop. Closing her eyes to sense the surroundings, she keenly detected the presence of her companions, realizing they were gradually distancing themselves from her. Following the scent, she approached rapidly, cornering the zombie until it had nowhere left to retreat. Noticing the zombie in the corner stirring restlessly, Yu Qingyin conjured a massive net of vines, ensnaring the two undead beings within. The small figures revealed themselves before Yu Qingyin. They were a pair of twin zombies. The slightly taller zombie shielded the smaller one behind him, his grayish-white pupils regarding Yu Qingyin warily. Sister, if you seek a crystal core, I shall provide it to you. My brother is simple-minded and does not possess one yet. Please spare him. The voice of the elder zombie trembled slightly, having witnessed many zombies killing their kin for the cores within their brains. He hoped that sacrificing his own core would save his brother. The younger zombie struggled to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by his brother's firm grip over his mouth, rendering him mute. Yu Qingyin regarded the innocent face of the small boy and shifted the topic. Why do you resort to such tricks to frighten my companions? Upon hearing this, the younger zombie finally broke free from his brother's grasp, indignantly retorting, "That's not true. It was his idea. We merely complied with his request to avoid being harmed. And why, brother and I nearly tore our hand apart trying to push that shutter door." The younger zombie grew increasingly aggrieved, ultimately bursting into tears, his wails echoing throughout the marketplace, sending chills down the spine. The elder zombie, noticing Yu Qingyin's furrowed brow, decisively covered his brother's mouth, leaving the younger one looking bewildered at his sibling. Understanding the situation, Yu Qingyin established a pact with the two zombies and turned to pursue the next location. In contrast to Yu Qingyin's gentleness, Ji Yanli appeared much more aggressive. Bolts of lightning crackled through the empty marketplace. Abruptly followed by a piercing scream, a charred small body plummeted from the sky, enveloped in a haze of black smoke. Chapter 147. The woman and child in the wedding dress store, another diminutive form, fell from the air, disintegrating into a cloud of ashes upon impact. Lin Yuqing's gaze fell upon the small pile of ashes, a bittersweet pang stirring within him. Before the shadow of the apocalypse loomed, these innocent lives should have been basking in the laughter of kindergarten. Embraced by their parents, growing up without a care in the world, Yu Qingyin firmly grasped Lin Yuqing's hand, her voice steady. "All right, it's all cleared up now. We must hasten our steps to gather the supplies within the marketplace and swiftly move on to our next target." Yu Qingyin urged Ji Yanli as they ascended to the 5th floor, swiftly emptying the children's clothing store of its garments. They then moved like phantoms through the wasteland to the next shop. After 2 hours of tense effort, they halted before a wedding dress store, their pace involuntarily slowing. Lin Yuqing rubbed his brow wearily. "Boss, should we consider storing these wedding dresses? I feel they lack warmth. Perhaps we should skip them?" Ji Yanli's gaze inadvertently swept over Yu Qingyin, and an image of her clad in a wedding dress suddenly surfaced in his mind, his voice resolute. "Let us go in." They pushed open the door to the wedding dress store, immediately confronted by several zombies clad in work uniforms, staggering towards them. Presumably because no other zombies had entered, these were still at the novice stage and were easily dispatched by the group. Ji Yanli waved his hand, collecting all the wedding dresses displayed on the 1st floor into their storage, before heading directly to the 2nd floor. The wedding dresses, there were even more breathtaking. Featuring traditional red bridal attire, elegant white gowns, and exquisite kipayos from the Republic era, each piece a masterpiece. As they approached, zombies hidden among the dresses lurched forward to attack, but were similarly subdued with ease. Ji Yanli gathered all the pristine wedding dresses into their storage and ascended to the 3rd floor, where the dresses were even more exquisite, all custom-made and locked in cabinets. Ji Yanli overlooked none, ensuring they were all secured. Continuing upward, they reached the 4th floor, only to find the door barricaded by heavy objects. Lin Yuqing attempted several times to budge it, but the door remained immovable. Yu Qingyin gently placed her hand on the door, which promptly splintered into pieces. Outside stood a woman clad in a thick down jacket, accompanied by a small boy, both appearing somewhat disheveled. The woman shielded the child behind her, warily observing Yu Qingyin and her companions, her hand trembling as she clutched a wooden stick in fear. Lin Yuqing, somewhat taken aback, spoke up, "Madam, we apologize. We did not expect anyone to be inside. Our forceful entry was an oversight, but since we've broken the door, would it be acceptable for us to assist you in finding a safer place?" Upon hearing human words, tears streamed down the woman's face unexpectedly, and the wooden stick clattered to the ground. "Please take us to the base. We beg you." Lin Yuqing spoke softly. "Please gather anything you wish to take quickly. We must move on to the next location." The woman promptly packed the water and food she had in the corner. "Is there anyone among you with fire abilities?" Her voice held a glimmer of hope. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of her inquiry, as Lin Yuqing cautiously replied, "Yes, that would be me." Instantly, the woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Yuqing. "May I ask you for a favor?" Although puzzled, Lin Yuqing agreed. The group followed the woman downstairs, where she meticulously searched each floor, finally halting before a man in a suit in the farthest corner. Tears welled up in her eyes once more. The man clutched a backpack, its exterior stained with blood, rendering its original color indistinguishable. The zipper was half open, revealing glimpses of snacks and scraps of bread inside. The woman wept as she rushed to embrace the man, disregarding the blood and decaying flesh on him. The small boy, led by Lin Yuqing, seemed to sense something upon seeing the man's blurred features. His lip quivered, and tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. "Daddy, Daddy," he cried. Lin Yuqing's eyes stung, and she turned away, not wishing to witness such a poignant moment of parting. Yu Qingyin gently patted her shoulder, echoing the words of Qingwei Taoist. "Life and death are the natural order. One must face it with composure." It was only when the woman's voice grew hoarse and her tears seemingly ran dry that she gradually began to calm down. The woman reluctantly released her grip on the man's lifeless body, her frame trembling slightly as she steadied herself and rose with an air of resilience. She strode purposefully towards Lin Yuqing, dropping to her knees with a soft thud. Observing this, the little boy followed suit, kneeling beside her. "Please help me cremate my husband," she implored, her voice quivering yet resolute, as she sought to preserve one last semblance of dignity for her spouse. Instinctively, Lin Yuqing inclined to withdraw, but promptly nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. I shall assist you. Please rise," the to him. It was merely a matter of convenience. The glimmer of gratitude flickered in the woman's eyes. "Thank you so much." As she spoke, she retrieved an urn from her backpack. Upon witnessing the woman and the boy rise, Lin Yuqing exhaled deeply. Being knelt to by someone older than him felt like an ill omen, and he had no desire to tempt fate. He raised his hand, releasing a fireball from his palm that struck the man's corpse, igniting a fierce blaze. The flames cast a glow upon the woman's face, and her tears began to flow silently once more. "Dong Yang, rest in peace. I shall take good care of our son and strive to live on, so as not to disappoint your hopes." As a small flame flickered out, the woman approached quietly, delicately placing the ashes into the urn and stowing it in her bag. "We can leave now." On their way to another shopping mall, they learned from the woman that her husband had not initially transformed into a zombie when the apocalypse struck, that in a selfless act to save her and the child, he had chosen to sacrifice himself. Even after becoming a zombie, he had not forgotten his duty to protect his wife and child, driving away the zombies that approached the fourth floor and discreetly leaving food and water at their doorstep. Relying on the supplies her husband had gathered, the woman and her child had survived until now. Chapter 148. The boyfriend who understands and supports her. The woman accompanied Qingyin and her companions as they navigated through several malls. The little boy nestled quietly in his mother's embrace, neither fussing nor making a sound, but with his curious round eyes surveying the surroundings. Eventually, the last mall was thoroughly ransacked, and the group boarded a jeep. Lin Yuqing stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Phew, it's finally over. I am utterly exhausted." Strangely, staying active has made it feel less cold. Ji Yanli responded in agreement. Indeed, the Ji Yanli started the vehicle, while Qingyin used his powers to clear the way. They traveled through the night, the vehicle moving for an indeterminate time until the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon. Qingyin, glancing at the countdown in her mind, felt her anxiety intensify as Lin Yuqing and the others succumbed to deep slumber beside her. She turned to Ji Yanli, who bore a weary expression, his once charming peach blossom eyes now bloodshot. A pang of sympathy welled within her, noticing the bold red countdown of the task in her mind. 1945:00. She contemplated whether she could discreetly consult her parents about ways to complete the task alone without notifying them. Ji Yanli, sensing her gaze, gently ruffled her hair. "Do not worry. Rest for a while. That I will wake you when we arrive at the base." Qingyin forced a smile, responding softly, before closing her eyes as the vehicle swayed gently towards the base. The sky began to brighten. When Qingyin opened her eyes, Ji Yanli had parked the car at the entrance of the task hall. She unfastened her seatbelt, stating, "I'll accompany you. Let us not disturb them." Ji Yanli nodded, and they entered the task hall together, the bright overhead lights illuminating the space. That a man and a woman sat at their stations, propping their heads up, clearly exhausted. Upon hearing footsteps, they groggily lifted their eyes, and upon recognizing Qingyin, the round-faced girl sprang up from her seat. "Miss Qingyin, Captain Ji." Qingyin, taken aback by the girl's exuberance, managed a response. Ji Yanli chuckled, teasing, "My girlfriend certainly possesses an irresistible charm, even captivating the attention of other girls." His remark. Qingyin's furrowed brow softened unconsciously as she lifted her chin. Of course, as they spoke, Ji Yanli had already handed over his phone and pocket space. The round-faced girl eagerly took them, swiftly attending to the necessary tasks. Qingyin stood in the center of the task hall, her gaze sweeping over the task screen until it settled on a mission to the Yun City breeding farm. Other missions, as indicated by the map, were too distant to be feasible for her. The timing was too tight. Although Yun City was not particularly close to the Sea City base, it was a familiar place. She could leverage the preparations made by Aunt Lee and the others to complete the collection ahead of time, allowing her to simply retrieve the supplies. After Ji Yanli completed the handover and observed Qingyin's renewed smile, he curiously approached her, following her line of sight. He kept hold of her hand, chuckling softly. "Qingyin, Shall we take on another task? Caught off guard by his insight into her intentions, Qingyin hesitated, gazing into Ji Yanli's bloodshot eyes. Her instinct was to refuse without a second thought. No, you are too fatigued. You need a rest. Why Qingyin paused momentarily, then chuckled softly to herself. He truly was. This was the unspoken understanding between them. A warm current surged through her heart. How could she not feel reassured to have a boyfriend who understood and supported her? He always silently backed her decisions without questioning her motives. And she was not one to enjoy over-explaining. He never pressured her, simply waiting patiently for the moment she chose to share. With a smile, she nodded earnestly. Miss Qingyin and Captain Ji are truly working hard for the base. No wonder she is their role model. I must strive to be like her, starting with staying awake during the night shift. Determination shone brightly in her large eyes. Under Ji Yanli's guidance, they discreetly blocked Lin Yuqing and the others' phones, leaving only Qingyin and Ji Yanli's phones functional. Subsequently, the two exited the base once more, and Qingyin had already established contact with Antly in her mind. Qingyin took the wheel. Her gaze firmly fixed ahead. Stop staring at me. Take a motion sickness pill and close your eyes. The blood vessels in your eyes are practically forming a web. Rest assured, I will wake you when we arrive. Listening to Qingyin's concerned words warmed Ji Yanli's heart, and he nodded. Okay, I will sleep now. Hurry and sleep. Ultimately, Qingyin had overestimated her driving skills. The bumpy ride nearly made her sick, while Ji Yanli slept soundly. As if under the influence of a sedative, gently placing her fingers beneath Ji Yanli's nose, she felt the warmth of his breath against her fingertips, letting out a sigh of relief. Gazing at Ji Yanli's handsome face, a smile tugged at her lips. You really trust my driving skills, don't you? Chapter 149. The unyielding handsome zombie. With that, she restarted the vehicle. The night sky loomed overhead, deep and ink-like, and the cold wind howled. Qingyin navigated the snowy roads, skillfully maneuvering until she reached Yun City, where the defensive systems had spared it from being buried under thick snow, making her driving considerably smoother. She parked the car neatly in front of Aunt Lee's shop. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Ji Yanli awoke from his slumber, stretching and sporting a relaxed smile, seemingly oblivious to the previous bumpy ride. Qingyin shot him a sidelong glance. Teasing, you slept so soundly. You truly have faith in me. Aren't you afraid I might accidentally drive us off a cliff, leading to our demise? Ji Yanli unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to her, a playful glint in his eyes. I may lack confidence, but I trust that you wouldn't put me in danger. For a fleeting moment, Qingyin's gaze faltered, and she quickly averted her eyes, feigning composure. Don't mimic Qingyin's smooth talk, her admonishment. The approaching zombies hesitated, their eyes fixated on Ji Yanli, unwilling to divert their attention. Antly stood at the door, her silhouette warmly illuminated by the daylight, and she approached them with enthusiasm. Qingyin, my dear, and your human boyfriend, come in quickly. You must be cold and hungry. The shop is warm, and your uncle is preparing dinner for you. Qingyin and Ji Yanli entered the shop. They were met with an unexpected sight. The handsome zombie was seated at a table, his smile radiant under the lights. Qingyin, come here, sit beside me. My cooking is unparalleled, delicious enough to make one want to devour their tongue. Ignoring Ji Yanli's murderous glare, the handsome zombie patted the seat beside him eagerly. Qingyin gently released her grip on Ji Yanli's hand, instead linking her arm through his wrist, pulling him to sit across from the handsome zombie. Ji Yanli's lips curved in satisfaction as he subtly flaunted their entwined arms to assert his claim over her. The handsome zombie scoffed dismissively, but soon resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Qingyin scrutinized the now well-dressed handsome zombie, frowning as she inquired, "What are you doing here?" However, before he could respond, Antly mercilessly exposed the truth. What a surprise! This rascal just arrived and has already slaughtered old Zhang's pig. Out of kindness, I offered to compensate him. Thus, he is working as a temporary helper in our shop today. Remarkably, his presence has significantly boosted our business. Indeed, a handsome visage opens doors everywhere. The charming zombie, undeterred by being pierced by a corpse, casually remarked, "Auntie, please refrain from exposing my shortcomings. How about I return tomorrow to assist you?" He even threw a flirtatious glance at Antly, which made her laugh heartily. In the next moment, however, his head was met with a slap from Uncle Lee. "You little rascal, Stop being so brazen. I warn you, don't even think about seducing my wife and undermining me. Aunt Lee was not to be outdone. She promptly returned the slap to Uncle Lee's head. Old Lee, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm the sort to chase after younger men? Uncle Lee, feeling wronged, quickly apologized and tried to placate Aunt L. Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli observed the playful banter among the group. Momentarily lost in thought, Aunt Lee took the opportunity to sit by the table with a chair and began discussing serious matters. All right, enough of the banter. Qingyin, the items you requested are ready, but taking them all is impractical, as every household still needs to eat. Yu Qingyin nodded in understanding. Of course, I do not intend to take everything, that we will take as much as you can spare, which will suffice for reporting back to the base. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee looked increasingly pleased. Thank you for your understanding. Qingyin, that if only Annie had a daughter-in-law as considerate as you. The charming zombie chimed in. If only I had such a thoughtful wife. Meanwhile, a vigilant Ji Yanli immediately asserted his claim, placing a protective hand on Yu Qingyin's shoulder. Apologies, but Qingyin is mine. That we've met each other's parents, and they have consented that we are currently discussing the engagement. As soon as Ji Yanli uttered these words, Uncle Lee's expression fell, and he huffed as he retreated into the kitchen. The charming zombie, undeterred, continued. What does it matter? Even if you are engaged now, who knows when divorce might come? I can wait. Besides, if it's Xiaoyin, I wouldn't mind being the third wheel. This. Ji Yanli's hand crackled with barely contained energy, and had it not been for Yu Qingyin's timely intervention, the charming zombie might have met an untimely end. If looks could kill, the charming zombie would surely have been reduced to ashes at that moment. Oblivious to Ji Yanli's murderous glare, the charming zombie's bright eyes remained fixed on Yu Qingyin. Yu Qingyin, hiding her foot beneath the table, promptly kicked him. Even in jest, there must be limits. Should you continue to speak recklessly, I will ensure that your existence becomes unbearable. The charming zombie finally straightened up. Fine, if you are unwilling, I shall not press the issue. However, Xiaoyin, should this fellow ever make you unhappy, remember that I will always be here, willing to be your secret admirer. With a provocative glance at Ji Yanli. A playful smirk danced on his lips. He received another kick from Yu Qingyin, yet he persisted with a grin. No worries. Xiaoyin can kick as much as she pleases. Me. It is merely a testament to love. After all, as long as Xiaoyin can vex them both, a few kicks are inconsequential. Yu Qingyin was not blind to his antics. As long as he refrained from crossing any lines, his bravado was harmless. He was a formidable ally. Unbeknownst to them, the table soon overflowed with sumptuous dishes. Spicy stir-fried beef, hot pot, beer duck, and sautéed seasonal vegetables, each dish a feast for the senses, tempting all who beheld it. Yu Qingyin sampled a bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Uncle Lee, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This surpasses any gourmet chef I've ever encountered. Uncle Lee beamed at the compliment. Aunt Lee chimed in with a smile. Indeed, your Uncle Lee's culinary prowess is renowned. Anyone who has tasted his dishes has never spoken ill of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married him. Chapter 150. 5 minutes until task deadline. Uncle Lee chuckled heartily. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Ji Yanli silently noted this wisdom. Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli quickly finished their meal and, following Aunt Lee, headed to the breeding farm. Beep! Warning! Yu Qingyin glanced at the large red exclamation mark in her mind, her hands instinctively clenching. Though Ji Yanli was confused, he pressed down harder on the accelerator. It would take them another 3 to 4 hours. Time was of the essence. If she relied on her speed ability, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yanli, I will go ahead. Drive carefully. All right, be cautious and stay safe. As he spoke, he smoothly parked the car and transferred all the livestock he had stored in his space into Yu Qingyin's pocket dimension. A warm sensation coursed through Yu Qingyin as she looked at Ji Yanli, nodding resolutely before exiting the vehicle. Yanli watched her silhouette fade from view, ignoring the snowflakes settling upon her. Yu Qingyin unleashed her abilities to their fullest, darting through the snow like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of footprints that were swiftly covered by the fresh snowfall. Beep! Warning! Glancing at the navigation, which indicated she was still over halfway to City C. Yu Qingyin gritted her teeth, channeling all her energy into her speed ability. The metallic taste filled her throat, and she couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the snow. starkly visible against the white backdrop. Wiping the blood from her lips, she accelerated once more. Beep. Warning. Having traversed a significant distance, her anxiety eased slightly, yet her speed intensified, and her energy reserves dwindled rapidly. Beep. Warning. Beep. Warning. In the final moment before her abilities ran dry, Qingyin finally reached the City C base. She scaled the wall and raced toward the mission center. Pushing open the base door, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to tumble, but she steadied herself and approached the counter step by step. The staff at the counter had changed, replaced by a man Qingyin had never seen before. Upon noticing her, he pretended to close his eyes and ignore her, suppressing the surge of anger within her. Qingyin observed the countdown timer indicating only 1 minute remained. Standing before the counter, she spoke coldly, "I am here to submit a mission." The man behind the counter feigned deafness, shifting positions and once again resting his head on the counter. Apparently asleep, Qingyin let out a cold snort, then slammed her palm down on the counter, producing a heavy thud that startled the man into sitting upright, casting a disgruntled glare at her. "What do you want? Don't you know it's quite rude to disturb someone's sleep at this hour? Is this how the Yu family raises their children?" His tone dripped with impatience and anger. Qingyin clenched her jaw, her gaze icy and piercing, sending a chill down the man's spine. Yet he struggled to maintain his composure, defiantly meeting her gaze with a hint of provocation. "Since you have taken on this role, you must fulfill your duties. According to base regulations, you are required to assist anyone submitting a mission at any time. Should you violate this rule, you risk losing your position permanently." The man's expression shifted as if he had touched a nerve, rising in fury to point an accusatory finger at Qingyin. You, don't think that just because your father is the deputy base chief, you can act with impunity and dismiss me at will." Qingyin's eyes turned even colder as her fingers lightly grazed the man's neck. This gesture instilled an unprecedented fear within him. He had not anticipated her to take such action. Panic flickered in his eyes. "Now, will you process the mission, or will you choose?" Qingyin's voice was low and menacing, her grip tightening gradually. The man's face paled instantly as her fingers constricted around his throat, rendering him speechless. Initially intending to struggle, he realized the seriousness of the situation and could only nod frantically while Qingyin released her grip. Yet a sharp knife was pressed against the man's neck. He dared not hesitate. Swiftly taking Qingyin's phone and operating it with remarkable speed, I undermined. The alerts for mission failure and task completion rang out almost simultaneously. Darkness washed over her vision, nearly causing her to faint. She cast a murderous glare at the man, her intent clear. Feeling a chill run through him, the man sensed the blade inching closer, nearly collapsing in fear. Grasping the counter tightly, he managed to avoid self-inflicted injury. "I have completed the task for you, Miss Yu. Can you please remove the knife?" His voice trembled uncontrollably. The system's voice chimed in again, recognizing the man's overwhelming malice toward the host and opting to delay punishment until the host reached a safe location. Qingyin exhaled in relief, yet the knife remained poised at the man's throat. "Speak. Are you affiliated with Li Qingyu or Chu Tianxiong?" Qingyin's voice was as frigid as ice. She has offended merely these two individuals at this base. And it seems that only Li Qingyu possesses the authority to assign someone to this position. Why is she so certain that this person has been placed here intentionally, with her father's presence? Even if the people at the base harbor disdain for her, they would not dare to overtly trouble her. The man, confronted by Qingyin, stiffened, his expression darkening further. "Miss Yu, I am unaware of what you speak." Qingyin let out a cold laugh. "If you do not speak the truth, I have held this position for quite a while, and my arm is growing weary. Thought if I were to merely shake it, I could sever your carotid artery. I trust you can comprehend the implications." Chapter 151. An absurd thought flickered through her mind. Her blade grazed the man's neck, slicing through his fragile skin, and blood flowed down the blade like rubies. The man was filled with terror, his soul seemingly cleaved by the blade of fear, and he no longer dared to conceal the truth that it was Director-Li's orders that compelled me to act this way. "If I fail to comply, my family will be expelled. Miss Yu, I am left with no choice." The man supported himself against the chair, his voice trembling. "I truly did not intend to target you." He instructed me to deliberately delay you during your task submission, but he did not provide me with a reason. That is all I know. Miss you. You are magnanimous. I too am a victim of coercion. Please spare me this once. His voice quivered with desperation, a faint odor of urine wafting from the counter, causing Qingyin to wrinkle her nose in disgust. She retrieved a black pill from her bag. Forcibly pried open the man's mouth, and amidst his horrified gaze, dropped the pill inside, ensuring he swallowed it before releasing her grip. Disgusted, she wiped her hands with a tissue, catching sight of the man's futile attempts to extract the pill. And she scoffed. This poison dissolves upon entry. Should you dare to disclose today's events, you will succumb to its effects in 5 days, with no trace left behind. Her voice was as cold and unfeeling as ice. The man collapsed to the ground, despair etched across his face, hastily assuring her he would remain silent. If you are wise, I shall provide you with the antidote in 5 days. At a fleeting moment of panic crossed Qingyin's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure and strode towards Ji Yanli. When did you arrive? Ji Yanli's gaze swept coldly over the man behind the counter, but when he turned to Qingyin, his eyes were filled with tenderness. I just arrived. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Why Qingyin murmured in agreement, her legs giving way beneath her, and she fell into Ji Yanli's embrace. Her abilities depleted, she was left weak and feeble, having relied solely on her willpower until now. Ji Yanli quickly supported her, lifting her horizontally, his brows furrowed with concern. You must not overexert yourself. Take care of your health. Nothing is more important than your well-being. His voice carried a note of reproach. As he admonished her, her eyelids grew heavier, and she eventually succumbed to sleep. Upon closing her eyes, the electric currents within her body showed no sign of relenting. Causing her brow to furrow tightly, Ji Yanli felt as if his heart were being pierced by countless needles. A dull ache spreading throughout. He loathed his own powerlessness. Had he been faster, she would not have needed to exert herself so desperately. For the first time, he felt utterly helpless. Gently removing her down jacket, he caught a glimpse of the blood on her wrist, his expression darkening with concern as he gazed at Qingyin. He removed her soiled pants and shoes with care, cradling her gently and placing her on the bed. Grasping her wrist, he slowly channeled his own abilities into her, alleviating the dryness within her. Turning, he entered the bathroom, retrieving a clean towel to gently wipe her face, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Looking at Qingyin with deep affection, he whispered, "Good night." Qingyin then stepped out onto the balcony and leapt down. The next day, the system's voice echoed with excitement. "Host, wake up! I have wonderful news! What good news could you possibly have? As long as you don't deceive me, that will suffice. I still vividly recall the pain from yesterday's electric shock." Qingyin grumbled, her voice muffled beneath the covers. The system responded eagerly. "This time, it is indeed good news. I reported yesterday's events to the main system, and after much fuss, I finally convinced the main system to deem your task a success." Qingyin sat up abruptly, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you?" The system huffed, crossing its arms, adopting a proud demeanor. "Of course. When have I ever deceived the host? This is something I fought for on your behalf. How do you plan to thank me?" Upon hearing this, the system cast a sly glance at Qingyin. She chuckled softly at the system's proud demeanor. "Speak up. How would you like me to express my gratitude? I will grant you anything within my power." The system, feeling pleased by Qingyin's promise, stroked its chin in contemplation, but could not think of anything. "I can't think of anything at the moment. For now, you'll just owe me." Now, the system is about to distribute task rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Rewards are now being distributed. Speed Ability 2, Strengthened Ability 1, Spatial Ability 1,100,000 points, Favorability Artifact 1. Why Qingyin's gaze lingered on the final reward, a hint of curiosity sparking in her eyes. System, what is the use of the Favorability Artifact? The Favorability Artifact, as the name suggests, is used to assess the favorability others hold towards the host, aiding in identifying potential enemies and avoiding risks in advance. Upon hearing this, Qingyin straightened her back. Intrigued, that sounds promising. System, do you have any other surprises that I am unaware of? The system proudly raised its chin, declaring, "Oh, there are still secrets to uncover. You cannot even begin to imagine that not attempt to pry into my mysteries." Their legendary Yu Qingyin was amused by its antics, throwing off the covers and getting out of as the system chattered away in her mind. She suddenly noticed her down jacket on the sofa. Along with her pants, her eyes widened in shock as an absurd thought flickered through her mind, but remembering that it was Ji Yanli, she quickly suppressed it. Chapter 152: The Puppet Master Behind the Rumors. The system's next words confirmed her thoughts that, "I must say, host, your judgment of character is commendable. Ji Yanli is undoubtedly a paragon of virtue with no ulterior motives towards you. He even replenished your abilities. Normally, his powers cannot be directly transferred to you, yet he somehow managed to do so. It is indeed peculiar." After Yu Qingyin finished her morning routine, she descended the stairs, smiling at the system in her mind. "You take your time. I must head out to complete my task." Observing the progress bar of the main task in her mind, which had reached an astonishing 60, she noted that the pace of these two individuals was indeed extraordinary. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, her mother greeted her warmly. "Qingyin, my dear, come quickly, it's time to eat." Yu Qingyin looked in surprise at the 100 above her mother's head. "System is a number above my mom's head, the favorability you mentioned?" The system nodded eagerly, affirming her deduction. "Bingo. Host, you are quite clever. That indeed indicates favorability." Similarly, her father's favorability towards her also stood at 100. She observed the maid cleaning nearby, noticing that most had favorability ratings of 80 or higher, but one small girl caught her attention. The number above the girl's head fluctuated erratically, swinging from 0 to over 80, which was quite strange. The system timely explained, "This phenomenon is called guilt. This girl has issues." Seeing Yu Qingyin's prolonged gaze on a little girl, her mother chuckled. "This girl was brought over by Aunt Wang today. I thought you were of similar age. Her parents perished during a mission 2 days ago, so we've taken her in to help around the house." Upon hearing her mother's words, the number above the little girl's head stabilized at 80 before beginning to oscillate wildly. "Oh, what did we have for breakfast?" Her mother elegantly wiped her mouth while carefully advising, "Dumplings. Your father and I have already eaten and are heading out to work. You can take your time eating. If you're bored, feel free to wander around the base, but don't venture outside. It's freezing out there, and it could be deadly." Her father stood up, grabbing his coat, adding, "The latest data from above indicates that the death toll has reached 1 million, with numbers continuing to rise. Only here at our base, thanks to the defensive systems you provided, has the mortality rate not been as dire. The tasks issued in the mission hall now only concern labor within the base." Her mother continued to fuss at the door until Yu Qingyin nodded in agreement, after which she felt reassured enough to leave with her father. As the door gently closed behind them, silence enveloped the room, and Yu Qingyin was suddenly reminded of Aunt Li's tearful voice. Yu Qingyin finally recognized that the severity of the current cold wave exceeded her expectations. Fortunately, she had taken precautions. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine the consequences. Yu Qingyin's thoughts were interrupted by the system's cold, mechanical voice. "Hidden task triggered. Please resolve the rumors in City C that are detrimental to the host within a time limit of 1 day." Yu Qingyin was somewhat perplexed. What unfavorable rumors could be circulating about her in City C? Could it be that man from last night who spread them? Recalling his cowardly demeanor, Yu Qingyin immediately dismissed the notion. A man so fearful for his life would certainly not engage in such slander. She swiftly concluded her breakfast, donned a heavy black long-down coat, and wrapped a matching scarf around her neck, nearly concealing half her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Even though the base was equipped with a defense system, the frigid temperature outside had plummeted to 0 degrees, making her attire unremarkable. Given that rumors about her had already begun to circulate, she suspected someone was keeping watch outside her family's villa. With that thought in mind, Yu Qingyin opened the window and leapt down. She seamlessly blended into the crowd, quietly departing from the villa district and heading towards another residential area comprising self-built homes. With no outdoor tasks at hand, the personnel at the base had grown idle, gathering in small clusters to exchange recent gossip that Yu Qingyin discreetly merged into the throng, garnering no attention. "Have you heard? The eldest daughter of the Yu family is a zombie." The speaker glanced around, seemingly assessing the reactions of those nearby. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was just sufficient to draw the attention of those in proximity. Exactly. Even if you're joking, there should be a limit. You can't eat from the bowl and then curse it. Another chimed in. Indeed, you ungrateful wretch. Be careful we don't report you to Deputy Base Leader you and have you expelled. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their eyes filled with derision as they turned towards the rumored Dashmonger. Qingyin leaned against the wall, observing the instigator with a composed demeanor. The man, clearly taken aback by her esteemed reputation within the base, flushed crimson. Yet, recalling the promised reward from his benefactor, he gritted his teeth and persisted. Don't dismiss my words. I have a friend working at the U household. She told me that the eldest daughter has a penchant for raw meat and enjoys bloody delicacies. Isn't that a characteristic of zombies? Puffed. You claim to have a friend at the U residence? My mother is a maid there. The young lady dines on the meals prepared by my mother every day. How could I not know? The speaker surveyed the rumor-monger from head to toe. That you're not pining for that Shu Muyao, are you? Out of revenge, you're spreading slander about the Yu heiress? Quite likely. Wasn't there a rumor that the death of Chu Muyao was caused by the Yu eldest daughter? Old Lin clarified the next day, stating that the Yu heiress had set off to Nanshan with Captain Ji. Such swift retribution. Qingyin crossed her arms, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed the system her mind. System, are you certain I need to intervene in this rumor? It seems my reputation at the base is rather favorable. The system shot her an exasperated glance. City C doesn't require your concern. Your focus should be on preventing this rumor from spreading beyond City C to other survivor bases. Once the cold wave passes, you'll be in dire straits. The higher-ups among humans might want to capture you for research. Qingyin nodded. So, you mean I should identify the puppet master behind these rumors and snuff them out in their infancy? Chapter 153. The Middle-Aged Man in Black. The system affirmed with a nod. Precisely, that's the intent. These matters are for the host to uncover. Qingyin conversed with the system. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the rumor-monger standing alone, helplessly shouting, "Don't leave. I'm telling the truth." Observing the crowd's departure, Qingyin straightened and confidently strode up to the slanderer. What you just said, was it true? Is the Yu heiress truly a zombie? The slanderer, seeing someone still willing to listen, clung to the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, spilling every word he had heard from that individual. After relaying his information, he thirstily retrieved a bottle of water from his pocket and took a swig. Now, do you believe me? Everything I said is true. Qingyin smiled, lowering her scarf to reveal a delicate face, her lips curling slightly. Your information is erroneous. Well, have I ever consumed raw meat? The slanderer, struck by fear, fell to the ground, his gaze wide with terror. Why you miss you? Qingyin nodded, squatting before him. It seems you recognize me. The slanderer swallowed hard. Miss you, I merely spoke without thinking. Please don't hold it against a lowly person like me. His voice trembled uncontrollably from fear. Qingyin let out a light laugh, though it did not reach her eyes, which glinted with a chilling intensity, deepening the slanderer's dread. She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Come here. Don't make me repeat myself. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your fate." With that, she stood and vanished into a nearby alley. Regret flooded the slanderer as he lamented his greed for such trivial gain, realizing too late the danger he had courted. Once Qingyin confirmed that the area was devoid of witnesses, she halted, observing the slanderer's pallid countenance. "Confess honestly, and I may afford you some leniency. You wouldn't wish to face the frigid outdoors, would you?" With her gaze fixed intently upon him, she had fashioned an effective lie detector. The slanderer, contemplating resistance, abandoned the idea, spilling all he knew like a torrent. A middle-aged man dressed entirely in black approached me and instructed me to say this. "I don't know him. That's all I know." Qingyin furrowed her brow. "Where did you encounter him?" "At Lingxi Commercial Street. I was haggling with someone." Qingyin retrieved a black pill from her pocket and handed it to him. "Take this." The slanderer grimaced, but under Qingyin's icy gaze, he reluctantly accepted it and placed it in his mouth, intending to wait until she left to spit out. However, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact. In the next moment, he felt a grip on his chin, forcing several gulps of water down his throat. Ensuring he swallowed the pill entirely, he doubled over, coughing violently, while Qingyin clapped her hands. You'd best keep our encounter to yourself. Otherwise, you could forget about receiving the antidote. With that, she discarded the water bottle and vanished before the slanderous eyes. The system, puzzled, inquired, "Host, where did you acquire this poison?" Qingyin adjusted her scarf, replying, "It's not poison. This was given to me at the last banquet. It merely induces a few days of diarrhea." The system raised two thumbs in admiration. "Host, you're truly cunning." Qingyin brushed her bangs aside, smirking. "Thank you for the compliment." The system quirked its mouth, somewhat speechless. "You certainly know how to take advantage of a situation. Now, where are you headed?" "To review the surveillance footage." Of course. Qingyin's figure flickered as she arrived at the entrance of the base, colliding with Li Qingyu, who still maintained his refined demeanor. This time, Qingyin clearly noted that Li Qingyu's favorability rating had plummeted to -50. It appeared he truly harbored resentment towards her. Qingyin greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Li." "Qingyin, what brings you here? Are you looking for your father? Would you like me to accompany you?" Qingyin feigned ignorance of his scrutiny, her lips curling slightly as a playful tone colored her words. "Indeed, it's rather dull at home, and I can't go outside, so I thought I'd visit my father for a bit of fun." Li Qingyu replied with a gentle smile, "There's not much to entertain you at the base center. Perhaps I could ask Xiaoling to accompany you for a stroll. You're of similar ages." Qingyin demurred. "I fear I must decline Uncle Li's kind offer. I suffer from social anxiety and find it hard to relax around unfamiliar company." Qingyin noticed an added layer of scrutiny in Li Qingyu's gaze, prompting her to speculate on why he wished to divert her attention. Could he be involved in the rumor spreading? Just then, Ji Yanli unexpectedly appeared behind him. "Qingyin, Uncle L." Qingyin greeted Ji Yanli with a smile. "Yanli, I didn't realize you were here. I've been so bored at home. Come, take me inside for a look. Goodbye, Uncle L." Qingyu's gentle smile faltered for a brief moment before returning to normal as he replied, "You young ones seem to have a wonderful rapport, much like your parents did back in the day." Qingyin followed Ji Yanli into the base. "What brings you out?" Ji Yanli held her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "I sensed your arrival, so I came out to greet you." The two disappeared hand in hand from Li Qingyu's view. Upon reaching the elevator, Ji Yanli finally revealed his true purpose. "There is something else I need to discuss with you." I knew it. After exiting the elevator, Qingyin accompanied Ji Yanli into his office, where a tomato sat on the coffee table. With a smile, she picked it up and took a bite. Ji Yanli led her to the surveillance monitor. "Qingyin, come look. Do you recognize this person?" As Qingyin approached, Ji Yanli explained, "This morning, I heard someone spreading the rumor that you are a zombie. I managed to catch one of the perpetrators and extracted some information, so I came to check the surveillance. I've dispatched someone to investigate this individual's background. We should have updates shortly." Chapter 154. The arrival of Qixi Festival. As the Qixi Festival approached, Qingyin gazed at the middle-aged man clad in black, her eyes darkening slightly. This man was unfamiliar. He was either affiliated with Li Qingyu or Chu Tianxiong, both of whom she had crossed paths with since her arrival at the base. Yanli sat in his seat, awkwardly wrapping an arm around Qingyin's waist, urging her to sit on his lap. Clearly, it was his first time doing so, as his ears flushed crimson, inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped Qingyin. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye took on a rosy hue. He awkwardly redirected the conversation. "When did you offend Li Qingyu?" Qingyin found his bashfulness endearing and chuckled as she draped her arms around his neck. Ji Yanli pulled her hands down, clasping them in his. "It's unlikely that's the reason. Li Qingyu is not as straightforward as he appears. Although he was promoted by your father, his ambitions run deeper." Recalling the encounter with Chu Tianxiong at the door, an unsettling premonition flickered through her mind. You think Chu Tianxiong might have a connection with Li Qingyu?" At her words, Ji Yanli smiled faintly, retrieving a dossier from the drawer and handing it to Qingyin. "According to my investigation, your suspicion is quite accurate." Surprised, Qingyin took the file from Ji Yanli and flipped through the pages. "What prompted you to investigate these two suddenly?" Observing her serious demeanor, Ji Yanli chuckled. "It wasn't sudden. Ever since that incident when Chu Tianxiong brought Chu Miao to trouble you, I had someone keep an eye on him. Qingyin shot him a teasing glance. "You seem to have quite a few tricks up your sleeve." Ji Yanli smirked. "When it comes to you, I tend to be more vigilant." He gently squeezed her hand. "I can't help it, spending too much time with Qingyuan. I've picked up a phrase or two." Qingyin recalled Gu Qingyuan's flirtatious demeanor in front of Ji Yanli, a smile playing on her lips. Then you should spend more time with Gu Qingyuan. But keep your distance from Lin Yuqing. His words are sharp, and I find them unpleasant. That moment. Lin Yuqing, engrossed in a multiplayer game with Gu Qingyin, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he lazily remarked, "Which little girl is secretly in love with me now?" To the point that even I am sneezing, Gu Qingyuan could hardly contain himself. Pausing his gaming, he shot a glare at Lin Yuqing. Does the mirror automatically activate anti-glare mode when you look into it? Lin Yuqing proudly lifted a shin at what's wrong with being narcissistic. I have the right to be. I was once crowned a campus heartthrob at a university. My name has been on the confession wall every day without fail. Gu Qingyuan smirked, his expression laced with mischief that I admit to the confession wall part. But the reason for that, he paused dramatically before continuing, is truly unspeakable. That it seemed Lin Yuqing recalled something, jolted as if struck by lightning. Angrily, he tossed aside his gaming controller and lunged at Gu Qingyin like an enraged beast. "You dog, I'm going to kill you." Meanwhile, Yu Qingyin scrutinized the investigation report at her hand, a flicker of realization crossing her features. Just as I suspected, it truly involves these two individuals. That Ji Yanli casually picked up another report, commenting nonchalantly, "Chu Tianxiong has connections with Weiluan. This has been reported to the higher-ups, and a decision will be made soon." As Yu Qingyin was about to respond, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Ding! Main quest. Please subdue all zombies, plants, and animals in the southeast region within 20 days. Task completed. Rewards. Speed ability 2. Enhancement ability 2. Wood ability 2. Lucky will 2. Zombie-specific gourmet food box 10. 000. Information system 1. Defense system upgrade. Contract machine 1. Yu Qingyin's pupils widened in surprise. The system task was completed so swiftly, the system nodded proudly. "Of course, with our defense system in place and your subordinates spreading the news, most zombies in Huagua are now aware of this sanctuary." Nodding in satisfaction, Yu Qingyin realized that her future tasks would be easier to accomplish. "Ding! Main quest. Please subdue all zombies, plants, and animals in Huagua within 20 days. Yu Qingyin. System, are you out of your mind? Huagua is vast. I wouldn't even be able to traverse it in 20 days. Don't you think this task time limit is a bit unreasonable?" In response, the system's cute face bore an expression of grievance. "Just this morning, you praised me as the best system, and now you're calling me faulty? You ungrateful woman." The voice was filled with accusations, causing a hint of embarrassment to flicker across Yu Qingyin's face. "Qingyin?" Ji Yanli's voice interrupted her dialogue with the system. Yu Qingyin hurriedly soothed the system, then asked in confusion, "What is it? You didn't respond when I called you just now." Meeting Ji Yanli's concerned gaze, she gently shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating how to prevent the spread of this information. If those in power were to discover the secret, it could be." At her words, Ji Yanli tightened his grip on Yu Qingyin's hand, his tone resolute. "Don't worry. Those in power won't easily believe such rumors." Upon hearing Ji Yanli's unwavering words, a spark of confusion flickered in Yu Qingyin's eyes. "Why are you so certain they won't believe? Given that Chu Tianxiong colluded with Weiluan to betray the nation, his words will naturally lack credibility. As for Li Qingyu, he won't be able to spread it." Ji Yanli gently took the investigation report from Yu Qingyin's hands, changing the subject. "All right, let us not dwell on these troubling matters. Shall we go out for a stroll?" Yu Qingyin nodded in agreement. "Sure, let's go for a walk." With that, she gracefully descended from Ji Yanli's lap. Ji Yanli shut down the computer surveillance, tidying the documents on the table as he spoke. "With the Qixi festival approaching, my father has heeded Aunt Yu's suggestion to emulate the ancients by hosting a grand celebration, allowing everyone at the base to unwind. He's been busy organizing this for the past few days, and they're still in the process of decorating. You can offer some suggestions when the time comes." As he spoke, he effortlessly stored the documents into his space, taking Yu Qingyin's hand as they exited the office, locking the door behind them. Chapter 155. Lin Yuqing's stubbornness. "Thanks to your reminder, I just noticed that countless roses seem to be blooming along the streets." The streets were transformed into a vibrant painting, with colorful balloons adorning every building. The little carts on either side were painted a delicate pink, and a massive electronic screen displayed heartwarming romantic dramas. The air was thick with a sweet aroma. as couples strolled side by side, happiness seemingly floating like bubbles in the atmosphere. With such meticulous arrangements, you must have invested considerable effort into researching strategies lately, remarked Qingyin, handing a rose to Ji Yanli. Her brows raised playfully. Captain Ji, may I request a favor? Ji Yanli smiled as he accepted the flower, his eyes brimming with affection. Indeed, I've been perusing quite a few strategies. Since the apocalypse began, the base has been shrouded in gloom. And you remarked that people's spirits shouldn't remain so low. Without a sense of happiness, social order could easily descend into chaos. Thus, activities are necessary to uplift morale. Why you Qingyi nodded in agreement. That's certainly something my mother would suggest. And she's right. Even in the apocalypse, people still need moments of relaxation and entertainment. Ji Yanli held Yu Qingyin's hand, pausing in front of a cotton candy stall. Boss, I'll take that pink one. The vendor, a young girl, lit up with excitement upon seeing Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin. When she noticed their intertwined fingers, her enthusiasm nearly caused her to leap with joy, her expression reflecting her infatuation. Oh, all right. Captain Ji, miss you. Please take care. Ji Yanli placed a crystal core as payment, politely thanking her. Thank you. He glanced at the rose in his hand, reluctantly releasing Yu Qingyin's hand, only to have her grasp it tightly in return. Yu Qingyin accepted the cotton candy from the vendor, inadvertently brushing her fingers against the girl's hand, which ignited a flurry of excitement within her. The goddess just touched my hand. I'm so lucky. He decided not to wash my hands for the whole month, unaware of the scene behind them. Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli continued hand in hand down the street. That you've certainly done your homework well. Yu Qingyin praised. Ji Yanli gazed at her with a smile, gently replying, as long as you like it. However, there are always those lacking in tact. For instance, Lin Yuqing, who had just lost a game and a pile of crystal cores, insisted on dragging Gu Qingyuan out for a meal, inadvertently crossing paths with Ji Yanli and Yu Qingyin. Lin Yuqing, utterly oblivious, waved at the two-boss. Qingyin, you're out shopping too? Ji Yanli closed his eyes briefly before reopening them, squeezing out a single word through gritted teeth. Lin Yuqing approached with a smile, perfectly timed as we could go together. The Ji Yugo had just lost a game to me, and now had to treat us. So how about we all go out for dinner? Let us make Gugo pay for it. Gu Qingyuan followed closely behind, seemingly unaware of who had been beaten to the point of not being able to leave the city, having cheated by snatching my game controller and forcing me to lose. Lin Yuqing glared at him, his eyes blazing with fury, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Who snatched your game controller? That scoundrel can't stand not being exposed for even a day." Gu Qingyin remained unfazed by his glare, showing no mercy, and continued to expose him, saying if it wasn't you, then it was the dog who stole it. Lin Yuqing retorted through clenched teeth, "Yes, it was the dog who stole it. Brother, Qingyin, Lin dog, brother Qingyin, what are you all doing here?" Ji Yanli's voice chimed in as she approached in a pink dress, paired with a coat of the same HU. Ji Yu Qingyuan glanced at Ji Yanli's attire, slightly frowning as he loosened the scarf around his neck to wrap it around her. "Why did you come out dressed so lightly?" Ji Yanli beamed, saying, "I was so bored at home, I heard there would be activities for Qixi here. So I dragged Yuqing along. I originally wanted to find Qingyin, but since she wasn't home, we came over to make tea that moment." Ling Yinyin also appeared from the alley, greeting them with a smile. Lin Yuqing laughed and said, "Now we're all gathered, just in time to feast on Gugo." To Lin Yuqing's insistence, the group headed to the hot pot restaurant they had visited last time. It was peak dining hours, and the hot pot restaurant was bustling with noise and energy. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing had the foresight to reserve a private room in advance. Inside the room, the air conditioning blew warm breezes, providing a touch of warmth against the cold winter. Everyone shed their heavy coats and comfortably gathered around the round table. The steam from the hot pot wafted up, filling the air with delicious aromas. Halfway through the meal, Ji Yanli subtly hooked his fingers around Yu Qingyin's, who looked at him in confusion, but he gave her a significant glance that Yu Qingyin instantly understood. And the two of them excused themselves to the restroom, leaving one after the other. Once outside the hot pot restaurant, Ji Yanli jokingly complained, "Every time we go on a date, Yuqing always pops up to disrupt things. Is he sent by the heavens to thwart me? I've decided to increase his training regimen so he won't be so idle." That Yu Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle, asking, Does this count as personal revenge? Ji Yanli smiled, saying, Your understanding isn't wrong. Come, let me take you to a place where they are not around. Qingyin nodded with a smile, allowing him to lead her onward. They arrived at the entrance of a flower garden. Suddenly, Qingyin was engulfed in darkness as warmth enveloped her eyes. Ji Yanli's deep, magnetic voice gently urged her. Close your eyes. A sense of premonition filled Qingyin, and she struggled to calm her racing heart, obediently shutting her eyes. Her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing, her heartbeat thundering in her ears, faster than it had ever been. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ji Yanli's soothing voice finally broke the silence. All done. Qingyin's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. The door creaked open. The sweet fragrance of roses wafted towards her, revealing a sea of blooming roses. The red carpet lined the ground, separating the roses, and at the end stood Ji Yanli, his expression serious, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 156. Ji Yanli's proposal for premonition was confirmed, and Qingyin's heart raced even more violently. Feeling a bit weak, she took steady steps towards Ji Yanli. Finally standing before him, Ji Yanli cleared his throat, his voice slightly trembling. Qingyin, I have contemplated this matter for a long time, that I considered inviting friends to witness this moment. But I worried it might pressure you and affect your most genuine choice. Perhaps due to his nervousness, his voice wavered. Yanli inhaled deeply and continued. I also feared that without friends as witnesses, you might feel regret, so I asked them to come a little later. Upon hearing this, Qingyin chuckled softly, surprised by his thoughtfulness. I think you arranged it quite well. I really like it. Ji Yanli took another deep breath, gazing intently at Qingyin, his eyes filled with seriousness. Qingyin, I don't recall when I started to like you. Perhaps it was when we met again, and you couldn't speak, only able to write in my palm. Or perhaps it was that night in the villa when we faced those twin zombies together, and you stubbornly insisted on facing them with me. Back then, I thought to myself that you were still as willful as before. If you had left first, I might have been able to escape, but that time changed my perspective. You were no longer that little girl trailing behind me. You had become capable of standing on your own. As Ji Yanli spoke, his nervousness gradually dissipated, leaving only earnestness. He lifted his gaze, his deep black eyes fixed on her, reflecting her visage. Each time thereafter, I used Uncle You and Aunt You as an excuse to follow you. But honestly, I didn't even know why I ended up following you. By the time I realized it, I was already out. Now that I think about it, I may have liked you back then. I just didn't notice it myself. Qingyin listened quietly, her heart gradually calming, but when Ji Yanli knelt on one knee, her heart surged with excitement. Once more, Ji Yanli retrieved a delicate red box from his black coat. He opened the lid. A ring adorned with a red gemstone sparkled in the light, shimmering with celebratory brilliance. He carefully lifted the ring from the red box, presenting it to Qingyin. Qingyin, I'm not very eloquent, but I can learn as long as you need it. I can learn it all. And luckily, I have a strong ability to learn. So, Qingyin, will you marry me? His earnest and affectionate gaze seemed to draw the very soul into the whirlpool of his eyes. Qingyin's gaze involuntarily fell upon Ji Yanli's trembling hand, which brushed against the tears that had unknowingly fallen. She sniffed, asking, But you know I might not be able to stay with you for long. Perhaps it's tomorrow or the day after. Would you still be willing to marry me? Her voice quivered slightly. Though she knew this question might mar the moment's beauty, she needed to say it as a precaution. Ji Yanli nodded without hesitation. I am willing. No matter what happens in the future, I just know that if I don't do this now, I will surely regret it later. His eyes shone with sincerity. A weight lifted from Qingyin's heart. She extended her hand, saying, Since you are willing, I naturally am too. Qingyin was right. Cherish the present and leave no regrets for the future. Ever since witnessing them fall weakly before her at Nanshan, she understood this truth. Cherish the moment. If it is missed, no amount of regret can amend the past. Upon hearing Qingyin's agreement, Ji Yanli was so excited he could scarcely steady the ring in his hand. Trembling as he finally managed to place it on Qingyin's finger after several attempts, he suddenly stood up and enveloped Qingyin in a tight embrace, his arms firmly wrapping around her waist. In that moment, he truly felt that she belonged to him, releasing a sigh of contentment. This is wonderful. Why Yu Qingyin raised her hand within his embrace. The ring on her middle finger sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. She teased, Captain Ji, your hands are shaking so much. I thought the ring was heavy. Suddenly, countless rose petals drifted down from the sky, and the roses in the courtyard seemed to bloom in celebration of the couple's joyous occasion. Yu Qingyin's gaze fell upon the garden, filled with roses, teasing, Captain Ji, is this an abuse of power? Before Ji Yanli could respond, Lin Yuqing and the others appeared at the entrance, each wearing sincere smiles. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Yu Qingyin looked at the group at the door, asking, What are you all doing here? Weren't you eating hot pot? Ji Yanli raised her phone with a playful hum. It's all because of my brother. He just proposed successfully and couldn't resist showing off, afraid that others wouldn't know. Lin Yuqing maintained a stern face, stating, Losing to the boss, I acquiesce. Qingyin, if the boss bullies you in the future, even if I can't beat him, I'll make sure he suffers. That Ji Yuqing chuckled, resting a hand on Lin Yuqing's shoulder. You should worry about yourself instead. Be careful not to bully Qingyin, or you might end up in a mixed doubles match. Lin Yuqing shot Gu Qingyun a glare and barked. Gu dog, if you can't speak, then just shut up. I haven't treated you like a mute. Lin Yuqing pushed the two aside and ran over to Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli, exclaiming, Boss, now that the proposal was a success, you must treat us to a big meal. It would be unacceptable otherwise. Lin Yunyun immediately chimed in. Yes, boss, treat us. In an instant, the onlookers erupted in cheers. Ji Yanli cleared his throat, and everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on him, sparkling with anticipation. What do you want to eat tonight? Let us decide now. Time waits for no one. Wonderful. Tonight, we shall feast heartily on our boss, for it would be a disservice to not indulge the generosity of our rare benefactor. Amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, a soft cough echoed at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention to the unexpected presence of Mr. and Mrs. Yu, along with Uncle Ji and Aunt Ji, who had silently arrived at the door. In unison, the crowd greeted them. Greetings. Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, Uncle Ji, Aunt Ji, Dad, Mom, you are here. Mr. Yu's expression darkened, casting a glance at Ji Yanli that bore a hint of hostility. His carefully nurtured cabbage had indeed been uprooted by this wild boar. Chapter 157. Why don't you follow the script? Amidst the laughter and merriment, a subtle trace of sorrow lingered in Mrs. Yu's smile, while Uncle Ji and Aunt Ji beamed with delight, unable to contain their joy. Uncle Ji extended a friendly hand, aiming to rest it upon Mr. Yu's shoulder, only to have it rebuffed with a swift motion. Why Yu Qingyin quietly observed her family and friends gather due to her and Ji Yanli's presence. A warm wave surged within her heart. For the first time in her life, she felt a profound sense of tranquility and happiness, a warmth bestowed upon her by Ji Yanli and these cherished friends around her. After dinner, the two stood side by side on the highest floor of the base, gazing down at the sprawling compound. Surrounding the base, a vast expanse of white academic buildings stood sentinel, quietly enveloping the land like guardians. Within the base, residents emerged from their homes to leisurely stroll, relishing the rare vibrancy of the atmosphere. Fireworks illuminated the night sky, blossoming like ephemeral beauty, casting a radiant glow over the dark canvas above. I never expected our base to possess such beauty, Yu Qingyin remarked in awe. Leaning over the balcony, Yu Qingyin's attention was captured by a middle-aged man in black, hurrying through the crowd. Is that the one you saw on surveillance? She inquired. Yanli followed her gaze and nodded affirmatively. Without a word, they exchanged a knowing look, instinctively dispersing to pursue the mysterious figure from different directions. The man in black seemed to sense their presence, quickening his pace to merge into the bustling throng. Once he realized the scrutinizing gazes had faded, he exhaled in relief, directing a cold sneer toward the direction of their disappearance. Point 2. Mere children wishing to capture him. Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Relaxing, he navigated through the crowd toward the villa area, predominantly inhabited by high-ranking individuals or formidable supernatural beings. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixating on Yu Qingyin, who stood before a fountain, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. Shouldn't she be on the rooftop enjoying the moonlight with Ji Yanli? Yu Qingyin gently lowered her scarf, revealing a faint smile. Why can't I be here? Let me take a guess. You were sent by Li Qingyu, or perhaps it's Chu Tianxiong, or maybe Wei Lun. Upon uttering the last name, the man's pupils constricted. Swiftly returning to composure, as if nothing had transpired, he scoffed derisively. Miss Qingyin, do you have any evidence? At this, the middle-aged man in black leisurely adjusted his attire, observing Yu Qingyin with a hint of arrogance. Yu Qingyin calmly retrieved a document from her space, idly flipping through its pages. Evidence is usually quite easy to procure, such as this personnel registry of the base. A simple inquiry would suffice. The man displayed no sign of distress. Miss Qingyin, feel free to investigate. If you find something, I concede defeat. However, I entered the base through legitimate means. Are you not concerned about the repercussions of your private inquiries? Yu Qingyin closed the document, a glint of cunning flashing in her fox-like eyes as she chuckled lightly. What repercussions? I am all ears. The man in black straightened his attire, his tone laced with veiled threats. For instance, Miss Qingyin's reputation. Wasn't there a rumor circulating that she was a zombie? Observing the slight change in Yu Qingyin's expression, his satisfaction grew, and he continued leisurely, while you've captured a few individuals. If such rumors persist, do you think no one will believe them? After all, you have a saying, 3 men can create a tiger. Oh, and coupled with your unauthorized investigation of the residents today. If I were to embellish the story a tad, how do you think the residents of your base would perceive you? The triumph in his voice was decidedly grating. Why Yu Qingyin tucked the document away, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Hearing you speak, it seems I should eliminate the source to prevent the spread of such rumors. Conveniently, the culprit stands right before me. I shall deal with you now. With that, she began to stretch her limbs, a stance that caught the man off guard, his expression shifting from smugness to alarm. Killing indiscriminately within the base is illegal. You will be apprehended. Your reputation will be further tarnished. Are you not concerned about placing additional pressure on your parents? Yu Qingyin shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. There are no surveillance cameras here, and no one will know you met your end here. Besides, the person you are impersonating has long since perished outside. It would be fitting to use your corpse as a substitute. Who knows, I might even gain a good reputation for my tea. As her words fell, the vines in her hand shot forth like serpents. The man in black quickly produced a glimmering weapon, severing the vines. Yet in the next moment, the vines regrew, branching out rapidly to form a cage, once more lunging toward the middle-aged man. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a fireball, which merely caused the vines to pause momentarily before voraciously consuming the flame. Growing even thicker, staring in disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Yu Qingyin feigned disinterest. Mr. Wei Lun, having lingered in Huagua for so long, have you not learned the saying, there are always greater forces beyond the horizon? The mention of his name left Wei Lun astounded. How did you recognize me? Yu Qingyin flashed a sly smile, intensifying her grip. That's a mere guess. Yet I never expected Mr. Wei Lun to admit it so readily. His incredulity nearly caused him to choke on his own blood. He had been outmaneuvered by this cunning woman. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he prepared to activate his spatial escape. But Yu Qingyin struck like lightning, shattering his hopes. Without granting him a moment of respite, she moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, her blade poised at his throat. Mr. Wei Lun, I present you with a choice. Divulge the identities of your accomplices within the base, and perhaps I may spare your life. Wei Lun glared defiantly, resolutely rejecting her offer. No way. Feigning disappointment, Yu Qingyin sighed. What a pity that I suppose I must send Mr. Wei Lun to meet your god. Before her words could fully dissipate, the blade had sliced through Wei Lun's throat. His eyes widened in fury and disbelief as he uttered, "Why don't you follow the script?" Chapter 158. They sent someone here to drug us. As the final word escaped his lips, he breathed his last. Until his final moment, he had never anticipated that this woman could be so merciless. Typically, those seeking valuable information would resort to coercive measures. Why Yu Qingyin retrieved a tissue to wipe the blood from her knife, disdainfully tossing it atop Wei Lun's lifeless form. "Yanli, have you traced the last message he sent?" she inquired. Ji Yanli, seated in a corner, illuminated by the cold glow of his laptop screen, responded earnestly, "I have traced it. The owner of this villa is Chu Tianxiong." He stowed his laptop away, tucking into his space. "Let us go meet Chu Tianxiong." That Yu Qingyin also sheathed her dagger, and with a wave of Ji Yanli's hand, a bolt of lightning descended from above, incinerating Wei Luan's corpse, transforming it into ash that a gust of wind swept through, scattering the remnants into oblivion. Yu Qingyin teased, "Your supernatural ability is quite the essential tool for murder and arson." Ji Yanli smiled gently, taking her hand. "So, should you consider bringing me along at all times? I am quite adept at handling the aftermath, since you put it that way. I shall certainly include you." As they exchanged words, their forms flickered and vanished, reappearing before an opulent villa. The interior was ablaze with light, and melodious singing wafted through the air. Yu Qingyin mocked. "It seems Chu Tianxiong enjoys the finer things in life." They silently appeared on the balcony, observing the lively gathering within. Several elegantly clad women danced at the center, while Chu Tianxiong raised a glass, his gaze fixated on the transformed figure of Mr. Wei Luan across the room. "How does it feel, Wei Luan?" Wei Luan lifted his wine glass, savoring a sip. "I never expected the Sea City base to be so full of hidden talents, capable of maintaining a constant temperature." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chu Tianxiong's eyes. "This is all thanks to that wretched Yu Qingyin. Only then can we relish in such pleasures." Wei Luan chuckled lightly. "We are all compatriots. But Tianxiong, you are indeed ruthless." "Ha. Mr. Wei Luan is merely jesting. Sacrifices must be made to achieve one's goals. After all, point one cannot be too greedy," Chu Tianxiong remarked, his words laden with meaning. Wei Luan understood the implications, but knew that once their objectives were met, the final say would not rest with him. For now, indulging in his words was a small concession. Certainly, there exists an age-old adage that aptly states, "One cannot have both fish and bear's paw." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiong let out a hearty laugh, taken aback by Mr. Wylian's profound understanding of our Huagua culture. "Come," he said, "let me raise another glass to Mr. Wylian." Wylian elegantly sipped his wine, remarking that prior to this gathering, he would certainly ruin Miss Qingyin's reputation, and at that moment, Tianxiong must remember our agreement to hand her over to him, for he had long been coveting her. A flicker of mockery crossed Chu Tianxiong's eyes. This Wylian was clearly consumed by lust, perpetually fixated on women. However, he was more than willing to assist in making that Yu Qingyin suffer. He readily agreed, assuring Wylian that he would fulfill his promise. Wylian raised his glass and proclaimed, "Then this toast is for Brother Tianxiong. May our collaboration be delightful." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, just a wall away, Yu Qingyin and Ji Yanli were hidden behind a refrigerator, listening intently to every word exchanged. Yu Qingyin pressed the stop recording button on her phone, and the two swiftly vanished from the kitchen. Glancing at the task assigned by the system today, Yu Qingyin noted that only 2 hours remained. "All right, let us move," she said calmly, surveying the room for the optimal moment to act. Just then, a playful voice echoed in her mind. "Boss, we've arrived. Leave these little nuisances to us." Another confident voice followed. "Boss, you can trust me and tongue-ting with these pests. We'll ensure they're dealt with discreetly." Yu Qingyin nodded. "I believe in you, but remember not to kill them. My parents still need to interrogate them." "Understood. We will complete the task." Their voices brimmed with determination. After this exchange, Tung-Ting and Ying rolled up their sleeves, visibly shrinking in size, effortlessly blending into the patterns of the carpet. Tung-Ting stealthily climbed up Wylian's body, mischievously scratching behind his as Wylian reached to scratch. Tung-Ting darted away like a gust of wind, resuming her playful torment. In an instant, Tung-Ting slipped beneath Wylian's clothing, leaving him in a state of unbearable itchiness. The girl he had been embracing quickly recoiled in alarm. Chu Tianxiong suppressed a smirk, feigning concern as he inquired, "Mr. Wylian, is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell? Do you require the assistance of a healing ability user?" Wylian let out a cold snort, glaring at Chu Tianxiong with a hint of malice, struggling to contain his discomfort while straightening his attire. "No need. I appreciate your concern, Brother Tianxiong, but is there something unclean in your vicinity? I have never experienced such an itch before." Chu Tianxiong's face turned a shade of fury at Wylian's insinuation. "Are you implying that I have done this to you?" Before he could finish, Ying stealthily infiltrated his clothing, and due to the layers they wore, it went unnoticed, yet he too began to itch uncontrollably. Yu Qingyin stood outside, overhearing the complaints from Ying and Tungting. Boss ugh, has this guy not bathed in 10 days? He reeks so badly it could attract flies. Ugh, boss, this guy is horrendous. He smells so foul. You must reward us later. Unable to suppress her laughter at their exaggerated remarks, Yu Qingyin conceded, fine, I'll prepare your favorite food boxes later. Now, enough of the games. It's time to net our catch. Weilian, noticing Chu Tianxiong's similar discomfort, shared a moment of realization with him. Both suspected their scheme had been uncovered, leading to an ambush. Their gazes fell upon the girls cowering in fear in the corners. Their loyal subordinates, with the exception of these girls who had been forcibly abducted from outside the base. They attempted to harness their powers, only to find themselves shackled by invisible restraints, unable to break free no matter how fiercely they struggled. Despairing, the girls exchanged fearful glances, their terror gradually morphing into intense hatred. One seemingly delicate girl, despite her companion's protests, strode forward, seizing a fruit knife from the coffee table, and aimed it unhesitatingly at Weilian. He tried to resist, but found his arm ensnared by a resilient vine, rendering him immobile. In a trembling voice, he pleaded, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado, stay calm, I can grant whatever you desire. The girl appeared deaf to his pleas, the knife glinting menacingly under the light. With a heart-wrenching cry, she declared, I demand your life. Avenge my sister. Just as the blade was about to pierce Weilian's chest, a gunshot shattered the tense silence. The bullet struck the girl's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground with a sharp sound. Blood trickled from her pale wrist. Two bodyguards in black suits, wearing sunglasses, stormed into the room. Yu Qingyin sensed a familiar presence. These bodyguards were zombies. Chu Tianxiong had indeed spared no expense by introducing zombies into the mix, indicating that everything had been premeditated. Otherwise, her defensive systems would have expelled the zombies long ago. Weilian gazed at the bodyguards as if they were a lifeline, urgently shouting, quick, eliminate these oblivious women. Hearing this, the petite girl, ignoring her pain, hastily retrieved the fruit knife from the floor, lunging once more at Weilian. Simultaneously, one bodyguard raised his gun, aiming at the girl's heart. Bang! The girl's knife approached Weilian's heart. The bullet had left the chamber, and the girl was doomed. In that critical moment, a vine appeared just in time, whisking the girl away from danger, evading the lethal shot. With a frenzied expression, the girl screamed, let me kill him! Kill this murderer! Kill him! She struggled fiercely against the vine's grip, raising the fruit knife once more, intent on attacking Weilian again, while simultaneously the bodyguard's gun was once more aimed at her heart. Bang! As gunfire erupted in increasing numbers, more and more bodyguards flooded into the room, brazenly brandishing their guns to fire at the girls, but without exception, they were shielded by the vines. One bodyguard, tracing the source of the vines, sought to uncover Yu Qingyin's hidden presence. However, in the next instant, he was sent flying by Tungtung, who had been concealed on Weilian. The bodyguard, meeting Weilian's malevolent gaze, had no choice but to retreat. In the next moment, Weilian's furious voice echoed, quick, search for her. Find her. The bodyguards, receiving their orders, abandoned their assault on the girls, focusing solely on locating Yu Qingyin. Yet in the next instant, countless vines shot forth from Weilian's hands, flinging them aside, crashing heavily to the ground. They looked at Weilian in confusion. Was he instructing them to find the culprit or forbidding them from doing so? Weilian, incensed, let out a cold snort, and just as he was about to speak, vines crawled over his mouth and body. Binding him tightly, he stared wide-eyed in terror, feeling as though his very blood was being drained by the vines enveloping him. The bodyguards quickly comprehended and rushed forward, attempting to rescue Weilian. But in the next moment, a cold, indifferent female voice halted their advance. Feel free to approach. The quicker you act, the swifter your Lord Weilian will meet his demise. You better think this through. Ooh. Yu Qingyin emerged from the shadows, revealing her exquisite features. She calmly surveyed the guns aimed at her, exuding an air of unyielding authority, entirely dismissive of their threat. Upon realizing her identity, the bodyguards were unable to conceal their shock. This woman was still alive, Lord Wylian had dispatched several waves of zombies to eliminate her, all elite specimens. Yet this female zombie stood here unharmed. Why you Qingyin? Yu Qingyin raised an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared the zombies recognized her. Kindly lower your weapons, and I may consider granting your Lord Wylian a breath of fresh air. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards reluctantly lowered their guns, their eyes fixed on Yu Qingyin, remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxiong was already entwined by Ying to the point of near asphyxiation. At such times, Ying would allow him a breath before sealing his mouth once more. Yu Qingyin's signal. Tung disdainfully released the vine, binding Wylian's mouth. Boss, this guy is halitosis. My sacrifice is too great. I demand 3 food boxes. Tung voice was filled with grievance. Yu Qingyin chuckled softly. Both you and Ying shall receive 3 food boxes. Seizing the precious opportunity, Wylian urgently interjected. Miss Qingyin, if you join forces with me, I can assure you that the Sea City base will be entirely yours. Yu Qingyin raised an eyebrow, her elegant strides bringing her closer to the sofa. Exuding an undeniable authority as she scoffed, Mr. Wylian, from where does your confidence stem? You are but a captive at our feet. Wylian's voice trembled with a hint of desperate urgency. As long as Miss Qingyin is willing to join forces with me, all the forces in City C shall heed her command, aiding her in ascending to the throne of the base leader. And I can also promise that when the cold wave recedes and the iron hooves of M country once again trample upon this land, City C will remain unscathed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianxiong, tightly bound by the entwining branches and leaves, began to struggle desperately, though his corpulent figure rendered his movements somewhat comical, emitting pitiful whimpers of protest. Yu Qingyin cast a disdainful glance at Chu Tianxiong, her eyes harboring a piercing chill. She astutely grasped the key information embedded in Wei Luan's words, her gaze shifting, her red lips parting ever so slightly. Mr. Wei Luan's proposition was indeed tempting. It warranted serious consideration. Upon noticing Yu Qingyin's wavering, Wei Luan, eager to capitalize, spoke again. As long as Miss Qingyin is willing, we can demonstrate even greater sincerity. Chapter 160. Generous reward. A slight smile graced Yu Qingyin's lips as she sought to test Mr. Wei Luan's sincerity. Have your bodyguards line up before me. I wish to inspect them personally to ascertain their qualifications for becoming members of my assistant team. Wei Luan's eyes darted about. These bodyguards were under his control, and he imagined they could feign compliance. Ultimately bending to his will, he nodded promptly, signaling to the bodyguards. They stood before Yu Qingyin, all towering at a height of 6 feet, clad in black, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Seated on the sofa, Yu Qingyin coldly issued her command. Crouch. The bodyguards remained motionless, prompting Yu Qingyin's voice to grow even colder. Mr. Wei Luan, is this your sincerity? Wei Luan instantly felt the vines constricting around him, fear prompting him to issue an immediate command. Reluctantly, the bodyguards crouched down. Yu Qingyin rose, her fingers tapping atop their heads, as if selecting watermelons. After tapping the last one, she resumed her seat on the sofa, crossing her legs and leaning slightly forward, looking down at Wei Luan with a teasing smile. Mr. Wei Luan, you may not be aware, but I am on the verge of marrying Ji Yanli, whose father is the base leader of this very establishment. Henceforth, this base in City C shall belong to me. It appears I have no need to collaborate with you. Her words dripped with provocation. Wei Luan, upon hearing this, realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the woman before him. Anger surged within him, his eyes reddening with fury as he barked at the bodyguards. Ignore me. Subdue this arrogant woman. Had looks been lethal, Yu Qingyin would have been torn to shreds by Wei Luan's gaze. However, his command received no response. Wei Luan glared at the bodyguards, his voice a low growl. Do you wish to rebel? Do not forget, your families are still in my grasp. Yu Qingyin, somewhat bored, absently examined her manicure while observing Wei Luan's predicament. Her laughter light. Mr. Wei Luan, with so many experimental subjects transformed in M country, do you recall their identification numbers? Can you match them to their parents? Her tone dripped with mockery. Wei Luan was momentarily rendered speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment as he struggled to find words. Yu Qingyin scoffed lightly. Mr. Wei Luan, you likely do not even know whether their parents are alive or dead, yet you dare to issue threats. How amusing. Wei Luan's eyes darted rapidly, akin to a beast seeking an escape from a dire situation, forcing a smile that bore an elusive charm. Miss Qingyin, I am aware of your status as a zombie. You surely do not wish for your fellow zombies to remain in hiding forever. Why not collaborate with us? We can guarantee you a safe haven. His tone hinted an almost imperceptible condescension. Yu Qingyin sensed movement downstairs and mentally instructed Tung Ting, who, having grown weary of Wei Luan's incessant chatter, swiftly silenced him with vines at the tea that moment. Ji Yanli, accompanied by Uncle Ji and several staff members, hurried upstairs, witnessing the scene before them. Wei Lun and Chu Tianxiong were tightly bound to the ground, their mouths sealed by branches and vines, while the bodyguards lay scattered about, bloodied, and the girls rescued by Yu Qingyin stood unharmed in a corner, gazing at her with admiration. Aside from Ji Yanli, Uncle Ji and the base staff wore expressions of undisguised shock. They had been listening to Ji Yanli extol Yu Qingyin's prowess, initially believing he was merely infatuated. And Uncle Ji had even chastised Ji Yanli for allowing a young woman to face danger alone. However, the scene before them utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Uncle Ji suddenly grew concerned about his son's future married life. With such a formidable daughter-in-law, his son would undoubtedly be the one under her thumb, leading to a life fraught with challenges that he sighed deeply, patting Ji Yanli's shoulder in sympathy. Ji Yanli, perplexed, quickly approached Yu Qingyin, scanning her for injuries. Qingyin, you weren't hurt, were you? He inquired with concern. I could see his words. Wei Luan and Chu Tianxiong, bound like dumplings, immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Uncle Ji cleared his throat and coldly commanded, take Wei Luan and Chu Tianxiong away. Uncle Ji promptly took the phone, gazing at Yu Qingyin with paternal affection. Why Yu Qingyin nodded obediently. Thank you, Uncle Ji, for your hard work. With that, she and Ji Yanli left the scene. Earlier, Wei Lun mentioned there are others spreading rumors. Have you apprehended them? Yu Qingyin asked. Just then, a man in military attire pushed a bound figure in black before them. Hidden task. Please resolve the unfavorable rumors about you in City C within 1 day. Task completed. Now, issuing task rewards. Upgrade for the indestructible cockroach skill, effective against both humans and mutated species, and 1 million points. The task rewards were undeniably substantial, leaving Yu Qingyin quite satisfied. Ji Yanli, observing the kneeling figure, remarked with a smile, we finally caught the last rumored monger. Why Yu Qingyin nodded in agreement. The military staff member inquired, how shall we deal with this individual? Ji Yanli replied, hand him over to old Su. Ensure he pries open the man's mouth. Understood, the staff member responded, leading the bound man away. Yanli gazed at the bright lights of the living room and gently said, you've worked hard tonight. Rest well. I'll come to see you in the morning to share the results. As her words fell, the figures of Yu's father and mother silently appeared at the doorway. Yu's father watched Ji Yanli with a vigilant and sharp gaze, as if ready to sweep him out with a broom at the slightest misstep, causing Ji Yanli to feel a sense of unease. Yu's mother discreetly pinched Yu's father's waist, softly saying, oh, Yanli, you're already at the door. Come in and sit. You've both been busy all night and must be hungry. I've asked Aunt Wang to prepare a late-night snack for you, and Qingyin, Ji Yanli, striving to ignore Yu's father's murderous glare, forced a polite smile and nodded. Thank you, Aunt Yu, Uncle Yu. Chapter 161. The virus vaccine has been developed with that. Yu's father turned and strode into the villa, leaving behind a commanding silhouette. Yu's mother smiled warmly, akin to the gentle sun of spring, speaking softly, do not mind your Uncle Yu. He is all bark and no bite. He was so worried about you too while you were on your mission tonight that he couldn't sleep, insisting on waiting in the living room. Come in, don't just stand at the door. Why Yu Qingyin linked her arm with Ji Yanli's, walking into the cozy dining area where a variety of delicious late-night snacks awaited, their aromas tantalizing. After finishing their meal, the two reluctantly bid farewell. The following morning, Yu Qingyin rose early. Just as she descended the stairs, Lin Yuqing's loud voice boomed from the living room. My grandfather has developed the vaccine for the virus. The zombies in the lab have successfully regained their sanity after receiving the vaccine, and their bodies are slowly regaining function. The volume was so loud that Yu Qingyin nearly stumbled, as expected of my grandfather. His prowess remains unmatched. Lin Yuqing spoke with pride, as if he were the one who had developed the vaccine, his sense of pride palpable. Ji Yanli interrupted with a chuckle. All right, we all know now. You've been telling everyone you meet, and my ears are about to develop calluses. Lin Yuqing huffed. Well, it's not my fault you all don't have such an amazing grandfather. If you had one, you would want to boast too? Though she now resembled a human in almost every way, a small knot of unease still lingered in her heart. However, the system's words struck like a thunderclap, shattering Yu Qingyin's hopes, returning to the original world. Her mother awaited her there. If she were to perish, it would be a monumental blow for her mother. Her mother had once said that she was her hope for survival, after her father abandoned her. She could not abandon her mother now. Her mother had no one but her. Qingyin, what are you thinking about? Ji Yanli's gentle voice broke through her thoughts, like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Why Yu Qingyin met his tender gaze, her emotions complex, her hands, resting at her sides, instinctively curled together as she managed a strained smile and shook her head. It is nothing much, just that I have just risen from slumber. My head throbbing from the loud voice of Lin Yuqing. Her departure may be cruel to him, yet here he stands, surrounded by friends and family. After her departure, she believes that even in her absence, he will gradually find his way out of the shadows. Suddenly, Ji Yanli leans in, whispering softly into Yu Qingyin's ear. Qingyin, later, I shall take you to see old Lin for your vaccination. What do you think? Upon finishing, Ji Yanli gazes at Yu Qingyin with a face full of anticipation. Why Yu Qingyin, feeling a twinge of guilt, averts her gaze, unable to meet his expectant eyes. Although Ji Yanli's voice was but a whisper, the others present heard him clearly, their gazes fixed on Yu Qingyin with eager interest. Despite having already speculated about her true identity, they all tacitly chose to remain silent. Initially, accepting the situation was difficult for him. But after such a long period of companionship, a profound bond had developed between them, rendering him incapable of ending her life. Yu Qingyin slightly lowered her eyelashes, evading the fervent stares of the crowd, and nodded with a smile. All right. However, in her mind, she inquires of the system. System, are you certain that the vaccine they developed will be ineffective for me? The system, arms crossed, wore a serious expression on its chubby little face. This system is quite certain, as long as the host does not wish for it. This system can stifle the efficacy in its cradle. Sensing Yu Qingyin's sorrow, the system sighed, displaying an unexpected understanding of her emotions after numerous life and death experiences with this group of friends. It realized that, much like its bond with the host, it too did not desire to see her in distress. The system relaxed imperceptibly and spoke in a comforting tone. Host, do not overthink. Take a moment to relax. The task progress bar is nearing 90. In this last stretch, spend more time with your loved ones and friends here. Yu Qingyin nodded slightly, shifting the topic. By the way, have the resolutions regarding Chu Tianxiong and Wei Luan been announced? Gu Qingyin and the others turned their gazes towards Ji Yanli in unison. Lin Yuqing leaped from the sofa, striding over to Ji Yanli, placing a hand on his shoulder. Indeed, boss, you all undertook such a significant task last night without us. What is the outcome now? Ji Yanli brushed off Lin Yuqing's hand and cleared his throat. Given Wei Luan's identity, he must be handed over to the higher-ups for handling the AS for Chu Tianxiong. We will resolve it within our base. It is evident that the self-resolution foretells the grim fate awaiting Chu Tianxiong. Yu Qingyin thought of another individual and pressed further. And what of Li Qingyu? Chu Tianxiong should have revealed everything he did, right? Lin Yuqing, upon hearing this, pouted in dissatisfaction. I really do not understand them. Why not simply be content and slowly rise through the ranks? Why must they covet things that do not belong to them? Gu Qingyin shot him a glare. Do you think everyone is like you, solely preoccupied with eating, playing, and sleeping? The allure of power is deadly. If you were just an ordinary person, no matter how exceptional your abilities, you would not be able to enjoy the life you have now. This is the convenience brought by power. Chapter 162. Only 3 remains on the task progress bar. Lin Yuqing added, firstly, your abilities could not possibly improve so rapidly, as the energy cores are simply insufficient. Lin Yuqing seemed to want to say something more but thought better of it, and closed his mouth. All right, you all make valid points. I suppose I am indeed unaware of the blessings I possess. Ji Yanli, observing Lin Yuqing's drooping demeanor, offered a reassuring smile. While we have enjoyed numerous conveniences, we must also bear the responsibilities that accompany them. Before Yu Qingyin could finish her sentence, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Host, the final 10 requires your personal completion of the contract, as our contract machine cannot be used for subject from M country. Yu Qingyin scanned the group, smiling as she spoke. Now, let us go out for a stroll and see how our Captain Ji has arranged the venue. Following the group, Yu Qingyin enjoyed an unprecedented sense of relaxation, a feeling foreign to her in her past life, as they frolicked in the base from dawn until dusk. She purchased a lightweight thermal suit from the system's marketplace, which felt as delicate as a cicada's wing, almost as if she were not wearing anything at all. As expected, products from the system are of exceptional quality. Tung Tung and Ing Ing excitedly climbed onto Yu Qingyin's wrist. Boss, we are ready. Let's set off. We can hardly wait. Their voices brimmed with enthusiasm. Yu Qingyin instructed the system to place her prepared decoy on the bed, slipping out the window and into the night like a nimble cat. Silently exiting the base, following the address provided by the system, she advanced swiftly, the snow-covered ground not impeding her speed in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, she appeared stealthily at the dock. The thick layer of ice reflected concentric circles of silvery moonlight. Peering into the distance, she vaguely discerned several figures gliding across the surface of the sea. They seemed to sense her approach. Pausing momentarily before vanishing into the water, in the next instant, they surrounded Yu Qingyin, a multitude of them, numbering at least in the hundreds. The experimental subject's eyes, sharp as blades, fixated on Yu Qingyin. They recognized her as the woman long featured on their wanted list. The news of Lord Wei Luan's capture had caught them off guard, and they were currently devising a rescue plan when, unexpectedly, this woman delivered herself to their doorstep. With her, their task of rescuing Lord Wei Luan would become a trivial matter. A tall experimental subject grinned broadly, his voice laced with arrogance. Brothers, charge! Capture this woman and use her to exchange for Lord Wei Luan. Yu Qingyin scoffed disdainfully, her tone dripping with contempt. You truly overestimate yourselves. They appear to have anticipated her response, no longer underestimating her as they had before. Their abilities erupted simultaneously, instantly illuminating the dark sea with a kaleidoscope of colors akin to broad daylight, the radiant powers intertwining on the surface of the water in a breathtaking display. However, at the moment they concentrated their firepower for an attack, Yu Qingyin, like a specter, silently slipped out of their encirclement and appeared behind them. Ding! Contract successful! Ding! Contract successful! Ding! Contract successful! In almost a blink of an eye. The surrounding experimental subjects were each bound by contract, the vibrant abilities gradually fading, and the sea returned to tranquility. The experimental subjects gazed at the empty ground, finally realizing they had been deceived. Just as they began to search frantically, one of their companions suddenly seized them, rendering them immobile. Yu Qingyin glided through them like a ghost, binding each experimental subject with a contract. Once the immediate troubles were resolved, Yu Qingyin, accompanied by Tung Tung and Ing Ing, transitioned to the next location. Boss, you are incredible. You resolved this group of experimental subjects so quickly. Tung Tung's voice brimmed with admiration. Indeed, boss, did you secretly indulge in food boxes? Which is why your abilities have increased so rapidly. Ing Ing spoke, nodding to herself as she pondered her own revelation. That makes sense, boss. You cannot do this. Hoarding food is not a virtuous act. You know, Tung Tung immediately chimed in. Yu Qingyin listened to the two little ones banter with a hint of exasperation. When did you two become so close? Ever since I helped Tung Tung find a girlfriend last time. It has been unwaveringly loyal to me, Tung Tung declared. Boss, do not change the subject. Yu Qingyin, taken aback by this revelation, inquired curiously. Tung Tung, you have a girlfriend now? Is she attractive? Tung Tung shyly responded, of course my girlfriend is beautiful. But boss, can you stop changing the subject? Are you secretly indulging in food boxes? Food boxes are of no use to me. Rest assured, once the mission is completed, you will receive the corresponding food boxes. As Tung Tung and Ing Ing continued their playful argument, Yu Qingyin led them to the next destination, which was once a vast grassland now blanketed in snow, with only faint footprints hinting at the way. Following the tracks, Yu Qingyin advanced, But after a few steps, dozens of shadowy figures suddenly appeared, surrounding her entirely. Why you Qingyin? Your death is at hand. Before the words had fully left their lips, a torrential downpour of vibrant abilities cascaded down, instantly transforming the snow-covered ground into a riot of colors. Why you Qingyin found herself ensnared by vines, voraciously absorbing the incoming powers, and in an instant, she had absorbed them all, rapidly expanding. The attacking experimental subjects were left agape in shock. How is this possible? Her abilities are so bizarre. Brothers, let us fight to the end. With a command, the experimental subjects began to swell rapidly, intending to self-destruct alongside Yu Qingyin. In the next moment, the vines on Yu Qingyin blossomed like flowers, swiftly spreading out and entwining their bodies, causing those inflating figures to deflate immediately, returning to their original state. Ding! Contract successful! Ding! Contract successful! The blue panel flickered incessantly before Yu Qingyin until the last experimental subject was successfully bound by contract. The brilliance gradually subsiding. Tung, eyes filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Boss, you're simply remarkable." Ying echoed, "Boss, you must have brought us along to applaud you." Very astute. Yu Qingyin gazed intently at the progress bar of her main quest, with only the final 3 remaining. Taking a deep breath, she surged towards her ultimate objective, her figure once again blending into the night. Chapter 163. The perilous moment of Tung and Ying when Yu Qingyin finally reached the mountain summit. She beheld a woman clad in an exquisite white hanfu, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her garments fluttering gently in the wind, reminiscent of a fairy on the verge of transcending to immortality. The woman caught sight of Yu Qingyin and exhibited no trace of surprise. Her crimson lips curved into a knowing smile. "You have finally arrived." Her voice drifted softly through the cold wind, laced with a hint of anticipation. Why Yu Qingyin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the woman's delicate, exotic features, a sense of inexplicable familiarity blossoming within her heart, a name leaping to her mind. Awa. The realization struck her heavily. Iwa exuded an aura far more potent than before, undoubtedly surpassing her in strength, allowing her to occupy the final segment of the progress bar. "You have truly faced numerous challenges along your journey," Iwa remarked, her gaze returning to Yu Qingyin, her gray-white pupils filled with pity. "But alas, you shall ultimately be my defeated foe." Yu Qingyin said nothing, and with a lightning-quick motion, she unleashed her vines, only to have them effortlessly blocked by Iwa. "Show me your true abilities. Do not let me doubt my judgment." A note of provocation colored Iwa's voice. Without a word, Yu Qingyin's form flickered, appearing silently behind Iwa, her vines lashing out once more. Iwa's smile deepened, seemingly relishing the challenge. She waved her hand lightly, and the surrounding air appeared to freeze, an invisible pressure bearing down on Yu Qingyin. Yet undeterred, Yu Qingyin advanced, her body becoming indistinct under the moonlight, as if merging with the night itself. In that moment, her speed reached its zenith, and the vines, animated as if alive, ensnared Iwa from all directions. That a flicker of surprise crossed Iwa's eyes, quickly replaced by admiration, as flames suddenly erupted around her, forming a fiery barrier. The moment the vines touched the flames, they were instantly charred, unable to advance further. Why Yu Qingyin's figure vanished once more into the darkness, reappearing behind Iwa, a long sword materializing in her hand, aimed directly at Iwa's back. Iwa appeared to anticipate this, her body enveloped in flames, vanishing from Yu Qingyin's sight. The flames coalesced in the air, dissipating, revealing Iwa standing unscathed before Yu Qingyin. A glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Not bad, quite intriguing." Iwa's voice bore a mixture of appreciation and challenge. "Calm the 2 little ones in your mind. They are no match for this Iwa. Do not move recklessly." "I shall be fine." Iwa's expression turned serious as she waved her hands, intensifying the surrounding flames, erecting walls of fire that ensnared Yu Qingyin. Why Yu Qingyin inhaled deeply, disregarding the searing heat as she pounded her fists against the fiery walls. Crack, crack, the firewalls shattered in response, though her garments were singed, revealing her hands charred black by the flames. The battle escalated, the air atop the mountain twisted by their immense powers. Each of Yu Qingyin's strikes resonated with formidable strength. while Iwa's flames grew ever more ferocious. Their clash resembled a magnificent dance, each attack and defense imbued with beauty and force, as though two dancers performed a life-and-death ballet beneath the moonlight. As their powers collided violently, Qingyin's body was hurled back like a leaf caught in a tempest. However, she stabilized herself mid-air with astonishing agility, kneeling upon the ground, her long sword steadfastly supporting her. A testament to her indomitable spirit. Her clothing lay in tatters, nearly consumed by the blaze, while the bodysuit purchased from the system store remained intact against her form. The burns left by the flames branded her skin with dark marks. If she were to experience pain, the anguish would be indescribable. Iwa approached with a leisurely stride, gazing down upon Qingyin in a posture of triumph, her red lips parting as her voice dripped with condescension. You have lost, it is commendable to be strong, but one must also recognize their own limitations, lest it backfire. Very well. In light of your respectable challenge, I shall grant you a swift demise with that. Iwa gathered flames once more in her hands, hurling them toward Qingyin. Just as the fire was about to make contact, a blinding green light sliced through the darkness. Do not harm our leader. The voices of Tung Tung and Ing Ing rang out simultaneously, filled with resolve and fury that Qingyin had intended to wait for a more opportune moment. But upon witnessing this scene, she acted without hesitation. Her vines shooting forth like lightning, attempting to pull the two little ones out of the line of Iwa's attack. Yet it was too late. The two little ones lay limp upon her wrist, their presence faint and intermittent. Tung Tung, Ing Ing, how are you? Are you all right? Their voices faded gradually, and the vines upon her wrist withered at a visible pace. Iwa laughed derisively. I told you, if you lack the capability, do not overreach. Now you have even dragged your companions into this. Poor vines. However, before you perish, you can serve as my nourishment, so I suppose your death is not entirely in vain. Qingyin's eyes turned crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks. Leader, do not cry. I will take care of the foolish Tung Tung. Host, place the two little ones in the system's backpack and swiftly deal with this arrogant Iwa. The system's voice echoed in Qingyin's mind. Upon hearing this, Qingyin complied immediately, raising her gaze, her eyes fierce as she regarded Iwa, brimming with murderous intent. She had previously contemplated a contract. This time, she would forego it. Iwa noticed the intensity in her gaze and smirked. Oh, the angry little beast. I adore this. You wish to kill me and avenge your vines and azaleas. But alas, you lack the power. Qingyin lashed out with her vines, but Iwa merely waved her hand, flames erupting forth. Yet in the next moment, the flames were swiftly absorbed by the vines. The system watched in shock as Qingyin's actions unfolded, eyes wide in disbelief. Host, you are forcibly absorbing energy stronger than your own. It will backfire and rupture your body. Chapter 164. In 5 days, you shall depart this world. I will not die. Will I, system? Qingyin replied nonchalantly, as long as I survive, this Iwa is destined to perish. Her voice resonated with coldness and unyielding intent. The system opened its mouth, but chose not to respond, its gaze toward Iwa tinged with sympathy, having absorbed so much energy from her companions. Facing the host now, it was time for Iwa to expel it. Iwa was taken aback by Qingyin's audacity. How is this possible? Qingyin advanced rapidly, and as she approached, the vines in her grasp swelled to the size of a yoga ball, completely consuming the last vestige of fire in Iwa's possession. Iwa recoiled in shock, exclaiming, Are you insane? Undeterred, Qingyin continued her pursuit, the vines expanding wildly, ensnaring Iwa. Just as Iwa's flames began to flicker, they were entirely absorbed by the vines. Within Qingyin, chaos reigned as energy surged uncontrollably, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, staining the snow beneath her like blooming plum blossoms, a symbol of her resilience. Iwa, trapped by the vines, had nowhere to flee, her body constricted. You lunatic! The vines devoured her final words. With a resounding boom, blood sprayed forth, splattering across Qingyin, drenching her in crimson, rendering it impossible to discern whose blood it was. Main quest, Please subdue all mutated plants, zombies, and animals within Huagua. Time limit. 20 days. Task successful. The system's voice rang out her mind. Yu Qingyin could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground as blood continued to seep from her, pooling in the snow and gradually spreading, forming a shocking crimson bloom around her, as if a red plum blossom had unfurled amidst the snow. She gazed up at the bright moon hanging in the sky, a faint smile gracing her pale lips. Fortunately, she felt no pain, for how could she endure such torment? The bright moon seemed to rejoice in her victory, its light glowing even more brilliantly. Reward released. Life-saving pills too. Note: only effective for mutated plants. 1,000,000 points. All abilities upgraded to the highest level. The system's voice echoed once more that Yu Qingyin mustered the last of her strength to place the 2 life-saving pills in her backpack, intending to give them to Tung Tung and Ying Ying. Before finally closing her eyes in peace, the system, observing Yu Qingyin lying on the ground like a lifeless body, sighed deeply, casting a glance at the 2 little ones in the backpack. It found itself feeling a tinge of jealousy. The host had exerted herself so fiercely for their sake. It pondered whether the host would exert herself so desperately when her own life was in peril, with a wave of its small hand. The system miraculously healed Yu Qingyin's fire-scorched wounds. In this slumber, Yu Qingyin slept profoundly until the sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting dappled patterns upon the floor, awakening her from her dreams. She hurriedly checked the status of the 2 little ones in her backpack, and, finding them still peacefully asleep, their breaths steady, she felt reassured. Quietly washing up, she descended the stairs, discovering Ji Yanli awaiting her below, his figure appearing especially warm in the morning light. "Qingyin, you are awake." His voice was laced with an undeniable excitement. Yu Qingyin quickened her pace, striding to Ji Yanli's side, and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. How is it that you arrived so early?" Her voice was as soft as a spring breeze caressing the willow branches. It was the first time Yu Qingyin exhibited such clinginess, and Ji Yanli, brimming with joy, tightened his hold around her waist. "I wanted to see you sooner. Today is Qixi, and I wish to explore with you." "May I?" Releasing Ji Yanli, Yu Qingyin playfully reproached, "You silver-tongued charmer." She took the initiative to clasp Ji Yanli's hand, their fingers intertwined. "Given your earnestness, I shall grant your request to wander about." Under Yu Qingyin's guidance, the pair indulged in all manner of quintessential couple activities, watching movies, strolling through the streets, reveling at the amusement park, and even attempting an escape room challenge, though they were so engrossed in unraveling the mysteries that they were scarcely frightened. On this day, Yu Qingyin unexpectedly discovered Ji Yanli's Achilles heel. He was afraid of heights. The seemingly invincible persona he exhibited before her had its own vulnerabilities. As dusk descended, they ascended to the highest floor once more, gazing at the magnificent fireworks that blossomed like hopes in the night sky. The escape room truly keeps pace with the times. The zombie actors were surprisingly realistic, but they must feel quite unfulfilled encountering us. Ji Yanli chuckled in agreement. Indeed, what else could one expect with such a clever and brave girlfriend? Hearing this, Yu Qingyin burst into laughter. "You should refrain from bantering too much. You really shouldn't spend too much time with Gu Qingyuan. He's far too slick." Yanli nodded. "I shall heed your advice." That moment, a stir arose among the crowd below, as they excitedly gazed at the heart-shaped fireworks in the sky. As oh beautiful! Ji Yanli leaned on his elbow, gently calling Qingyin. His voice was warm and tender, that Yu Qingyin felt a sudden impulse, and, in a flash, seized his collar, compelling Ji Yanli to lean down. With her eyes closed, she kissed him. Ji Yanli froze for a moment, quickly regaining his composure to deepen the kiss. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, they lost themselves in each other, as if seeking to merge their very beings. After a long while, the kiss ended, both of their faces flushed as they exchanged a knowing smile. "Are you happy?" Yu Qingyin softly inquired. The following morning, in the living room, Lin Yuqing was enthusiastically presenting the research achievements of old Lin, holding a glass vial that refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. "This is a vaccine my grandfather developed after 2 days and nights of tireless work. After extensive trials and isolation observation, the side effects are negligible." After finishing, Lin Yuqing turned to Yu Qingyin. "Qingyin, I managed to procure this with great difficulty from my grandfather. I even invited Senior Shinbiluo to assist with your injection. Would you like to give it a try? Shinbiluo smiled warmly. Qingyin, don't worry, I'm experienced. The injection won't hurt at all. Host, after the vaccine injection, you'll only have 5 days left. After 5 days, you will depart from this world. Have you made your decision? The system's voice suddenly resonated. Yu Qingyin stood there, momentarily stunned, a torrent of emotions swelling within her. As oh soon. Her voice trembled slightly as she pressed, if I choose not to inject, how much longer do I have? The system deliberated before responding. If you forego the injection, you may have a maximum of 10 days, but that is the utmost limit. Any longer, and your body in the real world may deteriorate rapidly, rendering your chances of awakening exceedingly bleak. The gravity of the statement weighed heavily. Upon receiving the answer, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Yu Qingyin's eyes. Meeting the expectant gazes of those around her, she pressed her lips tightly together, silently rolling up her sleeve to reveal her fair arm, defined by muscle. Better to endure pain swiftly than to suffer long. Shinbiluo expertly took the vaccine from Lin Yuqing's hands and administered the injection to Yu Qingyin with practiced precision. The moment the needle pierced her skin, Yu Qingyin's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. She faltered, collapsing weakly into Ji Yanli's arms, who held her tightly in a state of panic. Lin Yuqing's lips quivered, worry etched on his face as he asked, Senior Biluo, what is happening? Shinbiluo immediately discarded the syringe and hurriedly grasped Yu Qingyin's wrist to check her pulse as time passed. Her brows furrowed deeper. Shinbiluo looked at Yu Qingyin's pallor with disbelief. How can this be? Her tone shifted to seriousness. Ji Yanli, take Qingyin to see Minterlin. Perhaps he has a solution. A wave of despair washed over Ji Yanli as he gazed at the ghastly pallor of Yu Qingyin's face. His heart plummeting, a grim suspicion surfaced in his mind, but was quickly suppressed. He lifted Yu Qingyin in his arms and, in a swift motion, rushed to Old Lin's laboratory. However, Old Lin's words plunged him into despair. Her situation is particularly unique. Logically, it shouldn't be. Alas, you have at most 5 days left. Prepare yourselves. Old Lin gently patted Ji Yanli's shoulder before leaving the ward to the two of them. Is what Old Lin said true? Is he jesting with me? Ji Yanli stood by the bedside, his eyes filled with helplessness, resembling a lost child. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he looked at Yu Qingyin, yearning for her to deny his fears. Yu Qingyin sat up, pulling at her pale lips, extending her arms, and gazing at him tenderly. Hold me. Her voice was soft and warm. Yanli hesitated for a moment, then sat beside her, tightly embracing her. Yu Qingyin could distinctly feel a damp spot on her shoulder. She gently patted Ji Yanli's back. It's all right. Stop crying. We still have 5 days, and we could do so much within that time. We can't waste it on sorrow, can we? Yu Qingyin patiently reassured him. Just like the Taoist priest in the TV drama said, parting is a natural law of life. There's nothing worth worrying about. Perhaps after I pass, I will accompany you in another form. Or, as in novels, we might be living in a book, and I could threaten the author to alter our ending. Upon hearing Yu Qingyin's comforting words, Ji Yanli couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair. Your imagination is boundless. I'll wait for you to find the author to change our ending. Yu Qingyin smiled. All right, with my abilities, I'll surely find them in no time. However, I don't wish to spend these 5 days in the hospital. We need to plan things out. Outside, when Yu's father, Yu's mother, and Lin Yuqing arrived, they were greeted by a poignant scene, a bittersweet warmth that felt like a farewell. Yu's mother gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks, mustering a faint smile, her voice trembling slightly. Qingyin, my dear, how are you feeling? Ji Yanli slowly loosened his grip on Yu Qingyin's hand, standing up and silently vacating his position by the bed. His gaze filled with reluctance. Why Yu Qingyin lifted the corners of her mouth, and though her voice sounded frail, she endeavored to exhibit a semblance of vitality. I feel quite well. As night descended, the family gathered around the dinner table, partaking in a sumptuous meal, while discussing how to enjoy life to the fullest in the days to come. Yu's father and mother had taken 5 days off for this purpose. Uncle Ji and Aunt Ji were unable to take leave due to their work commitments, but they made an effort to join in the evenings, cherishing their precious time together. over the next 5 days. Qingyin, accompanied by Ji Yanli and several friends, relished her time at the base, occasionally venturing outdoors to enjoy the thrill of snowball fights. Each night, the family convened for dinner, and Qingyin would share a bed with her mother. Pretending not to notice the tears her mother discreetly wiped away on the final day, Lin Yuqing and the others tacitly dedicated it to Ji Yanli. The two donned the cold-resistant suits provided by the system and revisited the places they had once shared. At noon, they enjoyed a hearty meal at Aunt Lee's home and informed them that the base center had developed a vaccine, and once the cold wave passed, they would return to normalcy. Qingyin and Ji Yanli proceeded to their next destination, Nanshan, where they unexpectedly encountered a family of golden eagles. Upon seeing them, the little golden eagle immediately abandoned its parents and affectionately nuzzled against Qingyin. She chuckled softly, offering them a food box. After a brief stop at Nanshan, they ventured to their next location, the very spot where Qingyin had first met Ji Yanli. She released his hand and hurried to the corner of the alley. "This is where I first saw you after turning into a zombie. Oh, you know what I was thinking. You guessed correctly. My first little brother was killed by you, and I lost a helper, which made me want to kill you," Qingyin said playfully. Ji Yanli's lips curled into a smile. "So I guessed right. Is there a reward?" "Indeed." As Qingyin finished speaking, she swiftly approached Ji Yanli, rose onto her toes, and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon him, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water-esque surface, only to part in an instant. With precision, she raised her hand to block Ji Yanli's advancing lips. "We still have to move on to the next destination. We cannot squander our time on such frivolities." Having said this, she disregarded Ji Yanli's forlorn gaze, took his hand, and strode away as dusk descended. The two hurried to the villa, where they joined the others for dinner. After the meal, Ji Yanli was retained by Yu's father and mother, who generously decided to grant the couple one final evening together. That night, they reveled in each other's company, as if their shared presence could suspend time itself. In the early hours of the following day, Qingyin, clinging to her last vestiges of consciousness, descended the stairs and seated herself in the living room. She did not wish for him to awaken to the sight of her departure. Such a vision would surely haunt him with nightmares thereafter. Gazing out the window, her eyes gradually fluttered shut. When she opened them once more, she beheld a stark white ceiling, the pungent scent of disinfectant filling her nostrils. At her bedside sat a modestly dressed mother, her face etched with the passage of time. Her mother's hand was tightly clasped around hers, and Qingyin's gaze fell upon the graying strands at her temples. Though her mother was merely in her 40s, she appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Your reward has been credited to your account. Rest assured, it has been processed after taxation. All procedures are legitimate and lawful. Wishing you a pleasant life." Listening to the familiar electronic voice, Qingyin smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I wish you success in becoming the most advanced system." With a lingering tone, the system bid farewell. "I certainly will." "Farewell, host. Goodbye." Qingyin distinctly felt something detach within her mind. "Qingyin, you're awake. I'm going to fetch the doctor." Her mother's excited voice rang in her ears, and without delay, she hastily rose and dashed out of the room. Upon exiting the hospital, Qingyin waved her hand grandly, purchasing her mother a spacious house, saving a portion of the funds while setting aside another part to take her mother on travels across the globe. Until one day, she encountered a familiar figure. The man, clad in a white tracksuit, possessed a tall and slender frame, with deep, affectionate peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold a world of emotion. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye accentuated his enchanting allure, and his well-defined nose, rosy lips, and smooth jawline left no aspect imperfect. The captivating yet ethereal aura he exuded harmonized unexpectedly well. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ji Yanli. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I add you on WeChat?" As she momentarily lost her train of thought, the man had already approached her, and his familiar visage came into view. Qingyin regained her composure and smiled. "Of course.